You and a group of beautiful women are stranded on a deserted island, including a domineering female CEO, an intellectual lady, and an innocent young girl. These aloof goddesses usually treat you like a loser, but now they kneel down and beg you humbly for food because they are helpless on the deserted island. Coming from a rural background, you are skilled in fishing, catching shrimp, digging bunkers, and building shelters. You secretly rejoice in your heart, determined to use these skills to properly discipline them. You woke up groggily, slowly sat up, panting, looking at the scene in front of you, a dirty beach, dense coconut grove, vast sea, looking like a deserted island. Am I not dead yet? I don't know how my other colleagues are doing. Company team building. CEO Soo-yoon took the whole company out to sea for a trip, but accidentally hit a reef and perished. You stand up and look around, seeing a graceful figure lying where the sea meets the sand. Mr. Shun, you shout and rush over. The woman lying flat on the beach is Soo-yoon. Her pale face is full of pain, her delicate eyebrows tightly furrowed, and her two straight, snow-white thighs slightly apart. The deep space inside attracting you like a starry sky. You think to yourself, oh no, she must have drunk a lot of seawater. So you quickly bend down to prepare to give Soo-yoon artificial respiration. As a small employee, you dare not make eye contact with Soo-yoon at the company. But unexpectedly, on this deserted island, you have the opportunity for intimate contact with her. Gurgle. You swallowed and moved your mouth closer. The sweet and fragrant taste was so good. As you performed artificial respiration, your mind was full of imagination. After who knows how long, Soo-yoon slowly opened her eyes. Rascal! Soo-yoon instinctively slapped you. With a crisp sound, your face felt a bit numb from the slap. You hurriedly explained, Mr. Shin, I was giving you artificial respiration. I saved you. You. Soo-yoon said half of it and vomited directly on the beach. Your face turned green? Is it so insulting? Wang Hao is right. You are a creepy man. Soo-yoon cursed fiercely. When it comes to Wang Hao, your face turns greener. Wang Hao is your supervisor. Originally, you have been working hard, and your performance in the company has been getting better and better. Wang Hao has been suppressing you in the company, often speaking ill of you in front of Soo-yoon, describing you as a disgusting and sleazy man. What's even more despicable is that Wang Hao used sweet words to coax away your girlfriend Lu Ruyan, whom you have been dating for 3 years. Stay away from me, Soo-yoon said, picking up a stone and holding it in her hand. Your heart is also angry. I kindly saved you, and you still don't appreciate it? The most important thing is to get Wang Hao, that waste, out. If this were in the company, you would have endured it, but now on this deserted island, we don't even know if we can survive and get out. So, you are not going to pamper Soo-yoon anymore. Good. After saying a word, you sat back in the coconut grove. Soo-yoon hesitated for a moment and sat under another coconut tree. The two of them started a cold war 10 meters apart. It is now noon. The sun is scorching. And after a while, Soo-yoon's mouth became dry. Plus, she just vomited, causing a significant loss of body fluids, making her dizzy, and you were leaning against the coconut tree, seemingly asleep with your eyes closed. After half an hour of boiling, Soo-yoon couldn't help it anymore. She walked towards you step by step and whispered, Hey, can you find a way to get some fresh water? Soo-yoon asked softly. You opened your eyes drowsily, stretched, and said, Shin, didn't you say you wanted to stay away from me? Why are you thinking of me now? You, Humph. Soo-yoon frowned, walked back angrily. She was thirsty and wronged. She, who had been taken care of since childhood, had never experienced such treatment. Alas, it would be great if Wang Hao were here. It is said that he has participated in wilderness survival and even won the championship. You shrugged and lay down on the ground. After a while, you heard a cry of pain. Your heart skipped a beat. Could there be wild beasts on this deserted island? However, you saw Soo-yoon falling to the ground, holding her peach-like buttocks. Obviously, she was trying to climb the tree to pick coconuts just now, but the coconut tree is straight, not easy to climb. Lee, can you climb trees? I am so thirsty. Can you help me pick a coconut? Soo-yoon is about to fall apart from the fall. She turned to you and said, You listen to me obediently now. Help me. When the rescue arrives and we return to the company, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you a promotion and a raise. You sneer. If Soo-yoon talks nicely to you, you wouldn't mind helping to pick a coconut, especially for you who grew up by the seaside. Climbing trees is nothing. But now Soo-yoon still has an arrogant attitude, making you very uncomfortable. It's fine to endure in the company, but now that we are in trouble, who cares about you? However, you still said to her, I'm thirsty too. The coconut tree is not tall. Let me step on you to pick some coconuts. What? You want to step on me? Soo-yoon was both shy and angry. The coconut tree is so high. I can't do it either. You helplessly shrugged. No way, if someone has to step on someone, it should be me stepping on you, Soo-yeon said angrily. It's okay. You nodded indifferently, looking at Soo-yeon's slender figure. If you step on it yourself, you're really afraid of breaking bones directly. You immediately squat down, leaning your back against the coconut tree trunk. Remember the steps. Step on my thigh first, then step on my shoulder. The two of us are about 3 meters tall together, and when you stretch your hands straight, it's about 4 meters. You should be able to reach those coconuts below. But Kusunoki hesitated. She was wearing a skirt now. If both feet were on your shoulders, wouldn't you see through her? Hey, do you still want coconut? You sounded a bit impatient. Alright, later. You are not allowed to look up. Got it? Soo-yeon said. Got it. Got it. Hurry up, my legs are numb. You said impatiently. Soo-yeon nodded, lifted her skirt to her knees, took off her shoes, put one crystal clear and tender jade foot on your thigh, and the other on your shoulder. After repeating once, both jade feet have already stepped on your shoulders. You exert a slight force on your waist to lift the more than 80-pound Soo-yeon up, smelling the faint body fragrance from Soo-yeon. You can't help but feel a little hot all over. You should know that Soo-yeon is a top self-made beauty, not only worth a lot, but also prettier than those popular female stars. If it weren't for the shipwreck, you would never have had such an intimate contact with Soo-yeon. The more you think about it, the more you feel like you can't control yourself, unable to resist the urge to look up. Yi-fong hadn't just raised his head yet. Soo-yeon was on top of it, shouting with his head down. It's still a little bit short. You put your feet up on tiptoe. Yi-fong was startled and embarrassed to look at it, and lifted his 2 feet a little harder on tiptoe. Enough to get there? Still a little bit short. You push harder. Soo-yeon's voice was filled with surprise. Oh, here it is. Finally enough. Soo-yeon shouted, with pleasure in her voice. The next thing that happened was that a coconut was thrown from above. Then a second, and a third. After picking 5 in a row, Yi-fong was also a bit tired. Bang! A coconut grazed the tip of Yi-feng's nose and landed, smashing hard on the beach. Yi-fong was shocked. This smashed his head. Then he shall not have his skin cracked and his head blossomed. Holy shit, you watch out. Yi-fong subconsciously raised his head, saw the scenery under the skirt. His eyes rolled round. Surprisingly black. Lace. I didn't mean to. Soo-yeon looked down towards Yi-fong, saw Yi-fong staring down at her and screamed, directly falling from her shoulders. It hurts. Soo-yeon covered her ass, tears coming out of her eyes. Get up. Yi-fong was ready to help her. Fuck off. You fucking pervert. Voyeuristic. Disgusting person. Soo-yeon slapped Yi-feng's arm. Wang Tao was right. Yi-fong was really a lecherous man, actually peeping into his own place. Yi-feng's face darkened as he hugged the 2 coconuts and left. He picked up a sharp piece of reef to slice open the coconut skin, then slowly cut the inner shell of the coconut repeatedly, and in no time at all, he was drinking milky coconut juice. On the contrary, Soo-yeon was clumsily lifting the coconut above her head and slamming it down hard against the reef, and with each slam, the 2 lumps on her chest trembled violently. Next to Yi-fong looked dumbfounded. Usually see Soo-yeon dress quite conservative. Did not expect to unbuttoned, actually so huge. Soo-yeon had already seen Yi-feng's method, but she had high self-esteem and just refused to imitate it. Yi-fong sipped his coconut juice and watched coldly. His heart had long been laughing. I didn't realize that the usually capable general manager Soo also had such childish moments. Just like a child gambling. Hoo. Soo-yeon wasted another coconut. She gasped for air and quietly looked at Yi-fong. With no choice but to imitate Yi-fong, she could only use the sharp reef to cut repeatedly. Seemingly sensing Yi-feng's mocking gaze, she twisted her head and looked angrily. What are you looking at? It's not like I'm mimicking you. In fact, I've thought of this method a long time ago. You are sick, Yi-fong said breathlessly. It was already like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was still hot. Yi-fong and Soo-yeon both drank the coconut juice and resumed chilling. The two were just 10 meters apart. You ignored me and I ignored you. Yi-fong touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten for 2 meals. He was a bit hungry. But what to eat on this deserted island? Yi-fong stood up and walked along the beach towards the east. Seeing that Yi-fong was about to disappear from his sight, Soo-yeon was startled and stood up likewise. Where are you going? I forbid you to go. This was in the middle of nowhere, and after Yi-fong left, she was the only one left. What business is it of yours where I want to go? After Yi-fong finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared behind a reef. Soo-yeon swallowed and sat down under the coconut tree again. Her gaze, however, looked anxiously behind the reef from time to time. I don't know how long it took, but Soo-yeon suddenly had a sudden urge to urinate. She lifted her skirt and was ready to go into the woods to settle it, but the woods were eerie and she was afraid of encountering wild animals. Forget it. It's on the beach. Soo-yun hesitated for a few seconds and slowly lifted her skirt, stripping a small underwear down to her knees. Her eyes, however, were always looking at the location of the reef, fearing that Yifeng would suddenly come back. Yifeng caught 3 fish in the shallow sea area behind the reef. He used to come from a fishing village, so catching fish was trivial. Carrying the fish in his hand, Yifeng suddenly looked at the nearby woods, ready to find some branches to roast the fish. Yifeng went to the woods, found some branches and rapped back. I'm back. Yifeng suddenly emerged from the woods, and with a glance, he saw the big white ass in front of him, and a lot of water drops falling down from behind. Soo-yun, on the other hand, had been watching the group of reefs, not realizing that Yifeng would emerge from behind. Soo-yun was scared and hurriedly tried to bring up the small underwear, but the more busy she was, the more messy she was, and she actually tore the small underwear under the force. Yifeng opened his mouth wide and looked at Soo-yun dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he saw everything. He didn't expect Soo-yun to not only have a good-looking face, but even her second face was so perfect. The little underwear was broken. Soo-yun could only put her skirt down and looked at Yifeng with extremely disgusted eyes. You asshole, why are you so perverted that you came around the back to peek at me? Soo-yun was really furious and walked towards Yifeng in anger. Who the hell is peeking at you? I'm going to go find a branch to grill a fish, and I didn't think that you, the titular president, would defecate anywhere. How dare you argue? Let's see if I don't slap your dog face. Soo-yun raised her palm and slapped it towards Yifeng's face. Get out! Yifeng reached out and pushed towards Soo-yun, and accidentally, his left hand, however, grabbed a pile of soft and tender things. The elasticity was particularly good. Soo-yun froze at once. She hurriedly protected her chest and took a few steps back, looking at Yifeng in shock. You've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. I'll go back and have to fire you. Soo-yun roared. Yifeng's face darkened and he sneered. Dismissal is dismissal. I don't want to do it yet. You? Soo-yun was momentarily speechless. She didn't know how to threaten Yifeng. Yifeng is too lazy to pay attention to her. Now she still has the strength. A few meals of hunger will know to obediently bow down. Yifeng took out a wooden stick, put some dried tree shavings on a piece of dead wood, and began to turn the stick repeatedly to drill wood for fire. After some wasted effort, a handful of embers finally ignited. Yifeng gently hitched up the deadwood branches. The fire got hotter and hotter, and skewered the fish with the branches and set them on the fire to roast them. In no time at all, the fish was sizzling and full of flavor. Soo-yun looked at these 3 fat sea fish. Her mouth was watering. She hadn't eaten for 2 meals. Her stomach had long been hungry. She hesitated, couldn't help herself, and walked over. Yifeng, I forgive you. You give me a piece of this roasted fish to eat, and I'll forget about what happened before. Soo-yun swallowed her saliva and looked at Yifeng and said, Save your breath. I don't need your forgiveness. Yifeng coldly laughed. Also give him to this set. Still and high and mighty. Still think this in the company? Really funny. Today he is going to cure Soo-yun's bad temper. Let her know. On this desert island, who is the father? You. Soo-yun frowned and huffed as she turned away. Soon, the fish was baked. Yifeng picked up one and directly nibbled on it, eating a mouthful of oil. Fragrant. Soo-yun sat not far away and watched, even more hungry. Both eyes are a little flowery. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stood up and walked towards Yifeng. Yifeng, I was wrong and misunderstood you before. I apologize to you. Can you give me a fish to eat? Soo-yun bit her lips and looked at Yifeng. This time her tone finally softened. Yifeng nibbled on the grilled fish, looked Soo-yun up and down, and spat out the fish spines. Mr. Soo, I'm sorry, I don't have enough of these 3 fish to eat. If you want to eat them, go catch them yourself. Yifeng, please, I'm really starving to death. I really can't. You give me half a strip. Soo-yun took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart and begged. Seeing as you're poor, I'll give you this half strip. Yifeng handed the half-roasted fish he was eating to Soo-yun. You ate it for me? Soo-yun was filled with disgust and said breathlessly, Bring me half of a new one. You love it or not? Yifeng sneered and directly threw the half-roasted fish in his hand on the ground. Can't you bring me half of a new one? Soo-yun said with a frown. No, it's only half a strip. You eat it or you don't. Yifeng re-picked up a grilled fish and ate it. Soo-yun looked at the half-roasted fish on the ground, angry and furious, but there was nothing she could do. Soo-yun struggled for a while, really hungry cannot stand, just wanted to endure the nausea to pick up and eat. Suddenly a figure walked over. Supervisor Wang, you're still alive. Soo-yun was inexplicably excited to see Wang Tao alive, just like seeing a loved one. Yifeng frowned when he saw Wang Tao. This beast fucking was still alive. Yes, Mr. Soo, you're alive too. Then I'm relieved. You don't know I was worried sick about you. Wang Tao looked at Su Yun, smiled, turned his head to look at that sitting on the ground eating grilled fish Yi Feng again, coughed, end of the shelf, said, yo, Yi Feng, you're not bad luck also picked up a life. Grilled fish are eating on. Can I'm also hungry. Take one for me. Go catch yourself if you want to eat. I don't have enough of this fish for myself. Yi Feng nibbled on the grilled fish and didn't give Wang Tao a good look. Even if he suffered from Wang Tao's anger in the company, now that he was on a deserted island, he would never harbor any anger. What the fuck did you say? I'm giving you face by eating your grilled fish. Don't give me face. Wang Tao was usually used to yelling in the company, and now that Yi Feng resisted, it instantly made him furious. Supervisor Wang, don't pay attention to him. You are not a champion of wilderness survival. He can catch fish. You must be even better. Come on, let's go to the reef side to catch fish. Then the two of us will eat. Not for him. Su Yun looked at Wang Tao and quickly said, on this deserted island, your survival skills are better than his. Now he's fooling around. He'll have to beg us when the time comes. Yes, Mr. Su, don't worry. Follow me and you'll be guaranteed a good meal and a good drink, Wang Tao said with a smug look on his face. Immediately, the two went behind the reef, and Yi Feng ate the rest of that fish. After a long time, Su Yun and Wang Tao finally came back. Both hands are empty. Nothing caught. Yi Feng is not surprised. This fish cannot be so good to catch, even if he has wasted a good deal of effort. This Wang Tao, a miscellaneous wilderness survival champion, can catch the hell. From a long distance away, I could hear that punk Wang Tao making excuses. Mr. Su, I'm really a champion of wilderness survival. I was just too hungry to catch any fish. As the voices slowly drew closer, the two finally returned. Su Yun's face was a bit unattractive. She had already starved herself for 2 meals and really had no energy left. Wang Tao, the punk, walked over and looked at Yi Feng and said in a deep voice, Yi Feng, I'll give you a chance. Go catch a few fish and come over and my anger will subside. Or else suffer the consequences. Catch your mom and fuck off. Yi Feng snorted coldly. What the fuck did you say? Giving you face? Wang Tao was instantly furious. Just now he was questioned by Su Yun in the shallow sea area. Now it was the perfect opportunity to lash out and cover up his incompetence. If I don't clean you up, you don't know the sky is the limit, do you? After Wang Tao finished speaking, he wailed and rushed over, punching Yi Feng in the chest. Don't look at him as a tall man, but he has long been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex, and has no strength at all. Fuck you. Yi Feng kicked over and Wang Tao sat on his butt on the beach. Don't mess with me here. I don't spoil you. Wang Tao did not expect that Yi Feng's hands are so powerful, but it is not necessarily Yi Feng's opponent, and do not dare to pretend. Can only endure a breath first. The sky darkened. A cool wind blew from the depths of the sea. Su Yun was so hungry that she was about to faint. Looking at Yi Feng, she said, Yi Feng, can you help us catch a few fish? No catch. Yi Feng said indifferently. Su Yun was angry and spitting blood, but her stomach was really hungry. Big deal. I'll buy it with money. I'll give you $10,000 when we wait until the rescue goes back. Su Yun said. No catch. When he heard $10,000, Yi Feng only wanted to laugh. Hell knows whether he can wait for the rescue. This $10,000 is a completely empty check. Time passed slowly, and soon it was like 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. There was something strange about the weather on this deserted island. 40 degrees during the day, but at night, the temperature dropped to about 10 degrees. Su Yun couldn't help but hug her knees tightly. She was now cold, hungry and sleepy. Wang Tao couldn't take it anymore first, and he walked to Yi Feng with weak steps. Yi Feng, $20,000 a fish. Go catch fish for us. Wang Tao said weakly. Meh, no catch. Yi Feng said playfully. 50,000 a fish. 50,000, don't you go too far. Wang Tao angrily opened his eyes as if he was about to break down. At this moment, Su Yun also walked over. Yi Feng, I guarantee you 50,000 a fish. As long as you can take care of my food and water before the rescue plane arrives. I'll give you 500,000 when I get back. Su Yun said seriously. She wasn't short of money either, but if Yi Feng didn't catch fish, there was a possibility that she would starve to death. Okay, but I want something else besides money. 500,000. Yi Feng also really a little heart, although not necessarily wait until the rescue, but in case there is a rescue. And now Su Yun is also hungry almost to the head. Do not eat something. Starve to death will be a pity. After all, if you were stuck on this deserted island for the rest of your life, having a woman would be much more comfortable than not having a woman at all. Now Su Yun hungry really cannot stand. He mentioned a little excessive requirements. Su Yun, even if you do not want to agree, then also have to obediently agree. What else do you want? Su Yun's heart thumped. Looking at Yi Feng's eyes, she felt bad. Frowning tightly, said in a deep voice, I tell you, don't give an inch. I may only give you money. Don't even think about anything else. Forget it. Then, what do I need money for on a deserted island? Yi Feng smiled disdainfully. If Su Yun was still so stubborn, he didn't care if he starved her to death. Only tamed lambs were interesting. Su Yun gulped and her stomach rumbled. So, what do you want? Simple. Call me husband, and when you do, I'll catch you a fish. Yi Feng leaned forward with a look of trustworthiness. You dream. Su Yun was filled with anger. Being the high and mighty female president, it was worse than killing her to have to call this loser her husband. Come on, you're just calling out to your husband. Think about how delicious the fish is. And the ocean here is not polluted. The fish inside is fresh and beautiful. Yi Feng seduced. Gollum. Su Yun's stomach didn't ring. It was Wang Tao next to her, only to see him walk over with an expectant face. Yi Feng, how about this? I'll call you my husband in a woman's voice to fulfill your emptiness. And you'll give me a fish too? Pop. Yi Feng backhanded a slap. Disgusting. Who knows? Wang Tao crawled back after being slapped. In that case, I'll persuade Mr. Su to call you husband. Can you reward me with a fish as well? Wang Tao reluctantly asked. Yi Feng didn't give a damn about him, but took out a twig and picked his teeth. Su Yun next to him was shocked, not expecting that Wang Tao would defect so easily. She originally had a good feeling about Wang Tao, but at this moment, her face was full of disappointment. Yi Feng, do you mean that if I call you my husband, I will have fish to eat? Su Yun asked. Right. Yi Feng nodded. He thought, well, first let Su Yun call her husband, then layer by layer, he would peel this high-cool female president apart. Old husband. Su Yun called out in humiliation. Speak up. Yi Feng unceremoniously reprimanded loudly. You? Su Yun's face swelled red, her eyes full of shock and humiliation. Old male. After Su Yun screamed, tears slid down her white face. That's more like it. Only then did Yi Feng head towards the shallow sea area. Had good luck at night with lots of lampreys filtering mayfly creatures. Before long, Yi Ji caught 5 or 6 fish and returned. Just after rounding the reef, he saw that punk Wang Tao was saying something in front of Su Yun. So, Yi Feng hid behind the reef and eavesdropped with the sea breeze. Mr. Su, this is an extraordinary time. You should let that punk go first and please him so that we can survive. When we return to civilized society, I will let my big brother teach him a lesson. Wang Tao said. However, Su Yun had a cold face. Wang Tao, didn't you say that you are the wilderness survival champion? Why can Yi Feng do it and you can't? Haven't I been hungry for several meals? After Yi Feng gives you the fish in a while, you can quietly give me the fish, and as long as I have enough to eat, I can catch lots and lots of fish, and I don't have to beg that punk anymore. Wang Tao said with a selfish face. Are you sure that you'll be able to catch fish when you're full? Su Yun somewhat distrusted Wang Tao. Mr. Su, haven't I shown you all my championship certificates? You still don't believe me? At one time, Wang Tao ran a fake championship card on the internet, which is why Su Yun was convinced of him. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. Su Yun nodded. Feeling that the time was almost right, Yi Feng deliberately walked out with very loud footsteps to the side of the fire. Mr. Su, this fish is yours, the rest is mine. Yi Feng finished and threw a small fish to Su Yun. Su Yun picked up the fish and exchanged a glance with Wang Tao. Yi Feng has long been aware of the two people's small movements. He also does not point out. He is to let this spiteful stupid white sweet recognize the face of Wang Tao that waste. Not long after, Su Yun grilled the fish. Yi Feng, I want to eat over at the reef. Is that okay? Feel free. Yi Feng nodded indifferently. Then the two went behind the reef. Although Su Yun was dizzy from hunger, she still handed the grilled small fish to Wang Tao in order to stop being angry with Yi Feng. Wang Tao, this loser, ate all the fish in 3 or 2 batches. Supervisor Wang, can we catch fish now? Su Yun asked. Mr. Su, now that I'm also full and have the strength, why do I still need to catch fish? You know, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Come with me. I'll make Yi Feng go catch fish obediently. Wang Tao's meaning was obvious. He wanted to use force and coerce Yi Feng to catch fish. Don't. If you can catch fish, catch them yourself. Why do you have to do it? Su Yun was a bit unhappy. She vaguely felt that she was being tricked. Let's go. Just watch the show from the back. Wang Tao patted his chest and tore off another black cloth belt and tied it around his waist. As a Taekwondo master, the rituals still need to be done. When Yi Feng took a nap, he saw Wang Tao and his duo walking back. Only, this guy Wang Tao had a different aura. A murderous look. What are you doing? Yifeng looked at Wang Tao vigilantly. According to the rules, shouldn't this punk go catch fish? What for, Yifeng? I'm showing my cards. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Now, I order you to go catch 50 fish and come back. Otherwise, I'll have to beat you up. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he made a Taekwondo starting gesture in a decent manner. Only the footwork is a bit wishy-washy and empty of flourishes. Beat me up? Come on then. Yifeng almost laughed to death. He is a martial arts village out of the village. People in the village practice martial arts. So a look at Wang Tao's frame. You know that there is no strength. Ah, eat my spinning leg. Wang Tao summoned all his strength and juggled his legs in midair. Yifeng raised his leg and Wang Tao flew out 2 meters away, bowing into a shrimp on the beach. Wang Tao, how did you get knocked down again? Su Yun almost fainted. After half a day, Wang Tao stood up with a weak face, and with a wow sound, spat out the grilled fish he had just eaten. Mr. Su, my stomach hurts. I think it's because I haven't practiced Taekwondo for too long, so my hands are raw. This punk Wang Tao started making excuses again. Su Yun's body went limp and she fell down on the beach with hunger. Her hopes were dashed and she was heartbroken. A black belt in Taekwondo. It's true to its name. I'm impressed. Yifeng had a playful look on his face, then looked at Su Yun again. However, he saw Su Yun slowly close her eyes, and it looked as if she had died. Crap, don't die. He hurriedly picked up Su Yun. He hadn't let her take her own shape yet. It would be a shame to die. So, he grilled a fish and tore off a little bit of fish meat and put it in Su Yun's mouth. Dogs can't be overfed or they won't listen. And a dog like Wang Tao can't be fed even more, or he'll bite his master. After 2 consecutive feedings, Su Yun finally woke up. Yifeng, is there any more? Su Yun looked at the remaining grilled fish. Nope. From now on, you're not allowed to call me by my name. You have to call me husband, or Sangong, or you can call a dead ghost. Yifeng said seriously. A blush crept onto Su Yun's pale face. She glanced at that waste of a man, Wang Tao, and then withdrew her gaze, her eyes gradually firming up. Dead beat. Is there any more fish to eat? Su Yun asked. Leaf maple. You're really good at drilling holes, but there's no fish to eat today. So let's talk about it in the morning and get to bed. After Yifeng finished speaking, he laid down next to the fire again. The temperature of the night was very low, and that guy Wang Tao was posing in a big zigzag shape at first, but it soon turned into an S zigzag shape. Su Yun, on the other hand, had her hands clasped around her knees and her whole body was trembling. When there is no food in the stomach, it gets cold especially fast. In the middle of the night, Su Yun finally couldn't hold back. She had to find someone to huddle with for warmth. She first looked at Wang Tao, the guy lying on the vomit, his body curled up into a U. On the contrary, Yifeng was much cleaner. She quietly squeezed onto Yifeng's back in her extreme fear of the cold. Yifeng was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt that his back was topped by 2 resilient lumps. So he wiped his eyes and looked back, and it was none other than Su Yun. Could it be? I'm underestimating my charm? Several question marks popped up on Yifeng's brain. Whatever. Yifeng rolled over and embraced Su Yun's soft body into his arms. Early the next morning, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes rolled up in surprise. Only Wang Tao, this waste of space, was holding a raw fish and gnawing on it, his mouth emitting a food-guarding whimper. Wang Tao, why don't you have clean hands? Stealing my fish? Yifeng was furious and woke up Su Yun in his arms. Wang Tao heard the sound and swallowed the fish in one bite. What do you mean by unclean hands and feet? Isn't it just a fish? It's always enough for me to give you $1,000 when we go back, right? Wang Tao said with a roguish face. Enough of your mom. Yifeng connects with a leg kick. What else could he do? Did he really disembowel Wang Tao? Wang Tao looked at Su Yun at this moment. Mr. Su, as the titular president, how can you sleep crammed together with him? Let me ask you, when he sleeps at night, does he top you? Su Yun's face was red with shame. Shut up you. He must have topped you. Men know men best. Mr. Su, come to my side, lest you be taken advantage of by him. Wang Tao shouted. Yifeng was about to make a move to teach Wang Tao a lesson. When he heard that, he didn't move. He wanted to see how Su Yun chose. If Su Yun stood with Wang Tao again, there was no need for him to be soft. You shut up. You're a braggart. You can't catch fish. You can't fight. And you say, where did you get all those messed up certificates? Su Yun's IQ as president finally came online. Previously, she was preoccupied with the idea that Wang Tao was a trustworthy person. Yifeng sighed in relief and simply sat down to see how this punk Wang Tao would explain. Me, I really am the wilderness survival champion. And I do have a black belt in Taekwondo. Wang Tao was still talking tough. This loser likes to blow himself up to be omnipotent so he can attract the attention of the opposite sex. This trick does work. Women nowadays are led to believe by various marketing numbers that the world is full of high rollers, so they have needs that only a con man can fulfill. You lying, bragging king, I'll never listen to you again. After Suyun scolded, she looked at Yi Feng again. Yi Feng, from now on, when you catch fish, the two of us will eat it and not give it to him. Mr. Su, don't be like this, no matter what. I'm also considered your beloved. Wang Tao was dumbfounded. However, Yi Feng's face was cold. Is Yi Feng what you call him? Call your husband. And the fish I caught, why should we both eat it? You can only eat it if I give it to you in charity. And if I don't give it to you, you don't get to eat it. Suyun stopped talking and obediently lowered her head. Okay wife, just now I spoke a little heavy. Mainly I don't trust you too much yet. After we get along for a long time and establish trust, I naturally won't treat you like this. Yi Feng gave a little more sweetness. Aha, I will. From now on, listen to you. Suyun nodded. Okay, grill these two fish. That's our breakfast today. Yi Feng leaned his body back and ordered Suyun to do something. He couldn't afford to get tired. He had to save his energy to defend himself against Wang Tao and the various crises on the deserted island. When the fish was baked, Suyun hesitated and handed the big one to Yi Feng. Leaf. Yi. Deadbeat. Eat fish. Suyun was finally changing her mind. Satisfied, Yi Feng took the fish and took a bite, praising with his mouth. Wife, you are quite a strong learner. You learned to bake the fish so quickly. At least 7 points of my fire. Who? Suyun lowered her head and took small bites of the fish. Wang Tao, on the other hand, squatted in front of the two, his eyes looking straight at the grilled fish, a drop of saliva flowing out. Yi Feng, the fish head doesn't have much meat. Can I have it? Wang Tao asked. Call daddy and I'll reward you. Yi Feng said playfully. What? You? Wang Tao was furious, but the anger only lasted for 3 seconds. Dad. Wang Tao's eyes were red. Catch. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he threw the fish head towards the distance. Wang Tao was like Era, wailing and rushing into the distance. At this time, Suyun also finished the fish. I'll go gather some dry firewood. I can't eat yours for nothing. Wait, you're my wife now. How can I let you do this kind of rough work? That son. Come here quickly. Yi Feng waved at Wang Tao. Suyun froze for a moment, and unexpectedly felt a trace of warmth inside inexplicably. This makes her own shocked. Before many rich second generation to her to send millions of dollars worth of luxury cars, bags, she did not have a ripple in her heart. Why to the deserted island? They are because of a fish. And feel the warmth? No. Suyun, you can't be such a bitch. Wang Tao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked over because Suyun had another fish head there. Go gather some dry wood in the woods and you can have the rest of this fish head. Okay, I'll be right there. Wang Tao wailed and rushed into the woods. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Feng's face. When he was in the company, Wang Tao often bossed him around, and he finally got his revenge. After a while, Wang Tao came back with a large pile of dry firewood, then looked at Yi Feng with an expectant face. I've picked up the dry firewood. Is the fish head ready for me? Wang Tao asked. No, Yi Feng said indifferently. Why, you don't keep your word? Wang Tao was furious, but he couldn't beat Yi Feng, so he could only glare with his reddened eyes. Yi Feng sneered inwardly. He just wanted Wang Tao to accept his capriciousness. Otherwise, in case one day he did not fulfill his promise, this guy would still hold a grudge against himself, because a job like collecting dry wood can be done by anyone, but fishing is different. It's a skilled job. At the same time, he was also doing it for Suyun. In case he didn't give her any fish to eat one day, she would definitely hold a grudge against him as well. Sure enough, Suyun's attitude became correct. I just don't keep my word anymore. So what can you do? Yi Feng spread his hands. Me? The angry Wang Tao shrank to the side and mouthed the words. After a while longer, the sun slowly came out. Suyun suddenly picked up a wooden stick and walked towards the open beach. What do you want? Yi Feng frowned. I want to write SOS on the beach so the rescue plane can see it when it passes by. Suyun said back. I've said it before. You're my wife. This kind of rough work, it's better to let Wang Tao do it. After saying that, Yi Feng beckoned to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, come here. Go to the beach and write a very large SOS, covering an area of at least 200 square feet. As long as it's done well, the leftover fish head from lunch will be given to you. Wang Tao hurriedly stood up, but immediately, he shrunk back to the ground. What if you don't keep your word again? After falling for it once, he didn't want to fall for it a second time. So are you going to write? Yi Feng asked back dryly. Wang Tao hesitated once again. If you don't write, you can easily starve to death. If you do write, you can easily be fooled. But at least there is a silver lining. So the dizzy Wang Tao picked up the wooden stick, Suyun was inwardly torn beyond measure. She hated Yifeng's domineering and unreasonable behavior, but deep down, she actually had a trace of superiority. At least, she wasn't as miserable as Wang Tao and, moreover, enjoyed the treatment of the mistress. Thinking of this, Suyun sat next to Yifeng and gradually became well-behaved. Honey, I've been getting your head pressed against my arm last night to keep you from freezing, and now my arm is sore as hell. Yifeng falsely hammered his shoulder. I'll rub it for you? Suyun said subconsciously, and immediately regretted it after saying it. How's that for a good time? Come on. Yifeng turned his back to Suyun. So, Suyun started to rub Yifeng's shoulders. Wang Tao was writing SOS against the poisonous sun, and when he saw the intimate interaction between the two under the shade of the tree, his whole body shook and he hurriedly turned his head away. I can't let the Yifeng scumbag see the resentment on my face, or I won't be able to eat that meal at noon. When I go back, I have to find someone to break his legs. Definitely break his legs. Then watching him commute to work in his wheelchair, I purposely went to tease him about it. Ha ha, it must have been a blast. Thinking about it, Wang Tao revealed a smile. In the future, if there's any physical work, let Wang Tao do it, so we can save plenty of stamina. Yifeng pointed at Wang Tao who was smiling foolishly in the distance. Isn't it too cruel? Suyun was a little bit too much. Cruel? Yifeng had a cold smile on his face. He talked about a girlfriend in the company called Chenli. The two have more than a year of affection. But Wang Tao this waste parachuted into the company. Only spent 3 days, with sweet words to coax Chenli away. Robbing his girlfriend is just. Wang Tao also every day with Chenli. In front of their own show of love. Angry him insomnia for a month. Don't care how cruel I am. Right now my legs are a bit sore. You help me rub them too. Yifeng said indifferently. It seemed that Suyun had not been completely tamed yet. There was still a little bit of fire left. Suyun unexpectedly had a trace of heartache. After all, since going to the deserted island, Yifeng had been busy non-stop. She, the high and mighty presidentess, finally had empathy for ordinary people. Just then, a scream came from the woods. All three looked to the woods at the same time. A short while later, a gorgeous-looking girl ran out covering her thighs. Help! I've been bitten by a poisonous snake. After seeing this girl, Suyun ran over with a face of surprise. Ray, you're actually alive. Great! Suyun pulled Chenli with one hand. Mr. Su, I'm relieved to see you alive, but I don't expect to live much longer. I was bitten by a poisonous snake when I was facilitating just now. Chenli whimpered. Suyun didn't know what to do for a moment, but immediately, she thought of something. Wang Tao, come over here. Your girlfriend has been bitten by a poisonous snake. You just need to help her suck out the poison. Suyun shouted. It was only at this time that Chenli noticed Wang Tao, who had been sunburned into an aboriginal. Brother Tao is great. You help me suck out the poison, maybe I won't have to die. As if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, Chenli took a few steps toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao originally had a look of surprise on his face, but when he heard this, he took a few steps back in fear. If the poison is sucked into my mouth, won't I be done for? I'm not going to suck it. Wang Tao vigorously shook his head. What about me? Chenli cried again. At this moment, Wang Tao, the punk, turned his eyes. Daughter-in-law, haven't you practiced yoga? You can bend down and suck it yourself. But I haven't practiced my yoga properly yet. I can't inhale at all. Brother Tao, remember when you chased me? You said that the sea would wither away and death would never come. And now you're not even willing to suck a poison for me? Chenli cried. Wang Tao was embarrassed. But this punkass has no skills, but more excuses. Lily, I'm also very sad that you were bitten. But sometimes, it's better for one person to die than two, right? What's more, I still have to protect Mr. Su. You and Mr. Su are good sisters. You shouldn't want to see her being bullied, right? After saying that, Wang Tao also showed an ambiguous smile to Suyun. This guy knew Chenli was going to die and started looking for the next guy. Suyun was expressionless and almost threw up. She suddenly looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, oh no, old husband, Shaoli was bitten by a poisonous snake. You are so capable. You should have a way to save her, right? Yifeng had a relationship with Chenli after all. He hesitated and said, pick up more dry firewood, or else it won't burn cleanly during the cremation later. Yifeng, you petty punk. Chenli also stopped crying and pointed at Yifeng to output a meal. Yifeng didn't bother to give a damn about her, but sat down and grilled the fish. Oh my god, I'm so doomed. Seeing Yifeng ignoring her, Chenli let out a loud cry. Hubby, you are a great person. Just help Shaoli. We are all in the same company. Suyun walked over, surprisingly took the initiative to lean against Yifeng. A piece of softness gently touched on Yifeng's strong arm. How can I help? She was bitten on a sensitive part, and I'm not her boyfriend. Yifeng slowly flipped the grilled fish. This? Suyun was helpless and looked at Wang Tao again. Wang Tao, you really don't suck? Mr. Su, I don't want to die either. And let's be honest, when I first came to the company, the person I liked wasn't her. And as for who I really like in my heart, Mr. Su should be able to feel it, right? Wang Tao looked at Su Yun with deep affection, frightening Su Yun with goosebumps all over her body. Yifeng, help me suck out the poison. Even if you don't look at the fact that I'm your ex-girlfriend, you have to look at the fact that I let you play for nothing for a year. Chen Li said. I played you, and you didn't play me? We just needed each other. You were looking for me to practice your skills because you hadn't hooked up with a rich kaiju, and when you finally got good at it, didn't you just kick me out right away? Yifeng was old and calm. Chen Li didn't say anything. She did think that way at the time. Hubby, just for my sake, save Xiaoli, will you? She and I are very good sisters, Su Yun pleaded. Su Yun, you're getting more and more unruly. Yifeng's expression turned icy cold. This? Well, as long as you save Xiaoli, I can promise you a request. Su Yun's pretty face flushed as she said this. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart was hot. Any request is fine? Thinking of this, Yifeng looked at Su Yun's figure. After breaking up with Chen Li, the object of his nightly fantasies was none other than Su Yun. Facing Yifeng's green gaze, she couldn't help but merge her legs. Mr. Su, just say yes to him, or I'm going to die, Chen Li urged. Phew, Yifeng, as long as you save Xiaoli, I'll promise you anything you ask for. Su Yun nodded heavily. However, Yifeng leaned his body back. Look at Su Yun's reluctant appearance, as if how disgusting he was. Don't be too hard on yourself. If you don't want it in your heart, let's just forget about it, Yifeng said indifferently. Su Yun, Yifeng, I didn't embarrass myself. Please save Xiaoli, or else the poisonous blood will attack my heart. Su Yun gritted her teeth. I think it's better to forget about it. It's not like you're doing it willingly. Yifeng changed to a cozy position. Chen Li beside her was spitting blood in anger. She really wanted to rush over and beat Yifeng to death. Hubby, I am really willing. In fact, you are very handsome and capable. I am willing from the bottom of my heart. Su Yun tried to make a look of willingness. She hated Yifeng to death in her heart. He actually made himself, as a female president, beg him in a low voice and without dignity. It's not because Ray is her best BFF. You're willing, but I'm not. You know that I, Yifeng, am a clean person. Yifeng said seriously. You bad guy. Go save Xiaoli. I really want to beat you to death. Su Yun was furious and waved her small fists. Hey, don't fight. Don't fight. Can't I go? Can't a couple joke around? Yifeng laughed out loud and finally walked towards Chen Li. Where did the viper bite? Yifeng coldly asked. At the root of my thigh. Chen Li's pretty face blushed as she said this. It really knows how to pick its spots. Take off your pants. I'll help you suck out the poison, Yifeng said. Chen Li first looked at Wang Tao in the distance, and finally clenched her teeth and slowly faded her pants to half. Right at this moment, Wang Tao suddenly rushed over in a furious manner. Dare to touch my girlfriend. I'll kill you. Wang Tao was blushing and holding a wooden stick in his hand. Wang Tao, just now you were told to suck it and you didn't. Now that someone else, Yifeng, has gone to suck it and you're jealous. What do you want? Su Yun hurriedly stopped Wang Tao. Me? Wang Tao was momentarily speechless. Either you suck it or Yifeng sucks it. Choose for yourself. Su Yun's pair of breasts rose and fell in anger. Alright, then let Yifeng suck it up. Mr. Su, I feel that Yifeng and Chen Li are a couple. While the two of us, Wang Tao wanted to say something. Shut up. Su Yun twisted her head. At this moment, Yifeng had already brought his eyes to Chen Li's trauma. She had a black mole there on her thigh, and that wound was on the mole. You fork your legs a bit. I can't even get over the wounds, Yifeng said seriously. Ha! Chen Li's face was red with shame, but she still forked her legs a bit. This shameful action. How bitchy it had to be. Yifeng quickly saw the wound. There was only a small amount of blood in the wound and the blood was not discolored. So, Yifeng reached out his hand again and squeezed that position. There's no foam in the wound either. He concluded 100% that the snake that bit Chen Li was not venomous, but Yifeng more or less had to do some faking. Otherwise how could he make Su Yun fulfill her promise? So, he casually picked a few leaves, put them in his mouth and chewed them up before spitting on the wound with a yuck. Well, the poison has been detoxified by me with herbs, and now don't you feel much better in spirit? Yifeng asked. Ha, it seems like it's really like that. Ha, Chen Li was overjoyed and slowly put her pants back on. Seeing this, Wang Tao hurried over to help Chen Li. Daughter-in-law, that's great. I was worried sick about you, even though I didn't save you just now. Do you know how tormented I was in my heart? After having a new woman on board, Wang Tao started to pretend again, especially in front of his daughter-in-law. Chenli chilled her face without saying anything and pulled her hand out with force. Daughter-in-law, you're starving, aren't you? There's still fish here. I'll grill it for you to eat. Wang Tao pointed at Yi Feng's fish, finally revealing the real purpose. Sure enough, Chenli's face eased a bit. Then hurry up and roast it for me. I've been hungry for several meals. Chenli said. Okay. Wang Tao took a big step towards the grilled fish, but was stopped by Yi Feng. Supervisor Wang, you're really good at being generous at the expense of others. Yi Feng sneered. Hey, your ex-girlfriend just bled and is in need of nourishment. Want to see death? Wang Tao said angrily. He's your girlfriend, not mine. Catch your own fish you. Yi Feng clasped his arms with both hands. Wang Tao had no choice but to retreat next to Chenli, daughter-in-law. I can't help it. Look, Yi Feng won't let me take his fish. Chenli looked at Yi Feng and couldn't help but question. Yi Feng, are you that petty? Petty? I saved your life just now and you've forgotten so quickly? By the way, didn't Wang Tao say he's the champion of wilderness survival? Let him help you catch fish. Yi Feng sneered. Su Yun, who was next to him, was red in the face. They were all fooled by Wang Tao, the king of bragging. So embarrassing. Right, brother Tao, you're the champion of wilderness survival. Go catch some fish for me. People are starving. Chenli was enlightened. Sure. Of course I'm okay with that. Watch me. Wang Tao couldn't wipe his face, and took the wooden stick and walked towards the reef area with a big step. Not surprisingly, half an hour later Wang Tao came back, nothing in hand. Brother Tao, where are the fish you caught? Chenli asked with a disappointed face. I've been starving for several meals, and I was kicked by Yi Feng. Otherwise I would have caught many fish and come back long ago. This punk Wang Tao started making excuses again. Chenli was filled with despair. Yi Feng watched with cold eyes, and in Su Yun's gaze when she looked at Wang Tao, there was only coldness, and there was no longer any trust. What am I going to do? I'm going to starve. Chenli squatted down and peeked at Yi Feng's fish. Yi Feng, will you lend me that fish? When I go back, I'll pay you back tenfold. Chenli asked. Borrow a hair. An ordinary person like me can catch fish. Your boyfriend is at least a champion of wilderness survival. Let him help you. Yi Feng said. Put the fish on the fire and roasted it. Just then, Su Yun pointed to the depths of the sea. Look, there's a suitcase floating on the sea. Maybe there's food inside. Su Yun shouted. Yi Feng fixed his eyes on it, and sure enough, there was a pink suitcase floating on the sea. Maybe there were clothes and some useful things inside. So he put down the grilled fish and headed for the ocean. The waves come in waves towards the beach and flow back into the sea. Going to pick up the suitcase now risks being swept out to the deep end. So, Yi Feng looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, now go and pick up the suitcase and I'll give you 2 fish. No go. What if I get swept into the deep sea? Wang Tao vigorously shook his head. Maybe there's food in the suitcase. Yi Feng seduced. Wang Tao pondered for 3 seconds before suddenly looking at Chenli. Daughter-in-law, go fetch the suitcase. Maybe there really is food inside. This loser, who refuses to take risks himself, starts egging his girlfriend on. But I don't know how to swim. Chenli shook her head. At this time, Su Yun spoke up. It's better for me to go. Something has to be done. I don't eat for nothing. After saying that, Su Yun lifted her skirt up and slowly walked towards the beach. This made Yi Feng a little moved. Although Su Yun was spiteful, but at least she didn't like to take advantage. Forget it, wife. It's better if I go. Yi Feng sighed and took off his top and pants, revealing his lean body. Su Yun's pretty face reddened, and a light rose in her eyes. Yi Feng's muscles weren't bloated and fat like the ones he worked out in the gym. Instead, it was filled with a wild sense of aggression that made her feel like a deer in the headlights inside. At the thought, she quietly shifted her gaze downward and covered her mouth at once. That's a big bag. There's no harm without comparison. Wang Tao covered his parts in self-abasement. Yi Feng jumped into the sea with a fierce satsi. The waves were indeed a bit fierce. He caught the suitcase with a few dog paddles, but when he wanted to swim back, the backwash of the waves brought him back to the deep sea again and again. After just a moment's work, Yi Feng felt that half of his physical strength had been consumed. He took a deep breath and threw his suitcase forward as hard as he could while the waves pushed him forward. Instead, he dove into the water and quickly snorkeled toward the beach. Snorkeling is the only way to be less susceptible to the waves. After some effort, Yi Feng climbed onto the beach out of breath. Just then, he saw, however, that Wang Tao was stealing his grilled fish. Chenli was right next to him, eyeing it up. Brother Tao, save some for me. Save some for me, Chenli pleaded. Dodge you. Wang Tao pushed Chenli down and ate the fish in 3 or 2 tries. At this moment, Su Yun ran over. with a lot of sand on his body. Yi Feng, you finally swam back. Just now I tried to stop Wang Tao, but I was pushed back by him, Su Yun said anxiously. Yi Feng nodded, put his suitcase on the beach, and walked towards Wang Tao with big strides. Wang Tao swallowed the last mouthful and slowly stood up, facing Yi Feng without fear. Wang Tao, you punk just owes it to me. Spit out the fish. Yi Feng coldly said. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, in front of me I couldn't beat you because I didn't have enough to eat, but now it's different. Come if you have the ability. Wang Tao gave another taekwondo starting gesture. Fuck you. The two quickly wrestled, but after only 3 moves, Wang Tao was knocked down on the beach and received a kick to the face. Still pretending? Yi Feng sneered. Wang Tao didn't say anything and stood up with a humiliated face, patting the sand on his body. Wang Tao, you can't even beat Yi Feng? Didn't you say you were a black belt in taekwondo before? Chen Li was shocked. That's because I just finished eating fish. I haven't had time to digest it yet. My reaction isn't as fast as it used to be. If I'm allowed to eat and rest for an hour, 10 Yi Fengs are no match for me. Although he was beaten up by Yi Feng, it didn't affect Wang Tao's bragging at all. Oh, Chen Li covered her stomach. She was so hungry now. Yi Feng opened the suitcase, only to see that inside were some women's underwear and a few bags of small snacks. Su Yun was overjoyed and hurriedly took a bag of small snacks and tossed it to Chen Li. Ray, catch. Chen Li was starving and tore the snack open and poured it all into her mouth. Leaf maple. Before he could stop it, the snacks were eaten up by Chen Li. Su Yun, next time, without my permission, if you make such an unauthorized decision, don't blame me for leaving you behind. Yi Feng coldly said. Hubby, people are wrong. Su Yun was also a little embarrassed to admit her mistake. This suitcase was what Yi Feng had dragged and salvaged back with his life. Yi Feng rummaged around in the suitcase for a while and suddenly saw a box of Durex. The two men's bodies gave a slight lurch, slowly glancing at each other and quickly separating again. Su Yun had a red face and kept fiddling with her skirt with her hands. This thing can be used for water. Yi Feng ghostly put Durex into his pants pocket. Su Yun didn't say anything either, but lowered her head and picked out a small pair of shorts. She loves to be clean, and her little shorts hadn't been changed in over a day, and they were uncomfortable to wear. After a while, the contents of the suitcase were inventoried. There is also a makeup bag with a knife for eyebrow trimming. This knife can be used to cut through the belly of the fish so you don't have to tear it by hand later. Other than that, it doesn't seem to be working. Go. Yi Feng dragged his suitcase and brought Su Yun back to the fire. Wang Tao and Chen Li, on the other hand, sat down under another coconut tree. The 4 people were divided into 2 camps, except that Wang Tao's camp was not too united, and Chen Li looked her hungry gaze at Yi Feng from time to time. Daughter-in-law, why are you always looking at him? It's true that he's great at wilderness survival, but if I hadn't been starving, I would have been no worse than him by any means. And what's more, so what if he's great at wilderness survival? After returning to civilization, is he still a poor man? Wang Tao hurriedly stabilized Chen Li. Sure enough, Chen Li withdrew her gaze and gently took Wang Tao's arm. Yi Feng sighed. He had been with Chen Li for a year and knew Chen Li's character well. She would never be with the weak. Soon it was noon, and Yi Feng felt a little hungry. Honey, I'm going to go catch some more fish and come back, so just be good and wait for me here. After saying that, Yi Feng walked towards the shallow sea area. There were very few fish during the day. Yi Feng caught 2 fish, which was barely enough for 2 people to eat, but he wasn't prepared to catch more, lest it be stolen again by that waste of a man. Wang Tao. This kind of fruit, how come I've never seen it before? Yi Feng hurriedly ran to a small tree that bore 3 white fruits, but when Yi Feng got closer, these fruits unexpectedly started to slowly get smaller as if they were alive. Strange. Intuition told him that the fruit was not simple. Thus, Yi Feng hurriedly picked the last fruit in his hand. As for the other 2 fruits, they had shrunk out of sight. Gollum! Yi Feng swallowed his saliva, gritted his teeth, and directly swallowed the fruit into his stomach. In the next moment, a heat swept through his entire body. Yi Feng's stamina that he had just consumed was instantly restored, and moreover, it seemed that the heat was still moving through his body. It's so amazing. It's not a ginseng fruit, is it? Yi Feng was overjoyed and felt much better in spirit. So he returned to the beach at a brisk pace. I just arrived at the beach, but I saw that Wang Tao was having a tug-of-war with Su Yun with a suitcase. Mr. Su, give me the snacks in the suitcase. Wang Tao shouted. No, this is what Yi Feng fought tooth and nail to get back. Su Yun snatched it back with force. We're the ones who are on the same team. How can you favor that punk Yi Feng? After Wang Tao finished speaking, he pushed Su Yun down on the beach. Wang Tao, what are you doing, you dog? Yi Feng was furious. Wang Tao was startled and hurriedly dropped his suitcase and fled back to his camp. He was a bit afraid of Yi Feng now. Yi Feng first helped Su Yun up and opened the suitcase to check it again. It's a good thing nothing's missing. But his anger couldn't be contained any longer. Honey, you grill the fish first. Yi Feng stood up and was ready to teach Wang Tao a lesson. But he was pulled back by Su Yun. Old husband, don't go. You have to save your strength. Su Yun looked at Yi Feng with heartache. It's fine, wife. I can't use much stamina to deal with that punk Wang Tao. After saying that, Yi Feng walked to Wang Tao. A trace of fear flashed across Wang Tao's face, but he regained his bottom after his gaze landed on Chen Li. In any case, you can't lose face in front of your girlfriend. You have to man up. Yi Feng, now that I've digested my food, do you really think you can still beat me? Wang Tao's expression was grave as he took up his fighting stance again. Fuck you. This time, Yi Feng even directly lifted Wang Tao up and slammed him hard against the beach. A large word appeared on the beach. Yi Feng froze for a moment. He felt that his strength, more than double than before. Wang Tao's height and weight was there, but he just now easily lifted Wang Tao. Could it be the white fruit? Ouch. Yi Feng, I feel like my bones are falling apart. If I die, you're solely responsible. Wang Tao fell on the beach and wailed. Fortunately it was a beach. If it was a concrete floor, he would really fall apart. Yi Feng stomped on his face. Next time you mess up, I'll break your legs. Got it? You guys stop fighting. Stop fighting. Chen Li hurriedly ran over to persuade the fight. She was torn inside. If she didn't please Yi Feng, she might starve to death. But if she didn't please Wang Tao, she wouldn't be able to be a rich man's girlfriend when she went back. Wang Tao's family situation. She had already seen it. Living in a villa. Much better than Yi Feng. Yi Feng let go of Wang Tao and returned to the fire with a big stride. Honey, eat fish. Su Yun removed a fish, tore off the flesh, and put it into Yi Feng's mouth little by little. Just now, Yi Feng had fought so fiercely and so handsomely that it caused a ripple in her heart. No matter when, women are mu strong. And Yi Feng, obviously, is a strong man. Honey, you have some too. Yi Feng also tore off the fish to feed Su Yun. Chen Li from afar watched the duo feed each other, and for some reason, her heart turned sour. Yi Feng used to be my ex-boyfriend. Okay, Mr. Su, how can you steal my man? Wang Tao was even more enraged and almost gritted his steel teeth. Don't worry, daughter-in-law. Now that the star chain has been invented, it won't take more than a day for the rescue team to find us, and when we return to civilization, I will marry you. Wang Tao began to draw big cakes. Chen Li's body shook slightly when she heard this. Marrying a rich man is her ultimate goal. Gollum. Her stomach rumbled. Brother Tao, do you really want to marry me? However, can you get me something to eat first? I just ate a small bag of snacks, but I'm even hungrier instead. Chen Li covered her stomach. Eat? Every day you just know how to eat. Don't you know that I am also very hard? A woman should learn to be patient. You don't have this kind of patience. How can you be my Wang Tao's woman in the future? This incompetent loser is annoyed. Oh. Chen Li lowered her head with red eyes and quietly looked at Yi Feng again. No looking at him. You're my woman. I want you to be 100% loyal to me both physically and mentally. Wang Tao roared. Don't you go too far, Wang Tao. Chen Li finally stormed out. I'm overdoing it? Isn't that the spirit of the contract between a man and a woman? I promise not to go to another woman. And you don't peek at other men. Wang Tao said with righteousness. Yi Feng couldn't even listen to it anymore. But he couldn't intervene. After all, it was Chen Li who kicked him in the first place, so he could only gloat and be a spectator. After eating the fish, Yi Feng suddenly leaned his head on Su Yun's thigh and prepared to sleep for a nap. Su Yun's thighs shrank, and in the end, she still didn't reject Yi Feng. Have you two made enough noise? Yi Feng is sleeping. Su Yun couldn't help but speak up. She didn't know what was going on, but she suddenly turned toward Yi Feng. Happiness is contrasted. The two families in the distance didn't even have their next meal, while they themselves followed Yi Feng to have food and drink. Yi Feng closed his eyes, and a trace of an approving smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yi Feng was woken up. It's here. Finally, it was Chen Li's surprised voice. Yi Feng hurriedly opened his eyes. The rescue plane is here? However, when he fixed his eyes on it, he saw Wang Tao strutting back with a sea turtle. That aura, like a general returning in triumph. Chen Li rushed over to try to pick up the turtle, but the next moment, she covered her nose. This turtle is dead? Chen Li asked in surprise. Nonsense. Can I catch it alive? It hasn't completely rotted yet. Let's hurry up and go roast it for dinner. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he brought Chen Li and swaggered over. Yi Feng, don't think you're the only one who can. I'm not bad either. See this sea turtle? It's enough for me to eat at least 3 or 4 meals. It's no problem at all to hold out until help arrives. As Wang Tao spoke, he couldn't help but look at Su Yun. Congratulations. Yi Feng said indifferently. Congratulations are useless. I won't share them. After saying that, Wang Tao rightfully sat next to the fire and prepared to roast the whole turtle. Hey, get the hell away from me. I started this fire. Make your own fire. Yi Feng looked at Wang Tao in a condescending manner. Ha, it's not like you have anything to lose by just using your fire. Are you that petty? Wang Tao was red in the face and neck. At this moment, Chanli spoke up. Brother Tao, you're a champion of wilderness survival. Let's go drill wood for fire ourselves. Don't beg for everything. Well, don't I just want to make it easy? Watch me. Wang Tao went to their camp again. He first carefully recalled how Yi Feng took fire, then took out a wooden stick and started rubbing it. Yi Feng watched with cold eyes. This punk, don't know to pat some flammable wood shavings on top. Like him, can't rub fire for 10,000 years. Sure enough, an hour later, Wang Tao's hands were full of blisters, and the whole person was sweating profusely. Aha! My hands are sore. Wang Tao threw the wooden stick far away. Brother Tao, what's wrong with you? Chanli was filled with disappointment. I don't know what happened. Suddenly I can't rub out the fire. Wang Tao sat withered on the ground. Chanli had no choice but to walk towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng, can you lend me a sparkler? When the time comes for me to start a fire, I'll pick up some dry wood for you. Chanli lowered her stance this time. Borrow a hair. Let the champion of your family build a fire. Yi Feng said with a cozy face, and incidentally climbed his hand on Su Yun's thigh. Su Yun's pretty face was scarlet, and she hurriedly pressed down on Yi Feng's hand. Otherwise, this hand would explore deeper and deeper without being honest. You? Chanli looked at Yi Feng with an angry face. At this moment, Wang Tao walked over. Yi Feng, I'll pick up a bundle of dry firewood for you, so I can always exchange you for a little bit of kindling, right? Wang Tao asked. Yi Feng considered for a moment and nodded. Okay. So, Wang Tao and his duo drilled into the woods and came back with a bundle of dry firewood in a short while. See, there's enough dry wood to last you a day or two. When he finished speaking, he crouched down and prepared to borrow a fire. Yi Feng suddenly kicked over and extinguished Wang Tao's fire. You, again, don't keep your word? Wang Tao was furious. If he had a knife now, he really dared to kill Yi Feng. No, this pile of dry firewood of yours just offsets the fish you stole from me at noon. Yi Feng sneered. It was not unrewarded, but the time had not yet come, and he could remember it clearly. At this moment, Chanli suddenly said wittily, then I'll go pick up another pile of dry wood, so I can always exchange it for your kindling, right? It's not like I'm short of dry wood now. Didn't Wang Tao hold a bundle for me? Yi Feng pointed to the dry firewood next to Wang Tao. Wang Tao. Aha! Incompetent growls resounded across the beach as a flock of seabirds scurried into the sky. Su Yun glanced at Chanli, somewhat unable to bear it, but she didn't open her mouth. Wife, are you trying to plead for Chanli? Yi Feng asked. No, but we're all in the same company, and I've always been a bit intolerant. Su Yun said. Alright, Chanli, my wife has opened her mouth, so I'll promise you that I'll lend you the fire, but I'll have to wait for the night before I lend it to you. Yi Feng sneered. Doesn't that leave hours to wait? Chanli covered her stomach. Wang Tao, however, came to his senses. He had stolen a few fish at noon and was completely enduring. Let's go. Daughter-in-law, can't stand one meal? After saying that, he pulled Chanli away. Yi Feng huffed. He could vaguely smell that the sea turtle's corrupt odor was getting heavier and heavier. It finally got to night, and Chanli rushed over. Take this torch. Yi Feng gave her a spark. When Chanli happily built a fire, she realized that many maggots were emerging from the turtle's mouth and nostrils. It's no use having a fire now. This sea turtle has maggots. Chanli let out a dry heaving sound. Wang Tao was also frowning. Good you Yi Feng, deliberately delaying until night, waiting for the turtles to rot before lending me the fire. You say, how can I eat it now? Wang Tao walked over angrily. That's none of my business. Rotten things can be eaten too. Haven't you seen people eat even maggots in Master Bay? Yi Feng said with a promising face. Wang Tao thought so and ran back to roast the turtles. The smell was really spicy, and Chanli hurriedly hit upwind. Not long after, Wang Tao roasted the turtle. He pulled off the turtle's head and forced his nausea into his mouth to chew. Vomit. After just a few bites, he covered his stomach and vomited. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. He also didn't expect Wang Tao to be so stupid that he even dared to eat maggots. You're bad. Su Yun gently hammered Yi Feng's shoulder. The intensity was like a massage. Chanli looked at Wang Tao and then at Yi Feng. She clenched her teeth and took big steps towards Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng, can I follow you? Chanli asked. It's not good. I'm afraid that Mr. Su will misunderstand. And I'm also afraid that your boyfriend will misunderstand. Yi Feng had a difficult face. Feng, although we broke up in the beginning, but in fact, deep down, I have always been in love with you, and whenever I think of our bits and pieces in the middle of the night, I will still be able to hold back my tears, Chenli said melodramatically. Are you evil and disgusting? Yi Feng's brows were furrowed, as hard as eating a fly. Su Yun, however, spoke up, Feng. What she said is true. After breaking up with you, she said she is not happy. You help her. Then, we two can serve you together. Help you to watch the night. Help you to collect dry wood. Okay? Su Yun shook Yi Feng's shoulder. No, I'm a dedicated man. How can I let two women serve me? It's too hard for me. Yi Feng vigorously shook his head. Just do me a favor. Will you? Su Yun pleaded. She and Chenli did have a good relationship. In fact, Yi Feng knew that it was mainly because Chenli could kiss ass and coaxed her. A silly white sweet, to be very happy. The real situation, I'm afraid, is very different. Honey, I'll make it hard on myself for your sake. Who told me I love you? After Yi Feng finished his meaty speech, he looked at Chenli again. Chenli, I've approved you to join my camp. His tone was cold when he spoke to Chenli. This woman has no position and follows whoever has money. So be on your guard. Great Yi Feng, I knew you still had feelings for me. Chenli hurriedly squatted next to the fire. Don't flatter yourself. I'm letting you in to take better care of Su Yun and me. From now on, you'll keep watch for us at night when we go to bed. Take the leaves and help us chase away the mosquitoes. And by the way, add dry wood to the fire so that it doesn't go out. Most importantly, in the future, if there's any chores, you have to take the initiative to grab them and don't let me say anything. Because I'm a person who doesn't like to say anything, and when there's a day when I can't help but say something about you, that's when you'll be kicked out of the house. Understand? Towards the end, Yi Feng aggravated his tone and his expression became serious. Chenli's smile slowly converged. Incredulously looking at Yi Feng, Feng, you were not like this before. Before I was sick, you rode 10 kilometers to see me, and also held me to coax me to sleep. Once I wanted to drink honey snow ice water in the middle of the night. You rode more than 10 kilometers to buy it for me again. But now, why did you turn out to be like this? In the past, I was stupid, but now I'm not stupid anymore. So now, I want you to return it. Yi Feng said nonchalantly. It was fine if Chenli didn't mention this, but when he did, he felt like he had turned into a licking dog, which put him in a bad mood. Feng, don't be like this. I know you still love me in your heart, don't you? Chenli asked undeterred. Chenli, if you want to follow me to mix food and drink, you should honestly do what you are asked to do. Otherwise, you can leave now. Yi Feng pointed at Wang Tao's position. That punk, Wang Tao, was forcing himself to endure the nausea and put the meat that hadn't completely rotted into his mouth to swallow it raw. Chenli watched with a wave of revulsion, and finally nodded in humiliation, tears bearing down her face. Yi Feng, from now on, I'll listen to you. Chenli obediently said, calling brother Feng. Yi Feng is what you call yourself. Yi Feng unceremoniously rebuked loudly. You, Feng, brother Feng. Chenli's dignity was rubbed on the ground. She felt that life was worse than death, and resentment arose within her. Seeing Chenli soften, Yi Feng changed his tone to a milder one. As long as you perform well and gain my trust, you don't really have to be a servant. You can enjoy equal treatment with me. You don't necessarily have to have a primary. Yi Feng gave some more sweetness. Aha! Chenli wiped her tears, and her eyes became resolute, as if she had just eaten a capitalist's pie and was full of fighting spirit. I just need to serve Yi Feng and Su well on the deserted island. First of all, I can eat well, and then when I return to the civilized society, Su will definitely trust me more. Life and death. And then, I can get a promotion and a raise and go to the peak of my life. It's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. Thinking about it, Chenli turned crowing into laughing again. Yi Feng looked at Chenli strangely and got tired of Su Yun again. His two hands were very unfaithful, straightening Su Yun's teasing, almost unable to control it. No, if it continues like this Yi Feng is going to hit the inside. So, Su Yun suddenly said as if she was pampered. Hubby, you're so good at catching fish. Can you teach me in Shaoli a bit? Teach you? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed and he sneered inwardly. Good, let's go. Let's go to the shallow sea area. I'll teach you how to catch fish. And by the way, carry your valuable things with you, so that they won't be carried away by wild dogs. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he looked at Wang Tao who was eavesdropping in the distance. Next, the three of them went to the shallow sea area, and Yi Feng picked up a wooden spear and aimed at one of the fish. See, calculate the fish's swimming path, then spear it toward the head, because the fish will swim toward the front if it's frightened, and you aim for the head, but it's the back that should be the real stab. After Yi Feng finished speaking, the spear shot out with a whoosh. Pust! A two-catty fish was picked up by Yifeng. Fantastic, Yifeng, husband, you're great. Suyun clapped her hands. Chenli was also surprised, trying to recall Yifeng's posture, his movements. At the crevice of the reef, Wang Tao was stealing a lesson, but all of this was already in Yifeng's insight. It would be too easy to learn by watching it a few times, because the habits of each fish are different, and he had just shown only 1% of the technique. After he demonstrated a few more times, Suyun got a little giddy and wanted to do some hands-on work. Just then, Wang Tao, however, walked out with a wooden spear, his face full of confidence. Mr. Su, daughter-in-law, I just ate half a sea turtle. My strength has finally recovered, and now I can also fish, Wang Tao said with a pretentious face. Really? Suyun looked skeptical. Chenli's eyes lit up as she looked at Wang Tao expectantly. After all, Wang Tao is the second generation of the rich. She has to make long-term plans, and cannot just stick to the problem of subsistence. Watch me? Wang Tao stood on a rock and followed Yifeng's example, aiming at the head of a fish. But the habits of this fish are different. They scatter when frightened, and do not swim forward. Eat my spear. Poof, the farts didn't stick, but instead scared most of the fish back into the deep. Wang Tao, what's wrong with you? Suyun wanted to say something. Wang Tao's old face was red. The hand is a bit raw. After all, the last time I participated in wilderness survival, it was 3 years ago. Give me a few more practices on the line. Next, Wang Tao failed a dozen times in a row. On the contrary, Yifeng had already speared 5 fish, which was completely enough for 3 people to eat. Chenli hurriedly walked over, a piece of softness gently next to Yifeng. Feng, you're awesome. I'm considered awesome? Well, just a little bit better than the champ, Yifeng said. Wang Tao was furious and fiercely smacked his stick on the reef. Let's go home and bake fish. Don't disturb the other champions fishing. Yifeng laughed. Put. Suyun couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The 3 headed for the beach and soon disappeared into the reef area. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and sat down on the rock. His eyes swept, but he saw a fruit not far away. He gulped and ran over and saw that it was just a kernel now. The fruit had been eaten, but there was still a little bit of pulp left on the kernel, so he picked it up and nibbled on it. It's better than starving. He didn't care so much. He put it in his mouth and nibbled on it seriously. A wave of heat pounded through Wang Tao's body, and he, who was originally half dead, instantly became energized. Could it be that Wang Tao, had a lucky break, eaten some fairy fruit or something like that? Thinking of this, Wang Tao punched the air. The tiger is a third stronger than before. At this moment, Wang Tao's eyes narrowed as a sinister smile flashed across his face. Yifeng, you're very capable of fighting, aren't you? Now, I'm going to make you my slave. With this thought, Wang Tao took big strides towards the beach. Just as he arrived at the beach, he saw Chenli feeding Yifeng, and looking at Yifeng's appearance, he was still reluctant. Bitch, I'll clean up first. Wang Tao took a deep breath, as if he was a teenager who had learned great martial arts from the bottom of a cliff, and walked next to Chenli step by step. You're my girlfriend and you're going to curry favor with him? You insatiable bitch. After saying that, he slapped Chenli hard on her face, almost deforming her face. Chenli collapsed on the beach. Wang Tao recalled the feeling of his hand just now. It is indeed much stronger than before. Yifeng pulled Suyun and stood up. Wang Tao, you still have to look at the master when you beat the dog. Chenli is at least working for me now. What do you mean? This is my family business. You stay out of it. After saying that, Wang Tao grabbed Chenli's hair and kicked her bout into a shrimp. Yifeng clasped his hands on his arms and looked at Wang Tao's nest. Ha 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 ha, I really practiced the supreme martial arts. Mr. Su, I know that you have been condescending all these days. Now, I can do it. I have no more problems. I want you to leave that punk Yifeng, Wang Tao said confidently. Suyun shook her head. I feel now, you are even more disgusting than Yifeng. Oh no, it's not like that. Husband, listen to my explanation. Suwan looks so cute with his hands full. Yifeng touched her hair. It's fine, I can understand. In the past, Wang Tao often badmouthed him in front of Suyun, describing him as too disgusting, and it was normal for Suyun to have preconceived ideas. Yifeng, stop pretending. Let's have a duel between men. Ashiba. Wang Tao posed for another taekwondo move. Yeah, the two began to trade blows again. This time, Yifeng felt that Wang Tao was indeed a bit stronger, but he was still far from it. After 3 more moves, Wang Tao was posed on the beach and one of his incisors was knocked out. Yifeng clapped his hands. Wastes will always be wastes. Wasting old me's time. After saying that, he went back and wrapped his arms around Suyun. Wang Tao climbed up with difficulty. Coldly in front of the flash of the shadow, Chenli kicked on his heirloom. My egg. My egg. Wang Tao was desperately thrashing around on the ground. My old lady is no pushover. After saying that, Chenli walked back to Yifeng's camp. After a while, Wang Tao weakly returned to the other fire. Watching Yifeng flirting with two beautiful women, he could only swallow his bitterness in solitude. When I get back, I'll have to ask the Taoists to break your legs. Wang Tao cursed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again. After a while, Su Yun and Chenli went hand in hand to pee in the woods. When they returned, Su Yun was looking at Yifeng with a mysterious face. Hubby, guess what I just found? Su Yun laughed. Did you find the bodies of Chen Li's parents? Yifeng had a gloomy face. Next to her, Chen Li's face darkened. The reason why she kicked Yifeng in the first place had something to do with her parents, who were very realistic and thought that Wang Tao had a better future. No, I found chili peppers. Usually fish doesn't have much flavor, and it tastes so much better with chili peppers. After saying that, Su Yun spread out her palms. Yifeng froze. Where is this ordinary chili pepper? It's clearly the devil's chili pepper of India. Okay, devil's chili. Isn't it also chili? Su Yun had a question mark on her face. Wife, you don't know. Our physique can't be compared to Sands. They've been sipping Ganges water for a long time, and have long been immune to all poisons, so the devil's chili is nothing to them. But our physique. Eat a little and you can ascend to heaven in the same place. Yifeng explained. Ah, that's too bad. Su Yun was then ready to throw the devil's hotness away. Wait, it's better to put it away. You might be able to use it. After Yifeng finished speaking, he looked at Wang Tao in the distance with a bad smile on his face. Doesn't that loser like to steal fish? Tomorrow morning, I'll pretend to grill a fish and get devil spice all over it. Then take the two girls and leave. That guy is guaranteed to steal food. He must be made to remember. What's 1,000 days of defense against a thief? It's too mentally draining. Just then, a voice came from the woods. Lily, isn't that you? As the voice fell, a middle-aged man and woman walked out. Ah, Dad. Mom, great, you're alive too. Chenli was so excited that she directly rushed over and hugged the middle-aged man and woman. Yifeng, however, had a dark face. It was none other than his former husband, Chen Jihua, and his former mother-in-law, Bai Guifan. That's great, my baby girl. As long as you're alive, your dad and I are relieved. Bai Guifan gently patted Chenli's back. At this moment, she swept her gaze and instantly saw Su Yun. Ah, Mr. Su is also alive. The old heavens are open. Good people are alive. The old couple walked up to Su Yun again, and a hush fell over them. Not only am I alive then. Nah, Yifeng is also alive. Su Yun pointed at Yifeng next to him. Brushing, two gazes shot towards Yifeng. Bai Guifan's old face sank. Humph, this trash is also alive? It seems that the heavens have only opened half an eye. Mom, cut the crap. Actually, Yifeng is quite good. Chenli whispered. Not bad? A poor loser who doesn't know anything about people or the culture of the drinking table. What future does such a person have? My silly daughter. You were right to choose Wang Tao. It's just a pity that I don't know how the boy Tao is doing now. The one who spoke this time was Chen Jihua. Ah, Uncle Chen. I'm still alive. Wang Tao hurriedly ran over. Boy, ouch. You don't know these days. I've been worried sick about you too. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Chen Guowat and Wang Tao hugged, and suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He immediately blushed with an old face. Wang Tao, ah, Uncle and Auntie are hungry. You're a champion of wilderness survival. Can you help us get something to eat? Next to her, Bai Guifan also looked over with an expectant face. Ah, Wang Tao mused. Chenli, on the other hand, was embarrassed. Of course, no problem of course, just watch me. Wang Tao couldn't wipe his face, so he immediately took his spear and led the two old guys towards the shallow sea area. However, Chenli was still standing next to Yifeng. Chen Jihua turned back at once. Shaoli, why are you still standing there? Quickly follow. Don't stay with that punk Yifeng, lest Ah Tao misunderstand. Yes, Lily, come to mom. Bai Guifan shouted back. Chenli finally had no choice but to take one step forward and 3 steps back towards her parents. At this moment, Chen Jihua looked at Su Yun again. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Come over here. We're on the same team. Don't stay with that guy. Su Yun sighed and shook her head forcefully to show her refusal. Mr. Su, although you're the boss, you're still young after all. Stay away from scum. Don't you know how Yifeng cheated my daughter back then? Come over quickly. Don't be fooled by some scum. Some scums blow their mouths off, but actually have no skills at all. Bai Guifan said in a serious tone. Auntie, actually, Yifeng is very capable. He can catch fish. Su Yun could only mention it. If he directly said that Wang Tao was a waste, maybe the old couple would flip out. Yifeng angry, mother-in-law. You this I do not love to hear. When I and Chenli is your love I wish, And the first time, or she took the initiative to ask me out. Let me help her buy a singlet. How do your mouth? It becomes I lied to her? What did you say? Our Lily wants you to pay the bill? It's hopeless. People like you, who are calculating even about such trivial matters, can hardly become a great man. Mr. Sue, if you really don't want to follow us, then be good. After saying that, the group of 4 disappeared into the pile of reefs. Don't be angry, hubby. I'll grill you some fish to eat. It's going to be dark soon. Soo-yun comforted Yi-fong. Okay. Yi-fong sat down. After eating the fish, the group of 4 finally returned. But Chen-li's parents didn't look too good. From a long distance away, Wang Tao could be heard making excuses. That's the way it is. I've been starving for several meals, and I even had an incisor tooth knocked out by Yi-fong. Otherwise I would have caught a whole lot of fish and come back a long time ago. Child, there's no need to explain. Your uncle and I completely believe you. It's all because of that punk Yi-fong. He actually beat you up like this. I'll definitely call the police to arrest him when I get back. Bai Guifan weakly comforted. She and Shen Jihua had been relying on wild vegetables to fill their stomachs for the past few days, with no fat supplement at all. The 4 sat down next to another fire, none of them saying much. Chen-li hesitated and walked towards Yi-fong. What are you doing, daughter? Chen Jihua hurriedly called out. Dad, you guys have been hungry for so long. Let me go borrow 3 fish from Yi-fong. Chen-li said. Don't ask him to borrow. I, Chen Jihua, am the one who wants to save face in the company. How can I ask a loser to borrow something? Chen Jihua said with great righteousness. However, Bai Guifan, who was next to him, pushed him and said, Old man, eat your stomach first and then say it. I'm looking at everything as a double image now. The big deal is that when we go back, I'll apply to the board of directors to give him a little more bonus. Bai Guifan is in the finance department and Chen Jihua is the warehouse manager, both of whom are highly placed in the company. Okay, it's just that I think it's too humiliating to do that. The old guy was still chanting. Chen-li finally dawdled over. Ah Fong, can you lend me 2 fish? Borrow a hair. Don't waste time. Hurry back. Yi-fong had one hand around Soo-yun and one hand grilled the fish. The 3 men in the distance were listening with their ears open. At this time, Bai Guifan can no longer hold back. Striding to lend you 2 fish are not willing to. In the end you have to do what is willing to lend fish. A 40-year-old woman is just like a tiger. And Chen Jihua can't satisfy her. So her temper is hot. Wife, Ray, you guys come back. Let's have a backbone and not ask for him. Chen Jihua, who had been holding his frame, couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment. Mother and daughter looked at each other and could only go back to their seats. Yi-fong quickly grilled 2 fishes, and Soo-yun fed each other in an intimate manner. Chen Jihua sighed. MS. Sue is still too young. She will definitely regret it later. Old man, why do you still care about this when it's already time? We should solve the problem of eating. Bai Guifan said angrily. How can we solve it? We can only wait for the boy Atao to recover from his injuries and then help us catch fish. Can't we Atao? Chen Jihua asked. Aha, yeah, I'll be able to catch fish after I recuperate from my injuries. Wang Tao hurriedly nodded his head. He'd eaten a dead sea turtle and barely survived. But Chen-li's family couldn't take it anymore. It was nearly midnight by now, and the 4 Chen-li began to fall asleep on the beach, curling their bodies into worms. There's no food in the stomach, so the body temperature is extraordinarily low. The next day came quickly, and Yi-fong got up early. A trace of intolerance appeared on Soo-yun's face. Honey, let me go catch some fish for them, and don't move the ones you catch. After that, she grabbed her spear and ran to the shallow area. After Soo-yun completely disappeared, Yi-fong then smiled with a cold smile on his face, put the remaining 3 fish on the fire and roasted them, and took out the devil chili peppers and pounded them into juice with a stone. A spicy smell came at once, and Yi-fong burst into tears. Devil's pepper, sure is awesome. After the fish was grilled, Yi-fong poured devil's spice on the grilled fish again. A scent suddenly wafted out a long way. The 4 people across the street were all sleep deprived and quietly glanced this way. Ouch! I suddenly have a stomach ache. I can't. I must go to the woods to facilitate. Yi-fong covered his stomach and said, then looked into the distance again. Wang Tao, when I'm not around, you're not allowed to steal my grilled fish. Who the hell stole your grilled fish? I, Wang Tao, am that kind of person? Wang Tao blushed and cursed back. Yi-fong sneered in his heart and pretended to run into the woods in a hurry. Entering the woods, he looked through a gap in the foliage to the beach. The 4 men looked straight at the 3 grilled fish. After only 2 minutes, Wang Tao stood up. What are you doing? Really going to steal something? Chen Jihua said angrily, but kept gulping. Uncle, leave it alone. The big deal is to go back and pay him back 100 times over. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he ran towards the grilled fish with large strides. When he got the fish, He didn't care if it burned his mouth. He just swallowed it. Good. He just swallows it without chewing it. Hey, good son-in-law, save some for me too, Bai Guifan shouted from a distance. Because of her hunger, her image of a beautiful woman was ruined. However, Wang Tao only focuses on stuffing his mouth, taking his mother-in-law's words as a whisper. In just a moment's work, Wang Tao had devoured 3 fish alive. Ah Tao, why don't you know to leave some for me too? Bai Guifan was furious. I'm sorry, I was so hungry just now that I ate it all without noticing. Wang Tao was apologetic. You? Bai Guifan almost fainted. Auntie, it's okay, out of the 4 of us, I'm the only one who can catch fish, and as long as I'm full, I can catch lots of fish for you to eat. Hearing Wang Tao's words, Bai Guifan didn't speak. Her face was ugly. Yi Feng felt that the time was almost up before he rushed out of the woods. Wang Tao, you really are a dog who can't change his ways. Say, did you steal my fish? Yi Feng questioned loudly. Wang Tao's eyes rolled. Bullshit, I'm not the only one on this beach. There are also seabirds? That's right, it's the seabirds that steal the food. After speaking, Wang Tao felt that his mouth was a little swollen. If it's seabirds, forget about it. Anyway, just now I painted devil's chili pepper all over it. They are guaranteed to shed blood for 3 days after eating it. Yi Feng had a bad smile on his face. Ah, only then did Wang Tao react. He felt that his mouth and stomach were on fire, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Before Wang Tao could finish his sentence, he covered his stomach and fell to the ground, rolling around in pain. Chen Jihua Chanli rushed over to ask him how he was doing. Bai Guifan swallowed her saliva, but looked at Yi Feng in the distance. She was really hungry and couldn't stand it anymore, so she clenched her teeth and walked over to Yi Feng. Feng, as long as you catch us a few fish, when we go back, I'll let Lily continue to be good to you. Sorry, I don't love her anymore. Yi Feng shook his head. Then, what exactly do you need to do to be willing? Bai Guifan suddenly looked puzzled. Yi Feng had eaten at her house before. She was keenly aware that Yi Feng often peeked at herself from behind. Bai Guifan is still confident in her figure. Since she married Chen Jihua, she basically did not work much. The family hired a nanny, so even at 40 years old, her figure and looks are no worse than a freshly graduated college girl. Not to mention, she has experience that younger girls don't have. Don't waste time. Yi Feng vigorously shook his head, but his gaze was slowly attracted. When Bai Guifan lowered her head, her neckline opened wide, and she could vaguely see 2 great piles of snowy whites. This is something that Su Yun and Chen Li can't match. Bai Guifan knew it well and struck while the iron was hot. Yi Feng, good boy. As long as you guarantee us food on the deserted island, I'll exchange anything with you. You, understand? Her words were full of teasing meaning, and Yi Feng couldn't help but feel some fire in his heart. Indeed, in his heart, he was a little bit that for Bai Guifan. After all, he is a normal man. Bai Guifan is also considered a golden flower in the finance department. Usually although high and mean, but it is more a kind of conquest desire, and she has a plump body. Very charming. How? Bai Guifan threw a wink behind her husband's back. Yi Feng was about to open his mouth when Su Yun's figure appeared in the reef area. She was carrying a fish in her hand and was all smiles. I'm back. Su Yun caught fish for the first time, so she was very happy. Bai Guifan looked at the small fish and was a little disappointed, so she said with a mysterious face again, let's do it this way Feng. At night, when they're all asleep, we'll quietly go to the woods, and then we'll talk about the conditions. Don't worry, I'll fulfill any condition. When she finished speaking, she suddenly made a lip-biting motion, which made her leave. In fact, Bai Guifan also has her own bitter feelings. If her husband is good in that area, her temper will not be so hot. So be it. Anyway, this deal satisfies the stomach as well as the body, so why not? The big thing is to go back and rot this in your heart forever. Su Yun was still unaware of Bai Guifan's plot and took the initiative to pass the fish over. Auntie Bai, take it. Although the fish is a bit small, it's no problem to pad your stomach. Thank you then, Mr. Su. Bai Guifan took the fish, but that paralyzed Wang Tao cried out, Auntie, give me some food. My stomach is so hard. It's burning hot. I feel like I'm going to die. Quickly let me eat a normal fish to relieve myself. Otherwise I'm really going to die. No, I'm going to starve to death if I don't eat anymore. Bai Guifan said with a frown. Chen Jihua hurriedly said, Wife, give it to Ah Tao. Ah Tao looks really hard. If you are good to him now, he will be filial to us in the future. Yes, Mom, give it to Tao. Maybe the rescue team will be here in a while. We're not too bad for this little fish. Chen Li also looked at Bai Guifan and said. Wang Tao swallowed his saliva and said, Auntie, Uncle is right. Now you helped me when I was in the most difficult time. In the future, I will definitely be filial to you and uncle like my own son. Bai Guifan also some hesitation. But who can determine when the rescue team can come in case a moment cannot come? She was tangled in this. Chen Jihua directly snatched it, roasted it and gave it to Wang Tao, who took it and swallowed it with a big mouthful. Bai Guifan's face turned green. Su Yun was also speechless. She kindly went through a lot of trouble to catch a fish, but it was actually eaten by Wang Tao again. When Yi Feng saw this scene, he laughed coldly in his heart, wrapped his arms around Su Yun and placed it on his lap. Su Yun just sat down and immediately stood up. What's the matter with you, reacting so much? Su Yun pointed at Yi Feng's pants. Yi Feng's old face blushed. My reaction has always been so big. Daughter-in-law, just now you actually caught a fish. You're a fast learner. That's for sure. I'm not a vegetarian. Su Yun had a proud look on her face. This was the first time in her life that she caught a fish, and she felt that she had improved so much. It's not even close. I'll tell you what. I'll go teach you to catch fish. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he pulled Su Yun to the shallow sea area. He taught, and soon caught a dozen or so. But for some reason, in his mind, he always recalled the words Bai Guifan had said. No, how could I think that way? It's shameless. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, wanting to shake off that voice, but the more he didn't want to, the harder it was in his heart, and in the end, Yi Feng was vaguely looking forward to it. He wanted to slap himself. What a time to be thinking about that shit. After catching the fish, Yi Feng and Su Yun went back to the beach hand in hand. When he passed by Guifan's fire, Yi Feng's heart softened. After all, she was a former mother-in-law, and she couldn't be too hard on herself. So he threw 3 fish next to Bai Guifan. Nah, these 3 fish are for you to eat, but if you share them with Wang Tao, sorry about that, I won't be soft-hearted in the future even if you starve to death. Yi Feng finished speaking and left in large strides. Bai Guifan picked up the 3 fish and looked meaningfully at Yi Feng's back with a winking smile on her face. Just now, Yi Feng caught fish and wet all his clothes, revealing his strong body, which made her feel hot inside. On the contrary, Wang Tao is just a bit taller, but his body is full of fat meat, and it's appetizing to look at. As for her husband, hey, really down. What can that old bastard do? Wife, hurry up and grill the fish. We're starving. Chen Jiao's voice came. Bai Guifan panicked in her heart and hurried back to the fire. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had done this kind of thing. Her heart thumped non-stop, and she didn't know if Yi Feng would go into the woods with her in the evening. The 3 fish weren't big, and just barely enough to keep them stuffed and even hungrier. Time passed, and night soon fell. Yi Feng leaned against the coconut tree to rest, but his slightly narrowed gaze swept over Bai Guifan's camp from time to time. Wang Tao curled up into a ball, a half-dead look. Chen Jihua Chenli was fascinated by the big cake drawn by Wang Tao, and served him dutifully on the side. Bai Guifan sat on the sidelines, always intentionally or unintentionally giving Yi Feng a squeeze, but also secretly pulling the clothes and hooking Yi Feng. Time passed again, and all of a sudden it was midnight. A grunt sounded on the beach. Yi Feng hugged the sleeping Su Yun, but how could he not sleep? He felt a fire in his lower abdomen. In a daze, he suddenly opened his eyes. Only Bai Guifan stood up in the distance, and, pointing one finger toward the woods, Yi Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Out of sight, out of mind. I've got Su Yun now. But after only 2 seconds, he opened his eyes again. However, under the moonlight, Bai Guifan suddenly pulled open the collar of her coat, and the flash of snowy white was hidden in the moonlight. Shit, whatever. It was Bai Guifan who took the initiative. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva. This kind of thing Bai Guifan would not dare to say it. Seeing this, Bai Guifan was relieved and took big steps toward the woods. The moonlight was dimmer in the woods, and he noticed that Bai Guifan took a step in front of him. Yi Feng, tell me, what price do I have to pay in order for you to provide food for a long time? Bai Guifan whispered, and while she spoke, she looked at the beach as if she was a thief. Ha, didn't you used to be mean? Now you've learned to stoop to your level? Yi Feng suddenly said coldly. Although his body was honest, there was still something in his heart that wanted to get back the anger he had suffered in the past. Ah Feng, I did go too far in the past. I apologize to you, Bai Guifan said with difficulty. She's a mature woman who has been spoiled by her husband, so she thinks the whole world should revolve around her. Now it's only because you've fallen on hard times that you're apologizing to me. Yi Feng snorted coldly. A trace of humiliation flashed across Bai Guifan's face, but she still smiled faintly. Ah Feng, let's not talk about the past. Let's just leave it in the past. Now that they are asleep anyway, you can do whatever you want, and since I've already had the operation, you don't have to think about the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's hair stood up in excitement. Doesn't that mean that you can really do whatever you want? Bai Guifeng saw that Yifeng was still hesitating. She directly bit her lip and undid the clothes on her body. Yifeng took a deep breath and was exhilarated. This scene was all seen by Bai Guifeng, and she couldn't help but gulp. You're a 20-something lad. How can you be a match for my old lady? With a little trickery, I've tricked you into getting it on yourself. Feng, come here, we have to hurry. If they wake up, we're screwed. When she finished, she turned and leaned against the tree. Who cares? No one will know if you do it anyway. Yifeng directly jumped over and hugged the plump Bai Guifeng. So soft and fragrant. In the next moment, the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. Only a pair of green eyes lit up deep in the woods. Wolf? Yifeng was shocked and pulled Bai Guifeng to run. There are wolves? Bai Guifeng was also stunned. It was windy on the beach, so Su Yun and the girls weren't awake yet. Wake up, the wolf is coming. Yifeng yelled and everyone woke up. Are there really wolves? Su Yun hugged Yifeng's back. Don't hug my back. Yifeng's face was grave as he picked up the wooden spear on the ground, while Su Yun took out her eyebrow trimming knife to defend herself. On the other side, Chen Jiahua's 4 people also woke up, and they collectively hid behind Wang Tao. What are you guys hiding behind me for? Wang Tao returned and hid behind Chen Jihua again. Woohoo! A roar went up. Only half a dozen animals with spots all over their bodies were seen coming out of the jungle. Ban hyena? Yi Feng's eyes widened. How could there be spotted hyenas in the tropical rainforest? He didn't have time to think more and approached Wang Tao's 4 men with his spear. When outnumbered, the spotted hyena might know better. Do they eat people? Chen Li's voice trembled. Wang Tao, you are a champion of wilderness survival. Although you don't know how to catch fish, you should know how to deal with spotted hyenas, right? Bai Guifeng asked. I don't know. I haven't encountered such creatures in my wilderness survival. Wang Tao, this punk, is making excuses again. The others pursed their lips tightly and didn't dare speak. Yi Feng knew the habits of Ban hyena. He raised his spear slowly and aimed at the hyena queen. The next moment, the spear came off. Ow! A wail escaped the hyena queen's mouth as she was impaled by the wooden spear. The other hyenas, seeing that the queen was injured, fled toward the woods. Yi Feng didn't have a weapon in his hand and didn't dare to go after them, watching them disappear into the woods. Great! Ah Feng, you beat the hyena away. Su Yun happily wrapped her arms around Yi Feng and let her softness be rubbed. Not bad Feng, you do have some skills. Chen Jihua also had to give a thumbs up. Bai Guifeng looked at Yi Feng, then at Wang Tao. Ah Tao, how come you can't compare to Yi Feng in anything? However, he saw this punk Wang Tao's eyeballs roll and started making excuses again. Who said I can't compare? Do you know about Qi? Just now, I made a strong effort to stare at those hyenas and subdued them with my human aura. That's why they fled. Shut up. Chen Li couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Feng looked at the place where the hyena disappeared with a worried expression. They all ran away. What are you still worrying about? Su Yun helped Yi Feng sit down. Dogs are very vindictive, and I just hurt the hyena queen, and sooner or later she's going to come back with a vengeance. So from now on, the beach isn't safe. Yi Feng still had one sentence left unsaid. That is, in the tropical rainforest, it was impossible for spotted hyenas to appear, proving that this place was very weird and evil. Then why didn't you just kill the hyena queen directly? Wang Tao finally caught a chance and questioned Yi Feng loudly. Kill? Can you kill it with a wooden spear? You punk, don't talk. I'm on fire as soon as I talk about it. Just now if you and I stood in front, the 2 wooden spears might really be able to kill the hyena queen. Now well, we have to shift our position. Yi Feng said coldly. Wang Tao stopped talking and lowered his head with a flickering gaze. Feng, then where are we going next? Chen Jihua used we. It's none of my business where you guys go. But, Mr. Su and I are going deeper into the woods. It's best to find a cave so that it won't be easy for the spotted hyenas to carry us away in the middle of the night. Yi Feng said coldly. Su Yun's heart was sweet. Yi Feng only cares about me alone. Come on, we need to be united when facing the spotted hyena. We can't gang up anymore. Chen Jihua said with a scared face. Yi Feng sneered. Ganging up? Isn't that your Chen Jiahua's trick in the company? But he didn't count on it that much, because it did require unity in the face of hordes of hyenas. Okay then, I'll assign the tasks. After saying that, Yi Feng stood on a rock. Tonight we will continue to rest on the beach. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua will be in charge of the night watch, leaving me and the 3 women to rest, and early tomorrow morning, we will go and look for caves that can be defended, and preferably find a water source. Is everyone okay with that? Wang Tao was the first to object. Why, do you really take you as a leader? If you don't listen, then don't follow us tomorrow and stay on the beach by yourself. Yi Feng said nonchalantly. Wang Tao finally shut up. On a deserted island, falling alone means death. Next, Yi Feng gathered the 4 of them together and slept around the fire. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua were on guard near the woods. Uncle, Don't worry, I'll be able to show off my skills when I enter the jungle, and I'll never be worse than Yifeng, because I'm participating in jungle survival, not beach survival, so Yifeng is only a little bit better than me on the beach. This punk Wang Tao is still hiding his incompetence. Chen Jihua nodded perfunctorily. Over here, Yifeng slept for a while, but he saw Bai Guifeng waving at him. He thought Bai Guifeng had some brilliant plan, so he followed. Feng, we didn't get it done just now. I won't treat you poorly when we find a stable campsite. You can do whatever you want then, as long as you don't let my husband find out, Bai Guifeng whispered. When Yifeng heard it, he couldn't help but get exuberant again. Just hugging Bai Guifeng for that one time, it really made him reminisce. Later, Yifeng pouted and went back, hugging the sleeping Su Yun again. Time passed slowly, and the day finally dawned. Yifeng was the first to wake up, but he saw that near the woods, Wang Tao had already snored. Only Chen Jihua is still holding on with a wooden stick. He was instantly enraged, so he was ready to teach Wang Tao a lesson, but immediately, his eyes rolled back and he dismissed the thought. Wake up, keep your voice down, don't wake up Wang Tao. Yifeng woke up the three girls and walked over to push Chen Jihua again. The five of us, we'll head deeper into the woods now. It's cool enough to walk in the morning without being hot, and the woods will be like a steamer once noon rolls around. Yifeng whispered. Ha, not bringing Wang Tao? Chen Jihua pointed at the sleeping Wang Tao. This loser is of no use at all, and it's a liability to bring him along. So if you're going to bring him along, we'll just have to break up. Yifeng threatened. This? Alright, Chen Jihua nodded with difficulty. So the group of five began to make preparations. Yifeng cut some bark down with his eyebrow trimmer and wrapped the bark around his ankle, all the way down to just below his knee. What are you doing that for? Su Yun asked curiously. The woods are full of thorns, so this will protect the calves from being scratched. Yifeng explained. So the other four began to imitate. An hour later, the four people wrapped the calf. Su Yun is more beautiful. Not only wrapped the calf, but also wrapped the bark on the hand bowl as well. Departure. Yifeng picked up the only wooden spear and opened the way in front, while Chen Jihua dragged his suitcase behind him. It's a subtropical-inspired island with a thorn-strewn, overgrown ground of mostly hard straight trees and evergreen arborvitae. Luckily, Yifeng had protected himself in advance, or else these thorns would have scraped his calves to a bloody pulp. So damn tired. Yifeng drove the road for a while, and he was suddenly sweating profusely. Let's switch driving. You're an important person. You can't get tired. Su Yun finished and took the initiative to walk to the front. However, Yifeng pulled her back and said to Chen Jihua, you go open the way. Chen Jihua was about to nod his head when suddenly, there was a rustling sound from behind him. No good. Is it a spotted hyena? The five men hurriedly gathered together. Only the weeds were peeled back, revealing that punk Wang Tao. His eyes reddened when he saw the hordes. I just woke up from a nap and I was the only one on the beach. Why did you guys leave me behind? Why? Wang Tao was really mad, gritting his teeth and yelling. He was really scared half to death just now. Yifeng spat out blood in anger, not expecting to be caught up by this waste of a man. Wang Tao, shut the hell up, or you'll attract the predators. Yifeng angrily rebuked. Wang Tao hurriedly covered his mouth. He was so desperate just now that he didn't hold back. You came just in time. Go to the front and open the way. Yifeng pointed to the front. On what grounds? It must have been your bad idea just now. And now you want me to open the way? Wang Tao said angrily. No open road? I'll throw you away next time because you don't have any value. Yifeng coldly said. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and finally went to the front to open the way. But the guy didn't have protection on his legs, and in no time at all he was bleeding from the sharp thorns scraping him. After walking 2 more miles deeper, Yifeng's expression moved and pointed to the left side. Wang Tao, open the road to the left side. There should be a water source there, because wild bamboo appears on the left. And bamboo loves water, so maybe there's a water source there. Don't underestimate the fact that 2 miles of jungle is equivalent to 20 miles in civilization, because you have to make a path, and you have to guard against poisonous snakes in the bushes, and poisonous insects that fall from the trees. For 2 miles they walked for almost an hour, each sweating profusely, especially Bai Guifeng. Sweat had tightened her clothes to her body, and her 2 plump silhouettes were completely exposed. It's hot. Wang Tao, you drive faster. Su Yun urged. Wang Tao was furious in his heart. When I find the opportunity, I have to make you a bitch. After another 20 minutes, Wang Tao finally approached the wild bamboo. Yifeng listened with his side ear. There seemed to be the sound of water flowing behind the bamboo. There's water up ahead. He rushed over and peeled back 2 wild bamboos. Only on the other side of the bamboo, a babbling brook appeared, with clear and clean water and countless trout struggling to trace their way. A few other people also walked over, looking ahead with a surprised look on their faces. Ha ha ha, great, I haven't showered in days. Soo-yeon stumbled and rushed over, first cupping the stream and taking a sip. Ah Fong, come on, this stream water is sweet. Soo-yeon waved at Yi Fong. Poor furry. Only to see Wang Tao jump into the creek with an arrow step. The originally clear creek suddenly became muddy. Ha ha ha, it's so damn cool. Driving the road just now almost gave me a heat stroke. Wang Tao rolled in the creek in a burst of bulls, and the water downstream turned into a muddy soup. Yi Fong really wanted to smack him to death with a stick, but this waste still had some value to open the way. So let's keep it for the time being, and let him be cannon fodder when we encounter danger. Go upstream. The five walked 10 meters upstream. Yi Fong took a sip of the stream water. It was indeed sweet. It should be a stream made from the collection of mountain spring water, which was rich in various minerals. Soo-yeon put her cute tender feet in the creek and kicked the water, and suddenly came to Yi Feng's ear and said. Yi Feng immediately opened his eyes and hurriedly pressed his pants. Cluck cluck cluck. Soo-yeon let out a burst of silver bell laughter. Bai Guifan stood up in the stream, pulled her skirt up, revealing her two snow-white calves, and slowly cleaned them with the stream water. After cleaning, she gave Yi Feng another meaningful look. Yi Feng took a deep breath and began to survey the surrounding terrain. Next to the water source, in the middle of the night there are usually animals coming to drink, so this place is rather more dangerous. Everyone hurry up and wash your body. After 3 hours, we will continue to walk deeper into the woods and see if we can find a cave or a rock crevice. Yi Feng said loudly. Ha? No? More to go? The three women instantly quit. Women love cleanliness and can't walk away from the sight of fresh water. Wang Tao sneered and walked up from downstream. Yi Feng, are you crazy? It's so hard to find a water source, you want to make a demon again. I think you're addicted to being a leader. He secretly hated Yi Feng for making things bad, and now he finally found a chance to take revenge. It's not safe next to the water source. Find a cave to protect against the spotted hyenas. Yi Feng said. Sometimes professional explanations pale a bit instead. Fine, go find your cave. But we're staying here. Wang Tao had categorized the four Soo-yeon under his name. He wanted to isolate Yi Feng in his own way. At this time, Soo-yeon also asked with an unwilling face. Ah Feng, it's not easy to find a water source. So let's land here, shall we? Don't you know that some predators like to come to drink next to water sources in the middle of the night? So places with water sources are even more dangerous. Yi Feng finally explained it clearly. Upon hearing this, the three women's entire bodies trembled and turned their terrified gazes around. Wang Tao, this punk, stopped talking at once and hurriedly leaned towards the crowd. Then we're going to take a bath behind that rock. After Soo-yeon finished speaking, she and Chen Li, the two mothers and daughters, went behind the stone. Yi Feng also sat down in the creek and rubbed up the dirt. I haven't showered in a few days and I'm really dirty. Chen Jihua took the initiative to come over and help Yi Feng rub his back. He now realized that Wang Tao was a bragger, or Yi Feng was more reliable. Uncle, help me rub it too. Wang Tao shouted from the side. Isn't there a tree there? Rub it with the bark yourself. Chen Jihua said indifferently. Me? Wang Tao could only do as he was told. Yi Feng enjoyed the back rubbing service, but he looked behind the stone, his mind fantasizing about the three women bathing naked, his heart filled with longing. Behind the stone, from time to time came the silver bell-like laughter of Soo-yeon and Chen Li. Then the three clean clothes were thrown onto the rocks to dry. Chen Jihua, let's wash our tops and pants too. Just wear underwear. After saying that, Yi Feng put his top and pants in the water and tapped them with a wooden stick. Soo-yeon's three girls were still behind the stone. They were waiting for their clothes to dry in the sun. They couldn't run out naked, could they? Yi Feng's mind swirled. He really hoped that the spotted hyena would pop up now. Then the three women behind the stone would definitely lean towards him. Ah! Just then, there was a scream from behind the stone. Yi Feng was shocked, and not caring about anything else, he rushed over in his underwear. Honey, is everything okay? Ah! Don't come over, don't! Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Feng had already bypassed the stone and was looking at the three women with a green gaze. They were all crouched down in the water, with only one head showing, and as for the rest of them, they were all covered with water. You're still watching? Soo-yeon lightly rebuked. However, Bai Guifan's eyes rolled and her body moved upwards. The stream was originally very clear, and Yi Feng could almost see all three pairs of shapes clearly. Close your eyes. Soo-yeon was a bit angry. Yi Feng hurriedly closed his eyes. Just now, I heard you guys screaming and thought I had encountered hyenas. Yi Feng explained, his hands protecting his lower abdomen. It's not. It's just that an eel suddenly swam over just now. We thought it was a snake. Soo-yeon said. Just now, an eel did swim by and almost dug in. Then I'm relieved. Let's go. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, go get that suitcase. Aren't there clothes in it? Suyun suddenly called out to Yifeng. Yifeng's heart thumped. There were indeed clothes in there, but all of them were erotic outfits. Were, like, 3 women going to wear them? Yes. Yifeng took a big step downstream, dragging the pink suitcase and pushing it over. Then he heard, from behind the stone, the sound of a suitcase being opened, and a woman's cry of alarm. What can such a little fabric cover? Chenli said with dissatisfaction. Hey, might as well not wear it. Bai Guifen's voice came. Yifeng had a burst of darkness in his heart and went back downstream to sit honestly, ready to enjoy the fashion show. At this moment, he noticed that Wang Tao was also furtively looking behind the stone. Wang Tao, go to the bamboo forest and pick up some dry firewood and come back. In a while, I'm going to use it for grilling fish. Yifeng pointed to the bamboo forest. He didn't want to let Wang Tao, the punk, pass his eyes. A trace of resentment flashed in Wang Tao's eyes, but he still honestly went to the bamboo forest. Feng, what's the name of the fish here? So fat? Chen Jihua pointed at the trout in the water. This one is called a trout, and it anadromously spawns in the inland river every year. Yifeng said. I didn't expect you to know so much. Chen Jihua praised. I don't know as much as your good son-in-law. He's a champion. Cut the crap. You go drill wood for fire. I'll catch fish. Wang Tao collects dry wood. Let's divide the labor. After saying that, Yifeng picked up the only spear and started aiming at the trout in the water. Chen Jihua had an embarrassed look on his face, and could only stand dumbly by the side. Yifeng muttered as he caught the fish. He remembered that trout lived in the cold zone. Right, but this was obviously a tropical rainforest. After catching 6 fish and going back, Chen Jihua really didn't start a fire. Yifeng could only operate in person. Just then, Bai Guifen walked out, but was still a bit formal. Hiss! Yifeng's hand rubbing the fire stopped at once, only to see Bai Guifen wearing a muslin. Snow-white thighs, plump body, hidden in the muslin. Chen Jihua couldn't hang on at once. He blushed and rebuked loudly. Nonsense! Who told you to wear this out? Hurry up and change back for me. Bai Guifen originally had some shyness in her heart, and when she heard this, she immediately became angry as well. What to exchange? Those clothes haven't been dried yet. Wait until they're dried. But, if you come out dressed like this, aren't you letting Ah Feng see the joke? Chen Jihua stomped her feet in anger. Yifeng retracted his gaze in embarrassment. He had just looked too intently. What are you afraid of? I'm his elder. He won't think ill of me. Bai Guifen didn't care about that much and sat next to Yifeng. The hormonal scent of a mature woman came over her at once. Yifeng blushed and accelerated the speed of rubbing the fire. Pust! The small flame finally emerged, and Yifeng hurriedly stoked the fire. Feng, you're awesome. Bai Guifen laughed. Oh. Yifeng squatted on the ground and didn't dare to get up. Otherwise his pants would be too ugly. Su Yun and Chenli behind the stone looked at each other, both embarrassed to go out. If we go out, won't we be seen naked? Mom, what am I going to do? Do I keep soaking in the water? Chenli shouted. Daughter, you decide for yourself. Come out if you want to, and if you don't want to, wait for your clothes to dry before coming out. Bai Guifen said indifferently. She is now in a liberalized state of mind and has put her freedom in her daughter's hands. In the end, the 2 young girls couldn't wipe their faces and had to soak in the water. Luckily the sun was out and it wouldn't take 2 hours for the clothes to dry. There were only 3 people left where the fire was. Bai Guifen suddenly had a bright idea. Old man, Wang Tao hasn't come back from collecting dry wood. Could there be an accident? You should hurry and check it out. Feng and I will just roast fish here. Right. Chen Jihua slapped his head and rushed into the bamboo forest with his wooden spear. In the original place, only Yifeng and Bai Guifen were left. Bai Guifen quietly looked behind the stone to make sure that no one was there, before sitting down next to Yifeng, a pair of moist eyes, but looked at Yifeng's pants. Feng, thank you for providing us with food. Auntie has nothing to repay you. If you want to, in a while, find a chance to take me upstream to avoid them. I'm clean from washing. Bai Guifen finished speaking, exhaling a mature woman's breath from her mouth. Yifeng stifled a grunt and felt like his pants were going to explode. Don't do that, okay? Yifeng swallowed his saliva. What are you afraid of? I told you, I've had surgery. You can get as much as you want. Wash up afterward. No one will ever find out. I know you used to peek at me from behind, when I didn't know. This is a deserted island. Don't be too polite. Bai Guifen finished and threw a flirtatious wink. Auntie, this matter, let's wait until we finish eating the fish. Right now my mind is messed up. Yifeng said with difficulty. He was close to directly agreeing. It's okay, don't worry. Heaven knows you know and I know we're sneaking around. I can give you a little bit of sweetness. Look, my body is no worse than those female college students, right? You can take some interest first now. No one will see it. Bai Guifan finished and took the initiative to lean her body over. The thin veil could not hide her scenery at all. Yifeng finally couldn't help himself. Just then, Wang Tao's voice came from the bamboo forest. Uncle, I should have just fallen asleep because I was too tired. So don't blame me. Hey, why are you so useless? You can't get anything done. And you can fall asleep collecting dry wood. As the words fell, the two returned, with only Chen Jihua holding a small bundle of dry firewood in his hands. Yifeng and Bai Guifan had separated, pretending to chat about some insignificant topics. Feng, can you help me insert it? I have little strength. Bai Guifan took a branch and tried to stick it into the fish's belly. Oh, Yifeng helped Bai Guifan insert it and finally inserted it. Chen Jihua looked at the cozy picture of the two of them and a small smile appeared on his face. Still, his wife is great, and she is a good hand at socializing, and as long as she is there, Yifeng will help himself catch fish to eat. The fish was finally baked, and the scent spread out in all directions, and the two women behind the stone sniffled. Mr. Su, let's put on our outerwear first. As for the underwear that hasn't been completely dried, let's continue to dry it first. Chen Li proposed. Won't that be seen? Su Yun was a bit resistant. If there was only Yifeng outside, she could even wear nothing, but with Chen Jihua and that punk Wang Tao outside, she was a bit reluctant. It's fine, just hunch up your back, it won't be seen. Chen Li let out a light laugh and took the initiative to put her coat on. Su Yun was hungry and rumbling, so she could only honestly do as she was told. Yifeng set up a few grilled fish before shouting out to the back of the stone. Wife, you guys come out. Just after saying a few words, Yifeng's eyes widened, only to see that the two women had stepped out from behind the stone. They were hunched over as they walked, but their chests were still wobbly, and although they couldn't be seen clearly, they were somewhat outlined. No good. Yifeng hurriedly stood up and blocked Wang Tao and Chen Jihua's gaze. Chen Jihua, Wang Tao, turn your backs to the fire and eat the fish. No turning around without my permission, Yifeng said. Chen Jihua simply turned his back. However, Wang Tao was resigned. On what grounds? Chen Li is my girlfriend. Why can't I look? If you have to look, I'll throw you out next time, Yifeng threatened. Wang Tao could only turn his back. In his heart now, he only wanted to get Yifeng killed. Su Yun and Chen Li finally walked out with their heads held high when they saw the two men turn their backs. Yifeng's eyes were suddenly red. These three women can only be appreciated by Yifeng. Wang Tao is not worthy. Eat the fish. It's all baked for you. Yifeng pointed at the fish on the ground. However, Bai Guifan had a twinkle in her eye and tore off a piece of fish, placed it on her sexy red lips and blew on it, then handed it to Yifeng's mouth. Leaf maple. Su Yun is still beside her. This Bai Guifan is too bold, isn't she? Feng, we're counting on you, so it's only natural to serve you. Go ahead and eat. I've already blown it cold, Bai Guifan said with a smile. Every move showed the charm of a mature woman. Chen Li saw her mother's style and understood in her heart that without Yifeng, they would all die. So, she also tore a piece of fish meat, put it on her mouth and blew on it, and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. He would like to eat it, but he has to be concerned about Su Yun's face, right? As expected, Su Yun's face changed and she took Yifeng's arm. For a moment, Yifeng clearly felt Su Yun's softness. Unlike Bai Guifan, who was soft and hot, she was soft with toughness. Alright, you guys, eat by yourselves. I'll just let Su Yun serve me. Yifeng could only refuse with difficulty. Bai Guifan wasn't jealous, and laughed softly as she ate by herself. Only Chen Li had an unhappy look on her face. In the past Yifeng was my licking dog. Why is he being dominated by Su Yun alone now? Su Yun's heart is sweet, see, Yifeng only needs me to serve, proving that my position in his heart is irreplaceable. So, she also tore off a piece of fish and fed it to Yifeng in the most gentle way. Yifeng's heart is cool. I did not expect that after falling to the deserted island, the unruly female president also wants to grab to serve himself. Wang Tao ate the fish with his back turned, but overheard the conversation between a few people. He hated it. He was angry. Why, you're a loser who can get 3 beauties at the same time, and I, a rich kid, can't even look at them? Chen Jihua was very open-minded. He felt that Bai Guifan was pleasing Yifeng for the sake of food, and did not feel that there was anything between the two. The fish was quickly eaten and the clothes were largely dried. The 3 women went and changed their clothes over and put their inner clothes back on. Now that we've eaten and drunk enough, it's time to go look for the cave. Wang Tao, you go ahead and open the way. Yifeng said. Yes, Feng, brother Feng. Wang Tao suddenly became meek. Bai Guifan looked at Yifeng, and suddenly spoke with a twinkle in her eye. Wait, I think we should split up. 2 groups of 2, wandering towards the top and bottom respectively, and the last 2 staying here to steer the whole situation. Isn't that right, Feng? After saying that, Bai Guifan quietly threw a wink. Yi Feng's heart was on fire. I had to admit that DD was right. Splitting up and finding the cave had a better chance. Of course, he had nothing but finding the cave on his mind, and could never think of anything else. Auntie Bai has a point. So let's do it this way. I'll assign the tasks. Chen Jihuan and Wang Tao will go towards the downstream to look for caves. Su Yun and Chen Li will guard the house. And me, Auntie Bai and I will go towards the upstream. Everyone is okay with that, right? Yi Feng asked. Chen Jihua frowned and said, Feng, I'll team up with my wife. You and Wang Tao. Yi Feng's old face blushed and was about to agree. But Bai Guifan jumped ahead. Can Feng and Wang Tao get together? I'm afraid that they will fight before they can find the cave. But you and Wang Tao are different. You guys have a good relationship. You can get together. And I, the former mother-in-law, now have a good relationship with Feng, so I can also get together. Wife, it's still you who can dispatch. Chen Jihua agreed down and took the lead in leading Wang Tao towards the downstream. Bai Guifan looked at the red-faced Yi Feng again. Let's go Feng. I'll also take you to find a cave. It's best if there's water next to the cave. Okay. Yi Feng puckered his ass up and headed upstream with Bai Guifan. There really needs to be a water source next to the caves, so you don't have to walk far to get water in the future. And it's easy to bathe and drink. The two men walked upstream along the creek, which was lined with animal footprints and droppings. This shows that it is more dangerous next to the water source. Bai Guifan walked in front, her fat plump buttocks gently swaying, while Yi Feng followed right behind. 30% of his attention focused on the bamboo forest along the shore. After walking for a while longer, Bai Guifan suddenly turned back to look downstream, and the figures of Mr. Su and his daughter completely disappeared. She didn't have much to pretend and directly looked at Yi Feng's pants. The next moment, she reached up and covered her red lips, a hint of stealing in her horrified eyes. Yi Feng was a bit proud of himself. He had been proud of the whole village when he bathed in the river as a child. As an adult, not to mention, you can almost step out and look at the world. When he was with Chen Li begged for forgiveness every day. Feng, do you want to be in the water, or on the shore? I think it's better in the water. Bai Guifan looked at Yi Feng with eager eyes. However, Yi Feng suddenly looked towards the bamboo forest. For some reason, he felt a rattling in the bamboo forest. Auntie, let's go upstream. It's still a bit unsafe here, Yi Feng said with intention. However, Bai Guifan misunderstood Yi Feng, and she thought that Yi Feng was afraid that his voice was too loud for Su Yun downstream to hear. Okay, Auntie is all yours. When she finished, she wriggled back upstream. Yi Feng felt more and more that something was wrong. Since he ate that white fruit, he felt that his sixth sense had improved a lot. In the bamboo forest just now, it seemed like there was something watching over them. Stop, Yi Feng called out to Bai Guifan. Bai Guifan had long been hard as hell, and as soon as she heard this, she directly turned back, and grabbed Yi Feng's pants. I didn't mean that, did you? Yi Feng was so cool in his heart, but reason still made him peel away Bai Guifan's hand. He brought his mouth close to Bai Guifan's ear and whispered, I think there's something in the woods watching us, so I'm pretending to go to the bamboo forest for convenience to see if there's anything to be found. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Bai Guifan was also a bit at a loss for words. It's not my husband, is it? I don't think so. Just wait here. After saying that, Yi Feng picked up the wooden spear and walked towards the bamboo forest. Sure enough, there was a patch of weeds that had been crushed and a trail of small human footprints. He followed the footprints in pursuit and suddenly looked at a 2-meter-tall weed. Who? Come out here or I'll shoot you with my spear. After saying that, Yi Feng raised his spear up. Don't come. A panicked voice rang out as a girl with tattered clothes ran out. Yi Feng fixed his eyes on the girl. The girl was about 14 or 15 years old. The short skirt on her body was torn beyond recognition. The socks on her calves were rotten, and she was still bleeding from her knees to her thighs. You were spying on me just now? Yi Feng lowered his spear. Aha! The girl had a baby face with fleshy cheeks and looked so cute. Only at this point, there was nothing but horror on her dull face. Why don't you come out and join me? Yi Feng asked. I'm afraid you're a bad person. I didn't realize that this little girl was very cautious despite her age. It's not her fault. She was originally washed up on the beach with a bald guy. The first day or two was fine. That bald uncle took care of her and helped her catch fish to eat. But after the third day, the bald guy changed and looked at her strangely. She then ran off into the woods, with the bald guy right behind her, and it was only last night that she lost her bald. Weird uncle. Don't worry. I'm good. Come on. Follow me out. Looking at such a cute little girl, Yi Feng loved it from the bottom of his heart. The little girl hesitated, but still followed Yi Feng out. Bai Guifan had been observing the bamboo forest, but when she saw Yi Feng walk out with an electric light gun, she let out a sigh of despair in her heart. Just now, She was itching to death in her body, and judging by this, she probably couldn't get it again. Mother-in-law. I didn't expect to find another companion. She is also strange and pitiful. If we don't help her, she will die. Yifeng said. Fine, Bai Guifan sighed. Little sister, the three of us will walk upstream for a while, see if we can find a cave, or a rock crevice, and then we'll go back in an hour, and I'll grill fish for you. Yifeng revealed a loving smile like an old father, who told this little girl to be so cute. Oh, the little girl's senses were very sensitive. She felt that Yifeng didn't look like a bad guy, at least not like that bald uncle. Next, the little girl was very understanding and opened the way in front, instead leaving Yifeng and Bai Guifan empty. Bai Guifan immediately walked side by side with Yifeng. Ah Feng, I wanted to give it to you, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Bai Guifan put her hot skin next to Yifeng, making Yifeng's pants ugly again. Don't be like this. Right now I'm going to save my energy for finding the cave. If you really want it badly, wait until we settle down. At that time, I have plenty of time. Yifeng said. He also thought about it. Anyway, on a desert island, there is no law and no morality, so he can do whatever he wants. Yeah, you'll have time then. You see that little girl up front? You've got this diameter that's almost a third of her waist, and when the time comes, you'll be able to. I'll help you get through to her. Bai Guifan suddenly said. She was afraid that Yifeng wouldn't get it with her then, so she gave Yifeng a little more longing. In civilized society, she is a person who wants to save face because she is surrounded by acquaintances, but when she arrived on the deserted island, she could no longer suppress the fire inside her, and she was counting on Yifeng to feed her. Yifeng's face suddenly changed. Auntie, don't dare to talk nonsense. That's still a child. If you are like this again, I'm going to turn my face. He still has principles. Okay, I understand. You little young still can't let go. In fact, in ancient times, many girls at the age of 13 or 14 years old married it, and this is a deserted island. There is no need for you to take that set of civilized society to say things. Bai Guifan stuck up again. She could feel that Yifeng had that kind of thought inside. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yifeng went up and switched the little girl back in order to hide the embarrassment. After walking a full 5 kilometers upstream, Yifeng stopped. He finally found the source of the creek. A waterfall flowed down from halfway up the mountain, and beside the waterfall, there was a huge rock crevice. Let's go. This rock crevice should be able to be used as a landing spot. Yifeng was delighted and led the two girls towards the stone crevice. The further in they went, the narrower they got, and after 10 meters, they couldn't be squeezed in at all. But with just this 10-meter space, it was still no problem to accommodate all of them. It was just a matter of squeezing in and sleeping because it was very narrow. Ha! What's this? The little girl suddenly picked up a helmet. Yifeng hurriedly took it over to have a look. The helmet had turned a greenish-black color, so you couldn't tell what it originally looked like. It's kind of like the helmets of German soldiers in World War II. Yifeng secretly muttered, could it be that back then, the German troops had been on this island? Great Ah Feng. This helmet can be used as a marching pot to boil water and cook fish soup. Bai Guifan's eyes glowed. Then keep it. Let's go back and call the others, and we'll settle here from now on. Yifeng took the two girls and walked quickly towards the downstream. Just after walking a mile, his face changed dramatically, and he directly pressed the two women down in his arms and crouched down in the grass again. A huge black bear was seen licking the water at the creek, a pair of shit-yellow pupils keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. Don't make a sound. Yifeng covered the mouths of the two girls, otherwise they would have to scream. After licking the water for a while, the black bear traveled straight across the stream and disappeared into the bamboo forest on the opposite side. Yifeng waited for another 10 minutes more before he stood up from the grass. It was from this moment that he realized the crisis on the deserted island. All three didn't look too good. Go! Yifeng continued to walk downstream, but not as boldly as before. Finally, I went back, but I saw that Wang Tao and Shen Jihua had also returned long ago. And that punk, Wang Tao, was there gnashing his teeth and saying something? And it looked like he hadn't changed his habit of eating shit. Feng, you're finally back. Suyun directly jumped into Yifeng's arms. Honey, that's great. I was worried sick just now. Chen Jihua also tried to hug Bai Guifan, but Bai Guifan pushed him away. I'm so tired. I'm going to sit down for a while. When she finished, she sat down next to the fire. At this time, however, Wang Tao's eyes suddenly lit up as he walked towards the little girl. Little sister, looks a bit familiar. Are you from the cruise ship too? Wang Tao, this waste of money eyes put green light. Scared, the little girl hid behind Bai Guifan. Several people sat around the fire, and Yifeng told everyone about the black bear again. Now, everyone should understand their situation, right? So from now on, no more hooking up, especially Wang Tao. No matter what, The account between us is written off. At least on the deserted island. We have to be in the same boat. Yi Feng said sincerely. He couldn't count that much more. Wang Tao's eyes rolled. Then he pretended to look at Yi Feng with a sincere face. Brother Feng, from now on, we'll all listen to you. You're our boss. Aha! Yi Feng nodded and looked at the little girl again. My name is Yi Feng. What's your name? My name is Tinkerbell. Put. Yi Feng almost laughed out loud. What a cute name. It matches her looks. She had a baby face with 2 buns of flesh. Don't laugh at people. Ting Tuan's cute eyebrows furrowed. Okay, I'll stop laughing. And everyone give their names. Next, everyone gave their names to Ting Tuan. Feng, are we going to that cave now? Su Yun asked. Wait, let's make some weapons before we go. After saying that, Yi Feng began to get busy. Growing up living in a martial arts village, Yi Feng was a good hand at making cold weapons. To his surprise, Wang Tao took the initiative to help fold the bamboo, and it seemed that he had really reformed. In a short while, Yi Feng had produced 7 bamboo spears, with the front sharpened with a sharp stone. Then, a bow and arrow was also crafted by him, totaling 10 bamboo arrows. You're great. Su Yun looked at Yi Feng's bow and arrow and couldn't help but praise it. Yi Feng was happy in his heart, bending his bow and aiming at a tree in the distance. Chirp! The bamboo arrow stuck into the tree, but only went in like 3 centimeters. It's fine with small and medium-sized animals, as long as they don't encounter large carnivores like tigers and black bears. Let's go. Wang Tao, which one of you will open the way in front? Yi Feng hesitated and still let Wang Tao choose for himself. Brother Feng, of course I'll open the way. Isn't it always me? After saying that, Wang Tao took the bamboo spear and went ahead, while the others hurriedly followed. Yi Feng took down his bow and arrows, keeping a watchful eye on the bamboo forest along the bank, and whenever a predator ventured out, he would take 100 steps. Carnivores are masters of camouflage. They usually don't hunt their prey head-on. They all like to hide as the old six. So once they attack, it's usually a mouthful of throat, and they can't even be saved by then. Ding Tuan Tuan kept pulling on Yi Feng's coat, just like a little follower. She may be young, but the weaker she is, the more she can smell the strong. Finally the sound of the waterfall was heard. Shenli looked to the side and blushed, because the rock crevice next to it is so immodestly long. Ah Feng, look at this crevice, there is grass and water. It's simply the best habitat. Bai Guifan suddenly said, her eyes fixed on Yi Feng's pants. However, this time she was disappointed. The teasing did not work and Yi Feng's pants were still in their original state. It's not enough to have a cave. We have to cut down a few trees and install a door to the cave entrance. In this way, it can more or less serve as a deterrent to show warning. Yi Feng said seriously. Ever since he saw that black bear, his whole body was bad. Even if you want to enjoy yourself, you have to be safe first. But we don't have an axe. How can we cut down the trees? Wang Tao's face turned red just as he finished speaking. He bragged earlier that he was a master of jungle survival. Yi Feng didn't strike him, but walked around the surroundings and suddenly picked up a stone from the creek. This kind of stone has been washed by water for many years, and the top is as sharp as a knife. Now, I want all the people to work together to cut down the trees with these sharp stones. There is strength in numbers, and then the thicker poles will be made of wood of the right length. And as for how to build the door subsequently, I will leave it to me, Yi Feng said. So a group of people rushed to cut down the wood. As for Yi Feng, he began to make units of measurement out of rattan. In the countryside, Yi Feng also learned some knowledge of carpentry. Great carpenter cannot want a nail, with mortise and tenon structure to build a wooden house. Ah! Just then, the sound of Tinkerbell screaming came from the woods. Yi Feng was shocked and rushed in at the first opportunity. She was seen covering her mouth and pointing at the half-dead body on the floor. Yi Feng also sucked in a breath of cool air. It was a dry corpse, half buried in rotting leaves, only the upper half of its body exposed. Also, it was wearing a tattered dress. Yi Feng took a deep breath and picked up a rotting old rifle from beside the corpse. The rifles were no longer serviceable. All rotted away, but the bayonets on them, sharpened, were still serviceable. Yi Feng removed the bayonet and put it in front of his eyes. The others gathered around, looking at the dry body in horror. This body is a bit old, isn't it? Shen Jihua said with a pale face. It's been dead for at least a couple decades, but because of the geography of this place, the body hasn't rotted. It's just been air-dried. Yi Feng finished and cleaned the dirt from the bayonet. Even through the ages, this bayonet has only a small amount of corrosion, so sharpening it might actually work. This is the corpse of a soldier? Wang Tao walked over. Then you can see which country's soldiers it is? Yi Feng asked. Not too sure, but it's kind of like the soldiers over in the European domain, Wang Tao said. Yi Feng nodded. Men all like military knowledge, and he was not additionally. Judging by the tattered clothing on this body, it would be a German soldier from World War II. And so, the bayonet, too, was made in Germany. You know, during World War II, German metallurgy was #1 in the world, which is why this bayonet was preserved. Wicked, German people, how come they are on this island? After Yi Feng finished, he forced himself to endure the nausea and turned the body over, revealing the fanny pack around his waist. I'll keep this fanny pack for now, it can be used to hold things. Everyone continue to go and get busy. Don't delay, Yi Feng urged. So the crowd went back to work, and Yi Feng, as the leader, sat down next to the corpse and used his bayonet to pick the buttons of his fanny pack apart. The iron clasps had long since been joined by red rust and had to be picked to fit. When I opened it, it contained a box of useless, rotten bullets, and a small black leather book, plus a metal box. Yi Feng first opened the small book to take a look, hoping to figure out the latitude and longitude of the deserted island. However, it was all in German, and he didn't recognize a word of it. Mr. Su, come here for a moment, Yi Feng called out. I don't. Why don't you come over to this side of the cave? It's killing me to see that body. Helplessly, Yi Feng took the initiative to walk over and handed the small book to Su Yun. Didn't you study in Europa? Recognize German? Yi Feng asked. However, Su Yun only looked at it for a few moments before returning the small book. Not recognizable. Leaf maple. Keep working. It took them until nightfall to fell one tree, but it was perfectly adequate, for the branches of this tree were so thick that they had no problem in making a door. As night fell, 7 men gathered around the fire to roast fish for dinner. When we rest at night, leave one person on sentry duty and all the others hide in the cave to rest. It's a bit crowded but it can't be helped because some predators are good at sneak attacks. Yi Feng finished speaking and spat out a fish splinter. The others blushed with fear and nodded their heads profusely. After eating the fish, no one was much sleepy, so they dawdled around the cave entrance. Suddenly, Su Yun waved at Yi Feng. Feng, you come with me. Yi Feng immediately kept his eyes straight and hurriedly followed. After the two of them walked a mile downstream, Su Yun suddenly wrapped her arms around Yi Feng and directly kissed him. She also had a sense of crisis now. With her woman's intuition, she felt that Bai Guifan and Shanli were both competing for Yi Feng. Therefore, Su Yun did not want to lose her unique position in Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng felt that Su Yun should be the first time. It was very clumsy, but it was better than sweet and delicious. Not long after, Su Yun's whole body was soft, because Yi Feng the sky-side kiss. 2 hands began to be dishonest, directly reached into the clothes. Just when Yi Feng was about to reach into his skirt, Su Yun panicked a bit and hurriedly pressed Yi Feng's hand. Feng, it won't work here, we'll let you break through the last level when we return to civilization. Okay? Su Yun said. In case of pregnancy on a deserted island, it can be fatal. There are no nurses, no hospitals, and no comfortable environment for the baby to grow up in. Are you saying that as long as you don't break through the final barrier, anything can be done? Yi Feng suddenly looked excited. Although Su Yun is not as good at playing as Bai Guifan, she is better at being youthful and beautiful, and her aroma is sweet and delicious. Aha! Su Yun shyly lowered her head. Yi Feng was immediately excited with his whole body hyperactive, tightly hugging Su Yun, rough and dark big hands, but also in her tender white body wantonly wandering. Also can't if you keep this up, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself either. Su Yun gasped for aroma, water almost overflowing from her eyes. Can't control it just right. Yi Feng hemmed and hawed. He was abetted by Bai Guifan, and his entire being let go. It's a desert island, no need for civilization, just savagery is enough. I really can't. Feng, I can't get it there. I can't. Wait, I suddenly remembered. There's a word I recognize in that little book. Su Yun hurriedly changed the topic. Yi Feng's body lurched and finally raised his head. Oh, what does that word recognize? Yi Feng asked. It seems to be called the Institute of Plant and Animal Hybridization. Su Yun finished and hurriedly covered her chest. During World War II, Germany got quite a few institutes. Could it be that this deserted island is one of the Germanic institutes? I told you, why some animals from different zones have gathered here. It's possible that they were artificially airlifted here. Yi Feng seemed to have figured out one of the points. Let's go back. Su Yun had already put on her clothes, and her eyes were filled with autumn water. Okay, go. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he walked forward with large strides. In the back, however, Su Yun was conflicted. Upon returning to the cave, the 3 women had gone into the cave to sleep. Only Wang Tao and Chen Jihua were left at the entrance of the cave. Brother Feng is back. I've thought it over. I'll keep watch tonight. After all, there are only 3 of us men. Uncle Chen is too old to stay up all night, and you're our leader. How can you keep watch? Wang Tao said curtly. It was too sudden a shift for him. That's fine. Wang Tao ah. In fact, I have apologized to you. I shouldn't have harmed you with the devil's chile. Don't take it to heart. Although Yifeng didn't know what Wang Tao had in mind, he still said, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Hurry up and go inside and rest. I'll keep watch outside the cave tonight. Wang Tao laughed. Ah Tao. I'll join you. I'm old but steady. Chen Jihua said. No, really, why don't you use it? Just let Chen Jihua and you keep watch. Yifeng gave the order, and Wang Tao could only obey helplessly. As for himself, of course he had to go into the cave to rest. I must say, the women were very clean. The inside of the cave was cleaned and the floor was covered with hay. Only, there was just a tiny bit of hay laid down. Is it possible that one has to sleep squeezed between 4 women? Whatever. Yifeng collapsed on the hay and closed his eyes, while on his left-hand side, he was next to Bai Guifen. Bai Guifen's body was hot and flaming, like a time bomb. Su Yun hesitated for a moment and burrowed into Yifeng's arms, turning her back to Yifeng. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yifeng felt that his back was soft. He twisted his head, but saw Bai Guifen hugging him from behind. She closed her eyes tightly, like an unconscious act. Yifeng looked at the cave entrance again. Chen Jihua and Wang Tao were chatting with each other at 10 meters and didn't even notice this place. So, Yifeng had a strange idea in his heart and quietly reached out his hand and undid one of Bai Guifen's buttons. Seeing that light, Yifeng immediately took a deep breath and felt like his body was going to explode. Su Yun suddenly rolled over. Yifeng hurriedly pulled on Bai Guifen's clothes. Across from Bai Guifen is Ding Tuan Tuan. She had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her small short skirt was unintentionally pulled up to her stomach. Yifeng looked at it, took a deep breath, and helped her put the skirt down. Ding Tuan Tuan is still a child. He can't think nonsense. Just as he was about to withdraw his palm, suddenly, Bai Guifen slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng's mind was swirling, so it turned out that Bai Guifen deliberately hugged his back. Shoo! Bai Guifen suddenly made a silent gesture. Her charming eyes were mesmerized, and she came to Yifeng's ear and said softly, now that they're all asleep, I'll turn my back. We'll sneak around, and no one will find out. Yifeng was so exhilarated that he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. This Bai Guifen, she's too crazy, isn't she? Ouch. No good. Ray, wife, wake up. Just then, Chen Jiao's voice came from outside the cave. Yifeng was startled and hurriedly got up. A black bear was seen circling around the fire, and Chen Jihua was using a bamboo spear to repel it. Wang Tao, on the other hand, screamed, threw his bamboo spear away, and fled towards the woods. Come on, wake up all of them. Yifeng didn't care if his pants were ugly. He picked up his rusty bayonet and rushed out. At this time, Chen Jihua was already wrestling with the black bear. It's better to say it's a struggle than a resistance. The huge black bear swung its claws and the bamboo spear snapped in two. Dad! Honey! 2 screams. Bai Guifen and Chanli had woken up. Chanli, in particular, was about to rush over to help despite the danger, but she was pulled back by Bai Guifen. What about Yifeng? Su Yun's face was pale and she tightly pulled Yifeng's arm. Yifeng didn't say anything, but broke away from Su Yun and took big steps towards the cave entrance. Don't go. Su Yun hugged Yifeng's back. Normal people could see that the black bear weighed almost a ton, and humans going there were just sending food. Yeah, big brother, don't you go. Ding Tuan Tuan also rushed over to pull on Yifeng's coat. At this moment, the black bear was taking one step at a time, forcing Chen Jihua towards the cave entrance. Dad, run to the side. Don't confront it, Chen Li screamed. However, Chen Jihua looked back at his wife and daughter and suddenly burst into a rage. Bastard, I'll fight you. He picked up a torch and smacked it hard against the black bear. This black bear wasn't polite and slapped him on the arm. Bang! Arms bent. Chen Jihua fell to the ground, a weak wail escaping his mouth. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. His heart was a little drummed, but at this time, he couldn't back down. Don't go. Su Yun pulled Yifeng again. Squeeze yourselves inside the crevice as far as you can. The black bear's body is so big it can't fit in. Yifeng pulled Su Yun's hand away and walked towards the outside. Come back here, you asshole. Don't go get yourself killed. Su Yun cursed angrily in the back, but tears flowed down her face. When this black bear saw Yifeng, it suddenly stood up, almost nearly 3 meters tall, and let out a roar at Yifeng. Roar! The fishy hot wind blew Yifeng's hair straight. Chen Jihua, hurry up and run towards the cave. Yifeng roared at Chen Jihua and jumped up to zap the black bear's eyes. Pust! However, the accuracy was not enough and it only zapped the black bear in the face. This black bear backhanded Yifeng and slapped him off the ground. Put! Yifeng covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, as if he had been hit by a truck. Damn! Can't do it. Although Yifeng did not defeat the black bear, he bought Chen Jihua a chance to escape, and he had already run a dozen meters downstream toward the creek, but refused to leave his wife and daughter. Run inside the cave. Yi Feng covered his chest and rushed into the cave. Roar! The black bear's face bled a little, and, feeling insulted as king of the woods, he pursued him into the cave with ground-shaking strides. The cave was wide on the outside, so it could get in easily, but it got narrower as it went in. What are you four waiting for? Get inside. Come on! Yi Feng roared. Only then did the four women get their hands dirty and head for the innermost part of the room. Ding Tuan Tuan had the smallest body, so he went first, followed by Su Yun's slimmer figure. Chamli, who had been developed by Yi Feng and had a slightly fuller figure, was the third. In the end, Bai Guifen's hips were bigger, so she squeezed into fourth place. Finally, the four women squeezed into the deepest part of the gap, and Yi Feng was not willing to lag behind, ruthlessly squeezing behind Bai Guifen, because behind him was the big black bear, and he couldn't squeeze without it. When the black bear reached the 8th meter, his huge body got stuck in a rock crevice and he could no longer squeeze in. Yi Feng pressed tightly against Bai Guifen's back and let out a long sigh of relief. But the next moment, he felt that Bai Guifen's back moved. In an instant, Yi Feng's pants got ugly. Roar! Unwillingly, the black bear's huge body squeezed forward, and the hot air from his mouth hit the back of Yi Feng's head. Can we still squeeze inside? Yi Feng was so scared and miserable that he could only push his waist hard and make a hard impact on Bai Guifen's back, in a vain attempt to squeeze the four women a little bit more inside. I can't. I'm going to get crushed. There's no room in there. Ting Tuan's voice came from the far end. Yi Feng, you, don't do that to my mom. Chenli couldn't help but scream when she saw that Yi Feng was slamming desperately. Yi Feng could only stop, his face full of embarrassment. However, that big black bear suddenly stretched out its 1-meter-long arm and tried to grab Yi Feng's clothes. Holy shit! Yi Feng had no choice but to continue to bump Bai Guifen inside. Bai Guifen's face was red and she bit her lips in death. Yi Feng also has no choice. Not to go inside. Caught by the black bear. He is dead. Can only be desperate to squeeze inside, but even so, it was too late. Only a 10-centimeter claw extended out of the bear's paw and slashed at Yi Feng's back. Pust! The belt was directly cut off, and at the same time, Yi Feng felt hot on his ass, as if he was bleeding. It's no good. Push in any further and I'll get my ass scratched. Yi Feng blushed and squeezed inside with all his might. Bai Guifen's whole body went soft. Yi Feng's pants, which had been sliced open, fell down without the belt. If viewed from the back, this action was also just too ambiguous. After crashing for a while longer, Yi Feng felt that the five of them squeezed 10 centimeters inward, and the black bear's claws finally couldn't touch him, and Yi Feng pressed himself tightly against Bai Guifen, panting heavily. Bai Guifen also gasped softly. Her eyes had crystal tears in them. Her body was going to be knocked apart by Yi Feng. Ho ho ho! Just then, a low growl came from the depths of the deserted island, and the debris above the cave fell with a crash. When the black bear heard the roar, he actually fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Feng made sure that the black bear was far away before he let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground in a state of weakness. Bai Guifen was similarly sweating profusely, and her body went limp, collapsing next to Yi Feng. The other few women were not doing well and fell to the ground gasping for air. Yi Feng felt a particularly stuffy pain in his chest, and the back of his ass was still bleeding. He was so tired and in pain that he threw back his head and passed out, not even lifting up his pants. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Feng finally woke up, only to find that he was lying flat on his back at the entrance of the cave, and his pants had been lifted up. You're awake? Bai Guifen walked over, thoughtfulness in her eyes. When Su Yun saw Yi Feng waking up, she suddenly pushed Bai Guifen away and placed Yi Feng's head on her own thighs with a hint of anger in her eyes. Chenli didn't say anything, hugging her knees and sulking. Thus, Yi Feng looked at Ding Tuan Tuan again. This little cutie seemed to be paying attention to herself as well, and when her gaze shot away, she hurriedly covered her eyes with both hands like a child. Yi Feng laughed a little and was about to get up, but there was a dull pain in his left chest, even more painful than when he was just shot. It's over. Internal injuries? A trace of panic flashed across Yi Feng's face. Internal injuries on a deserted island. This is going to kill you. Yuner, where are Chen Jihua and Wang Tao? Yi Feng asked. Su Yun was about to reply when Wang Tao's arrogant voice came from downstream. Ha ha ha, now your arm is also broken, and Yi Feng has suffered internal injuries. So now, I'm your boss, and you have to all listen to me. Ah Tao, it's not that I'm talking about you. When the black bear came just now, if you had stood with me, you might have been able to scare it off. Why did you just run away? As they spoke, the two revealed themselves, and Wang Tao was carrying a very small dead fish in his hand, obviously not much to harvest. Running away? You dare to say that I ran away? I obviously tried to use my body to lure the black bear away. But the black bear didn't come after me. So what could I do? After Wang Tao finished speaking, he saw the awakened Yi Feng at once. A sneer flashed across his face as he placed the dead fish on the fire. For a moment, the four women began to swallow their saliva. Wang Tao, how did you catch just one fish? What are we going to eat? Su Yun questioned. Every day you just know how to eat. Don't you know that I'm tired of catching fish too? I'm the only complete man now. So I'm going to eat this fish all by myself. It's not like you guys will die if you starve for a few meals. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he put the grilled fish in his mouth and ate it. Su Yun bit her lips tightly and suddenly looked at Ding Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, take care of Yi Feng for me. Don't let other women touch it. I'm going to catch some fish. Ah, me? Take care of him? Ting Tuan's face flushed red for a moment. Right. Only when Yi Feng is injured will we have a way to live. Su Yun said. Well, then. Ding Tuan Tuan walked over and sat next to Yi Feng, while Su Yun took Yi Feng's head and placed it on her slender thigh as a pillow. Yi Feng's nose instantly smelled a scent of a virgin, and he could feel it. Oh, good boy. Oh, I'll catch you a fish to eat later. Ding Tuan Tuan didn't know how to take care of people, so she recalled how her mother took care of herself when she was a child, and coaxed Yi Feng by following the cat's example. Yi Feng laughed his ass off in his heart, but it was still very flattering. At this time, Wang Tao finished the fish and looked at Yi Feng again. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Little sister, don't be fooled by the colorful wolf. That guy is a pervert. He actually has thoughts about his former mother-in-law. When I don't know? Wang Tao said coldly. You shut up. Chen Jihua instantly let out an angry rebuke. I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to say, Yi Feng, feel your conscience and say, are you trying to get by Guifan? After all, although she's almost 40 years old, but that figure, that temperament, what man wouldn't want to? Wang Tao continued. Wang Tao, no nonsense. I'm so much older than Ah Feng. He only has respect for me and doesn't have that side of his mind. Bai Guifan couldn't wipe her face and followed suit with a reprimand. Hey, Auntie Bai, you know what you know and you don't know what you don't know. This kid is not honest in the company. He often peeps at Mr. Su's back. When I don't know? So you guys have to guard against him a bit. Don't let him catch you. Wang Tao made another bitter look. Don't you say any more. Ah Feng is not that kind of person. Chen Jiao's face was red and his neck was thick. If it wasn't for the fracture of his left arm, he would have even wanted to rush over and violently beat Wang Tao. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as he slowly sat up. His left side of his chest was hurting right now, and he couldn't use his left hand. But even if he only had one right hand, he would have no problem dealing with this waste of a man. Wang Tao, don't blame me for beating you up if you keep talking with your mouth full. After saying that, Yi Feng stood up. Ha ha ha, you're still so arrogant for an injured number? Just in time. Today I'll let you know who's the boss. After saying that, Wang Tao clenched his fists and rushed over. Unsurprisingly, this punk Wang Tao was so wasted that he couldn't even beat one of Yi Feng's hands. 5 moves later, he was on the ground again, with his other front tooth kicked out. Well, convinced? Yi Feng stepped on Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Yi Feng was injured and he couldn't beat him. I'm convinced your mom. Wang Tao wasn't convinced at all. If you don't give in, I'll just have to knock your mouth full of teeth. After saying that, Yi Feng picked up a stick and aimed at Wang Tao's mouth. Don't. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Wang Tao's mouth said that he was convinced, but his tone was full of resentment. Yi Feng was also too lazy to bother with him. After all, today, this guy still had value to use. Get up when you are served, and make these trees into lumber of the right length, as I have asked. Yi Feng coldly said. Wang Tao, a waste of space, had no choice but to do manual labor. The length has to be right, not a centimeter off. A waste is a waste. And isn't there a measuring tape next to it that I made good? Sharpen this head a little. Yi Feng had one hand hanging down and the other pointing at Wang Tao's nose. Wow, Big Brother is awesome. Ding Tuanchuan's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Feng in shock. She thought that Yi Feng couldn't beat Wang Tao, but she didn't expect to defeat Wang Tao with one hand. Little girls worship the strong. If only Yi Feng was her father. Yi Feng was pleased in his heart, and he immediately straightened his chest. Ouch! He felt a little pain in his left chest still, but there was a strange energy in his body that was repairing his internal injuries. Feng, come downstream with me. I have something to say to you. Just then, Chen Jihua spoke, and after he finished speaking, he headed downstream on his own. Yi Feng's old face blushed, and like a schoolboy who had done something wrong, he followed. After all, between him and Bai Guifan, although not really that, but almost just a layer of window paper. As long as there is a suitable opportunity. Certainly. After reaching a dozen meters downstream, Chen Jihua sat down and pointed to a rock across the street for Yi Feng to sit down. Yi Feng's mind raced, thinking of various excuses. Feng, you may not know, but in the last 10 years, your aunt and I have been sleeping in separate beds, so there's something I want to trouble you with. Chen Jihua is a king bomb when he opens his mouth. What is it? Yi Feng looked at Chen Jihua warily. Old husband and young wife is this bad. When I can, she can't. When I can't, she is like a wolf. Perhaps, this is the will of God. Looking at her so difficult every night, I also feel sorry for her in my heart. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Jihua sighed long and hard, somewhat wanting to speak. Don't get it. Yi Feng shook his head. Hey, to tell you the truth, last year I even wanted to find a young lad, but I could never open my mouth. You know your aunt's character. She is a very honor-conscious person, but now that we are on a deserted island, I can't keep her widowed any longer. Can you do me this favor? But with a caveat, you can't tell anyone about this, only I know. You know, your auntie White knows, and especially not Ray. Chen Jihua's meaning gradually surfaced. Yi Feng didn't say anything and looked at Chen Jihua suspiciously. What the hell is this old man talking about? Uncle Chen, what exactly are you talking about? Yi Feng asked rhetorically. Don't you understand? I want you to find an opportunity to help me take care of your auntie by. Look, just talking about it, your pants turned out like this. Chen Jihua pointed at Yi Feng's pants. Uncle, don't dare to talk nonsense. I'll take this matter as you joking. Yi Feng hurriedly covered his pants. This is too embarrassing. Don't be shy. I know what's in your heart, but the only trouble is that your auntie Bai will definitely not agree. After all, she's a chaste woman. I know her. Chen Jihua sighed. Yi Feng almost died laughing. Are you sure you know your wife? So I figured. Tonight, when your auntie White is asleep, I'll lure a few other people away and leave you two alone. Chen Jihua said seriously. Of course he understands that his wife has been widowed, but he cannot get up himself. Uncle, stop it. Say it again and I'll get angry. Yi Feng was embarrassed. It always felt strange when this came out of Chen Jihua's mouth. Feng, don't be embarrassed. This matter is something I have thought through. Originally I wanted Wang Tao to help, but that loser, yesterday he ran into a black bear and fled. Only you bravely rushed out to save me. This is what you deserve. And your auntie Bai also happens to need it. What are you being polite about? Chen Jihua shook his head. Uncle Chen, I still can't accept it somewhat. Yi Feng heart some resistance. This kind of thing, if secretly and by Guifan get, he may be able to accept, but if let Chen Jihua know, this is a little bit of that. Strange embarrassed. Look, Chen Jihua pointed to Bai Guifan upstream and said in a seductive tone, although your auntie Bai is almost 40, that body, that skin, is no different from that of a female college student, and, with her body, she guarantees that she won't let you down. Yi Feng stopped talking and lowered his head, as if he had acquiesced. Ha ha, that's right, but there's a trouble. Your auntie Bai will definitely resist. So tonight, while she's asleep, I'll lure the others away. After making it, even if she realizes that it's not me, there's no way for her to resist. Chen Jihua suddenly revealed a secret. Phew! Yi Feng exhaled a long breath of hot air. This Chen Jihua, too good at that, right? It's messing with him. Uncle Chen, the door hasn't been built yet. It's useless to talk about this now. We should get the door done first now. We can only think of a way to go home after we have security. Yi Feng said. Yes. I understand. Wait until the door is built. Chen Jihua smiled meaningfully. Men know men best. He believed Yi Feng had that idea. By the way, uncle, is your arm fractured or misaligned? Yi Feng suddenly asked. He felt that Chen Jihua's arm didn't look like a fracture, but rather a bit like a misalignment. I don't know. Will you read it? Chen Jihua asked. Let me try. After some efforts, Yi Feng forced himself to endure the pain in his left chest and connected Chen Jihua's misplaced bones, and used 3 branches to fix his left hand, which could be removed 3 days later when the bones were completely righted. When he went back, Wang Tao, who was grinding away, picked up the pace again. Just then, Bai Guifan suddenly gazed at him quietly with seductive eyes, behind her husband's back. Yi Feng's mind remembered Chen Jihua's words again, and he hurriedly twisted his head away, fearing that he wouldn't be able to control it. By the way, what was that thing roaring last night? It sounded like it came from over 10 miles away, like a dinosaur. At this moment, Chen Li opened her mouth. Brush! The crowd's attitude was instantly corrected. That roar last night was horrible. Is it an elephant? Tinkerbell said. Because only an elephant of that size can call out that level of roar. No, elephants don't sound like that. It's a bit like a tiger. But a tiger's roar can't possibly scare a black bear away. It should be another kind of creature. Yi Feng mused. Originally, He had wanted to be an Earth Emperor on a deserted island and live a life of 3 palaces and 6 houses, but now he dismissed the idea. It was safer to go home. Just then Soo-yun returned, carrying 2 trout in her hand, but her whole body was trembling. Apparently, catching these 2 fish took a lot of effort on her part. This would not be a good idea, as the calories from these 2 fish may not make up for the calories she burned while catching them. Fong, you have injuries, let me help you roast the fish and eat it, Soo-yun said with a pale face. No, you're too tired, I'll bake it myself. Yi Fong heartily took the fish. I'm not tired, you don't know what I saw downstream just now. Soo-yun's face turned even paler as she said this. Spotted hyena? Yi Feng's heart sank. He almost forgot that besides black bears, spotted hyenas were also formidable enemies. No, I don't have a way to say it. Forget it, you eat the fish first. Soo-yun sat down, panic flickering in the depths of her eyes. Just now she was catching fish in the water, and suddenly, a strange snake appeared. The snake was almost as thick as her thigh, but the weird thing was that on the snake's head, there was actually a red cockade growing. Not long after, the fish was baked. Yi Fong was thinking about his internal injuries, so he ate it all by himself. The others knew better, and no one came over to share a bite, even if they were rumbling with hunger. They understood in their hearts that when Yi Feng's injuries were healed, he would be able to eat all the time. It was soon noon, and Wang Tao was tired and sweaty. Brother Fong, I'm too tired. Let me rest for a while, okay? Wang Tao asked. No, we must get the wood out before dark, otherwise the black bears will definitely come back. They have a strong memory. Yi Fong did not give the slightest bit of face. A few other people's faces changed. Then let's go and help too, or we won't dare to sleep at night. Soo-yun finished and hurried over to help. Yi Fong didn't stop it either, so the 4 women joined in the labor. Time passed again, and Yi Fong felt that his left chest didn't hurt as much. It was strange to say that, after being injured so severely, he must have rested for at least 3 days. But it had only been 1 day, and he was almost well. So he picked up his bow and arrow and headed downstream a dozen meters. Put. 3 arrows, no arrows, and one of them is still a double arrow. He returned with 4 fat trout. Since the trout he caught were large, there was perfectly enough for several people. After grilling the fish, Chen Jihua and the 4 women all gathered around, nibbling on the fish with big mouthfuls of it. Their faces all smiles, but it's much better than following Wang Tao. That punk is incompetent. Even if he's selfish, Wang Tao could only dryly gulp on the side. Yi Fong threw half of the fish on the ground considering that this waste had to do the laborious work. Nah, yours. Thanks Fong. Fong, you're still the best. Wang Tao didn't care about the dirt, picked up the fish and nibbled on it. He was originally somewhat slightly chubby, and had starved himself thin in the last few days on the deserted island. After eating the fish, Yi Fong started to build the wooden door. He utilized the principle of mortise and tenon rivets to make a dozen pieces of wood snap together tightly, but it's not safe to do so. Wang Tao, there are some stinky toon trees in the woods. Go and scrape some toon tree oil back. I want to use it as glue. And also, when you come across thorns, set aside a few to come back as well. Yi Fong ordered. Yes. Wang Tao looked like he was completely conquered and honestly went to the woods. However, Yi Fong could see that Wang Tao had quite a bit of resentment in his eyes, and as long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely be the first one to do it to himself. A few women immediately gathered around and looked at Yi Feng's masterpiece. It's too awesome. Didn't use a single iron nail to make the door. Soo-yun caressed the wooden door, her face full of surprise. Big brother is great. Ting Tuan shouted adoringly. Although Chen Jiahua's family didn't say anything, their eyes were also full of praise. Come on, let's lift the door and jam it in the cave entrance. With that said, several men combined their efforts and stood up the wooden door, which weighed hundreds of pounds, and poked the stakes underneath into the dirt. Yi Fong was still uneasy, and utilized the wood above again, stuck in the groove of the stone crack, so much so that the black bear couldn't get the door open anytime soon, either by pushing or pulling. In the future, when we go in and out of the door, we will squeeze in sideways through this doorway, and after squeezing in, we will block the gap with a stick, which will not only protect against black bears, but also against spotted hyenas. Yi Fong began to teach several people how to enter and exit the door. Great! I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. After Bai Guathan finished speaking, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked at Yi Fong. At this time, the sky was also slowly darkening, and Wang Tao came back dragging thorns and tsubaki oil. Tsubaki oil is so sticky that it can be used as wild glue, and the smell of stinky tsubaki has the added benefit of repelling mosquitoes. Put the thorns at the downstream of the creek. In case an animal walks up, it will step on the thorns and let out a wail. It can serve as a warning. Yi Fong ordered. Yes, Yes, Feng. Wang Tao dragged the thorns to the downstream, while Yifeng took over the Tsubaki tree oil and started to apply it to the wooden door's snaps, which not only made the tenon snaps tighter, but also prevented the wood from being infested by insects. No, no, those dogs are back. Wang Tao let out a donkey bray downstream and ran back with his ass in the air, still bleeding from his calf. Then there was the sound of whimpering dogs barking behind him. The spotted hyenas that were on the beach last time showed up, but this time, there were a dozen of them, and the hyena queen called on all of her men. Quick, into the cave. After saying that, a group of people drilled into the wooden door, and Yifeng used a wooden stick to jam that 30-centimeter gap again. Hey, I'm not in yet, Wang Tao shouted outside the door. Wang Tao, run towards the side and see if you can lure them away, Yifeng said icily. Now the door is also built. Wang Tao, this guy is capricious, can't stay at all, now almost can abandon him. Ah, please, I don't want to die, and I can't run from these dogs. Wang Tao was jumping up and down in a hurry outside. You can climb the tree, hurry up or they'll come after you. Yifeng pointed behind him. Wang Tao turned around and saw that the spotted hyenas had already surrounded him. Yifeng, you scum, if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost. After Wang Tao cursed, he still chose to escape towards the woods. However, only 3 of the spotted hyenas went after them, while the rest gathered around the wooden door, whining and intimidating noises coming from their mouths. At this moment, a piece of softness touched Yifeng. Su Yun hugged his arm. What should we do, Feng? If they keep guarding this place, we're going to be trapped to death. As soon as they heard this, fear appeared on the faces of the others. As the saying goes, if they stay long, they'll have to go out to eat sooner or later. Yifeng surveyed the spotted hyenas through the gap, and by now had counted them clearly. There were 12 in total, and 3 of them went after Wang Tao, so it was like, he had to deal with 9 hyenas, and among them, there was also a hyena queen of the most robust size. Don't worry, I've got everything. After saying that, Yifeng took out his bow and arrow and aimed at the nearest hyena. Pust! The bamboo arrow hit it in the ass. The hyena, still ready to enjoy his meal, jumped up at once. The other hyenas took a few collective steps back in shock, and only the hyena tried to bend over and pull out the arrow, but it was no use at all. Yifeng's face was filled with murderous aura as he drew out another arrow. Pust! Ow! The second hyena was shot in the side, but unfortunately, the bamboo arrows were limited in their lethality and only penetrated a few centimeters into the skin before being caught in their muscles. At this moment, they realized how terrifying Yifeng was and fled downstream, but refused to stay away. Great! Ah, Feng, your archery is so accurate. Su Yun was overjoyed. With a serious expression, Yifeng drew a third arrow and pulled the bow to its maximum. Pust! This time, he got lucky and shot one of the hyenas in the eye, and the hyena fell to the ground twitching on the spot. Finally, the hyena queen escaped with her companions and disappeared completely downstream. At the same time, the bowstring made a crashing sound and broke right off. Get out and throw the body farther away, or its corpse will drive the food chain for hundreds of meters around. Yifeng walked out of the wooden door with big strides. At this moment, his figure gradually became taller among the 4 women. Bai Guifan looked at Yifeng with glowing eyes. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, when a hunched body blocked her vision in the cold. Honey, you're not scared. If you are, I can hug you, Chen Zhihua said gently. No need. Bai Guifan's face went cold. Chen Zhihua. Yifeng walked to the side of the spotted hyena. The beast was still alive, still desperately twitching and struggling to get up. Su Yun, all of you come over here and each of you stab it with a bamboo spear until it dies, Yifeng ordered. Ha, I haven't even killed a chicken yet. Su Yun looked resistant. It's because of this that I want you to practice your guts, Yifeng said calmly. So, a few women gathered around and output a burst at the spotted hyena. Within moments, the beast was completely dead. Yifeng lifted its back and threw it directly into the creek, letting the stream wash it downstream. Come on, go sit down next to the fire. I think it's time to teach you guys a little skill or you won't have any survivability at all in case I go down one day. After saying that, Yifeng sat down next to the fire, and several women obediently stood and listened to the lesson. First, how to maximize the power of a spear. The hyena carcasses soon washed downstream, in an area covered in water and grass. Suddenly a huge creature catapulted up from it, bringing up a huge splash and dragging the hyena's body right under the water. Now have you learned? Yifeng thrust his spear forward with force, bringing up a strong wind. I see. Body coordination is important. Su Yun, after all, was highly educated and was the first to react. Well, you guys take your spears and make a few false stabs, and I'll stick you a scarecrow, and you'll stab the scarecrow as if it were an enemy. So a couple of the women started training again. In just half an hour, They were tired and sweating profusely. Wrap it up. That's it for today. Yifeng called out a few women. The training is to be gradual. You can't let them develop an aversion to learning on the first day. Bai Guifan suddenly had a twinkle in her eye. I want to go downstream and take a bath. Who's going to keep watch for me? After she finished speaking, her gaze looked at Yifeng intentionally or unintentionally. Wife, let Ah Feng accompany you. My arm is injured. There's no way I can protect you. Chen Jihua suddenly said. Yifeng instantly understood what Chen Jihua meant, but, oddly embarrassed. No need. It's not enough for you and your daughter to accompany her. Ah Feng is going to accompany me to bathe under the waterfall. Su Yun, however, took Yifeng's arm. What about the others? Won't I be the only one left in the cave? Tinkerbell stood up nervously. Su Yun considered for a moment and said, then, why don't you and I go take a bath and let Ah Feng keep watch for us? He won't look at you. Aha! Ting Tuan hurriedly nodded his head. So the 6 split into 2 groups and went to their respective locations to shower. Su Yun and Ding Tuan Tuan quickly disappeared behind the curtains of the waterfall while Yifeng looked around with a sharp gaze. There was too much danger, causing him to not have the energy to peek. Men, who are natural warriors, can smell the danger factor in the air. The night on the deserted island was filled with all kinds of strange cries, and occasionally, rustling sounds would come from the bamboo forest, as if there were countless evil spirits hiding in it. Yifeng looked at the location where Wang Tao disappeared again. The loser hadn't come back by now, probably fed the dogs, but he didn't care. Now that he had to protect an old man and 4 women, the pressure was indeed a bit high. Unless, of course, iron weapons can be made to do so. Thinking of this, Yifeng drew out the rusty bayonet and placed it on a rough stone to polish it. After half an hour, the tip of the bayonet became sharp. Yifeng found some more thin rattan strips and tied the bayonet firmly to the bamboo spear. So much for having a fighting chance against large predators. At this moment, Su Yun and Ding Tuan Tuan walked out of the water curtain. Light-hearted smiles spread across the faces of the 2 beautiful girls. Su Yun was youthful and pretty, with a head of wet hair draped diagonally over her shoulders. And Tinkerbell was petite and cute, her wet hair clinging to her fleshy face. Yifeng was instantly mesmerized. What a wonderful woman. Don't let the beasts eat her. I must protect these wonderful things. What are you gawking at? Su Yun walked over and sat her fragrant body in Yifeng's arms. Suddenly she reached out and took out a grape-like fruit and stuffed it into Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng hurriedly spat it out. What the hell? Just shove it into my mouth? Yifeng asked. Don't worry, I've already tried it. It's sweet and not poisonous. Su Yun finished and stuffed another one in. It was sweet enough, but Yifeng's heart was sweeter. Tinkerbell then went to the fire in his wet clothes to roast by the fire. Don't bake like that. When you get old, you are guaranteed to get rheumatism. Go to the cave and strip your clothes and pants. Then let your sister Su Yun help you bake. Bake it dry and then put it on. Yifeng hurriedly said. Ting Tuan Tuan suddenly had a small red face and covered her face as she ran back to the cave. At this moment, Chen Jiahua's trio also returned, and he was holding something similar to a shovel. Ah Feng, this is what we just grubbed out of the dirt next to the creek. It's so sharp, it cut Guifen's skin. After Chen Jihua finished speaking, he handed the thing in his hand to Yifeng. Yifeng took a look. It's, sort of, like an engineer's shovel for engineers. Only, the shovel is sharp all around. The handle is all cast from steel, and there is only a small amount of paint peeling off of it. This thing is not very useful. Yifeng took the engineer's shovel and made 2 false chops. Next, several of the women went to the cave and then stripped naked, with one of them taking the clothes out and baking them. After a few rotations, everyone's clothes were baked dry. Chen Jihua was a decent man and didn't even look into the cave more than once. And Yifeng was decent enough to only sneak a few glances, but the cave was so dark that he didn't see it too clearly, and he felt that there were a few white figures swaying inside. It was now about 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the 6 men were sitting around the fire, talking in pairs. Yifeng suddenly looked at the location where Wang Tao had disappeared. Tiger, this is it. There are so many beautiful women in this cave. Wang Tao's voice sounded and Yifeng hurriedly stood up. Shortly afterward, the bamboo was peeled back and 4 men came out. Wang Tao led the way in front like a dog's leg, and behind him, followed by 3 men. The leader was a bald and strong man. He was bare-chested and very muscular. The other 2 were not muscle men, but they were strong men. There's fish to eat? The bald man walked over with big strides, and without giving Yifeng a greeting, he took the leftover grilled fish and nibbled on it. The 4 women hurriedly took a few steps back. Ding Tuan Tuan, in particular, was trembling all over in fear. Yifeng felt something was wrong and quietly backed away, grabbing his spear, which had a bayonet strapped to it. After eating the fish, the strong man patted his stomach, and he didn't introduce himself, but looked directly at the 4 women. Ha, little Tuan Tuan, why did you run here? Quick, come to uncle. After the bald, burly man finished speaking, he walked towards Ting Tuan. Ah, don't, you're not my uncle. You're bad. Ting Tuan cowered back in fear. Yi Feng couldn't hold back any longer and blocked in front of him. My friend, you ate my fish as soon as you came here without even saying hello? Yi Feng coldly said. Kid, get out of the way, or I'll have to beat you up. The bald man was furious when he saw Yi Feng, a kid who was less than 5 feet 8 inches, blocking the way, and he was very tall, about 1 meter 88. Yi Feng was only 1 meter 78, 10 centimeters shorter than him. Punch me? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. Of course he wasn't afraid of this bald burly man, but there were 2 other people behind the bald man, obviously a gang. Hot shit? The bald guy punched. Yi Feng threw his spear and wrestled with him. Due to a bit of pain in his left chest, Yi Feng took a punch to the face, but still rolled the bald head to the ground and threw 5 or 6 punches to his cheeks, only hitting him until he was unable to fight. What are you 3 waiting for? Fuck him up for me, the bald man roared. Thus, Wang Tao and the 3 of them rushed over as well, and were ready to strike. How dare you? Su Yun was furious, picking up his spear and charging forward. Yi Feng also got up and directly bent his bow, panting as he aimed at the 3. Bald climbed to his feet and retreated to his camp. At this moment, they formed 2 camps. Chen Li's few girls also picked up their spears and joined the confrontation. I'll zap whoever comes over. Auntie is not one to be messed with. Su Yun changed from the gentleness in front of her and said in a spirited manner. Bai Guifan held the bamboo spear and pointed at Yi Feng's bow and arrow. See the bow and arrow in my son-in-law's hand? If you guys dare to mess around, he's going to shoot. Sure enough, the bald 4 took a few steps back. They weren't afraid of spears, but bows and arrows were a different story, and a shot in the eye could kill you. Go, let's go downstream. Baldhead made a snap decision. Ah, brother Tiger, don't you want to clean up that Yi Feng? Wang Tao panicked. You're in a hurry base. Let's talk about it downstream. The bald man left with the 2 men, leaving only Wang Tao in the same place. He winced and hurried to follow. Yi Feng's face was a bit ugly. Not only did he have to deal with animals, but now there were 4 more bad guys. In fact, just now, when the 4 of them males surged forward, Yi Feng's side would have suffered a great loss. After all, on this side, he was the only one who had the ability to fight. Rumble. Just then, there was a muffled sound in the sky, and a large cloud covered the moon. A gust of wind came downstream and blew several of the women's skirts in a straight line. Quick, go to the cave to get out of the rain. Yi Feng shouted because the wind was too loud. Just as the words fell, a thick bolt of lightning struck out from the clouds, spreading all the way to the depths of the deserted island and spanning almost the entire rainforest. A downpour of rain fell from the sky. Yi Feng had already rushed into the cave with a few women and looked at the sky through the doorway. The rain was too heavy. Yi Feng had never seen such a heavy rain in the countryside. It was really like splashing with a water basin. At the same time, some insects and ants began to burrow inside the cracks in the stone, presumably trying to rush in to escape the rain as well. By the dim light, Yi Feng picked up a small snake with his spear and ruthlessly flung it out of the cave. The snakes have run inside to get out of the rain. 2. Several women huddled into a ball. Because the stone walls were crawling with bugs, scorpions, and some small snakes. A large number of mosquitoes also flew into the cave. The storm came and went quickly, and an hour later, the rain cleared and the air was much clearer. Yi Feng and the others hurriedly ran out of the cave, which turned into a world of mosquitoes. Look, I've bitten a lot of bags on my hands. Su Yun walked to Yi Feng and stretched her white arm over. Hey, let me go and pick some herbs for you when tomorrow dawns. Yi Feng held Su Yun's hand with heartache. The current above the waterfall thickened more than twice as much, and the water level in the creek rose, almost flooding the bamboo forest on both sides. The carcasses of some of the animals, washed up from the top of the hill, made the stream muddy. Luckily, the rock crevice was more than 10 meters away from the waterfall, or it would have been flooded as well. Yi Feng rebuilt the fire, then moved it back into the cave and covered it with some green leaves. For a moment, thick smoke rose from it. The mosquitoes were all smoked by the smoke and fled out of the cave, and the inside was finally clean again. Yi Feng again endured the smoke and moved the fire out, which allowed a few women to go in and rest. Chen Jihua, with a weak face, leaned against the wooden door and slept, holding a spear in his hand. Yi Feng, as the leader, of course, could not keep vigil, so he squeezed a few women to sleep. After the ordeal, he didn't have the heart to engage in ambiguity now, and this sleep was very heavy. The day soon dawned. Yi Feng was the first one to get up and felt that the injury on his left chest had recovered 9 layers and there was only a slight boring pain. Get up! Get up! Yi Feng woke everyone up. However, Chen Jihua kept watch last night, so Yifeng let him continue to sleep. A few girls sat sleepily outside the cave, waiting for Yifeng to assign tasks. Today, I'm going to look for brimstone, or some limestone, along the foot of the mountain to drench the entire cave, lest venomous snakes and insects crawl in, and at the same time, I'm going to pick some herbs back to anoint your bodies and treat mosquito bites. Yifeng said seriously. Ha, you're gone. What if that bald weird uncle comes back? Ting Tuan was shocked. Several of the women stood up after them with the same tightness in their hearts. They didn't want Yifeng to leave. Tell you what, I'll leave my bow and arrows, and if they dare to come back, you'll shoot him with them. Yifeng pointed at the bow and arrow on the ground. Su Yun nodded and picked up the bow and arrow. Next, Yifeng helped them catch 5 or 6 more trout and was ready to step into the woods. Feng, wait, it's dangerous for you to go into the woods alone. I'll follow you. Bai Guifan suddenly said. It's also good that 2 people can take care of each other, and in case they step into the swamp, there's someone to pull them alongside. Yifeng nodded. Su Yun glanced at Bai Guifan and ultimately did not say anything. She believed that in this situation, everyone was in crisis and wouldn't be thinking about the male-female bit. After bidding farewell to Su Yun and the others, Yifeng and Bai Guifan headed towards the woods. He had started walking along the foot of the hill and had been walking for over 2 miles when the sun came out. Bai Guifan had been at the back, her eyes constantly sizing up Yifeng's back. So strong, so secure. The fire that had been extinguished in her heart was once again blazing. Feng, I feel itchy here. I think I was bitten by a mosquito last night. The swelling hasn't gone down yet. Can you take a look for me? Bai Guifan suddenly said. Yifeng turned around calmly, but saw that Bai Guifan had already lifted her skirt. Auntie Bai, do you think it's the right time? Wang Tao and the 4 of them are still gazing downstream. We should speed up, Yifeng said, but his pants changed. Ever since he ate that white fruit, he felt that his young energy had been in a state of leaking. What are you afraid of? It won't take much time to do it. Bai Guifan, however, had a charming look on her face and stuck out her tongue to lick her lips. Yifeng felt his hair stand on end. Or she can play. This kind of trick is thought of. It's better not to. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. In fact, I also want to, but it's not the time now. When we build the camp completely, you can do whatever you want. How about it? Yifeng also stopped pretending and said what he really thought inside. Only then did Bai Guifan show a smile and walk side by side with Yifeng. But the fire in her heart was still not completely extinguished, and from time to time, she teased Yifeng with her words. Ah Feng, you are still too young. You don't know how to play at all. I've seen some big bosses before. They find a dozen beauties in the clubhouse, pouting in a row. Those big bosses just one person, from the head to the tail, and again from the tail to the head. They reward that beauty with an extra $10,000. Bai Guifan said with a seductive face. Leaf Maple, he's a big boss. Of course he can play that way. What about me, a poor loser? How can I have money to play? Yifeng said. But this is a deserted island. I, plus my daughter, Mr. Su, and that Ding Tuan Tuan. You can also play 4 rows. Bai Guifan said without any bottom line. For some reason, when she saw Yifeng's forced endurance, she couldn't help but want to say flirty things. Don't joke. Even if you are willing and your daughter is willing. What about Su Yun and Ding Tuan Tuan? They definitely won't agree. Not to mention, Ding Tuan Tuan is still so small. Yifeng shook his head, and suddenly his gaze condensed. Only a small tree appeared deep in the woods after the rain. On that small tree, there were 3 white fruits. Don't talk. Yifeng made a silent gesture and quietly approached the small tree. While the white fruit was about to shrink back, the engineer's shovel in his hand made a strong chop. 2 of the white fruits fell to the ground, while the remaining one quickly shrunk back. Ha ha! Yifeng picked up the white fruit and put it in his mouth. 2 powerful blasts of heat began to pound through the limbs. Just for a moment, Yifeng felt that his whole body was on fire and his pants were hard to see. Holy shit! Bai Guifan couldn't help but cover her mouth. She can't control it anymore. Yifeng didn't refuse this time either. Timing, location, and people. But she felt that she should let the rest of the place go over the top as well. At this moment, he saw it clearly, and the hairs of sweat stood up all over his body. So, I'm coming? Yifeng gasped for air, his eyes red as if he was a bull ready to go. Don't be so polite. Bai Guifan bit her red lips. Ah, help, help. Just then, all of a sudden, a plump young woman stumbled and ran towards the 2, just in time to see this scene, especially when she saw Yifeng's lower abdomen. She covered her mouth in shock. Yifeng was shocked and hurriedly put his pants back on. Bai Guifan also put her skirt down with an embarrassed look on her face. Hey, 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 little beauty, let's have some fun. Only to see 4 more people rushing out from behind. It was the Wang Tao foursome. All 4 of the guys had particularly ugly pants and a lewd look on their faces. The young woman looked at the 4 people behind her and then looked at Yifeng. Finally she gritted her teeth and hid behind Yifeng. Her clothes were torn to pieces, and between her walks, her right body could be vaguely seen. You asshole again? Wang Tao saw Yifeng at a glance. The bald, burly man, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and pulled out a dagger from his arms. This time he only has 2 people. Let's just do him. And by the way, that right girl next to him, I want to play first. After saying that, the bald head walked towards Yifeng. Ha, what to do? Bai Guifeng clutched Yifeng's arm. The young woman even hid behind Yifeng. Yifeng gripped the engineer's shovel tightly, and his heart was also a bit drummed. The bald man was very strong, but he was 70% sure he could deal with it. However, with the addition of the other 3, it's hard to say. Whoever comes over, I'll split him with an engineer's shovel, Yifeng said coldly, taking a fighting stance. However, the bald man shook his dagger. Really? Come on then. The fight broke out straight away. Yifeng's dagger was sent flying when the bald man's shovel went down. Wang Tao suddenly hugged Yifeng's thighs, making him unable to move. Bang! Yifeng takes a punch right to his chest. Grass nymphs. The furious Yifeng hit Wang Tao's back with an elbow. The punk fell straight to the ground like mud, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. At the same time, Yifeng received another stick on his face. This battle was very intense, and Wang Tao's 4 were soon tired and panting. However, Yifeng was getting more and more courageous. He felt that the white fruit that he had just eaten was providing a constant supply of energy, making his staying power explode. Damn! Can't do it! The bald 4 gasped for air and looked at the dragon and tiger Yifeng. They all flinched a little. Yifeng's arm was scratched, but the bald 4 also had colors hanging from their bodies, and no one took advantage. Brother Tiger, are we still getting it? Wang Tao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just now, an elbow impact by Yifeng had caused a slight internal injury to his back. Gat? The bald man froze for a moment and looked at the woman beside Yifeng. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. Brother, your strength is good. Why do you have to go against us? As long as you join us, these women can just get pregnant and then directly throw away on the line. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those women in your cave are all top-notch beauties. And after returning to civilization, losers like you and me, we can't even drink their foot-washing water. But it's different on a desert island. It's time to have fun in time. Make it hard, and then when the rescue plane arrives, dispose of them all so no one goes back to the police. What do you think? The bald man laughed. You shut up. Bai Guifeng was shocked in her heart. If Yifeng agreed to this bald guy, wouldn't that mean that their family would all die? After all, the choice was in Yifeng's hands. That beautiful young woman was also horrified and quietly left Yifeng, putting nasty shit. You guys are worse than animals for doing this. Get the hell out of here, or else I'm sure I'll take care of the few of you first. Yifeng waved his engineer's shovel. The bald man's face changed. You're good. I hope you didn't fall into my hands one day. After saying that, the bald 4 could only leave, or else it would be a lose-lose situation if the fight continued. That beautiful young woman sighed in relief and moved closer to Yifeng again, but the panic in her eyes had not dissipated. Thank you little, big brother. Thank you, the gorgeous young woman said gratefully. You're welcome. My name is Yifeng. This is Bai Guifeng. What's your name? Yifeng's gaze was leveled, trying not to look at her chest and thighs, lest he be scared away. Now one more person is more powerful. My name is Tian Shui Tao. But, my child is missing. Whimper whimper whimper. He's still so small. When Tian Shui Tao said this, she couldn't control her emotions and sobbed out. Only then did Yifeng notice that she was very full, as if she was still breastfeeding. After the shipwreck, it was expected that the baby would have a hard time surviving. Bai Guifeng rushed over to put her arm around her shoulders to gently soothe her. She had also given birth to a child and had empathy. After a while, Tian Shuidao calmed down and looked at Yifeng in a pitiful manner. Now, let's go look for limestone or sulfur stone. It can prevent mosquito bites. Yifeng took the engineer's shovel and went ahead. Wait, did you say limestone? I remember. When I was running away just now, I saw a pile of stones that were white and emitted a pungent odor. Tian Shuitao suddenly said, Go. Yifeng was overjoyed and let Tian Shuitao lead the way in front, but he noticed that every time Tian Shuitao walked for a while, he would squeeze his chest with his hand as if it was particularly difficult. Finally arriving at the place, Yifeng looked at a pile of white stones and was overjoyed. That's limestone. He took his shirt off and wrapped 3 rocks and slung them over his shoulder. There was a clearing near the limestone with barely an inch of grass. After all, the smell of the stuff was so pungent that plants and animals couldn't get near it. Going home. I didn't come out for nothing this time. 3 birds with 1 stone. Yifeng smiled and opened the way in front of him, and in a short while, he returned to the entrance of the cave. Su Yun and the others chased after him from a long distance and surrounded Yifeng. "You're finally back." Su Yun looked horrified. "See, this is limestone, you put it into your helmets, and then you pour the helmets full of water, and hang them over the fire to burn them, and burn them to boiling lime water, and then you drench the whole cave, so that the worms will not dare to go into the cave anymore." Yifeng laughed. Su Yun nodded and took Chenli to get busy. They were too worried about Yifeng to notice that there was an extra ripe and beautiful young woman beside them. "Who is this sister?" Ting Tuan Tuan looked at Tian Shuitao. "Little sister. My name is Tian Shuitao." "Hello." Tian Shuitao hugged Ting Tuan Tuan as soon as she could. "Ah, so stuffy." Ting Tuan rushed to break free. She felt that this sister, who had just arrived, looked at her with a motherly, loving glow that made her a little uncomfortable. "Ha ha ha, Auntie bye." Introduce them to each other. "I'll go downstream to catch more fish and come back. After all, there's a newcomer joining us. We have to receive her." Yifeng is also very happy. Now, there are 5 women. The team has grown by 1 point. In the future, the night watch can be a group of 2 people, and he, the boss, will be able to live a more relaxed life. After reaching the lower reaches, Yifeng exerted his skills and easily caught a dozen or so fat trout. He also didn't know whether it was his own illusion or not, but Yifeng felt that his eyesight had been greatly improved, and his strength and speed had also been improved to a certain extent. It seems that the white fruit is really a panacea. When Yifeng came back with the fish, he saw that several women were taking turns rushing to the cave and quickly escaping again. Turns out it was pouring lime water into it, but the smell was too pungent. "I'll grill the fish." Bai Guifan took the fish and started grilling it. "Big brother, come here a minute." Ding Tuan Tuan suddenly called Yifeng from the side. "What is it?" Yifeng hurriedly walked over, only to see Ting Tuan Tuan pointing at Tian Shuitao in the distance with an odd expression. "That sister is so weird. She's kind of that," Ting Tuan said. "What's going on?" Yifeng frowned. He didn't want there to be disunity in the team. "Just now, she asked me to help her, saying that the bloating was too unbearable. But, I'm an adult. I'm not going to suck it," Ding Tuan Tuan said. It dawned on Yifeng that he could understand that breastfeeding women, who were generally bloated, would be especially uncomfortable if they didn't squeeze out. "Ha ha ha, you're the smallest here, so help her out." Yifeng laughed. I'm not a child." Tinkerbell covered his face and ran away. Right at this moment, Tian Shuitao suddenly twisted around and looked at Yifeng with big watery eyes. As soon as their eyes made contact, they immediately parted, as if there was a telepathic connection. Yifeng gulped, while Tian Shuitao looked at Yifeng from a distance with hidden eyes as well. "Come over and eat the fish." Pak Kuifan grilled the fish. Yifeng took a deep breath, sat down next to the fire, and started to distribute the fish to everyone, purposely giving an extra one to Tian Shuitao. After all, a breastfeeding woman needs fish for nutrition. Tian Shuitao also sensed Yifeng's kindness and instantly cast a grateful gaze. After eating the fish, Yifeng began to assign tasks. "From now on, we're moving from civilization into savagery, so the women will have to learn the ropes as well. For example, how to make dried fish and store food, or else in case we're blocked by black bears in the caves again, we could possibly starve to death. And yeah, everyone needs to learn to use a bow and arrow and use a spear, which I can train you in slowly." Yifeng said seriously. I agree. I want to be queen of the jungle." Din Tuan raised his hands in approval. "Just make sure you don't get eaten first." Yifeng sighed and gently touched her fleshy little head. A few of the women looked at each other and covered their mouths in laughter. Tian Shuitao was even more motherly, as she wrapped Tinkerbell into her arms and squeezed her face. Su Yun stood up, took out her bow and arrow, and aimed at the small tree in the distance. With a poof, the bamboo arrow shot crookedly. At the same time, Su Yun let out a cry of pain and covered her chest. "This bowstring popped on me." Su Yun's eyes watered with pain. "Honey, let me take a look for you." Yifeng hurriedly walked over to embrace Su Yun. However, in the next moment, Ding Tuan Tuan bent his bow, and there was a poof. The bamboo arrow plunged into the trees and she was unharmed. "Ha ha, I'm not injured. I'm a bit stronger than Sister Su Yun," Ding Tuan Tuan said proudly. However, several of the women swept over her green breasts with slightly odd expressions. Ting Tuan Tuan then realized what was going on and instantly lowered his head with a face of inferiority. Tian Shuitao took advantage of the crowd practicing their bows and arrows. She quietly ran behind the waterfall. She was really bloated and swollen with milk. It felt like it was going to explode and she needed to expel it. The bloating is too much. After she squeezed for a while, she always felt that with her hands. She was still missing the point, so she tried to suck on her own with her head down, but she couldn't reach it, and it only brought tears to her eyes in a hurry, and she felt like she was going to explode. So, she looked at Yifeng's back through the water curtain. No, he already has a girlfriend. Surely will not say yes. How to do it? Bloating is too difficult. Tian Shuitao stomped her foot fiercely, and there was a ripple. Bai Guifan was a person from the past. She looked at the location where Tian Shuitao disappeared, and then looked at Yi Feng, and knew in her heart, when she was pregnant with Chen Li in the past, she was also bloated and particularly uncomfortable, and she had to ask for Chen Jiahua's help every night until Chen Jihua got tired of it. From noon to night, several women practiced spears, archery. Ding Kor's archery skills had progressed quickly, almost catching up to 30% of Yi Feng's, and Bai Guifan's spear was well practiced, able to throw it 10 meters away, with some killing power. A couple of the other women were just plain, but more or less improved. Chief Instructor Yi Feng, holding a bamboo strip, casually instructed them from the side, making their progress even more rapid. I believe that in a few more days, even if I am not there, these women will be able to beat the 4 Wang Tao people to death. Downstream, the bald foursome sat together. Wang Tao was the worst, reduced to a slave of the 3. Wang Tao, you TMD are no use at all. You can't catch fish. You can't build a fire, causing me to catch a cold. Keep catching fish. Don't come back if you can't catch fish. The bald man cursed fiercely. In the past few days, they caught 6 or 7 fish with a blind cat, but Wang Tao could only eat fish heads without meat, and the fish, all of it, paid tribute to the bald trio. Wang Tao also regretted in his heart. Originally followed Yi Feng, although a little tired, but at least he could eat. But now, following the bald trio, not only were they tired, they were also underfed. Luckily he had some fat stored up from his time in civilization, or he would have been down by now. Yes, Tiger, I'll go upstream and help you catch fish. Wang Tao took the stick and quietly ran away toward the upstream, and before long, he heard the soft laughter of the women from below the waterfall. He only saw Yi Feng sitting on a rock, training a few women. The atmosphere was relaxed, with soft laughter coming from time to time, and next to the fire, there were a few uneaten fish. Wang Tao swallowed his saliva and was envious in his heart. He finally took it in stride with a clench of his teeth and a heartfelt sigh of relief. Yi Feng saw Wang Tao at a glance and directly called a halt to the training of several women. Wang Tao, what's a punk like you doing here? Where is that bald guy? Yi Feng coldly said. Me, Brother Feng. I'm sorry, please take me in, okay? I'm really hungry. That bald guy is an animal. I eat their bones every day, and now there's no food at all in my stomach. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he directly knelt on the ground. What's it to me? Hurry up and leave, or else I'm going to use you as a living target. Yi Feng finished speaking and raised his spear up. Ha, don't! Wang Tao was startled. His eyes swept over Chenli. Lily, you're my girlfriend. Will you help me plead with Brother Feng? Chenli shook her head with an indifferent face, with nothing but contempt in her eyes. Thus, Wang Tao looked at Chen Jihua and Bai Guifan again. Uncle and auntie, I'm a veritable rich second generation. As long as you guys beg Brother Feng to let me rejoin the team, when I go back, I'll ask my dad to buy you guys a villa. And by the way, if you want a bag, a name list, or a luxury car, I'll be able to buy them all for you. Wang Tao pleaded. Without any nonsense, Bai Guifan picked up a spear and aimed at Wang Tao. Pust. The accuracy was still a bit off, just sticking in Wang Tao's side. Ah! Wang Tao was so shocked that he could only run away. Shocked and angry, he ran 2 kilometers downstream when his face suddenly changed, only to see a black bear man up and aim its shit yellow pupils at him. Shit! Wang Tao had no choice but to tear himself away towards Yi Feng's camp. The black bear was not willing to lag behind and chased after Wang Tao with ground-shaking steps. On Yi Feng's side, he started training easily again. Right at this moment, Tian Shuitao suddenly waved at Yi Feng. That, big brother, come over here for a moment. Tian Shuitao whispered, a face red with shame. What is it? Yi Feng walked over with big strides. Tian Shuitao didn't care about anything else than pulled Yi Feng to the back of the waterfall. What in the world? Yi Feng asked again. I'm so overwhelmed. Can you help me? Red crawled over Tian Shumo's cheeks and spread toward her neck. Gollum. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva and carefully surveyed Tian Shuitao. Her body is simply ripe for the picking, especially now that she's still breastfeeding. Tian Shuitao also noticed Yi Feng's eyes, and her heart was in turmoil. She simply wanted Yi Feng to help her ease her mind. But men are like that. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself when the time comes. Not to mention Yi Feng, even she herself she is worried. This dry fire, she is also afraid that she will lose control. It's a desert island, and once a man's inner beast is unleashed, it's all over. Help you with what? Yi Feng's eyes went straight. 2 streams of hot air spewed out from his nostrils, and he felt short of breath. That is, as you know, my child is gone, so if this goes on for a long time, the blockage will be blocked, and I may even get a disease. Tian Shuitao went out on a limb. A lot of breast cancer. It is because of the clogging blockage caused. Okay, I can help you. Yi Feng was drooling a little, even a little impatient. This thing is also a great tonic. In this deserted island is a good thing. Okay. Tian Shuitao took a deep breath and directly wrapped her hand around her back. But the next moment, she was a little worried again. Big brother, in a while, don't have any other thoughts. Just take it as me begging you. This is on a deserted island. It's not a joke. Tian Shuitao still had to give Yi Feng a precautionary shot. Don't worry, I carry it all. Yi Feng nodded. The waterfall's current was loud, so their conversation could not be heard on Suyun's side. Yi Feng also had his own plans. This was after all his teammates. They should help each other and get on good terms. Otherwise, when it came to disaster, it would definitely be the individual caring for the individual as well. How can this kind of team fight against the bald foursome? Ouch! Help! It's bad! It's coming! It's coming! Suddenly, Wang Tao's miserable scream rang out from outside. Tian Shuitao was startled and hurriedly retracted her hand, and Yi Feng walked out of the waterfall and looked at that punk Wang Tao. As soon as the guy stormed the camp, he hurried toward the cave. Several women were all confused, not knowing what Wang Tao was up to. The next moment, however, the weeds downstream split apart and the well-fed black bear emerged. The fat on its body rose and fell as it rushed into the camp with a ground-shaking stride. Faced with this kind of top predator, several women scattered in all directions. Some fled into the woods, some fled to Yi Feng's side, but just no one drilled into the cave. The smell was particularly strong because boiling lime water had just been poured inside. The black bear wasn't picky about what he ate, and ran straight for the cave. Wang Tao had just drilled a few meters into the cave when he felt that the smell was unbearable and almost suffocated, so he hurriedly turned around just in time to see the big black bear picking at the wooden door. Naya, Jesus Christ, are you trying to play with me? Wang Tao covered his nose and could only stay in the cave. Yi Feng watched coldly from below the waterfall. The big black bear's strength was so great that with a slight push forward, the sturdy wooden door creaked as if it was about to fall apart. At the same time, it pulled back, and two of the stakes that had been stuck in the cracks in the stone were ripped away. Brother bear, don't eat me. I'm so dirty. Go somewhere else. Wang Tao was at a loss for words, kneeling in the cave and constantly kowtowing. Tian Shuitao held Yi Feng's arm tightly and pressed out the shape. This door doesn't seem to be able to prevent black bears, Tian Shuitao said nervously, taking the opportunity to utilize Yi Feng's arm, squeezing out some of it, making Yi Feng's arm sticky. Yi Feng also had a headache. This big black bear seems to recognize that they are easy to bully. If they don't get rid of it, it will pop up at any time to do a sneak attack. It's not a solution in the long run. The big black bear shook the wooden door a few more times, seemingly choking on the smell inside, and finally let out a growl, shaking his head and heading downstream. Phew! Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief and led Tian Shuitao out of the waterfall. In the bamboo forest, Su Yun and the others also walked out with a shocked look on their faces. Ahem! Ahem! This waste of a man. Wang Tao also walked out of the cave, covering his chest and coughing desperately. Great! Looks like that big black bear doesn't eat people, Ting Tuan said. However, Yi Feng shook his head. That black bear's stomach is bulging. It should be full. That's why it didn't chase after us. But in case it gets hungry next time, even if we hide in a cave, it will break into the cave. So we have to think of a way to get that big black bear. As long as it's dead, there's not much creatures in the neighborhood that can threaten us. As he spoke, Yi Feng sat down next to the fire. Several women also sat down in turn. Wang Tao, this trash's eyes, carefully sat at the very back, afraid of being seen by Yi Feng. Wang Tao, do you want to follow me? Yi Feng started naming names. Brother Feng, as long as you let me follow and mix, I can do whatever you want me to do. Wang Tao hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Good, now I'll teach you to dig and set traps. Take the engineer's shovel and dig a big pit right at this location. Start doing it now, Yi Feng ordered. Copy that. Wang Tao was overjoyed and picked up the engineer's shovel and started to get busy. And Yi Feng was not idle. He went to the bamboo forest and cut a dozen of bamboo with a bayonet, sharpening the top of the bamboo and arranging it at the bottom of the trap when the time came. Wang Tao worked hard this time, working continuously for 2 hours without crying out. Yi Feng considered for a moment and threw a grilled fish over to him. After eating the fish, Wang Tao continued to work. Time passed slowly. The trap pit slowly expanded, and Yi Feng made a dozen or so pointed bamboos. 5 kilometers downstream, the bald trio waited left and right. Still no Wang Tao back. That loser won't be eaten by a dog, will he? The bald guy stood up with his 2 minions and was about to go look for Wang Tao. Suddenly his eyes lit up. only 3 men and 2 women came downstream. One of the men was tall and had a slight resemblance to the waist Wang Tao, like a middle-aged version of Wang Tao, and by that man's side, there was also a big beautiful woman with a hot body. Wang Xiong saw the bald trio at a glance, but he had a very calm expression and instead took out a picture of Wang Tao. "You guys, have you seen my son?" "This is his picture," Wang Xiong asked. He, as a big customer of Su Yun's company, also followed the cruise ship in the group building this time. Originally he was going to drown, relying on the 2 bodyguards to desperately save him and his little honey to survive. The hot beauty next to him was none other than his young lover, Zhang Yan. "Ha, it's not?" The bald man recognized Wang Tao in the photo at once, but he refrained from answering. "Of course I've seen it." "Ah," Wang Xiong rejoiced. "Where is my son? Why should I tell you? Tell me and I'll pay you. I don't want money. This beautiful girl next to you. Let the 3 of us screw, and I'll tell you when we're done," Bald said. Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed as he slowly brought his hand to his waist. Their family was in the mechanical mold business, so of course they could build guns. So at his waist was a small homemade pistol with 7 rounds of ammunition. There were originally 12 rounds, and they used up 5 after they were in danger in the jungle. So now, bullets become precious. In the end, Wang Xiong did not pull out his gun, but instead gave a wink to the bodyguard behind him. A dark-skinned bodyguard stepped forward. "Speak up if you know what's good for you, or I'll beat you to death." This black bodyguard's tone was natural, not like he was joking. "Ha ha ha, beat me to death? Come on then." After much effort, the trap was finally dug to a depth of 2 meters, but it wasn't enough. Yi Feng let Wang Tao go to the top to rest, and he himself jumped into the pit and dug. He was much faster, and in only 3 hours the loose dirt was piled 2 meters high on top. "All right, throw down the sharpened bamboo," Yi Feng shouted from 5 meters deep. "I'll do it." Wang Tao picked up the sharpened bamboo and was ready to throw it down. However, in the next moment, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, and in the end, he still threw the bamboo next to Yi Feng. Yi Feng spent some more work and finally planted the sharpened bamboo, while he himself was tired and panting. "Pull me up by the rope," Yi Feng shouted from below. Finally going up, Su Yun rushed over to help Yi Feng wipe his sweat, while Bai Guizong used his sleeve to help Yi Feng stir up the wind. Ting Tuan Tuan's eyes rolled and suddenly rushed over, huffing at Yi Feng. Yi Feng died laughing and couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. "What are you doing, big brother? Can't you smell how fresh my breath is? I found mint leaves just now," and distributed them to a few sisters to brush their teeth. Ting Tuan said proudly. Yi Feng brought his nose to her mouth and smelled it. It did have a minty fragrance. "Very good. Not brushing your teeth for a long time will breed bacteria in your mouth. I'll brush it later." Yi Feng laughed. Wang Tao also accompanied the smiling face at the back, but his heart was filled with grief and anger. "I just dug half a day. No one cared about me when I came up. And now that Yi Feng came up, you all went up. Wang Tao, go get some leaves over and cover the top of the horse trap. The camouflage must be good or the black bear won't fall for it," Yi Feng said. Yes, right away. Wang Tao got a bunch of branches back as fast as he could and started to camouflage the trap. Yi Feng was intentionally letting Wang Tao suffer. Otherwise this guy would think of ways to mess up once he regained some strength. "Feng, this road is so wide. What if the black bear doesn't go through here?" Bai Guifan slowly spoke up. "I know. Put a bit of fish on top of the trap. The black bear comes over to eat the meat and naturally falls down," Ding Tuan Tuan said wisely. "It seems like black bears don't like fish much, and there are plenty of fish in the creek that aren't tempting to black bears." Su Yun raised an objection. Yi Feng smiled slightly. "Black bears seem to like targeting humans, so we can use humans as bait." After saying that, he slowly turned his gaze toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao's entire body shook, and his movements slowed down for a moment. Several other people also fixed their gazes on Wang Tao. Just then, the bald trio emerged from downstream, and behind the 3, there were 3 men and 2 women. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as he picked up his bow and arrow, while several other women picked up their spears. However, the next moment, Yi Feng froze, because the bald trio had bruises and swollen noses, as if they had just been beaten up. Dad, ouch, Dad, what took you so long?" When Wang Tao saw the middle-aged man behind him, he jumped up in excitement and pounced over with open teeth and claws. Wang Xiong was equally delighted and came over with an arrow step to embrace Wang Tao. "Son, Gu, Dad was worried sick about you. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive." Wang Xiong gently patted Wang Tao's back. Yi Feng's gaze, however, was attracted by Zhang Yan behind Wang Xiong. "This woman, I'm afraid you're not the reincarnation of a vixen, are you?" With one look and one movement, she was as charming as she could be, practically born for that thing between a man and a woman. Zhang Yan also noticed the pudgy Yi Feng, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Brother Xiong, that stinky loser is peeping at people. Zhang Yan's voice was so whiny and long that Yifeng's bones softened when he heard it. Secretary Zhang, are you talking about that scumbag Yifeng? Wang Tao finally calmed down and slowly turned around, looking at Yifeng with a sharp gaze. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and tightened the bow in his hand. Dad, you don't know how much I suffered on the deserted island. It was that scumbag Yifeng. He poisoned my fish, and in order to steal the limelight from me, he also beat me to the point of internal injuries, and he even snatched my girlfriend away from me. Wang Tao began to invert black and white. Su Yun couldn't hold back any longer. Of course she knew Wang Xiong. That was the company's biggest client. Otherwise, that punk Wang Tao could become the head of the R&D department? It's entirely because of Wang Xiong's face. Mr. Wang, things aren't like that. These days, we all rely on Yifeng to catch fish. Otherwise we'll all starve to death. Wang Tao, I hope you won't turn black and white upside down. Su Yun coldly said. Wang Xiong's gaze was flat and he looked at Wang Tao again. The complexion was bad. The person had lost weight. And most of all, 2 incisors had fallen out. No matter what, if my son says he's bad, it must be that he's wrong. Son, what are you going to do with him? Wang Xiong asked. Don't kill him first. I'm going to slowly torture him. This dog, it's screwed me over. Wang Tao was like a complaining woman. Yifeng laughed and took the initiative to step forward. Torture me? What a big mouth. Let your horse come if you have the ability. Since eating the 3 white fruits, Yifeng felt that the power in his body was slowly increasing. So far, he was several times stronger than before, both in terms of staying power and strength, plus with bows and arrows and spears in hand. It was no problem to deal with these guys. Dagger. First knock out 2 of his front teeth. Wang Xiong said. That black bodyguard stood out and approached Yifeng step by step. To be fair, Yifeng handed the bow and arrow to Ting Tuan Tuan. The 2 fought instantly. To Yifeng's surprise, this big black man punched and kicked ferociously, and his moves had a hidden style of marching, far from being comparable to a bald head. But in the end, he was able to use his physique from practicing martial arts since he was a child to knock that black bodyguard to the ground. Hoo. Yifeng breathed heavily. What, still want to torture me? Yifeng coldly asked. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up, only to see a blackened muzzle pointed right at his head. No! Su Yun yelled from the side. The other few women showed fear on their faces and took a step back at the same time. Isn't it pretty dang good? Wang Xiong held his pistol, his tone full of mockery. Yifeng didn't say anything, and a face sank. At this point, it was Wang Tao's turn to get his hands dirty. He was jumping up and down like a monkey. Ha. Yifeng, hurry up and kneel down for me. Kowtow 3 times first. Oh no, 30 times, and after kowtowing, then smash your own incisors. Then wait for my command. This punk took out all the pent-up resentment from before. Yifeng pursed his lips tightly and didn't say anything. His eyes were dead on the muzzle of the gun. Hot damn. Kneeling or not? Wang Tao took the pistol and aimed at Yifeng's head, his finger rubbing on the trigger as if he was about to pull it at any moment. Yifeng's entire back arched as if he was a panther poised to strike. It's true that he can fight, but even if he can, there's nothing he can do in the face of a pistol. Beat me to death and you'll go to jail when you get back. There's no such thing as an impervious wall. Even if you kill all the people on my side, what about your bodyguards? What about your mistress? They don't snitch for a short time, but after a long time, who's to say? Yifeng slowly said. As expected. Wang Xiong's eyes flickered, but Wang Tao didn't care about that and pointed his pistol in front of him. Bang! A bullet flew past Yifeng's head and hit the stone wall. Ah! Several screams rang out. A strand of cold sweat slowly flowed down Yifeng's forehead. Damn it! I'll ask you one last time. Are you kneeling or not? Wang Tao said angrily. At this moment, Chen Jihua walked over. Ah Feng, just kneel down for a while. There's no way to turn the tables if you die. Bai Guifan also walked out and gently pulled Yifeng's arm. Staying in the green hills, not afraid of not having firewood to burn. Just kneel down for a while. Yifeng pursed his lips tightly and swept his gaze over the several women behind him. Su Yun's face turned blue, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. For his part, Ting Tuan looked at himself without blinking, and there seemed to be a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chamli, on the other hand, turned her gaze toward Wang Tao with a complicated expression. Can't do it. After Yifeng finished speaking, he slowly raised his spear. Fucking hell! Wang Tao's eyes flashed with killing intent, and Yifeng's body pulled back. Even if he dies, he will throw the spear that represents his dignity and must not be slaughtered like a pig. Roar! A loud roar came, only to see a large black shadow rush out of the woods and take a bite out of the woman at the very back. Ah! Help! Help! Hung! Help me! The woman was held in midair by the big black bear, blood splattered, and it looked like she couldn't survive. Holy shit! The bald trio ran downstream in fear. That bloody scene was appalling. They were just mouthy, but it wasn't like they had actually killed anyone. Right at this moment, the black bodyguard suddenly snatched Wang Tao's pistol and aimed directly at the black bear. Bang bang bang. The magazines were emptied straight away. However, only one bullet hit the black bear in the eye, and all the others fell short. Roar! The big black bear felt the inside of its eyes hurt and burn, and it hurriedly let go of the woman and used one of its paws to desperately rake at its eyes. Give me the bow! Give me the bow! How could Ji Feng let go of this opportunity? Receiving the bow and arrow was a triple shot. However, the bows and arrows were all blocked by the huge bear's paws, not even piercing the epidermis. Grass! Ji Feng threw his bow and arrow away, and as soon as he picked up his spear, he stabbed at its eyes. Pust! Stabbed in the face. The big black bear then waved his bare paw, and Yi Feng's body flew 2 meters backwards and hit the ground heavily. Seeing this, the black bodyguard suddenly pulled out a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed the black bear in the back. Pust! Roar! Black bear tries to reverse the position but black bouncer avoids it long ago. Ho ho ho! This black bear had suffered a great loss. It felt that it couldn't do anything to a few humans, so it disappeared into the bamboo forest with a ground-shaking stride. Yi Feng slowly stood up and covered his arm. It doesn't seem to hurt that much. Perhaps it was the white fruit that had strengthened one's constitution. Sister Haru, Wang Xiang's young lover, Jian Yan, was standing next to the woman, her slender fingers tightly covering her mouth. Brother Xiong, Sister Chang, she's dead. Jian Yan finished and leaned her head on Wang Xiong's shoulder. Isn't it just a dead subordinate? What are you crying for? Wang Tao opened his mouth at this time. His tone was icy cold. As soon as he said this, a trace of anger flashed across the faces of the two bodyguards, but it flickered away. Wang Xiong frowned and glared at Wang Tao. This son of his, it seems he didn't inherit his good genes. Suyan helped Ji Feng sit on the rock and looked at the other few women again. However, to her surprise, Chenli suddenly clenched her teeth and took big steps toward Wang Xiong. Hello Uncle Wang. I'm Ah Tao's girlfriend Chenli. Chenli said in a well-behaved manner. Oh, Wang Xiong looked at Wang Tao. Ha, Wang Tao sneered, snatched the pistol from the black bodyguard's hand and aimed at Yi Feng again. Yi Feng, kneel down and sing your conquests for me, or else, I will definitely blow your head off, Wang Tao coldly said. Wang Xiong next to him frowned. He had just heard the sound of the gun. There were no more bullets in it, but he still didn't open his mouth to point it out. Bluffing was also good. Young Master Tao, there are no more bullets inside. That black bodyguard suddenly spoke with a straight face. Ha, Wang Tao was shocked. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's face was cold as he swept a glance at the black bodyguard. Only then did the black bodyguard pretend to take a step back with a terrified face, as if he was a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Yi Feng felt something strange, so he looked at the black bodyguard at the end. But then he saw the black bodyguard nod quietly to himself. This black bodyguard is called Long Wu, once retired from the special forces, and Yi Feng had just defeated him in a fair manner, creating respect in his heart, respect for the strong. Wang Tao hurriedly checked the magazine, and there were really no bullets in it. With a twinkle in his eye, he could only reach out his hand to Wang Xiong. Dad, are there any more magazines? Nope. Wang Xiong sighed. The rescue plane hadn't come for so long, and it seemed that his own ability to pay his own bills was no longer enough to enlist the two bodyguards. After all, he was usually harsh on his bodyguards, and now that he was without his golden light protection, his situation would only get worse. Wang Tao took a deep breath and dropped the pistol on the ground. Brother Feng, I was just joking with you. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be really tough. I admire you, Wang Tao said sincerely. Humph. Yi Feng had a grim smile on his face and put an arrow on the string. Now then, let me also try to see how tough you are. Get down on your knees or I'll absolutely shoot you, Yi Feng coldly said. Porphyry. Wang Tao simply knelt on the ground and had his hands raised high. Kowtow. 300 heads. Not one less, Yi Feng coldly said. Knock knock. Wang Tao didn't have any backbone at all and kowtowed directly. Ting Tuan rushed over and stood by to report the number. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Wang Xiong watched his son's head bleed as he finally couldn't help but step forward. Yi Feng, my name is Wang Xiong. You should have heard of my name, right? Let my son go and I'll give you $1 million when we get back. Or you can make your own price. Yi Feng only had ice coldness in his eyes, and aimed his bow and arrow at Wang Xiong again. Quite a talker. Then help your son share half of it. Kowtow 150 heads, or else I promise to shoot your punk son to death. You're asking me to kowtow? Wang Xiong was angered for the first time. It had to be said that the big man still had some power, and Yi Feng was almost shocked. On the other side, Wang Tao was still desperately kowtowing. Wang Xiang's heart ached for his son, so he could only kneel down and help share the pressure. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Ting Tuan Tuan stood next to Wang Xiong again. Qianli had an embarrassed look on her face. She hesitated for a moment and then walked next to Yifeng in a well-behaved manner. Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment. Surprisingly, also stood next to Yifeng, and also threw a wink at Yifeng. Women are all like this. Whoever is strong follows whoever is strong. Didn't she also look at Wang Xiang's money in the first place? Enough is enough. Save your strength and get rid of that body. Use the stream to wash the blood off the ground as well. Don't defile my land. Yifeng finally let the two fathers and sons go to work, considering that the blood would drive the food chain. The woman died a horrible death. Half her head bitten off. The two fathers stood up. Long Wu, go, get rid of the corpse and make it clean, Wang Xiong ordered. Long Wu hesitated for a moment, but finally did as he was told. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope to return to civilization, and he didn't want to lose the job that paid him 30,000 a month. After handling it cleanly, Yifeng pointed downstream again. Several people. I'm afraid I'm not very welcoming to you here, so you'd better go ahead. Wang Xiong sighed in relief and laced Wang Tao toward the downstream. The two bodyguards followed suit. This beautiful woman. I don't seem to be familiar with you, right? You go too. I have limited abilities and can't feed you, Yifeng said coldly. Ha, but, there's nothing but, hurry up. I won't feed you if you follow me. So, Zhang Yan reluctantly headed downstream. At this moment, Yifeng looked at Qianli again. Ms. Chen, follow your boyfriend. Yifeng made a gesture of having an invitation. Ha, Qianli was directly dumbfounded. The two couples, Chen Jihua and Chen Jihua, rushed over to plead for mercy. Ah Feng ah, forgive her, a child doesn't know any better. A moment of confusion. Yeah Feng, just let Xiaoli stay by your side. Big deal. Let her be your girlfriend. And yeah, if you want, Xiaoli and we can both. Yifeng still shook his head. No need. I have Mr. Su, Ding Tuan Tuan, and Tian Shui Tao. They can partner with me. He should never want anyone who is not united. Feng, just give me another chance. Just now I don't know what happened. I suddenly did that kind of thing. How about this? In the future, when you sleep on me and use me as your futon. Qianli begged. Yifeng took a step back and pressed his spear against Qianli's chest, pushing her downstream a bit. Go, don't make me get rough. The tone was as cold as ever, without the slightest room for negotiation. You, okay Yifeng, I can leave, but, my dad and my mom have always been on your side. Can we let them stay here? Qianli asked. It's fine, but you have to go, Yifeng said. Thus, Qianli could only bid her parents a tearful farewell and chased after Wang Tao and a few others toward the downstream. Uncle and auntie, although you two were a bit soft just now, but at least under Wang Tao's pistol, you are still thinking about me. I remember your love. You can stay here, Yifeng said. Neither one of them said anything, looking like they wanted to say something. Don't say anything, everyone was in shock just now. I'll go catch you some fish to eat. Yifeng also took his bow and arrow and went downstream. Just downstream, I saw Zhang Yan running in the opposite direction toward the upstream, crying as she ran, and there were 5 fingerprints on her face. Ah, little brother Yifeng, I beg you, take me in. Wang Xiang's side doesn't want me either. How am I going to live? Woo 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 woo. Zhang Yan covered her face and cried. Yifeng didn't give a damn about her and shot a trout with an arrow. Little brother Yifeng, are you really that cruel? Zhang Yan asked in a pitiful manner. Yifeng looked at her delicate appearance. I have to admit, this Zhang Yan's slender but concave figure was a natural gun rack. You want to join my team, but what about your worth? You can't do anything once I see you. Yifeng skewered the trout with bamboo strips. Zhang Yan, however, had a twinkle in her eye and slowly unbuttoned 2 buttons on her chest. At once, a snowy white mesmerized Yifeng's eyes. Who says I can't do anything? Don't worry, I know a lot, and I'm specially trained. You know the spinning one horse? I'll show you when the time comes. After saying that, Zhang Yan suddenly raised one foot slowly all the way up to the top of her head, pulling both legs into the shape of a zigzag horse. Gollum! Yifeng swallowed his saliva, and his pants became ugly all of a sudden. This bitch, it's so. But speaking of which, she was also quite pitiful. Having to serve that half-old man Wang Xiong, she should also be pitiful, similar to herself. Alright, seeing that you are also quite pitiful, take the fish. Come home with me in a while, I'll drill you properly, Yifeng said, and threw the fish over. After all, one less Qianli. His team has shrunk again. This Zhang Yan is not bad, can be cultivated and trained, as long as the drill is good. It may be another big help. Zhang Yan took the fish. A hint of winks flashed in her eyes, and suddenly brought her 2 red lips to Yifeng's ear. Ha, you need to stop talking about that. It's distracting me. Yifeng listened to the face red. This bitch, as if born to that thing, is very good at the look. He did not want to listen to these slutty words at all. It took 2 hours for Yifeng to catch 4 fish, mainly because he couldn't take a step, which affected his agility. When he finally returned to the cave, he saw Chen Jihua burning lime water in his helmet. What's the point of burning lime water now? Haven't all the caves been decontaminated? Yifeng asked. It's like this. That big black bear will definitely come back. After it falls into the trap, we will splash its face with hot lime water. By then he will become a blind bear, and we can sneak up on it from all around until we get it killed. Chen Jihua explained. Yifeng froze for a moment and slowly gave a thumbs up. It's a poisonous trick, but it works against black bears. After all, that guy's skin can't even be penetrated by bullets, so it's the only way to go. At this time, Suyun's few girls walked out from behind the waterfall. Feng, why did you bring her back again? Suyun held Yifeng and looked at Zhang Yan with a hostile face. After all, this woman was so flirtatious that any of her kind would have a sense of crisis if they looked at her. Aren't I thinking of replenishing my staff? And she's begging to follow me. She can't get rid of me even if she wants to. Don't worry. A little bit of drilling can help. Yifeng vainly pacified Suyun. He didn't dare to meet Zhang Yan's eyes at all. One look from this bitch could make Yifeng's pants look bad. Suyun nodded and looked at Zhang Yan again. Zhang Yan, I know that you are Wang Xun's personal secretary. You should also know who I am, right? I know, Mr. Su, we've met long ago. Zhang Yan said softly and coyly, with a hint of disdain in her tone. I have another identity. I'm Yifeng's girlfriend, and when I go back, I'll marry him. Suyun warned. Phew, I thought he was already your husband, but it turns out he's just a boyfriend. Doesn't that mean that other women still have a chance now? Zhang Yan's voice was soft but extremely aggressive. You? Suyun's face was red with anger, and as she held onto Yifeng's arm, Feng, say, are you going to marry me when you go back? Yeah. Yifeng nodded. Zhang Yan was not willing to lag behind. Slowly approaching Yifeng, little brother, I wish you happiness. I may not have a chance. I may not have a chance. It's a bitter fate. Before long, the 2 women were arguing. Yifeng could only sulk and hide to the side to repair the door. The black bear was so strong that there was a crack in the arm-thick wood. Night had fallen and the voices of the 2 women had faded. Suyun sat down and sulked. Zhang Yan, however, was not slow in dressing herself. This woman is particularly good at dressing up and can use everything around her to add to her charm. Now we have new members joining us, so from now on, everyone has to have their own responsibilities. Don't try to cheat in the team. Tonight, Chen Jihua keeps watch. Once you feel sleepy and can't take it anymore, you have to wake one of them up before you can fall down. Yifeng stood on a rock and began to lay out his tasks. Little brother Yifeng, what do you mean by stealing adultery? Is it the same as cheating? I don't understand the meaning. Zhang Yan suddenly asked softly. Shameless. Suyun cursed in a small voice and twisted her head to the side. She understood that fighting was not Zhang Yan's match at all. Tian Shuitao wasn't even listening. She felt like her chest was too hard and she had to find someone to suck it out. A couple of women will definitely not agree. Only men. And the only men in here were Yifeng and Chen Jihua. Now, I will teach you archery. Yifeng finished speaking and picked up his bow and arrow. Of his several female apprentices, only Ting Tuan Tuan was the fastest learner, but she was still far from real combat. Zhang Yan suddenly walked over and turned her back to Yifeng. Little brother Yifeng, can you teach me by hand? I've always been ejaculated by others. I haven't ejaculated anyone else yet. Leaf maple. Headache. This woman is too good at seducing. He was afraid that in the case of his unstable Taoist heart, he would be that in front of Suyun. Of course, he didn't resent this behavior in his heart. After all, he was on a deserted island now, and he wasn't that conservative in his thinking. As long as he got the black bear killed and the cave fully repaired, he would never let his brother hold back. Well, you start by holding the bow and pulling the bowstring. Yifeng gently pressed his front body against Zhang Yan's back. A soft, creamy sensation came. Suyun almost gritted her teeth and could only twist her head to not look. Put. The bow was finally shot. Ouch. Little brother Feng, you didn't come right. Can you come for me again? Zhang Yan softly stomped her feet and twisted her little butt again next to Yifeng's pants. Yifeng almost exploded in place, but with so many people watching, he could only sink his teeth into teaching. Relax your left arm. Don't tense it too much or the bow will quiver. No accuracy that way. When the bowstring is pulled back, you shoot out in a smooth motion. And when you reach my level, you don't need to aim. You can shoot by feel, and you're guaranteed to hit in one go. Yi Feng instilled Zhang Yan with his own experience, which he had summarized over the past 20 years, and he wouldn't have taught it if he hadn't fallen to a deserted island. After teaching for a while longer, Yi Feng felt that it was almost time. He couldn't let them develop an aversion to learning at once. Everyone get ready for bed. Chen Jihua keeps watch. Yi Feng finished speaking and took big steps towards the cave. A few of the women had smiles on their faces and followed into the cave. The old rules. Yi Feng slept with his arm around Su Yun, and Bai Guifan hugged his back behind him. In the front and back, Yi Feng fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yi Feng was pushed awake by Chen Jihua. Are you sleepy? Yi Feng asked. I can't really stay up at my old age. Chen Jihua had a shaky look on his face. Yi Feng had no choice but to take over the spear and go on watch himself. Sitting outside the cave, Yi Feng put a piece of wood into the fire to let the firelight shine farther. Alone, just the right amount of time to think about something. Apparently, the deserted island was out of the satellite's monitoring range, perhaps affected by some magnetic field. Otherwise, with today's technology, it wouldn't take 2 days for the rescue plane to find it. I believe that other people have also come to this realization. Only that there is still a glimmer of hope in everyone's heart and they refuse to pick the facts apart. But it didn't seem like it would be a big loss to myself. I'm a loser anyway, and I'll be a cow or a horse when I get back to civilization. But it's different on this desert island. Su Yun, Tian Shui Tao, Ding Tuan Tuan, Zhang Yan, Bai Guifan. These women are fat rings and thin swallows. All of them are the most top-notch beauties in all age groups. So as long as they are willing, they can enjoy them at any time. To go back to civilized society, he was 100% sure that Su Yun would never marry herself. She was just talking a good game, but it was just an impulse. Just then, the sound of tiny footsteps came from the back, and a milky scent hit his nose. What are you doing here if you're not sleeping? Yi Feng asked with a sideways glance. For one, can't sleep. Tian Shuimao sat down next to the fire. Yi Feng's eyes immediately lit up. She was seen to have her hair up in a high bun, and her noble aura was revealed. This made Yi Feng think of the wife of a big shot on the cruise ship. Little boat king Ma Si Kong. Who are you? Yi Feng suddenly asked. At that time, he glanced at the small boat king Ma Si Kong from afar. That was a big boss with hundreds of billions of dollars. Even Mr. Suan Wang Xiong had to curry favor from the side. Yi Feng did not remember what Ma Si Kong looked like, but he remembered his little wife clearly. With her hair up high, a baby in her arms, and a red kimono, she was as unattainable as an empress. Ma Si Kong is my husband, Tian Shuitao said slowly, a hint of pride in her eyes. Although Ma Si Kong was more than 20 years older than her, I don't know how many women's dreams it was to marry that kind of big shot. No wonder. Then, how is the little boat king now? Yi Feng asked again. Should still be alive. He's very good at water, and he's surrounded by a large number of bodyguards, as well as a few shipbuilding engineers, Tian Shuitao said with certainty. It seemed that she had absolute confidence in her husband. Then, I hope you can be reunited as husband and wife. Yi Feng sighed. This kind of woman, never be able to get their hands on, otherwise back in civilized society. The other small boat king has the power and influence. Can use 10,000 ways to make their body worse than death. Granted, he didn't think he could go back to civilization. But what if? Yi Feng, between us, is there something uncontested? Tian Shuitao suddenly raised her head and bravely looked at Yi Feng. Uncontested matters? Yi Feng had a question mark on his face. Have you forgotten? Before we even started, that big black bear came and interrupted things between us. Tian Shuidao's face turned red with shame as she said this. It was important to realize that her breasts had never been touched by anyone other than her husband. Ma Si Kong. Yi Feng leaned his body back and looked at Tian Shuitao warily. Your name isn't Tian Shuitao, is it? Yi Feng said indifferently. Ha! Tian Shuitao snapped her head up and looked at Yi Feng in surprise. How did you know? The small boat king married a woman 2 years ago. At that time it stirred up the whole press. Of course I still have a little impression. If I remember correctly, Ma Si Kong married an island woman. Called what Raimai? You should be Japanese. Yi Feng finished, staring carefully at Tian Shuidao's eyes. Okay, you guessed it. At the time, I didn't want to reveal my real name because I wanted you to suck me off. But now that you found out, I'd like you to continue to call me Mizutomo Tanaka. My real name is, Tian Shuitao said. For the sake of convenience, you can call me Miko, but I have one request. I hope you won't tell anyone else my real name, or else, when I return to civilization, my reputation will be ruined, and the little boat king will be angry about it. Utsurajiri Miko said. Well, I won't tell. Yi Feng stood up. It was time to fight for his country. Let's go next to the waterfall. It's not convenient here. Others can see it at a glance. Yi Feng pointed at the waterfall. Then, please. Miko nodded meekly, a touching blush on her face, with some apprehension on his face. If Yifeng, the whole thing is refreshed. Thanks for not touching the rest of me just now. Rimiko bowed 90 degrees to Yifeng, finally looking like a Japanese woman. Don't worry. I have a good reputation and I won't get it unless you voluntarily let me. After Yifeng finished speaking, he laced Tian Shuetao and walked out from behind the waterfall. Rimiko was grateful in her heart. Just now Yifeng, a feeling unparalleled, more joyous than flying through the sky. Thinking of this, Rimiko looked at Yifeng again with her autumn watery eyes. In fact, just now, when Yifeng helped himself, his body was soft. If Yifeng really did something excessive at that time, she was not sure she could resist the temptation. You go back to sleep. I'm going to continue my vigil. Yifeng pointed at the cave. Rimiko took small steps back to the cave. However, just after entering the cave, she saw that Zhang Yan was staring at herself without blinking. I went out to take a leak, Rimiko said nervously. Zhang Yan didn't say anything and looked Rimiko up and down again. No, it shouldn't be the same person. The small boat king's wife is graceful and elegant. How could she take such an earthy name as Tian Shuetao? Yifeng sat beside the fire to keep watch, and he was not idle. Instead he sharpened a dozen bamboo arrows with his bayonet and made an extra bow out of it. The second bow, which Yifeng had made with great care, was a composite of 2 bows respectively, which made it more lethal. Once the bowstring is pulled, tension is created in both bows that can bring out the full penetration of the arrow. The only pity is that there are no iron arrowheads. If there are iron arrowheads, I am afraid that even black bears can be hunted. So, Yifeng wandered around the creek again. Shortly afterward, he scooped up a lump of red clay with his hand and put it to the end of his nose to smell it. There was a smell of rust. This kind of clay was rich in iron bacteria. If he spent a month, he could also refine a certain amount of iron using the precipitation method and firing method. But doing so is too time-consuming and labor-intensive. It takes hundreds of pounds of red soil to refine a mere few taels of iron. The disparity between pay and gain is too great. Yifeng does not consider it. Right. Find some hard rocks? Yifeng was overjoyed and hurriedly rummaged through the creek. Some hard stones can also be made into arrowheads if they are sharp enough. It's not as good as an iron arrow, but at least it has better penetration than a bamboo arrow. After picking a good stone, Yifeng ground it next to the fire. As long as the kung fu was deep, the iron rod is sharpened into a needle. Time ticked by and soon it was morning. A few women got up with a lazy face, and Su Yun, whose eyes were still open, walked to the fire and put her head in Yifeng's arms. A few other women went to wash their faces and brushed their teeth one after another, and the sound of heckling rang out from the waterfall. No, I won't give it to you, bad woman. At this moment, Ting Tuan suddenly put his hands behind his back. Little sister, do as you're told and give me a little mint leaf. Just no. Yifeng had a headache. Little Tuan, give your sister Yan some mint leaves to brush her teeth. We are a team. Don't be petty, Yifeng said next to the fire. So it was only then that Ting Tuan reluctantly gave a leaf. Su Yun also staggered over to brush her teeth. They peeled the skin off the willow branches and smashed the hearts inside with a stone so that they looked like brushes for brushing their teeth and for washing their bodies. After brushing her teeth, Su Yun gave Yifeng another mint leaf. Brush it clean. I've brushed it clean too. Su Yun meant it. Oh, half an hour later, the fish was roasted next to the fire, and Ding Tuan sat next to Yifeng. From time to time, he hailed at him like a meat baby. All right, I know you can do it. You actually found mint leaves. Yifeng held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Little girls are like this, making a little achievement. They want Yifeng to keep praising her, even though they were a team. Within the team, there was a split between 2 smaller groups. Suyun Ding Tuan by Guifan is very close. Rimiko Yukizawa is closer to Zhang Yan. Yifeng, we can't stay on the deserted island forever, right? There has to be a way to leave. At that moment Yukiheim Rimiko spoke up. Her words resonated with several women at once. Yeah, the rescue machine shouldn't be able to come, but we can save ourselves. For example, build a raft and leave. Suyun also nodded in agreement. Leaf Maple, honey, your face is a little swollen. Did you not sleep well at night? Yifeng changed the topic. What's wrong with being a king on a desert island? Why go back? Besides, he'd lived with a couple women for so long, he hadn't done it for real yet. No, we haven't had any salt in the last few days, so of course our faces are a little swollen, Suyun said. Yifeng slapped his head. It's true that they haven't had any salt lately, but they didn't feel it before because normally in civilization, everyone's body is overloaded with salt. It can last for a few days and then after that, you have to replenish the salt. Otherwise, you will have general weakness and even edema. Let's do it this way then. In a while, I will take one person to the beach, Extract some sea salt and come back. The others will take these stones and grind them into the shape of arrowheads. If you come across a big black bear coming back, you guys mustn't go into the cave, try to scatter and run away, or climb up to the tree one by one to hide. Yi Feng said. I'll go with you. I've lived by the sea and know how to extract sea salt. Rimiko Yukizawa spoke up. She does live by the sea. Isn't a small life just a bigger island? But I want to go to the beach too. Zhang Yan was not far behind. Rimiko. Oh no. Tian Shumo and I will go to the beach. The others stay here. I will calculate the time. Sun salting, filtering salt. It will take about 10 hours or so. We will come back when we get the salt. You guys have to be good here. Yi Feng said. After the explanation, Yi Feng left with Rimiko Uchizuka. Rimiko was holding a spear and Yi Feng was holding a bamboo spear and bow and arrow. The other bow and arrow was left for Ting Tuan. After walking 5 kilometers downstream, Yi Feng stopped. Only here, there were several pieces of women's clothes torn. Yi Feng vaguely remembered that they were Chenli's clothes. It's Chenli? Miko covered her mouth nervously. Let's go. From here it's a diagonal plunge into the bamboo forest. Another 2 or 3 kilometers and we'll be at the beach. Yi Feng said expressionlessly. He had already treated Chenli as a passerby, and as for how she would end up, Yi Feng no longer cared. After saying that, the two inserted themselves into the bamboo forest and ran all the way to the beach. The seawater has to be sun-dried and then the precipitated white material extracted. This is only the first step. After that, the heavy metal elements and the white matter have to be filtered out, using grass ash, which is the second step, but it has to be done back next to the creek. So for the duo, time is more precious. Further downstream in the creek, 7 men and 1 woman were wandering aimlessly. Chenli only wore a pair of small shorts and covered her upper body with 2 banana leaves. Wang Xiong walked at the front and said with his mouth, as long as you guys listen to me in the next few days, my daughter-in-law can play for you guys. Look at her body. Her looks. She will never be too bad. He switched to another way of enlisting people. Although Chenli hadn't been played yet, it was a matter of time. And the Bald Trio's green eyes had long been unable to hold back. Yi Feng and Rimiko finally reached the beach. The first thing he did was to start scooping up seawater with his helmet and pour it into the recesses of one of the reefs to dry. Instead, Sadamiko took out her spear and wrote a huge SOS on the beach. For a woman like her, returning to civilization was the most important thing. After all, she belonged to the upper class and could live the life of a noblewoman when she returned. Yi Feng didn't care much about this. He just needed to focus on sunning salt. The sun was so hot that in less than 2 hours the first batch of the white substance was dried out. Yi Feng snapped out these hard pieces and put them into a pre-prepared bag, then tanned the second wave. Sadamiko sat down on her knees on the beach and kept looking at the place where the sky and the sea met, a glimmer of hope in her tired eyes. Don't look. No ship will pass by. Come to the shadows and rest and relax. Yi Feng waved under the coconut tree. Satomi had nodded and suddenly undid the hood straight away. That fullness was showing too. Yi Feng, help me again. Will you? Be more thorough this time so I can endure for 2 days. Sadamiko said. Ow. Yi Feng directly pounced over. It made Sadamiko's face turn red. Enough is enough. It's been emptied. Facing the greedy Yi Feng, Rimiko also panicked a bit, because Yi Feng's pants were very ugly, and she was afraid that if she sucked on it any longer, Yi Feng would take her ideas elsewhere. Ms. Sadamiko, may I? Yi Feng had been pretending to be civilized when there were a lot of people, but they were the only ones alone on this beach, so he didn't pretend anymore. Absolutely not. Rimiko took a step back and looked at Yi Feng with a nervous face. Yi Feng was a bit hyper now. She knew that with her own ability, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to block it. Ha ha, just kidding. I was just testing the waters. I didn't expect you to be a chaste woman. Yi Feng awkwardly made excuses. He was horny but would never do anything to force a woman. That was his bottom line. But if a woman came to him of her own accord, he wouldn't say no. Rimiko sighed in relief and suddenly said with a twinkle in her eye, it's not like I can't give it to you once, as long as you can build the raft. Leaf maple. Hurry up and go tanning salt. Don't waste time, or the jungle will be a bad place to travel once it gets dark. Yi Feng said flatly, what's wrong with being on a deserted island? Build a fucking raft. Keeping busy until the afternoon. Yi Feng collected a few kilograms of the white substance, and in the middle of the day, he helped Rimiko suck it up once more. Her balloon shrunk at once, but her face lightened. Ha ha ha, I finally caught you this time. Just then, Wang Tao's voice came from the other side of the beach. Then a few guys all showed up and turned their sharp gazes towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng's face sank as he picked up his bow and arrow, and Sadamiko panicked, buckling her hood and picking up the spear on the ground. I thought you all starved to death, but I didn't realize you were still alive. Yi Feng's hand holding the bow and arrow trembled a little. If he was alone, He couldn't beat it. He could burrow into the woods and escape, but now he has to protect Sadamiko. The 7 men quickly surrounded Yifeng. Longwu hesitated and blocked the position of the woods to prevent Yifeng from escaping. Although he respected Yifeng, but the camps were different. And the fact that soldiers had obedience as their vocation was something that was engraved in their bones and could not be changed for a while. Now there are only 2 of you. Today, I have to get you killed. Wang Tao took a step forward with his stick. The rules of the Jianghu. Single combat. Which one of you will go first? Yifeng asked. What about single combat, Nima? All of you together. Get this punk. Wang Tao roared angrily. And so the battle began. Yifeng first dry-humped Wang Tao with a punch, but his back was kicked by Longwu. The bald guy tried to rush over to do a sneak attack and was kicked in the crotch by Yifeng. This guy had good endurance and hugged Yifeng's legs again. I'm holding his legs. Come on, get him. Baldhead yelled. As soon as the words fell, Yifeng made a move of double wind usual ears and ruthlessly hit both of his ears. Ah! The bald guy felt a buzz in his head and went straight down. However, Yifeng's back received another punch, and it was another bodyguard who struck. After continuously fighting for half an hour, Yifeng sat down on the beach with a tired butt. On the other side, the bald trio and Wang Tao had all been dried out. It was a pity that on their side, there was still Wang Xiong and 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were not weak and basically didn't expend much physical strength. Wang Xiong, I've seen you before. You know my husband Ma Xikong. Please let Yifeng go. I'll repay you when I go back. Rimiko finished speaking and put her hair up. Wang Xiong wiped his eyes. You? So it's Mrs. Boat King, dressed like this. I do recognize you, but it's useless. This Yifeng dares to make me kowtow. He must die. Wang Xiong shook his head. How about this? I'll kowtow to you on behalf of Yifeng. Okay? Rimiko finished speaking and knelt on the ground. Wang Xiong gulped at once. To be honest, he had played with more women than he could even count, but this woman in front of him was different. She was the wife of the small boat king, so if he let himself play with her a little, what would it be like? It's useless to kowtow. If you can serve me once next, I might really let Yifeng go. After Wang Xiong finished speaking, he directly pulled down the zipper. He thought about killing Yifeng after making Rimiko serve herself willingly. Otherwise Rimiko wouldn't serve with her heart. Ha! Sadamiko was so shocked that she kept backing up. Wang Xiong's face sank as he gave Longwu a wink. Right at this moment, Yifeng suddenly stormed up and directly put his spear on Wang Tao's neck. Wang Xiong, let me go or I'll cut his throat. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pulled at Wang Tao's ear, and this punk directly woke up. You? Wang Xiong spat out blood in anger, not expecting Yifeng to take hostages. You go into the woods and make a path. We'll retreat. Yifeng said to Rimiko. Oh, good. Reacting quickly, Rimiko grabbed her other items and hurriedly stood at the edge of the woods. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng had already drilled into the woods. Follow. With a command, Wang Xiong chased in with the rest of his men. Chenli hesitated and followed at the end as well, but was torn inside. She originally thought that by falling to Wang Tao's side, she would be able to gain Wang Xiong's respect, but she didn't expect that Wang Xiong would treat her as a sitting duck and use her body to enlist a few subordinates. Yifeng didn't want her again. She could only go one way. After walking 2 miles towards the woods, Yifeng saw that Wang Xiong and the others had been following, so with a twinkle in his eye, he directly pulled off a tree vine and threw it over. Send you a black mamba. Yifeng shouted. Ouch! Where's my mom? Get out of the way. There was a commotion behind the pursuers, but they soon realized that they had been tricked. Yifeng utilized this gap and suddenly stabbed Wang Tao's thigh with a spear, widening the wound. Run! After doing something bad, Yifeng pulled Rimiko and ran wildly towards the creek. He really wanted to kill Wang Tao just now, but killing Wang Tao would cause Wang Xiong to follow him closely. That's why he just stabbed Wang Tao into a serious injury, but not to the point of death. In doing so, that side had to split up to take care of Wang Tao, greatly slowing down mobility. Sure enough, all the way to the creek, Wang Xiong's few people didn't come after him. He definitely had to focus on taking care of his son, and chasing Yifeng became a secondary mission. Can you still run? Yifeng looked at the pale Rimiko. Yes. Sadamiko stood up strong. Get on your back. Yifeng carried Rimiko on his back as he continued to run upstream. I had just run less than a mile when I saw a panther licking water from a creek. Hiss! Yifeng stopped and picked up the spear. That leopard and Yifeng exchanged a glance, and suddenly made a long leap, directly leaping to the opposite side of the creek, and then disappeared into the bamboo forest. It jumped so far, Rimiko said from her back. Yifeng also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to run upstream, his heart thumping as he utilized his potential to the limit. Just now, that leopard was 4 meters away in one jump, and the human could not block its sneak attack when it was defenseless. In this moment, he kind of wanted to go home, too. Hoo. Yifeng's whole body was sweating as he finally saw the camp. Su Yun was the first to see him. Ah, it's back. It's back. After Yifeng heard this, his entire body knelt on the ground and planted with a porpoise sound. The beach fight just now, the jungle escape, the waited and wild run, the leopard scare, all of them were draining his mental and physical strength. At the moment he couldn't hold it together any longer after seeing the person he trusted. Downstream of the creek, Wang Tao let out a donkey bray from his mouth. No, don't! The four males held down Wang Tao, exposing the wound on his thigh, while Dragon 5 picked up the red-hot dagger and stepped closer. In fact, he could use some blood-clotting plants to stop Wang Tao's bleeding, but he preferred not to do so. Instead, he had to use a red-hot dagger to help stop Wang Tao's bleeding. Son, bear with me, it'll be over in a minute. Wang Xiong pressed Wang Tao's arm. A white smoke rose. Oh! Wang Tao's eyes rolled white and he directly fainted. His body still twitching. Longwu was secretly pleased and put the dagger back, with a small piece of scalded skin still on it. Brother Xiong, I'm afraid that for the next few days, young Master Tao won't be able to walk and a stretcher will have to be made to carry him. Longwu said. Well, thank you, Longwu. Reward you $500,000 when you go back. I'll keep my word. Wang Xiong wrote a blank check. Thanks, Hung. Not long after, the stretcher was ready. The bald three people rotated to carry Wang Tao, only tired and panting, even a little want to strike. Yifeng woke up leisurely, but he saw a snowy white color in front of him. Why am I lying in your arms? Yifeng looked at Rimiko. You fainted and couldn't eat, so I got your girlfriend's permission and have been feeding you with this. Rimiko gently stroked Yifeng's hair. Oh, so all of them saw me sucking you off. Yifeng sat up. He was not injured, but just too much mental and physical exertion, so he slept and recovered completely. Big brother, you're awake? Tinkerbell walked into the cave. How about a little depth in the dialogue? Of course I'm awake. Get the others by the fire. I want a meeting. Yifeng regained his leadership demeanor. Not long after, Yifeng brought a few women around the fire, but his arms were replaced with Su Yun. Su Yun was tearing off the fish meat and feeding it to Yifeng little by little. Everyone, this deserted island is really full of crisis, so you don't want to think about living a three-palace life here. You still have to build a boat to go home, but we don't have tools here, so we can only build 2 bamboo rafts, and then push them down the stream to the sea. I believe that the stream must flow all the way to the sea, and then when you arrive at the sea, you can connect the 2 rafts together, so that the balance will be increased. Everyone has no opinion, right? Yifeng asked. No comment. Totally agree. Not a single comment. At this moment, Ding Tuan Tuan looked at Yifeng suspiciously. Big brother, we didn't think of living a life of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Did you accidentally say what's in your heart? Yifeng instantly blushed in his old face. It seemed that he had imposed his will on a few women. At that moment, Satomiko raised her hand. Then we need to prepare enough fresh water, or else we'll all die of thirst in case we drift on the sea for months. Yifeng once again had a headache. How big were the 2 rafts? Even if fresh water is to be released, it is estimated that not much can be released, and at most it can only guarantee drinking water for 3 to 5 days. Ah Feng, you can build a wooden door without using a single iron nail. Doesn't that mean that you can also build a very large ship utilizing mortise and tenon construction? Chen Jihua spoke up. Yeah, you can build a big ship. Ting Tuan jumped for joy. The other few girls, with the exception of Satomiko, all followed with a look of excitement. Yi Feng's face darkened. And TM building a big ship. There is no way to fix the keel in the first place. The keel usually has to be cast in steel, or else the big ship will have to fall apart if a random huge wave hits. Of course, it is possible to create a keel out of wood, but again, it is a massive undertaking and it may not take them years to build it. Looks like the plan is on hold again. Yi Feng shook his head. Forget it, it's better to be the emperor of the land on the deserted island. Although leopards are a bit difficult to deal with, they can be handled much better than black bears. Just as I thought of this, suddenly, loud footsteps came from downstream. Yi Feng's face changed greatly and he hurriedly stood up, only to see that the big black bear was coming again, with the clear goal of coming at them. The bear is also vindictive, and since being hit in the eye, his dominance is provoked when a leopard steps into his territory to drink. This made it furious and it had to tear Yi Feng's people into pieces. Don't panic everyone, lead it towards the inside of the trap, Yi Feng said calmly. Looking back, however, several of the women had already fled into the woods. Leaf Maple, give me a moment. Yi Feng also followed and escaped. The black bear's pressure was too strong, And even though they had made a plan long ago, they still couldn't suppress their inner fear when they really faced the black bear. The big black bear finally shook his head and stepped into the territory. It stood up humanly and let out a growl. Roar. Ow. Just 2 screams later, its huge body fell straight into the trap, overwhelming a patch of sharp bamboo at the bottom of the pit, none of which managed to pierce its skin. Roar. The black bear was furious and was about to climb towards the top with its claws outstretched. Once up there, it was going to go on a killing spree. Quickly, Uncle Chen, pour boiling hot lime water in its eyes. Yi Feng was the first to rush out. A few other women also got up the courage to follow. Forgot to burn it today. Chen looked guilty. Shit, then you hurry up and boil lime water. And the rest of you follow me and poke at it with your bamboo spears so it doesn't climb up. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he picked up the bamboo spear and stabbed at the black bear. The black bear's head just popped up and he took a blow to the face. It threw a paw in a fit of rage, and then its entire body fell back into the pit. All around. TMD. Come on. Yi Feng exploded for the first time. If he didn't kill the black bear now, he would have to live in fear in the future. Su Yun was the first to stand at the edge of the pit and aimed a bamboo spear at the black bear. The black bear caught the spearhead in one paw and snatched it back. Yikes! Su Yun screamed and was almost led into a trap. At the critical moment, Zhang Yan pulled on her clothes. Thanks. Su Yun spoke up. You're welcome. You owe me a favor. Zhang Yan smiled charmingly. Next, Chen Jihua was in charge of boiling lime water, while the others surrounded the trap pit. And whenever the black bear was about to climb up, they were the ones who went down with a stick to return it to its original position. Is the lime water boiling yet? After Yi Feng finished speaking, he stabbed the black bear into the pit with another spear. Soon. Chen Jihua kept adding firewood to it. At this moment, that black bear was wildly active, and ignoring that Yi Feng was stabbing himself, he climbed towards the top regardless. They look naive, but they're actually smart enough to know that they can't be bargained for at the bottom of the pit. Pust. The spear stabbed into the black bear's mouth, and blood immediately flowed out of this black bear's mouth. Yi Feng felt a shock in his tiger's mouth, and his body involuntarily lurched towards the side. The black bear actually ripped the spear away with his mouth. By now, half of its body had poked its way to the top. Go to hell. Bai Guifan zapped with a bamboo spear. The black bear's body slid downward a bit, but its base strength was so strong that it was still climbing upward. Is it still burning? Yi Feng was shocked. Almost. Chen Jihua looked at the lime water that was about to boil. Yi Feng didn't care that his helmet was boiling hot. He directly grabbed the red-hot helmet with his bare hands and splashed it on the big black bear's face. Pust. A white smoke rose up. Ow. A low growl escaped the black bear's lips as he lay on his back at the edge of the large pit. But this guy, endurance is too strong. So painful situation did not fall off the bottom of the pit. Hard 3 or 5 times to climb out of the big pit. Spread out. Yi Feng had just finished speaking when his back was slapped by a bear's paw, and his entire body staggered 5 or 6 steps before he could stop his body. Holy shit! Several women hurriedly scattered in all directions, looking at the big black bear with horrified eyes. I saw that the big black bear first scratched at its face with 2 claws, and in just 2 or 3 strokes, a layer of skin on its face was peeled away, with fist-sized eyeballs attached to the face skin. This horrifying scene scared Yi Feng to the core. The black bear felt his face burn and itch, and his muscles continued to erode. Roar! It let out another roar, but its eyes were blind and it couldn't see anything around it. So he fumbled and rushed to a tree, and the bear paw pushed hard. Trees as thick as thighs are pushed right through. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva, took Bai Guifan's spear with bayonet and suddenly stabbed into the black bear's back. He stabbed and then hurriedly drew back, not giving the black bear a chance to counterattack. The black bear huffed and began to circle back and forth at the entrance to the cave. Run! Several women let out screams and played hide and seek with the big black bear. From time to time, Ding Tuan Tuan shot the black bear in the face with his bow and arrow, only causing the black bear to storm out. The black bear's face was bleeding non-stop. Yi Feng suddenly had an idea and took a piece of red-hot wood out and smashed it down hard on the big black bear's face. Roar! Finally, the black bear let out an unwilling roar and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Even the ground shook slightly. Stab it in the eyes, find a weak spot to stab it, and completely kill it. Yi Feng finished speaking and took the lead. A couple of the women also regained their courage and kept stabbing at the black bear. The black bear convulsed for a full 10 minutes before it died. Hoo! A group of people all sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air as if they had just experienced some group battle, and if outsiders saw them, they would definitely think the wrong way. Just then, Chen Jihua suddenly covered his stomach with a large streak of blood on it. Husband? Bai Guifan lifted Chen Jihua's clothes. Well, the next moment, she covered her mouth, only to see a huge claw mark appear on Chen Jihua's stomach, with half of his intestines flowing out. Yi Feng also hurried over and helped him cover his stomach with his hand. In the chaotic battle with the black bear just now, I didn't expect Chen Jihua to be fatally and seriously injured. Honey, it's okay, the rescue plane will be here soon. Bai Guifan squeezed out a smile on her face and softly comforted. Chen Jihua lay weakly on the ground, his lips rapidly turning purple and blue. With this level of injury on a deserted island, even the gods couldn't save him. Honey, Lily, Chen stammered. Don't worry, I'll take care of Lear. Bai Guifan's tears kept falling downward. The couple had been married for over 20 years, and although the passion of a man and a woman was gone, there had been a kinship between them. Chen Jihua shook his head and turned his eyes to Yi Feng. Ah Feng, I beg you, my daughter, help her, Chen Jihua said weakly. Yi Feng's eyes flickered for a moment. Uncle, don't worry, the rescue plane will be here soon. You have to hold on. This injury is nothing, it will definitely get better. Yi Feng comforted. No, it's too late. Feng, promise me, okay? Bring the two mothers home. I can only rely on you. Even, I can make them both listen to you and serve you. As Chen Jihua said this, a mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. Me? Okay, I promise. Yi Feng nodded. A small smile appeared on Chen Jihua's face. Then both legs slowly straightened out. He had originally suffered a lot on the deserted island, keeping watch every night, and his arm was injured, and at this moment, he could no longer support himself, and he directly died. Ah! Bai Guifan cried out in ambush. Several women rushed over to comfort. Yi Feng's mood is also a little lost. So soon dead teammates. He also thought of living a life of 3 palaces on a deserted island. Is it not a little too selfish? What are you crying about? Isn't there food and drink? Wang Tao lay on the stretcher and looked at Chen Li, who kept shedding tears. At this point, they were back on the beach. I feel that my dad is dead. Chen Li looked up at the sky, tears rolling down her face like a kite with broken strings. It's good to be dead. Your dad is useless anyway, Wang Tao said without caring. You? Chen Li was furious, her eyes gradually becoming resentful. A grave bag was erected next to the cave, and Yi Feng spent some more effort to insert a tombstone in front of it, which read Chen Jihua's tomb. Bai Guifan knelt in front of the grave, and her entire body seemed to have lost its soul. When her husband was alive, she felt that Chen Jihua was a wimp and a waste, but at this moment, she felt that she had lost the most important thing in her life. Grill the fish for me, and after I eat it, go get Chen Li back. Yi Feng sighed and said slowly, since it was the person's wish before he died, he would give Chen Li another chance, and if Chen Li was still a dog who couldn't change his ways, then he would be able to get rid of Chen Li with peace of mind. At this moment, Bai Guifan wiped her tears, took 2 fish and grilled them. Feng, I'll go with you. Xiaoli is the only flesh and blood of Jihua and I want to bring her home safely. Bai Guifan said. No auntie, you're in bad shape, I'll just go alone. Yi Feng was a bit resistant. Don't say anything, I must follow you, Bai Guifan said firmly. Okay. Yi Feng could only agree. After all, Chen Jihua's death, and he also has a little bit of relationship. It is he let Chen Jihua daily vigil, resulting in slower reaction. Only did not escape the black bear's indiscriminate attack. Eating the grilled fish, Yi Feng gazed around, but he saw Ding Tuan Tuan kneeling in front of Chen Jihua's grave, his mouth whispering something. This made him feel some relief in his heart. This little girl still had a kind heart. So, he quietly walked over to hear what Ting Tuan was talking about. Uncle Chen, don't come to me at night. People are afraid of ghosts. If you want to find them, go find someone else, such as Zhang Yan, or Sister Su Yun. Big brother Yi is fine. Anyway, don't come into my dreams. Please la. After saying that, Ting Tuan kowtowed. Yi Feng was instantly furious and directly grabbed her dough face. You little son of a bitch. Go over there and skin the bear, dry it out and use it as a bedsheet. Yi Feng angrily rebuked. Ting Tuan took his bayonet and went to work. After eating the fish, Yi Feng took Bai Guifan on the road. Yi Feng judged that Wang Tao was seriously injured and needed to be hydrated at all times, so he should be recuperating in the most downstream part of the creek, and would be far away from his own camp, lest there would be a conflict. Auntie, go all the way downstream, Yi Feng said. Aha! Bai Guifan didn't say anything flirty this time, with a hint of eagerness in her eyes. After walking a full 6 or 7 kilometers downstream, Yi Feng encountered at least several groups of carnivores. There were former hyenas, but the hyenas fled when they saw Yi Feng, and they had a psychological shadow over him. Dogs are like that. They bully, and hyenas are no exception. How come I haven't seen my daughter after all this walking? Bai Guifan asked anxiously. Let's look for it again, Yi Feng said back. Bai Guifan, however, had a twinkle in her eye and suddenly came over to stick to Yi Feng and hugged. Yi Feng? Feng, I know you didn't look for Lily with all your heart. Just take it as my face, okay? I can give it to you now. There's no one here anyway. And besides, my husband said before he died that he could let me be your woman. After saying that, Bai Guifan slowly took off her top. Yi Feng resisted in his heart. After all, Chen Jihua had just died. It would be too despicable if he did that. But, he's a normal man. He's still a bloodthirsty age. Don't be like this, auntie. I will find it with all my heart. Yi Feng said with difficulty. There's no one here. Don't get psycho about it. You're only serious about finding Lily as long as I give it to you. I know the rules. You're welcome. After Bai Guifan finished speaking, she directly pushed Yi Feng to the ground. Leaf Maple. Auntie, don't think too much. I've been seriously looking for Chenli, and I'll still do what I've promised others. Only, if Chenli is like that next time, I won't care about any credit. I'll throw him away again. Yi Feng had just said this when Bai Guifan had already started. Yi Feng had just said one word, and was instantly dumbfounded. The feeling, unparalleled. After a while, Bai Guifan wiped the corners of her mouth and slowly turned around, both hands propped up on the stone. Feng, come on. You'll only seriously help me find my daughter after I give it to you. I understand the mind of a man. Don't be polite. Yi Feng's eyes were suddenly crimson, and the sanity in his head was quickly washed away by the beast's blood. I really didn't mean that. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva. He really already had some control over it. His whole body's qi and blood were mobilized. However, Bai Guifan didn't care about that much and directly pounced on him. Yi Feng finally couldn't control it and had a spring break. This time, he took what had been backlogged for years. An hour later, Bai Guifan sat down limply on the rock, washing her body with her hands. After cleaning it, a trace of winks flashed in her eyes and she helped Yi Feng clean it again. Ah Feng, just now, is it comfortable? Bai Guifan winks. It's never been this comfortable. Yi Feng said seriously, running his hand through her hair. Bai Guifan smiled faintly and suddenly covered her red lips again, looking at Yi Feng's pants in shock. You want it again? Yi Feng was immediately embarrassed. Chen Jihua had just passed away. He was really worse than a beast, but there was no way around it. Young people's bodies were like this, with an extremely strong ability to recover. Bai Guifan hesitated and propped her hand on the stone again. In the sky above the bamboo forest, the bird of ultimate bliss was chirping and chirping. Its voice was gentle and delicate, like a sob. A male frog climbed onto the back of a female frog in the water plants on the bank. An hour and a half later, Bai Guifan sat weakly on the rock, no longer having any strength. Yi Feng could only offer to help. Fan, you are so beautiful. Beautiful. Yi Feng laughed. Bugger, you're too fierce. I'm afraid I don't have the means to cope with it alone. But it's alright, just find Lear. Bai Guifan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. But, can you still walk now? Yi Feng asked. Shouldn't be a problem. Bai Guifan was eager to find her daughter. But just as she stood up, she fell into Yi Feng's arms again. Let's rest for a while. Yi Feng finished and placed her on the rock. You just made a lot of awe. I've never seen so much. Are you in some kind of physical condition? Bai Guifan suddenly asked. Yi Feng also felt strange. He had never gotten that much out of him. Perhaps there was some relationship with that white fruit. After eating the white fruit, he felt especially strong. So strong that he couldn't even imagine it. No, that would be just plain strong. Yi Feng hemmed and hawed. But this is also too strong for you. I'm only afraid that in the future, Shaoli and I won't be able to keep you on a leash. But it doesn't matter. Aren't there so many women in the cave? I believe they are very willing. Especially that Zhang Yan. She looks at you with a watery gaze. As long as you are willing to nod your head, she will 100% give it to you. Bai Guifan's tone was a bit sour. I only blame myself for being incompetent. I can't hold Yi Feng. Anyway, I can't hold it, so I'll let him go out to run. As long as he can take care of me and Shaoli on the desert island. The two rested until noon, when Bai Guifan could barely walk. But from behind, her legs were shaking badly. A few kilometers downstream again, it was mid-afternoon and the weather was getting muggy. Yi Feng suddenly stopped, only to see that at the very downstream of the creek, there was clearly a lake that was 1,000 meters in circumference, where a large number of herbivores gathered. Some are drinking, some are nibbling grass, while others are eyeing the bushes. Yi Feng's heart tightened and hurriedly pulled Bai Guifan behind him. The next moment, a crocodile leapt up from the lake and bit right into a half-sized buffalo. The lake suddenly appeared a red color, and by the grass, a panther flashed by and bit into the neck of the spotted deer, where the water and grass were covered. There was a sudden and massive splash and a lamb was dragged into the lake. Let's go. This place is too dangerous. There's no way Wang Tao and the others would land here. Yi Feng's face changed drastically. Pulling Bai Guifan, he jogged up, and just after running a dozen meters, Bai Guifan fell to the ground. Upper back. Yi Feng carried Bai Guifan on his back and started running wildly, finally returning to the place where he had just engaged in battle. Yi Feng panted heavily. Plenty of water and grass also meant fierce competition, and it seemed that I was lucky to have been at the source of the creek, so I hadn't encountered any of these predators. What to do? No more Ray? Bai Guifan asked from his back. Wang Tao and the others shouldn't be in this stream. There's another possibility. On the beach. Not in the jungle anyway, because the jungle is full of mosquitoes, and I stabbed him in the thigh. Mosquitoes would have laid eggs in his wound. Let's go to the beach. Yi Feng finished speaking and put Bai Guifan down. Bai Guifan was heartbroken that Yi Feng had just carried her on his back and ran wildly, so he took the initiative to open the way in front. That tantalizing backdrop made Yi Feng get a little hyper again. There are times when once the floodgates are opened, the inner beast can no longer be shut off. Yi Feng took a deep breath and suddenly hugged Bai Guifan's back. Ah! Bai Guifan exclaimed. I can't, you're too fierce. If it happens again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk, Bai Guifan said in horror. Yi Feng was ashamed. What a time. He actually still thought about that. I'm sorry. It should be me who says I'm sorry. It's me who's out of practice, but it's okay. After you find Xiao Li, let her help you twice and share my pressure. Bai Guifan looked at Yi Feng and said, let's go to the beach first. Yi Feng finished speaking and took the initiative to walk in front. Otherwise, he would be unable to control himself again as he watched Bai Guifan's back from behind. Finally arriving at the beach, Yi Feng looked at the south side of the beach. There is a reef area where you can catch fish. Just stay here, hide in the woods and don't come out. I'm going to check out the reef area. Maybe I'll find someone. Then be careful. Yi Feng made an okay gesture, took his bow and arrow, and quietly approached the reef area. There's no one. This was the only place where fish could be caught, and if Wang Tao and the others were at the beach, they would usually choose this place as a campground. It follows that Chen Li is not on the beach either. That's a problem. Trying to find someone in the rainforest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's also the possibility that Chen Li might be dead. Yi Feng? Is it Yi Feng? Just then, a woman in her 30s stood up behind a reef, and as she did so, she pulled up her pants, where she was apparently taking a leak. You, Assistant Su? Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The woman in front of her was around 30 years old, with a fit body and sharp eyes. Wasn't she Su Yun's personal bodyguard? This kind of fit woman. Yi Feng did not know how many nights he had fantasized about it, and he did not expect that she had also survived, but it was not strange. After all, he was a bodyguard trained by the Su family since childhood, and had a certain degree of survivability. I didn't realize you were alive. Are there others? Susan asked flatly, looking well and obviously well nourished from her time on the desert island. At the same time, she didn't have a good impression of Yi Feng. After all, Wang Tao and the company, said Yi Feng's person clearly, lewd and nasty also like to peep. This kind of man, she is very despised. Of course, no more. Yi Feng's expression also went cold. He sensed Susan's hatred of himself, and that's the way he is as a person. If you like me, I will like you, but if you hate me from the bottom of your heart, I won't like you even if you look hot and beautiful. I don't know how Mr. Su is doing. Susan's brow furrowed and she slowly turned to the side. At once, all of her S-curves were exposed to Yi Feng's gaze. It had to be said that Susan's was not only big, but also firm, full, and her whole body exuded an air of health that any man looking at it would want her to help make a baby or something. After all, human beings are also animals. They want to have offspring. The first thing they think about is health. But modern people's thinking is slowly drifting. The first thing they think about is beautiful. In the past, in the countryside, the old people look at women, are first to see whether the strong, big ass is good to give birth to. Susan, on the other hand, not only has the face of an angel, but also a toned body. It was said that she was an orphan who was raised by Master Su from a young age and eventually turned into the Su family's gold medal bodyguard, specializing in protecting Su Yun. That's why she and Su Yun were called master and servant, but were actually sisters. She was also quite pitiful. In order to protect Su Yun, 30 years old, had never been in love, nor had she ever thought of marriage. Let's go. In any case, we're all in the same company. Following me will at least ensure that you don't starve to death. Susan finished and removed a wooden spear from behind the reef. Leaf maple. Actually, Mr. Su is still alive. Yi Feng said. Ha! Susan was overjoyed and grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder. Where is she? Where is she? Susan's tone trembled with excitement. The gene to protect Su Yun was already engraved in her bones. It's in the woods. It takes almost 7 or 8 kilometers to get there. I took good care of her. Yi Feng said. You take care of her? Susan was alert. After all, Yi Feng's reputation in the company was all ruined by Wang Tao. so in her perception, this Yifeng's care was a bit tainted. Assistant Su, is that you? At this moment, Bai Guifan also walked over, looking at Susan with a surprised face. Finance Sister White? Susan was equally delighted. The two women hugged each other at once, and Bai Guifan was almost squeezed out of shape. Yifeng was sweating for a while. This was really a female god of war. Come on, let's go back and see Yun Yun. Susan finished and was ready to head for the woods. However, in the next moment, footsteps came from inside the woods, and a large Jewish pig rushed out, its 2 rows of tusks flashing morosely. Yifeng was shocked. This thing was an omnivore, which meant that they also ate meat. So he rushed ahead of the 2 women in a single bound. Let me deal with it. Yifeng had just finished speaking, but was pulled away by Susan. Duck, you don't want to die. Let me do it. Susan stole Yifeng's line. Yifeng froze for a moment, but still put away his spear. He wanted to see how Susan fought. All that was seen was Susan pulling her spear back, her left hand fully open, guarding the tip. The next moment, her well-developed gluteal muscles tightened and her body tensed into a fit straight line. Pust! The wooden spear was thrown viciously, shooting the 200-pound Judas pig straight through. Bam zip! The Judas pig let out a shrill scream and leapt hastily into the woods. Come on! This food should not go to waste. Susan drew another dagger from her belt and took large steps after her. Yifeng was happy in his heart. Susan had good fighting strength. In the future, there would be 2 strong people in his camp. As for the other women, there was basically no fight. After following the blood trail for more than 100 meters, they finally found the Judas pig that had fallen dead in the grass. Yifeng, come over here and give us a hand. Drag it to the beach and dismember it. Take the meaty bits and then go find Yun Yun. Susan said. Yes. The 2 men quickly dragged the Judas pig down to the beach. Susan began to skillfully dismember the Judas pig. Yifeng also needed lard now. In civilized society, greasy things were harmful to health, but it was different on a desert island. Grease turned out to be invaluable. Not only did it make the hair greasy and shiny, but lard also gave a layer of grease protection on the lips. After breaking down the pork, Susan threw away the bones and the pig's head, and directly carried the bloody half of the pork, and pointed to the other half. You and Bai Guifan carry the rest of the pork. Yifeng, do you have the strength? Yifeng instantly blushed. Bitch, how dare you look down on me? No need to lift it, I can carry it alone. Yifeng also carried the other half of the fan. The 3 began to run wildly along the woods toward the creek. One must run fast, after all, they are all covered in pig's blood. Rustling sounds rang out from the dense forest around them, and at least a couple dozen animals had their eyes on them. Luckily, there weren't any large predators along the shoreline, or they wouldn't have been able to run back to the creek. After arriving at the edge of the creek, Susan was tired and panting, and then looked at the calm and relaxed Yifeng. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. You take a big breath when you're tired. It relieves the pressure on your lungs or you'll suffocate. Susan said. Okay. Yifeng pretended to take a few big breaths. He understood a woman like Susan. She was strong, and a strong woman doesn't quite want to be surrounded by a presence that is stronger than her, which can cause her to feel a sense of crisis. Sister Sue, let's wash the blood from the pork, and by the way, let's wash the body as well. Otherwise the blood will drive the jungle's food chain. Yifeng said. No need. If those beasts dare to come, just kill them, Susan said with sharp eyes. Leaf maple. After a 5-minute break, Susan continued to run carrying the pork. Yifeng walked in second place, admiring her gluteus maximus from behind. This woman was so healthy and very powerful, which instead aroused Yifeng's desire to conquer. He remembered that there was a lewd man in the company who often secretly took pictures of Susan's back, and after taking the pictures, he hurried to the toilet, and then 5 minutes later, walked out with a weak face. This shows that there are a few men who have thoughts about Susan. How much longer is it going to take? Susan asked from the front. Coming soon. Yifeng raised his head towards the sky and suddenly his face changed drastically. Only 5 or 6 bald eagles were seen hovering in the sky upstream, their mouths making raucous cries. No good. Yifeng didn't pretend anymore and used his full strength to overtake Susan with a whoosh. Susan immediately turned red, and similarly used her full strength, trying to overtake Yifeng. However, Yifeng quickly dumped her out of sight. Is this guy on drugs? Susan gasped, the outline of her chest flaring up and down as if she were about to blow up. Let's go. Maybe Feng has realized the danger. Bai Guifan hurriedly led the way. In front of the cave, nearly a dozen hyenas were tearing and gnawing around the corpse of the big black bear, while Su Yun and a few other women took out their bamboo spears and bows and arrows to repel them. But these hyenas didn't care that much. A few of them even started to surround Su Yun. Little donut. Shoot them. Su Yun yelled. Ah, I've finished my arrows already. Tinkerbell hid behind the crowd. Ouch. Zhang Yan suddenly screamed miserably, and her thighs were suddenly drenched in blood. Get in the back. In Yifeng's absence, Su Yun assumed the duties of the boss. A hyena sinisterly circled around to Su Yun's flank and took a bite at her fragrant buttocks. You should know that these hyenas usually eat carrion as well, and their mouths are full of bacteria, so if you bite them, you'll lose half your life if not your life. Watch out, Tinkerbell yelled. Just then, a spear shot from a downstream position. Pust! The hyena was directly nailed to the ground by the powerful force. Su Yun twisted his head to see a strong man running at breakneck speed, pulling out the spear from the corpse as he did so, and stabbing at the front again. Ow! The most aggressive hyena was stabbed through the mouth and killed instantly. Yifeng's spear swept to the side and another hyena was jerked away. The other hyenas stopped eating at once and pounced towards Yifeng in unison. Bastard! Come here to bully the lioness while the male lion is not at home? Yifeng shouted angrily and stabbed his spear forward, picking an old hyena on the spear and flinging it with force. Ow! The hyena pack let out a mournful howl and fled toward the bamboo forest, led by the queen. After all, Yifeng was too strong, and he had killed 3 hyenas in one go. Trying to run? Yifeng pulled his spear back. Pust! The hyena queen was nailed straight to the ground. Hoo hoo hoo! Yifeng gasped and took a big step forward, plucking out his spear with a poof and stabbing it into the hyena queen's eye again. The vultures in the sky were looking for some leftover meat, but they didn't expect a super tough taikanaut, so they fluttered their wings and flew away from the sky upstream. Downstream, Susan covered her mouth in shock. Just now, Yifeng's movements were ferocious and clean. Even if he personally went on, he might not have that kind of skill. Could it be that he was underestimated before? For a moment, her emotions became complicated. Honey, are you okay Yifeng hurriedly hugged Su Yun. Su Yun finally couldn't help but cry out when she saw her backbone return. She was so scared just now that she thought she was going to fall into the hyena's food. Yifeng was too secure. Big brother, you're finally back. Ding Tuan Tuan also rushed over and hugged Yifeng's back. Then it was Zhang Yan who also rushed over to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch. Only Sadamiko stood still, but with admiration in her eyes. Sister! Susan finally came over. When Su Yun heard this voice, her whole body shook and she slowly raised her eyes. Sis! The two beauties hugged each other for a long time. Yifeng was full of relief and went downstream to drag back the 2 fans of pork. Ouch! Zhang Yan suddenly fell to the ground, covering her thighs and crying out in pain. Yifeng hurried over and placed her slender thighs in his arms. What should we do? Will it leave a scar? Zhang Yan asked nervously. And you're in the mood to be concerned about scarring. Hyenas have dirty mouths and are highly likely to carry the rabies virus. Susan spoke coldly. Of course she recognized Zhang Yan. Wasn't she Wang Xian's lover? She didn't have a good feeling about this kind of woman. Ah, Yifeng little brother. You must save me. I will repay you. Remember the spinning one horse? You haven't seen it yet. Don't let me die. Zhang Yan said in horror. Leaf Maple. Shut up. There are so many people. Yifeng angrily rebuked. Come on. Get on your back. I'll take you to the woods for herbs. Yifeng crouched down. Zhang Yan was terrified and jumped directly onto Yifeng's back. You. Su Yun followed you with a few words and another somewhat wary look at Susan. Susan was her equivalent of a housekeeper, and usually when she wanted to do something indulgent, Susan would stop it immediately. Rushing into the woods with Zhang Yan on his back, Yifeng began to look for blood-cleansing herbs, first releasing as much blood as possible from the wound, and then looking for blood-clotting herbs to allow the wound to heal slowly, but scarring was inevitable. After 2 hours of searching, Yifeng finally found all the herbs, but by now, they were 2 kilometers away from the camp. There was no water source here, so Yifeng could only pull up Zhang Yan's skirt. For a moment, a small semi-transparent pair of shorts showed inside. Are you in such a hurry? Zhang Yan asked. No, it's easier for me to see a little better that way. After Yifeng finished speaking, he put the herb in his mouth and chewed it, then spit it on Zhang Yan's thigh. Only Zhang Yan's thighs twitched and slowly dripped down her thighs. It made Yifeng's pants look ugly again. Just now, Bai Guifan didn't let him fully release the pressure, only that he would not be able to control it. After all, the beast has been released. Zhang Yan was bleeding nonstop from her wounds, and her rosy lips turned pale all of a sudden, as if she had just come from a relative. When the flowing blood turned to a normal color, Yifeng wiped the wound clean again. That cue-bouncing feel, at one point, made Yifeng almost lose control. He chewed and spit the blood-clotting herbs on it again. Is that alright? Zhang Yan asked. It's not healed yet. Do you, have any cloth on you? I'm going to bandage the wound. Yifeng said. Boo, yes. Zhang Yan slowly stood up, the golden rooster, and suddenly took off the small translucent shorts and handed them to Yifeng. Just use this. I don't have much clothes left on me to tear. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, she placed her slender and snow-white thighs in Yifeng's arms again. At the same time, her skirt barely covered the base of her thighs. Yifeng swallowed his saliva, and his pants became ugly at a rate visible to the naked eye. He bandaged it as he did so, but his eyes were like radar and he couldn't help but look up his skirt. Zhang Yan took Yifeng's sneaky look in her eyes, and every now and then she shook her thighs, making that place hidden, causing Yifeng to almost explode in place. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Yan had lost a lot of blood, he would even want to, right now, put her on the spot. I feel so dizzy. Zhang Yan lost a lot of blood and got a little dizzy. Covering her head, she sat her butt into Yifeng's arms. Ah, no, no way. You're not wearing any underneath, in case you're not careful. Yifeng warned. He was already trying to restrain his animalistic nature. If Zhang Yan teased anymore, he couldn't care about anything else. Zhang Yan didn't care about that much and squeezed her entire body into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yan had already closed her eyes in his arms and fell into a comatose state. Yifeng feels like he only needs to pick and pull, but he forced himself to hold back. Go home. He hugged Zhang Yan horizontally and walked home. Back at the cave entrance, Su Yun hurried over. Is she dead? Su Yun asked coldly. No, just lost a lot of blood and passed out. Let's go grill some fish. After Yifeng finished speaking, he carefully placed Zhang Yan on the ground. Susan looked Yifeng over one more time. This Yifeng isn't as bad as Wang Tao said, right? However, in the next moment, Yifeng had already put down Zhang Yan, and those ugly pants were exposed. Susan suddenly had a red face. Yifeng, Wang Tao is right. You really are a lecherous man. People are injured and you still think about that. You are simply an animal. Su Shan scolded angrily. In fact, she cursed fiercely on her lips, but in her heart, she was jealous of Zhang Yan. After all, she had lived 30 years and had never had a boyfriend or even held a man's hand. She couldn't help but feel hostile whenever she saw young couples passing by. If it was her that Yifeng had just hugged, she would have been gorgeous, but she was dead set against admitting it. This is a normal physiological reaction of men. And just now, it wasn't me who took the initiative. Yifeng instantly also angry. They say Susan is the company's tigress. It is not wrong at all. And 30 years have not had a boyfriend. The men in the company are rumored. She that place will bite and will not let go. I don't care to talk to you. Shame on me. After Susan finished speaking, she directly pulled Su Yun to her side, not allowing her to walk with Yifeng. Su Yun could do nothing but quietly make a helpless gesture to Yifeng. Growing up with Susan in charge, she was also a little afraid of this god-sister. Just then, a scent came. It turned out that Rimiko Yukizawa had grilled a pork leg and sprinkled filtered salt on it. When Yifeng and Bai Guifan went out, Rimiko utilized the grass ash and removed the impurities in the white substance. And what was left was basically all salt, although there was still a little bit of impurity. But it was not that much of a concern on the deserted island. She hesitated and handed a piece of meat to Yifeng. Yifeng, you work the hardest. You eat the fattest places. Sadamiko said warmly. Thank you, Tian Shui Tao. Yifeng said. She's not Tian Shui Tao. No eyes at all. She's the wife of the little boat king. Susan spoke coldly from a distance. She had stirred up a hornet's nest with that comment, and a large group of women all turned their gazes to Sadamiko. Rimiko suddenly blushed. The fact that she had been sucked by Yifeng was now known to the entire women of the cave, and it was only feared that when she returned to civilization, the little boat king would also repudiate her. I apologize for deceiving you, but I have my own hardships. After Rimiko finished speaking, she went back to taking care of Zhang Yan. At this moment, Susan was helping Su Yun dress up. Go behind the waterfall. I'm going to check and see if you've been taken advantage of. Susan said. Sister, don't. Again? Su Yun's pretty face was red, but she still obediently followed behind the waterfall. Yifeng withered and sat on the sidelines eating pork legs. He felt that he had recruited a housekeeper back. It seems that this life of 3 palaces and 6 houses will be put on hold for the time being. Unless, take Susan down as well and let her kneel in front of his big pants and sing Conquest. I heard that she's been single for 30 years, and she's got teeth there. I'm not talented, but I'd like to try. Bite me to death. Come on, bite me to death. After eating the pork, several of the women needed to mobilize the blood in their bodies to digest the food, so they were all drowsy. However, Yifeng couldn't sleep. He felt that the position of the boss had been provoked. Right at this moment, Bai Guifan walked towards the downstream, and when she was about to disappear from Yifeng's line of sight, she suddenly turned back and gave a wink that only Yifeng understood. Yifeng took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. An hour later, Yifeng was lying flat on the ground while Bai Guifan was lying in his arms, tracing circles with her fingers. How was it just now? Get the pressure out? By Guifan winks. It's still you who's great. Basically let it go 7 or 8 times, right? Yifeng gently stroked her hair. Well now, right? Gotta go get Chenli back. Otherwise, I'd be too sorry for Chen Jihua. In fact, he was tempted to say that only about a small half of it had been released. After all, Yifeng was originally very strong, plus eating that white fruit had turned him into a king of kings. Guifan, wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll snub that whoever and let her follow me to look for Chenli. After all, she's not bad, Yifeng said. Gratitude flashed in by Guifan's eyes and she directly ambled her face down. I don't know how much time passed before the two men returned to the camping groups. This was what Bai Guifan insisted on. She said that she couldn't delay Yifeng and Suyun's good deed. Where were you? Susan asked. Went downstream to take a shower. Yifeng said. Good. We'll be a team from now on. So we have to be disciplined in everything we do. First of all, I thank you for helping me take care of my sister these days. When I go back, I'll ask Master Su to promote you. Secondly, from tomorrow onwards, every once in a while, we have to send 2 people to the beach to wait for the arrival of the rescue plane. Or else inside the jungle, the leaves cover all the ground, and the rescue plane can't see us even if it flies by. Susan said slowly. Right, Susan-san, you're absolutely right, Satomiko said excitedly. Sister, it's still you who's great. Suyun also looked at Susan heartily. Several of the other women were also excited. Leaf Maple, you're great. Why didn't I think of this before? Yifeng said awkwardly. Susan looked at Yifeng with a meaningful gaze, causing Yifeng's heart to thump. For some reason, there were no winks or sexual innuendo in Susan's eyes, but after being looked at by her, a thought rose from deep within. Perhaps it's a special skill derived from a woman's 30 years of abstinence. A hard-on at a glance. You didn't think of that, or didn't you? Never mind. Let's not talk about that now. We have to work together. If the rescue plane doesn't come, we'll build a raft and leave. We can't sink on a deserted island. Susan made a comment that directly gave her a huge following. Of course, Bai Guifan was excluded. After all, she had already tasted Yifeng's flavor. Especially after the first time, she felt that the previous nearly 40 years had been in vain. And with a Yifeng, she could do without anything. Now, I'll go and skin the bear and dry it, and lay it on the hay at night, so it's softer, too. Yifeng picked up the dagger next to Susan and started to get busy. A few other women also got busy, cutting the bear meat and pork into strips, then stringing them up on thin bamboo wires and hanging them on tree branches to dry. While drying, rub a layer of salt on the top, which will prevent the meat from molding or rotting. Just finished curing the kosher pork and used up all the salt. The rest of the bear meat that isn't marinated, let's roast all of it and eat it. And then we'll press the meat we can't finish under the waterfall so that the smell of blood doesn't attract other predators. Yifeng suggested. At night, there were Yifeng and 6 beautiful women sitting next to the fire. We just lost to Chen Jihua. Everyone is in a low mood. Don't be too sad everyone. Chihuahua wants us to live happily too. So let's do this. I'll tell you a joke. Bai Guifan suddenly spoke up. Good thing too. Several people listened intently at once. Bai Guifan told a very rustic dirty joke. Although rustic, but it can mobilize that between men and women. For a while, Yifeng turned his gaze towards Suyun, who was also quietly sizing herself up. As for Susan, although she pretended to look disdainful, Yifeng clearly felt that she was also a bit moved. I had a buddy whose girlfriend ran off with a black man and came back from the black state 2 years later to marry him again. On his wedding night, the dude pulled down his girlfriend's pants and suddenly had a shocked look on his face. Why is it so big? Why is it so big? His girlfriend then asked back. Why did she have to say it twice? My buddy looked puzzled too. So he just said it again. Do you understand? The hole is too big and there's an echo. Yifeng also told a joke. Put, ah. Bai Guifan let out a loud laugh. A few of the other girls looked like they couldn't help themselves. As long as there was a Dingtao group with a confused look on their face and a big question mark popping up on their face. Suyun blushed and buried her head in Susan's arms. Susan rolled her eyes at Yifeng, and a blush crept onto her pretty face. What a disgusting joke. Don't tell it again. Susan lightly reprimanded. She almost laughed just now as well, but managed to hold it back. After saying that, Susan seemed to be less hostile to Yifeng. After all, a laugh would end the feud. Right. Where are Wang Tao and the others? Susan thought of something else. Su Yun, however, blushed and told Susan all about the disgusting things Wang Tao had done these days. It can't be, can it? Supervisor Wang is usually righteous and I've seen his championship trophy with my own eyes. How could he not even know how to catch a fish? Susan was shocked. Ha, if you get me $50,000, I can make you the Olympic champions trophy and put a layer of gold plating on it. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when they look at it? Yifeng sneered. The moment he mentioned that punk Wang Tao, he was on fire. Well, let's talk about something else. Whose turn is it to tell a joke next? Yi Feng asked. Then, a few other girls told a joke, but it wasn't funny at all, and Yi Feng almost fell asleep, but still had to force a smile on his face. After chatting for a while longer, Yi Feng went to skin the bear. The skinning was done with Susan's dagger, which was incredibly sharp and looked to be made of good steel. After doing this, Yi Feng soaked the bearskin in water. There are many parasites on it. It must be soaked for 2 days before it can be taken out to dry. After drying it can be used as a bed. Everyone's tired, so let's get started now, and I'll give you your assignments. Yi Feng stood on a rock. Tonight, let's take 2 people to keep watch. Ting Tuan Tuan, you and Tian. Forget about it, not pretending. You and Ukiazuri Rimiko to keep watch. The others go in and sleep. After saying that, Yi Feng guided Susan and the others to the cave. Susan frowned just as she entered. Why just a place to sleep? Where do you sleep at night? Susan asked Yi Feng. Squeeze together. There is a big temperature difference between day and night in the jungle. Yi Feng said. No, you're a man. What's the point of squeezing into a pile of women? How about this? You lay down some more hay and sleep on the other side. Susan said. At this moment, Su Yun spoke up. Sister, forget it. Ah Feng is very tired. Let him sleep huddled together. Otherwise he will freeze at night alone. That's fine. Which one of you would like to sleep in a squeeze with Yi Feng? Susan asked. Brush. All the women approached towards Yi Feng, including Su Yun. Susan glared at her fiercely, and only then did Su Yun reluctantly take a step back. Then it's decided. Yi Feng sleeps on the far side. Sister bye. You sleep crammed together with him, and the others sleep in the inside position. Susan said directly. Yi Feng had an unhappy face and could only squeeze by Guifen to sleep. When he slept until midnight, Yi Feng felt that it was especially cold tonight, and he couldn't help but squeeze by Guifen. But he found that her skin was hot and her body was still trembling slightly. He hurriedly reached out and touched by Guifen's forehead, and his heart sank. It's not good. Everyone wake up, Auntie White has a high fever. Yi Feng shouted. The other few women were also freezing, and all of them woke up at once. What about that? Su Yun asked with her eyes closed, looking like she was about to fall asleep at any moment. Hey, it's really a leaky house. I'll go get her some fever-reducing herbs. That who? You guys wash the helmet and boil some boiling water inside for her to drink. Yi Feng finished speaking and directly rushed outside. Ting Tuan had long since fallen asleep next to him, with only Satomiko keeping watch. She had a dagger and was sharpening a piece of wood. Nani, what's wrong? Rimiko asked. Someone's got a fever. I need to pick up some herbs or the fever will kill you on a deserted island. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he dragged out a torch from inside the fire, picked up a spear, and rushed into the dark woods. As soon as he entered the woods, Yi Feng was shocked in his heart. Only a wrist-thick python was seen struggling to devour a hare. He took a deep breath and hurried around. The torch was swaying from side to side by the wind in the jungle, and Yi Feng was anxious. In the cave, Bai Guifen weakly opened her eyes, a face burning red. The death of her husband hit her hard, and the fact that Chen Li's whereabouts were unknown made her anxious. Finally, she fell ill. Auntie, have some boiling water. I've blown it cold. Tinkerbell reached for the cooler in his helmet. Bai Guifen gave a weak smile, took a small sip, and coughed violently again. Susan crouched in the corner and suddenly looked deeper into the jungle. Can Yi Feng do it alone? Will it be dangerous? Ha, sister, go find him quickly and bring him back. Su Yun became anxious at once. Susan's face sank. You're not falling for him, are you? Ah, no. Su Yun hurriedly explained. At this moment, Yi Feng finally returned, holding a bunch of herbs in his hands. These 3 herbs, you put them in the pot in cold water. These 2, when the water rolls, put them in. And this last one, when the water boils for 10 minutes, put them in. Yi Feng began to explain. Rimiko, you know Chinese medicine? Rimiko's eyes lit up. Of course, I'm from a Chinese medicine family. Yi Feng was slightly smug. He lives in the village of Wu, and there are frequent wars between several villages, so he gets injured from time to time. That's long enough for them to become doctors themselves. Rimiko took the herbs and went to fry them, while Yi Feng looked at Bai Guifen. Bai Guifen was weak, her eyes half-slitted. Lily, Bai Guifen uttered 2 words. Yi Feng was a little sad in his heart, and it was estimated that the psychological burden was too heavy, which is why Bai Guifen fell ill. The thing about herbs is that they can only treat the symptoms. It's the heart disease that counts. It seems that it is still necessary to get Chun-Li back. Otherwise Bai Guifen's disease cannot be cured. Don't worry, I will definitely get Chun-Li back tomorrow. Just tomorrow. Yi Feng held Bai Guifen's hand and said firmly. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Bai Guifen's face and she slowly fell asleep. In the corner, Someone nudged Susan. Sister, look, Yi Feng is a very good person. It's not like what Wang Tao said, Su Yun said. Susan's expression loosened, but she kept her mouth shut. Knowing people, who knows if they're faking it, Susan said coldly. Just then, a shriek came from outside the cave. No good, there's a poisonous snake. Rimiko jumped around the fire, nearly knocking over the herbal medicine in her helmet. Yi Feng rushed out like a panther. Only an ink-black snake was seen swimming next to the fire, its mouth wide open, trying to bite Satomiko. Yi Feng fixed his eyes and his face changed greatly, because the snake's mouth was all black. It's a black mamba. Duck. After Yi Feng finished speaking, the spear in his hand was thrown out, but that black mamba even easily avoided it and bit at Yi Feng again. Shit. Yi Feng was also scared and hurriedly sidestepped. The black mamba swam toward the cave again. Yi Feng didn't care about anything else and directly picked up the boiling Chinese medicine and showered it towards Black Mamba. It finally worked, and the Black Mamba hissed and swam hastily into the stream. Phew! Rimiko sighed in relief and fell on her butt. Have you been bitten? Yi Feng carefully stared at Rimiko's thighs. Arms. When this thing bites, the gods can't save you. And even if you suck the poison out with your mouth, it's just as deadly. No bites. Satomiko had a moment of groping at her body, and all of a sudden, the shape of her chest began to change. That's good. And this cave entrance isn't safe. Yi Feng frowned. This cave? It doesn't seem very livable. First of all, there's no heavenly danger to defend it, and some wild beasts can pop out of the woods at any time to sneak up on it. Secondly, there's the poisonous snakes, which can't be defended against at night. Susan walked out as well, not looking too good either. Although she was not weak in combat, women were naturally afraid of snakes. The others couldn't sleep either, so they all went to the fire to keep warm. It's not a solution to go on like this. Tomorrow, I'll go to find Shenli. Zhang Yan, you take Susan to look for limestone. After finding it, bring it back and grind it into powder, and sprinkle a circle along the cave. Although the lime powder can't prevent wild beasts, but preventing some snakes and bugs can still be done. Yi Feng said. Aha, okay. Susan nodded, and for the first time, she obeyed Yi Feng's orders. This is just the first step. When I find Shenli, I have to find a way to cut down the wood and enclose the cave entrance to make a yard. In this way, it will be protected from wild beasts. Everyone is okay with that, right? Yi Feng asked again. Great. So, there's a yard, and we can move around freely in the yard, Ting Tuan said with a leap of faith. Although the other few women didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces were agreeable. Susan, however, shook her head. Our primary goal should be to build rafts and find a chance to leave the deserted island, not to build some kind of shelter here. Well, rafts should be built as well, but one should save one's life first, right? Stabilize the basics, then think of a way to leave the deserted island. This is the right order, don't you think so? Yi Feng asked Susan. Susan hesitated and finally nodded. Then the matter is settled. Tomorrow, I'll go to Chanli alone. Zhang Yan will take Susan to look for limestone, and the others will stay here to take care of Auntie Bai, and if you encounter any danger, you'll... Yi Feng couldn't say any more. If there was no himself and Susan in the camp, the other women didn't have any fighting power at all. If you encounter a wild animal, it's just a matter of hiding in a cave and blocking the door. But what if we meet Wang Tao's group of humans? Susan, you guys find the limestone and return as fast as you can. I will also look for Chenli as fast as I can. Yi Feng added. Good. Copy that. Feng, why don't I go with you tomorrow? Rimiko suddenly said. No, you have to stay here to take care of Auntie Bai. You're experienced. As for Ding Tuan Tuan, you're young and unreliable. And Mr. Su, he has a high eye and can't take care of people. Yi Feng said seriously. Who are you calling eye candy? Su Yun immediately rushed over and gave a pink punch, hitting Yi Feng wailing. Ting Tuan, on the other hand, huffed and puffed and turned his back, mouthing the words. As the sky quickly dawned, Yi Feng carried a bow and arrow on his back and held a spear in his hand. Several women surrounded him and kept saying things like be safe. Feng, be careful on the way. There's a large family of women waiting for you to come back to protect them. Su Yun helped Yi Feng straighten his tattered collar. Big brother Yi, have a good trip, Ting Tuan said. Leaf Maple. At this point, it was Susan's turn. You be careful, don't get yourself killed, Susan said in a flat tone. Yi Feng sighed and looked up to the sky. The wind is xiao xiao and the water is cold. A strong man will never return. Su Yun, if I don't come back, you should find someone to marry. Don't wait for me. After saying that, Yi Feng ran towards the downstream with a whoosh. Susan and Zhang Yan exchanged glances and also dipped into the woods. In place, there was just one sick man, and 3 weak women left. Yi Feng ran down the creek to the bottom. Wang Tao's group of beasts were not in the creek. nor in the reef area of the beach, so there was a possibility that they should be on the north side of the beach. So he ran a few kilometers toward the creek and then dipped into the woods, ready to look north of the beach. The sun was still out. Yi Feng walked easily. After all, there was a previously opened road. After an hour of running, Yi Feng finally saw the coconut forest. He looked puzzled and suddenly ambled lower, only to see the reef area of the beach. A group of people were walking around. It was Wang Xiong and the others. Wang Xiong's big back lost its momentum, and 2 strands of hair drooped in front of his forehead, and a stubble of hair grew on the bald head. 2 bodyguards were sitting on the reef, discussing something. Among the group, only these 2 bodyguards had spirit. The others, including Wang Xiong, were all breathless. Wang Tao, not to mention, was still lying on the stretcher sleeping. Where's Chen Li? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, letting his gaze look farther away, only to see that behind the reef, a big blonde ocean horse suddenly stepped out. This chick was about 1.75 meters, wearing a bikini on her body, and her body could no longer be described as hot. It could only be described as fiery. Then, Chen Li followed. Looks like they have a new member on their side. Yi Feng muttered a sentence to himself. Judging the situation, he wasn't afraid of anyone else but was a bit wary of the 2 bodyguards. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked at the large oceanic horse again. I have to admit that the skin of European and American women is just white. A little too white. And after weeks of sunbathing in the jungle himself, getting dark and strong, the 2 skin tones were black and white in comparison. Alice, didn't you say that your boyfriend had already built a boat to find help? Why isn't he back yet? Wang Xiong couldn't help but ask. As for the bald trio, all of them looked at Alice with abject gazes, and in those eyes, it seemed as if they were about to spit out fire. Don't worry, he'll come back for me. Alice flashed a bright smile. Yi Feng judged that this Alice was estimated to be 18 or 19 years old. But Europeans and Americans were very old. 18 or 19 years old. Looked like 20 or 30 years old. But the figure was really tops. And based on figure alone, none of the women in the cave could match her. At this point, the bald head couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Dagger, just let me get her. Just once. I've been suffocating for the past few days. Bald head begged. However, Long Wu shook his head. No, in case her boyfriend really found the rescue machine, he will definitely arrest all of us and put us in jail. Let's wait for 2 more days. After 2 days, if the rescue machine hasn't come yet, these 2 women, I don't care. Long Wu still had principles, and he had been protecting Chen Li and Alice for the past few days, but after all, it's not a relative, and if the rescue plane doesn't come again, he can't go against the whole team, so he has to give up. However, he can guarantee that he won't get it. A man who had been a soldier had a righteousness in his bones, and although he also loved beautiful women, he would never do anything to force a woman. Wang Xiong glanced at Long Wu, his heart also anxious. 3 days ago, he could no longer command 2 bodyguards. If he keeps this up, he's going to be a sidekick. No, one must think of other ways to establish one's power. Thinking of this, Wang Xiong walked towards Long Wu. Dagger, hasn't your daughter always wanted to go to continent to study? Don't worry, as long as I can go back, I will definitely send her to continent. I have 2 companies in Germany. Oh, Dragon 5 nodded with a lack of interest and looked away again. Right at this moment, Alice suddenly walked towards the woods, right at Yi Feng. What do you want? Bald asked suddenly. I'll go for convenience. Is there a problem? Facing the bald head, Alice's attitude was cold. Don't try to run. I'll keep an eye on you. The bald man finished and gulped. Fark, Alice cursed, and came toward the woods with a great deal of grace. Yi Feng was shocked in his heart. If this bitch would yell and scream after seeing herself, would she attract the others? So, he took advantage of the fact that Alice was about to take off her little shorts, and suddenly stormed up and covered her mouth with one hand. Holy shit, this woman's body was hot and incomparable, and the skin just touched, making Yi Feng a little dizzy. Alice struggled hard a few times, but the power disparity was so great that she couldn't even scream. Don't scream. I'm a good person. I'm here to save you and another girl. Her name is Chen Li. She's my ex-girlfriend. Her mom is with me. I'm going to take her back to reunite with her mom. Yi Feng came to Alice's ear and said. Alice froze and hurriedly blinked desperately. Only then did Yi Feng slowly release her mouth. The next moment, Yi Feng felt that his pants were a bit wet. I grass. This big foreign girl, she actually peed on her own pants. It wasn't surprising. Just now she was suddenly sneaking up on him. She thought she had encountered a beast sneaking up on her, so she peed herself in fear. Is your name Yi Feng? Alice asked in a small voice. Yes, Chen Li mentioned me? Yi Feng froze for a moment. She talks about you a lot and says she regrets betraying you. What should we do now? Alice speaks good Chinese, but her bite is a bit inaccurate. Now, You find a chance to bring Chen-Li to the woods. We'll run directly towards my camp. There are bows and arrows, spears and weapons there. Wang Tao's group won't dare to provoke us easily. Yi Feng said. I see. Alice instantly lifted up her small shorts. She had just finished peeing, wetting all of Yi Feng's pants. Yi Feng looked at the wet marks on his pants and in turn became more aroused. Doesn't it mean that one has indirectly come into contact with this big ocean horse? Hi Ray, are you going to be handy? Alice asked. Convenience? Didn't I just already? Yes, I'm going to be convenient. Chen-Li instantly snapped out of it. The two women instantly walked hand in hand toward the woods. On the beach, only the bald man was keeping a constant eye on the two women. Seeing this, he stopped Alice again. Didn't you already facilitate it just now? Why now? Bald asked. But his eyes were looking up and down the two women. Me? What if there are poisonous snakes in the woods? I can be around to help her repel them. Alice explained. I don't believe you. So this time, I'm going to accompany you to the woods. Bald said. Don't you guys in Yanxia have a saying that men and women aren't related? How can you make it easier for Shaoli with you around? Alice said angrily. I don't care. I'm going. Hey. Shit in your pants if you don't. The bald guy looked like a shrewish scoundrel. Well, don't you regret it. Alice finished speaking and pulled Chen-Li towards the woods. The bald head really did follow. The two women slowly went deeper into the coconut grove. Soon 10 meters deeper. The sun's light had become dim as it reached here. Yi Feng's eyes grew cold and picked up a stone. Make it easy. It's good to get me over the hump. Ha ha ha. The bald man's eyes were glowing as he stared at the two women's bodies. His pants already hard to see. Alice suddenly tilted the corner of her mouth, revealing a seductive smile. And then, placing both hands on the small shorts, she took them off a little bit downwards. Gollum. The bald man gulped and couldn't help but stick his head over. Bang! Yi Feng directly stormed up and ruthlessly smashed his head with a stone. In the next moment, the bald head didn't even grunt and directly fainted on the ground. Run! Yi Feng pulled Chen-Li and ran towards the location of the creek with big strides. Alice was barefoot, but it didn't interfere with running. Can you keep up? Yi Feng turned around and his eyes instantly straightened, only to see the inside of Alice's bikini rise and fall as she ran, almost trying to break free of her bonds. Why did you stop? Run before those bad guys see you. Alice gasped. Oh, well. Yi Feng collected his mind and continued to run towards the creek location. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the creek panting. Alice even sat on her butt in the stream. A bead of sweat slid down her cheek, down her snow-white neck, and fell onto her body. Yi Feng had an idea to help her lick the sweat beads clean. Look at my back. My back is itchy. Did something bite me? Alice put her hands back to scratch her back. Yi Feng was delighted and hurriedly stood at Alice's back. Only at her buckle strap, there was a red swelling. It should be bitten by some kind of poisonous insect. It's too itchy. Alice was still scratching at the itch, but the next moment her hand accidentally touched the buckle strap. Only a bang was heard, and it was directly disintegrated. This strong visual impact almost made Yi Feng's directly spray nosebleed. Faced with this sudden situation, Alice didn't care at all. Euroland women think differently. They start to fall in love when they are in high school, and sometimes, to celebrate graduation, they gather the whole school, men and women, to run around the campus naked. So she's very open-minded and not as conservative as Eastern women. Yi Feng, help me wash my back. It's too itchy, Alice said. Okay, right away. Yi Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly helped Alice wash up. It had to be said that the skin of the women of the European domain was not as delicate as that of the Oriental women, and was even a little rough, but their body temperatures are high, and maybe, inside, they will be too. Chen-Li instead became a bystander, somewhat at a loss for words. Alright, let's go back to the campground after washing. Feng, don't worry, from now on, Chen-Li, will never be two-faced again. I will fall in love with only you. Chen-Li swore with her fingers to the sky. Yi Feng hesitated and still didn't tell her about her father's death. Let's go back to camp first. After saying that, Yi Feng helped Alice button up her clothes and pulled Chen-Li to run upstream again. Having just run less than 2 kilometers, Yi Feng suddenly let go of Chen-Li's hand and aimed his spear into the woods. A short while later, a little guy with a bobbing head came out of the woods. It was a young black bear, probably as big as a dog, with a silly head. When the little black bear saw the human, it actually took the initiative to run over and rubbed itself affectionately on Alice's calf. Yi Feng recognized it. This should be the cub of that big black bear, the so-called root and branch. Alice, kick it away. This kind of bear's meat is very tender. Yi Feng finished speaking and pulled his body back. No. The two women, however, suddenly shielded the little black bear. Please don't kill it. It's so cute. Alice hugged the little black bear, which in turn stuck out its tongue and licked her white face. Ah Feng, don't kill it. Let's do this. Tame it and usually keep it tethered to the cave entrance. It can also be used for sentry duty. Shenli also pleaded. Yi Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and he finally put down his spear. Indeed, animals are much more alert than humans, and this little black bear tethered to the entrance of the cave will also serve as a sentry. Be on guard against it a bit. Usually it should be beaten and scolded. Otherwise when it becomes an adult, no one will be able to rule it. Yi Feng said. If he told Shenli that Chen Jihua died at the hands of this little black bear's mother, he didn't know how she would feel. Run and walk. Yi Feng drove the little black bear behind him and kept poking its butt with his spear to help it pick up speed. The little black bear was angry, but there was nothing he could do. After spending some work, Yi Feng finally returned to the campground. Only a few women were gathered around, smashing the limestone into powder, while Susan took the lime and sprinkled it along the entrance to the cave. Ah, back? Su-yun was overjoyed and was ready to jump into Yi Feng's arms, but Susan stood straight and looked at Su-yun with a warning look. Yeah, back. And with a foreign friend. Alice, introduce yourself. Yi Feng laughed. Hi everyone, my name is Love. Ah, it's so cute. Tinkerbell squealed and wrapped her arms around the little black bear, lifting it high and lowering it. Alice. Several women were clearly more interested in the little black bear than Alice, causing Alice to be embarrassed. After all, the women were jealous of her fiery figure and there was an innate hint of hostility. My name is Rimiko Yukizawa. Nice to meet you. Only Satomiko and Alice shook hands. And Chenli. No one seems to care about her. But as if Chenli had a premonition of something, as soon as she returned to the campsite, she looked unnatural, only to see her stumble into the cave. Then, Bai Guifen's surprised voice came from the cave. But after only 5 minutes, Chenli's mournful cries came from the cave again. Daddy, aha, Daddy, I don't have a daddy. Chenli cried miserably, causing a few women to be a little sad. Put the other limestone in a dry place in the cave and store it, in case you run into a rainy day. You still have to continue to use it. Yi Feng said. Zhang Yan immediately and obediently did as she was told. She was still walking with a bit of a limp, and the wound on her thigh had been cleaned several times. Equally, she now had nothing in her thin skirt. Chenli walked out of the cave, found Chen Jihua's tombstone, and covered her mouth and kept crying. But no one was there to comfort her, not even Su-yun. Apparently the women in the camp hadn't treated her well since her last betrayal. Only Alice still spoke to her occasionally. Now start felling the trees and put a fence around them. Don't use bayonets and daggers. Just use rocks. Yi Feng gave the order. Copy that. Yes, Island Master Yi. Ting Tuan said half-jokingly. Busy from noon until evening. Yi Feng and a few women felled 3 large trees and picked off the branches on them. Ding Tuan Tuan was scared by the bugs in the tree and screamed. And in a short while he rolled and crawled to hide in the cave, and refused to come out. This scene made Yi Feng and a few women laugh. As night fell, Yi Feng went to take out the bear meat that had been pressed into the water and roasted it for dinner. At that moment, however, the little black bear came over and kept rubbing his body against the bearskin. This beast may take revenge when it grows up. Oh, Yi Feng warned. It won't. It's so cute. Ting Tuan hugged the little black bear tightly. Yi Feng didn't bother to say anything else. Just find a chance to finish off the little black bear, or else its size would get bigger and bigger until it was uncontrollable. After another moment, Bai Guifan actually walked out of the cave, and although she was still weak, her complexion had improved. She recovered when her daughter returned. Mom! Chenli helped Bai Guifan sit down by the fire. Yi Feng counted. That's a total of 7 women. It's like you've become Weishobu. If we can build a good shelter, it's not bad to be a king on a deserted island. Back to civilization? Back to the hammer. Just when I thought of this, I saw the little black bear stand up and let out a milky growl from his mouth. Yi Feng's face changed and he directly drew a torch from the fire and ruthlessly threw it downstream. A human face was exposed to view as the firelight flickered. A couple of guys saw that they couldn't be ambushed, so they had to waltz out. Wang Xiong, what are you doing here again? Yi Feng picked up his bow and arrow. The other few women were not willing to lag behind, and had picked up their bamboo spears, looking like they were standing by. Why did you take our women away? Hand over Alice. As for Chenli, we don't want them. Wang Xiong held a wooden stick in his hand. He was followed by the few remaining men. Wang Tao also appeared in the crowd on his crutches. Alright, then personally ask Alice if she is willing to go with you. Yi Feng looked at Alice. No. Alice grabbed a rock and shook her head firmly. Alice, we've come for the past 3 days to catch fish for you to eat and protect you. And you're so heartless to leave us? Be obedient and return to the team. I promise. The bald 3 won't touch you. Longwu spoke up for the first time. Dagger, you're an honorable man, but I lied to you. I don't have a boyfriend at all. much less a boyfriend who builds ships and goes out to sea looking for rescue. Alice threw out another heavy bomb. Ha! The corners of Longwoo's eyes kept throbbing, and his face was suffocatingly red. After all that, they were 7 men, and they were fooled by a woman. Why did you lie to me? Wang Xiong stood out, a face with veins showing. You still have the nerve to question me? If I hadn't said that, I'm afraid that on my first day, I would have been defiled by your men, and I was saving myself. Understand? Alice said. Yi Feng secretly nodded his head. This Alice, very level-headed, much better than Chen Li Ku. Wang Xiong hesitated for a moment and suddenly revealed a smile to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you're very capable of getting so many women around you, but what's your next plan? Build a boat and go home? If that's your intention, I'm afraid it'll take years to build the ship with just the men you have. How about this? We merge our 2 groups together, all men on our side. We can do the strength work and build the keel and deck. The woman on your side of the boat can spin the sails, which makes it much faster. Wang Tao said. No need. You guys might as well go back where you came from, or else. See the bow and arrow in my hand? Yi Feng gave an eviction order. Wait, he's got a point. Susan walked out suddenly. All she had in her mind was to go home and didn't care about Yi Feng's grudge against Wang Xiong. Sister, how can you work with this group? They are bad. Su Yun hurriedly said. I don't care who's good or who's bad. As long as I can build a boat and go home, all grudges can be put aside. Susan said. I agree. Rimiko raised her hand as well. Yi Feng's face turned ugly. He looked at the faces of a few women, except for Su Yun's objection. Although the other women didn't say anything with their mouths, the expressions on their faces already proved everything. The reason why he didn't open his mouth to say yes was purely because he was waiting for himself to call the shots. If they really want to be in the company of these beasts, I'm afraid it won't take 3 days for them all to be gotten. After all, these men have only one thing on their minds. The bald trio, in particular, were focused on women's organs almost all the time. Feng, although they are bad, they have a point, and we women can't do the laborious work. Bai Guifan used a consultative tone and whispered to Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't speak. His face was ugly. It was so hard to become Weishobu, but 7 competitors popped up. How happy could he be? Most of all, he didn't want to go home at all. It's still a deserted island that's comfortable. Seemingly seeing Yi Feng's inner thoughts, Bai Guifan came back to Yi Feng's ear and said softly, Don't worry, I won't like any of them. As long as you let the others taste it, they will be 100% loyal to you. Of course, if you still don't agree, I'll be on your side. After hearing Bai Guifan's words, Yi Feng looked at the others again. Brother Yi, should we cooperate with them? Ting Tuan asked. Alright, Yi Feng sighed, and then looked at Wang Xiong and the others. Your campsite should be more than 20 meters away from us. You're downstream, we're upstream. Use this stone as a boundary marker. As long as it crosses the boundary, I'll never be polite. Ha ha ha, good. It's decided. Wang Xiong nodded and led a few people to the downstream location, preparing to set up a campground belonging to them. Susan rolled her eyes, so childish and making a boundary marker, just like a child playing house. Yi Feng had his own plans. Wait for a while, he asked Wang Xiong's group to cut down the wood, create a fence, and then enclose the yard. Come here and meet around the fire. Yi Feng is going to make the rules. Several women immediately sat around the fire, while Zhang Yan happened to be squatting on the opposite side, her 2 jade legs if open and closed. Wang Xiong's group of people only have one thing on their mind, so when working with them, try not to say anything. Let me know what's going on, and I'll be the one to butt heads with them. And then, Yi Feng had just said this, but he saw Zhang Yan suddenly open her legs a bit, by the light of the fire. Yi Feng's eyes went straight. And then what happened? Su Yun asked. Wait, brain is a little messed up. Yi Feng scratched his fluffy hair. However, Susan was following Yi Feng's gaze and saw Zhang Yan at once. Humph, what a time to have that on your mind. Yi Feng gave a few more explanations and sent a few women back to the cave to sleep. And he kept watch himself. Beasts are good to defend, but humans are hard to defend. Sure enough, in the wee hours of the morning, the bald guy walked over to the boundary marker. What are you doing? Yi Feng bent his bow and arrow. He really wanted to directly shoot the bald guy now. This guy was the most flirty. Wang Xiong asked me to borrow some food and return it to you when we catch fish tomorrow. The bald man's eyes were a little evasive. He had been repaired by Yi Feng several times and already had a psychological shadow. Especially that last one, almost smashing my head off. Then starve and leave quickly. Yi Feng took a step forward. Don't be like that, bro. These women are all excellent gun racks. Don't be fooled by them. They were so submissive to you on the deserted island because they were begging for it. But as soon as we go back, you and I are just losers. She won't even look at you with her right eyes. That's why we should play with every inch of their skin on the deserted island. Anyway, when the rescue plane comes, we'll just execute all these women, Bald advised. Pust. Ouch. The bald man screamed miserably, covering the bamboo arrow on his thigh. How dare you shoot me? The bald man was shocked and afraid. Yifeng pursed his lips tightly and drew out another bamboo arrow and knocked it. But this time, he aimed for the bald man's neck. No, can't I just go? The bald man limped away, leaving a few spots of blood on the floor. After the bald man left, Yifeng sat down next to the fire again. He had to be painfully ruthless, or else, with 7 men on the bald side, he wouldn't even be able to square up to the strength of his side. And this bald man spoke so incitingly that even a decent person like himself was almost swayed. Just ask, who wouldn't want to do whatever they want when faced with so many beautiful women? Luckily, the 2 bodyguards over there weren't too colorful, or else they wouldn't be able to protect these women themselves. Morning came quickly, but Yifeng didn't feel sleepy at all. A few women lazily walked out of the cave and went to wash up by the waterfall. Yifeng opened his reddish eyes and looked downstream. Only Wang Xiong's 7 people were also washing beside the creek, and that green gaze swept upstream from time to time. This bald guy was shot yesterday, and now he's still dead serious, and has been talking about something beside the 2 bodyguards. The birds chirping in the jungle was so dense that Yifeng didn't hear it clearly, but as soon as he looked at his lewd appearance, he knew that he was inciting the 2 bodyguards. After washing up, Longwu personally walked to the boundary marker. Yifeng, on our side, start stoning the bamboo, then cut it to the right length. On your side, bother weaving the canvas. Peel off the green skin on the outside of the bamboo and weave it. I don't know if you know how to gimp? Longwu asked. Yifeng looked Longwu up and down. There was still a trace of righteousness in this man's eyes. At least he didn't have a dead stare at a few women. I know how to gimp. I will teach them. Your side can start, Yifeng said. Good. Longwu nodded, treating Yifeng with respect. Just then, Wang Tao walked up on his crutches. Brother Dagger, this isn't appropriate. All we do on our side is manual labor, and they do manual labor on their side, so their side will also have to provide us with 3 meals a day, or else we'll lose a lot of money, Wang Tao said loudly. He hated Yifeng to death and couldn't help but want to come over and add to the chaos. The best way to create a conflict between Yifeng and Longwu. He also saw that Longwu and Yifeng were somewhat sympathetic, causing the 7 of the men to not be able to screw together as a force. The punk's voice drew the others in at once. My son is right. The people on Yifeng's side do the easy work, so they should provide us with food. If we don't provide food, we'll split up. Longwu's face showed a difficult expression, and he looked at Yifeng again. Why don't we do what they say? Yes, I will provide the 6 of you, but not Wang Tao. Yifeng clasped his hands on his chest. The moment Wang Tao's punk-ass tail turned up, Yifeng knew what kind of shit he was trying to pull. Ha, why, Yifeng, you're damn deliberately targeting me, aren't you? Wang Tao was furious. He fantasized about a machine gun appearing in his hand and then shooting Yifeng 100 times. The others don't have crippled legs and can do manual labor. But you're a crippled loser, so you can't do manual labor. And since it's a team effort, so you can only count 6 people on your side. You don't count. Yifeng calmly analyzed. Grass Nima. Yifeng, are you fucking deliberately targeting me? Wang Tao's eyes were red and he was just about to shed a tear. Longwu swept Wang Tao a little and nodded. You have a point. Then please provide us with food for 6 people. Ha! Wang Tao was shocked. Brother Dagger, how could you? The 7 of us are a team. Wang Tao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yifeng is also right. You really can't do the job. Although that bald guy also got an arrow in his leg, but the bamboo arrow didn't penetrate too deep, so it's worth more than you. Longwu analyzed objectively. Me, but we're a team. Do we have to be discarded if we get hurt? Doesn't it mean that one day when you get injured, we can discard you as well? Wang Tao wanted to redeem Longwu. Longwu stopped talking. He was also in a difficult situation. Yifeng, don't try to divide us. This move is too childish. The bald man looked at Yifeng angrily. Although the arrow wound on his leg was not deep, Yifeng had already fucked him several times in a row. Yeah, don't try to divide us. The bald man's 2 minions were also clamoring. Anyway, I'll only provide food for 6 people. If you 3 are going to be with Wang Tao, just share your food with him. Hurry up and get to work. If I don't cut down 40 bamboos before noon, I won't provide food for you all the same. Yifeng lazily ignored them and sat around the fire with a few women. Longwu could only lead a few people to the downstream and began to stone the roots of the bamboo. It's physical work and it's a waste of hands. After all, forces act on each other, and as they broke the bamboo with the stone was wearing down their palms. Within moments, the hands of the bald guys swelled up. Yifeng cut 2 bamboos on his side, while he, as an old gimp, started to teach a few girls how to weave canvas. See, just make it up, and be careful not to cut your palms. Yifeng sat next to the fire and laughed with a relaxed face. You're so powerful, big brother. Ding Tuan Tuan looked at Yifeng adoringly. Ever since she met Yifeng, she felt that Yifeng was omnipotent and like a god. The women quickly learned. Yifeng considered for a while, or was ready to help them make a few pairs of gloves. Otherwise the sharp bamboo bark would cut their delicate fingers. Soon it was noon. Yifeng counted the amount of work downstream and threw 6 small fish over to them. As for Long Wu, Yifeng presented an extra piece of cured meat. After all, the strongest one over there was Dragon 5. He had to try to pull in as much as he could, and he could also divide the power over there. The ball trio held 3 small fish while Wang Tao watched blearily from the side. Don't worry, Wang Tao. I'm a man of my word. Come on. The 3 of us will each share a bite of him. So the 3 of them shared a bit of Wang Tao, and the 4 of them ate the 3 small fish evenly. Time passed slowly, and old Gomer Yifeng's hand speed became faster and faster. At this time, a 5 square meter bamboo mat had been woven at the mouth of the cave, either for use as a sail or as a cooler. Downstream of the location, Long Wu began to punch holes in the bamboo with his dagger. Yifeng grilled 6 more small fish and handed them to Long Wu. As usual, Dragon 5 still has a small piece of cured meat. The ball trio hadn't eaten enough at noon, so they took 3 small fish and nibbled on them at this time. Hey, even me out some. I haven't eaten yet. Wang Tao was shocked. The bald man paused and said slowly, you didn't work much, it's nothing to eat less. But we're different. We're tired today. Go to bed. You won't be hungry when you fall asleep. You can't do this. We're a team. Wang Tao was in a hurry. Wang Xiong walked over and handed half of the small fish to Wang Tao. Son, eat. However, Wang Tao directly snatched the whole fish and wolfed it down. Although this waste was useless, but the block was there. In 3 or 2 times, it ate up Wang Xiong's fish. Comfy. Wang Tao patted his stomach with a cozy face. Wang Xiong sighed and could only sit on the side with a hungry stomach. Suddenly, he smelled the scent of meat wafting upstream, only to see Yifeng's side. He was putting a large piece of meat on the fire and roasting it with moist oil, and the crisp laughter of a few women spread out a long way. Wang Xiong looked at his side again. Dragon 5 and the other bodyguard were already leaning against a rock and sleeping. The bald trio curled up on the floor and snored. It's TM. It's like the contrast between heaven and hell. Giggle. Hate it. You want to laugh me to death. Zhang Yan gently hammered Yifeng. Just now, Yifeng told another dirt joke, almost making a few women laugh and turn off their breath. Even Susan couldn't help but turn her head, or she would have had to laugh out loud. Ladies, I also sewed gloves for you, so tomorrow, you won't scratch your hands. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took out 3 pairs of gloves from behind his back, which were sewn with the inner skin of a bear, because the outer skin was too hard to move his fingers when he wore them. Great! I want it! I want it! Give it to me! Look at their hands! Big brother, give it to me! Several women scrambled at once. I'll assign them. The fastest knitters today were Susan, Bai Guifan, and Satamiko. The others were slow, so there were no gloves. After Yifeng finished, he distributed the gloves to the 3 hard-working women. Although Suyun worked very hard, but after all, Missy is used to being a big lady, and her hands-on ability is a bit poor. Zhang Yan, not to mention, 10 fingers do not touch the spring water. A day down, less than 20 square centimeters of knitting. Ting Tuan Tuan was the worst and could only play on the side. Big brother, I'll keep watch tonight. People need to prove themselves too. Ting Tuan Tuan suddenly said. Also, take the bow and arrow. Although you can't do anything, but your archery skills have reached at least 30% of mine, so I will formally accept you as a registered disciple. Ding Tuan Tuan come up to listen to the ceiling. Now I'll seal you as the Night Watch Grand Marshal. Yifeng said seriously. Aha! Ding Tuan Tuan raised his chest high and proudly received Yifeng's compound bow. A few of the other women looked at each other and couldn't help but giggle. Just then, Yifeng felt hot on his feet, and it turned out to be the little black bear licking his feet. Disgusting! Get away from me! Yifeng kicked over and the little black bear literally rolled around, but the guy, thick-skinned as he was, rolled over and went back to licking Alice's instep. Gotta give this guy a name, right? I've thought about it. Let's call it Little Licking Dog. Is everyone okay with that? Yifeng asked. That's a bit too scribbly. I think it's quite nice to be called Blackie. Call the little group. Don't mess with my name. Okay, Day? After a bit of debate, the little Lickspittle's name was settled for the time being. When it was finally sleepy time, Yifeng was worried that Ding Tuan Tuan was unreliable, so he took the initiative to keep watch with Ding Tuan Tuan. And in the cave, the 6 women had fallen asleep, and from them came the cat-like sound of snoring. Tuan Tuan, I'll squint for a while. You keep watch for the first half of the night. If you're sleepy, just nudge me awake. You're not allowed to fall straight to sleep. Understand? Yifeng said. Don't worry, Are people that useless? Ting Tuan Tuan said with dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng touched her fleshy little head and fell asleep next to the fire. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yi Feng sat up violently. Only hoots and hollers were heard from the downstream location. Hot damn. There's something in the trees throwing poop at us. I got a bump on the head. Yi Feng twisted his head to see that Ding Tuanchuan was sitting with his back to himself, holding his spear tightly in his hand, not moving like a mountain. However, with a gentle push from him, Ting Tuan directly fell to the ground, with a cat-like snorting sound coming out of his mouth. Hey! Yi Feng sighed, picked up the compound bough next to him, and threw another torch downstream, only to see that at the downstream location, Long Wu and the others all woke up and were running back and forth at the edge of the bamboo forest, turning their angry gazes to the sky. Yi Feng picked up another torch and ruthlessly threw it over the bamboo forest, only to see a wild monkey jumping nimbly above the bamboo forest, from time to time to throw a pile of things down, only to smash the bald several people wailing. Long Wu grabbed a bamboo spear and tensed his body into a straight line. Pust! After the bamboo spear shot up 10 meters into the air, it was instantly blocked by the dense foliage and fell down powerlessly. Yi Feng took a deep breath and used the moon in the sky to pick up the compound bough. Pust! A wild monkey fell to the ground at once. Ha ha ha, get this beast. The bald trio rejoiced and rushed over to the wild monkeys to whip their bodies. Yi Feng bent his bow again and aimed at another wild monkey. However, the monkeys were smart and all shrunk to the depths of the bamboo forest, and the dense branches and leaves not only blocked Yi Feng's gaze, but also blocked the bamboo arrows. After a while, Long Wu came up carrying a spear. Thank you Yi Feng, your archery is good. Long Wu finished and threw the wild monkey's corpse to him. This is the prey you hit. I'll return it to you. However, just as the words fell, Wang Tao limped up. Brother Dagger, you're a satiated man who doesn't know how hungry he is. If you don't eat it, you can give it to me. Why do you have to give it back to Yi Feng? Wang Tao said angrily. Long Wu could not only share a fish but also a piece of cured meat every time, so he was not hungry at all. But Wang Tao was different. Yi Feng picked up the dead monkey and suddenly his expression changed. Wang Tao, it's fine if you want to share the food. Tomorrow after dawn, you go to the beach alone to sun some salt and come back. At least 5 kilograms. As long as you can do it, I will guarantee your food from now on. Yi Feng said. Salt tanning was time-consuming, but it required little skill. Even a waste like Wang Tao could do it. Go to hell. I'm going alone. What if I get eaten by a wild beast? How about this? Let Chenli go with me. Wang Tao said. You piece of shit. If you don't want to go then starve. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he was about to carry the monkey corpse back. Wait, I'll go. Can't I go? Wang Tao's heart had long been filled with hatred, but for the sake of food, he had to give in. Aha, I'll wait for your good news tomorrow then. Yi Feng carried the wild monkey back to the fire and carried Ding Tuan Tuan back to the cave so that she could have a good night's sleep. After all, it is still a 15-year-old girl. Yi Feng does not expect her to help any favor, as long as she does not betray herself on the line. Long Wu looked deeply at Yi Feng and nodded slightly. This kind of boss, harsh to the extreme to outsiders, but ridiculously good to his own people. No wonder those few women willingly wanted to follow him. The night light swims in shadows, the stars change, and the day soon dawns. Although Yi Feng had kept watch for the second half of the night, he didn't feel tired at all. He stood up and looked downstream. Wang Tao had already picked up his backpack, hugged his father goodbye, and was ready to go tanning salt on the beach. Dragon 5 started punching holes in the bamboo again, and once all the holes were punched, he was able to take the semis to the beach and assemble them, then set sail for home. But Yi Feng didn't care about the progress of their shipbuilding. Looking back, Satomiko was the first to walk out. Feng, come over here, come on. Her voice was anxious and seductive. Yi Feng's heart thumped. No, it's not. It's to ask me for a favor. Is it? So the two quietly hid behind the waterfall. 20 minutes later, Yi Feng walked out from the back and even burped. Rimiko, it seems like the food has been good lately, but I want to change my taste. Next time you don't eat salted meat, eat more fruits. Yi Feng said seriously. Put, you're annoying. It's not like the smell there has anything to do with what I'm eating. Rimiko couldn't help but laugh. The bald trio had been busy but took in this scene. Nima, it's heaven upstream, while you're living in hell downstream. Would love to join them. Breakfast was ready, and Yi Feng carried 6 small fish and a piece of salted meat and handed it to the people downstream. The bald guys had eaten 2 small fish yesterday, and the grease inside the fish couldn't be compared to bear meat, so they were still hungry. Yi Feng, next time, can you switch to bigger fish? You're just ensuring that we don't starve to death. But we can't get enough to eat at all, Bald said. Yeah, you can't capitalize like that. Wang Xiong also said. Yi Feng looked at his yard and suddenly his expression changed. That's fine, But you guys have to help me do something extra. As long as you do it well, I'll give you an extra piece of salted meat for each meal. Yifeng said. Do what? Baldhead asked hurriedly. Simple. Help me cut down more thick trees, at least as thick as a thigh. Pick the top branches and leaves clean. Then sharpen the bottom and make it into the shape of a stake. I want to use it to build a fence. Yifeng said. Building a fence was the real physical work, and although Yifeng could do it, it would definitely take quite a bit of time. With these free laborers, it's a waste of time not to use them, and salted meat and fish were within reach for Yifeng. As for the salt, he could also have Wang Tao go to the beach and sun back. He only needed to filter it through with grass ash. It was tantamount to the fact that he had basically done nothing to get these strong men to serve him. No different than empty-handedly. The bald few didn't speak anymore, but instead looked at each other. By the way, the salted meat I made is delicious. If you don't believe me, ask Long Wu. Yifeng laughed. Aha! Dragon 5 nodded. After discussing with the bald head and the two little brothers, they finally nodded slightly. Okay, starting now. The three of us will build the raft in the morning and help you log in the afternoon. I hope you'll keep your word, the bald man said. And me, I'm in. Wang Xiong and another bodyguard also stepped forward, because all five of them had only one small fish and desperately needed food to replenish their physical energy. Okay, although it's a bit stressful to feed the five of you, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Yifeng spread his hands and made a difficult look. Speaking of which, on Long Wu's side, it seems like he's the only one who can catch fish, and he catches them with a lot of effort. Don't look for a lot of fish in the creek, but when it really comes down to it, these fish are pretty nimble. Yifeng was different. He knew the habits of fish. Long Wu suddenly looked at the compound bow in Yifeng's hand. Can I take a look? Dragon 5 asked. Last night, he had seen the power of this compound bow with his own eyes, shooting an arrow more than 30 meters away and knocking the wild monkeys to the ground. Although he could also make bows and arrows, he could only make single-piece bows that were not as powerful as Yifeng's. Moreover, he specialized in hot weapons, and was far inferior to Yifeng in terms of cold weapons. Yifeng's body stiffened, and in the end, he handed over the compound bow, but his hand intentionally or unintentionally touched the dagger at his waist. Nice. Well done. Looks like it was done with care. Long Wu returned the compound bow to Yifeng. I'll teach you sometime. Okay then, I'll get to work. Long Wu went to the downstream. Yifeng looked back and saw that several women were busy. With the gloves, Susan knitted faster and faster, with Rimiko close behind. The others are just average in their craftsmanship. Just as he was about to sit down, a scream came from downstream. Only one of the bald guy's minions was seen covering his head, which was dripping with blood. Meanwhile, over the bamboo forest, the raucous cries of wild monkeys were heard. Grass! These beasts are here again? Yifeng bent his bow and aimed at the sky. These wild monkeys, though small in size, are agile in the jungle and can throw objects high in the air, which could be fatal if they really hit their heads. It's bad. Yifeng, help! Baldhead yelled, holding his head. Long Wu and the other bodyguard then threw their bamboo spears into the sky, but they fell down powerlessly just after flying a dozen meters. Yifeng took a deep breath, and the bamboo arrow in his hand fired 3 times. Put! 2 wild monkeys were shot down, but the third arrow, however, was deflected from its course by the dense foliage. Grass! These beasts, if we let them throw things from a height, they'll be a big trouble too. Yifeng's heart sank slightly. Li Chang, don't you die. The bald guy was holding his little brother in a dry hole. Yifeng hesitated and walked across the boundary marker. I saw that the guy's head was bleeding and he was dying. These beasts actually threw stones. Although these stones were only 1 or 2 pounds, but thrown down from a height of 20 meters, they could easily result in a human life. Yifeng took another look at the environment of the cave entrance. Luckily, there weren't any tall trees at the entrance to the cave, or they would have been in trouble too. Li Chang can't make it, Bald shouted. Carry him to my side. Yifeng said dryly. He wasn't moved to compassion, but, rather, didn't want to lose a strong laborer to see if he could still be saved. The bald few hurriedly ran towards the boundary monument with Li Chang on their backs. Wang Xiong, in particular, had actually stepped over the boundary monument with 1 foot. Yifeng was not polite, and the dagger in his hand was swung fiercely. Ouch! Why are you chopping me, Ayu? Wang Xiong covered his bloodied arm and glared angrily at Yi. Only Li Chang can come over. Don't you think about muddling through? Go honestly to your downstream. After saying that, Yifeng lifted the unconscious Li Chang over. He was now getting stronger and stronger, and with one hand, he lifted the 130+ pounds of Li Chang. Everyone, go ahead and go downstream. I'm going to resuscitate him. Yifeng carried Li Chang on his shoulder and said coldly, he's my brother. Can I stay with him? Bald asked. What do you say? A cold aura flashed in Yifeng's eyes. So, a few people had to go back downstream honestly. The wild monkeys have been shot dead twice and won't bother for a while, but the beast is very vindictive, and it won't be long before it's expected to make a comeback. Placing Li Chang next to the fire, Yifeng looked at his head. A dent had been smashed in the top, and it was probably unsalvageable, but he was going to give it a shot. Use the helmet to stew some broth for him. Whether he can survive or not depends on his destiny, Yifeng said. A few women were a bit resistant, but they still obeyed Yifeng's orders. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon. Li Chang was still breathing faintly, but remained unconscious. Ha ha ha, Yifeng, look, we felled 5 logs. The bald 4 walked over to the boundary marker carrying a log each. Stick the wood into the soil and hit it hard with a stone to make the stake a little stronger, Yifeng said. Roger that. The 4 guys started piling on at once, and Yifeng had his hands upside down, directing them from the side. Hit it deeper and bury at least half of the wood in the earth, or it won't hold back the large beasts. Use your strength. Haven't you eaten? Well, please 4. Here's the food you deserve. Yifeng took 4 fish and 4 pieces of salted meat and handed them over. The bald 4 were tired and panting, but after seeing the food, happy smiles appeared on their faces again. Back downstream, the 4 ate. It's so delicious. I feel like this salted meat is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. The bald head couldn't afford to eat the salted meat in one bite, but instead gnawed on it little by little. Yeah, it's simply a worldly delicacy, Wang Xiong also exclaimed. He had eaten a lot of mountain delicacies, but this salted meat, it had a different flavor. Yifeng's mouth quirked as he returned to his camp. 5 stakes. Only 1% of the enclosure had been built, and it was feared that several hundred stakes would be needed to enclose the entire cave entrance. As night falls, Li Chang is still in a coma, but Wang Tao returns. He held a spear in his left hand and carried a dozen bamboo tubes on his back. Yifeng, I'm back. Wang Tao walked to the boundary marker and placed a dozen bamboo tubes on the ground. Yifeng opened it and saw that it was a white substance inside. There was about 2 kilograms of it. I'd been starving for a day, so hurry up and give me something to eat, Wang Tao said anxiously. He left in the morning and didn't return until the evening, nibbling on some grass on the ground in the middle of the day, with no food in his stomach at all. Yifeng hesitated and picked the smallest fish and threw it over. Nah, eat. Yifeng pointed at the small fish and said, Ha, I worked my ass off for a day to get you the salt back, and you give me such a small fish? Wang Tao held the small fish, his eyes red. I said, you have to get enough for 5 kilograms, but look at this, it's only less than 2 kilograms. This small fish, or out of humanitarianism to give it to you, otherwise you can't even eat shit, Yifeng said nonchalantly. He knew Wang Tao's character well. As long as this punk had enough to eat, he would think of ways to make things worse. You can't be like this. Look, I'm all skinny like this. What good will it do you if I starve to death? Wang Tao's whole body trembled with anger. Give it back to me if you don't eat it. Yifeng said that he was going to take the small fish. No, I'll eat. Wang Tao had no choice but to take the small fish and go downstream. Rimiko, use grass ash to filter this white substance into salt, Yifeng greeted. Copy that. Satomiko got busy. Yifeng, on the other hand, sat next to the fire and propped himself up with a cozy face. Days like this are just awesome. It's like you've harvested so much labor for doing nothing. No, can't let these guys react. Yifeng suddenly sat up straight again and slowly walked downstream. Bald head. From tomorrow onwards, I only need 2 people to help me build the fence. The remaining 2 people, it's better to go and help build the raft. After all, going home is the #1 priority, Yifeng said with difficulty. So, the person who made the raft will also have extra salted meat? Wang Xiong suddenly asked. I'm sorry, making rafts is not my private task, so there is only 1 small fish. No salted meat, only the person who helps me make the enclosure will have salted meat to eat. And recently my salted meat is quite tense, so I can only hire 2 people. The other 2, I don't have the ability to hire, Yifeng said. He actually has a lot of salty meat left, but it has to be an infighting between the 4. Otherwise these 4 guys would surely strike en masse once they reacted. Whatever. Wang Xiong was the first to react. He used to be a capitalist, so he sensed Yifeng's intentions. A few others also turned their heads with angry faces. The 4 of you can discuss it among yourselves. I can only hire 2 people on my side anyway. Let's go. After saying that, Yifeng returned to the upper reaches. Rumble. A muffled thunder rumbled in the sky and a downpour fell from the sky. Yifeng hurriedly took a few women to hide in the cave. And downstream, the bald few could only shiver inside the rain. The night was already cold, plus the body was wet. There was no choice but to huddle together for warmth for 6 large men, with a sneeze coming from time to time. The cave had been splashed with lime water, so there were a lot fewer mosquitoes, and when a few women teamed up, they easily took out the remaining mosquitoes. Then they stood at the mouth of the cave and looked downstream at the miserable few men. For a while, a sense of superiority was born in their hearts, and they couldn't help but take a step closer to Yifeng. Luckily, I bet on the right treasure and followed Yifeng, a wilderness survivalist. If I had followed Wang Tao's group, I might be in deep shit right now. An hour later, the rain stopped, but the night was cold. It took Longwu a long time to raise the fire and find some more wet firewood to put on it. 6 large men stripped down to their shirt and pants and roasted the fire right downstream. Ha! This person just physically moved, Satomiko said suddenly. Yifeng hurriedly walked over. Only Li Chang opened his eyes, then slowly sat up. The fat rings and thin swallows in the cave made Li Chang's gaze slowly turn crimson. The next moment, however, he suddenly touched his pants. What's going on? Usually when I see you guys, but now, why don't you feel anything anymore? Li Chang was shocked and rushed out of the cave in a hurry, confirming it and directly despairing. What's going on? What's wrong with me? What's going on? There was a sob in Li Chang's voice. What's wrong with him? Rimiko looked puzzled. At this moment, Alice suddenly spoke up. The injury on his head. It should have injured his pituitary gland. And it won't work there. Yifeng instantly gave Alice a high look. This big ocean horse knows quite a lot. Doesn't it mean that he has become a eunuch? Chen Li said. You could say that. He's no longer able to do it, but the thought still comes to his mind. And that's what's so torturous. Alice finished and drew a cross on her chest. I don't believe it. How could this happen? I don't believe it. Li Chang growled at the sky, but it didn't change anything. Then, will his body become weaker? Yifeng asked again. No, due to the fact that it has no way to reproduce offspring, it will have more energy than a normal human, Alice added. Oh, Yifeng was delighted in his heart. Now in the camp, there were a total of 7 women, plus he was a man. To be honest, Yifeng was also under a lot of pressure. If he encountered some danger, apart from him, these women had no fighting power at all. But it would be different if there was a Li Chang by his side. More or less, he could help a little. Thus, Yifeng revealed an old fatherly smile and walked over to pat Li Chang's shoulder. This guy is short and stout, and he's a good hand at strength work. Li Chang, don't be too sad. From now on you will follow me. I will find a way to help you heal. I am from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Spend some time and I will definitely be able to cure you. Yifeng said sincerely. Really? Brother Feng? Then I'll be relying on you from now on. Li Chang let out a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, as long as I'm free, I'll help you heal properly, but usually, you have to listen to me. As long as you listen, not only will you be able to live in a cave with a couple of women, I'll also make sure that you have food. Yifeng said. Women? Li Chang twisted his head to look at the 7 women, then looked at his pants, and a helpless sigh escaped his lips. Alright Brother Feng, I'll listen to you from now on. But you must cure me. Li Chang could only listen to Yifeng. That one who? Roast a piece of salted meat for Brother Li Chang. From now on he will be one of our own. Yifeng said. Before long, Li Chang was gnawing on the salted meat. However, Yifeng was still constantly on guard against Li Chang, fearing that he would recover. The herbs you pick for Li Chang in the future will have to be the opposite. Otherwise, once this guy recovers, a few women are going to suffer. The night was uneventful and the next day came quickly. The bald head saw Li Chang at the first glance. Little Chang, you finally recovered? Come over to our side. The bald man beckoned. However, Li Chang turned his gaze towards Yifeng and took a step back instead. I'm already Feng's little brother now. Don't call me Xiao Chang in the future. Understand? Li Chang was very clear about the situation, and betrayed the bald head without any hesitation. You? The bald man's eyes narrowed. Yifeng also spoke up. Bald head. From now on, you have to call Brother Chang. Because from now on, I'll leave the distribution of your food to Xiao Chang. If you don't curry favor with him, he might spit on you over the food. You? The bald man shook his hand fiercely and went downstream in a huff. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Tao carried the bamboo tube again and prepared to go to the beach to dry salt. He thought, well, this time he must finish the 5 kilograms or he would starve again. Once downstream, he nibbled on some tender grass, which made him feel less hungry. Leaf maple is gimping upstream. As for the downstream location, only Longwu was busy, while the other 4 sat on the sidelines, discussing something with an angry face. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the 4 picked up their bamboo spears and ran aggressively to the boundary marker. Yifeng, don't go too far. The 4 of us have already discussed this today. If you want to plant 2 of us, We will go on a collective strike, Wang Xiong said. Yi Feng was relieved. He thought that the 4 guys were going to come hard. Feel free. Then next, I will only supply Longwu with food for 1 person. As for the 4 of you, then sorry, I'll even save that little fish. Yi Feng said flatly. You, shit, there's 4 of us guys. Fight him. After Wang Xiong finished speaking, he led the 3 of them to cross the boundary monument. All come over here and help. Yi Feng coldly shouted and battled with that bodyguard. That bodyguard was originally no match for Yi Feng, and now that he had been starving for days and doing physical work, he was being pressed by Yi Feng. On the other side, the 7 women plus Li Chang had beaten the 3 Wang Xiongs all over their bodies. The fight ended quickly, and Yi Feng sneered as he looked at the bodyguard lying on the ground. 4 of you, better go back. I didn't lay my hands on you just now. Helplessly, Wang Xiong's 4 could only go back and sit down. Downstream from the creek, a bush tiger weighing nearly half a ton is slowly making its way. Chickens flying wherever it passes. A wild monkey squeaks and screams from a 10-meter-high branch, helping to alert the other animals. Its voice seemed to offend the jungle tiger, only to see this tiger take a long leap and jump directly onto the tree, a steel tail swinging gently to maintain the balance of his body. The wild monkey pissed himself and tried to jump out of the tree to escape. However, the tiger's tree climbing ability was very strong. It made a flying leap and accurately grabbed the wild monkey in midair, and with a gentle tear of the 2 tiger claws, the wild monkey was suddenly turned into 2 pieces. After killing the monkeys, the jungle tiger kept his feet on the ground and continued cruising upstream. In fact, its territory is in the lowermost lake, because upstream, there is a large black bear. When the big black bear isn't dead, he pees every 2 days to mark territory, but since it died, the smell of the urine has gotten fainter and fainter, and a torrential downpour last night washed away all the smell of the urine slop. When Tiger smelled the fading smell of the black bear's urine, it probably judged that the black bear had an accident or had left the territory, so it finally pressed on today and broke into the black bear's territory. The jungle tiger can't beat a black bear, but it's a bigger deterrent than a black bear for some smaller animals, because tigers can swim, climb trees, and run faster than 90% of their prey on land. They are almost invincible on land, sea, and air. Brother Xiong, don't worry, we'd rather starve to death than go help him build a fence. Want to use that capital thing to suppress us? No way, Bald said. Well, as long as we are united, Yi Feng won't be able to exploit us. Wang Xiong also nodded. Just as he finished, his stomach sang an empty song. How about this? Today, my C and I will go to help Yi Feng first, at least to ensure that we don't starve to death. Tomorrow, you and your little brother will go to help Yi Feng, so that 1 day of starvation, 1 day of fullness, at least no one will die? Wang Xiong suddenly offered another opinion. Don't come with this shit. I don't know you, old boy. You're trying to eliminate the 2 of us and get us laid off and unemployed. The bald head finally stopped pretending. He, isn't that what you still think in your heart? Wang Xiong also stood up. In a short while, the 4 of them ran to Yi Feng's boundary monument noisily. Yi Feng, I, Wang Xiong, am willing to help you log. Wang Xiong shouted first. Yi Feng, my little brother and I are also willing to work for you. Baldy also shouted. Yi Feng was eating a grilled fish, so he walked to the boundary monument while eating. All 4 of you want to work for me? Yi Feng spat out a fishbone and slowly asked. Yes, my little brother and I are young and strong. We can be much stronger than that half-old man Wang Xiong. The bald man finished speaking and began to show off his muscles. Wang Xiong was not far behind. Although I'm not as strong as him, I'm experienced and know how to use dexterity. Fuck you, celiac, don't you just want to rub it in? Who the fuck are you cursing? The 2 guys immediately quarreled, almost blowing Yi Feng's head off. Enough, let's do it this way. The 4 of you, first try it out for 1 day to see who cuts down more wood and does a beautiful job, but I can make a deal. There is no food supply for this 1 day of the trial period. Yi Feng said. Okay, I'll go. Baldhead rushed into the woods with that little brother. Come on Dahai, let's go too. Wang Xiong was not willing to lag behind. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and returned to the fire. Soon it was noon. Yi Feng saw that the 4 guys were working so hard, so he still gave them a small fish each. Not enough to eat, but not enough to starve. On Long Wu's side, Yi Feng's conditions remained the same. He still supplied him with a fish and a piece of salted meat. After all, Long Wu had indirectly helped him once. He was still very grateful. It's bad. Those wild monkeys are here again. The bald 4 fled out of the woods clutching their heads, and then there was another raucous noise from the sky. Yi Feng's good mood was immediately ruined. He instantly picked up his compound bow and aimed at the wild monkeys in the sky. This time he saw clearly that the one leading the way was a large-sized monkey king. As long as this monkey king is shot to death, The other monkeys are a scattered bunch and won't come back to disturb their peaceful lives. Just as Yi Feng was aiming at the Monkey King, suddenly, squeak squeak squeak, crunch 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 aha. That Monkey King looked at the location of the downstream swim and surprisingly fled into the deep jungle, away from the creek water source. Yi Feng was vaguely uneasy and hurriedly stood on top of the boundary stone and looked downstream. The birdsong in the jungle seemed to have disappeared, and for a moment it became quiet. Dragon 5 was the furthest downstream, and likewise stood up on a rock to look downstream. In the next moment, he dropped the tools in his hand and ran towards Yi Feng in a panic. What's wrong? Yi Feng asked vigilantly. Tiger, tiger, Dragon 5 yelled. Ha! Yi Feng took a few steps back, a hint of fear flashing across his face. Even though he was now strong, he was not arrogant enough to steel himself against a tiger. You should know that the tiger's muscle mass reaches 70%. While the strongest human muscle man is Bruce Lee, the muscle mass is only 15% of the body, and the tiger's bone density is 7 times more than that of humans, and tigers are natural kings in the jungle, with their ability to leap back and forth through dense forests with agility. Quick, get into the cave and close the door. Just after Yi Feng finished speaking, the 7 women and Li Chang had already hid in the cave, shivering and looking downstream. At this time, Long Wu and the remaining 4 people also rushed to the entrance of the cave. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment. These few people still had a use for them, so he let them all in, and then plugged the wooden door. The banks of the creek became quiet, except for the sharp screech of an alarm bird on a branch. In the next moment, Yi Feng's eyes rounded. Only downstream, a yellow and black tiger came up idly. The size, almost as big as a calf, weighs at least half a ton. Everyone keep quiet. This tiger's stomach is bulging. It should have just been fed. After Yi Feng finished speaking, his body quietly stepped back. The others reacted and retreated towards the deepest part. The tiger had walked over to the fire and sniffed the bearskin basking on a branch. Roar! A low growl sounded as the tiger suddenly lifted his leg and pissed on the underside of the bearskin, looking his shit-yellow pupils toward the cave again. Yi Feng slowly raised his spear and swallowed, his 2 hands trembling a little. The tiger finally made it to the entrance of the cave, and suddenly stood up as a man and slapped hard on the wooden door. The whole wooden door shook and one of the mortises came loose. Well, Ting Tuan covered his mouth tightly. Back inside, Yi Feng whispered. However, the cave was just 10 meters deep, but it was packed with a dozen people who could no longer retreat. The tiger seemed to smell the human's odor, and it suddenly took a few steps back and pounced hard on the wooden door. Squeak! The wooden door was built of arm-thick poles, and the tiger was not as strong as the bear, so it did not shake. Yi Feng sighed in relief, his expression gradually relaxing. Holy shit, it's a good thing there's a door fixed here or we'd all be dead. After the bald man saw that there was no danger, he instantly stepped forward. Give me the spear. He took Bai Guifen's spear and suddenly stabbed the jungle tiger through the doorway. Ow! The jungle tiger let out a howl of pain, and one of its claws made a grab at the wooden door. 5-centimeter deep scratches appeared on the hardwood at once. Ha ha ha, beast, can't get in, can you? I'll stab again. The bald man finished and stabbed at the doorway again. Don't stab it, just scare it away. Yi Feng stopped it. He could see that the tiger was well fed and didn't want to attack the humans. It just came over to mark the territory. Yi Feng, you're too timid. The tiger can't get in anyway. Give me your compound bow. I'll kill it with 1 arrow, the bald man said flatly. Just then, however, the tiger suddenly looked upwards. The cave was actually a vertical stone crevice with a wooden door more than 3 meters high, just shielding the wide area below, but above, there was a half-meter wide gap. Roar! In the next moment, this tiger gently leaped, as light as a cat, directly above the wooden door. Nima! Baldhead pissed himself and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. You've caused trouble. Hurry up and hold off the tiger. Yi Feng pushed the bald head to the door. The tiger was huge, but it seemed like it knew how to shrink its bones, and it even squeezed through the half-meter wide rock crevice and landed in the cave with a poof. Ah, ah, ah! Ting Tuan was the first to scream, his mournful voice echoing through the cave. Holy shit! What to do? Naya, why don't we fight him together? The crowd kept pushing inside. As soon as this tiger jumped into the cave, he took a big step toward the bald head. Holy shit, let me squeeze in there. Baldhead desperately pushed his way inside, but a huge tiger paw rested on his shoulder. Ah! The next moment, the tiger's claw gently slashed downward, and the meat on the bald man's right arm, as if it was cooked, was stripped off with its skin, revealing the bright red bones inside. Can't go on like this. Fight it. Yi Feng picked up the spear with bayonet and viciously stabbed at the tiger. Long Wu was the second to react, the bamboo spear in his hand stabbing towards the front. Roar! The tiger flicked its paw, and Yi Feng's spear came off, while his entire body slammed to the side. Long Wu's bamboo spear had stabbed the tiger, but it hadn't even broken the fur. At this point, Susan jumped at the chance. She held the dagger upside down and pulled her body back. In the next moment, the dagger flew out of his hand and nailed directly onto the tiger's face. Roar! This tiger was completely enraged. It jumped in the air and landed in the middle of the crowd, its claws slapping downwards. Bai Guifan was directly slapped to the ground. Mom! Chenli tried to pull Bai Guifan, but the tiger bit her on the shoulder. In the next moment, a large amount of blood spurted out. Fight it! Yifeng had now circled around to the entrance of the cave, but instead of running away, he picked up his broken spear and stabbed it at the tiger's butt. Pust! It managed to poke in, but the tiger's steel tail swept into his cheek, jerking him around and sending him stumbling into a sitting position. Long Wu picked up the dagger on the ground and suddenly jumped onto the tiger's back and stabbed it viciously. Ho ho ho! The tiger roared madly and tried to throw Long Wu off his back, but Long Wu grabbed the tiger's back fur with one hand and kept stabbing with the other. Yifeng knew that the opportunity was not to be lost. He rushed over and grabbed the tiger's tail. His other hand grabbed the broken spear and made his way in and out. Howl owl owl owl. The tiger's voice finally turned into a scream. It suddenly rolled over and threw Dragon 5 off its back, and with one mouth, it bit on Dragon 5's ass. Aha! Dragon 5 was drenched in blood, and a mournful scream came out of his mouth. Several of the women had retreated to the deepest part of the cave, but Susan bravely stepped forward and picked up the compound bow on the floor. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Finally, an arrow went into the tiger's eye. This tiger let out a cry of pain and suddenly erupted with great strength, jumping directly onto the top of the wooden door and falling away towards the downstream location. Only after the tiger left did Yifeng cover his face. It seemed to be swollen, and the palm of his hand had just been cut with blood from the dislodged bamboo spear. The most miserable was Chenli. One side of her shoulder collapsed and blood flowed continuously. Bai Guifan took a slap to the chest and fell into a coma. As for the bald head, he completely fainted. Blood flowed non-stop. His entire right arm was exposed to the bone. The gods couldn't save him. Come here and take them outside the cave, Yifeng said with an unclear bite. It took a couple of women another 5 minutes to recover before they carried the 3 injured men outside in fear. Long Wu's ass was bitten, so he could only take out his bamboo spear and use it as a walking stick, standing behind the 3 men. Well, Suyan covered her mouth, not daring to look at the wounds of the 3 at all. Ting Tuan, however, did not flinch and looked straight at the bloody image. Water, give me water. Chenli was the first to come to her senses and weakly shouted. Yes. Yifeng hurriedly picked up a helmet of water over and placed it by Chenli's mouth. Chenli just took a sip and spit it out. Ah Feng, where is my mom? Chenli's eyes regained a glimmer, but Yifeng's heart sank. She's just passed out. She'll wake up in a while. Yifeng put Chenli's head on his lap and helped her smooth her hair back. Feng, I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Chenli said weakly. You haven't wronged me. In a civilized society, gold-worshipping women can only live more nourishing. If I were a female, I would also choose a rich boyfriend. This is human nature. Yifeng realized something and softly comforted Chenli. Thank you Feng, you're such a good person. Please help me take care of my mom. Chenli said slowly, blood still spilling from her mouth. The others just gathered around, looking grim, and Suyun was even sobbing in a small voice. This is what I should have done. If you don't say it, I will also take care of Auntie Bai, Yifeng said gently. Aha! A small smile appeared on Chenli's face, and suddenly her eyes widened. Feng, is it dark yet? Why can't I see anymore? Feng, I can't see. Am I blind? There was a sob in Chenli's voice. Yifeng let out a long sigh and held Chenli tightly in his arms. By noon, Chenli was dead. The moment she swallowed her breath, the unconscious Bai Guifan twitched a few times. He can't either. Li Chang sat next to the bald head and pointed at the bald head whose face was green and black. Feed him some water to drink. After Yifeng finished speaking, he looked at Long Wu again. Dragon 5 had no way to sit and was resting on the ground. Brother Dagger, this cave entrance, it seems that it is not safe. That tiger's jumping ability is too strong. Even if I fence the cave entrance, it can still jump in and bite. So I am going to wait for you to recover from your injury and go together to hunt that tiger, and take advantage of its illness, Yifeng said. Long Wu's eyelids fought and he barely nodded before falling into a deep sleep. Yifeng was also injured, but he didn't dare to rest. Instead, he personally carried the wood and prepared to fill the gap above the wooden door. Since a tiger can jump in, so can a leopard, and he wants to guard against it. He shouldered a 100-pound log and trudged toward the gate. Just then, a hand picked up the wood. It's Susan. Yifeng, you're injured. It's better for me to do it. Go sleep for a while and recover your body. After Susan finished speaking, she suddenly smiled at Yifeng. In the next moment, Yifeng felt that the light around him dimmed by 3 points, and only this smile was eternally fixed in his mind. In his impression, Susan has always been a plate face. This smile, as if the iceberg melted, 100 flowers bloomed, simply dazzling beauty. Susan took the wood and went to work. Just now, when the tiger jumped in, everyone was shrinking inside. Only Yifeng was the first to bravely take a shot. Her favorable impression of Yifeng rubbed off on her. Yifeng simply sat next to him and leaned his body against a rock. Rimiko hesitated for a moment, then suddenly hugged Yifeng's upper body and placed her head on her soft, snow-white thighs. And then, in front of the crowd, she began to feed Yifeng. A few other men immediately looked at Yifeng with red eyes and jealous faces. Su-yun hesitated. In the end, she did not say anything. She also understands the physiological knowledge. After a woman gives birth to a child, she is bloated. Yifeng helps Rimiko at the same time, but also can absorb the nutrition. Yifeng ate greedily, but his gaze went to Susan. Susan had climbed above the wooden door, trying to jam the wood into the stone crack above. From the bottom up, both her legs were taut, and her tight safety pants strangled the contours of her mystery. You what? Rimiko looked at Yifeng's pants. Yifeng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly pulled the tattered corners down, but it was obvious that there was some desire to cover the pants. After all, the pants were so big and unsightly that he couldn't cover them with his clothes. It was Zhang Yan who knew better. She suddenly sat next to Yifeng and blocked the embarrassment with her body. And Su Yun and Ting Tuan Tuan were carrying the wood and handing it towards Susan. Li Chang, you go and give a hand too, Yifeng suddenly said. Li Chang was sitting on the ground being lazy, so he sniffed and could only go to help. At this moment, Wang Xiong was standing up. Da hai, and that Ma Dong, right now, our 3 men are not injured. Yifeng and Longwu are injured. This is a good opportunity to seize power. Da hai, you go kill Yifeng, and Ma Dong goes to finish off Longwu, the traitor. Any comments? When Wang Xiong said this, Yifeng was shocked in his heart and could only force himself to sit up. Wang Xiong, you old bastard. Just now Yifeng was injured in order to save us. How can you fall on your sword? Zhang Yan was the first to crack up. Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed and he backhanded Zhang Yan's face. Bitch, thanks to my old man's $300,000 a month to support you, you still have the nerve to question me. How about it? Da hai, there's no law here anyway. So as long as we break free of our morals, we can do whatever we want. And you want to live in a cave at night, right? Wang Xiong said. Yuan Dahai nodded and approached Yifeng step by step with his bamboo spear. On the other side, Ma Dong similarly walked towards Longwu who had already passed out. Wang Xiong, however, laughed and shocked a few women with his bamboo spear. You bad guy. You're not allowed to touch my big brother Yi. Suddenly, Ding Tuan Tuan rushed over and grabbed and hit Yuan Dahai. Roll. Yuan Dahai slapped Ding Tuan Tuan to the ground. Although Yifeng was already injured, he still didn't dare to take the enemy lightly and forced his way towards Yifeng with the same steps. Yifeng felt his vision a little blurry because of the injury on his face, but even if he was injured, he should have no problem dealing with this Yuan Dahai. You 3, forget there's me? Just then, Susan's icy voice sounded from behind. It's just a girl. Let me try. Hey, girl. I'll be the first one to play with you in a while. Just love your ascetic face. Wang Xiong hemmed and hawed and surrounded towards Susan like an eagle catching a chicken. The next moment, Susan kicked him in the crotch. Wang Xiong didn't even sound a fart, and directly planted himself on the ground, his body still twitching. Yuan Dahai was shocked in his heart and turned his spear on Susan again. Susan hurriedly picked up the composite bow and directly bent the bow and arrow, aiming at Yuan Dahai's chest. Beauty, put down the toy bow in your hand, or I'll spell out my death by taking an arrow from you, Yuan Dahai threatened. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his head sink and his entire body fell limply to the ground. Yifeng dropped the stone in his hand and clapped his palms. That's all you've got? And you dare to play rebel for me? By this time, Ma Dong had already aimed his spear at Longwu, but after all, it was his first time to kill someone, so he simply could not lay his hands on him. Seeing that the situation was settled on this side, Madden simply dropped his spear and knelt on the ground with his hands raised. Yifeng, what to do with these 3 people? Susan asked. Miko, bring the dagger. Yifeng took the dagger and dragged Yuan Dahai to the side of the creek and put the dagger across his neck. Pust. The dagger sliced through and blood sprayed into the stream while Yuan Dahai's body convulsed desperately. I don't know how long it took, but Yuan Dahai finally stopped moving. Ah! A few women's faces turned pale with fear, and in the eyes that looked at Yifeng, there was no longer the usual adoration. There was only panic. On the contrary, it was Susan who was expressionless and even nodded gently at Yifeng. Yifeng's hands also trembled a little. This was the first time in his life that he had killed someone. His heart was beating fast and his mouth was dry. but he couldn't stop and grabbed Wang Xiong's collar again, dragging him towards the creek. Don't! Yi Feng! Spare me! Spare me! I'm still useful. I can help you build fences, help you hunt, and give you 100 million when I get back. Pust! Wang Xiong's voice came to an abrupt end as his neck was slashed open and blood sprayed into the creek. Yi Feng kicked the corpses into the creek again, letting their corpses rush towards the downstream so as not to attract predators. At this point, it was Madden's turn. With a shock in his heart, Madden suddenly escaped towards the downstream with a whoosh. Susan picked up the compound bow without panicking. Pust! A little lack of aim there, just a shot to the side of Madden. When she was about to draw her bow again, Martin suddenly jumped into the stream, letting the rushing current wash him downstream. Forget it, just him alone. He won't survive for a few days in the jungle, Yi Feng said indifferently. After saying that, Yi Feng wanted to go and embrace Rimiko. However, Rimiko took a few steps back in shock and her eyes were a bit evasive. Yi Feng's heart sank and he looked at Su Yun and a few other women. Sure enough, these women were afraid to meet their eyes. Leaf Maple. It was as if he himself had lost something. Li Chang, go see if the bald head is dead, Yi Feng said. Yes, brother Feng, I'll go right away. Li Chang nodded his head like pounding garlic. His face was all awe and terror. The tiger had hurt someone just now, and although he was scared, he wasn't alarmed. But Yi Feng's killing was different, just like killing an animal, letting blood out with a single knife. This horrible scene made him think of killing a New Year's Eve pig in the countryside. It's almost like Yi Butcher. Yi Feng leaned his back against the stone and his eyes slowly narrowed. Susan, on the other hand, had taken a couple of the women to patch up the gaps in the top. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yi Feng was awakened by a mournful scream. He opened his eyes and saw that Bai Guifan was pouncing on Chen Li's body, her back twitching, and no sound came out. Yi Feng looked at the sky again. Night has fallen. Brother Feng, you're awake? Li Chang carefully stood at a distance with a smile on his face. Where's the bald head? Yi Feng asked. He's dead. Sister Susan threw his body into the creek and it should have washed downstream, Li Chang said. It's better to die and suffer less. Yi Feng stood up, and felt that his physical strength had recovered to 7 or 8. It was that his face was still a little swollen, and it was estimated that it would take 2 days for the swelling to go down. The tiger's tail was, literally, as hard as a steel whip, and he felt his left tooth loosen. It's not good. Auntie White has fainted again, Su Yun shouted from the side. Yi Feng walked over and carried Bai Guifan to the cave, then dug a hole next to Chen Jiahua's grave, used the bamboo mat they had woven, wrapped Chen Li's body and covered her face with a leaf. Get ready to fill the hole. Yi Feng's voice was somewhat despondent. Chen Li, after all, and he was good for a year, which suddenly died. He had a little sadness in his heart, but more, is a kind of melancholy. After burying Chen Li, Bai Guifan woke up again. This time she didn't cry, but stood in front of the 2 graves without saying a word, her eyes a little empty. Su Yun, go persuade Auntie Bai. Say something nice, don't let her go crazy, Yi Feng said. The others sat around the fire. Only Susan sat down against Yi Feng, and several other women. All of them were far away from Yi Feng. They couldn't accept the fact that Yi Feng was a murderer yet. Everyone, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. Let me tell you, maybe from today onwards, we will have to live on this deserted island all the time, Yi Feng said seriously. No way. We'll go back in a few days. Uchiha Rimiko was the first to object, her eyes full of resignation. Don't you see it? See this moss? Obviously a plant of the cold zone. And look at this. Obviously temperate plants. This isn't a deserted island. This might be some place where humans can't get to. Also, spotted hyenas live on the African savanna, but suddenly appear in the rainforest. Finally, haven't you guys noticed? The temperature on this deserted island is so abnormal. 40 degrees during the day, but only 10, or even 7 or 8 degrees at night. Yi Feng said all the thoughts he had suppressed for many days. No way. You're bullshitting me. We can definitely go back. Ting Tuan covered his ears. No. Alice shook her head, her eyes flustered. Su Yun, however, shook her whole body, then helped Bai Guifan to the side of the fire. What Feng said is most likely true. The day I first arrived at the cave, I went downstream to catch fish, but then, I saw a strange snake. I can guarantee that there would never be such a snake in this world. This snake looks like a python, but has the crown of a chicken on its head. Hearing Su Yun's words, even Susan's face turned ugly. The next moment, however, she let out a light laugh. Okay, you two are done with your jokes, but they're not funny at all, so don't tell them again. Susan finished and went back into the cave alone. Yi Feng looked downstream and suddenly asked, it's so late, Wang Tao hasn't tanned the salt back yet? On the beach, 2 fires were built at that moment, and a dozen men and women were sitting around them, talking loudly about something. Mr. Ma, don't worry, I can guarantee that your wife is definitely still alive. Wang Tao was talking to a middle-aged man. That's good. Ma Xikong touched his waist. He had a high-powered pistol on his belt, though it only had 2 magazines and a total of 14 rounds. But these bullets are so penetrating that they can dry out even elephants. Your father and I are also considered partners. If you say that Yifeng really bullied you, I'll just kill him. This is a deserted island. There is no legal restriction. And these people, all of them are my men, will not betray me. Ma Xikong said flatly, a big shot of his caliber, not to mention on a deserted island. Even if he returned to civilization, killing a person would only be a matter of lifting his hand, and he wouldn't reveal a single trace of a horse's footsteps. Thank you, Mr. Ma, as long as you're willing to help me out, I'll show you the way once it's light. Wang Tao said excitedly. His dirty hair was cut into a center parting. At night, a fire was built at the mouth of the cave, but Yifeng wrapped himself in a thick bearskin and hid with Susan in a banyan tree downstream. From this position, the cave entrance could be seen from a distance, and next to the fire sat Long Wu and Li Chang. All the other women went to sleep in the caves. This was a decision made by Yifeng. The tiger had suffered a loss and would definitely come back. That's why until Long Wu's injury healed, they had to arrange for 2 open sentries and 2 concealed sentries. Once a fierce tiger came to attack, Yifeng could keep firing arrows from the banyan tree. In his hand was a new bow and arrow, a 3-bow compound that required a strong arm to draw. As for the bowstring, it was made of hundreds of years old vines twisted together, so that even a tiger could not carry an arrow. The only trouble was the arrows. Yifeng now had a bayonet and a dagger, but not the arrows. So he ground 3 arrows out of hardened lapis lazuli. Why don't you sleep for a while? I'll wake you up when I'm sleepy, Yifeng said to Susan. Aha! Susan was wearing safety pants with a snug little tank top over them, and as for her coat and jeans, they had been washed and dried. The tight clothes were even hotter, and it made her body even hotter. Yifeng swallowed and put Susan's head in his arms. This will make sure she doesn't fall under the tree when she falls asleep. Susan felt Yifeng's body heat and her eyes moved twice, but she didn't open them. Can't you sleep? Yifeng asked. By the dim moonlight, Susan's face flushed for the first time, because Yifeng's pants made her feel as if she was pillowed on a piece of cartilage. I'm going down the tree to take a leak, Susan said, and was ready to climb toward the tree. The next moment, however, a creaking sound rang out from the woods. Susan hurriedly stopped and continued to take her place in the banyan tree. The dense foliage completely blocked the 2 men's bodies. It was only a matter of moments before the squeaking was close to them. Is it a wild monkey? Yifeng looked at the guy swaying back and forth on the tree branch, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Monkeys aren't nocturnal predators, so why act at night? But after only a moment, it dawned on him. A few monkeys were suddenly shot by something and fell directly from the tree. And then, their miserable screams resounded on the ground. The other monkeys pissed themselves in fear and couldn't be bothered to run through the trees, but instead all jumped to the ground and ran at breakneck speed towards the other side of the creek. There was a slight cracking sound from below, and the slowest running monkeys were shot by something again, falling to the ground and convulsing. What is chasing them? Yifeng asked. Susan shook her head. From where the 2 were hiding, they could only see the banks of the creek, not the floor of the dense forest. Roar! A low growl sounded. Yifeng was shocked and hurriedly picked up the compound bow. However, the next moment, Yifeng froze again. This was indeed the tiger that had appeared during the day, except that the tiger, at this time, was also fleeing in panic, and soon dashed into the creek. What is it? Even tigers fall away? Yifeng swallowed his saliva and opened his eyes to the maximum, making sure to see the ground clearly. The tiger was seen shaking its body as if trying to shake something off. It had just tripped into the creek when its massive body collapsed into the water and then began to convulse violently. Yifeng felt that all kinds of insect chirps and bird calls disappeared. Even the owl's cooing was gone. A sense of foreboding surged through me. The next moment, one black shadow after another emerged from the woods. The shadows were dark, about a meter tall, but in the hand of each dark shadow, they held a long stick. The stick is half as tall as their bodies. Just then, one of the dark shadows suddenly raised its head and glanced toward the tree. Yifeng felt his head buzzing. The thing was pitch black, but its eyes gave off a greenish glow. In a short while, the dozen or so black shadows rushed to the tiger. They dropped the sticks in their hands, stretched out their claws, and began to pick at the tiger's body. In just 3 or 2 strokes, the tiger's tough hide was sliced open. Its innards turned inside out, and a strong odor of blood drifted out a long way. Yifeng covered his mouth or he would dry heave, because these dozen or so black shadows were shoving the tiger's entrails haphazardly towards their mouths. They eat very roughly and sharply. What the hell is this? Yifeng could guarantee that he had never seen such a creature before. In terms of size, it's like a monkey, but with green eyes and the ability to use tools. The most frightening thing was their claws, which were incredibly sharp and could easily cut through tough tiger skin. Susan, do you recognize this creature? Yifeng twisted his head and asked. Instead, she saw Susan pale and shake her head, one hand covering the base of her thigh. What's wrong with you? Yifeng asked again. It's hard to hold my pee, Susan said with difficulty. Yifeng looked at the dark shadow below again. This thing is still eating tiger meat, so I don't know how long it's going to be delayed. Just hold on a little longer. They should leave when they've had their fill. Yifeng pressed his mouth against Susan's ear for fear of startling the strange creature below. Susan could only nod, but her face was hard. In fact, she had just gone up the tree with Yifeng and was holding her pee, but was too embarrassed to tell Yifeng. When she finally couldn't hold it in, she encountered those dark shadows under the tree again. Yifeng looked upstream again. It was about 30 meters away, and these dark shadows had no intention of moving upstream. That was good. Otherwise, their slender bodies could easily get into the cracks of the wooden door. After only 10 minutes, the dozen or so black shadows had chewed up the huge tiger. Only a tiger head, tiger bone, and tiger skin remain. They've finished eating, so hold on a little longer. Yifeng pointed down. Susan didn't respond to Yifeng. She felt that the inside of her bladder was completely full and would overflow on its own with just the slightest movement. Just as she was looking at the dark shadow under the tree with an expectant face, a scene that made her despair happened, only to see that these dozen black shadows also do not leave, but under the tree began to cross, basically 2 by 2 pairs, and occasionally there will be 3 black shadows together, only to make Susan look at the red face. Yifeng, I can't wait. I need to get down from the tree and take a piss now. When Susan finished, she was ready to climb toward the tree. Don't! Yifeng pulled Susan back. There are still so many monsters down there. If you really can't, just stay in the tree. I won't peek. Hearing Yifeng's words, Susan stopped moving. But there's no place to crouch in the tree, and I'm afraid of falling, Susan said. She was already holding it in as if it was going to come out on its own the next moment. Susan, if you trust me, take off your safety pants. Then, I'll hold you from behind, just like when you were a child. Your father held you to pee. See, okay? Yifeng asked. His pants were already hard to see. As much as he tried not to think about that sort of thing, Susan's body was fantastic and he couldn't help it. What did you say? Susan was just about to get angry when her eyes suddenly widened. Just now, I couldn't hold back and peed in my pants. Good, but you're not allowed to peek and keep your eyes closed, Susan said as if deflated. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my eyes closed. Yifeng swore with his finger to the sky. Below, the group of dark shadows hadn't left yet, and didn't pay the slightest attention to the conversation between a man and a woman in the 20-meter high banyan tree. Okay, you put the front to my back. Susan's face flushed red as she finished. By the dim moonlight, Yifeng almost looked dumbfounded. I'm going to sit in your arms and hug you, and you have to hold my legs in time or I'm going to fall, Susan whispered, trying to use a reserved tone, but her voice trembled a little. The dark shadows down there are still there, and they won't go away. Finally, he felt a warmth in his arms as Susan sat in the embrace. Yifeng hurriedly grabbed her rounded thighs. I'm going to take off my safety pants, so close your eyes now. Susan was now riding the tiger and about to pee in her pants. Yes, Yifeng promised and instead opened his eyes wider. I'm going to start. Are you sure your eyes are closed now? Susan's head was slightly tilted to the side, her hair rubbing against Yifeng's chin, a feminine scent coming from her. I'm sure. Hurry up, Yifeng said. Yes. Susan has been holding it in for a long time, and now she can finally let it out. Phew, finally comfortable. A minute later, Susan was about to lift her safety pants, but the next moment, she and Yifeng were startled at the same time, only to see below, a dozen pairs of green eyes were looking towards the sky, seemingly searching for something. Damn it, they must have heard it. Yifeng hurriedly remained motionless, the two of them tensed and pressed together, looking down in horror. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, the green light below disappeared a little, and those monsters withdrew their gaze. They sliced the tiger's head off again with their sharp claws and headed for the other side of the creek. However, Yifeng and Susan still didn't dare to move a bit, and had to wait for them to completely disappear before they dared to make a move. A minute later, the miserable howl of a spotted hyena rang out from the woods across the river. Phew! Oh! Both exhaled a hot breath at the same time. You took it away you rascal! Susan hurriedly got up. Yifeng was also flustered in his heart and let go of her. Finally, the two were awkwardly separated. But for some reason, Yifeng was very unwilling, and Susan had the same idea. Although she had never slept with a man, She knew that just now Yifeng. If Yifeng had really come on strong just now, would he have given in? In those movies, when a man and a woman did that, the woman was screaming no, but she could hear that the woman's screams were filled with pleasure. But immediately, she shook her head. Susan, you're specialized in protecting Su Yun. How can you think like that? The most important thing now is to return to civilization. Not to think about that business between men and women. Susan, do you know how you are rumored in the company? Yifeng couldn't help but ask. Pass me what? Susan asked rhetorically. They say that yours has grown teeth and will bite. Yifeng showed his cards. Are you going to die? Shut the fuck up, or I'll kick you out of the tree? Ha ha ha, don't be like that. I was seeing that the atmosphere was too tense just now, and I made a joke to let you relax. Do you think this joke is appropriate for me? Okay, I admit my mistake. I won't dare next time. Yifeng retracted his gaze in embarrassment, but the pants were just too ugly. Susan is a tigress and can't be taken anytime soon. Hurry up the dawn. After the dawn, bring Zhang Yan downstream. Maybe we can solve the problem of pants. Yifeng could feel it. Whatever he did to Zhang Yan would agree. As for Bai Guifan, she's a bit mentally unstable right now, so let's forget about it. I don't know how long it took, but it was finally light. Yifeng and Susan slid down the tree respectively. Only on the bank of the creek lay the bodies of 5 or 6 wild monkeys. Their corpses were stiff and a strange odor emanated from them. The strange odor was indescribable. It was not the smell of decay, nor the kind of smell of shit, but it was very unpleasant. This tiger skin is good. You can take it back and make it into a piece of clothing. Otherwise the jungle is full of thorns and it's easy to scratch your skin. Yifeng said. Aha! Susan nodded, and as soon as she did, she ripped the tiger's skin from the stream. Look, what's this? Susan plucked a 30-centimeter spike from the tiger skin, and a scent emanated from the top of the spike. Yifeng also plucked the same spikes from the wild monkey. He sniffed the top and it smelled good. I see. The tiger and these wild monkeys were killed by these spikes, but a single spike is not enough to kill an animal as big as a tiger, is it? Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly threw the spikes away. Quick! Throw it away. It must have a strong poison on it, otherwise such a thin thorn couldn't have killed the tiger. Susan was also startled and threw the spikes away. Come on, go home. Tiger skin. Not for a while, in case this poison can be transmitted through the skin. The two went back into the camp at once. It was now morning, and Longwu was leaning on his spear with a pale face, while Li Chang had collapsed on the ground and was huffing and puffing. Back, Dragon 5 greeted. Yeah, I'm going to go wake up the woman in the cave, so you two go back and get some sleep. Yifeng returned to the cave after saying that, but as soon as he went back, Yifeng immediately stared wide-eyed. Only Zhang Yan was seen to be crossing her thighs. Her pants flipped up to the top, naked and exposed to the gaze. Oh, Yifeng felt like letting go all over his body. Get up, Yifeng shouted. Zhang Yan was the first to wake up. She first looked at her skirt and then at Yifeng. However, in the next moment, a trace of charm flashed in her eyes and she threw a wink at Yifeng. Yifeng hurriedly escaped from the cave. Although Bai Guifan woke up, she was walking around the entrance of the cave, mumbling something, as if her spirit had collapsed. The group sat around the fire. Zhang Yan, Wang Tao is probably in some kind of accident and shouldn't be able to come back. So in a while, we'll go to the beach to dry salt. We need to make enough salted fish and salted meat, and after we have a food reserve, we'll be able to focus on building the shelter. Yifeng said seriously. Zhang Yan looked at Yifeng's pants and covered her mouth with a soft smile. Yes, Yi Islander, people listen to you all the time. Su Yun, Feng, you can go if you want. What can we do in the campground? Su Yun asked. You guys, fix the door again. Jam all those door cracks with wood. Don't leave any gaps. As for creating a fence and all that, let's wait until we've stocked up on enough food. Yifeng said. He's already figured out that he can't keep eating fish from now on. After all, while fish can be nutritious, it can't be compared to animals on land. He was going to find a chance to go to the location of the lake and hunt wild hogs, or one of those wild buffalo, and just one success would be enough to feed the people in camp for days. Otherwise, you'd be wasting 2 hours a day fishing and building shelters at an intermittent rate. After dinner, Yifeng set off with Zhang Yan. Feng, be careful on the road. Don't have an accident. Feng, we'll wait here for you to come home. Brother Yi, have a good trip. Leaf Maple, this little lump, can it talk? The two began to walk slowly downstream, Zhang Yan still honest in front of her, but once she was out of the limelight, she became restless. Little brother Feng, do you see that the injury on my leg is healed? Zhang Yan's voice was whiny and soft, with a seductive undertone. Go to the beach. On the beach I'll help you look slowly. Yifeng was also a bit anxious. After all, The fire in his lower abdomen hadn't been extinguished, and now that he was teased by Zhang Yan, it instantly leapt up. Zhang Yan looked at Yi Feng's pants and covered her mouth and smiled foolishly. Little brother Feng, before we have to go into the woods in a while, let's all wash our bodies. You understand? Zhang Yan laughed. Okay, I got it. Yi Feng nodded. At this point, they were 4 kilometers downstream, and another kilometer and they would be plunging into the woods. Right at this moment, Yi Feng's face changed. Zhang Yan, do you have the feeling that the surroundings have suddenly become quieter? Yi Feng said. Quiet. Zhang Yan had just said 2 words when suddenly, a large group of animals ran up from their downstream position. There were deer, buffalo, wild hogs, and even crocodiles on the run. The fastest runner was a leopard, which jumped in front of Yi Feng in 3 or 2 jumps. Yi Feng was shocked in his heart and directly put his spear up. However, in the next moment, the leopard unexpectedly crossed over the duo and continued to run upstream. Rumble. The earth shook as a large number of animals swept towards the two, but did not target them. Their aim was to escape. Further downstream around the bend, there was also the sound of a bison howling in agony. Quick! Up the tree! Realizing something, Yi Feng picked up Zhang Yan's lithe body and pushed her on top of a banyan tree, and he climbed up himself in 3 tries. The 2 men hid their forms through the dense foliage. Finally, the animals all ran upstream, and a dozen or so more dark shadows showed up next to the creek behind them. With the sunlight, Yi Feng finally got a good look at them. They did look like monkeys, but their eyes shot out a ferocious and spiteful light, walking upright like a man. Each dark figure carried a stick in its hand. Just then, one of the monsters took the stick in its mouth and blew gently at the upstream location. A spike shot out of the stick and accurately hit a bison in the ass. It was as if this bison had been burned by a branding iron. Jumping up more than 2 meters in place, it reluctantly ran upstream for a few dozen more meters before collapsing with a thud, its hind legs still twitching. This isn't a stick, this is a blowtorch? Yi Feng probably understood. No wonder even the jungle tigers had to flee when they looked at them. Turns out, they use blow tubes and the blow needles inside are toxic. What are these things? Like monkeys, but not exactly monkeys. Zhang Yan pressed her soft body tightly against Yi Feng. Yi Feng pursed his lips tightly and didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully observed the group of strange monkeys through the gaps in the dense tree branches. Their hair all over their body was as black as ink, and their palms were like those of a human, but the nails on them shone with a ghostly black light, and they were sharp at first glance. No wonder it can easily tear through a tiger's skin. It looks like this one is a brand new creature. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked at their tails again. The tail is about a meter long, almost as tall as they are. What's scary is that at the tip of the tail, there's an all-like horny thing that looks just as sharp. Don't talk, wait for them to leave, Yi Feng whispered. Zhang Yan nodded, her body almost softening in Yi Feng's arms. The strange monkeys were savoring the bison meat under the tree. During the day it looks like they eat more viciously, almost swallowing. He didn't stop until his stomach looked like he was carrying a baby in June. After eating the bison meat, the dozen or so black monsters, again under the tree, began to cross. Yi Feng suddenly had a headache. This thing does this after eating enough? Doesn't he have anything else in mind? Right at this moment, Yi Feng heard a human voice faintly coming from the woods. Wang Tao, after walking for so long, why haven't we seen the creek yet? Don't worry, mister. Ma, the creek is just ahead. You must help me kill that scumbag, Yi Feng. The voices gradually approached. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, only to see this waste of a man. Wang Tao was the first to walk to the edge of the creek, and even took the initiative to help rake away the weeds in front of him. Then it was a middle-aged man who walked out. Then came the sound of footsteps from behind, and about a dozen men and women, all of them, appeared at the edge of the creek. Squeak! Those strange monkeys stopped and turned their ferocious gazes towards Wang Tao and the others. The monkeys here, they're quite special looking. It's not a new species, is it? Ma Xikong strangely surveyed the group of monkeys. His several bodyguards, however, were guarding in front of him with a wary look on their faces. The next moment, one of the monstrous monkeys picked up a blowtorch. What's it doing? Watch out. Pust. A blowgun hits a bodyguard. This bouncer flicked out the blowgun as soon as he could. It is? He had just said 2 words when his face suddenly changed drastically and he fell to the ground, desperately rolling. Not good. This blowing needle is poisonous. Mister. Ma quickly retreat downstream. The other bodyguard finished with a shot to the face and one to the chest. It didn't even grunt. It just fell to the ground and convulsed. The other 5 bodyguards couldn't hold back any longer and pulled out their pistols at the same time. Yi Feng hurriedly helped Zhang Yan cover her ears. Bang! 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 The first few monstrous monkeys were blown up on the spot, but there was no bright red liquid coming out of them, only a small amount of green liquid. The most frightening thing was one of the strange monkeys, which had one of its arms broken, yet it still charged forward defiantly. Yifeng was right on the tree. He smelled. The green liquid was strangely stinky. He almost vomited. Zhang Yan couldn't hold back any longer and vomited into Yifeng's pants. Not good. These guys are so agile. Retreat! Gunshots rang out. And there was also a bullet that crossed in front of Yifeng's eyes. He fought back the nausea and looked toward the tree. Those bodyguards were good shots. But the monster monkey's stance was more agile. They sometimes used the blowpipe as a pole and jumped 3 or 4 meters in the air, body in mid-air. They took the blow tube in their mouths again and blew into the front. That accuracy killed 2 more humans. To be able to shoot with this kind of accuracy while jumping rapidly, I'm afraid the special forces would have to call out a big brother. Run! Several of the bodyguards ran and fired, escaping downstream. There were only 4 or 5 human corpses left on the spot, as well as 7 or 8 bodies of strange monkeys. It's now! Hurry down the tree. After Yifeng finished speaking, he helped Zhang Yan down the banyan tree. There are pistols. Yifeng was overjoyed and picked up a pistol that was pressed full of bullets, a total of 7 rounds. Zhang Yan also picked up a pistol. It's fully loaded. Quick, go look on the others. However, there was only 1 bodyguard left, and this bodyguard had just emptied his bullets. As for the last 2 bodies, they were 2 middle-aged men with no guns on them. Never mind. It's nice to have 2 guns. Yifeng suddenly looked at the body of the strange monkey again. He picked up his spear and stabbed at the body of the strange monkey. The body of this thing was like dead wood, dry and hard, without the slightest hint of softness. The stomach of one of the monstrous monkeys was burst, and a large amount of beef, tiger meat, and all sorts of unidentified meat oozed out of it. Let's go to the beach. Yifeng pulled Zhang Yan and plunged into the woods. I don't know how long they had been running, but the two finally came to the ocean. Breathing in the salty sea breeze, Yifeng didn't have the slightest delay and immediately began to sunbathe in the sea. Zhang Yan, however, played with the pistol, her face all excited. Be careful of going off. Yifeng said vigilantly. Don't worry, I've played with guns. As long as I don't turn on the safety, I'll be fine. Zhang Yan finished speaking and aimed her gun at Yifeng. The sweaty hairs on Yifeng's entire body stood up at once. Grass. He furiously walked over, snatched the pistol, pressed Zhang Yan into his arms again, and slapped her hard on her buttocks a few times. Still dare to point the gun at me, no? Yifeng said angrily. Egu, it hurts so much when you hit me. Use some force, Zhang Yan said delicately. Leaf maple. Snapped. After only a moment, Zhang Yan twisted her body and uneasily put her hand towards Yifeng. Little brother Yifeng, didn't you say that it would be okay once we get to the beach? I've never seen such ugly pants on you. Can I see inside? Zhang Yan looked at Yifeng with charming eyes. It's not good. I forgot to wash it just now. Yifeng said awkwardly. The fire in his lower belly was aroused again by this female fox. What are you afraid of? Won't you just wash it here? Zhang Yan grabbed Yifeng's pants with an air of being about to take them off. Seawater washing? Not good, right? Yifeng knew that seawater was dirtier than urine, and after washing it, he might even get a dermatitis or something like that. You think the seawater is dirty? Why don't you let me help you wash it? After Zhang Yan finished speaking, she suddenly exerted force in her hand. The next moment, Yifeng was completely exposed. Oh my god! Zhang Yan pulled her pants with one hand and covered her red lips with the other, her eyes full of shock. The next moment, she fondly helped Yifeng put it on again. It's too scary. I'm still a bit weak. It shall not kill me, Zhang Yan asked. Last night with Susan he was enduring. Today with Zhang Yan he still has to endure. He's not a monk. Seeing that Yifeng was unhappy, Zhang Yan stretched out her hand and said, will this help you? It's better to forget about it. Yifeng shook his head. Then, I'll assist with assistance elsewhere? Zhang Yan said meaningfully. Is this really good? Yifeng was a bit impressed. Just get off your end. Come on, go behind the reef. Zhang Yan pulled Yifeng and rushed behind the reef. Next, Zhang Yan showed off her talent. Yifeng was not polite and let Zhang Yan play it out. It had to be said that Zhang Yan's strength was still okay. After a long time, the two walked out of the reef area with red faces. Let's find another opportunity when we go back. I'll definitely give it to you when I've recovered. But here comes the trouble. What if you can't control it? I don't want to get pregnant, Zhang Yan said with difficulty. Ha ha ha, don't worry. My self-control is still very strong. Yifeng laughed. After drying the salt, Yifeng looked to the opposite side of the shallow sea area. Since eating a few more white fruits, his eyesight has increased. I just saw a lot of oysters sucked and commanded on the stone wall across the street. There are oysters. There are oysters. Yifeng was overjoyed and waded towards the opposite side. Oysters? I'm in. Zhang Yan also followed. After walking 200 meters, the two finally came to the location of the stone wall. densely packed with oysters with ugly shells. Yifeng picked a large piece of oyster down, bigger than his fist. Quickly pry it open with the dagger, Zhang Yan urged. Pust, pry it open. These oysters are so plump, tender and white, they make you drool just looking at them. Oysters are known as a man's gas station, a woman's beauty salon, and are enjoyed by both men and women, especially Yifeng. He used to eat roasted oysters in the city, and after eating oysters, that body was like iron, and his spirit was especially full. These fresh oysters, you can eat them raw. After Yifeng finished speaking, he handed the pried open oyster to Zhang Yan. Giggling, Zhang Yan sucked it in with a single bite, and milky juice instantly flowed down both of her lips. It's so delicious, Zhang Yan said happily. Yifeng also pried open a bigger piece of oyster to eat it raw. It was indeed fatty and juicy, with a savory sensation that hit the entire taste buds. He assured that you can never get oysters this fresh in the city. The two of them ate another 7 or 8 oysters in a row and couldn't eat anymore. Yifeng took off his clothes, tied the 2 cuffs, and packed more than 20 large oysters in them, ready to take them home to the women in the cave. As for Li Chang, it's better not to give him any more food, lest that guy regains his male function. But Long Wu had no problem. After all, Long Wu was still a decent person. Otherwise he would have played Alice in Chen Li a long time ago. Speed back, the oysters won't be good if they're dead. Zhang Yan laughed. Her skin seemed to really have an extra layer of luster. Aha! Yifeng was about to agree when he suddenly looked puzzled. He remembers that oysters are supposed to grow at the junction of salt and fresh water, right? But this was all salt water. Is it? Wait here for a moment while I look over the stone wall. After saying that, Yifeng, bare-chested, as if he was a rock climber, quickly tumbled over the stone wall. There were dense woods on the stone wall, and just as Yifeng went up, all of the seabirds above flew up into the sky and screeched gak 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 at Yifeng. He didn't care about getting dirty and went straight into the dense forest. Lots of bird poop here, and at the same time, lots of bird eggs. After walking for almost 600 to 700 meters, Yifeng suddenly heard a loud sound of water flowing. He peeled back a branch to look downward and his eyes rolled up in surprise. All that could be seen was an inland river, some tens of kilometers wide, flowing from the depths of the deserted island into the sea. 2 different colors of water become distinct and are merging with each other. Meanwhile, on the cliffs at his feet, sucking commanded more and fatter oysters. A river this big? Yifeng's eyes widened. Could it be that this is some kind of continental stand? Not a desert island. If we follow this inland river upstream, will we find human cities? His face sank at the thought, and he surveyed the river once more. There was a lot of trash inside the water, such as tree branches, driftwood, and a few dead animals. He had to look extremely far to see the other side of the great river, but by a wide margin. There were no plastic bags or other things of civilized society as far as he could see. This shows that there are no cities or towns upstream of the Grand River. If it were truly a civilized continent, a megacity would have been built long ago where such a wide river meets the sea. For example, SC, South J, Tang S. These cities stand at the intersection of the sea and the inland river. It seems then that this really is an uninhabited desert island, or even a giant island. After all, with such a large displacement, an ordinary island just can't do it. Yifeng was now 90% sure that this was definitely a place that had not yet been discovered by mankind. And as for why the satellite had not discovered it, perhaps it was related to some magnetic field, or something that science could not solve. Whatever, let's go home first. There are so many women waiting for me in the cave. Yifeng spilled a smile and returned to burrow back into the woods. When he was about to go down, Yifeng stole 2 more bird eggs, causing the seabirds in the sky to scream desperately. Scream ah, just have 2 more. Yifeng put the egg into his pants pocket and quickly went down to the shallow sea area. Let's go Zhang Yan, go home. Yifeng carried the oysters and sun-dried sea salt, and Zhang Yan drove ahead. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but Yifeng suddenly stopped. A human voice came from up ahead. Mr. Ma, really not going to look for your wife? Wang Tao's voice. What are you looking for? Can't you see that monster has been hovering next to the creek? We'll go upstream when the monster is gone, and help you get rid of Yifeng on the way. Before long, a dozen men emerged from the front. Yifeng and his duo had already ducked into a broadleaf. After roughly counting, there were still 8 men and 5 women left on Ma Xikong's side. Of the 5 women, there were 2 white women, plus a very good-looking black woman. Then there were 2 yellow women. In short, none of the faces are too bad. After all, she was following the small boat king, and how bad can a woman be that people can bring around at any time? But if the body and face have no redeeming qualities, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the little boat king to follow him? Finally, the group passed Broadleaf's location and quickly disappeared from sight. Go home. Yi Feng's face grimaced. He really wanted to use his pistol to finish these guys off just now. But bullets are too fine and expensive. And the bodyguards on Ma Xikong's side are definitely better shots than himself. So it's not certain who will fuck who. Most of all, he had to save his bullets for use against large predators, and couldn't afford to waste them in the slightest. Finally reaching the side of the stream, Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment and directly stripped off her clothes and skirt, soaking her entire body in the stream. Leaf Maple, stop soaking and get a move on. Yi Feng urged. What's with the panic? People just got so sweaty. Come down and take a dip too. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, she suddenly lifted a slender jade leg from the stream and hooked it at Yi Feng. It was as if the leg had magic power, and it even directly hooked Yi Feng into the creek. The two just snuggled up in the creek. Ah, no way. Zhang Yan screamed miserably. Yi Feng's face was red with anxiety. Grass! He cursed fiercely. Zhang Yan was the one who brought her body over. Panic. When I recover, I'll be sure to serve you well then, Zhang Yan said with winks. Yeah, too. Yi Feng unwillingly went up and down on Zhang Yan. Rough palms left a patch on the delicate skin. Go home. Getting dressed, the two ran upstream again. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Yi Feng felt that the birds chirping in the neighborhood had thinned out, and no large predators were encountered. When they finally arrived at the camp, Dragon 5 had woken up and was carrying a piece of wood and planting it into the dirt, trying to build the yard. With the yard done, a few women will be able to move around freely in it. Fifth brother, Yi Feng admired a man for the first time. You're back? Long Mu smiled nervously, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Yes, you're not healed, so don't do heavy work, just leave these jobs to others. Feng, you're back? Brother Yi, it's good that you're back. Just now, we met a monster. It's so scary. A group of women gathered around, all trying to squeeze towards Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng helped Alice remove the leaves from her head and suddenly asked, Where is Li Chang? Li Chang went behind the waterfall. It's been 2 hours and he hasn't come out yet. Susan said. Yi Feng nodded. This Li Chang's heart is not yet determined. It will not give lousy bad, right? So he picked up his spear and headed behind the waterfall. The loud sound of water covered Yi Feng's footsteps. Just after reaching the back of the waterfall, Yi Feng put down his spear. I only saw that Li Chang was sitting on the ground and chanting. I'm not even married yet. How come I'm a eunuch? When I get married I'll have a child. Okay? Li Chang's voice was so anxious and helpless that it hurt to hear. John, you've been here for 2 hours, and you're just messing with this? Yi Feng asked. Li Chang turned around, exuding an air of disheveledness and no vigor at all. Feng, I'm not a man anymore. Woo woo. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. Yi Feng patted his shoulder. Actually, being a woman is quite good. I don't. I want to be a man. I want to be a man. Li Chang let out a loud cry. Leaf Maple. Feng, can you give me a hand? The other day when I saw Rimiko and you, my lower abdomen was surprisingly hot. If you and them, I was beside them, it might be able to make me recover. Li Chang suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's arm, with a hint of crazy eagerness in his eyes. He used to have a reaction when he watched a movie, but there were no cell phones on this deserted island, so he could only watch Yi Feng's live broadcast. Pervert! Yi Feng backhanded a slap and pulled out Li Chang again. Feng, just help me out. I'll be on the side. Sneaking is fine. I need a strong visual shock to recover now. I don't believe you don't want to. The women in here, all of them are fat and thin. Look at that Bai Guifen. Ripe. Then look at Susan. So fit. And that Su Yun. Great temperament. Rimiko is also good. Especially now is still a special time. I'll just watch from the side. Li Chang said almost pleadingly. Pop. Yi Feng slapped over again. Because of this asshole. Said Yi Feng was a bit hyper. Come on over for oysters, everybody. Yi Feng pulled Li Chang out and brought out the oysters. And several women were all smiles, each getting an oyster. It's a woman's beauty parlor, and I want one more. I'll have 2. After Yi Feng finished dividing the oysters, he looked at Li Chang again. Li Chang, you? No. Ha? Li Chang looked resigned. Yi Feng had his own plans. Li Chang was so perverted. In case he recovered after eating the oysters, the women in the cave would be finished, so it was better to let him continue to be a eunuch. After eating the oysters, Yi Feng let Long Mu rest while he started to cut down the wood, preparing to enclose the entire cave entrance and part of the creek. In the future, the women will be able to move around the yard and bathe in the yard when they are tired of playing, without having to be exposed to the sinister world outside. A man should make a woman feel secure in her life, and after that, one can be the emperor of the land here. Thinking about the life of the 3 palaces and 6 houses in the future, Yi Feng's energy was full. Just then, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and a torrential downpour fell from the sky. Everyone hid in the cave, but Yifeng didn't stop. It's a little cooler to work in the rain instead. The torrential rain washed over Yifeng's strong body. Yifeng carried a nearly 300-pound log and struggled to swim upstream. His strong chest rose and fell one by one, and a worm crawled on it. He then worked barefoot, so that the 5 toes still had some grip, allowing him to walk more steadily in the mud. At the mouth of the cave, Susan looked at Yifeng in the rainstorm with a deep gaze. Looking at Yifeng's desperate work, she actually had a trace of heartache. After all, everything Yifeng did was for their safety. The torrential rain turned to moderate rain, which turned to light rain, and surprisingly it went on all day in a row with no sign of stopping. Yifeng repaired the courtyard wall by about 10 meters and was also tired and panting, so he could only go back to the cave and sit down. Feng, take off your pants and put this bearskin on. Su Yun held the bearskin in her hand, her face all heartbroken. Feng, you're exhausted today. Let me carry you to bed at night. Rimiko also stepped forward. People's hearts are all flesh. Yifeng, for their safety, braving the torrential rain to work for half a day, is a person will be heartbroken. Just take your pants off, we won't peek, and watch out for the cold, Susan said, cocking her head to the side. Yifeng nodded and took the bearskin to the depths of the cave. In a short time he was transformed into an aborigine, with only a bearskin around his lower body. Long Wu was very principled. He laid a layer of hay in the cave's opening and didn't sleep crammed together with a few women. Li Chang was pulled along with him, and the 2 men were able to huddle for warmth at night. As for Yifeng, he was actually going to go and squeeze with the men, but he was pulled back by the women. In the middle of the night, it was still drizzling and the temperature was surprisingly low at 2 or 3 degrees. Yifeng was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night, and several of the women were even huddled together in a pile, with various body odors coming out. He hesitated and wrapped Su Yun and Ding Tuan into his arms. These 2 girls are the youngest, the most delicate, and the most susceptible to colds. Once you catch a cold, it can kill you on a desert island. Ding Tuan's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, while Su Yun also backhandedly wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck. Yifeng twisted his head and saw that Li Chang had also shrunk into Long Wu's arms, and the 2 of them were in a somewhat peculiar position. The sky soon dawned, and Yifeng's face was a bit ugly as he looked at the rainy sky through the cave. I didn't realize that it had turned into the rainy season, and they hadn't stored enough food yet. Wouldn't that mean that they would have to hunt in the rain in the future? Also, during the rainy season, animals don't come to the creeks to drink, and the prey along the creeks will continue to decrease. Can't hunker down in a cave, must find a way to store food. Thinking of this, Yifeng stood up and looked at those salted meat hanging at the entrance of the cave. There was probably less than 50 pounds left, and 10 of them could take out 15 pounds a day, and they'd have to eat it all in 3 days. The trout in the creek have all but disappeared. After all, it is their mission to spawn and then feed their eggs with their bodies and eventually die en masse. The 7 women were still asleep. Yifeng didn't wake them up, but sat at the entrance of the cave and looked outside. It doesn't seem like it would be a good idea to stay here for a long time. If you can't, a different campground, such as that huge inland river, is a good choice. Build a boat not too big or too small, just enough to hold 10 people, and store enough food on board. From then on, the boat can be used as a mobile home, where you can escape in case of danger, and when there is no danger, you can tie up the boat to the shore, and we can sing and dance on the deck, and do group sports and so on. Within moments, everyone woke up in turn. It's also cold during the day today. Tinkerbell shrunk into a ball. Yifeng also felt that it was only about 10 degrees right now, and all of them were wearing singlets. Let's make a fire in the cave, then cut some bamboo to draw the smoke outside, Long Wu said. He was also cold and his whole body was shivering. That's fine, I'll go cut the bamboo. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took off his bearskin and rushed into the cold drizzle in his pants. It took them a whole day to finally make the exhaust pipe. A few of the women could finally wear their singlets in the cave, as the smoke vented out, but the temperature stayed in the cave. Thank you, Feng. Just then, Susan suddenly spoke up. Thank you, brother Yifeng. Feng. Everyone in the cave called Yifeng brother, including Long Wu and Li Chang. However, Yifeng also called Long Wu his 5th brother. Whatever, to each his own. Everyone called me a brother. I am also grateful. Now let's plan again. It's time to hunt buffaloes, crocodiles and other animals, and then peel off the skin to make some leather clothes and pants for you guys. Now it should be the fall, when it's after winter. There's no way to survive in a single coat. Yifeng said seriously. Well, when the rain stops, I'll go with you. The crocodile meat and buffalo meat can still be made into jerky and stored. Long Wu said. No, we're the only 2 men here. We always have to leave a man to guard the house. Otherwise, the cave is all women, and there's no way to resist in case of danger. Yi Feng said back. Brother Feng, I'm a man too, Li Chang said with dissatisfaction. Sorry, formed an inertia of thinking. Yi Feng hurriedly apologized. Put. Ding Tuan Tuan let out a poof of laughter, only to be greeted by Li Chang's angry gaze. She hurriedly covered her mouth, a pair of large eyes rolling from side to side. On the beach, Ma Sikong's group of people hid underneath a reef, but it was windy and rainy and often blew rain on them. Achoo! Wang Tao sneezed, and suddenly the green nose water flowed long. The others are no better. It's not good. Lena is running a fever, a white woman said anxiously. Maston walked over to Lena and placed a probe on her forehead. What to do? A few women turned their eyes to Moscon. What can I do? Rely on her own immunity. If she can't carry it off, she can only abandon it. After all, everyone is struggling to protect themselves now, Ma Sikong said thinly. When the semi-conscious Lena heard this, a flash of despair flashed across her face and she coughed violently twice more. Ma Sikong was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. This cold isn't contagious, is it? If you can't, put her in the woods and don't get next to us, Mascot added. But Lena is a doctor of physics and has been with you for 3 years. Is it really okay to leave her like that? The white female nature asked. Cut. There are thousands of executives in my company who have been with me for more than 10 years. Do I have to take care of everyone? What's more, is a doctorate in physics great? There's no shortage of such highly educated people in my company. Ma Sikong finished speaking and gave the 2 bodyguards a wink. It was the last of his bodyguards, out of bullets in his gun but strong and loyal. Wait, Mr. Ma, this female is already going to be thrown away anyway, so why don't you let me have a good time? Wang Tao was suddenly delighted. Feel free, Ma Sikong finished, staying away from Lena for fear of being infected. Wang Tao's hair stood up in excitement as he limped over to Lena. However, after a long time, he broke down and let out a growl. You get up! You get up! His thigh was stabbed by Yi Feng and bled a lot, plus he was starved every day, so he even temporarily became a eunuch. Ha ha ha, even if you can't get up, hurry up and drop that woman, Ma Sikong said. Mr. Ma, in that case, we 5 sisters have to go together. We can't leave Lena behind, the white woman said. No, you 4 stay here honestly and serve me as a meat mattress at night, and someone has to warm my feet. After Ma Sikong finished speaking, 2 bodyguards stopped the 4 women. Anna, don't beg him, I'll go on my own. You must live. Lena, her face burning red, braced herself and sat up, disappearing miserably into the rain. Yi Feng had a pistol stuck in his waist and was holding a stone axe downstream, desperately lumbering tired. The upper reaches of the creek do have a lot of trees, but it can be a struggle to find the right material. It has to be the right thickness and straight a line, and the wood has to be hard. So at this time, Yi Feng was already 4 kilometers downstream. There are a lot of old trees here with tight wood and the right thickness. As for the other trees, most of them are tropical evergreen trees with brittle wood that is not suitable for fences because they grow too fast. Boom! An old tree fell in the rain. Yi Feng picked up the stone axe again and picked off all the branches and leaves on it. But this old tree was more than 10 meters long, and although it was only as thick as a thigh, it weighed nearly 500 pounds. Yi Feng crouched down in a horse stance, and with a high, the muscles of his entire body gnarled up and carried the old tree on his shoulders. Go home! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Feng struggled to swim upwards. The sides of the creek turned to mush, sinking a foot into the mud with each foot. That's good. The downside is more stable. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as he threw the log on the ground and quickly ran to the bamboo forest. Only a breathless white woman lay in the bamboo forest. Even when she fainted, she had a touch of serenity, and wore a large gold-rimmed eyeglass on her face, as demure and intellectual as a college teacher. Yi Feng looked at the wood behind him and then at the white female. Forget it, the wood will come back for it later. Let's just get this woman back to the cave first. It's a shame to die. After muttering to himself, he picked the white female up in a horizontal hug, trying to shield her from the continuous drizzle with his body as best he could. In the middle of the journey, Yi Feng picked a few more herbs to reduce the fever, and it was up to God's will as to whether he could be saved or not. Lena was in a coma, but she still felt a strong man pick her up and was running wildly through the rain. At this moment, a tear actually flowed from the corner of her eye, but it was quickly washed away by the rain. Finally arriving at the cave, Yi Feng hugged Lena and rushed in. These herbs, simmer them over a gentle fire, decoct 5 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water, and then feed them to her to drink after they've cooled. Yi Feng said, Okay, I'll do it. Sadamiko got busy. She seemed to be interested in Chinese medicine. Bye. There's still a piece of wood downstream that I haven't carried back yet. After saying that, Yi Feng disappeared into the drizzle again. Suyan leaned her body against the door and watched the direction Yi Feng disappeared in. with a hint of worry on her face. At some point, she started to get anxious, fearing that Yifeng would not return once he was gone. Dragon May 5th looked good, but he doesn't have much of an opinion. However, he did what Yifeng asked him to do, and he was very good at executing it. The cave was warm, and a couple of the women stripped Lena naked and covered her with a bearskin. Sadamiko finally decocted the herbs and placed Rina in her soft embrace, feeding them in little by little. After another 2 hours of waiting, Lena woke up. It was still weak, but she felt that her body was at least slowly recovering. I'll make her some broth. Susan took his helmet and went to work. Where is this? Lena asked. I'm awake. Too good. Foreign sister. This is our big brother Yifeng's camp. Just now you looked so scary, like you were dead. It was big brother Yifeng who carried you back in the rain, and also picked herbs for you to reduce your fever. Next, several women explained the situation to Lena and described Yifeng as a decent and capable warrior. His name is Yifeng? Great. I still have 4 sisters at Ma Sikong's place. Ma Sikong is simply not a thing, letting us women warm his feet at night and use it as a meat cushion. I used to think that he was a successful entrepreneur and a very gentle person in civilization, but I didn't expect that after being on the deserted island, all of his nature was exposed. You guys, can you help me bring my 4 sisters here too? Lena asked. Yukihime Rimiko's whole body shook as she listened, her face complex. We don't have the authority to promise you. We have to wait for our boss to come back. Dragon 5 said woodenly from the side. Lena. At this moment, Li Chang's eyes twinkled. This beautiful woman. Can I take a look at your body? It might stimulate my body. Die for me. Susan slapped him to the ground. Yifeng's legs trembled as he carried the hundreds of pounds of logs upstream. Every little while he walked he had to take a break. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to make a go of it, but he had to retain a certain amount of stamina for the dangers that popped up out of nowhere. And just now, downstream, he'd fallen and put a gash in his knee. It was only at this moment that he felt how difficult it was for the old ancestors millions of years ago, and to survive, and to deal with the beasts, and to breed. Bang! A gunshot came from downstream. Yifeng was startled and hurriedly threw the log and looked downstream vigilantly. Sure enough, it's those Wang Tao guys. As for the person who fired the shot, it was none other than Ma Sikong. Shit, I've got a gun too. Yifeng hid behind a rock and fired 2 shots at Ma Sikong. Unfortunately, his marksmanship was so bad that both shots hit the sky. After all, it was his first time using a firearm, and he didn't know how it performed. And when he fired, he had to press down a little bit, otherwise the bullet would float upwards. In that case, Yifeng only had 5 bullets. No good, that kid has a gun too. Ma Sikong was shocked and hurriedly hid behind the crowd. Yifeng, you're dead. There are many of us on our side, and I know about your camp. Wang Tao hid in the bamboo forest and screamed. Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he aimed his gun at the bamboo forest, but he was worried about wasting another bullet. Wang Tao, you dog scum, I should have killed you a long time ago. Yifeng cursed angrily behind the stone. That's because you're stupid. He. Now you're in the light and we're in the dark. Unless you give up that cave. Otherwise, we'll definitely screw you over. Wang Tao said sinisterly. This caused Yifeng's face to change. Wang Tao and the others were like stray dogs and didn't have a fixed campground. But he had a fixed cave. And they could come and take a bite out of him at any time. And this would be a big problem. Unless, of course, he could kill the whole bunch. Or let them run out of bullets. Thinking of this, Yifeng picked up a stone and followed the movie's footage and threw the stone to the side, trying to get Ma Sikong to shoot. However, Ma Sikong wasn't stupid and didn't shoot. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then took off his shorts again and reached towards the top of the rock with the branch. Still no shots fired over there. What a fucking thief. Yifeng sighed. He couldn't just spend time here. It was necessary to go back to the camp to inform the women. Otherwise, Ma Sikong and the others could bypass themselves and go straight to the camp to go on a killing spree. Although Long Wu and Susan had the power to fight, they would still suffer a big loss if they were caught off guard. Thinking of this, Yifeng suddenly ran upstream in a zigzag pattern. He'll be left 1 minute, right the next. Bang! Yifeng was running happily when something bit him on the back in the cold grass. That's a hit? Yifeng just felt a pain in his back and didn't fall down, but accelerated his speed and continued to run upstream. After running for 2 kilometers, Yifeng then felt that the wound was painful and swollen, and his vitality was slowly draining away. He sat down panting and ran a hand down his back, a reddish color. The loss of blood was causing his physical abilities to decline rapidly. Yifeng clenched his teeth and used his fingers to pick out a piece of bark and plugged it into the wound, so that it could more or less stop the blood. Only the blocking nearly knocked himself out from the pain. Ha! 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 Yifeng opened his mouth wide and continued to run towards the top. The hot air that came out of his mouth was getting cooler and cooler. Bang! Another shot rang out from behind, grazing a bloody groove on Yifeng's arm. He didn't expect Ma Xikong's marksmanship to be so accurate, so he could only clench his teeth and continue to dart upstream. Run and run! Yifeng saw the camp in a blur. Dragon 5. Susan! Yifeng shouted, only to see the cave. Everyone rushed out. Ah, you're bleeding? Suyun was the first to run over and helped Yifeng into the cave. I don't have time to bleed. Long Wu. There are Wang Tao's men appearing downstream. There's a sharpshooter among them. Now! I want you to go downstream and find a tree to be a covert outpost. When you encounter those men coming over, you focus on killing the one with the pistol. Yifeng said anxiously. Yes. Dragon 5 took the pistol and rushed into the drizzle. Susan looked again at the pistol she was carrying. Yifeng had a total of 2 pistols on his side. And the other one, he gave to Susan. I'll go and ambush behind the waterfall. If anyone comes near the cave, I'll kill without pardon. Susan didn't wait for Yifeng's command and directly rushed into the rain as well. Tuan, take the composite bow. Keep an eye on the cave entrance. And when the enemy approaches, shoot straight, without mercy. Yifeng sat down on the bearskin, and next to him, Lena had opened her eyes and was curiously sizing up Yifeng. Brother Feng, as a man, I can do some work. Tell me, what am I doing? Li Chang asked, holding the spear. Yifeng had just said this when his eyes went black and he directly fainted. I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng was woken up by a gunshot. He opened his eyes and looked downstream. It was completely dark and there weren't many stars in the sky. Judging from the location of the gunshot, it was Dragon 5 who fired. Grass! Yifeng wanted to get up, but it felt like his back was hurting, but a strange power was repairing his wounds. Ah, finally awake? Rimiko shouted. She was holding Yifeng's head in her arms. Several other women all gathered around as well, as if they had found their backbone. When I passed out, did you guys help me take out the bullet? Yifeng asked. There isn't, it's not like we have tools. Suyun said. Okay, where's Li Chang? Why isn't he in the cave too? Yifeng asked again. Li Chang took the other compound bow and went downstream. He said he was a man and wanted to do something for the team. Suyun said. Yifeng was relieved for a while. It seemed that saving Li Chang in the first place was the right thing to do. Tuan, give me the compound bow and I'll go downstream. Don't. You're hurt so bad. What if you die? Tinkerbell shook his head vigorously. Bring it on you. Yifeng snatched the composite bow and used the starlight to head downstream. Just as he reached the downstream, he saw Li Chang holding a bow and arrow, hiding behind a rock. He looked back and wiped the rain from his face again. Brother Feng, you're too strong, aren't you? This is how you recovered, Li Chang said in shock. Yifeng nodded and ambushed behind the stone at the same time as Li Chang. Where is fifth brother? Yifeng asked. Nah, Li Chang pointed to a banyan tree beside the stream, only to see that on the banyan tree, a branch shook a little. It was Longwu who was saying hello. Good job. Where are the bad guys? They were just shot by fifth brother and then ran downstream again, but I guess they didn't go far. Li Chang said. Okay, good job. You're on guard here. After Yifeng finished speaking, he returned to the cave. He felt less pain from the wound, but the bullet inside his flesh was killing him when he moved around. Your name is Yifeng. Did you save me? Lena suddenly walked over. She's still a little lightheaded, but mostly almost done. Yeah, I didn't expect you to survive. Your immunity is so strong. Yifeng laughed. My name is Lena, German, and I thank you for saving me. After Lena finished speaking, she extended her hand to Yifeng. Aha, nice. Yifeng nodded, and suddenly his expression changed. He remembers that a notebook was found on the body with the German language written on it. If Lena is German, she must know German. Lena, this is for you. Help me recognize the words on it. After Yifeng finished, he opened the suitcase and handed the notebook over. Lena hurriedly took the little book, and with her lips opening and closing, she recited a passage in German. But halfway through the reading, she blanched. What's wrong? Yifeng froze for a moment. Lena didn't answer, but continued to flip through her notebook. Her expression became harder and harder as she flipped. No, it can't be. It's not. This notebook, is it a forgery? Lena's fingers loosened and the notebook fell to the floor. What the hell? Yifeng grabbed Lena's shoulders. Me? Lena's eyes suddenly rolled white and she fainted straight away. Hey, it seems it's not all right yet. I guess on this notebook, there's some scary information recorded. You guys take good care of her, when she wakes up. Yifeng sighed. This night, Yifeng didn't dare to sleep as he braced himself and sat at the mouth of the cave. The day dawned quickly and the drizzle still didn't stop. Li Chang came back. He came back and ate a piece of barbecue meat first. Then he wrapped another piece of barbecue meat in a leaf and ran downstream. It was brought to Long Wu. After waiting a little longer, Susan returned with a tired look on her face as well. Sis, eat something. Soo-Yun handed over a piece of roasted meat, and after Susan ate the roasted meat, she sat in the cave and rested for a while, and went behind the waterfall again. Yi Feng was also heartbroken as he watched, but there was no way out. In extraordinary times, everyone had to contribute. As time passed again until noon, Yi Feng flopped down on the bearskin, and behind him, Susan sharpened her knife. Susan, you must be gentle. Be gentle. Thank you. Yi Feng bit a wooden stick. His eyes were full of panic. Susan pursed her lips tightly and didn't say anything, roasting the dagger over the fire a few times, as if to sterilize it. Removing a bullet is more painful than being hit by a bullet, and in the old days of war, many soldiers were not killed, but were killed by the pain of living while removing bullets. Alice suddenly walked over, her two white thighs facing Yi Feng. Yi Feng, do you want to see where I am? I can show you. Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes straightened up at once. At least the fear of taking bullets was half overcome by him. Okay. Yi Feng looked at Alice's legs carefully. Alice had one hand propped up against the stone wall in a sexy pose, right into Yi Feng's eyes. The blood in Yi Feng's entire body went down, and his eyes became even more red. Behind him, Susan didn't hesitate and slashed Yi Feng's wound. Whoa, ah! Yi Feng was just surprised for a moment, but suddenly there was a miserable scream. Then he felt Susan put her fingers into his wound. Teeming beads of sweat fell from Yi Feng's forehead. Feng, I'll show you too. Soo-Yun couldn't care less about being reserved and suddenly unbuttoned her clothes. Yi Feng felt that it didn't seem to hurt as much. Feng, do you want to see here? Ding Tuan Tuan walked over and waved his fleshy face in front of Yi Feng. It was indeed quite cute and gave Yi Feng inner peace. Several women showed their abilities to help Yi Feng relieve his pain. Right at this moment, Yi Feng felt a person lying flat beside him. It was Lena. Lena looked deeply at Yi Feng and suddenly brought her mouth over. She deftly teased Yi Feng's taste buds, causing him to secrete a large amount of dopamine. Pust. It's like the sound of rattling a red wine cork. Susan snapped a slug out of Yi Feng's wound. The warhead was deformed and covered in blood. Quick! Stop his bleeding, Susan said. Rimiko chewed the herbal medicine that Yi Feng had prepared in advance and spit it on the wound, then took her small shorts from the wooden door and helped Yi Feng tie up his waist. Pust. On this side, Lena also separated from Yi Feng. Yi Feng's lips turned white as he lay on his side on the bearskin. Feng, you're too weak. You need to drink something pure. Rimiko placed Yi Feng's head on her thigh. The next moment, Yi Feng drank the tonic and slept very peacefully. This time, he slept through the afternoon and felt the wound on his back not hurt and it was particularly itchy. That weird power is amazing. And the restoration is top-notch. 2 kilometers downstream, Wang Tao and others were sheltering from the rain under a large tree, but were still drenched. As for the fire, it could not be built at all, for there was no shelter from the rain, and the fire would be drenched just as it was built. I'm so hungry. Ma Sikong rubbed his stomach. The hungrier he got, the colder it got, and he felt like his body temperature had dropped several degrees now. It's almost nighttime and the temperature is only going to get colder. Mr. Ma, how about this? We make peace with Yi Feng? You have the world's top shipbuilding engineers here, nautical engineers, and on their side, they definitely want to build ships and go home too. We can use our status as engineers to live in Yi Feng's cave, and then find a chance to kill them all, Wang Tao suggested. The others all looked up, obviously somewhat intrigued. After all, after being out in the rain for so long, they might last a few days, but could they last a week? In a week, everyone is going to catch a cold and die a miserable death on this desert island. But they have guns. Who wants to go and negotiate with them? Just as Ma Sikong finished speaking, with a brush, everyone focused their eyes on Wang Tao. Don't. I have a grudge against Yi Feng. I'm afraid I'll be fucked by him with a shot before I even show my face. If you can't do it, send a woman to negotiate. Yi Feng is very colorful and won't kill women. Wang Tao looked at Anna again. At the entrance of the cave, Yi Feng was leaning against Rimiko's arms, enjoying the light rain outside. Several of the other women were gathered around the fire, and from time to time a soft laugh came from them. They didn't say it on their lips, but they all reached a consensus in their hearts to serve Yi Feng together. This day is simply not too good. I, Yi Feng, must guard this hard-won life. As soon as the injury heals, we'll get the yard up. But Yi Feng had another idea in his mind, to build a not too big and not too small boat, with decks, cabins, and storage rooms, so that there would be a mobile shelter. Feng, I want to ask you for a favor, Satomiko suddenly whispered. What favor? Yi Feng asked. I know my husband was downstream and hurt you, and I'm deeply sorry about that, but you know what? I don't have a child now, so I can't meet him, and he won't value me after I don't have a child, so I would like to ask you for a favor. so that I can get pregnant, and when I wait for 2 years, I'll hold our child, and go back to inherit the Ma family's estate. Rimiko suddenly said a plan that made Yifeng dumbfounded. You? Is that even okay? Yifeng almost dropped his jaw in shock. Several other women were inside the cave and did not hear the duo's conversation. Why not? Do you think that I would like a 40-year-old man? The reason why I married him is not because of their family fortune. The small boat king is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Once it works out, I will have nothing to worry about in the future. And of course, there's also you and my child. Are you willing to let me be impregnated? Rimiko asked. This? A family as big as the Ma family will definitely do something like blood drops or DNA identification. You definitely won't be able to hide it. Yifeng said. No, I have an idea. I forgot to tell you that I have another status. Masters in genetics. Rimiko said. A master's degree in genetics? Bullish. Yifeng gave a thumbs up. Truth be told, he was still heartened. Feng, don't hesitate. I studied genetics and know how to mobilize your whole body's qi and blood, so you can have an unprecedented experience. How about it? Rimiko said. A hint of demonic charm flashed in her eyes. Although it's a bit unethical to do so, but Ma Sikong shot me. I definitely want to take revenge. So let's do it. When I'm healed, I'll start right away. Yifeng said seriously. LOL. Satomiko covered her mouth and laughed a little. Just then, Li Chang's voice came from downstream. Feng, come and see. There's a woman looking for us to negotiate. Some kind of Anna. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately stood up. And in the cave, surprisingly, Lena stood up. What are you doing? Yifeng looked back. Anna is my best friend. I'll go with you. So the two walked over to where Li Chang was and poked their heads out to look downstream. Only in the bamboo forest, there stood a woman. Our brother Feng is here. If you have something to say, just say it, Li Chang exclaimed. Mr. Yifeng, our general manager Ma sent me to negotiate. We have shipbuilding engineers. You have a camp. We want to rest in your camp, and at the same time, we will help you return to civilization. Please reply quickly. We can't build a fire. We are very hungry and cold. Anna's voice was weak. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to go home recently. You'd better go back. Yifeng said cozily. He thought that Ma Sikong was having a good time, but it turned out that all of them had become soup chickens, so it was just the right time to take advantage of this light rain and torture them to death. And then, he himself would go back to slowly harvesting. Anna, it's me. It's Lena. Lena stood up suddenly and waved at Anna. Ha, you're alive? Anna was overjoyed and tried to run this way, but then she thought about where she was downstream, and there was a gun pointed at her back. Anna, come to my place. I have food and a place to stay. Yifeng is very nice and good at taking care of people. Lena shouted. Anna had a small smile on her face. As long as her sisters were doing well, it was only a pity that her side was unlucky and had to continue to follow Ma Sikong. I'm sorry, there's a gun pointed at me behind me, Anna said. Yifeng's trio whooshed and shrunk their heads back. Damn it, Ma Sikong, you're not sincere at all. I think we should just forget about it. After Yifeng finished speaking, he was ready to leave with the duo. At that moment, a man's voice came from the bamboo forest. Our Mr. Ma said that he is very sincere, and I believe that you all want to go home on our ship as well, right? It's advantageous for everyone to cooperate. One of the bodyguards was passing the word. Ma Sikong was too afraid of death to reveal his position. That's right, but if I don't let you into the cave, you'll all freeze to death. And by the way, you don't have any way to make a fire, do you? Then there's no way to roast meat to eat. It won't take a week for all of you to starve to death. Yifeng coldly said from behind the stone. Yifeng, please don't go too far. Let's do it this way. You provide us with a meal first. After we finish eating, then we can continue negotiating. Ma Sikong's voice finally came, but that guy was very chicken, hiding behind a huge rock with other people on both sides to help protect him. Offer food? Me? Yifeng was about to go through the motions, when he suddenly looked as if he had thought of something. Ma Sikong, how big a tonnage ship can you build? Yifeng asked. In the conditions of this deserted island, it would take at most 20 tons of displacement to build a ship, and it would require the full cooperation of all. The person who answered was not Mascot, but another man, supposedly an engineer. About how much time will it take? Yifeng asked again. With an axe, a saw, and all hands on deck, it would take about 5 months, but with nothing on this deserted island, it would probably take 2 to 3 years. Yifeng was instantly moved. He did want to build a boat, but not to go home, but to take it into that inland river and go upstream and enjoy life on board with a couple of women. I can provide you with food, but you can't go into the cave. That's the biggest concession I can make. After all, I'm scared when so many of you go into the cave. Yifeng said. What? Without going into the cave? You want us to continue to get wet in the rain? Wang Tao was furious. He was now hungry and cold. He could not hold on any longer. The corners of Ma Xikong's eyes were wildly throbbing, and his heart was furious to the extreme. It used to be that in civilized society, people begged to negotiate. He didn't expect that after arriving at the deserted island, he was crushed to death by Yifeng. Is your name Yifeng? I appreciate you. When I go back, I'll make you the general manager of my branch with an annual salary of $5 million. How about it? Ma Xikong asked loudly. Yifeng smiled disdainfully. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Ma, but I'm a roughneck. I'm afraid I'm not capable of holding such a high position. Don't come to this. Are you guys going to accept this offer or not? I will only provide roasted food to you. As for entering the cave, no way. And there's a price to pay for eating my food. I'll be quietly observing your progress every day. And if you're grinding away, I'm sorry, I'll stop your food immediately and let you freeze and starve to death. Yifeng said nonchalantly. It was quiet downstream for a while. Apparently, a couple of guys were discussing it. Yifeng, why don't you provide us with a hot meal first? And after that, we'll discuss it. Ma Xikong said. Either say yes now, or lift the table now. You have only two choices. Yifeng coldly said. These guys were too much of a chicken thief for him to let the group into the cave. And as for hot food, there was a limited supply to keep them in a state of starvation. Because 70% of the energy is transmitted to the brain when humans are full, the brains of this group are sure to make bad things happen. There was another moment of silence downstream. Good, I promise, Ma Xikong said in a deep voice. Yifeng could feel the anger in his tone. Ha ha ha, that's right. Wait, I'll prepare a meal for you right away. After you finish eating, you'll rest in the rain for the night, and tomorrow you'll start building the boat right away. Don't try to fool me as an amateur. Once I find out that you're grinding your teeth, I won't be able to work with you anymore. After Yifeng finished speaking, he brought Lena back to the cave. Prepare some grilled meat. It doesn't take much. At a command, several women got busy. Yifeng wrapped the hot roasted meat in a leaf and slowly headed downstream. Li Chang, you deliver the roast. Ha, Feng, what if they shoot me? It won't be. One full meal and one full meal. They still share. Okay. Li Chang finally delivered the food and then quickly ran back again. Holy shit, that scared me. Li Chang patted his chest and actually got a hint of feminine action. He seemed to realize this and hurriedly switched to folding his arms, trying to be more manly. However, more feminine. Yifeng had a vicious chill in his heart. You stay here and keep watch. I'm going home. Back in the cave, Yifeng ate Rimiko's granary and slowly fell into sleep. He was already fit and strong, and with the white fruit he ate, he wouldn't have been able to carry the pain of removing the bullet otherwise. This sleep Yifeng slept very unsoundly. Half asleep and half awake, finally stayed up until dawn. Li Chang is back, looking tired and sneezing. Li Chang, you rest, it's my turn to stand guard. After saying that, Yifeng strongly supported his body to stand up. I'll go. Din Tuan picked up the compound bow. It's better to forget about you. Yifeng sighed. He extremely didn't trust Ding Tuan Tuan. I'll go. Alice took the compound bow and disappeared into the drizzle. Yifeng hesitated and followed into the drizzle as well. When they reached the downstream position, there was no movement at all from Ma Xikong's group. Yifeng couldn't hold back any longer. Ma Xikong, don't you want to build a boat? Hurry up and do it, or you won't have this meal in the morning. After hearing Yifeng's words, a bald head and a middle-aged man finally emerged from over there. The two men each took a stick and drew the shape of a boat on the ground. Yifeng nodded and suddenly added, Ma Xikong, have your two bodyguards hunt some prey and come back. I'll be responsible for barbecuing it for you on my side, but I'll have to charge half the tax. Ah, holy shit nigga. A growl came downstream from Mascot. At this moment, Ma Xikong was looking upstream through the leaves as the rain kept washing over his eyes. Yifeng's side then provided a cooked meal, and his own side had to build boats and help with hunting. He had never lost so much money in all his years as a boss, and his heart was clogged. When I find the opportunity, I'm going to chop Yifeng into pieces. Ma Xikong gritted his teeth. Behind him, the four women looked at each other and turned longing eyes upstream. How they wished they could enter Yifeng's camp, so that they could enjoy the warmth of the cave and eat hot roasted meat just like Lena. Ha, where are you four bitches looking? Are you trying to escape to Yifeng's camp? Ma Xikong said angrily. He is selfish and self-serving, but very smart and reads people's little minds. No, Mr. Ma, why would you think that? Anna was shocked in her heart. Humph, don't play this game for me. Whoever dares to run away, I'll shoot her with one shot. After saying that, Ma Xikong tapped the pistol on his waist. Mr. Ma, so are we going hunting? A bodyguard asked. Facing the bodyguard, Ma Xikong's attitude was much better. Xiaofan, please go hunting and Lao Yang stay by my side to protect me. When we return, I won't treat you too badly. Ma Xikong said politely. He's brutal, but he knows the difference. These men haven't turned on him yet because he has 2 loyal bodyguards and a pistol in his arms. Yes, Mr. Ma. The bodyguard called Xiaofan entered the jungle with a bamboo spear in his hand. Yifeng waited in the cave for a long time, only to see Li Chang running back. He and Ma Xikong's bodyguard dragging the corpse of a small buffalo. Great! Quick! Go help! The group rushed out of the cave and placed the baby buffalo in the rain to be bled and dissected by Susan herself. As for the bodyguard, he looked deeply into the cave before he reluctantly headed downstream. Susan's knife skills were good and peeled the cowhide off a little at a time. Instead of vomiting this time, Su Yun mustered up the courage to look at the scene of dissecting a cow. After all, people improve, and she wasn't additionally. The little licking dog ran over to the body and licked the blood off the floor without using it. Yi Feng frowned. This little licking dog had grown too fast. He remembered that when he first met it, it was like a cat, but now it was like a dog. It was soon noon, and Yi Feng went to the downstream location again. Only a few men took wood and bamboo and laid out the outline of a boat on the ground, then started piling according to that outline. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction and went back to prepare hot food for them. Rainy and overcast. After a week, downstream, several engineers were woodenly building the keel. The dragon's spine is made of a huge log 15 meters long and over a meter in diameter. It was densely punched with small holes to facilitate the installation of the dragon ribs, which, once fitted, were the foundation of the boat. What follows is some fine work, using the keel as a base, slowly building the bilges, sides, decks, midships, upper cabins, and masts and sails. The women over there are not idle, weaving canvas from bamboo veneer. Just then, a bald man planted himself on the ground without warning. It's not good, Mr. Ma. Mr. Chang has fainted. The group of engineers called out. Yi Feng was behind the stone and took it all in, but he didn't move. A short while later, 2 bodyguards carried Baldhead downstream. Yi Feng, the chief engineer on our side, fainted. Can you let us into the cave now? Otherwise, if he dies, who will build the boat? Ma Xikong shouted downstream. Yi Feng and Li Chang looked at each other. Yes, but everyone on your side of the table, walk out with their clothes off and their hands held high, including you. Yi Feng responded loudly. Surname Yi, don't go too far. If we don't have weapons, won't we become your slaves? If you have to do this, then if all of us charge towards your side, can you kill us all 100%? Ma Xikong roared. You could have tried. Yi Feng raised the pistol up. Next to the banyan tree, Dragon 5 also turned on the safety. Okay, Yi Feng, I'll take another step back. You take Cheng Gong to the cave. At least let him get his body well. Ma Xikong quickly calmed down. It's also fine. You send 2 women to carry him over. Yi Feng said. Humph, you think I don't know about your little mind? Trying to rob me? As Ma Xikong's voice fell, a bodyguard walked upstream with a bald head on his back. Yi Feng sighed. Originally wanted to save 2 more women, but the surname Ma did not fall for it at all. Looks like these rich people are smart. Brother Feng, Mr. Ma asked me to send the person, the bodyguard said solemnly. In any case, Yi Feng was the boss of this side, so this bodyguard still called him brother. Well, I say Fan, you, go back. Yi Feng originally wanted to poach the corner, but he was afraid of drawing the wolf into the house. So in the end, he didn't pull this bodyguard in. Next, Yi Feng carried this bald head to the cave. Clean him up and give him some stew to drink, Yi Feng said. So a few women got busy. Downstream of the location, Wang Tao was also driven out to log. Yi Feng hesitated and picked up the bow and arrow in the cave. All of you come here and learn archery. Everyone must draw a full 100 bows today before you are allowed to rest. After saying that, he bent his bow and the composite bow made a boom sound, and an arrow was stuck into the big tree outside the cave. Several of the women also realized the dangers on the deserted island and came over to practice their archery. During the night, Baldy woke up. Is this heaven? Baldy looked around at the beautiful women, feeling the warmth of the cave, the soft bed. If we can't build a boat in 6 months, this is going to be hell, Yi Feng said coldly. That engineer sat up and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's no use. There are no iron nails here. You can't build a ship at all. The main reason why we built the ship in front of us was to get your food. I see that you are not using mortise and tenon construction? Yi Feng's heart sank. Wouldn't it mean that he had been working for nothing for the past 8 or 9 days? Mortise and tenon construction. Used to make some furniture and cabins. Surely no problem, but you have to know. This is a boat more than 10 meters long, that's going to go down to the sea. One wind and wave hits it, and if it's not secured with iron nails, it'll just fall apart. It doesn't really take a wave. Just the weight of the deck, the mast, and the cabin would pull the tenons out of shape. Baldy shook his head. Yi Feng didn't say anything. He had thought that he wouldn't do anything that time-consuming and labor-intensive, but now it seemed there was no escape. Are you saying that as long as there are iron nails, you can build the ship? Yi Feng asked. Not necessarily. It's better to have an axe, a saw, a drill, or it's too slow, Baldy said. A few women looked at each other, and a hint of helplessness and despair flashed across their faces. If they really can't build a boat, they'll have to be natives on a desert island. But they still have families and civilization. Yi Feng looked at a few women's faces and slowly said, I have a way to refine the iron. You rest for 2 days. After resting, continue to go and start the work. Get the parts out first, leave the iron nails to me. You can get iron? It's not like you're trying to melt this dagger and pistol, is it? Baldy asked rhetorically. No, you rest, I'm going to work. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took his tools and went to the edge of the creek. He picked out some red clay and put it on the end of his nose and sniffed it, putting it in his helmet if it fit, or just throwing it away if it didn't. It wasn't until about 10 o'clock in the evening that Yi Feng came back, and hundreds of pounds of red mud were piled up in the cave. Feng, what are you doing with all this mud? Aren't you looking for iron? Susan asked. She now called Yi Feng as Ah Feng instead. There's a lot of iron bacteria in this dirt. Anyway, you guys watch from the sidelines. Yi Feng smiled confidently. Ting Tuan hurriedly gathered around. She was so worshipful of Yi Feng now. In her perception, Yi Feng seemed to be omnipotent. At the edge of the large river, Ma Dong climbed out of a huge cave with a strong killing intent in his eyes, and over his shoulder were 2 old rifles, plus a rusty axe, 3 pistols stuck in his belt, and a dirt-colored bag on his back. The bag jingled between walks. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, and that bitch Susan. God see pity. I actually found so many weapons. This time I'm going to fuck all of you to death. Martin laughed out loud. Just then, a herd of buffalo was rolling in the river at the edge of the big river. Martin was startled at first, and then felt the rifle behind him. Let's take you guys first for the gun. After saying that, Ma Dong pushed a bullet into the chamber and pulled it to the back. Bang! 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 The rifle was so penetrating that it easily fucked 5 or 6 buffalo. The other buffalo fled toward the center of the river. Ha ha ha, eat! Martin sat down next to the buffalo, put his rifle down while he could, and nibbled on the one rare steak. He can't build a fire in a light rain. Yi Feng's side was busy all night and finally picked up a finger-sized piece of rough iron from a pile of charcoal. It's awesome. Big brother Yi is great. Ding Tuanchuan jumped up as she kept watch while accompanying Yi Feng to refine iron. What's this iron for? Yi Feng was a bit discouraged. An all-nighter. Just refined so little iron. Only enough to make a dozen nails. And a boat that is more than 10 meters long uses at least tens of thousands of nails. At that conversion, wouldn't it take him tens of thousands of all-nighters to make enough nails for a ship? 10,000 days is equal to 20 or 30 years. 20 or 30 years, just to make enough nails for a ship? Yi Feng wisely gave up this idea. By now, the others were up one by one, and Susan came over. She and Dragon 5 guarded the day and the night. After breakfast, she was going to replace Long Wu again. Feng, it's not bad to have all this iron. You'll be busy for another month. You can cast an axe, and then it will be convenient to cut wood. After Susan finished speaking, she went to change Long Wu back. 5th brother, after eating, have a good sleep. It's been hard on you these past few days. Yi Feng said. Aha, Long Wu nodded, picked up the meat and gnawed on it. Yi Feng sat down next to Bald Head again. After a day's contact, he knew that the man's name was Chun Li Bean, a highly educated chief engineer who seemed to be a professor at a university. Mr. Chang, can you build the boat smaller? Yi Feng asked. It's also possible, but there's no way for a small boat to go out to sea. One wave will come and it will capsize. Chang Li Bean said. Yi Feng was happy in his heart. It's not like he was going to go out to sea. He just wanted to drive the boat into the inland river. It doesn't matter. Smaller is smaller. I don't care. Yi Feng laughed. Just then, a sudden thud came from the downstream location. Everyone's faces changed as they stood up in unison at the entrance of the cave. Was it Ma Xikong who was shooting? Yi Feng asked. Long Wu shook his head. No, the sound of the pistol is not so dull. Rather it is a bit like the kind of pull-tethered rifles from a long time ago. That kind of rifles pursues penetration, and the power is rather greater than the modern rifles. He was in the military and knew a thing or two about firearms. Yi Feng turned his head to look at Chun Li Bean again. Long Wu has a rifle in his hand? No, he's down to one pistol, but there are quite a few bullets. Chang Li Bean returned. Just then, another shot came from behind. Oopsie daisy, quick, run up there. It was Wang Tao's voice. Yi Feng's face changed and he directly pulled out his pistol, only to see a large group of people rushing to the entrance of the cave, the leader of which was Li Chang, who didn't defend the downstream, but instead led the escape, followed by Wang Tao, Ma Sikong, and 4 other women. 4 women, 1 white, 1 black and 2 yellow. One of the yellow-skinned girls was bleeding from her arm. Yi Feng hurriedly closed the wooden door and hid his body in the mouth of the cave. Ma Sikong, do you guys want to come over and die? Yi Feng shouted. No, there's a tough guy coming downstream. His gun is so powerful that it can go through trees and hit us directly. Ma Sikong's voice trembled. Who is it? Yi Feng asked rhetorically. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. If that ruthless character was Ma Sikong's enemy, then he himself could pull the strings. It seems to be Madden, one of the 2 minions following the bald guy. Wang Tao hid behind that black beauty and looked at the cave vigilantly, afraid that Yi Feng would hit him with his gun. Is he? Yi Feng's face turned ugly. Bang! Another shot rang out, only to see a piece of wood directly burst, and stone chips splattered everywhere. Holy shit! Flash! The group scattered in all directions. Some ran into the woods, some ran across the creek, and some hid behind waterfalls. Yi Feng couldn't see anything with his eyes. Bang! Another bullet came and hit the wooden door, punching a hole right through one of the logs. If a few more shots had been fired, the wooden door wouldn't have held. Quick! Duck to the sides! Yi Feng greeted. A couple of the women rushed to hide, their faces all horrified. Bang! Another shot, and the log was completely smashed. Oh ha ha ha! Yi Feng, you scumbag! Today I am here to take revenge. I have to kill all of you. Listen to the women in the cave, except Susan. All of them will come to my side. I, Ma Dong, will favor you in the future? Don't follow that waste of a man. Yi Feng. Martin's voice came distantly from downstream. Yi Feng frowned and looked downstream again. He finally saw Madden, the guy standing directly on a rock, aiming his rifle at the cave. But the rock was too far away from the cave, at least 300 meters. Rifles can shoot this far, but pistols can't, and even if they can hit 300 meters, the bullets will fly into the sky due to the length of the barrel. Oh ha ha ha! Yi Feng, I know you have a gun in your hand. My old man's rifle can shoot 400 to 500 meters. Where's your pistol? 200 meters at most. I'm eating you up. Listen to the women inside the cave. Strip off all your clothes and pants, and then come towards me with your hands high in the air, or else I'll stand guard here for 3 days and 3 nights and kill you all one by one. Madden arrogantly shouted. Bang! A bullet was fired from high above, accurately hitting Madden in the shoulder. Aha! Madden couldn't move his right arm on the spot. Startled, he forced himself to endure the pain, and with his gun in his left hand, he was ready to shoot at the tree. However, a gaunt figure leapt down from the heights and tackled him to the ground. It's you, bitch? Let go of me! Let go of me! Aha! Martin's roar resounded through both sides of the creek. Half an hour later, Ma Dong was carried to the cave tied up, and in front of Yi Feng, there were all kinds of pistols, rifles, old grenades, and an axe, 3 bayonets, and a military dagger. Yi Feng tried the dagger first. It was definitely made of good steel, no worse than the dagger Susan had brought with her. This should be left behind by the Germans. It's worthy of being the #1 power at that time. The metallurgical process of 80 years ago is more advanced than ours now. Yi Feng sighed. He's from the village of Wukong, and he plays with knives a lot, so he can tell the difference between good and bad steel. Martin's shoulder had stopped bleeding, but it was rolling its strange eyes and its face was full of hostility. Say, these things, where did you find them? Yi Feng asked coldly. Say Naya. Madden cursed and rolled his head to the side again. He thought he was the return of the king this time. But he was very upset when he was attacked by this bitch Susan after just a few shots. No? Yi Feng put a dagger into the fire and began to slowly roast it red. The corner of Martin's eye throbbed and he clenched his teeth. Yi Feng, don't go too far. If you want to torture me, I would rather die than say anything. Ma Dong was stubborn with panic. Yi Feng didn't give a damn about him. He just kept roasting the dagger. And after roasting the dagger red, he didn't move his hand. So he just waved it around in front of Ma Dong's eyes. Sometimes scaring is more effective than outright torture. Don't do that. I'll talk. Can't I talk? But I don't know how to say it. Anyway, there's a big river there. I can only show you the way. And there's no billboards or place names over there. Ma Dong cried out. Yi Feng thought about it. This Ma Dong can't die for the time being. When he finds a weapon, then he will do him. Make some broth to nourish his body. Take off his clothes and help him bake dry. Yi Feng said. Li Chang nodded and squatted down in front of Ma Dong, helping him take off his clothes. Ah Dong, in the past, when you followed Brother Tiger, you were hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Now you are quite good to follow Brother Feng. You have food every day. and you can also live in a warm cave. You made the right choice. Or else you can't help you if you are a brother. Li Chang finished, took Ma Dong's clothes and roasted them. Madden drank the broth and fell into a deep sleep. After all, he had been shot and lost a lot of blood. Susan, however, pulled Yi Feng aside. Feng, are you planning to kill this Madden after utilizing him? Or what? Yi Feng trimmed his nails with a sharp dagger. We have to build a ship. The staff is still too small. Although Ma Dong has ruined a hand, but it can still be utilized to make use of it. Let him help with what he can do, so that we can also go home earlier. Susan said. Yi Feng's expression moved and he nodded. Originally, I was going to kill him, but since Sister Susan begged for mercy, I'll sell you a face. Sell my face? Susan suspiciously sized up Yi Feng, always feeling that this guy was stealing the show. Downstream from the location, the sound of logging resounded again. Ma Sikong and the others went back to work obediently. And for once, the fearful guy took the fight into his own hands and didn't hide behind a rock. Just now when they escaped to the entrance of the cave, Yi Feng had the chance to finish him off, but Yi Feng didn't do that, so he judged that he had a use for him. It's almost dark now. Tomorrow you and I will take Madden to look for guns and iron. It would be cool if we can find the engineer's warehouse. There are 100% iron nails in there, and all kinds of tools for building bunkers. Yi Feng smiled easily. Aha, letting Long Wu keep watch at home puts us at ease. Susan said gruffly. Sister Susan, let's say, if we really can't go back to civilization, would you be willing to be my partner? Yi Feng suddenly asked. What did you say? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Feng's heart tightened. Susan's eyes were too sharp, and her killing aura was heavy. Seems a little hard to get, but that's okay, you'll get it sooner or later. Could be, but one thing, if you don't get it 20 times a night, I'll castrate you. Susan said coldly. Yi Feng hurriedly protected his pants. The night was uneventful and the next day came quickly. Yi Feng and Susan got up and were about to go wake up Ma Dong, but they realized that this guy was actually running a high fever, and his shot shoulder was swollen with a big bag. Wake up, wake up. Yi Feng patted Ma Dong's face, but Martin was hanging motionless from the cross, in a deep coma. He won't die, right? Yi Feng's face turned ugly. Help him get the bullets out. The lead slugs are poisonous and will keep him in a constant coma if left in his body. After Susan finished, she helped Madden untie the rope, and took out the dagger and roasted it over the fire. Li Chang hesitated and placed Maiden's head on his lap. Brother, make sure you hang in there and don't die. Susan made her move, the dagger slowly slicing in. A large amount of pus and blood flowed out, and the cave was suddenly filled with a strange odor. Martin's body twitched a few times before he suddenly stomped on both legs. No good. Yi Feng hurriedly pinched the human center, but it still didn't work, and Madden convulsed a few more times and straightened his legs. Brothers, brothers. Li Chang shook Maiden's head. Damn, it's a bad time to die. Yi Feng sighed, but at least there were some clues. Martin had said he found the firearm next to the big river. Extrapolating. With Ma Dong's speed it shouldn't have taken long to find the firearms, so that place where the gun was hidden should be downstream of the big river, where he was last time. A search centered there, in a 5-kilometer radius, is sure to find a large number of firearms and weapons. The main thing is to find the engineer's toolbox so you can build the big ship. Li Chang, carry your brother out and let his body wash away with the current. Susan, we'll both head out as usual. At least we know that he found the firearms next to the big river. Yi Feng said. You know where there's a big river? Susan said suspiciously. Yi Feng has never told the others about Day. After all, on a deserted island, hearts change, including these women in the cave. Don't worry, I used to be a hunter and will use my own methods to find the big river. Yi Feng said in a pretentious manner. Okay, then we'll both go look for tools. After the discussion, Yi Feng gave some more good instructions before he took his weapon and headed downstream with Susan. But this time it was different. The two men were bird dogging, each with a rifle and another World War II pistol stuck in their belts. Just as he reached the downstream, he saw Ma Sikong and the others sitting on the ground and resting. Nah, this axe is for you guys. Step up shipbuilding. Build the individual parts first. Iron nails, I'll figure it out. Yi Feng said. Yes. Ma Sikong took the axe and looked upstream at the cave again. He already knew his wife was in the cave, but he was more worried about his child, who was just under 3 months old. Go Susan. The two headed downstream in the rain. Luckily, by World War II, German firearms could already be treated with waterproofing. If it had been a World War I gunpowder gun, it wouldn't have been able to shoot in the rain at all. The banks of the creek were very quiet, not a single large animal. Yi Feng, what method are you going to use to find the big river? Susan drove ahead, her fit hips swaying from side to side. Let's go to the beach first. After we arrive at the beach, I will use my family's ancestral method to find the big river, Yifeng said back, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Susan's back. So fit, and actually developed gluteus maximus. If I really come with her, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for 5 seconds. What are you doing staring back at me all the time instead of helping me watch out for danger all around? Susan asked without looking back. Yifeng was shocked in his heart. This woman's sixth sense was so accurate. Sister Susan, why don't you have a boyfriend when you're 30? He hurriedly digressed. What, you have thoughts about me? Susan turned slightly to the side, revealing a curvaceous figure. Let's be honest, any normal man, let alone a strong man like me, would have thoughts about you. Yifeng gathered his courage and said. The more high-strung Susan was, the more he wanted a challenge in his heart. Yifeng, if you want it badly, it's not that I can't give it to you once. I need it anyway, and so do you, but there are 2 prerequisites. Firstly, you can't get me pregnant, and secondly, and most importantly, after getting the boat built, we can be on the boat. Susan said slowly with a sigh. She is also a normal woman, usually look high and cold, but in fact, inside also want to be pampered by men. If it was in the past, a loser like Yifeng, she wouldn't even look at him more than once, but after being on the deserted island, he slowly saw Yifeng. Sure, it's horny, but it's also responsible and gives real things to women, unlike those playboys in civilized society who just talk a good game. But if you really want them to give something, they run faster than a rabbit. Really? Really? Yifeng looked at his pants, which were starting to look ugly again. No amount of cold rain could wash away his fire. All the women in the cave Yifeng has a certain certainty to take down. Only Susan. Yifeng has no certainty at all. I didn't expect Susan to speak so directly today. Susan, never joke. What I promised others, I will do it. Do you think I'm one of those fishing girls? Only telling lies. Susan spoke and continued to drive toward the front. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Yifeng felt that her walking swing became a bit bigger. He was an expert of sorts, knowing that when a woman is in the throes of passion, her amplitude increases. Sister Susan, is it also true that you said you would castrate me if I didn't come 20 times a night? Yifeng asked carefully. This bitch is a tough one. It's better to ask questions. Susan stopped again and slowly turned around, a wicked smile on her face. You guess? Yifeng? The 2 finally reached the beach, and Susan was soaked all over, showing off her body as completely as if she had nothing on. Yifeng was no better, walking back and forth on the beach with his 3 legs. According to the position of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the south is dominated by gold and the north is dominated by water. If we go towards the northern reef area, we will definitely encounter water, Yifeng said seriously. Susan glanced at the watery sky, a flash of distrust in her eyes. It's raining and you can still see the stars? Don't worry, come with me, it's absolutely right. Yifeng's brows were furrowed as he took 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, his 2 fingers still pinching. Let's go. Climb this rock wall and continue north for 600 or 700 meters, and we're bound to see the big river, Yifeng said flatly. Susan nodded, strapped all her weapons to her back and was the first to climb upwards. Looking at her athletic figure and tantalizing silhouette, Yifeng swallowed his saliva and climbed up after her. The seabirds don't fly anymore either, so they squat in their respective nests, guarding their eggs. When we come back, catch a few more seabirds and go back to stew them, Yifeng said. These seabirds are in their incubation period. Can you be kind? Susan waited ahead of her wading through the shit, and the ground was all covered in bird poop. Almost there up ahead. Just after Yifeng finished speaking, Susan heard the sound of rushing water. She peeled away a few branches and looked at the big river below with a shocked face, her mouth slightly open and her breasts rising and falling. Well, when I say there's a big river here, there's a big river here. Back then, my grandpa's grandpa, he was a famous feng shui master. You've heard of Zhang's Liang, right? My grandfather told his fortune, Yifeng said in a serious manner. Awesome. Susan always felt that something was wrong, but she still gave Yifeng a thumbs up. Now, let's go down and start looking for tools, Yifeng said. If you're so good, why don't you just figure out the location as well, so as not to waste time? Susan said suddenly. I've already leaked the heavenly chance once in front of me. I can't leak it a second time. It'll break my life, Yifeng explained. Cut. You must have seen this big river before and you're still trying to trick me? Susan was smart enough to dismantle Yifeng in one go. Whatever. I did deduce it by the secret art of feng shui anyway. After Yifeng finished speaking, he walked down the mountainside and soon reached the side of the big river. There is wind and rain here, blowing the trees next to the big river from side to side. I can't. It's going to rain so hard. Let's just find a place to recover our body temperature, Yifeng shouted because the wind was too loud. Okay, let's head for the woods. Susan responded loudly as well. The temperature has dropped so much here, 2 degrees lower than at the creek. Even Susan was a little too much to handle. Finally arriving under an upside-down rock, Yifeng directly drilled in. Susan squeezed in as well, and the two sat down next to each other. It's so hard when your clothes get wet, so turn around and no peeking. I'm going to take the inside off, Susan said suddenly. She was no longer defensive towards Yifeng, but she was too embarrassed to say it explicitly. But if Yifeng really wanted to come of his own accord, she wouldn't refuse. Women always get pregnant, especially when faced with a strong man like Yifeng. It would be strange if she didn't get aroused. Unfortunately, she's always presented herself as a high-strung character. Sorry for the quick shift. After a while, Susan removed the liner and put it in the rain to rinse it out. Only then did Yifeng twist his head around, only to see her small vest shaking. The feel of it, if you grabbed a handful of it, you'd definitely fly right in place. Sister Susan, I feel that you should buy another size bigger. This is not conducive to development. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. So which number do you think I should get? Surprisingly, Susan didn't shy away from the subject either. At least G, if not G+. As he spoke, Yifeng moved a little closer to Susan again. Susan instinctively moved back a bit, but immediately, she thought of something and looked straight into Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng, I've heard that a woman's will be very comfortable when she is grabbed by a man. Is this true? Susan asked with a rational face. This? Yifeng's heart was on fire. He felt as if Susan was in love. He'd never tried it before in such a cold drizzle. How about you take me as an experiment? Yifeng finished speaking and stretched out his hands. Susan's breath caught, her chest rose and fell, and surprisingly, she didn't avoid Yifeng's hands. Yifeng gritted his teeth. How are you feeling? Yifeng asked. Humph. Susan stifled a grunt, a red cloud appearing on her pretty face. Susan struggled to control her expression, trying to be less of a silver slut. After all, she was used to being a high-flying goddess and didn't want to turn so lowly all of a sudden. How about this? You sit in my arms, Yifeng said. Susan looked at Yifeng's pants. She thought again of the last time she and Yifeng took a small break in the tree. At that time, she was actually about to hold back, but never said anything. In the last few nights, she dreamed of which scene every night, fantasizing about what Yifeng really would feel like. A series of dreams over the course of a few days had given her, the Iron Maiden, the idea to try it out. However, she understands that the physical knowledge of men and women could potentially get her pregnant. She had her own principles. It was fine to have fun with a handsome and fierce man like Yifeng, but if she got pregnant, absolutely not. You can only move the top. Never have thoughts about the bottom, unless you have safety measures. Susan took a deep breath and said slowly, a face already red with shame, but still controlling the high spirits of her expression. Yifeng couldn't hold back any longer and directly wrapped his arms around Susan's wasp waist. Ah! Susan exclaimed. Points knocked her out from the pain. How could you? You ungodly villain? Susan twisted her head around and stared angrily at Yifeng, her eyes red with pain and she almost soared in tears. I'm sorry, I didn't control myself for a moment. I'll tell you what. I'll make it up to you. Yifeng finished. After getting their clothes in order, the two of them were on their way again. About 2 kilometers upstream, a small hill about 20 meters high appeared. Directly in front of the hill, there was a huge cave that was pitch black. Look, there are human footprints on this ground. It should be where Madden went in. Susan pointed to the floor. Yifeng took a closer look and it did match up with Madong's feet. Go on, get in. After saying that, Yifeng pulled Susan and took a step towards the dark cave. After walking about 30 meters, you can't reach inside. Since Li Chang was able to go in and find the firearms, he must have something to illuminate it. Right. Look around and see if there are any torches or something. After Yifeng finished speaking, he really found a torch on the ground, but unfortunately they didn't have a lighter. I'll drill the wood for the fire, and you keep an eye on the cave so that no beasts rush out. Yes. Susan took out her rifle and aimed it into the dark depths. Not long after, the fire rose up. Yifeng lit the torch, but it was too dark inside. The torch could only light up to a circle of 5 or 6 meters, and further away, it became blurred. After another 30 meters, Yifeng felt that there was a slope here, and it was all the way deeper into the ground. This is not a natural cave, but a cellar that humans have used to build inside. Yifeng pointed to the flat stones on both sides, which were obviously carved out by humans. Aha! Susan nodded and looked again at the words carved out of the wall. Germanic language indeed. Just then, Yifeng felt a click as he stepped on something. It was actually a human white bone, and Yifeng had stepped on its ribs. Hiss! Seeing human corpses in this pitch-black environment, Yifeng also sucked in a breath of cool air. Susan, not to mention a glint of fear in her eyes. It's okay, if the living aren't afraid, Why are they afraid of the dead? Yifeng helped Susan pump up. After walking underground for a while longer, Yifeng's face became ugly. There was so much water pooling underneath this ground, and about 5 meters in front of him, there was a huge stone pillar that supported the roof above. Meanwhile, there are a lot of things floating inside the water. There were bones, tattered clothes, and some wooden boxes. There should be a lot of corpses soaking inside this water. Do you dare to go down? Yifeng asked Susan. If you dare, I dare, Susan said through clenched teeth. She wasn't actually afraid of corpses, just of getting dirty. Yes, Yifeng held a torch in one hand and a stick in the other, and every time he took a step, he stabbed the stick in front of him. In case he fell into a big puddle, the torch would go out. Susan leveled her rifle and helped Yifeng keep an eye on the left and right. There was the sound of dripping water all over the cellar, and occasionally something would fall into the water with a clatter. Yifeng immediately raised his spirits. He had to find the engineer's tools where the last few days would have been for nothing. To be honest, the location of the caves was not safe at all, and the slightest rainstorm would flood both sides of the creek. Some leopards and tigers, too, can easily run out and sneak up on humans. Not to mention those monstrous monkeys. Their poisonous needles are not vegetarians. As long as they are shot, even a body as big as a buffalo is doomed. Since such creatures appeared along the coastline, it proved that the number of such strange monkeys would not be small, and perhaps there were more lurking in the depths of the deserted island. The only way to isolate all the dangers of the jungle is to build boats that navigate inland rivers. When the time comes, it's life on a boat, singing songs, eating hot pot, and enjoying the underdogs on both sides of the river. Yifeng, what do you see here? Susan suddenly pulled him back. Yifeng twisted his head and saw that there was a door next to him. It was made of iron, but it was already half rotted and there were traces of someone pushing it open artificially. It should be the place where Madden went in. Let's go check it out too. There might be something new. After saying that, Yifeng stuck the torch in. It smelled ghastly inside and was leaking all around. However, on the rows of shelves, there were many wooden boxes covered with a special kind of tarpaulin. Yifeng hurriedly pulled away. Inside were neat rifles, but most of them were rusted. Yifeng removed the top layer and looked towards the center, finally finding 2 rifles wrapped in greaseproof paper that hadn't rusted. He ripped the greaseproof paper away and pulled the bolt, making a metallic sound. The gun is in good condition. It's brand new, Yifeng joyfully said. This kind of gun seems to only be able to fire single shots, not continuous. Let's look for a light machine gun, Susan said. Yes, the two began to rummage through this ammo dump. It was clear of pistols and rifles. There were no submachine guns that could be reloaded, or light machine guns. Still, it was somewhat rewarding and allowed them to find some more bullets. Let's go. Take a look in the other warehouses. It would be great if we can find a machine gun. Then build the boat and set it up on the bow. The deserted island is at your disposal. Yifeng laughed. His tone diffused the tension and made Susan less afraid. The two waded out of the ammo dump. Just then, inside the water in the distance, there was a clattering sound. It was by no means something that had fallen into the water, but rather something that was swimming through the water, and at great speed. Yifeng's heart tightened and he subconsciously protected Susan behind him. At the same time, he stretched the torch as far forward as he could. Only 5 meters away, a huge splash swam by. Python? A chill arose from the bottom of Yifeng's heart. Susan, not to mention, laid her body on Yifeng's back, letting the two soft masses touch the muscle-covered back. The splash quickly swam into the distance and disappeared from Yifeng's sight. The water, the thing in the water, is it a python? Susan asked, trembling. That should be it. Looking at the length of that splash, that thing is at least 10 meters long. I'm afraid it's as thick as a human's waist, and when we encounter a python inside the water, we don't have any resistance at all. Yifeng's face was unsightly. Want to keep looking for tools? Susan asked. I've come all this way. I can't go home empty-handed. You follow me. Keep your rifle in place. If that thing comes back, shoot straight. Even the strongest animal is a goner when it meets a hot weapon. Yifeng cheered himself up. In fact, he was scared to death. Aha! Susan picked up her rifle and kept aiming into the water. After another 5 minutes of walking, the duo drilled into another warehouse. Ha 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 ha, the emperor is not a man. Here are so many tools. There are saws, axes, foreign drafts. This is an iron nail, but the shape is very strange. No, this is a rivet. Look for it. There must be a rivet gun as well. Yifeng was overjoyed. Rivets can be much better than just nails, and when driven inside the holes, they expand to make the boards fit together more tightly. I found the rivet gun. Susan was overjoyed and was waving a big gun around. Go, bring back a portion of the rivets today. 3 of the saws, and 2 of the axes, and as for the rest, We'll call in the brigade tomorrow to come and move them, and with all these things, we may be able to build the ship in 2 months, if we work together. Yi Feng joyfully said. Aha! Susan found another marching backpack and took everything she could carry. Yi Feng couldn't carry anything too heavy since he was holding the torch, and most of it was carried by Susan alone. Just then the torch fluttered as if it was going out. Not good. Hurry! Yi Feng was startled and quickly walked towards the front. Susan, carrying over 100 pounds, followed suit. The German-made stuff was really good, and all used good steel, but at the same time, there was no lightweight steel during World War II, so these were heavy steel. The two ran a dozen meters or so before suddenly, the torch got a little wet from the water above and was only candle-sized. Run! Yi Feng ran wildly. Ah! With a sigh of despair, the torch went out completely, and this cellar was suddenly out of reach. Susan! Susan! Yi Feng whispered. Yet Susan did not answer him. Susan, you can't joke or scare people now or you'll scare them to death. Yi Feng's heart sank. Just then, he suddenly grabbed Susan's hand. Cold. Soft. Run. Yi Feng ran straight ahead, and a very small point of light appeared in the distance that was guiding him out. Yi Feng, where are you? Just then, Susan's voice suddenly came from 10 meters behind. Yi Feng's entire body shook as if he was struck by lightning. He slowly turned to look behind himself. Wasn't the hand he had grabbed Susan's hand? Holy shit! Yi Feng shook off the object in his hand with a forceful shake. Susan! Susan! He overcame his inner fear and ran toward Susan's location. Finally, he caught Susan's body-warmed hand. The two of them didn't say anything and ran directly toward the outside of the cave. The light was getting stronger and the two were running faster and faster. I can finally see something up ahead. Yi Feng sat on his butt at the mouth of the cave, and Susan, whose legs were also weak with fear, sat on her butt in Yi Feng's arms. The two spilled bits and pieces of their bodies all over the floor. Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. The two men gasped for air, their faces stunned. Just now it was too damn scary. Yi Feng, a male, was scared out of his mind. Susan, needless to say, had horror in her eyes. Suddenly, she picked up the rifle on the ground and pointed it at the dark cave and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 shot after shot. A loud noise echoed through the cave. Grass! Susan cursed angrily into the cave, with no image of a beautiful woman. It was only after the scolding that the fear in her eyes slowly faded. Susan, let's go home. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the cave with large strides. Almost at the mouth of the cave, a ray of sunlight came in. The sky is clear. Yi Feng let out a long sigh and looked at the clear sky in ecstasy. Look, look, a rainbow, it's beautiful. Susan pointed to the bridge of 7 rainbows over the Grand River. Is this your first time seeing a rainbow? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Yeah, it's my first time seeing it. Usually I only see it in movies or books. It's so beautiful. Susan had a fluttering face, and at this moment, she was no longer a cold female assassin, but had turned into a lively young girl. Come on, let's go home. It's been a thrilling day. I need to go back and get some sleep. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took most of the tools and left only a small portion for Susan. Susan looked at Yi Feng's back. A trace of color flashed in her eyes. Surprisingly, she followed with a brisk pace. A jade hand took the initiative to pull Yi Feng. Under the rainbow, handsome men and women held hands and headed for home. After a lot of work, which took a full 4 hours, the two finally made it downstream. However, the only thing that could be seen downstream was the huge dragon bone, but Ma Sikong and the others were nowhere to be seen. No good. Yi Feng threw away the things on his body and ran upstream with his rifle. Just as they reached the upper reaches, they saw several women in a pile, crying in small voices. Yi Feng looked at the several corpses on the ground as if he had lost his soul. One of them was from Ma Sikong's side, while the other body was that of Li Chang. Li Chang was shot in the center of his eyebrow, and his godless eyes looked at the sky. Feng is back. When Su Yun saw Yi Feng, she jumped into his arms. Yi Feng picked his way through the crowd with Su Yun in his arms, only to see Bai Guifan lying flat on the ground, her empty eyes looking at the sky, her chest and abdomen all stained red with blood. Brother Feng, you're finally back. Yi Feng twisted his head and saw that Long Wu was half lying next to the waterfall, with blood flowing from one of his legs, bent at a strange angle. With his pistol still clutched in his hand, he crawled alertly looking across the creek. Fifth brother. Yi Feng hurriedly pushed Su Yun away, and held Long Wu with one hand. Dragon 5 just stood up and let out another muffled grunt. He had been shot in the middle of his thigh, and the bones inside were shattered, held together only by muscle and skin. Ma Sikong, this dog scum, me. Yi Feng was breathing heavily, but he didn't know what to curse. He should have made preparations earlier, and once the rain stopped, Ma Sikong and the others would be able to build a fire and roast meat in the wild, so he stopped relying on them. But he hadn't counted on the rain stopping at this point in 1,000 times. The cave was missing 2 combatants, himself and Susan, which allowed Ma Sikong and the others to succeed in their sneak attack. On this side, 2 of his own people died, and crucially, Long Wu, the main force, was also crippled. Yi Feng didn't need to ask and knew that it was Ma Sikong who did it. Where are they? Yi Feng asked. When they ran out of bullets, they fled across the creek, and I was actually out of bullets, but I bluffed and scared them off. Dragon 5 said with difficulty, "Fifth brother, with an injury like yours, you'll have to saw off your leg," Yi Feng said. At this time, several women also gathered around, with different expressions. Some were mute, some were horrified, some were sad, and some had a twinkle in their eye, especially Alice and Lena. They felt in their hearts that Yi Feng couldn't protect them. "No, don't saw my leg. I can do it. Don't worry, it'll grow back on its own." Long Wu looked at the saw Susan brought over and his body struggled violently. "Fifth brother, you have to accept the reality that if you don't amputate the limb, the wound will rot toward the top, and eventually, you'll die from an infection in the wound." Yi Feng gritted his teeth and pressed Long Wu to the ground, and on this side, Susan resolutely took up the saw. A mournful scream rang out from the creek. In the end, Dragon 5 fainted. Yi Feng found some more herbs to help stop the blood in his thighs, but it wouldn't stop at all. He had no choice but to be painfully ruthless. Using the red-hot dagger, he scalded the wound on Long Wu's thigh, constricting the blood vessels inside. It was busy until the afternoon, and Long Wu fainted and woke up in pain several times. Several women covered their mouths as tears rushed down their cheeks in large drops. Finally, the bleeding was stopped, but Long Wu fainted. "From now on, I want you all to take good care of Long Wu. Wipe his sweat, help him cool down, help him stew meat soup to supplement his nutrition. There must not be any mistakes." Yi Feng turned around and looked at the several women seriously. This time, however, several of the women didn't speak. In the end, it was Alice who took the lead. "You know how to order people every day. We listened to you, but 2 died and 1 was injured. You are too young to be a leader," Alice said with an angry grunt. Lena hesitated and nodded as well. "Yi Feng, I am grateful to you for saving me. However, you are too young, lack consideration in doing things, and do not have a long-term vision. So in the future, we are going to have a fair election here, and everyone will choose the most suitable leader. You 2 bad women. My brother Yi Feng suffered a lot for us on the deserted island, and even suffered a gunshot wound. And now, you're accusing him just because of one of his mistakes. If you think my big brother Yi is bad, you guys go away." Ting Tuan Tuan stood next to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's face was a bit embarrassed. These 2 women were accusing themselves, but there was some truth in what they were saying. "Little sister, don't misunderstand. We are being honest. We don't mean to target Yi Feng. I know his heart is good, but it's too young," Lena explained in a panic. "Yes, I know Yi Feng is genuinely doing us a favor, but sometimes, the decisions made are too rash. I still like him," Alice also said. Yi Feng pressed down with both hands. "I've taken the words of the 2 beauties to heart. I'm indeed too young. Let's do this. Take care of fifth brother first. I'll go and get some more herbs back for him to eat. And when it's nighttime, we'll have a fair election. One more thing, even if the boss is elected, but if the boss sometimes makes mistakes, you guys have to say so directly, not worrying about whose face, and brainstorming in order to survive on the deserted island," Yi Feng said seriously. "Aha!" Alice nodded. Then it was Lena's turn. She suddenly came over and gave Yi Feng a strong hug. "Yi Feng, I like you. I didn't expect you to have this kind of broad-mindedness. Ordinary young people would usually get annoyed when they are talked about twice, but you didn't. You are very rational. Maybe, I was wrong earlier." After Lena finished, she gave Yi Feng another kiss on his cheek. Yi Feng did have a bit of irritation, but by this kiss, it instantly dissipated. "Alright, you guys take care of fifth brother. As for Li Chang and Auntie Bai, find a place to bury them." When he finished, he headed downstream without looking back, but after just a dozen meters, he turned back. "Don't bury them, just throw the 2 bodies in the creek and let them be buried in heaven. We can't waste our energy digging a hole. Susan, I want you to hide in ambush in a big tree, and if there is an enemy approaching, fire a warning shot at once. Tuan Tuan, take your rifle and hide behind the waterfall. After Susan shoots a warning shot, your side should also give a reaction, so that the enemy will not dare to act rashly if they know that there is an ambush on our side. And then, Satamiko, you're a foreigner, you should also play with guns a lot. You also take your gun and hide on the opposite bank of the creek, to avoid Ma Sikong from killing back. Then, Lena, Alice, and Su Yun, you 3, Wait 5 hours and go switch the 3 of them back. Also, tethering the little black guy downstream will more or less serve as a warning. Yi Feng stroked his chin, taking everything into consideration. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Alice and Lena glanced at each other, and a trace of delight flashed across their faces. Their skepticism caused Yi Feng to have a welcome transformation. Feng, what are you going downstream for now? Su Yun asked. Of course it was to kill all of Ma Xikong's group. Let me ask you, at that time, on Ma Xikong's side, did everyone do it, or did individual people do it? A hint of killing chi flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. What would these women think of themselves if they didn't even take revenge for the death of one of their own? At that time, the ones who really made a move were just Ma Xikong and his 2 bodyguards, and the others seemed to be coerced into rushing forward. Lena hurriedly said. Sure, Yi Feng asked rhetorically. For sure, Ma Xikong's real beloved ones are just his 2 bodyguards. The others are just working for him. They won't put their lives on the line for him. Lena said firmly. Then I understand. Ma Xikong ran out of bullets and I have bullets on my side. When did they sneak attack? Yi Feng asked again. Lena thought for a moment and said. It was about 3 hours ago. The sky had just cleared up not long ago. They let the 4 women rush ahead. The men were in the back with their weapons. Dragon 5 didn't dare to shoot because he was concerned about the women in front of him. That's what made them kill 2 of us and injure Dragon 5 again. At this time, Su Yun also spoke up. Although Wang Tao didn't do it directly, he helped cover behind him. Hearing this, Yi Feng had a number in his heart. This time, there were only 4 people he wanted to hunt down. Ma Xikong, 2 bodyguards, plus Wang Tao. The punk. It's not too late. I'll go after them now. Yi Feng rushed into the cave to get his gun, but he saw Chang Libin still in the cave. Why didn't you go with Ma Xikong? Yi Feng asked as he inserted his weapon magazine in his waist. Ma Xikong is not worth following. Following him will get you killed sooner or later. It's better to follow you reliably. Chang Libin said. Wise choice. Yi Feng said and went outside the cave again, quietly saying to Su Yun, pay attention to Chang Libin. After all, he just joined. It's right to be on guard. After the explanation, Yi Feng took a rifle and a pistol and waded to the opposite bank of the creek. It had just rained, so there were stray footprints on the ground. Yi Feng just chased after the footprints. It was definitely right. Figuring out the status, Yi Feng's speed slowly accelerated. I don't know how long he had been running, but he stopped. I only saw a body here, an engineer on the side of Ma Xikong, which had been clubbed to death. This reassured him, proving that Ma Xikong was really out of bullets. The sunlight shot through the clouds. The birds chirping in the forest slowly came alive, and a fine bead of sweat rose on Yi Feng's body. 2 hours later, Yi Feng slowed down his pace. Although the footprints were still intact, he could be sure that Ma Xikong wasn't far away, and if he caught a chance, he could take those bad guys down in one fell swoop. Just then, a stick came from the left without warning. Yi Feng felt a shock in his back and his entire body stumbled a step towards the front. Only a bodyguard rushed forward with a stick. Go to hell! Yi Feng raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! This bodyguard's one leg instantly oozed blood, but he didn't care and an body pounced on Yi Feng. Bang! With another shot, the bodyguard's head tilted to the side, but his hands were holding Yi Feng to death. Grass! Yi Feng was about to push this bodyguard away when suddenly, another stick smashed over. He had no choice but to put the gun across his head. With a bang, the rifle was smashed out of his hand, and Yi Feng hurried to grab the pistol again. The bodyguard called Dahai rushed over and similarly grabbed the pistol. The two began a brute force grab. In the end, it was Yi Feng who had the power to win and slowly aimed his gun at the sea. Despair flashed in this ocean's eyes, and it was about to open its mouth. Bang! The bullet went through his mouth. Having just killed the sea, the back of Yi Feng's head shook as he was struck by the stick, and he fell into a fainting state for 2 seconds, only to see Ma Xikong pounce over, picking up the pistol as soon as he could and aiming it directly at Yi Feng's head. Ha ha! I thought I would attract that Dragon 5, but I didn't expect to attract a bigger fish. What a surprise! As Ma Xikong spoke, his body took a few steps back, but the pistol was still aimed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng pursed his lips tightly as bean-sized beads of sweat ran down his forehead. I ask you, where is my wife and son? How are they doing in the cave? Ma Xikong asked. Yi Feng froze. This guy still didn't know that his son was dead? It seems that Sadamiko didn't meet him formally till the end. I won't tell you. Yi Feng sneered, but his gaze went to the rifle on his left. He calculated the position. What were the chances that if he rolled over to pick up the rifle now and returned fire, he could fuck up mascot? Then I'll find it myself. Ma Xikong finished speaking and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. What came from the pistol, however, was a click. Bullet jam? Yi Feng was overjoyed, and violently rushed over to strangle Ma Xikong's neck and pressed his entire body to the ground. Although Ma Xikong was middle-aged, his strength was quite good, surprisingly not much worse than Yifeng after eating the white fruit. Yifeng choked Ma Xikong's neck with one hand, and with the other hand, he quickly drew out his dagger and slowly stabbed towards his neck. Ma Xikong clenched his teeth and allowed the dagger to move a little closer towards his neck. This man had great perseverance, and even though the dagger was going up to his neck, he still didn't give up. Pust! The dagger finally slowly pierced into his neck, and for the first time, a hint of despair flashed in Ma Xikong's eyes. Ma Xikong, holy shit nigga, pay for my man's life. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pressed down with both hands with force, but just at this moment, 8 or 9 people suddenly appeared around them, and the leader was none other than Wang Tao. Behind them, in order, were 4 women, and the group of engineers. Wang Tao, pick up the gun and fuck him, Ma Xikong shouted with force. Wang Tao then reacted and hurried to pick up the gun. Grass! Yifeng had no choice but to let go of Ma Xikong for the time being and quickly rushed towards the rifle. Unfortunately, Wang Tao already had the rifle, but this guy, who obviously didn't play around with how a rifle works, didn't know what to do with it in his hands. Yifeng slammed hard, and Wang Tao was immediately sent flying, but Ma Xikong had already recovered and hugged Yifeng's back waist. Wang Tao, shoot him, Ma Xikong shouted. Wang Tao, this punk, fiddled with the gun for 10 seconds and froze without figuring out how to shoot. He had no choice but to use the gun as a burning stick and ruthlessly smashed it on Yifeng's cheek. Yifeng's head swooned and his entire body fell to the side. Ma Xikong was overjoyed, and as he grabbed the rifle, he quickly pushed a bullet in and aimed it at Yifeng's head. Can't let him get away with it. A yellow female finished speaking and suddenly jumped on Ma Xikong's back. The other 3 girls looked at each other and rushed over at the same time, some hugging their thighs, some hugging their arms. The black girl, in particular, took a bite out of Ma Xikong's ear. Ma Xikong's ear was torn off raw, but he also got rid of 4 women. Bang! One shot went off and 2 yellow women were shot through the head, but when he was about to fire the second shot, the rifle jammed as well. German weapons in World War II were indeed advanced, but they also had the problem of jamming. Yifeng bumped away Ma Xikong in one go and protected the remaining 2 women behind him. That black girl was really pretty to look at. Her legs were a little longer and more wildly beautiful than the whites and yellows. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao stood together, with the group of engineers in the center, then Yifeng and the 2 women. 3 groups, forming a standoff. Ma Xikong glanced at the burning stick in his hand and casually tossed it aside. Yifeng, today you are considered to have fallen into my hands, right? Everyone listen, kill Yifeng, the bonus is 100 million, cash it in right after you get back, Ma Xikong said to the group of engineers. There were still 6 or 7 of them, which was definitely more than enough to deal with Yifeng. Yifeng's face turned cold and directly picked up the dagger. Whoever comes over, I'll stab them. A random stab on a deserted island will make your wounds get infected and you'll end up dying miserably, Yifeng coldly said. The group of engineers looked at each other. None of them stepped forward. Ask them to build a boat and they'll surely be brave. But ask them to kill someone and they don't have the guts. Bunch of losers. Forget it, I'd better do it myself. After Ma Xikong finished speaking, his left leg slowly stretched forward and his 2 hands slowly folded. This movement of his was full of power, causing Yifeng to pay attention to it. I forgot to tell you, I'm a karate champion, and next thing you know, I'll be able to kill you with just a pair of fists. 2. After saying that, Ma Xikong directly rushed over. Yifeng threw his dagger away and joined the fight as well. Being from a martial village, he was very concerned about martial virtues, and if Ma Xikong didn't use weapons, then he wouldn't use them either. After the 2 fought for a while, Yifeng's face became ugly. Ma Xikong had obviously worked on his punches and kicks. His lower body was very stable and strong, and he brought out the power of his fists or feet in every move. The 2 fought for a while, both panting with exhaustion, neither able to help the other. Seeing this, Wang Tao suddenly picked up a stick and prepared to join the fight. Stop! Ma Xikong called a halt, leaning his back against a large tree and breathing heavily. Yifeng similarly sat on his butt and almost gasped his lungs out. The fight just now was purely about perseverance, and both of them were almost exhausted. Yifeng, hand over my wife and son. I won't trouble you anymore in the future. We'll each go home. How about it? Ma Xikong asked. Can't do it. Yifeng shook his head. That's fine. Then tell me, is my son still alive? Ma Xikong's voice trembled. He messed around when he was young, which caused his fertility to fail, and now he can say that he has a son in middle age, so he cherishes it very much. Alive. Yifeng lied. Alright, if you take care of my son, I won't trouble you for a while. Wang Tao and Worker Li, let's go. After Ma Xikong finished speaking, he led a group of people towards the depths of the dense forest. Several engineers looked at each other, and a large portion of them followed Ma Xikong. After all, they had been working under Ma Xikong for more than 10 years, forming habits. However, there were two younger engineers who walked towards Yifeng. Yifeng, we want to follow you. Ma Xikong is unreliable. One of the engineers said. Follow me? Why? Yifeng asked. Because, although you're hard on the people outside, you're nice to your own people. And I think there's a future in following you. At least I don't have to starve. Another engineer said. Okay, let's go back then. Yifeng looked at the rifle and pistol on the ground and eventually picked them up. Go back and research why this thing is jammed. And wait for Dragon 5 to wake up and ask for advice. After all, Dragon 5 is a former soldier. Yifeng, let me help you. Anna walked over and held onto Yifeng's arm. That black girl reacted a bit slower, but still held Yifeng's other side. Yifeng felt that although this black girl was black, her skin was much more delicate than white and yellow people, and her pair of eyes were bright like jewels. He reckoned that this black girl would be considered the top beauty in Africa. Among blacks, there are beautiful women. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Ma Xikong, but it couldn't be helped. Ma Xikong had too much luck and was particularly capable of fighting, plus a Wang Tao. It was just a bit of a bonus, and with two engineers on board, plus a black and white girl, shipbuilding would speed up a bit. After just walking back a mile or so, Yifeng suddenly heard the miserable howling of a spotted hyena from the front. Not good. Quick, hide in this grass. Yifeng hurriedly pulled a few people to hide in a patch of weeds. Through the gap, only 5 or 6 spotted hyenas could be seen fleeing in this direction, and behind them were a dozen strange monkeys in pursuit. Yifeng took a closer look. This was obviously not the same batch as last time, because the strange monkeys from last time had already been fucked to death by half. It was impossible to have a dozen of them, and size-wise, this batch is also a bit taller, about 1 meter too. What's scary is that they can outrun a leopard in the jungle. Not only can they use blowpipes as braces, but they can also climb trees for a flying lunge. A few spotted hyenas were quickly caught up and then came the gruesome scene. The monstrous monkeys disemboweled them all, pulling out the lower contents and swallowing them alive. Vomit. Anna let out a dry heave. After eating the spotted hyena, these strange monkeys crossed again in the same place only to see a white and a black two sisters blushing, especially the black sister. Her eyes seemed to be overflowing with water, and Yifeng could clearly feel that she was breathing heavily. Anna was still steady, but her skin also showed a flush. The two young engineers, not to mention their pants, immediately got ugly. The two looked at each other, embarrassed and trying to cover up. However, when they saw Yifeng's pants, they instantly didn't feel embarrassed, because Yifeng's pants were the ugliest, much uglier than them. The strange monkeys tossed and turned for a long time. Yifeng pulled the two girls to their feet. Oh, Salga. Anna saw Yifeng's pants at a glance, and in her eyes, there was panic and anticipation. Like that, wanting to try, but scared eyes. The black sister, on the other hand, directly looked at Yifeng with an autumn gaze. Foreign women are very direct in expressing their love and they will not hide it if they like you. Domestic women are a bit more subtle, usually pretending to ignore you and then making all sorts of shenanigans. This thing is often found next to the creek, and if we find the location of the cave, we'll be in deep shit. Yifeng's expression became serious. That is, and his pants formed two sharp contrasts. Come on, let's go home first and we'll talk it over. After saying that, Yifeng led the way to the front. After a lot of hard work, Yifeng took the 4 of them home. Brother Yi, you're back? Din Tuan pounced. Yifeng gently swept her around. Is 5th brother awake yet? Not yet. 5th brother is hurt so badly. Ting Tuan said. Well, good boy. Go get everyone over here for a meeting. Except the sentries. Within moments, everyone except Susan had gathered around the entrance to the cave. Yifeng told everyone about the monster monkey's power and explained the current situation. What then? Not only can the monsters use tools, they are also not afraid of death, and their claws are so sharp, even if we have guns, we can't necessarily beat them, right? Ding Tuan Tuan was terrified. This is not the most terrible. The number of that strange monkey, I'm afraid that there are more than 2 groups. There may be more, so the creek here is no longer safe. Starting from tomorrow, we will remove the downstream keel, and carry it to the beach in order. On the north side of the beach, there is a big river. On the bank of the big river, there is a huge cavern. That can be used as our second landing point, and there's a big river there that will eat the weight of the boat. It would be too much trouble to build the boats here in the creek and carry them to the beach in batches. What do you all think? Yifeng asked. He figured out that he would build his boat directly next to the big river, and as soon as it was ready, he would swim upstream and start enjoying the life of an emperor in the primeval forest. I agree. Lena was the first to raise her hand. Then the others put their hands up. Very well, Unanimously approved. Let's start moving tomorrow. It may take a few times before we can finish moving, but one thing, I don't want our meeting to become a one-word meeting, not even a single dissenting vote. Those who don't know would think that I, Yi Feng, am engaging in a dictatorship. Yi Feng said with a hypocritical face. Come on, don't pretend. Susan came back and grabbed Yi Feng's ear. A few of the other women just smiled dementedly, enjoying the hard-won peace in quiet. The night was uneventful and the next day came. Yi Feng was the first to get up and put all the weapons in a backpack. The backpacks are still picked up from the caves and are still durable despite 80 years of weathering. 2 young engineers, with a stretcher to carry the unconscious Dragon 5, and everyone else grabbing whatever they could, slowly made their way downstream. When he reached the downstream, Yi Feng looked at the huge dragon bones. Some dragon ribs had been installed on it, and when they returned the next time, they might need 8 men to be able to lift the huge keel. After all, the keel had taken nearly 10 days to build, so it couldn't go to waste. The jungle came back to life after the rain, with all kinds of animals running through the jungle and birds chirping. The little lickers are growing fast and are now growing to the size of a large male. It licked around on a couple of the women's feet. Pack 2 guns on it. I don't keep idle. Bears here. However, the little licking dog felt an extra weight on him and he immediately rolled all over the floor, refusing to cooperate. So, Yi Feng used a rope to lasso up and down from its 4 feet and tied the 2 rifles firmly to its body. This time, the little lickspittle couldn't break free and had to accept the fact that he had become a supply train. It took Yi Feng 4 hours to lead the crowd to the side of the big river. Oh, my god, geez, what a big river. This isn't the Amazon, is it? An engineer dropped what he was holding and jumped straight into the river. Don't jump. Yi Feng couldn't stop it in time, and the guy had already fallen into the water. Isn't it nice to take a shower in this heat? The engineer asked. He had just finished speaking when he felt something was wrong and picked his hand towards the back of his ass. Holy shit. Soon he was running bare ass to shore and jumping up and down. Something's up my ass. Holy shit. It's still up. The engineer was alarmed. It must be a parasitic catfish. That whoever. Go and pick it out for him. Yi Feng instructed the other engineer. The engineer, with a disgusted look on his face, actually pulled a very slender fish out of his ass. Come here and look at this. This is the cannibal catfish. As long as you have the slightest wound on your body, they will burrow into the wound and suck your blood. Of course, not only the wound, but the others, they like to burrow as well. Yi Feng finished speaking and looked at a few women. Suyun's pretty face suddenly blushed, and her hands quietly protected her lower abdomen. The other women seemed to sense it and couldn't help but protect the bottom. Ha ha ha, that's fine with me. Just in time. I've been constipated for 10 years. Let them help me get through years of old constipation. Changli Bean smiled and walked over. Then you have to be careful. It not only drills the back, but also the front. Yi Feng said. Changli Bean's face changed and he hurriedly covered his pants. From now on, you are not allowed to act without my nod, and you have to ask me first, or else there are still locusts, red-bellied piranhas, wolfsbane, giant bony tonguefish, electric eels, and black caimans in this great river. With every species Yi Feng reported, the faces of the crowd became uglier. And, of course, the scariest of all, the boa, a 10-meter-long boa that can swallow even a buffalo. Yi Feng threw out a heavy bomb. Several of the women instantly huddled into a pile, as if that would bring security. Don't huddle together. It's easy to catch tropical viruses. Yi Feng said seriously. I want to go home. Ooh, I want to go home. Su Yun and Ding Tuan Tuan were the first to cry out. Come on. I'm kidding. While these creatures are easy to come by, they can't all appear at the same time. Yi Feng's hands were busy comforting again, soothing the emotions of several women. Yi Feng led them to the entrance of the cave. The huge cavern was 20 meters high and 15 meters wide, like a monster's huge mouth. One walks into it with a sense of despair of being swallowed up. Just walk inside for 20 meters, then build a fire. Don't go any deeper. If you go any deeper, some monsters may appear inside. Yi Feng said seriously. The crowd began to get busy. Some building fires, some gathering dry wood, and some laying hay on the ground for the night's sleep. Yi Feng used his dagger to pry open a rock at the entrance of the cave. It was weathered rock, proving that the cave was in no danger of collapsing, and if it had been loose rock, he wouldn't have dared to make his home here, as it buried them alive at any time. This afternoon, everyone take a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll go and move the rest of the stuff over here. Susan, do you see that big tree? Now you climb up to it and ambush it. Keep an eye out for movement in a 1-kilometer radius. And if there's a jungle tiger, a leopard, a boa constrictor, or a human being approaching, you'll fire a warning shot. Yi Feng gave the order. Susan glared at him and set off with her rifle anyway. Feng, fifth brother is awake. Fifth brother is awake. Tinkerbell's voice came from the cave. Yi Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed next to Longwu. Longwu was awake but still weak, his eyes dull. Fifth brother, don't say anything, keep resting. We're safe now. I'll protect you. Yi Feng held Longwu's hand. Dragon 5 didn't have the energy to speak, just nodded slightly and fell back into a deep sleep. It was also fortunate that he was physically strong and had served in the military. Otherwise he would not have recovered from a broken leg. You guys, you should introduce yourselves too, right? Yi Feng looked at the 4 people he had brought back. Let me introduce. This is Brother Feng. From now on he will be our boss. We listen to him in everything, but we can also give different opinions. My name is Dev. The black girl reached out and shook Yi Feng's hand. My name is Anna. Anna hugged Yi Feng very openly. As for the 2 young engineers, one named Bao Qifeng and the other named Yu Hai. They were considered young among the engineers, but they were also around 30 years old. Now that we all know each other, we have only one goal, to build the ship. Chief Engineer Chang, and Engineer Bao, and Engineer Yu. We'll trouble the 3 of you from now on, and we'll help out with some simple work. The core things, still need you guys to design. Yi Feng was polite to the 3 engineers. Well said. In order to go home, we are willing to do anything. After all, my family relies on my salary alone to support me. If I can't go back, my mom, dad, wife, and children, I'm afraid they will all starve to death. Chang Libin said at the end. His expression was gloomy. Yi Feng looked at the others again. Their faces not looking too good. Don't mention the unhappy things. Next, let's get some rest. And tomorrow we'll move twice more, and we should be able to move everything back. Yi Feng forced a smile. He can feed his family, but what about the others? Especially the men, who are the backbone of a family, and once they can't go back, their whole family will lose their financial resources. It was a few foreigners who had to look a little better. So thirsty. Are we going to drink from that big river? It's too disgusting too, right? Ting Tuan suddenly gulped. Yi Feng snapped out of it. In the past, next to the creek, there was never a lack of water. Because the water of the creek was mountain spring water. You can drink it raw, but the composition of the water in this big river is complicated. There must be dense parasites. Human stomachs are not as good as animals, and you may get infected with messy diseases if you drink it. Let's do it this way. Come one person to go with me to look for clean water. Anyway, the water system here is well developed. Clean water is easy to find. The others will rest here. Yi Feng said. I'll go with you. Just then, Zhang Yan raised her hand. Yi Feng instantly locked eyes with her. Only Zhang Yan's eyes were full of autumn water, hiding a great desire. Could it be? No, we can't waste our energy elsewhere now that the territory is not yet consolidated. Alright, Zhang Yan and I will go. After Yi Feng finished, he gave Zhang Yan a rifle, a pistol and a dagger, and he was similarly equipped. Since guns in World War II often jammed, Yi Feng had to bring a double. The two soon disappeared into the jungle. It was now mid-afternoon, and Zhang Yan walked in front while Yi Feng walked behind. The rainforest was sweltering and there was no way out. Feng, I'm feeling fine for today. How about you? Are you interested now? Zhang Yan suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Feng with a smile. Yi Feng's breath hitched for a moment, but immediately recovered. Sister Yan, of course I'm interested, but right now we should find a clean water source first. And when the water problem is solved, it won't be too late for us to talk about it. Yi Feng said with difficulty. Zhang Yan stopped talking and turned her head toward the front again. Only the atmosphere became subtle. Yi Feng just felt that the pants were just a little bit ugly at first, but after only a little while, the pants got uglier and uglier, because Zhang Yan's figure was too good, and it was dangling in front of his eyes again, with those slender legs and slim back. Feng, I don't think Rimiko is simple, Zhang Yan suddenly said. What do you mean? Yi Feng was a bit unhappy in his heart. Once he heard Zhang Yan's tone, he probably guessed what this woman was going to say. Satomiko has a deep heart. You have to be on guard. This woman has character problems. Otherwise, she wouldn't be married to a 40-year-old Ma Xikong. What her purpose is, I believe you should be clear without me saying. Zhang Yan slowly said. Yi Feng was more agreeable in his heart, but they were a team now, and they hadn't built the ship yet, so he didn't want to fracture the team so quickly. What's more, Zhang Yan's character is just fine. She's still the lover of deadbeat Wang Xiong. It seems that bad women hate bad women because they are competitors. Alright, no matter what the character is, our purpose is to build a ship, so don't say anything. Yi Feng interrupted Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, however, continued. People with bad character are a hidden danger to keep around. Don't you believe it? She will definitely mess up there. After saying that, Zhang Yan suddenly twisted around and faced Yi Feng directly. Feng, in fact, I'm also a bad woman. but I won't be as greedy as she is. I only hope to get your special care on the deserted island. As long as I'm doing well, you can do whatever you want to make me do. After saying that, Zhang Yan brought her entire soft body over and pressed tightly together with Yifeng. Yifeng had long sensed that Zhang Yan was trying to exchange her body for convenience. After all, this was her old job. In that case, I'm welcome. Yifeng immediately pressed her onto a piece of broken wood. When I first met you, you looked at me with obvious contempt. What, now you're starting to curry favor with me? Yifeng pressed Zhang Yan's back. The two of their bodies pressed tightly together, and his mouth came up behind her ear. After all, the first time he encountered Zhang Yan, that contemptuous look of hers did make Yifeng very upset. But Yifeng hadn't been able to storm out just yet. Since he had gotten the word out today and Yifeng was ready to get Zhang Yan, he had to release the unhappiness that he had been holding in his heart for a long time. Feng, don't say those things, okay? Zhang Yan's face was flushed, her heart was shy and humiliated. She didn't expect that even at this juncture, Yifeng still took a look from 800 years ago. Yifeng pushed forward a little harder, causing Zhang Yan's body to soften. Why can't you say it? That look of contempt. Do you know how much it hurts losers like me? We have no money, no power, no status, so our self-esteem is very high, but you just irritate me with that despicable look. And since we're going to do it today, I'm going to get it off my chest. As Yifeng spoke, his two hands were not honest. I'm sorry Feng, I shouldn't have despised you in the beginning. It's my fault. Will you spare me? Zhang Yan's inner humiliation was incomparable, making one of her faces shy and red. But this humiliation coupled with her body being pressurized instead gave her a feeling of exhilaration that she had never felt before. Bitch, you're a bitch, a lowly mistress, a mistress who seduces other people's husbands. Yifeng's heartbeat was fast, and suddenly he said the thoughts he had suppressed deep inside. What did you say? Even if Zhang Yan was happy, she was instantly furious at this moment. If you are a mistress, you are most afraid of people mentioning the word bitch. In the past, when she swiped short videos, as soon as she heard the word bitch, she would empathize and immediately start cursing in the comments section. But this time it was different. It was Yifeng who was practically scolding her in her ear. You asshole. Zhang Yan struggled hard, but she couldn't break free at all. Isn't it? Yifeng asked rhetorically in her ear. At this moment, Zhang Yan's body completely softened. It is precisely because she is indeed cheap that she is afraid to hear the word cheap. Just like a fool who suddenly hears someone call out a stupid batch, they will be equally empathetic and annoyed. But now, Yifeng's strength made her feel that she was indeed a bitch. Yes, I'm cheap, so come on, don't pity me, punish me for being a bitch. Zhang Yan's voice suddenly became delicate again. Yifeng felt a buzzing in his head, his body pulled back, and then there was a bang. It burst like a comet hitting the earth. A miserable scream from Zhang Yan rang out from the jungle. A squirrel was holding a nut, staring daggers at Zhang Yan under the tree, and after only a moment, the nut in the squirrel's hand fell to the ground. A bobcat passed by, seemingly infected by the atmosphere, and let out a mewling purr from its mouth. The voice was poignant and high-pitched at first, but it slowly grew better and better, and ended up being delicate and graceful, as if intoxicated. An hour later, Zhang Yan shrunk her body into Yifeng's arms. Her eyes were tightly closed, with traces of tears washing over the corners of her eyes, and a touch of heartfelt, moving blush on her face. Yifeng, on the other hand, lay flat on his back with a cozy face, picking up a branch to pick his teeth in the process. He had to admit that Zhang Yan was very professional and served him well. Zhang Yan slept for 2 whole hours before slowly waking up and glaring at Yifeng with winks. And flossing your teeth like you just ate a big meal. As she spoke, she drew circles on Yifeng's strong chest with her fingers. I just realized now that you are simply beautiful. Beautiful to the inside. Yifeng laughed and helped Zhang Yan up. Let's go. There are still 4 to 5 hours before it gets dark. Finding a clean water source should be enough. By the way, help you wash. Yifeng laughed again. You're annoying. You're making it so I can't walk now. Zhang Yan said petulantly. Yifeng understood and directly squatted in a horse stance. Up the back, carrying Zhang Yan on his back, Yifeng drove the road with a dragon's vigor, while Zhang Yan, although lying on her back, was not idle and helped Yifeng wipe the sweat from his face from time to time. After walking for 10 minutes, Yifeng didn't feel tired at all. As if for a strong young man like him, a woman could instead stimulate his potential and wouldn't drag down his body. At least not the first time, but a couple hundred more times it's hard to say. Look, there's a water source up ahead. Zhang Yan suddenly pointed ahead. Yifeng was overjoyed and walked to a boulder. The rock was so big, 15 or 16 meters high, with a few small cracks in the middle. A tap-thick mountain spring water flowed out of the cracks, and impacted into a 2-meter square pool of water underneath. Yifeng took a look at the water and saw that it was very clear. unlike the water in the big river, which was turbid. So, he put Zhang Yan on the side and caught a mouthful of water with his mouth. It's so delicious, this water is very good. After Yi Feng finished, he cupped some more water and fed it to Zhang Yan. After all, she was almost dehydrated from exhaustion just now. Zhang Yan hurriedly helped Yi Feng stand up and aimed her mouth at the water column. After taking several large sips in a row, she then patted her chest in satisfaction. It's cool and sweet, and there's a feeling of cleansing. It's even better than 100 Years Mountain. Let's call it 100 Years Mountain, shall we? Zhang Yan was pleasantly surprised. Just wash downstream. I'll get some containers and bring the water back. Yi Feng judged that this water source was about a little more than a kilometer away from the mouth of the cave, and it was convenient to take water for bathing. In a short while, Yi Feng found 2 old gourds. He emptied the meat inside with his dagger and caught 2 gourds of water to take back to the women in the cave. Come on Yan Yan, it's time to go home. Yi Feng helped Zhang Yan up, but Zhang Yan sat down next to the pool of water with a trace of confusion on her face. Feng, it seems like you didn't take any measures just now, right? By then, what if you get pregnant? Once he heard this, Yi Feng's head also buzzed. Just now it was too exciting. He didn't have time to think more. If you get pregnant on a desert island, it could kill you. I blame my youthful exuberance. I should have braked at the critical moment. Now what? It's only once. It's not that easy, is it? Yi Feng snapped. No, I feel the odds. I'm a woman. I trust my instincts. You bad man. You're killing me. Zhang Yan suddenly covered her face and whimpered. Yi Feng a good burst of comfort, and to ensure that let her deserted island live comfortably, she only then turned crowing into a smile, followed Yi Feng joyfully home. Just after arriving at the cave, Yi Feng gave each woman a sip of water. Yi Feng, take me to the water source. I need to take a bath. My body is dirty. Suyin pulled Yi Feng back. I'll go too. I'm going too. The others all gathered around. Let's put it this way. The ladies will follow me first, and the men will wash tomorrow. After all, girls love to be clean, while it's okay for the guys to be dirty. It's not like they'll get gynecological diseases or anything, Yi Feng said with eccentricity. Thus, Cheng Li Bin and the 3 of them could only sit honestly. It was a kilometer away. Plus Yi Feng had opened the road, so it took less than 15 minutes for several women to walk forward with purpose. Whoa, I'll wash first. I'll wash first. Several women rushed in and washed them with their clothes. Yi Feng was sitting next to him acting as a flower protector, and his mouth grinned as he listened to the heckling of the women. He was already fantasizing about a happy life on the ship when it was built. Brother Yi, turn around. We're going to get naked. You're not allowed to peek. Tinkerbell shouted. What are you saying? I, Yi Feng, have always been honorable. How could I peek? Yi Feng hurriedly twisted his body. Women bathing is trouble. The sky is almost dark. Not yet finished. Yi Feng back to urge 5 or 6 times. They only then fight and wear good clothes. Alright, you can turn around. Yi Feng received it and turned around to take a look, and his nosebleed almost spewed out, only to see these women stood in a row. Single thin clothes tightly attached to the body. All kinds of shapes with different postures. The body is even more fat ring thin yen. Holy shit! Yi Feng subconsciously covered his pants. At this moment, Alice suddenly and graciously walked over. Yi Feng, you're so strong. I can give it to you anytime if you want, but you have to promise that you won't let me get pregnant, Alice said unabashedly. Yi Feng twisted his head to look at the other few women, and was immediately embarrassed. There are so many people around. This Alice really can't pick her time. I only saw him push Alice away with a righteous face. Miss Alice, please show some respect. Although I, Yi Feng, am horny, but not so much as to take advantage of others. Indeed, you are very pretty, but I, Yi Feng, have a backbone. As a Chinese, how can I be casual? Before he could finish his words, the women walked towards the front without a care in the world, causing him to be quite upset when his long speech was interrupted. He let out a long sigh and could only follow. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the dense forest. It was Susan who fired the shot. Yi Feng's face changed drastically. Quick! All hide back in the cavern. Susan fired. It's a danger approaching. Yi Feng shouted. The women stopped heckling all of a sudden and hurried towards the cave. Yi Feng watched the women go back to the cave before he ran towards Susan's big tree. Instead, she saw that Susan had slid down from the tree, her skin tanned to a wheat color, her mouth dry and cracked, and even her breasts seemed to have shrunk. Sister Susan, is it Ma Si-kong and the others who are here? Yi Feng asked. However, Susan rushed over and grabbed him by the ear. You little bastard. I've been guarding the tree for hours. Why don't you send someone to change the guard? Do you want me to die of thirst? Hurry up and go up the tree. Auntie is going to take a bath. You guys just had a pretty good bath, right? Susan said in a bad mood. Yi Feng then reacted. It seems that Susan had his every move monitored from the tree. Doesn't it mean that he and Zhang Yan, she also? What are you waiting for? Why don't you get up the tree? Susan glared at Yifeng with hatred. Just now, the ridiculous thing that Yifeng and Zhang Yan did, she saw it all in her eyes, making her jealous and annoyed, but her body was itching. But she was a proud woman and couldn't get mad right then and there. So when a couple of the women had finished their showers, she couldn't hold back her borrowing any longer. Oh, well. Yifeng was embarrassed and hurriedly climbed towards the tree. This fig tree was very tall, almost reaching more than 30 meters, but Yifeng only climbed to 20 meters before stopping, and then above that were thinner branches that couldn't eat his weight. At this height, Yifeng saw the stone where he and Zhang Yan had their story at a glance and saw it clearly. Tai, face is so hot. Yifeng had cancer of embarrassment. I'm afraid that he had become a promiscuous person in Susan's mind, right? It's all about the money. Susan's the best, okay? Zhang Yan has misled me. At this time, night had already fallen, and Yifeng was holding his rifle on the tree, but his eyes were dead on the rainforest surroundings. 2 fires had been built in the cavern, and several women were sitting around them talking about something. The 3 engineers, meanwhile, were beside another fire and were drawing drawings on the ground with sticks. Apparently, they all wanted to build boats and go home early. Susan, on the other hand, was alone with her rifle and walked over to where the small pool of water was. Yifeng, who was originally drowsy, was instantly energized. His eyes widened as he looked closely at Susan's position. Just then, however, Susan raised her head and glanced toward his position. She was seen wearing her clothes, soaking her entire body into the puddle, removing her clothes underneath the water, and throwing them next to the puddle. Che, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Yifeng retracted his gaze fondly and continued to gaze around. Roar! A loud roar came from the same voice that had scared off the big black bear last time, only to see the entire rainforest come to life. Countless birds flew up into the sky, and all sorts of animals leapt out of all the bushes, running towards the distance in panic. Roar! There was another loud roar that almost deafened Yifeng's ears, but he could hear that the second sound was a wail, and the huge beast seemed to be experiencing some kind of pain. What the hell? Yifeng loosened his ears. With the might of that giant beast, it was actually wailing. It was hard to believe that it had encountered an even more terrifying monster, but with its roar, it must be many times larger than a tiger, and can threaten. The face of the strange monkey appeared in Yifeng's mind. I'm afraid that only a large number of monstrous monkeys can pose a threat to the behemoth. After all, that thing can use tools and is fast and humongous. After waiting a little longer, no more roars came. Yifeng was relieved. The roar just now, coming from at least 10 kilometers upstream, posed little threat to him, so he looked to the location of the cave. 2 fires have been extinguished. It seems the women have gotten smart and are afraid that the fire will attract danger. So, Yifeng used the moonlight again to look at where Susan was. The next moment, his eyes rolled up in surprise. Only Susan, wearing nothing, was standing at the location of the waterhole, aiming her rifle upstream. After waiting a dozen seconds or so, she then lowered her rifle and looked up at her position again. Gulp! Yifeng swallowed his saliva. Susan's body, really, is so top-heavy, well-proportioned, and full of a sense of feminine power. With a body like that, I wonder if I can top it. After half an hour, Susan returned from her shower. This time, only 1 fire was lit up in the cave, and it was so small that Yifeng had to look closely to see it clearly. Never mind, I'll keep watch tonight. Yifeng sighed and tied himself up with a tree vine so that he wouldn't doze off and fall at night. Just as he was tying himself up, suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from a meter below the tree. Yifeng stared at it with wide eyes and almost peed in fear. Only a pair of jewel-like eyes, only a meter away from his feet, were staring at him without blinking at the moment. Don't be afraid. It's me, Dev. The owner of that pair of eyes finally spoke. You scared me to death. Next time you come up here, can you say hello in advance? Yifeng was a little angry. This Dev is long and dark. At night without looking carefully, really can not see. Dev also seemed to be a bit embarrassed, and quickly climbed onto Yifeng's bow, squeezing his body tightly against him. I'm sorry, next time I'll say hello ahead of time. Dev apologized. It's fine. I was the one who was a bit overzealous. What are you doing in the tree? Yifeng asked. Just now, Sister Susan asked the people in the cave. It seems, only you, Sister Susan, and I can climb trees. There's no way for the others to come and replace you, Dev said, her delicate skin rubbing against Yifeng's arm. Her skin was too delicate, and there was a hint of warmth that made Yifeng unable to help himself. Keeping watch at night is very hard. You'd better go back. Yifeng shook his head. It was more or less unpopular to let people come to night watch when they had just defected to him. It's okay, My family used to be in South Africa. The wilderness is like home to me. You don't have to worry about me, Dev said. Yifeng thought about it. Dev's skin, inherently suitable for being the guardian of the night, even if close to the enemy sneak attack. The enemy cannot see for a moment. Alright, then I'll teach you how to use a gun. And how to make sure you don't fall out of a tree when you're on watch at night. The boughs of the trees had limited space, so Yifeng simply took Dev into his arms and began to teach her about firearms. Dev's heart thumped. She felt that Yifeng's body was so strong. A strong manly aura wrapped her up, making her body gradually soften. With the two of them so close together, it was inevitable that they would lean their heads together. Yifeng felt that if Dev wasn't dark-skinned, her body was even more suitable for cuddling and sleeping than a yellow-skinned woman. Because it was so comfortable. This soft and tender feeling with body heat. It was killing me. Dev, I forgot to say thank you. Yifeng thought of the time when Ma Xikong was about to shoot. These girls sacrificed their lives to save him. You're welcome, as it should be. Dev whispered. One more thing. I've never been able to understand. Ma Xikong is so rich. Why did you guys choose to help me? Instead of following Ma Xikong back to civilized society and continuing to get a high salary? Yifeng voiced the doubts in his heart. He thought to himself that he was only marginally handsome in terms of looks, but scum in every other way. No money, no power, no status. Why are these girls laying down their lives to help him? No, Ma Xikong used to treat us well. But, on the deserted island, he didn't treat us as human beings, made us his mattresses, made us warm his feet, used our bodies to protect him from the rain, and even, used our bodies to bribe those two bodyguards. Dev spoke with anger in his eyes. So it is. But aren't you afraid that I'm even worse than Ma Xikong? Yifeng continued to ask. Dev raised his head and looked at Yifeng with his black gem-like eyes. You wouldn't. You're very chivalrous. Ma Xikong fought you with his empty hands. You had a dagger but didn't use it. You fought him with your empty hands as well. We women look at men for details. Dev added. Yifeng's gaze slowly solidified. At the same time, his chest puffed out to make himself look like a knight. Congratulations. You got it completely right. I am indeed a chivalrous person. There's nothing to say about my character. Yifeng said seriously. This beauty in his heart. It felt so good to be praised by a beautiful woman that he was giddy and floating up. By the way, Dev, do I have any other merits besides possessing chivalry? Please tell me all of them. I'll continue to carry my merits forward. Yifeng asked with a monkey face. Aha. Dev was in a difficult position. Nope. It can't be, can it? When you think about it a little more carefully and dig a little deeper, it's really gone. Leaf maple. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Yifeng descended from the tree. Back in the cave, the other women had gone to bed, and only Rimiko was still sitting by the fire, a pistol in her hand while she was at it. The little licking dog crouched at her feet with a heavy snort in his mouth. You're back? Rimiko had a bright smile on her face when she saw Yifeng. Aha, are you keeping watch tonight? Yifeng asked. Yes, and take care of fifth brother by the way, he's regained some of his color. Rimiko said. Yifeng walked over to see that Long's breathing had stabilized and his face was no longer in pain. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Yifeng simply sat next to Rimiko. I have to admit, Satomiko is a virtuous woman, not only keeping watch, but taking care of Dragon 5. His hands were not idle, knitting the sails. Since there are no bamboo forests here, the sails were changed to be woven from tree bark. As for the needle, it's good to get one. Use a thick fish spike as a needle. Drill a hole in the front of the spike and thread the line through the hole. The thread used for spinning, on the other hand, uses the coarse fiber of a plant. Feng, they all seem to be asleep. Rimiko suddenly put down her needle and thread, and a trace of winks flashed in her eyes. Yifeng was first stunned and instantly reacted. Rimiko had said that she wanted to have a child for her to inherit Mashiko's fortune under false pretenses. It's not the right time, is it? This place is dangerous. It's better to focus on keeping watch. It's not too late after we settle down here. Yifeng said. In his heart, he also wanted to, but there are times, right, can not just want a moment. You have to stabilize the basic plate, so that, in the long term, to enjoy life. One day cooler and day cooler. Leaf maple is still very precious. Rimiko nodded and picked up her needle and thread again. It's getting late and I'm going to bed, so if you get sleepy at night, wake me up. After Yifeng finished, he fell back to sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but Yifeng felt that his arm was gently pushed by someone. He rushed awake and looked over at the pale Rimiko. What? Yifeng looked out of the cave vigilantly. However, Rimiko quietly pointed to the innermost part of the cave with a wary look in her eyes. Inside, just now I heard something moving inside. Not like the sound of a rock falling, as if something was walking around continuously, and when it was about to get close to the fire, the sound disappeared again. Rimiko whispered, clutching her pistol tightly in one hand. Yifeng probably understood. Perhaps, in that base, there are still some aborigines need to be cleaned up, but it's too late now. So let's wait until daylight tomorrow. Tomorrow take everyone with you. 1 torch each. 1 gun each. Just don't believe it. With so many guns, even if there was a boa constrictor in the base, it would be fucked up by random gunfire. It's okay, I think you're too tired and hallucinating. How about this? You sleep and I'll keep watch. Yifeng smiled and stroked Rimiko's hair. This woman is already pitiful enough. With a dead child and the fear of being on a deserted island, she can't be psychologically pressurized, or else she will go crazy, just like by Guafen. Phantom hearing? Rimiko had a look of confusion on her face, but nodded and fell asleep next to her. Just less than 5 minutes after she had fallen asleep, Susan suddenly sat up straight, almost startling Yifeng. Aren't you going to sleep? Yifeng asked in a small voice. No, there was indeed something in the cave, but the thing seemed to stop again when it saw the light of the fire. So how could I have slept? Susan spoke and sat across from Yifeng. Sister Susan, tomorrow, let's not move first. Let's take everyone in first and clean out everything in the cave before we move things. What do you think? Yifeng asked. Aha! Susan nodded. All the other women didn't matter, but when it came to Susan's turn, she could make herself restless with a random movement. Could it be that her own genes chose her? Susan also noticed Yifeng's flickering gaze. She was very unconvinced. Why Yifeng would rather have that with Zhang Yan than herself? Was she inferior to Zhang Yan? Women are climbers, especially proud women like Susan. She might only have a general good feeling towards Yifeng, but her climbing heart made her want to prove herself. Yifeng, I'm warning you, don't touch my sister. Her first time is not for you. Susan said seriously. Then what if your sister takes the initiative? Yifeng asked rhetorically. This woman, she's stretching her hand too far, isn't she? You're on a deserted island and you're still performing your bodyguard duties. Then you'll have to turn her down too. Susan said. But, I'm a young man. I'm afraid I can't control it. Yifeng's heart also came to be angry, and his tone carried a hint of mockery. If that's true, you can find another woman. Don't you already have Zhang Yan? Susan said. What if Yan is inconvenient? Who will I look for? Yifeng stared tightly into Susan's eyes. Who do you want to find? Susan stared into Yifeng's eyes as well. The two stared at each other for more than 3 seconds. Yifeng simply sat next to Susan. Is it okay to look for you? Yifeng had a provocative face. Looking for me? What about Zhang Yan? She's much prettier than me. Aren't you afraid she'll get jealous? Susan's body pulled back slightly, as if she didn't resist much. Fear not. It's just a trade between me and her. She serves me while I guarantee her safety on the deserted island. But you are different. I like you from the bottom of my heart. Yifeng said with a thick skin. His expression was incomparably serious. You, don't be ridiculous. I'm going to get really mad if you keep this up. Susan hurriedly turned her head away, but her heart was beating fast. Usually she had a stern face, like a tigress, so in the company, no man ever dared to treat her lightly. Only Yifeng had the colorful courage to say such words. Yifeng surveyed the distance and saw that the other few women had already fallen into a deep sleep, so he gently pressed his body against Susan's warm back, and said with his mouth behind his ear, Is there anything wrong with telling the truth? I genuinely like you anyway. I didn't dare to say it before because you were like a tigress, but now that we're on a deserted island, I don't think there's a need to be so restrained and say whatever I want. Susan stood up suddenly. I'm going to bed. You don't disturb my rest. When she finished, she literally left the fire. Leaf maple. Is it, like, the wrong way to open it? The day soon dawned, and after Yifeng waited for everyone to wake up, he took a trip to the woods and scraped a lot of tung tree oil back. Big brother Yi, what are you doing? Ting Tuan Tuan asked curiously. To make a torch, this tung tree oil is more resistant to burning, and even if it meets a drop of water, it won't douse it, Yifeng said without lifting his head. Brother Yi, you know so much. You're at least a postdoctorate, right? Ding Tuan Tuan was filled with admiration for Yifeng. Congratulations, you guessed it all correctly, and I was also a visiting professor inside Harvard University. Yifeng smiled narrowly. Really? Ting Tuan had a shocked look on his face. Okay, don't lie to the kids. Get the torches done and let's go in and clear that underground base first. Susan walked over. She had her pistol in her waistband, a rifle in her hand, and her shoes were off, wrapped in a lot of rope around her pink, jade feet. The others also follow Susan's example. Wrap your hands and feet with a rope, all the way up to your elbows and knees, because there is water inside, and there are a lot of debris in the water, so don't hurt your delicate skin, Yifeng said. The women rushed to get busy. As for the 3 engineers, they didn't care, they just pulled their pants legs up. Yifeng still didn't tell them that there was a possibility of a giant python in the underground base, lest all these guys didn't dare to go down to the water. And when that happened, it would be too scary if only he and Susan went down. By this time, he had also made 5 torches and distributed them to 5 of them. Remember, when we get into the water in a moment, we'll form a single-file serpentine formation, and I'll have a torch in one hand and an engineer's shovel in the other, to set aside the debris in front of us. Susan breaks the back. Among you, who has played with real guns? Yifeng asked. Immediately, several foreigners raised their hands. Alice, go second. Keep an eye ahead for me at all times, and in case of danger, you shoot, Yifeng said. Alice nodded and made an OK sign, picking up the rifle on the ground. In the center, 2, 4 torches should be lit to illuminate a dozen meters in every direction. After saying that, Yifeng was the first to walk towards the depths of the cave. Ting Tuan Tuan was the most excited. She wasn't qualified to take a gun. After all, there were only a few guns, but she did take a spear and a dagger. Are we going on an adventure? It's so much fun. The sound echoed through the huge cavern, going all the way down. The crowd arrived at the underground base, which was already more than 30 meters deep underground. Because of the large number of torches this time, the firelight illuminated a dozen meters around. Yifeng looked up and saw a stalactite suspended above his head, as if it was a sharp awl. Get in the water. Yifeng entered the water and looked back. A few women were a bit timid, because they saw bones floating in the water and all kinds of trash. Hurry up, Yifeng urged. Alice gritted her teeth and stepped into the water as well. Water up to her knees. The others saw this and could only follow. Ding Tuan Tuan was the shortest, and the water flooded up to the base of her thighs, making her uncomfortable. There was a dripping sound coming from all around, but less water dripping than last time, supposedly because the rain had stopped. This is the door. Everyone go in and look for anything of value like uncorroded firearms, bullets, nails, axes, saws. After Yifeng finished speaking, he walked into the warehouse with large strides. Just as he entered, his whole body trembled, only to see that there was a huge snake skin in this warehouse. The snake's skin was largely intact and probably more than 10 meters long. There was also a flash of fear in the eyes of the black girl, Dev. As for the others, living in the city for a long time, they had never even seen snakeskin. They thought it was some kind of fabric. Yifeng picked the snakeskin up with an engineer's shovel. It's fresh and should have faded in the last few days, proof that that snake is still growing all the time, and that the snakeskin is constrictive and shrinks in a circle once it has been removed. Doesn't it mean that the length of this snake is much more than 10 meters? I found the gun. Din Tuan pulled a rifle out of a broken wooden box. This is the nail, right? I found it. Su Yun was also surprised. Pick up the pace, Yifeng said in a low voice. He didn't go looking for something, but pointed his gun into the water and guarded the entrance of the warehouse, stretching his torch as far as he could. He could shoot at any time as long as there was an anomaly in front of him. Brother Yi, this seems to be a bomb, right? Just then, Ting Tuan picked up something huge, roughly half a meter long and around 200 millimeters in diameter. Help her catch it. Don't blow it up. Yifeng sweated and hurriedly urged. Several men hurriedly picked up the shells. When Yifeng looked around, it was a type of shell that he didn't recognize, and it was basically brand new, with no traces of corrosion on it. It is evident that the German of the time did a good job of preserving this type of shell, and after 80 years, it has not yet decayed. Tools and weapons are pretty much taken. On my command, head outside now. Yifeng had just said this when he suddenly perked up his ears. He seemed to hear, far away, a clattering sound. Moreover, the sound was rapidly approaching the location of the warehouse. No good. Yifeng hurriedly closed the broken iron door and stretched the torch outside again. Is that the python? Susan also looked outside the warehouse, but it was pitch black outside, and the torch only shone 5 or 6 meters away. Yifeng made a silent gesture and carefully looked at the water in the warehouse. A layer of ripples rose on the surface of the water, and looking at the direction of the spread of the water ripples, it was towards the warehouse. Wow! The water suddenly broke apart, only to see a black thing leap up from the water. Yifeng's face changed drastically, and the rifle in his hand was sent forward. However, when he got a good look at the thing, he was relieved, for what appeared before him was an oily otter. Scared the hell out of me. Tinkerbell patted his chest. The otter was probably as big as a cat, and when it emerged from the water, it hung around in front of Yifeng, combing its whiskers with its claws. What are you doing here for nothing, little one? Yifeng let out a sigh of relief and lifted it up with one hand. Go home and have otter meat tonight. Yifeng's pale face squeezed out a smile. A group of people left the warehouse one after another, originally coming to clean up the strange aborigines inside. But Yifeng wisely gave up this idea after seeing the huge snakeskin. If they really encountered a giant python of that level, I'm afraid that their group would be wiped out. Unless, of course, they could lure that python to the shore. Moreover, Yifeng understood the habits of pythons. They ate one meal to manage a few months. For a couple months he had the boat built. 5 torches traveling through the water. Unbeknownst to them, a huge black shadow slowly swam past them 5 meters away. Finally returning to the cave, Yifeng began to count the loot. There were a few more rifles, so that there was one for each man. But there were a limited number of bullets, most of which corroded away with moisture and did not always fire. Take all the bullets out into the sun, with the slugs in place, against the rocks, so they don't hurt anyone if they explode in the sun. Yifeng issued the order. Alice, Lena, Anna, 3 foreign women went to tan bullets. Yifeng walked to this huge cannonball again. He weighed in his hand at least 30 pounds. I'm afraid that the explosion can blow the cave down. You guys wait for me in the cave. Yifeng walked out of the cave holding the cannonball, and after walking a kilometer towards the location of the big river, he stopped and placed the cannonball underneath a palm tree, and looked for some dead leaves to cover the cannonball, and put some dead branches on top of it. This was equivalent to a trap, in case he encountered an irresistible ferocious beast, or hordes of strange monkeys. Yifeng could lure them here, and then ignite these withered leaves, sending them all to the west. After making the trap, Yifeng used the dagger to make triangular marks on the palm tree again. After all, the trees here were so dense that without marking them, he could easily get his position wrong. Looking up at the sun in the sky, it must have been around 10 to 11 in the morning and the sun was already starting to radiate its power. That should be enough for today. Yifeng muttered to himself and shouldered his rifle as he prepared to walk back. Suddenly, a herd of buffalo appeared in front of him. At the head of the herd was a big bull, followed by 3 cows and a small cowboy. Beef? Yifeng swallowed his saliva and slowly raised his rifle. Bang! A shot rang out and a cow fell to the ground. Yifeng was about to finish off the big bull, but the guy didn't have any backbone at all and escaped with the rest of the bull. Only the calf was next to the mother, arching its mouth over her carcass. Looks like a mother-son relationship. After only 10 minutes, they saw Susan kill with a large army, all of them looking nervous. Yifeng, is it in danger? Susan had just finished speaking when she saw the cow collapsed in a pool of blood. You're just in time to haul the carcass back. There's enough cow to feed us for a week. After Yifeng finished speaking, he grabbed the hind legs of the cow, and the others came over to help with a happy face. However, the calf charged over and hit Yifeng's thigh with its head. Yifeng didn't bother with it and let it follow the group. The rainforest was all about the underdog, and he didn't give a damn about the feelings between animals or he was going to starve. After dragging the carcass back, the group began skinning the beef, breaking it down into appropriately sized strips. You'll get some water back in a while. Wash the blood off your bodies, and hose down the ground, and what you can't eat off the cows, dig a hole and bury it, so you don't draw the other beasts in. Yifeng stood up and looked up to the sky. In the sky, there was already a vulture circling. These things are nasty. They fly high enough to see far enough to know where there's something to eat, and they'll just keep circling the sky at that location. Some smart beasts, too, will judge where to pick up the slack based on where the vultures are circling, and will likewise gather slowly. Come, one of you go with me to the beach to dry salt. We won't be able to eat all this beef for a while. It needs to be salted. Yifeng looked at the ladies. I'll go. Rimiko stood up, her eyes making deep contact with Yifeng. Gollum. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. Is it possible that Sadamiko can't wait? He can't be distracted, knowing that the ground hasn't been solidified yet. Rimiko, you'd better stay here. You're more stable and staying here will help more or less. Yifeng said. I'm unsteady. I'll go with you. Ting Tuan ran out, still holding the rope in his hand, which, on the other end, was holding the otter he had just captured. What are you carrying it for? I'll slaughter it. The otter's skin is soft and can be made into underwear for you. The other animals' skins are so hard they would be uncomfortable to wear. Yifeng drew out his dagger. No! Several women stopped it at the same time. Brother Yi, this otter is so cute. Let's keep it as a pet, okay? Ding Tuan Tuan said. No! The little black bear can be used as a pet because it can stand sentry. But what use is an otter? After saying that, without any warning, Yifeng stabbed a knife into the otter's body. You? Ting Tuan suddenly had tears in his eyes. Come on, little group. Let's go to the beach. Yifeng took Ting Tuan Tuan's hand. Don't. I won't go with you. You bad guy. Ding Tuan Tuan opened Yifeng's hand. It's better if I go with you. Lena stepped forward of her own accord. Her body had fully recovered, and she exuded an air of maturity and knowledge, mainly due to the glasses that gave her a lot of extra points. Good, let's get going. After Yifeng finished speaking, he led Lena towards the location of the big river. Lena, though a foreigner, seems quiet and doesn't talk much. After the two walked to the location of the Great River, they followed it downstream again and soon reached the beach. But not the beach as it used to be, but the one where the Great River meets the sea. After pouring the seawater inside a piece of alcove, Yifeng simply lay flat on the beach to rest. Salt tanning was a time-killing job, and he was using the time to relax. Lena sat down next to Yifeng and put her face to the jungle position, pistol in hand. From this angle, all of Lena's curves were revealed. Lena, there's something I never asked you. What exactly did you see in that notebook last time? Yifeng suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Lena blushed. Well, I'll tell you, it was the diary of a German GI, and he said that, after the defeat of Germany, several divisions of them set out from the Mediterranean Sea to find a new island. But, one day, several of their warships suddenly lost control of their ships, and went through a foggy area, and came to this place. At that time, several warships were carrying a variety of plants and animals, and they were trying to create the strongest fighters by genetic synthesis, or cross-species mating, in a vain attempt to turn the tide again. The look of worry on Lena's face grew heavier by the end of her sentence. Yifeng's eyes widened. These guys, they were too perverted, actually mating across species. This would also explain clearly why there are tropical and boreal plants on this island. It's not right. If it's just this, your face shouldn't look so ugly. After all, that was 80 years ago. Yifeng was still a bit puzzled. You have great insight. It is written in the back of the diary that they will never be able to go back. As to where, I can't say. But grammatically it's not like they won't be able to go back to Germany, but they won't be able to go back to Earth. A flash of despair flashed in Lena's eyes as she spoke. Yifeng, however, is happy in his heart. Cannot go back is just what I want. Anyway, I am one person to eat, the whole family is not hungry. Are there any other clues? Yifeng still wanted to dig up something valuable. For example, what about their warships? If he could find a warship, he would still build a boat. Driving a warship on a big river in a primitive forest would be awesome. Even if they did, I'm afraid those warships would have been unusable long ago after 80 years of weathering. Lena sighed. It's fine, even if it's half finished, as long as the keel is intact. Tinkering is better than the boat we built, right? Yifeng stood up and looked at the big river with glowing eyes. Since the diary says that the warships did enter the area, it is highly likely that they are either upstream of the Grand River or in mid-anchorage on some unknown beach. And so on. What about those German soldiers? Even if they died of old age, they should have some offspring, right? Because there are female soldiers in Germany as well. Yifeng asked vigilantly. If there were still descendants of the Germans here, it would not be easy to mess up. Maybe, they have already made more advanced weapons and would have already claimed the throne. That's what worries me the most. It says that there was a particularly big catastrophe, and then after writing that last diary entry, there was no diary, so I guess he died in the catastrophe. Lena said a little forlornly. Yifeng rubbed his chin. It was better to be dead. He only hoped that their warships hadn't been destroyed. Even removing a vaporizer down from the top can help tremendously. I've thought it over, and when tomorrow comes, we'll go ahead and carry the keel back to the cavern, and then you'll build the boat at home, and I'll head upriver alone with the gun, and see if we can find the warship, even if it's the wreckage of a warship. Yifeng estimated that the warship was definitely not usable. After all, more than 80 years, German technology is no longer awesome, but also cannot make the warship in the water without rust. But it doesn't matter. There must be a lot of good stuff on the ship, even if it's just some iron plates, iron fenders. It can help. One can save most of the time of shipbuilding. Yifeng, the diary also mentions something, a virus, and that virus has combined with the tropical virus here to form a mutated virus, and once humans are infected, there is no cure. Lena said. Yifeng's face changed dramatically. It allowed him to face the python, the beast, and even that strange monkey. After all, it's something you can see and touch, but viruses are bad, and he's not a doctor, so that's really a lot of power. Tropical viruses, mostly spread from dead animals, and they also require a certain temperature, and a certain amount of humidity, so then I try not to go to places that are more humid and smell worse. Yifeng said dryly. That's all he seems to understand about viruses. Okay, let's continue tanning salt then. Lena loaded up the white substance from the sun and got some more seawater to sun on the reef. Lena, could you teach me German? I admire German's mechanical and metallurgical technology, and in case I can return to civilization someday, I can go and learn some of German's advanced technology. Yifeng said sincerely. Yes, now you read after me. Lena taught Yifeng very carefully. Sitting on the beach with her legs bent, and with the glasses on her face, she really looked like a female college teacher. Intellectual, mature, and quiet. Yifeng listened very carefully. In fact, he had his own little plans. First of all, He doesn't really trust Lena. So he's going to learn German himself and then go see for himself if what's in the diary is what Lena says it is. After all, what genes hybridization these are too metaphysical. Yi Feng is not particularly believe. There was also the point that in the underground base, there must be a lot more information on the Germans, and he needed to have German to recognize it as well. So he couldn't always rely on Lena's mouth to say it. Could he? In case she was a bit selfish, she might make a big mistake. The last point is that after finding a German warship, he has to learn, according to the German language, how to use various things on the warship. The steam engine, for example, or whatever compass. A compass, all of these must have been annotated in German. The two of them stayed on the beach for a day, and Yi Feng continued to tan salt while studying. Finally, when nightfall came, Yi Feng had learned about it and mastered some of the submasters, but this was considered progress. At the same time, they're tanning a superb amount of white matter, almost 20 kilograms of it. Even after filtering it out with grass ash, there should be a good 7 or 8 kilograms of salt left over. It's more than enough for corned beef. Depart. Yi Feng carried several heavy gourds on his back, and Lena drove ahead. Facing such a quiet beauty, Yi Feng was a little embarrassed to take the initiative to molest. Finally back to the mouth of the cave, Yi Feng saw from a long distance that a group of women stood in a row and were looking at the location of the big river with their anxious gazes. I'm back, Yi Feng shouted. When a few women saw Yi Feng, their eyes immediately lit up and they directly rushed over, helping him carry the salt on his body and patting the sand on his body, just like a wife. Just now, they were indeed frightened. After all, it was almost dark and Yi Feng hadn't come back yet. If Yi Feng doesn't come back, what will they do in the future? By the 3 nerdy engineers, or by Dragon 5, who already has a broken leg? Brother Yi Feng, you're back? A mellow voice rang out. Yi Feng was overjoyed and rushed to Longwu, only to see that the good brother had awakened and was sitting on a bearskin, behind which was a soft cushion woven from a cooler and stuffed with some hay. Fifth brother, great! Yi Feng excitedly held Longwu's hand. Hey, I'm already a cripple. Now, is there anything I can do to help you? Longwu sounded a little nervous. Yi Feng noticed that there seemed to be a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Fifth brother, you don't need to do anything. Just recuperate well. Don't worry. If there's soup for me, there's meat for you. You've done me a great favor. I treat you as my own brother. Yi Feng said gruffly. No, you might as well find me something, please. I don't want to be a loser. Dragon 5 insisted. This made Yi Feng realize. It seems that Dragon 5 is afraid that he's dragging the team down and will end up being abandoned by the team, so he's desperate to prove himself. Good. Fifth brother, you're a former soldier. Help me maintain all these rifles. Ah, pistols. By the way, check why these guns like to jam. If we can solve the problem of jamming, will be doing us a big favor. He hurriedly gave the mission in order to reassure Longwu. Okay. The anxiety in Longwu's eyes decreased by 1 point, and he hurriedly picked up his rifle and fiddled with it. He fumbled with the rifle and began disassembling it, laying out the various parts in an orderly fashion on the floor. Tuan, you go over there and study too, and if fifth brother is thirsty, pour him some water or something, and if he's hungry, help roast a meat. Yi Feng said. Oh. Ding Tuan instantly squatted over and carefully watched Longwu disassemble the rifle, occasionally asking about some knowledge of firearms. Longwu was generous and tried to teach as much as he could, and told her how to remain stable while firing, what way the bullet was fired, what the rifling was, the principle of the bullet, and so on. Others were listening with ears open, including a couple of foreign women. Zhang Yan didn't listen to Longwu's lecture, but walked over to Yi Feng. Feng. As she spoke, her mouth nudged toward the creek's location. Her meaning clear enough. Yi Feng originally thought that he could endure it, but his young body didn't agree. The two men walked forward and back toward the location of the waterhole. Zhang Yan just arrived at the waterhole and couldn't wait to hook Yi Feng's neck. Wait, it's inconvenient here. Who's on tree duty today? Yi Feng asked. It seems to be that dark, black girl. Zhang Yan said. Come on, that big tree has thick branches that will help us with privacy. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Yan to the big tree. Under the cover of various bird calls, there was no fear of being discovered. After a long time, it was finally over. I'm sorry. Yi Feng looked at Zhang Yan and a trace of guilt flashed across his face. It's okay, it's safe, count the days. The relatives will be here in a couple of days. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, she hooked Yi Feng's neck again. Yi Feng was instantly excited and inexplicable. If it was a safe period, then he wouldn't be psychologically burdened. Yi Feng was happy in his heart. Just then, his eyes narrowed. You let go of my waist first. Yi Feng pushed Zhang Yan away and walked over to the big tree, picking up an arrow. Did you make this arrow? Zhang Yan asked curiously. Apparently not. This arrow is much more expertly crafted. Yi Feng stroked the arrowhead, which was made of a black stone. Although it was not iron, it was incredibly sharp. The back feather of the arrow is also very well made, forming a three-pronged tail that allows the arrow to be more balanced and shoot farther. Doesn't that mean that there are natives here? Zhang Yan's neck scrunched as cannibals came to her mind. I suppose so. It's not like people in civilization made the arrows, but that's okay. It'd be strange if there weren't any natives on an island this size. Yi Feng stuck the arrow in his waist and turned on the safety of his pistol again, looking around vigilantly. If Lena hadn't lied to herself, then there should have been Germans on this deserted island. But why were there still natives? It is important to realize that if the Germans did get on this deserted island, the natives would be defenseless. After all, when it comes to weapons, the Germans belonged to the descending strike. But in all the time he had been on the island, he had never seen a single German descendant. There's also the point that with all the weapons and ammo in the underground base, if there really are still living descendants of the Germans, they should have taken good care of those weapons. This shows that the Germans on the deserted island have all died out. Otherwise, even if there is only one German descendant, it is impossible to give up so many advanced weapons. Yi Feng looked at the arrow again. The arrow's tail feathers are still relatively well preserved, and should have been discarded here a year or so ago. So the natives here, they should still be alive. There was only one possibility. The natives, using these rudimentary weapons, had killed all the German soldiers. Go back to the cave. Yi Feng's face sank as he took Zhang Yan back. Obviously, the natives should have some other incredible means, or else with this weapon alone, even 100 natives could not possibly beat a single German soldier. People set up their machine guns and they could easily raid all the natives. Where have you two been? Susan crossed her arms and looked at Yi Feng with an unhappy face. Zhang Yan said she's not feeling well, so I'm going to pick some herbs for her. Yi Feng explained. Ha, who believes you? Susan finished and gave Su Yun a wink. Su Yun didn't say anything, but sat next to the fire and stared. Obviously, Susan was just saying bad things about herself to Su Yun, but Yi Feng didn't have time to count now. Everyone all come to fifth brother. Yi Feng spoke and took the arrow out. See this arrow? It doesn't look like it was made by civilized people. This technique is kind of like it was made by the natives. So on this deserted island, not only are we the only survivors, everyone must be careful. On the arrows of the natives, it is likely to quench the poison. Once you shoot it, you will die for sure. Yi Feng explained. The women blushed with fear. However, Yu Sihai patted the rifle in his hand. What are you afraid of? Is the bow and arrow powerful or my gun? Yu Sihai said with a confident face. The crowd was suddenly relieved again. It's true. Bows and arrows are no better than rifles in terms of range and power. Not to mention, they picked up some grenades from down there. This thing can pull off any number of natives for nothing. No, the natives are the aborigines of this place. They know this rainforest. They will surely have some other means that we don't know about. We still have to be careful. Just like in the old days, the people would still put parasites. Can you defend against parasites? Yi Feng explained. This time, Yu Sihai was honest. Yi Feng felt that it was necessary to give them a clear explanation of the current situation, lest they didn't have any sense of crisis at all. Having lived in civilization for a long time, and 80 years after World War II, how can young people still have a sense of crisis? When they really encountered the natives, even if they had firearms, they might not be able to outfight the natives. Lena, you take what's in the journal and tell everyone. Yi Feng named Lena. Yes. Next, Lena told all of what she had seen, only to have the crowd stare in disbelief. Great. Doesn't that mean that there are warships on this deserted island? We won't have to build ships. The three engineering highs were excited. After all, they were engineers and knew how difficult it was to build a ship on a deserted island. So many things needed to be replaced and even the kinetic energy of the ship had to be completely changed. Yi Feng immediately held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Don't you understand? If, at that time, so many German soldiers went up to the desert island, why did they leave no descendants? Yi Feng asked. Perhaps the descendants of those Germans are up the Great River. Ting Tuan said. Impossible. With all the armaments in the underground base, if there really were descendants of the Germans, they would have maintained them and not left the weapons there to rot. So there is only one possibility. The German people who were on the island at that time have all died out. They could have died from some virus, or climate or something like that. But the biggest possibility is that they were exterminated by the indigenous people. Yi Feng said seriously. The atmosphere of the scene became oppressive, and Susan even looked out warily. Others put their hands on their rifles. By now, they finally had a hint of a crisis. There's no need for anyone to worry too much. The arrow has obviously been there for a year, proving that the natives don't come downstream very often, so we're safe for the time being. So don't scare yourself. Yifeng didn't want them to have too much mental pressure. That's right. The natives won't often come downstream. Once we build the boat, everything will be fine. I just don't believe it. The natives can still fly to the boat to kill us? Longwu also laughed. Sure enough, the atmosphere lightened up a bit. Everyone go to sleep. Tomorrow you guys build the ship. I'll go upstream myself to see if there are any warship wrecks. Yifeng said. Susan went and changed Dev back and everyone started to sleep. Yifeng didn't go to sleep until the early hours of the morning. The next morning he arranged for the others to build a boat and then strain the salt out of the corned beef. And then he headed upriver carrying 2 rifles and 2 pistols. Weapons that are prone to jamming. So bring doubles. Walking down to the big river, a hot breeze hit my face. He realized that the water was flowing downstream, but the wind was blowing upstream. Also, when we get the boat, when we want to go against the current, we open the sails, and when we want to go with the current, we close the sails. Yifeng muttered to himself and sliced through the weeds in front of him with his engineer shovel. There are no signs of human movement here, proving that the indigenous settlement was not downstream, but in the uppermost reaches. The shore was dangerous. From time to time animals came here to drink. Yifeng shot and scared away a leopard and a herd of wild boars. At this point, he was 2 kilometers upstream, and the big river gradually became narrower, because when he was downstream, Yifeng could only see the silhouette of the opposite banks. But when he reached this position, he could see the gigantic tree on the opposite bank, but he could only see the outline of the tree. There was a lot of mist over the rainforest, and some of the giant trees were even thrust into the clouds. This is supposed to be the mainstream of a large river with countless tributaries alongside. Yifeng was in trouble at this moment. A tributary 6 or 7 kilometers wide appeared in front of him, causing him to be unable to go any further upstream, and he could only make a 90-degree turn and head deeper into the tributary. Just then, the grass in front of them shifted, as if something was hiding in it, trying to make a sneak attack. Yifeng smiled coldly and leveled his rifle. Whatever is hiding in the grass, one shot is guaranteed to show it up. No! A childish voice came from the grass. Yifeng lowered his rifle and looked at the blonde loli in front of him with a surprised face. She was about 5 feet 4 inches, thin as a bamboo pole, and exhaustion was written all over her childish face. Yifeng vaguely remembered seeing this little loli on the cruise ship, but at that time, she was accompanied by her parents. Little friend, are you alone? Yifeng walked over and squatted down, wanting to help Lori wipe the dirt off her face. However, the little blonde loli took a wary step back, a primitive stone dagger still in her hand. Don't be afraid, little friend. I won't hurt you. I will protect you. Yifeng hurriedly comforted and placed the rifle on the ground. The little loli finally didn't back up anymore and allowed Yifeng to help her wipe the mud off her face. You're a little kid and you survived this long? Didn't anyone else help you? Yifeng asked. No, it's just me. My mommy and daddy are dead. There was no sadness on Lori's face, just helplessness and confusion. It's okay. I'll be your daddy from now on. You'll follow me. There's a cave downstream. There are many uncles and aunts and sisters in the cave. They'll take care of you. Yifeng said heartily. The little blonde loli was so cute that he couldn't help but feel a touch of fatherly love. Aha! Little Lori walked straight right into Yifeng's arms and buried her face in Yifeng's stomach. For the past few days, she just caught some insects to eat, and when she was really hungry, she even ate grass. When she encounters a wild animal, she hides in a tree and only comes down to find food when she is too hungry to stand. Now that she finally saw a human, her hardened heart instantly shattered into a helpless child. What's your name? Yifeng asked. My name is Elaine. Be good, Elaine. I'll protect you. Yifeng kissed her on the forehead and simply carried her body of less than 50 pounds on his back. Today's mission wasn't finished yet. He had to at least find the warship, even if it was a warship wreck. So he couldn't delay his process because of Elaine. After walking for another 10 minutes, Yifeng's body was hot. It turned out that Elaine had fallen asleep on his back and drooled onto his bare shoulder. Yifeng had just revealed a happy smile when his face suddenly changed. Only a muddy swamp appeared in front of them, where a black caiman, curved in size, was lying down to bask in the sun. A rough count showed that there were about 100 of them. 2 of the crocodiles had opened their vertical pupils and were staring at Yifeng without blinking. Grass! Yifeng slowly backed up and raised his rifle. The next moment, a crocodile crawled towards Yifeng. It wasn't fast at first, but after a few crawls, it exploded in speed. Run! Yifeng fled deep into the woods. The crocodile kept chasing it for a few hundred meters before it stopped and tried to leave. But now, Yifeng would not let it go. Bang! A shot rang out and a cloud of plasma exploded from the crocodile's head. It rolled violently for a few moments before falling silent. Elaine also woke up, and she rubbed her fleshy face against Yifeng's neck. Uncle, the sound of the gun will attract other beasts. Let's get out of here, Elaine said. Aha! Yifeng continued to walk deeper towards the woods, at least to bypass the mud swamp. The trees in this upper reaches were particularly tall, and the dense foliage almost completely blocked out the sunlight, and the ground became dimly lit. After Yifeng walked for a while, he only saw a familiar small tree appear in front of him. The small tree was bearing 3 white fruits. This made him feel happy in his heart, and he quietly put Elaine down, and cut the small tree off with a swift, lightning-quick slash. Sure enough, the fruit didn't shrink back after the little tree chopped it off. Yifeng picked it up and ate 2 of them. A rushing heat raged through his body. In just an instant, Yifeng felt that his strength had nearly doubled. Elaine, this is for you to eat. Yifeng picked up the last fruit. Elaine opened her mouth obediently. After eating the fruit, Elaine's pale face turned red, so her power should have increased. Yifeng clenched his fist, and the muscles on his arm tightened as a worm crawled up his arm. He felt that the power of a punch now, even if it wasn't 1,000 pounds, he was afraid that it would be 600 or 700 pounds. Thus, Yifeng swung his fist fiercely at a small tree. Click! The small tree's entire body shook and fell directly towards the side. Yifeng stretched out his leg and aimed at a small tree that was thick as a wrist and swept it fiercely. Click! The small, wrist-thick tree was swept off at once. Ha 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 ha. Yifeng could no longer suppress his inner joy and let out a loud laugh. Uncle, let's go back to the cave you mentioned. It's so dangerous here. Elaine walked over and pulled on Yifeng's coat. Oh yeah, get on the back. Yifeng squatted a horse stance. His back was suddenly soft, and Lori rode up again. Uncle, give me one of your pistols so I can assist you at the back. Elaine suddenly added. This is not at all like the mind of a 12 or 13-year-old. Yifeng felt that she might be a bit older than he had predicted. Perhaps, about the same size as Ting Tuan Tuan. Know how to use it. This is the safety. Don't turn it on when there's no danger or you'll accidentally shoot me. And don't point the gun at your own people. Safety on or off. Yifeng held the pistol and twisted his head to look at the small head on his shoulder. Aha! Elaine nodded. Only then did Yifeng hand over the pistol to her. Next, the duo walked back and finally saw the dead crocodile. Except that a wild dog was tearing at the crocodile's wounds and blood was flowing everywhere. Get out! When Yifeng passed by with a gun butt, the wild dog fell away. Instead, he cut off the crocodile's tail and prepared to take it back so that the women in the camp could taste the tender crocodile meat. This stuff is more tender than beef and you're basically addicted to it once. It's just a pity that there's no alcohol on the deserted island. If we could make alcohol and build a boat, it would be great to party on the deck every day. 2 hours later, Yifeng finally reached the mouth of the cave. 3 engineers were seen doing carpentry with axes, while several women divided the work. Some are on sentry duty, some are weaving sails, some are corned beef. I'm back, and I brought back a little cutie. Yifeng shouted, and everyone stopped what they were doing at once. She's so cute. Alice rushed over and picked Elaine up in a hug. Let me have a hug too. Lena rushed over as well, kissing and hugging Elaine. Let me have a hug too. Su Yun also rushed over. You foreign women, is she as cute as I am? Ting Tuan huffed and puffed as he stood sentry next to him, mouthing the words. Within moments, Lena and Anna took Elaine to the location of the watering hole to wash their whites. Yifeng, on the other hand, carried the crocodile's tail and walked to Ding Tuan Tuan. What? Who owes you money? A face is wrinkled out of water. Yifeng smiled and touched her little head. Brother Yi, do I look cute to you? Tinkerbell brought his little face up to the table. Yifeng hesitated for a moment and suddenly opened his bloody mouth, almost taking half of her face in his mouth and kissing her vigorously. Don't eat me. So much drool. Ting Tuan desperately wiped his face. You're the cutest. Yifeng hemmed and hawed and started to skin the crocodile tail, cut the meat one by one and laid it on a clean stone. As for these crocodile skins, there is still some use for them to be used for shoes. After all, their shoes had been soaked by the rain and were long gone. Especially Yifeng. The front of the shoes were showing thumbs. After a while, little Elaine was brought back. She's even lovelier when she's cleaned up. Just like an angel. Uncle, my pants are torn. Elaine walked up to Yifeng and straightened into her arms. After all, among all the people here, she and Yifeng are the most familiar. And the others? Well, I can only say that it is okay. Don't worry. I'll see if there are any otters and deer. And I'll make you some cute leather clothes and pants then. Yifeng gently patted her back. Aha! Elaine nodded and suddenly fell asleep in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng sighed and felt pity in his heart. Such a small child, living in the wild for so long. I don't know how much he has suffered. He must be tired and sleepy now. You guys take good care of her. It's only about noon. I decided to go back upriver and see if I could find any warship wreckage, or a tribe of natives or something. After Yifeng finished his explanation, he walked to the 3 engineers again. Laborer Chang, the keel hasn't been carried back yet. Are you guys starting here? Yi Feng asked. Don't worry, we're building the deck and cabin now. Just assemble them when the keel is lifted back, Chang Li Bean said without lifting his head. He was hanging a stone with a line that acted as a lifting heap that could determine if the planks were vertical or not. It's been hard on you guys. I'll go first. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he continued to walk upstream. Luckily he had taken on 3 engineers. If he had to build it himself, I'm afraid he would have built a raft, or a canoe, at most. Mr. Ma, are we just going to keep going? No more boat building to go home? On the north side of the beach, Wang Tao asked as he ate the oysters. He didn't realize that there were so many oysters where he used to catch fish all the time. Build a ship? How do you build it? Got nails? Do you have an axe? Nothing. Wang Tao, I say you are also too useless. Right. Girlfriend was robbed. Dad was killed. But you are still here at ease eating oysters. If I have a son like you, early TM get dead. Ma Sikong said nonchalantly. Who says I'm useless? But what can I do? Yi Feng has a gun. He's lucky. And there are so many people helping him. What's more, didn't we go to the cave to look? Yi Feng and the others don't know where they moved to. Asking me to look for someone in the rainforest. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? Wang Tao explained as he suppressed his anger. No. At this point, an engineer spoke up. The dragon bone is still downstream of the cave. That thing took a dozen of our engineers 10 days to build. I judge that Yi Feng will come back to remove the dragon bone. Otherwise they'll have to rebuild it, which will take quite a bit of time. Upon hearing this, Ma Sikong's eyes immediately lit up. This is a good opportunity. Let's go and ambush next to the dragon bone right now. Make more traps and craft a few bows and arrows. When Yi Feng comes back, we'll use the traps to consume him first, and then we'll use the arrows to shoot him when he climbs up with great difficulty. Just don't believe it. He, Yi Feng, is 3-headed and 6-armed. Ma Sikong stood straight up. The others looked at each other and followed him toward the location of the creek. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Yi Feng dried a crocodile. He finally made it through the alligator territory and continued deeper into the tributary. At the same time, this tributary gradually becomes narrower, 6 or 7 kilometers wide downstream, but by the time it reaches here, it's only 30 or 40 meters wide. Tall trees that almost hid the river from view. The water is gradually becoming more diverse, with a variety of fish swimming around in it. Yi Feng knocked a red-bellied piranha to death with an engineer's shovel. The thing was as thick as a finger, but had a mouth full of fine teeth. This stuff should be edible. Yi Feng directly put it in his mouth and took a bite. Fishy. Just as he was about to get up, suddenly, a huge shadow came under the water, almost half as long as Yi Feng. Wow! A giant bone-tongue fish emerged from the water, its head slamming fiercely towards Yi Feng. This thing's skull was as hard as iron. If it really hit Yi Feng's head, Yi Feng would have fainted and drowned in the river on the spot. Grass! Yi Feng hurriedly took a step back and raised his rifle, but after a moment's hesitation, he didn't shoot, because gunfire tends to attract more powerful prey. In the future, as long as it's not the kind of animal that's dead set on chasing you, try to run for it. If you can't, use the engineer's shovel or dagger in your hand to destroy it. Firearms should only be used when your life is in danger. This giant bone-tongue fish didn't hit Yi Feng and instantly swung its tail to dive towards the deep water. However, a bigger piece of shadow swam towards it. With just one bite, the entire giant bone-tongue fish was bitten in half. A large puddle of blood sprang up on the river, quickly attracting a dense population of red-bellied piranhas. Yi Feng continued to walk deeper into the tributary. There was basically no road here anymore. Yi Feng circled around and got lost. He had no choice but to sling his rifle over his shoulder and climb a tall red shirt tree. Almost climbing to the crown of the tree, Yi Feng stopped and observed the path he had traveled from a god's perspective. Shit, after all this, I've been circling this square 20 meters for an hour? Yi Feng was still uneasy and used his dagger to cut down a branch and directly threw it on the way back. In this way, he's kind of marking the road. Just as he was about to climb down the tree, he suddenly looked puzzled, only to see that by the river a few hundred meters away from the red-shirted tree, there was surprisingly a fire, and 3 figures were sitting next to the fire roasting something. And humans? Yi Feng was overjoyed. He could be sure that the 3 figures were all male. I was worried that there were not enough strong laborers to build the ship, and with those 3 people joining me, the shipbuilding speed could be accelerated again. After getting down from the tree, Yi Feng went mang in one direction and finally broke out of this strange circle and came to the fire. The 3 men heard footsteps behind them and hurriedly dropped the fish in their hands, picking up their sticks at the same time. It's you? It's you? Yi Feng and one of the men exchanged glances and immediately darkened their faces. Su Jiaying, you're actually still alive. Ha! Yi Feng looked at Su Jiaying with a frown on his face. This guy is the head of security, Wang Tao's lapdog. Instructed by Wang Tao, often at the door to make things difficult for Yifeng. For example, as soon as he got off work, instead of searching other people, he specifically searched Yifeng, making Yifeng lose face in front of his colleagues. There was also the time of clocking in. When Yifeng was about to be late, he suddenly closed the gate and waited until it was past 9 o'clock sharp before he opened the gate. But the Yifeng at that time didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't beat him up. Hey, now's your chance. Su Jiaying is, after all, the chief of security and has a lot of strength, so let's wait until he builds the boat first. As for the other two, Yifeng was a bit familiar with them. They were the security guards in the company and usually looked up to Su Jiaying. You're not even dead. How can I die? Yifeng, the gun on you, is it real? Su Jiaying asked vigilantly. After all, on a deserted island, people's hearts are unpredictable. In case Yifeng gives him a guy, fake, all out of bullets. Yifeng considered it and tried this Su Jiaying first. Oh, so it's a fake. Yifeng, it's hard for you to survive alone now. Do you want to join us? But I do have conditions. Usually help us keep watch, catch fish, bake fish, help us chase mosquitoes and whatnot. As long as you agree, I will take you. Su Jiaying said. No, I have my own cave downstream where there are many survivors, and we're building a boat to get ourselves home. So you can follow us if you're interested. Yifeng didn't want to get into it with him for the time being. Let's build the boat first. By the way, tomorrow we have to go by the creek to carry the keel back. These three guys are big and thick, just right for hard labor. You're building a boat? Yes, of course. Then let's go now. After Su Jiaying finished speaking, he directly picked up a wooden spear and something that looked like an iron plate, which he made into a shield. On the shield, there are a few more letters. Yifeng took a closer look and was delighted. The letters were exactly the shape of the German language. This piece of iron, where did you find it? Yifeng asked. Oh, this one we found over there. It's at least a dozen kilometers away from here. After Su Jiaying finished speaking, he took two security guards and stood next to Yifeng, ready for Yifeng to show them the way. Wait, when you found this piece of iron, did you find any others, or warships or anything? Yifeng asked. Hui Ka Hing? Yifeng, what are you talking about? This is just a broken piece of iron. Why are you bringing up the warship again? So then, you only saw this piece of iron? Didn't search the neighborhood? Search a chicken. Hurry up and lead the way home. My patience is very limited. Su Jiaying clasped his hands on his arms and swept Yifeng with a stern gaze. He had made up his mind in his heart that if Yifeng dared to lie to him, he would absolutely fuck Yifeng to death. There were originally a dozen of them, most of them women, elderly, and middle-aged. Su Jiaying and his two security guards, naturally, became the leaders of the team. The first few days were fine. He had nothing else on his mind and was waiting for the rescue machine. But after waiting a few days without seeing the rescuer, his look at the woman changed. Not only did he rape a young blonde woman, he stabbed the young woman's husband to death. As for that little loli, he originally wanted to do it as well, but he was a step too late and let the little loli escape downstream. Because of that incident, the people in the team started to disapprove of the three of them. So Su Jiaying got the people in there killed one by one again. The women are worse. They play and then die. The men are better. They just get killed. Due to his poor management, it's only been less than a month and the team is down to the three of them bare bones. Okay, follow me. Yifeng immediately led the way in front, his brain spinning rapidly. These three guys are still somewhat useful. Wait for tomorrow. First go and carry the keel back, then let them lead the way to the upper reaches of the river. Centered there, and start searching in a 10-kilometer radius. There must be other wreckage of the warship. Better find a vaporizer or something like that. After a few kilometers downstream, the three guys suddenly couldn't go any further and slumped to the ground like mush. With this amount of stamina, how did you guys manage to run to a location more than 10 kilometers upstream? Yifeng was shocked. What? That took us half a month to get anywhere. There's not even a road in this rainforest. There's poisonous snakes and beasts everywhere. You think it's easy? Su Jiaying gasped and said. Yifeng rolled his eyes and immediately waited for them at the same spot. When it was completely dark, Yifeng finally brought the three guys back to the cave. Su, Mr. Su, you're Mr. Su Jiaying saw Su Yun at a glance. Aren't you a security guard from the security department? Great. You're alive too. Su Yun was thrilled. Yes, Mr. Su, I don't know if Brother Tao is still alive. I'm weirdly missing him now. Su Jiaying then wanted to rush over and hug Su Yun, but Yifeng stepped in between. Alright, I'm sure you guys haven't eaten anything good this month, so whoever that is, roast some meat for them. Yifeng said. Let's get these three guys well first. After all, engineers can't all be used for physical labor. Right. If they get exhausted, he'll have no one to use. but these 3 guys are ready to be wasted. Sadamiko nodded and went to cook for the 3 guys. Su Jiaying's eyes lit up when he saw Sadamiko, because most of the women here, with their tattered clothes, either show their arms or legs, especially Alice, who was still in her bikini, just a grass skirt around her waist. In the eyes of the 3-headed beast, it was all white meat. Come over here, you two, and we'll discuss this. The 3 guys went to the corner at once. Captain, you're rich, there are so many beautiful women here. We can play for a week even if we take turns. As for Yifeng, a softie, those 3.5 old men are surely no match for us. And as for that cripple, there's nothing more to say. Yes, Captain, let's let Yifeng get us well first and play when we have enough energy. However, Su Jiaying glared at the 2 guys. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Why are you 2 in such a hurry? First of all, we need to build the ship. Those 3 engineers can't be offended. As for Yifeng, when we have enough to eat, we will directly beat him into submission. That cripple in the cave, just find a chance to take him out and get him killed. Hey, the rest of the women, we can play casually. Engaged in the head are fine. Anyway, there is no law here. When the boat is built, first let these women help us rowing. Fast home, directly thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Anyway, we cannot let them go back to the police. So in a little while, after we've eaten our fill, we'll call everyone over for a meeting to determine the leadership of the 3 of us. Su Jiaying said faintly. Captain, you still know how to play. That big ocean horse. I'm going to play first. I want to play with that cute little sister. The 3 of them just conjectured. Yifeng had long seen their virtues in his eyes, but did not say anything. We'll let the 3 guys know who's the daddy when we're done eating. Susan should have gone to the tree to keep watch, or the 3 guys wouldn't have had that lewd grin on their faces. After all, they had seen Susan's kung fu, and they had no problem fighting 5-1. Come on, let's eat. Sadamiko had already roasted the meat, and the helmet was simmering with broth, which was topped with some wild greens. Vitamins still need to be supplemented a bit. You can't eat all meat, right? The 3 Su Jiaying walked over and sat directly on the seat belonging to Yifeng. You 3 don't know the rules at all. That stone bench is for Big Brother Yi. Get up. Ding Tuan Tuan angrily rebuked. Little sister. Hey, Uncle hurts you, oh. Don't be so fierce, one of the guards said with a greasy face. Ding Tuan Tuan was startled and hurriedly hid behind Yifeng. Forget it, let's eat first. Where's that Elaine? Is she still sleeping? Yifeng asked. Yes, still sleeping inside the cave. She already ate once. This child should have suffered a lot. Lena wiped her tears, motherly love flooding her eyes. Okay, open up. Yifeng picked up the roasted meat. Su Jiaying 3 guys have a lot of food. After all, the company's security is not specialized in standing guard, and occasionally have to go to the office to help lift the table and so on. After eating for a full hour, everyone was all full. Su Jiaying leaned his back against the stone wall and rubbed his stomach with one hand. Once the food was pretty much digested, it was his turn to establish leadership. Have you guys eaten yet? Su Jiaying slowly stood up, and his 2 lapdogs stood behind him with a wooden stick each, like eunuchs, cheering the emperor on. However, there was no bird for him, and a couple of women were chatting in whispers. Yifeng was sharpening the arrowhead with his dagger. 3 engineers are discussing the structure of the boat. What did I ask you guys? Su Jiaying felt that his face could not hang on. He wanted to ruthlessly slap the table, but there was no table here. So, with a vengeance, he kicked right into the fire. Ah! Sparks splattered everywhere. At the same time, Su Jiaying's pants leg burned. Yifeng coldly glanced at him and slowly got up. Next, he was going to beat these 3 guys into submission. Otherwise they definitely wouldn't work honestly. From now on, I'm your boss. Who's in favor? Who's against? Yifeng froze, not expecting someone to steal his lines, only to see that Su Jiaying had stood on a rock, looking down on the crowd. Don't be unconvinced. This is a deserted island. There is no law. So it's the weak and the strong. If you listen to me, I will take good care of you. But if you don't, I'm sorry, I'll drive you away. Su Jiaying said loudly. On what grounds? Yu Sihai stood up. Just by my fist. On a deserted island, whoever has a hard fist is the king's law. Su Jiaying said coldly. I'd like to match fists with you to see who's tough enough. Yifeng put the dagger back on the ground and didn't use his gun. Su Jiaying turned around and looked at Yifeng coldly. I knew you would jump out to make trouble. Today, I'll let you see how powerful I am. After saying that, he directly pounced towards Yifeng. Unsurprisingly, before he could even get close, Yifeng slapped him on the ground and couldn't get up for half a day. You're that strong? Su Jiaying raised his head and looked at Yifeng in shock. The women rushed to take their seats next to each other, all excited and ready to watch the show. Captain Su, it seems that your fist is not as hard as mine. Are you convinced now? Yi Feng asked. I'm convinced your mom. Guys, fuck him together. Don't be polite. At Su Jiaying's command, the three guys rushed towards Yi Feng. Still no surprises. After only 2 minutes, the three guys were on the ground, and one of Su Jiaying's front teeth was even knocked out. He covered his leaky mouth and looked at Yi Feng with a defiant face. Yi Feng, you're damn good at fighting? Why didn't you fight back before in the company? Su Jiaying asked. You idiot. Hitting someone is against the law in a civilized society. Hitting back is mutual assault. Yi Feng clasped his arms with both hands. He could feel it. These three guys were very unconvinced. Grass, Captain. This guy is so strong. What should we do? A security guard helped Su Jiaying up. Copy that. Fuck him. 3 men picked up sticks. Yi Feng was not polite and similarly picked up the bamboo spear. With the weapon, Yi Feng was like a tiger with wings, and his bamboo spear danced with a whirring sound. He didn't kill him painfully either. He just used the bamboo spear as a stick. In just a moment's work, the three guys were smacked with bruises and purple patches on their bodies, and their screams were endless. Convinced? 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 Every time Yi Feng asked a question, it was a bamboo spear going down. Don't fight. We're convinced. Su Jiaying was the first to give in. Yeah, don't fight. We're really convinced. The 2 security guards also conceded. Yi Feng nodded and threw the bamboo spear to the side. He didn't want to hit hard, otherwise these 3 guys wouldn't be able to carry the dragon bone tomorrow. It's good if you're convinced. In the future, you 3 will join the engineering team. You have to listen to the words of the 3 engineers. What they tell you to do. What you do. You're not allowed to be lazy, or else you won't have any food to eat. Understand? Yi Feng said. Good. Su Jiaying nodded with a gloomy face, his heart raging with anger. Snapped. Tinkerbell led the applause. Brother Yi, you fought so cool. Several other women saw this and clapped along. Snapped. For a while, the cave resounded with the sound of flesh crashing against flesh. The 3 guys shrank to the side with gray heads and flickering eyes, as if they were still holding back some big move. Yi Feng didn't care, but called the others outside the cave. Everyone pay attention. Put the gun under the pillow at night. Don't let those 3 guys get it. Those who keep watch at night not only have to guard against the beasts, but also have to guard against the 3 guys who make bad things happen. Yi Feng said. Aha! The crowd agreed and immediately went back to prepare for rest. On the contrary, the 3 Su Jiaying people were squatting in the corner like beggars. Yi Feng was still uneasy, so he drew a few tree vines back. We're going to rest for the night, but we don't feel comfortable with the 3 of you, so I'm troubling the 3 of you. I have to tie you up to feel at ease. Yi Feng said. What? Su Jiaying was furious. I said, I'm relieved to tie the 3 of you up, but tomorrow morning, as soon as our people wake up, we'll untie you. I'll tie the 3 of you up outside the cavern. In case any wild beasts come, you'll yell and scream to wake us up, and I'll naturally come out to save you. Yi Feng said seriously. Grass. Fight him. Another vicious battle. Yi Feng used 30% of his strength this time, only to beat the 3 guys so much that their whole body couldn't move. Brother Bao, please come over here and help me tie him up. Yi Feng greeted. Yes. 2 engineers came forward, tied the 3 men into dumplings, and tied one end of the rope to a large tree. In this way, they could not move their hands, only their legs could move, and they could only move within a circle of 5 or 6 meters. Tonight, Tinkerbell, Alice, you 2 keep watch. Yi Feng finished and ran back to sleep. A few women's pretty faces flushed, and they all squeezed in front of Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng pushed away most of the women and only held Su Yun and Elian in his arms. They were the youngest here and had a weaker resistance, so Yi Feng had to keep them warm. Outside the cavern, the 3 Su Jiaying people were crouching together. Grass. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect Yi Feng to be so capable of fighting, a security guard said with an angry grunt. They were the leaders in that team in front of them, but they didn't expect that when they arrived at Yi Feng's territory, not only did they not become the leaders, but they were instead picked up by Yi Feng like dogs outside the door. That's how people are. Once they taste power, they never want to be subordinate again. We can't go on like this. Tomorrow, let's find an opportunity to lure Yi Feng to a place where no one is around. One of us will keep talking to him to distract him. The other one will sneak attack from behind. Remember, hit directly towards the head, and try to fuck up his head with a stick. The night wind blew the fire from side to side, and Su Jiaying's face clouded over. But Yi Feng is too strong. I'm afraid this isn't safe yet, a security guard said. Then, wait until we carry the dragon bone. Just now I eavesdropped on a few women's conversation, saying that we will be sent to carry the dragon bone tomorrow. Yi Feng will surely follow and carry it. That should be a very heavy thing. while he is half dead from exhaustion, one of us will talk to him, and one of us will sneak in from the back. With this three-pronged attack, even if he is a god, he will die. Su Jiaying said. Okay, it's decided. A smile appeared on the faces of the three, as if they saw Yi Feng had fallen into a pool of blood, and all the women were rolling over and chanting underneath their bodies. Unbeknownst to the three guys, the entire conversation was overheard by Susan, who was on watch in the tree. The next morning, the three guys were huddled together and dozing off when they were untied by Yi Feng. They wiped their eyes and looked at Yi Feng with a confused expression. Let's go. The four of us have work to do today. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he gave them a piece of roasted meat each, and used a bowl made of leaves to give them a bowl of broth each. After all, he had to do physical labor, so today's Yi Feng was especially generous. The three of them exchanged glances and immediately took a big bite. After eating, Yi Feng carried a rifle, 2 pistols, 3 daggers, and an engineer's shovel on his back. Su Jiaying, take this engineer's shovel and go to the front to clear the way, Yi Feng ordered. What, you're asking me to make a path? Wait, is that an engineer's shovel? Okay, give it to me, I'll clear the way. Su Jiaying hurriedly took the engineer's shovel and waved it twice into the air, a sinister smile on his face. After walking towards the downstream of the big river for a while, Yi Feng had the three of them climb towards the mountain in groups again. When they finally reached the beach, the three guys kept looking for a chance to go around Yi Feng's back, but for some reason, this Yi Feng seemed to have some kind of sensing, always standing behind the three, not giving them a chance. Yi Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Susan had already told him about the intentions of these three people. According to Yi Feng's previous temperament, he would have directly fucked the three guys to death, but now there is no way. Strong laborers are needed to lift the keel, and after lifting the keel, you have to go back to building the boat, felling the wood, and drilling holes for the wood. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Choi, you come to the front and drive the road. I'm going to take a shit in the back. Su Jiaying suddenly covered his stomach and tried to walk behind Yi Feng. What are you doing? Yi Feng's face turned cold. I'm going to have diarrhea. Could it be? You're making me hold it back? Su Jiaying said angrily. At this moment, the person called Xiao Kai spoke up. Brother Feng, we actually saw the rescue plane upstream, but unfortunately, we were in the jungle at the time, and the foliage covered us up, so the rescue plane didn't see us. Yi Feng's body shook slightly. If you want to take a shit, just do it in front of you. I'll watch you do it. It's okay. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he gripped the pistol in his hand, keeping an eye on the movements of the three. The three guys were just standing dangerously close to each other, half surrounding themselves in a roundabout way. Su Jiaying's fists tightened and loosened, finally taking off his pants and taking a stinky shit next to him. No paper to wipe your ass rubbing on the ground. Continue on the road, Yi Feng urged. So the four men continued on to the creek. Downstream of the cave, Ma Xikong was ambushed in the bamboo forest, and Wang Tao was lying beside him. Both men held improvised bows and arrows in their hands, and upstream of the bamboo forest, 4 other engineers were ambushed. Wang Tao, you're still somewhat useful. At least digging holes is a good hand. Ma Xikong laughed. Thanks for the compliment. Wang Tao was burning with rage. This Ma Xikong was too bullying, actually letting him dig a hole alone. Digging for a whole day and night before digging out a large 4-meter deep hole. The large pit was right next to the keel, covered with some bamboo branches. As long as Yi Feng and the others came to lift the keel, they were bound to fall. What if Yi Feng doesn't come? Wang Tao asked. Don't worry, he'll be here. It's just a matter of time. SHHH. Mascot made a gesture of silence and looked downstream. Brother Feng, don't be so old-fashioned. As long as the 4 of us work together, it's invincible. So many women to play with. Why do you need to? I don't believe it anymore. You can satisfy so many women by yourself, especially those foreign chicks. I heard that they have a great demand. Our 4 brothers can go together. Su Jiaying was hypnotizing Yi Feng, making Yi Feng's pants look ugly. No problem. I promise you guys. But let's carry the keel back first, Yi Feng said indifferently. He was false with these 3 guys for the time being, and when he carried the dragon bones back, he still had to beat them up, or they wouldn't be honest. Ha ha ha, great. As long as Feng joins us, our 4 groups will be the strongest organization in the camp, and those 3 engineers, we can put them to work and help us build the ship. As for the women, we play rock, arrow, knife and cloth every night, or have a go at the emperor by turning over the cards. What about that cripple? Brother Feng, if your relationship with that cripple isn't that ironclad, my suggestion is to find a place to throw him into the river and feed him to the fishes. He doesn't have much value anyway. The 3 of them had a word for each other and kept giving Yi Feng suggestions. Yi Feng's patience had reached its limit. As long as these three guys gave one more word of nonsense, he would stop pretending. The keel in front of him was already hidden in sight. Yi Feng's face was joyful, but in the next moment, he frowned and turned his gaze to the bamboo forest on the bank. For some reason, he felt that place was dangerous. It was a gut feeling. First of all, next to the keel should be water plants. Why there are more bamboo leaves, and the color of the bamboo leaves is still green and not dead, proving that someone discarded the bamboo leaves there within the last day. He quietly pulled the safety off of his rifle, the corner of his eye alerting him to the bamboo forest, and the position of the sky. Ouch! One of the guards suddenly fell into the trap and a scream came out of his mouth. Su Jiaying was startled and hurriedly lay down on the hole and looked downwards. Below the trap stood a sharpened bamboo, one of which, coincidentally, directly stabbed his little brother. Holy shit, my compass seems to be ruined. Captain, pull me up, pull me up. The little brother desperately reached upward. Su Jiaying swept his gaze from side to side and suddenly looked towards the location of the bamboo forest. There must be natives ambushing us. Just as the words fell, a bamboo arrow shot out from the bamboo forest, but it was not accurate enough. It only shot at Su Jiaying's thigh, and it only pierced the skin. Holy shit, there really are natives. Su Jiaying jumped up and down anxiously. Bang! A gunshot. Yi Feng made his move. He pulled the bolt, faded out the bullet casing and stuffed another bullet in. That's the bad thing about these antique guns. You have to manually fade and manually reload every shot. Grass. Yi Feng fired another shot, and the bullet broke a bamboo. Then he heard disorganized footsteps coming from the bamboo forest. Ma Xikong's group rushed out, holding strange and primitive weapons. Don't be afraid, people. This gun can only go up one shot and hit one. Ma Xikong ran a zigzag pace towards Yi Feng while shooting another arrow at him. He was an expert with a gun, and one look at Yi Feng's maneuver, he knew that he was a novice, so he had a certain degree of certainty that he could finish Yi Feng off. Due to the close proximity, Yi Feng had just loaded the bullets when Ma Xikong's stick knocked over. Bang! The bullet sliced through Ma Xikong's left waist, plowing a bloody furrow. Ah! Ma Xikong screamed miserably, but the stick still smashed hard on Yi Feng's rifle. For a moment, the rifle came off. Wang Tao was the second to rush over. Son of a bitch, pay for my dad's life. Yi Feng kicked over and Wang Tao was instantly sent flying. However, the four engineers also rushed over. Although they couldn't fight, some of them hugged Yi Feng's thighs, some hugged Yi Feng's back, and some grabbed Yi Feng's arms. Ma Xikong forced himself to stand up from his serious injuries, and stooping down, he picked up his rifle. Bang! A gunshot came from downstream. The rifle in Ma Xikong's hand was directly knocked away. Not good. There's backup. Ma Xikong was so shocked that he directly turned around and ran. Wang Tao's eyes rolled and he also followed Ma Xikong. The four engineers were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Ma Xikong had sold them so dry. Mr. Ma, there's still us. Wait for us. The four men let go of Yi Feng and rolled and crawled towards the upstream to chase after him. Yi Feng finally freed his hands and pulled out the pistol on his waist as soon as he did. Bang! The engineer at the end of the run was shot in the head. All of you stand still, or else I'll kill you all one by one. Yi Feng's eyes were red and his killing aura was revealed. Fortunately, he had left a backhand, or else just now, even if he was able to kill all of Ma Xikong's group, he was afraid that he himself would have to take a shot. Su Zhenpin came up from downstream with his rifle. This was something Yi Feng had arranged in advance, allowing Susan to hang far behind the group. After all, he was only mortal, and he had to be prepared for everything with more than one hand. The three engineers hurriedly held their hands high and came honestly downstream. All on the ground with your hands on your head. Yi Feng raised his gun and ordered. The three works rushed to the ground. Sister Susan, just watch them here. I'll go and fuck up Ma Xikong and Wang Tao. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he held his double guns in his hands and chased after them upstream at a fast pace. But just after chasing him to the entrance of the cave, Yi Feng stopped in his tracks. Ma Xikong was too cunning. What if he laid traps for himself on the way? Count the balls. Little lives matter. Yi Feng returned to the downstream again, his heart calculating how to deal with Ma Xikong. This cunning guy, otherwise he is like a thief, jumping out at any time to give himself a bit. That cannot be defended. Su Jiaying had already dragged the injured guard out of the trap. The guy was bleeding nonstop from his inner thighs, but he was still in good spirits, so he obviously hadn't been hurt in any major way. Are you still able to do strength work? Yi Feng looked straight at the security guard, the killing aura in his eyes undisguised. I can do it. That security guard was quite resourceful at the critical moment. Yi Feng directly took off his pants and looked at it. I guess it's ruined, but it's not too serious, so I should be able to do power work even after 3 or 4 days of recuperation. Don't help him, let him follow the group on his own, and if he can't keep up, Hey! Yi Feng's meaning was self-evident. Su Jiaying nodded and directly abandoned his little brother. 3 of you engineering quantities, plus 2 security guards, 5 of you, lift my keel, now, Yi Feng ordered. The 5 of them looked at each other and could only use all their strength to lift the keel. It's so heavy, I'm afraid it's not 1,000 pounds. Su Jiaying's face was as red as blood as he earned it, and his teeth squeaked as he clenched them. Because he lifted the faucet. He was the heaviest, carrying more than 300 pounds all by himself. Cut the crap and head downstream. If anyone drops the ball for me, that engineer is the downfall, Yi Feng ordered. The 5 people were shocked in their hearts and could only carry the keel downstream with trembling legs. The security guard with the oozing egg whites gritted his teeth, picked up a stick to use as a crutch, and struggled to follow the group. Yi Feng was in the front to open the way. Susan was in the back to break the back, and anyone who was dishonest could be solved with a single shot. Bang! Just a kilometer downstream, the massive keel hit the ground hard. The 5 guys were on the ground gasping for air, even with their tongues sticking out to aid in the cooling process. Yi Feng didn't rush, but picked up his rifle and looked at both sides of the creek vigilantly. Just a moment ago, he felt a little quieter around him. Brother Feng, you can help carry the faucet too. I really can't carry it anymore. Su Jiaying cried out. So, you have no use for it. Yi Feng spoke and pressed the gun against his temple. Don't. I have value. I really do. Su Jiaying braced himself and stood up, directly carrying the dragon head on his shoulders. You 4 hurry up and lift or I, Feng, will shoot you. This guy Su Jiaying, after he himself was threatened by Yi Feng, he transferred his anger to others. Not bad for a security chief with a high sense of being a dog. Yi Feng looked at these guys like they were dead people. Anyway, once the ship was built, he would never keep these guys. The only ones who could really stay were the 3 engineers in the cave, plus 5. Then, there are the women. A few men lifted the keel again and staggered downstream. This time, they only lasted a few hundred meters before sitting down again. I just can't lift it anymore. An engineer in his 50s howled. Yi Feng sighed and could only join the crowd himself. Susan is under a lot of pressure as she has to be constantly alert to the dangers around her. With the raw power joining them, the pressure on the others was instantly reduced, and the group of 8 quickly trotted downstream. Stop. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly threw the dragon bone. Ouch. Ah. The pressure on the other 5 multiplied, and they let out a miserable howl. The moment he put down the keel, Yi Feng raised his rifle up and aimed downstream. Although Susan didn't realize anything, she still followed Yi Feng to aim downstream, only to see more than 30 strange monkeys walking up from the downstream location. Some of them are carrying animal carcasses, some are carrying cubs on their backs, and some have blowpipes in their hands. The strange monkey at the head skillfully took the blowpipe in his mouth. Shoot them, kill them all, Yi Feng roared. Bang bang, Susan's side opened fire as well. It's only been 2 or 3 times that the monkey has been fucked to death. Yi Feng had no choice but to throw a pistol to an engineer. You shoot along or that thing will kill us all, Yi Feng roared. I've seen these things before, and they don't seem to hunt animals for food. They hunt for fun. This engineer took the pistol and started shooting in bursts. The strange monkeys dropped what they had on them, some coming straight ahead, some meandering through the bamboo forest, and some wading across the stream. At the same time, they will also use the blowpipe as a pole. A jump is 5 or 6 meters high. 30 strange monkeys, but they created a momentum of 1,000 armies. In Yi Feng's line of sight, it seemed as if the strange monkeys were rolling over from the sky, so that people could not resist. At this moment, he seemed to understand how the Germans became extinct. No, let's run away. The engineer fired a few shots, then simply dropped his pistol and turned around to flee upstream. Grass nigga, don't run. Yi Feng was anxious and angry, and there was no way to distract him. One man took the lead and the others followed and fled. In the original place, only Yi Feng and Susan were left holding on. Pust. Ah. Yi Feng covered the base of his thighs with one hand. A sharp pain spread from there to his whole body, and the muscles of his whole body went numb, and the rifle fell straight to the ground. But with a backhand, he pulled out the rest of his pistol and kept shooting at the strange monkey. Yi Feng, get up. Susan gave a quick shout. Yi Feng wanted to stand up, but his legs lost consciousness, and a numbing sensation was spreading towards his legs. Susan, run, leave me alone. At the critical moment, Yi Feng made a tragic decision. Without a word, Susan pushed the bullets into the chamber one by one and withdrew them from the casing one by one. The strange monkeys were now less than 10 dead, but Yi Feng had already collapsed. The rifle's bullets quickly ran out. Susan threw the rifle away, pulled out a pistol with one hand, and dragged Yi Feng towards the bamboo forest by grabbing him with one hand. Bang! 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 There were just 7 rounds, and after Susan had fired 3, the bullet jammed. With a clench of her teeth, she directly carried Yifeng on her back and escaped towards the bamboo forest. Put! Yifeng felt 2 more shots in the back of his ass. Susan, you're using me as a shield, are you? Yifeng was in pain. The poison on this blowgun is a potent poison, and when it is stuck in the body, it is like being stabbed with a red-hot needle. Susan didn't have the strength to talk. She gasped for air and carried Yifeng on her back as she darted through the bamboo forest and soon ran under a banyan tree. Can you move? Susan asked. I can't. Not only can't I move my legs now, even my left hand can't move. Only the fingers of my left hand are still somewhat sentient, Yifeng said. Susan nodded and suddenly threw her pistol toward the banyan tree before she too jumped up, only to see one of her toned thighs hooked onto a branch, one hand pulling on Yifeng's belt and dragging him hard towards the tree. Behind them, the squeaking of the strange monkeys was getting closer. Susan pulled Yifeng to the banyan tree at the critical moment and jumped into Yifeng's arms again. After all, the banyan tree was just a little bit thicker, and the two had to be stacked on top of each other to avoid the strange monkey's gaze. Yifeng's entire body felt soft now, even his nerves were paralyzed, but he could still smell the good smell of Susan. The creaking under the tree came closer and closer, then slowly faded away. It was unknown how long it took for Susan to get up from Yifeng. She looked carefully under the tree first, before leaning against the stanchion to catch her breath. She almost died of exhaustion just now. She didn't realize that Yifeng looked skinny and thin but was far heavier than expected, thus showing that Yifeng's muscle mass and bone mass were high. After panting for 2 minutes, Susan suddenly pulled down Yifeng's pants with one hand. No! Yifeng wanted to speak, but found that the nerves next to his mouth were also paralyzed, so he could only make whimpering sounds. Susan glanced inside Yifeng's pants and immediately blushed. This poison should be very strong. I have to suck it out for you, so bear with me. When she finished, Susan ambled off. Yifeng only felt that the 3,000 green silks were entangled with his messy hairs. Susan spat out several mouthfuls of black blood in succession, and finally, the black blood turned red. In fact, before Susan even started to inhale, Yifeng felt that there was a force in his body that was fighting against this toxin. Now after Susan had taken a few puffs, these toxins were expelled in a smooth manner, and I don't know if it was Susan's doing or the power in her body, or both, I guess. An ass. Susan tried with all her might to turn Yifeng over. Yifeng's heart was refreshed. He wanted to tell Susan that he was actually almost fine, but that feeling just now was too fascinating. You guys, you look skinny but you're so heavy, you almost tired me out. Susan finished and flipped hard. Ouch. Yifeng fell directly from the banyan tree. Luckily there were a lot of weeds below. You can talk? Susan jumped out of the tree. Yifeng slowly propped up his body. He felt that his hands and feet were not as flexible as before. I'm afraid that it would take a certain amount of time before he could recover to his peak state. Yes. Thank you, Sister Susan. If it wasn't for you helping me take drugs, you might have died. Yifeng said from the bottom of his heart. You shut up. Don't talk nonsense to others when you go back, or I'll cut you up. Susan glared at Yifeng. Ouch. Yifeng's legs went soft and he directly sat on the ground. What's wrong with you? Susan looked at Yifeng warily. Maybe, you haven't completely sucked it clean. There are still some toxins left in me. It doesn't matter. The big deal is death. But I can't let you help suck it anymore. Yifeng said with a righteous face. Susan looked Yifeng up and down, then around to his back, and suddenly shouted, Get out of the way. There's a cobra behind you. Susan yelled. Ha! Yifeng was shocked and rolled to 3 meters with his hands and feet. His hands were incredibly athletic. Where are the snakes? Yifeng asked seriously. However, Susan came over with her arms crossed and grabbed him by the ears. A man and a woman walked out of the bamboo forest. The man still dryly explaining. I don't know what happened. The toxins flushed themselves out when you scared me. Come on, do you think I'm one of those stupid women in the cave? Those guys all ran away. What about this dragon bone? Susan asked. Moo. No sooner had her words fallen than she saw 2 buffalo appear across the creek. There was panic in the eyes of these 2 buffaloes, and when they saw the 2 of them, they even raised their heads to look at each other, and by the looks of it, it seemed like they were greeting each other. Ha ha ha. Yifeng immediately walked over and touched the noses of the 2 large buffaloes with his hands. Benda, will you do me a favor, please? Come on, Corbin. Yifeng grew up in the countryside and knew how to communicate with the buffalo. He picked some young leaves from the top of the tree for the 2 buffaloes to eat, then quietly inserted a few sticks into the holes of the keel, and finally, using the old 100 oxen vines, quietly tied the sticks to the backs of the 2 oxen. So much for a good yoke file. This thing can be packed on a cow's shoulder and the cow can't get rid of it at all. 2 ox brothers, please, follow me. After Yifeng finished, he seduced the 2 buffaloes with tender leaves in front. The heavy keel was pulled slowly as the buffalo moved forward. Feng, we're back again. Just then, 6 guys appeared in the bamboo forest. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. He thought that these guys wouldn't come back, but he didn't think that they were addicted to being abused. It's good to be back. Come over and help carry the dragon bones. 6 of you carry the dragon's tail. 2 buffaloes carry the dragon's head. Let's speed up. Yifeng coldly said. Okay, Maple. Su Jiaying agreed and brought a few people over to lift the dragon's tail. Yifeng then took the tender leaves in front of the lead cattle, with 2 head of raw power to join. The back of a few guys to lift the easy and unparalleled, has been walking to the beach without rest, because of the 2 buffalo, sharing 60% of the gravity. A few moments ago, after Su Jiaying's men escaped to the upper reaches of the river, they met up with the 3 engineers. After a belly-to-belly discussion, they decided to continue back to the caves, as the only tools available in the caves would be able to build a boat. There was another point. Su Jiaying felt that he hadn't played with the women in the cave yet, and he was very reluctant. The last point, he wanted to take revenge. He had to get Yifeng killed before he could smooth out his anger. The 6 guys hit it off, so they came back as a group to deliver the groceries. Just rest on the beach for a while, then we'll carry the keel home in one fell swoop. At Yifeng's order, the crowd put down the dragon bones. The 2 buffaloes surprisingly didn't leave either, but stood next to Yifeng and kept arching his arm with their noses. Yifeng stroked the buffalo's nose while looking at Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying, aren't you afraid I'll kill you if you come back? Su Jiaying had expected this, only to see him saying with great righteousness, Brother Feng, I don't think we can fight internally now. You've seen that strange monkeys, they aren't even afraid of guns. If we can't make a concerted effort to build a boat to go home, I'm afraid it won't be long before those strange monkeys will find us sooner or later. Not to mention, Yifeng was a little touched in his heart when he heard Su Jiaying's words, but after only 3 seconds, he was a sneer. He understands human nature. Can a dog change to eat shit? Alright, then next, we'll work together. Yifeng coped and waited until the boat was built. At this moment, Su Jiaying walked to Susan again. Assistant Su, I didn't expect you to be alive. Why didn't I see you in the cave? Susan chilled her face and didn't give a damn. Su Jiaying immediately snapped and retreated, and began to lecture the remaining 5 people. Listen up, everyone, here, we have to absolutely obey Brother Feng's orders, and Sister Susan's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, without the need for Brother Feng and Sister Susan to make a move, Laozi can waste him. He thought about gaining Yifeng's trust first. After all, he had been a security guard, and knew what kind of role the leader liked, and the role of a lapdog like himself was the leader's favorite. After all, the leader has to maintain his image, and there are some harsh words that need to be conveyed by a lapdog like himself. Maybe once or twice, the leader won't notice himself, but over time, the leader will surely feel indebted to a favor. Think about it, didn't I? Su Jiaying, rely on this move to successfully advance to captain? Trouble came when lifting the keel to the bottom of the cliff. There was no way for the 2 buffaloes to climb the mountain. Their hooves didn't have the ability to grip the ground, and no matter what Yifeng used, the 2 buffaloes just wouldn't go up. There's no way out. We can only use this trick when it comes down to it. Let's humans go to the top first, and then all of us will use the rope to pull the buffaloes up head to head. Yifeng said. The group got busy. The 2 buffalo were scared shitless when they were pulled up, but it worked out in the end. It took a full 2 hours for them to cross this heavenly sting, but the 2 buffaloes had just been so frightened that they were now walking a little slippery. If I'm not mistaken, there should be someone lying on the edge of that river, right? Su Jiaying stopped and pointed to the river in the distance. Yifeng hurriedly went around the keel and took a look towards the big river. It seems to be a person. He rushed over. There was really a woman lying here, but she didn't look like a yellow, white, or black, tricolored race. Her skin, which was of that healthy wheat color, was wrapped in a piece of animal skin that managed to shield her breasts and underside. Yifeng only needed to look down to see the eerie inside of the leather skirt. Is this, by any chance, indigenous? He probed the woman's nostrils with his hand. The sniffles were faint, but they were certainly alive. So, Yifeng simply picked her up and placed her on his lap. The native woman had a necklace made of canine teeth around her neck and 3 horizontal tattoos on her arms. Definitely a native female spy. I'll take you back to be tortured first to find out where the warship is parked. Thinking of this, Yifeng directly carried the woman on his back. What did you pick up again? Susan asked in a no-nonsense manner. Oh, it's a fellow indigenous person. I thought that I should be able to dig out some information from her, so I'll bring her back first to save her life. And if she wakes up, we'll start the severe type of torture. Yifeng said seriously. Yes? Susan gave him a blank look and stopped talking. On the contrary, it was Su Jiaying who had an excited face, and his gaze kept glancing towards the bottom of this native's skirt. Su Jiaying, you go to the front to carry the dragon head, Yi Feng coldly said. Why? Su Jiaying was shocked. There's no reason. Just do it. Yi Feng's tone was cold. After a little more walking, they finally made it back to the cave. You're back? A group of women surrounded them, all of them squeezing towards Yi Feng, seeking a hint of security. Chang Gong? Ha, Mr. Zhang? You guys actually came? Great. The 6 engineers hugged each other. After all the time they had worked together, Yi Feng watched coldly, calculating in his heart that he couldn't let the 6 engineers be so united, or once they went on a collective strike, his shipbuilding plans would be put on hold. And, of course, the most important thing of all, the 6 new arrivals must not be allowed to get their hands on the guns, let alone be allowed to enter the underground base. Thus, Yi Feng quietly walked up to Longwu. Dragon may 5th have a limp leg, but not a limp hand. 5th brother, you take these 2 pistols, except for me, Susan, Yen Zhang, and Rimiko Yukizawa. Dev, you don't let anyone enter the depths of the cave, Yi Feng said. Dragon 5 nodded and placed the 2 pistols where they were handy. He had been a soldier and was very strong in execution, plus he was lame and had to stay in the cave, which was simply the strongest king of home guards. What about Su Yun, and the 3 engineers at the beginning? The other women, are they not letting them in either? Long Wu asked again. Hey, Su Yun and the other women, they don't know the social dangers and are easily fooled. Don't put them in either. As for the first 3 engineers who followed us, look in the distance. How affectionate are the 6 of them. It's easy to be turned. See? Yi Feng pointed to the distance. Got it. It's just you, Susan, Yen Zhang, Rimiko Yukizawa. Dev, anyone who dares to enter the depths of the cave, kill without pardon. A hint of killing intent flashed in Long Wu's eyes. Leaf Maple. Don't. Except for a couple of guys you can kill without amnesty for the new ones you brought back. The others? You'll mainly focus on persuasion. Yi Feng tried to make Long Wu understand what he meant. He didn't want to kill such a cute little girl like Ding Tuan Tuan. Several question marks flashed across Long Wu's face, obviously not understanding Yi Feng's order. People in the military are too straight, and sometimes, they really don't know how to be flexible. Let me give you an analogy. Me, Susan, Rimiko Yukiage, Yen Zhang, Dev, we are our own people and have certain abilities, mind tricks, and means, so we belong to the first tier. You can listen to a few of us. Su Yun and the other women, belonging to the second tier, although also trustworthy, should prevent them from being taken advantage of when their motherly hearts overflow. The third echelon, that's Chang Li Bin, Bao Qifeng, and Yu Si Hai, who are the easiest to turn, have low trust, and could do something irrational at any time. Then there's the 6 new guys brought back. These guys are definitely holding bad in their hearts, but after all, they're strong laborers. We need them to build the ship. As long as these 6 guys work honestly, don't move them for a while, but if they give an actual action, don't be polite, nip it in the bud directly. Yi Feng said. Brother Feng, this is much more intuitive. I have a bottom in my heart. Long Wu nodded. Okay, 5th brother, please, both call each other brother, and each discusses the other. After the explanation, Yi Feng told a few important people about this and how to prevent the 6 guys from being bad. By this time, the few engineers had already begun their work, placing the keel at the mouth of the cavern, and, using the keel as a base, began to drive piles around it to make the outline of the ship. You guys speed up and don't let Feng talk. You hear me? Only Su Jiaying had his hands upside down and acted as an overseer. Su Jiaying, you join in as well. I don't need an overseer here, Yi Feng coldly said. Yes. Su Jiaying honestly went to logging. As for the fellow with the injured egg, he was resting against a tree, and from time to time he touched it with his hand and put it to the end of his nose to smell it. Yi Feng walked over with his eyes narrowed. Rotting? Seems a bit thin. A hint of panic flashed in that security guard's eyes. On a deserted island with rotting wounds, the gods couldn't save him. Yi Feng squatted down and took a look. There was indeed a smell of corruption coming from it. Come on, I'll take you to the big river to pick herbs. There are special herbs there. After saying that, Yi Feng helped up the security guard. Yi Feng, I'm really sorry for you. I used to follow the captain to make things difficult for you. This security guard was a bit touched. Don't say anything, let's go. Yi Feng finally brought the security guard to the side of the big river. Yi Feng, why aren't you leaving? With a scream, the guard was kicked into the large river. In an instant, a large number of parasitic catfish and piranhas swam over and began nibbling at his eggs as the centerpiece. Only after making sure that the man had completely disappeared into the depths of the big river did Yi Feng return to the cave. Where's Xiaoyang? Su Jiaying asked. He was eaten by that group of weird monkeys. It took me a lot of effort to get rid of the weird monkeys. Hurry up and build a boat. Otherwise, the weird monkeys will find their way here sooner or later. Yi Feng babbled. On a deserted island, Our Lady wouldn't survive more than 2 episodes, and he didn't have to be merciful. Su Jiaying looked in the direction of the big river again, or went to work, but this time, he worked carefully, not as desperately as earlier, as if he was afraid of hurting himself. Time passed again, and it was only after dark that Yi Feng let a few guys rest outside the cave. At the same time, they asked Sadamiko to make food for them. Changli Bean and the 3 of them could get a large piece of roasted meat and a large bowl of bone soup, but Su Jiaying and other 5 guys can only get a small piece of roasted meat. As for the bone soup is definitely not thirsty. Let them go to the water pool next to drink mountain spring water. Is the aboriginal woman awake? Yi Feng asked Alice. Not awake yet. We've given her broth a couple times and Rimiko has even breastfed her twice, Alice said. Sadamiko suddenly blushed. These days, Yi Feng was busy working back to back, so he didn't have time to help her suck, so she had no choice but to do this. The people on watch at night look after her at all times. It's best to save her, and then force them to ask where their tribe is, just in case. Yi Feng finished and took a hard bite of meat. Aha! The crowd nodded in unison. Just then, the engineers outside the cave walked in, led by Changli Bean and followed by 7 people. Brother Feng, it's not good to treat them differently like this, is it? The 5 of them work very hard during the day, and with just this much food, I'm afraid their bodies won't be able to handle it. Changli Bean said. Chang Gong, I'm the leader in the team. I have my own plans to do so. What's more, we have very little salt. And what about food? If you feel sorry for them, then starting tomorrow, I'll share your food among the 5 of them. Yi Feng picked his teeth with a bamboo stick and said with a lazy face, this? Changli Bean and the 2 engineers looked at each other and immediately shut their mouths. Brother Feng, if there is less salt and less food, you give me a gun and the 5 of us will go hunting. Anyway, there is plenty of food in the rainforest. As for the salt, we can also split up into 2 and go to the beach to dry the salt. You don't have to worry about that, Su Jiaying said. He had worked all day at physical labor and was only half full by nightfall. At this rate, he could only maintain the most basic mobility. How could he still have the energy to shade Yi Feng to death? Yes, Brother Feng, leave the salt and pray to us. Don't worry, we won't make it hard for you. Just give us a gun. Feng, just say yes. The 5 men began to persuade each other with your words. Facing these 5 uneasy guys, Yi Feng's face sank. Guns are important supplies. Can I just give them to you guys? Work honestly, without my order. Do not leave the mouth of the cave, otherwise, I can execute you 5 at any time. Yi Feng said coldly. The 5 guys stopped talking and left the cave with grim faces, sitting honestly back outside by the fire. Then we're leaving too, Changli Bean said. A sense of superiority arose in him. Look, everyone's building a boat. Why do we get big chunks of meat and broth, but you 5 only get a small roast? Sure enough, happiness is all about contrast. The 3 went outside the cave and built another fire, drawing a line in the sand with the 5 new guys. 3 classes emerged from the small camp. As for the women in the cavern, there was even a light smile on their faces, and even the movements of eating the meat were all svelte. You are at least at the top of the pyramid, so you have to take care of your image, and you can't eat and drink like a primitive person. Listen up you 3. Now, I'm your captain and Shao Kai is your vice captain. We have to closely surround Feng. Listen to Feng's dispatch. No leaving the cave without Feng's order, and no slacking off while working. Wouldn't the Su family eagle be willing to be subordinate? No, he's drawn the class again among the 5 lowest classes. Ha, what are you, still TM captain, vice captain, don't you just want to lick Feng's ass? Do you see that other Brother Feng cares about you? One of the engineers taunted. Grass, chow, fuck him. Immediately, the 5 guys split into 2 teams and started beating each other up. Susan was about to go over to talk out the fight, but Yi Feng blocked his chest with his hand. Don't go. They will stop when they get tired of fighting. Yi Feng said indifferently. These 5 guys, they can't be allowed to screw up. They better fight for real. Then the next step will be easier to control. Otherwise, they'd be hell-bent on working against themselves and cutting themselves to death. After fighting for half a day, it was the 2 Su Jiaying guys who ended up winning the fight. After all, the security guards still learned some military boxing and other stuff, which is quite a bit better than an engineer sitting in an office. Thus, the lowest class was identified. Yi Feng considered for a moment, burned the dagger red on the fire, and walked over to Su Jiaying. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Su Jiaying was shocked in his heart. Let me leave a scar on your face that represents honor. And from now on, you're the boss of the 5 of them. So I'm going to mark your face so I don't screw up and forget next time. In the future, If I have anything, I will only talk to you, and you will convey it to the four of them. Yi Feng said. So that's how it is. Thanks for lifting me up, Brother Feng, but can you not burn your face? You can burn it on my arm. Just burn it slightly. Pust. Ow. After a donkey bray, Su Jiaying became the captain. The three engineers at the bottom looked at each other and seemed to see the determination in each other's eyes. Yi Feng's attitude was obvious. Whoever could fight was the boss. Doesn't that mean that when we can knock over the two Su family eagles in a few days, we can be the boss too? Thus, the seeds of struggle were planted in the minds of the three men. Yi Feng watched with cold eyes and had an insight into the whole situation. Now, this little community has largely stabilized. Everyone is mutually exclusive and there is no hidden danger of a collective team revolt. Not much happens next. Everyone starts sleeping and puts two more trusted women on watch. As for the secret sentry in the tree, the whole thing was left to the black girl Dev, who slept during the day and kept watch at night, and did not have to take part in any labor, but rather had an easier time of it. Susan usually kept daytime watch, and occasionally, when she needed to go out, Yi Feng would ask Rimiko to arrange for someone else to keep watch. Half asleep, Yi Feng heard the indigenous woman gasping loudly. The temperature at night was only about 10 degrees, so Yi Feng simply swept the indigenous woman into his arms, clamped her body with two legs, and put her head into his warm chest again. Sure enough, the native woman stopped panting and her breathing slowly steadied. Early the next morning, Yi Feng woke up with a jolt. The others were still asleep, but the native woman in his arms had awakened and was looking at herself with unblinking black and white eyes. You're awake? Yi Feng let go of the indigenous woman. The indigenous woman didn't say anything, but got out of Yi Feng's arms and looked around at the women warily. What's your name? Yi Feng asked. The native woman still didn't say anything, but stood up in her bare feet and walked back and forth in the cavern. No talk? Yi Feng put his hand on the pistol. Finally, the indigenous woman turned her gaze to Yi Feng, and after the two of them exchanged glances, whoosh, only to see her surprisingly run up towards the location of the big river. Very fast. Don't run! Yi Feng roared, waking up all the women. The two chased and fled, and soon reached the edge of the great river. After all, this woman had just been healed, and just after running to the big river, she was hugged in Yi Feng's arms with a flying swoop. Wan did not expect. This woman's neat fighting skills are very good. Even two legs wrapped around Yi Feng's neck. Force back a hook. Yi Feng felt that his neck was about to be broken, so he backhanded the woman's leather skirt and pulled down hard. A young body full of wildness was presented in front of Yi Feng. The two were so close and entangled. Yi Feng felt that the kung fu she had learned, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, was mainly based on wrapping, just like the golden snake wrapping sticky hands in the movie of Master Star. The two legs wrapped around Yi Feng's neck for a while, wrapped around his legs for a while, and finally, wrapped around Yi Feng's waist, and the two hands wrapped around Yi Feng's neck again, covering Yi Feng towards her chest. Actually, Yi Feng didn't hit hard, otherwise with his strength, this woman would have been screwed in 2 hits. In the end, Yi Feng crushed her slippery body to death and let her wrap around his waist. Why are you running? Yi Feng questioned. You are foreigners, and all foreigners deserve to die. The native woman was mouthy. Grass. Yi Feng dried his fist on her cheek, and the indigenous woman fainted. Carrying the unconscious indigenous woman back to the cave, Yi Feng found some more rope to tie her up. The others woke up as well, and all of them gathered around Baba. This woman is very hostile to us. Guard against her a little. Her body is as slippery as a water snake. It's very likely that she will break free from these ropes. Yi Feng said. Roger that. Dragon 5 nodded. Susan, you stay in the camp and run the show. Rimiko and Zhang Yan, you assist Susan. Yi Feng braced himself. Where are you going? Susan asked. I have unfinished business to attend to, and that is finding the wreckage of the warship, which is the #1 priority. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he called the security guard named Shao Kai up again. Shao Kai, you said you found this iron plate more than 10 kilometers upstream. Now I want you to lead the way. Yi Feng said. But I can't even remember the way now. The upstream location is filled with water nets. We were wandering around by mistake and got lost a long time ago. The guy named Vegetable said. No matter what, you'd better follow. Try to recall as much as you can, and if I can find the warship wreckage, you'll double your grilled meat for every meal in the future. Yi Feng said indifferently. Don't worry. I have a good memory. I'm sure I can recall it. Vegetable immediately walked ahead to lead the way. It's still a favor to give, and without it, these guys will just deal with it. Walking through the quagmire land littered with crocodiles, Yi Feng finally saw the mark he had made last time. At the same time, the fire that the 3 guards had started last time was also seen. Only the embers of the fire seemed to have been destroyed by something, and there were a few footprints on them. These don't look like the footprints of a wild animal. They kind of look like human ones? Are there survivors? Yifeng looked around suspiciously, and suddenly his pupils shrunk. Vegetable duck. Yifeng shouted to Shao Kai in the distance. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Only to see a spear fall from the sky, and at a parabolic angle, it plunged backwards into the mouth of Nakana, and through his back, pinning his corpse standing in place. Then a creaking sound rang out from the woods ahead. Yifeng hurriedly raised his rifle, only to see that in the woods in front of them, several natives nearly 2 meters tall, strangely ugly, with gnarled muscles all over their bodies, walked out. Meanwhile, in his hand, he was holding a small animal. Yifeng fixed his eyes to see that it was a strange monkey cub less than 20 centimeters long. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and behind those few natives, another dense mass of strange monkeys rushed out. However, these monstrous monkeys did not attack the natives. Instead, they bared their teeth and rushed towards Yifeng. Another native held his spear across his shoulder again, aiming at Yifeng. Bang! Yifeng pulled the trigger without hesitation, then turned around and fled downstream. After all this, these strange monkeys are indigenous hounds, so it's no wonder they can use tools and have the ability to work efficiently as a team. It only took him half a minute to determine that he was no match. Phew! A spear flew from the back and flew past Yifeng's shoulder. The natives were precise in their throws. His heart sank as he hurriedly ran up the zigzag. The first thing a person wants to do when they are in danger is to run towards home. Yifeng quickly ran into the quagmire, and densely packed crocodiles appeared in front of him. Phew! Another spear flew over. Yifeng turned around and brought his gun to the end. Bang! The nearest native in pursuit was shot out of the sky. Oh ho ho ho! The remaining natives let out angry howls and chased towards Yifeng with even more vigor, and the number of strange monkeys in front of and behind them reached at least 50 or more. Finished? Am I going to die? Yifeng gritted his teeth and directly rushed into the dense group of crocodiles. Luckily, he was now agile enough to dodge from side to side through the crocodiles. In just a moment's work, Yifeng passed through the crocodile area. It was at this point that all of those cold-blooded animals with strangely slow reactions moved and opened their eyes at the same time. There were still 5 or 6 natives left at the back, and they seemed to know that these crocodiles were not to be messed with, so they could only keep howling on the opposite side. Hoo hoo hoo! Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief and realized that in the hands of one of the natives, he was holding a worn-out dagger, the very same style from the underground base. This shows that there must be warships in the upstream position. Dog! It's my turn, isn't it? Yifeng half-crouched on the ground and aimed his rifle at the opposite side of the crocodile area. Bang! Another native is busted. Oh ho ho ho! Now, there were only 2 natives left, and they were jumping up and down in anger at the spot. One of them pulled his body back and his spear flew out of his hand. It was a pity that with his strong arm strength, he could only throw the spear more than 30 meters at most, and landed powerlessly in the group of crocodiles. But Yifeng's bullets weren't vegetarians, and the rifle could hit 300 to 400 meters. Bang! Another shot, which missed the natives but pissed both guys off to the point of wailing. Yifeng gradually faded and once again pushed a bullet into the chamber. The next moment, however, he was dumbfounded. Only 2 natives let out a piercing scream. The voice seemed like a very stern command. Those 50 strange monkeys rushed into the crocodile area and charged towards Yifeng's position. Immediately, the crocodiles and the strange monkeys began to fight, and a few of the strange monkeys were directly bitten into 2 halves. But even though their lower bodies were gone, they still used their hands to crawl underground, bravely crawling towards Yifeng's position, with a chilling resentment flashing in their eyes. The depth of this resentment made Yifeng's heart tremble. The monster monkey's brazen rush of death would make even a god shudder at the sight of it. Yifeng fired a few more shots, and the strange monkeys had actually rushed to a large portion, only a dozen meters away from Yifeng. 5 or 6 of these monstrous monkeys even had the blowtorch in their mouths. Lean north. Yifeng released the last shot with his hands and feet, and started to flee downstream again. After running for more than 100 meters, Yifeng looked back and saw that the remaining strange monkeys and natives had already crossed the mire and continued to chase after him. What should we do? We can't really lure these guys into the cave, right? Otherwise, as soon as one of the strange monkeys escapes, the natives' hordes are going to kill them. Yifeng pondered as he ran. He gritted his teeth and plunged straight into the woods, running in the other direction. The woods were filled with thorns and weeds, and Yifeng had just run for a while before several blood marks were scraped on his body. But the natives and the strange monkeys were not affected at all. They were in the jungle and ran faster than Yifeng. The pursuers gradually approached. Put! 2 poison needles swept past Yifeng, accompanied by a spear. Yifeng used all his strength on his feet and just ran desperately. As he ran, the woods ahead of him suddenly brightened. No! Yifeng looked at the gradually brightening woods and had an ominous feeling in his heart. Sure enough, there was no road ahead, a cliff about 30 meters high, and below the cliff, a fast-flowing tropical tributary. The natives and the strange monkeys are getting closer. Yifeng clenched his teeth and dropped his rifle towards the river, pulling out 2 more pistols and firing them left and right. Bang 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 bang. After firing 14 rounds, Yifeng had only taken out 2 strange monkeys. He wasn't a good shot, plus it wasn't an open area, and half the bullets were blocked by trees. I jump. Yifeng pinched his nose with one hand, and his entire body jumped toward the 30 meters below. Bang! The water splashed 3 or 4 meters high. The moment he hit the water, it felt like his back had been slapped by a giant slap. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, instantly staining a small piece of the river. Yifeng forced himself not to faint and raised his eyes towards the top. Only 2 natives stood above, looking at themselves with icy eyes. It seems that the natives are afraid to jump. Yifeng just went with the flow. He wanted to go ashore, but the current was too fast, and every time he tried to swim toward the shore, he was forced downstream by the current. That's good. Maybe it flows straight to the ocean. Yifeng thought weakly. Time passed bit by bit. Yifeng didn't know how long he had been washed away, when suddenly, the water flow became calm, proof that the ground here is starting to smooth out. So he swam as hard as he could toward the area of water and grass on the shore. Ouch! Holy shit! Ah! That hurts! Yifeng screamed miserably and rolled and crawled to the shore. Only a few green and yellow locusts were adsorbed to his wound. The suction force of this locust was very strong. The body kept wriggling, and with every wriggle, Yifeng felt his head spin, but instead of taking off the locusts right away, he quickly pulled down his pants. At the gate where he urinates, a very thin parasitic catfish is burrowing towards it. Yifeng hurriedly grabbed its tail and pulled it towards the outside. Aha! After a mournful howl, a bloodied parasitic catfish was ripped out, and good lord, it was 2 centimeters in. Yifeng pouted with a weak face and pulled out 2 more parasitic catfish from the place where he defecated. After doing so, as if he had exhausted his strength, he sat down on the ground and didn't move, letting a few thick locusts wriggle on the wound. The locusts, which were originally finger-thick, became as thick as a baby's arm after squirming a few dozen times. So sleepy. After Yifeng said this, he directly fainted on the ground. In a semi-conscious state, Yifeng felt his body shaking from side to side. At the same time, something sweet was delivered to his mouth, so he reluctantly opened his eyes. Just above, several dark natives were carrying themselves, heading in a certain direction. There were also squeaks and creaks all around. Yifeng twisted his head with all his strength, only to see the front and back. All of them were strange monkeys, at least more than 20 of them. He was carried by 2 tall aborigines and fed juice by another aborigine. 3 in all. It's over. Yifeng closed his eyes again. When he opened his eyes for the second time, night had fallen. Yifeng felt that he had recovered some of his physical strength and had more energy to observe his situation. The hands and feet were tied and suspended from a straight spear, while 2 natives carried the ends of the spear. To his side was a tributary about a kilometer wide, and on the bank of the tributary was stranded a huge, dilapidated warship. The markings on the warship have long been blurred, but the outline of a swastika can still be seen. It was just a pity that the warship was already broken beyond repair, with vines crawling all over the deck and where the guns were, and some strange monkeys leaping up and down on it. There was the sound of beating skin drums in the direction of his head, and all sorts of miscellaneous howling. Yifeng tilted his head hard and finally saw ahead. Only dozens of canoes and rafts were tied up close to the riverbank. Some petite native women were hammering clothes on the riverbank, and the native men led strings of captives to the riverbank. Yifeng's eyes lit up slightly. As there were actually several acquaintances of the company among these prisoners, it appeared that they had escaped shipwreck, but not the natives. A strange power was rapidly repairing Yifeng's wounds. Yifeng felt incredibly hungry and could even eat a whole beef leg. Yifeng, it's me, Xiao Mei. Only to see that among the captives, a woman in tattered clothes was calling for Yifeng. Xiao Mei? Yifeng's mouth opened and closed his eyes again in pain. Xiao Mei is a sales champion in the company. I did not expect this time to go out to sea to build a group. Also followed the blood luck. He remembered that Xiao Mei had said that when she earned enough money, she would buy a small apartment in Magic City and live the life of a single nobleman. It looks like that wish is going to end. Shut up. Yifeng takes a punch to the face. After arriving at the river bank next to the huge fire, Yifeng was let down and stood in a line with the other captives. Xiao Mei seized the opportunity and squeezed next to Yifeng. Yifeng, we have to find a way to escape. Otherwise, do you see the bones next to us? Xiao Mei's hands were bound and she pointed to the distance with her chin. Yifeng fixed his eyes and his face turned green with fear, only to see nearly 100 headless corpses piled up next to the riverbank, some of them decomposed, with flies swarming over them, and while some of the bodies were still relatively fresh. They were coated with black dye. Yifeng gritted his teeth and used his wrist to struggle the rope above him. The rope wasn't particularly strong, and with his current physical strength, he should be able to rip it easily, but ripping the rope didn't mean he could escape. After all, it was surrounded by tall natives all around, and there were so many strange monkeys on that dilapidated warship. One must plan and move before one has a chance to escape again. Just then, a middle-aged man was pulled over to the fire. Four native women came over and cupped some black dye in their hands and began to rub it all over the middle-aged man's body. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The middle-aged man glanced at the black body next to the river bank and seemed to realize something. The next moment, his legs shook and a stream of urine ran down his face. Yifeng was shocked in his heart, and his body inadvertently shrunk back. Xiaomei seemed to have noticed Yifeng's actions as well, and similarly shrank back, because the natives grabbed people randomly. Whoever leaned forward. That's the thing about people. Even if they can live a minute longer, it's good. Yifeng observed the terrain here and pondered over the escape route. This was a low river bank with a lot of barricaded rocks on the side of the bank, just like a dam. The women then washed some animal skin clothes on the rocks. The men have tattoos on their arms. Mostly one tattoo. Occasionally two. Only one of the tallest men standing in the center was 3 tattoos on his arms, so it seemed he had a high position in the tribe. The women, on the other hand, didn't have tattoos on their bodies, but Yifeng clearly remembered that the indigenous woman he caught last time had 3 tattoos on her arms. At the same time, the women here are very petite, about 1 meter 4, but not midgets. Instead, all of them were tall and had long legs, just like the models inside Lilliputian. Yifeng felt that he could serve them up with one hand. He couldn't figure out why the indigenous men were all nearly 2 meters tall, but the women were only 5 feet 4. Isn't it true that the goods come out of the mouth when you enter the bridal chamber? The middle-aged man had been pushed in front of a brown wooden pier, and one of the natives held him down on the pier while another controlled his head. Then the 3-barred native stepped forward, a black stone dagger in his hand. "No, don't!" The middle-aged man struggled desperately, but the natives were too tall and held him in check. "God, please bless my people of the Gar clan from becoming extinct under the once-in-80 years cataclysm, and please accept our freshest tribute." After saying this, the 3 barriers stuck a dagger into the middle-aged man's chest and pulled down hard. Then he reached out with his other hand and dug inside. A thumping heart was taken out of him and raised high into the sky again. "Oh ho ho ho! Yaha!" The natives beside the fire howled frantically. "Knock! Knock! Knock!" A dozen natives beat their hands on leather drums. Some of the indigenous women even took off their leather skirts and danced wildly naked. Yifeng's pants became unsightly even in his weakened body. It was a dance he had never seen before, with all the raw beauty in it. Just then, the group of tall natives stepped back and a woman with snowy white skin stepped forward. The moment Yifeng saw this woman, his eyes instantly filled with blood. Not because the woman was an acquaintance, but because, the way she was dressed, she was too hot. The chest was covered by 2 palm-sized leaves, bound to the chest with the fibers of the plant. As for the lower part, it was even strangled with a strip of animal skin that was less than 2 centimeters wide, merely covering the most important parts and leaving the rest of the area in plain sight. This extreme wild beauty inspires more animalistic behavior than a naked woman. The tall, ugly natives, however, were so respectful of the newly appeared woman that they all half-kneeled and drooped their heads to the ground. The leader of those 3 bars walked over and handed the heart to the woman with both hands. The woman held the heart and mouthed an unknown incantation. In the next moment, all of the strange monkeys on the warship got excited and surprisingly began to move in groups again. As the spell quickened, the strange monkeys moved more vigorously. "What kind of sorcery is this?" Xiaomei, who was next to him, blushed as she watched and turned her head to ask Yifeng. However, the next moment, she covered her mouth and looked at Yifeng's pants in shock. The 3-barred Tao flexed and took a few steps back, copied another huge stone axe from the ground, and aimed it at the middle-aged man who had not yet fully gagged. Pust! A head was chopped off. Instead, the middle-aged man's body, coated in black dye, was dragged to the far side by a group of barbarians and casually discarded next to the riverbank. As for his head, it was played with like a leather ball for a while by the other native women. Another native walked over, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yifeng's group of captives. Yifeng's heart sank. He had the strength to break free from the ropes now, but he was not sure of escaping. "If you get picked, you're screwed. You." The natives finished and grabbed the young lad by the collar. "No." The lad kept shaking his head, but didn't resist, because he knew it was useless to resist. The scene from earlier was repeated. The young body's blood flowed quickly, and blood spurted out over a meter. In less than 5 minutes, the aborigine came back to pick on someone else. His eyes scanned Yifeng's face for a moment and slowly reached his hand over. The next moment, he grabbed a black man next to Yifeng. "No, farking squid. This black man was quite defiant, and he suddenly bumped off the native and fled towards the periphery at a fast pace. But he had just run less than 10 meters when a spear fell from the sky and pinned him in place. At this moment, the native walked over again, and after pausing with his right hand in mid-air, he suddenly grabbed Xiao Mei. Yi Feng, save me, save me. Xiao Mei's voice trembled immensely. Yi Feng opened his mouth wide, wanting to open his mouth, but he was afraid that he would be the next one. Still gathering strength, he had to take a second to break free of the ropes on his hands, then ripped the ropes from his feet, and then jumped straight into the river, letting the water wash him away downstream. As for the locusts and parasitic catfish inside the river, he couldn't care less. Anyway, it was better than being killed like livestock anyway. Xiao Mei's body was softened with fear, and the natives easily pinned her to the reddish-brown dunny. The 3 bars raised their stone daggers. Wait! Yi Feng suddenly rushed out, but was blocked by 2 natives. Interrupt the sacrifice and bring him here first. At this moment, the snow-white-skinned female priestess' face sank as she pointed a slender finger at Yi Feng. Immediately, the 2 natives escorted Yi Feng to the pier. Yi Feng's heart regretted to death, but Xiao Mei was good to him in the company, although he was the pinnacle, but did not bully him like Wang Tao, but instead, he even helped him to say good words twice. He's ferocious, sure, but he has a clear-cut grudge. But now, he regretted it. Xiao Mei had gone limp with fear and was lifted up by one of the natives and thrown back into the group of captives. Instead, Yi Feng was pressed against the pier, but his body didn't go limp, both arms hard as steel, ready to strike. He had calculated that when the native's dagger was plunged into his heart, he would suddenly break the rope himself, and then seize the dagger, and hold the venerable priestess directly hostage. God, please bless my people of the gay tribe from becoming extinct under the once-in-80 years cataclysm, and please accept our freshest tribute. After the 3 bars were recited, the dagger stabbed down towards Yi Feng's heart. In an instant, Yi Feng's eyes rounded. In the next moment, he tilted his body towards the side, and with a forceful tug on both arms, he directly regained his freedom. At the same time, there was a thud in the woods behind him. That 3-barred body lunged forward. A bullet drilled into his chest. Yi Feng, we've come to save you. Susan's voice came from the woods. Yi Feng was overjoyed as he snatched the dagger from the corpse's hand and stabbed at the front. The natives who had just held his head down stabbed right through the body. Another native hugged Yi Feng's back. Bang! Hot blood splattered Yi Feng's face, and the head of the native holding him was blown off. The priestess hurriedly backed away, but her mouth recited a short incantation. Grievous child. As the voice fell, the strange monkeys on the warship went crazy, charging towards the woods in unison. Bang! 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 Gunshots continued to ring out, and the natives around that priestess kept falling. Yi Feng estimated that all the people in the camp should have been mobilized, or else they wouldn't have this kind of firepower. Don't get attached. After saying that, Yi Feng rolled over and pressed the dagger against the priestess's delicate skin. Let go of our great priest. The natives pissed themselves in fear, as if they were seeing the goddess they'd been licking for decades being done to. Don't come any closer, or I'll stab her. Yi Feng coldly said. Don't mind me. Chop this foreigner into pieces. However, what Yi Feng did not expect was that this priestess was hardened and had long ago put life and death at risk. Foreigner, if you dare to touch the priest for a moment, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the spiteful child. At this moment, a native walked out from inside the dilapidated tribe. On his arm, he actually had 4 tattoos. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura from this native was so powerful. He was also a strong person now and could sense how strong the other party was. Just by standing there, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth was centered on him. Flint Sky, don't worry about me. Kill this foreigner now. Hurry up. That priestess was still very unfaithful. She was desperately twisting her body in Yi Feng's arms, but her right hand, intentionally or unintentionally, was protecting her left wrist. Yi Feng instantly realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Susan and the others also rushed over and protected Yi Feng. I also don't know who screamed miserably and was shot by that strange monkey's poison needle. With a flash of fury in his eyes, Yi Feng suddenly put the dagger against the priestess's shoulder and slashed it viciously. Humph! This priestess was hardened and just stifled a grunt. I'm going to chop you into pieces. The natives stirred, but threw themselves on their backs and dared not rush forward. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly put his hand towards the priestess's left wrist. He noticed that the composure on the priestess's face instantly disappeared and her eyes became flustered. Yi Feng grabbed the priestess's wrist, but he saw that on her wrist, she was wearing a bracelet made of teeth. What's this? Yi Feng grabbed the bracelet and pulled. Squeak! The strange monkeys, complaining of the children around them, all became agitated, and squeaky screams came out of their mouths. You can't move it. The priestess was still struggling. I'm inclined to move. Yi Feng pulled hard. The densely packed spiteful children suddenly stopped stirring. They stopped screaming at Susan and the others. The rage in their eyes diminished by a few moments, and suddenly, turned their sinister gazes on the native men. The bracelet is pretty strong? Yi Feng clamped both of his arms around the priestess, and the stone dagger in his hand was inserted into the position of the bracelet. No! The priestess and that four-way bar were alarmed. Pust! The bracelet was severed and the teeth on it fell out. Susan in the back felt the atmosphere become subtle. She craned her head to look at the strange monkeys. Only one of the monstrous monkeys suddenly stood up humanly and turned his gaze on the nearest native man. The next moment it took the blowpipe in its mouth and blew at the native. Pust! Native man struck by a blowgun. Ah! The native jumped in place in pain. One of the monstrous monkeys led the way, and the others let out manic cries and suddenly fell back on the natives. One of the natives still wanted to resist, but he was pressed to the ground by a dozen or so monstrous monkeys. Their claws swung rapidly, and the native was directly disemboweled. His internal organs were ripped out. No good. That 4 bar snatched a spear and threw it fiercely towards Yi Feng, while at the same time, his body quickly rushed over. What the hell is going on here? Yi Feng rolled to avoid it and landed next to Susan. Feng, no matter what, let's run. This is an opportunity. Susan said. Everyone, on my command, run. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and escaped towards the downstream location. After running for a few dozen meters, he looked back and saw the densely packed monstrous monkeys charging towards the natives and starting a bloody killing spree. Only the 4 bars rushed into the group of disgruntled children, picking up the teeth from the ground and stringing them one by one onto a rope. With every tooth he strung up, the weaker the attacks of the strange monkeys became, and I'm afraid that within a few clicks, all of these monstrous monkeys that had revolted against their masters would be under control. Yi Feng didn't know what connection this bracelet had with the spiteful child, but it was mostly a control type of thing. After running for another 20 meters or so, Yi Feng and the others had rushed into the woods. You guys keep running ahead. Yi Feng jumped onto a rock and once again looked toward the location of the riverbank. It was a chaotic mess, with some natives fighting the grievous child and others fleeing toward the tribe. The captives could catch a break. Some ran upstream, some downstream, some panicked and jumped into the river, and a few even jumped into canoes. Xiao Mei, come this way. Yi Feng shouted into the distance. Xiao Mei was hiding behind a big tree. When she heard the greeting, she hurriedly ran towards Yi Feng, but her legs were soft and she ran out of polio. Yi Feng had no choice but to run back. The two bodies soon collided together, and Yi Feng carried Xiao Mei on his shoulders and stepped away with his 2 long legs. After a few minutes of busy work, the native's 4-barred man finally restrung the bracelet, and he hurriedly rolled to his knees before the priestess, offering the bracelet with both hands. This priestess took a deep breath, and not caring about the wounds on her body, she quickly put the bracelet on her wrist, and then stroked it with one hand as she recited an incantation from her mouth. Grievous child. The voice seemed to come from heaven. In just an instant, the resentful children who were recoiling stopped killing at the same time, their eyes gradually becoming cloudy and resentful. Spiteful child, return to the nest. The priestess chanted the spell again. Most of the spiteful children moved physically, wriggling toward the location of the worship, but there were still a few spiteful children standing still, their eyes momentarily cloudy, momentarily clear. The 4 bars' eyes narrowed as they picked up the spear on the ground and killed it. Bang bang bang. Disobedient disgruntled children had their heads smashed in. A dozen mutilated corpses of indigenous men were left on the riverbank, along with a dozen bodies of disgruntled children. The priestess covered her wrist with a slightly pained expression. Flint Sky Chief, the compulsion spells of the spiteful children have been weakened. I need to use 10 days to strengthen their compulsion spells. During these 10 days, you have to guard the surroundings of the tribe well. Don't let the foreigners and beasts come to make trouble. When the 10 days are up, we'll clear out all these foreigners, the priestess said, covering her wrist. As you wish, great messenger of God. The man called Flint Sky bowed slightly, but a hint of defiance flashed in his eyes. Yi Feng still didn't know that the danger had been lifted and was still dashing downstream, but the woods were dark, and they screamed all the way through the run. I feel like I've got a lot of thorns in my body. I feel like my face is itchy and I've been messed with by some poisonous plant. Someone help me suck out the poison? Just now, I got a blowjob in my ass. The group sprinted out of the woods to the river and sat down, breathing heavily. With the bright moonlight, Yi Feng could probably see everyone. A total of 8 people came to their rescue. Susan, Su Yun, Rimiko, Zhang Yan, Shang Li Bin, and actually Su Jiaying, as well as Ding Tuan Tuan and Lina. And the person who was stabbed by the blowing needle was none other than Su Jiaying. The person leading the group was Susan, who had thought it through and brought Su Jiaying out as well. Otherwise this guy would definitely rebel in the camp. Let's see where you've been hit by the blowgun. Yi Feng squatted in front of Su Jiaying, took his pants down halfway and looked at the wound. Have you felt the poisonous blood attacking your heart? Yifeng asked coldly. No. No. Good. Just a little swollen. Go back and wash it. Su Jiaying's voice was full of panic. Yifeng nodded and squeezed his wound with his hand. Ouch. Su Jiaying screamed miserably. Hey! Yifeng moved his mouth. After half a minute, he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood, and Su Jiaying's red and swollen wounds shrunk, as if the swelling had subsided. This made Yifeng feel a little strange. He clearly remembered that the grudging child's poisonous needles couldn't even be eaten by a buffalo, yet it didn't poison the Su family eagle to death. Is it because the poison on the blowgun has been quenched for a long time? Has the poison been greatly weakened? As for why he helped Su Jiaying suck, it was because, no matter what, Su Jiaying was shot by the blowgun because he came to his rescue, and while he certainly hated Su Jiaying, he had to make a clear distinction between reward and punishment in this current situation, or else no one would be willing to come to his rescue the next time he was in danger. How do you feel? Yifeng nibbled a mouthful of tender grass and spit it out on the ground after chewing it, which was equivalent to gargling. As for the water in the tributaries, he didn't dare to drink it at all. I'm feeling much better yet. Su Jiaying lifted his pants, a face of surprise inexplicable. Yifeng nodded and looked at Susan again. Susan, thank you for coming to my rescue. You're such a good help. Oh no, you're such a good wife and mother. And no, you're such a good assistant. I thank you, Yifeng said seriously. At this moment, Susan's position in his heart ranked first, leaving Su Yun a cut behind. You're welcome. Susan looked embarrassed. Of course, besides Susan, Yifeng had to be grateful to others. He immediately walked up to all of them, shaking their hands one by one, occasionally patting them on the shoulder, occasionally hugging them. The atmosphere of the scene was as if the commander-in-chief was cheering the soldiers. All right, let's hurry up and run, or the natives are going to come after us. Susan got angry when she saw Yifeng's pretentious look. Right, let's hurry up and flash. Yifeng was startled and hurriedly put away his leader's stance. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Just upstream, there was a shaking of the trees, as if someone was running this way. Don't be afraid, everyone, there's already a big mess in the tribes of the natives. Even if they have pursuers, they won't be many in number. Let's eat this group of pursuers. Yifeng's eyes narrowed as he took the pistol handed by Susan. Xiaomei was shocked in her heart and slowly hid behind Yifeng. The next moment, however, a dozen pimply-faced fellows stepped out, some with ropes tied to their hands, the very same group of captives who had escaped with their lives. When they saw Yifeng, they all walked over in a wooden manner. The two groups just stared at each other silently, neither one speaking. Are you guys hungry? Yifeng was the first to speak. The group was all yellow and thin, and had obviously not eaten enough since the cruise shipwreck. Aha! The middle-aged man at the head nodded. Come on, come back with us and I'll make you something to eat. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took the initiative to go over and pick up a teenage girl, resting her head on his shoulder. The group didn't seem to have much strength to talk, and all of them followed behind Yifeng. He couldn't say he hadn't gotten a little out of this fall, at least figured out where the warships were, and also, roughly, that the monstrous monkeys were spiteful children and the equivalent of pets kept by the natives. The most important point, Yifeng knew that this thing, the grieving child, seemed to backfire, and as for the reason for the backfire, it had a lot to do with that priestess's bracelet. Finally made it to the end of the small tributary and entered another tributary. After walking through 3 tributaries consecutively, Yifeng finally saw the main stream of the big river. Further down the road was the location of the cave where Yifeng was. Susan baby, this tributary goes around and around. How did you find the location of the tribe? Yifeng found it unbelievable. Of course I asked from that native woman's mouth, and I had her draw a diagram out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to save you. It was my sister. She was suddenly crying during the day. She said you must be in danger, and that you needed us to come and save you now. Otherwise, I would have thought that you would have come back on your own. And one more thing, call me Sister Susan, no calling me baby, got it? Susan said with an aggravated tone at the end. Okay Susan baby. Yifeng nodded his head and looked deeply at Su Yun again. Su Yun's pretty face blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. I didn't expect Su Yun to actually fall in love with herself. She could sense that she was in danger? It seemed that she had been worrying about herself in her heart. Yifeng was touched inwardly. Forget it, when he went back, he would pity Su Yun. After rushing around, Yifeng and his group finally returned to the cave. Yifeng couldn't help but kneel down and kiss his ground. He thought he'd never come back. Yifeng, Feng, Feng. A large group of women surrounded Yifeng. Dragon 5's voice rang out from the cave. Good buddy, it's good to have you back. Yifeng and these old friends either hugged or shook hands, making a very sensational scene. especially the little blonde loli, Elaine, was clinging to Yi Feng's back, killing herself. Everyone sit down. Then Anna, please help us get some food. There are new people joining again. They should be hungry for several meals. Yi Feng said. The women in the cave got busy. Some cooked, some roasted, some stewed bone broth, and some took their captives to bathe by the waterhole. This time, Yi Feng was treating everyone equally. Even Su Jiaying and the other 3 engineers were given enough food, as well as steaming bone soup. Su Jiaying's butt was injured, so he ate and went to sleep at the entrance of the cave. He needed a good rest. Although Yi Feng was also hurt, he was the boss, so he had to brace himself and set goals for everyone. Half an hour later, Yi Feng finally told all the people in the cave about what he had seen in a day. Each of these people's faces were stony, and Elaine was even crying in fear. Feng, how many natives do you think are in that tribe? Susan suddenly asked. It's not too clear, but just on the river bank alone, there are at least 50 to 60 indigenous warriors. As for how many indigenous people are inside the tribe, I don't know, but by a wide margin, there shouldn't be more than 200 indigenous males, but they seem to have more females. Yi Feng remembered the wild dance of those indigenous women again. It would be nice to get all the indigenous men and leave only the indigenous women. Those women were only 5'4", but they were slender, each with a model's body, not like midgets who looked oddly shaped, and their skin, being of that healthy wheat color, is visually no weaker than that of the known tricolored races. All newcomers, you rest well tonight. Tomorrow, also join the boat building team. We have to build the boat as soon as possible. Then, we can swim in the middle of the big river, and the natives, even if they are strong, can't do anything to us. Yi Feng said seriously. We'll definitely build a good boat tomorrow. The group nodded hurriedly. At this moment, Su Jiaying suddenly woke up. He walked to the middle of the crowd and pointed at Yi Feng. Remember, everyone, from today onwards, we have to surround Brother Feng and completely follow his orders. And one more thing, Brother Feng has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so he can't possibly take care of everything. So from now on, I'll be the boss of your group of newbies. If anyone is unconvinced, just have a couple moves with me. Leaf Maple, Susan, all women. After the lecture it was already late at night. Yi Feng was sleepy and tired and fell asleep on the women's bed. When he was half asleep, Yi Feng felt something soft stuffed into his mouth, and he immediately sucked greedily. Early the next morning, Yi Feng heard all sorts of miscellaneous sounds. He opened his eyes to see that everyone was already in their positions. Cheng Libin was now the boss of bosses, because his shipbuilding team suddenly had 12 more people. Su Jiaying, with his hands behind his back, was directing the crowd to cut wood and drill holes. Yi Feng looked up at the sky again. Rimiko was holding him in her arms. You're awake? Satomiko blushed prettily. Satomiko, can you blend it with some sugar or something next time? I want to change the flavor. Yi Feng said seriously. Cluck cluck cluck. Satomiko covered her mouth and laughed softly. Yi Feng felt that he had recovered 50% of his physical strength now. Yesterday's injuries were too heavy, and it was estimated that it would take about a week before he could fully recover to his peak state. After Su Jiaying saw Yi Feng waking up, he hurriedly put his hands in front of him and honestly went to logging. Yi Feng could see that when he was passed out, this guy must have not been working and was posing as an overseer. Seeing as he was meritorious in protecting his master yesterday, let's leave him alone for the time being and slightly give him a little face in front of the newcomers. Alice, Lena, Anna, you 3 stop what you're doing and grab your weapons and follow me upstream. Yi Feng suddenly said. Men are natural warriors and are very sensitive to crisis. The 3 women didn't ask why, but honestly followed Yi Feng. After reaching a position 1 kilometer upstream, Yi Feng sent a rifle to Anna. Anna, see that tree? It's good to climb. I'll top you up. You'll keep a lookout on that tree, and if you see the natives going downstream, you'll hurry back to report to us. Yi Feng said. Aha! Anna took her weapon and went up the tree. When Yi Feng didn't wake up, the group of them did things in an unorganized manner, but as soon as Yi Feng woke up, he immediately made the machine that was the team run, and everyone was able to find their own position. Another 500 meters upstream, Yi Feng issued a rifle to Lena. Lena, you're in a position where you and Anna can see each other, and can see each other. Again, for sentry duty. Aha! Lena climbed a banyan tree. 2. Yi Feng walked another 500 meters into the dense forest and sent the last rifle to Alice. Alice, you go up this tree, so that the 3 of you form a triangle of dark outposts, and if one side is in trouble, the other 2 will be able to back it up immediately. Alice took the rifle and suddenly the corner of her mouth slanted to the side. She was still wearing a bikini. White girls were just bold. She hooked her arms around Yi Feng's neck. Yi Feng, I admire you. Or what? With those words, she suddenly grabbed Yifeng. Yifeng's body became exhilarated, but it was accompanied by a tingling pain. The wounds left by the parasitic catfish yesterday hadn't fully recovered yet, and while he could do it now, it would definitely detract from the experience. Alice, let's postpone this matter for a while, now that I'm a little injured. Don't worry, after a week at most, I'll be fine, Yifeng said. Alice laughed softly and suddenly brought a pair of red lips over. The two of them axed and tangled their necks for a long time before Alice let go of Yifeng. After the formation of the triangular post was set up, Yifeng could finally go back to the camp with peace of mind. Passing by the place where the bomb was buried last time, Yifeng found some more dead branches to add a layer of camouflage to it, lest it be plowed out by some wild beast. The power of this bomb, which could surely cover dozens of meters in a circle, was his biggest killer weapon. The next step was not much of a problem. As the shipbuilding team grew and allowed the outline of the ship to take shape quickly, everyone knows how good the natives are, so everyone puts in 10% of their energy. No, the vanes of the boat have been completely built, with the keel as the base for the bilge. Changli Bean not only used the snap process to prevent the bilge from leaking, but also added a synthetic glue to the process. This is where a chemical engineer plays a crucial role. He took several resins, and after adding some special materials, he went so far as to create a glue that shrinks consistently. Yifeng tried the glue that dried out. It was simply harder than wood, and it could not be smashed with a stone, and it was necessary to use a knife to cut open the solidified glue. In his words, once the glue sets, it becomes one with the wood, and there is also shrinkage that closes the seams of the bilge more tightly without leaks. Changli Bean immediately sealed the chemical engineer as deputy chief engineer. The whole just need to make glue on the line. Physical work by those who do not have much skill to complete. Su Jiaying didn't have a single junior now, but he was very good at using Yifeng's momentum. No, he took in two more unskilled minions, and behind Yifeng's back, he told these two minions how iron his relationship with Yifeng was, causing the two guys to trust him very much. Yifeng feels it, sometimes also need this kind of people to strengthen their authority, otherwise a scattered sand cannot become a big thing. Let's build the ship before we talk about it. Anyway, Su Jiaying definitely can't stay. After Su Jiaying and his two juniors had finished lecturing, he turned his greedy eyes to the women in the camp again. He had made up his mind that when the ship was built, that was when he would make his move on Yifeng. Anyway, he could never be Yifeng's dog forever. And with the boat, and then with the two minions to get the guns under control, the group of women would be able to play recklessly. He had already fantasized about his life on the ship with 3 palaces and 6 houses, first playing in the primitive forest for a year and a half of planting, and then disposing of the women one by one after he got tired of playing with all of them. Finally, sail back to civilization again. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a whole week had passed. Yifeng felt that his body had returned to its peak state, and the most strange thing to him was that the natives actually did not send anyone to search for them. He repeatedly asked the 3 women who stood sentry upriver, and they told him that not only had no natives come after them, but that not even the spiteful child had seen one, and shipbuilding has made welcome progress. The keel, the bilges, have been fully articulated together, and the entire lower half of the ship is complete. In fact, it is now possible to push the ship into the water, and then complete the assembly of the decks, bulwarks, upper cabins, and masts in the water. But it was too empty next to the big river. Yifeng was worried about being discovered by the natives, so he decided to finish all the processes here in the cave. Big deal. When the time came, all of them would exert their efforts together to drag the boat up to the big river with the rolling logs as a help. Anyway, they also had 2 big buffaloes, and they had put in a big effort during the week, such as helping to carry the lumber and carrying some of the heavier loads, both of which made a big difference. The little licking dog has grown as big as a Tibetan Mastiff and runs over to lick Yifeng from time to time. Yifeng had gone from resisting to accepting to liking, and had already treated the little licking dog as a member of his family. Then there was that little buffalo from last time. Its mother was hunted by Yifeng, so with no way out, it became a member of the camp, leaving a big pile of cow dung in the camp from time to time. Changli Bean was commanding the crowd to build a boat, and Yifeng walked over. Brother Feng, give us another 4 days and the ship will be basically finished. Then we can build the mast and set sail straight away, Changli Bean said excitedly. Yifeng wanted to tell him that even if he built a ship, he couldn't go back to civilization, but he couldn't discourage Changli Bean. Engineer Chang, do you think that this 15-meter boat built can fit all of us? Yifeng pointed at the 20 or so people in the camp. No problem at all. 15 meters? Ah, it can be divided into the bottom cabin, middle cabin, and upper cabin, and then 1 room for every 4 people. More than enough. Changli Bean laughed. But, we still have to store food on the boat, fresh water, and most importantly, Those two big buffaloes, I want to bring them to the boat as well, Yi Feng said. Ha! Chang Libin stopped talking and looked at the big buffalo warily. It's a bit hanging, Chang Libin slowly said. Well, I'll take care of it. Yi Feng patted Chang Libin's shoulder and went to study the ship's power system again. It is also necessary to have Chang Libin. If Yi Feng builds his own boat, the power can only rely on two arms. The power system, which was personally built by Chang Libin and a few professional engineers, was not helped by others at all. At the downstream of the great river, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao finally climbed up the cliff and looked at the huge river running into the sea in shock. The wind, hot and cold, blew their disheveled hair from side to side. This, a river this wide? Ma Xikong was shocked, and at the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the king of small boats, he has traveled all the islands, continents, of the world. Now after seeing this big river, he was almost certain that this deserted island was definitely not on Earth. On the contrary, it was Wang Tao who picked off a pile of oysters with a surprised face and sucked it into his mouth with a giggle. It's delicious. Ma Xikong glanced at Wang Tao and was furious. Originally, he thought that Wang Tao could more or less help, but now he realized that this was a complete waste. Good for nothing, grinds his teeth and farts in his sleep. In the past 10 days, it was all up to him to hunt, build fires, and roast meat, turning him into Wang Tao's servant. Eat? Every day you just know how to eat. Do you know where we are now? Ma Xikong said angrily. Who cares? As long as we can eat, the rescue plane will find us sooner or later anyway. The sky is full of satellites now, Wang Tao said without a care in the world. Hey! With a long sigh, Ma Xikong slid down the cliff and landed on the bank of the great river. With such a wide access to the sea, if it were on Earth, a super city would have been established, but this was a barren land, and there is not a single plastic bag representing civilization in the river. Proof that the upper reaches of this great river are equally devoid of any civilized cities and towns. Ma Xikong was a little desperate. He was sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars in a civilized society, but now it seems to be of no use, and he can only be like a primitive man, who can only eat blood. Ma Xikong suddenly crouched down and looked at a human footprint next to the riverbank. Are these human footprints? Ma Xikong's clever brain worked quickly. Wang Tao, you punk, don't eat it. I suspect that Yi Feng is in the upstream position of this big river. Be careful, don't get shot in the head, Ma Xikong said coldly. Ha! Wang Tao hurriedly stopped sucking and looked his horrified gaze upstream. Then we'd better go back next to the creek. Don't let Yi Feng find out. He's the one with the gun. Wang Tao turned around and prepared to climb towards the cliff. Ma Xikong grabbed him back with one hand. Unproductive thing, this is an opportunity for us. Think about it, Yi Feng has so many women on his side, and shipbuilding engineers. Now that we are sure that he is right upstream, this is advantageous for us, because we are in the dark, and he is in the light. Find a chance to finish off Yi Feng, and then receive the engineers and women on his side, so that we can build a ship and go out to the sea, and there's a glimmer of hope to return to civilized society. Ma Xikong calmly analyzed. Right, Mr. Ma, you're too good. So what should we do now? Wang Tao asked. We'll go into the dense forest first and then quietly head upstream. And by the way, chewing up these leaves and painting camouflage stripes on our faces will provide some camouflage. Immediately, the two guys began to disguise themselves, then dived into the depths of the dense forest and quietly headed upstream. Yi Feng had no knowledge of this. He had moved all of his dark sentries to the upper reaches of the river to prevent the natives from pursuing him, and had not focused on the lower reaches. In his mind, with the ocean downstream, it was unlikely that the little canoes of the natives would paddle in from the sea to stage a sneak attack, right? It was night again, and there were more than 20 people on Yi Feng's side, so it was divided into 3 fires. Among the new arrivals, except for that chemical engineer, everyone else sat next to a fire with Su Jiaying. All stand up when you've had your fill. I'm going to give you all a good drilling so that Feng doesn't use you badly. Su Jiaying became the leader of the newcomers. Yi Feng hadn't been able to dismantle his Western mirror, so these newcomers were very convinced of Su Jiaying for the time being. And Yi Feng also has his own difficulties. He needs Su Jiaying to keep this group of people under control, but also to prevent Su Jiaying from slowly clenching power into his hands. See, follow me in the front step. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Su Jiaying began to instill unity of thought in the new arrivals. This group of newcomers were exhausted during the day, and at night they originally wanted to have a good sleep, but as a result, this guy Su Jiaying started to toss and turn again. They weren't afraid of the Su family eagle, mainly because they were giving face to Yi Feng, because the guys in the cave were armed. At the same time, they also thanked Yi Feng for providing them with shelter, so at least they would not worry about 3 meals a day. Yi Feng looked at Su Jiaying in the distance. He thought he could hold back. Susan, Go, tell that guy to knock it off. There are some things that are no longer appropriate for him to say as a hand, and must be left to others to hammer home. Susan nodded and carried her rifle to Su Jiaying. This guy was ostensibly drilling the newcomers, but in fact, his eyes and ears were always watching the movements in the cave. Before Susan got close, he hurriedly started shouting slogans. Everyone follow me and shout. Long live Brother Foam. Long live Sister Susan. Long live Brother Foam. Long live Sister Susan. Susan. She originally wanted to knock Su Jiaying hard, but after hearing the slogan, Captain Su, everyone is tired. Just drill a little. Susan's tone was not light. That's the thing about people. They usually can't be cruel when they're flattered. It's Sister Susan. Everyone shout after me. Thank you, Sister Susan. Thank you, Sister Susan. Snap. A pile of cow dung was pasted on Su Jiaying's face. He hurriedly wiped the area of his eyes clean and fixed his eyes on the fact that the one who threw the cow dung was none other than the little lowly Elaine. You murderer. You're a murderer. Elaine pointed at Su Jiaying's nose and cursed angrily. Little Elaine. At that time, it was your parents who didn't listen to the unified dispatch, and I drove them away out of necessity. But who would have thought that your parents would still want to sneak up on me? And instead, they were accidentally eaten by the crocodiles themselves. Su Jiaying's casual nonsense, coupled with his fluent Chinese, disliked the little lowly in 2 hits. You're a liar. You lie. You're not an honest person. Elaine's eloquence was limited and would only repeat the passage. In the end, she was carried back by Yifeng. Behind a large tree, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao looked at the cave in front of them in shock, as well as the 3 fires next to the cave. This scumbag, he actually found such a good place? Even the boat is almost built? Ma Xikong spoke while beating the mosquitoes on his body. Wang Tao was equally wide-eyed. Mr. Ma, we are rich. As long as we screw Yifeng to death, all the women inside will be ours. Right. There is also that boat. We can take the boat back to the civilized society. But before we go back, let's play with all the women inside. Wang Tao was so excited that his key was purple. No talent. Have you never seen a woman in 10 lifetimes? I'm afraid you haven't understood the situation. Yifeng's group all have guns. Even if we take out Yifeng, the others will take us out. Ma Xikong calmly analyzed. That's true, we must quietly finish off Yifeng, and we must also take in that group of women. Wang Tao nodded, and suddenly his gaze froze. It was as if he saw an old friend, none other than Su Jiaying, who was sitting on the periphery. Looking at Su Jiaying, it seemed like he was still doing well and was giving training to a group of newcomers. An acquaintance? Ma Xikong asked Wang Tao. Yes, there's an old friend who used to be loyal to me, but I'm not sure now. After all, this is a deserted island. Wang Tao was a little hesitant. Ma Xikong nodded and continued to observe the situation in the camp. He had been around for a long time, and he could see at a glance that Yifeng's team was divided into 3 classes. The group that lived on the outermost part of the cave was obviously the lowest, as they were positioned far from the cave and had no shelter from the wind and rain. The next best thing is the location near the cave, where it's more or less protected from the rain. The highest level is the inside of the cave, which is not only warm at night, but also protected from the elements. And the people inside the cave basically had a few guns in their hands. As for further inside, he couldn't see clearly. Ma Xikong's eyes narrowed. Obviously, the 2 groups of people outside the cave were not very popular with Yifeng, but forced to become inferior due to the gun in Yifeng's hand. Moreover, Yifeng's rule was not long ago, and his majesty had not yet penetrated into the hearts of the people, so he might have a chance to turn this group of people. Thinking of this, Ma Xikong picked up the dagger, found another stone, and quietly carved words on it. Time passed little by little, and soon there were only 2 people left to keep watch beside the cave. As for the others, all of them fell to the ground and huffed and puffed. The people in the cave slept comfortably with beds made of hay, but the people outside the cave were miserable and had to fall on a pile of weeds. Su Jiaying tossed and turned and had trouble sleeping. The ground was so hard that his bones ached from sleeping on it, and he also had a sense of crisis, knowing that Yifeng was using him to build a ship. But what would happen to himself after the ship was built? Just then, a rock landed next to him. Su Jiaying didn't make a sound as he picked up the stone and took a look at it, his eyes slowly glaring round. In the fig tree, Dev was looking around intently when suddenly her eyes narrowed and she aimed her rifle at a figure. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the dense forest. A flock of resident birds fluttered into the sky. Yifeng was the first to wake up. He hurriedly grabbed water to put out the fire, and rushed out of the cave with his gun in a murderous rage. The others were also awakened by the sound of gunfire, but were in a state of confusion. Dev was in the tree, pointing his finger in the direction of the big river. Yifeng understood in his heart and chased after Dave with his gun. Su Jiaying scared the piss out of himself. He hurriedly closed his eyes and waited for a while before he pretended to wake up with a blank face and looked into the distance in confusion. What's going on? Su Jiaying asked. Captain, you didn't hear the gunshots just now? Didn't hear it, just felt like I was shaken by something. Su Jiaying sighed in relief. At this time, Yi Feng had already returned. His face as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Jiaying hurriedly greeted him. Brother Feng, do you need any help? Give me a gun, and I can actually help you keep watch. Yi Feng scrutinized Su Jiaying. Brother Feng, don't look at me like that. Right now our biggest enemy is the natives. Even if there are some misunderstandings between us, I can still distinguish the situation. Su Jiaying said in a serious tone. Yi Feng inwardly laughed coldly. This guy has always had a bad heart, and there are some people that he is bad to the bone. He can't read the situation at all. He will only keep messing up. Being uncomfortable being looked at by Yi Feng, Su Jiaying hurriedly changed the topic. Brother Feng, was it the natives just now? It shouldn't be, unless the natives can come from the downstream bypass, but that would take too much time. They don't have that kind of energy. Yi Feng spoke and slowly walked towards the cave. Su Jiaying hurriedly followed like a pug. Brother Feng, then according to your estimation, who was it just now? Su Jiaying asked again. Just then, Dev slid down the tree. Brother Feng, come here, I have something to tell you. Dev beckoned to Yi Feng. Yi Feng immediately walked over, leaving behind a terrified Su Jiaying. He wasn't sure if Dev had seen him when he was picking up the stone just now, and if he had been seen, wouldn't he have been executed immediately? Brother Feng, just now I saw. Dev spoke while looking at Su Jiaying. I see. Leaf Maple nodded, patted Dev's delicate shoulder, and sent her off to keep watch in the tree again. After dismissing Dev, Yi Feng took a step towards Su Jiaying with a smile on his face. Su Jiaying's heart was beating straight, a pair of eyes darting around. Old Su, come here. Yi Feng lined up Su Jiaying's shoulders and brought him to the edge of the woods, away from the crowd. Su Jiaying gulped, his heart sinking to the bottom. Old Su, we're going to speed up the shipbuilding, so starting tomorrow, you tell that group of newcomers to speed up a little bit. If anyone slows down a little bit, you don't have to be polite. You need to beat them up and scold them. Yi Feng said seriously, making an appearance of trusting Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying's gaze froze. After all this, it turns out that Dev has said good things about himself, causing Feng to trust me so much? Perhaps Dev already knew about her picking up rocks, but she hadn't turned herself in. Then it could be inferred that Dev was also upset with Yi Feng. After all, it's not good for her skin to have a girl on night watch every day. Figuring this out, Su Jiaying slowly became confident, and there wasn't much respect in his gaze at Yi Feng. In his thoughts, Yi Feng had never been a manager after all, and perhaps, the woman in the cave, and he were not of one mind. Don't worry Brother Feng, I'll know what to do tomorrow. Su Jiaying nodded. Then go back and rest. In the future, I'll rely on you to supervise them. Yi Feng patted Su Jiaying's shoulder again. Aha! Su Jiaying collected his chest and went back to lie down, mentally planning his bright future. Yi Feng looked at Su Jiaying's back. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The tactic of cudgeling is simply appropriate for dealing with the Su family eagle. After Su Jiaying had urged this group of people to build the boat, he himself would then come forward and publicly speak out about Su Jiaying's cumulative crimes in treating newcomers, and in the end, he would be exempted from his position as captain. Without needing to do it themselves, that group of newcomers would beat Su Jiaying to death alive. It can't be helped. Who told the Su family eagle that his dog can't change his ways? And he actually dared to fornicate with an outsider. The next day before dawn, Yi Feng was still sleeping when he heard Su Jiaying howling outside the cave. What time is it? Still sleeping? All of you get up. Punch the holes. Log the trees. No slacking off. Yi Feng opened his eyes, only to see that Su Jiaying had made a whip in his hand and was beating those newcomers. These newcomers were all waking up and sat up, looking at Su Jiaying with angry eyes. What are you looking at? Su Jiaying cracked a whip. In the end, those newcomers dared to be angry and went to work honestly. Yi Feng had a ventriloquist sneer on his face as he walked to the indigenous woman again. The native woman had obviously been tortured by Susan and was still unconscious. After breakfast, Yi Feng sent 3 women with guns to go upstream to replace the triangle whistle. A total of 6 men are needed for the triangular post, 3 to guard the day and 3 to guard the night. Yi Feng suddenly saw that Ding Tuanchuan was still sleeping, so he walked over, lifted the bearskin off, and ran his hand over Tinker Bell's forehead. High fever? Yi Feng hurriedly wrapped Ding Tuanchuan in his arms and placed a kiss on her forehead. When human beings are sick, it is not necessarily the body that is wrong, but the psyche. Since the blonde Lolita joined, everyone rallied around the Lolita and ignored Ting Tuan, causing her to not get any love from the team. When the mind thinks too much, the body naturally can't carry it. So Yifeng judged that the root of her sickness was in her heart. Ding Tuanchuan weakly opened his eyes and glanced at Yifeng. Do not. You're sick. Yifeng looked at Ding Tuan Tuan with a loving face. I feel so hot on my body. Big brother Yifeng. Ding Tuan Tuan looked at Yifeng in confusion. It's fine. In a while brother will pick some herbs for you and come back. The cute little Tuan Tuan has a fever. It's detoxifying. It'll be fine, Yifeng coaxed with the gentlest voice. Aha! As expected, Ting Tuan's expression relaxed a bit and slowly closed his eyes again. Yifeng picked up his rifle and went to the upstream location to pick some herbs and came back, and then asked Rimiko to help Ding Tuan Tuan to decoct the medicine. This time, when he was picking herbs, he deliberately went upstream for 2 or 3 kilometers more to make sure that there were no natives, and only then did he return with peace of mind. It's strange to say that the natives have suffered such a big loss. Why haven't they come after them until now? Yifeng roughly estimated that it should be because of the last time the resentful child backfired, and the natives needed to rectify their internal affairs. But as soon as it was straightened out, the army of natives pressed in. Just ask hundreds of natives, plus countless grudge children. Even if all 20 or so of them were armed, they might not be able to do the job. What's more, spiteful children can blow poison needles and natives can throw spears. It's okay. Just wait until the boat is built. Yifeng went to inspect the progress of shipbuilding again. Brother Feng, in terms of hardware, it can be built in 2 days. The power system, the probability is that it will take 3 days. I'm using an artificial rudder here, while using a small wheel to drive a large wheel to make the oars rotate. Chang Li Bin laughed. In the past few days, others have lost weight. Then, how many people are needed to turn the small roulette wheel each time? Yifeng asked. It takes 3 people at a time. 3 of us in a team. Each team works for an hour. And once it's windy, we hoist the sails, so we can save labor as well. Chang Li Bin said. According to you, wouldn't it be, at least, 5 teams of people have to be sent to spin the little roulette wheel every day? That is, a total of 15 people? Yifeng's brow wrinkled. He thought that he only needed the captain to control it alone, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. About the same. Spinning a small roulette wheel is a labor of strength. I think 15 people or less. It is better to have 24 people. In this way, it is easier for everyone. Chang Li Bin said. He had changed the kinetic energy of the ship to the best of his ability, because he had no way to build a vaporizer, an engine, or anything like that. I see. Yifeng nodded and looked at Su Jiaying's position again. Just see that guy is bullying the new guy. Do a good job. You must saw out all the deck material today or there will be no food. This group of newcomers were burning with rage, but they didn't dare to resist due to Yifeng's face, so they could only speed up the speed in their hands. They were all human beings and knew that Su Jiaying dared to be so arrogant, most likely because he had been authorized by Yifeng. Yifeng is also lazy to care so much, although he is a good person, but good people sometimes also need to have the means to struggle, otherwise it is an abusive good person. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao were back on the beach. The 2 guys were scared, afraid that Yifeng would come after them, but after waiting all day and being fine, they finally dared to come out. Mr. Ma, it's not good. I didn't expect Yifeng to plant hidden sentries in the trees. Wang Tao scratched his messy hair. Ma Xikong's pair of eyes narrowed into the distance. We have to find a way to screw Yifeng over, or else we won't be able to take the boat home. A cold color flashed in Ma Xikong's eyes. He had seen Rimiko, who was at the entrance of the cave last night, actually feeding Yifeng the granary, which was something he absolutely could not accept. Also, he hadn't been able to hear the baby cry, so it was 100% certain that his son had been killed. Of course, he didn't care much. Right now what he cared about most was getting Yifeng's ship out of the way. After all, there were still nearly $100 billion in civilization, and he didn't want to be a primitive on a desert island. Mr. Ma, you are highly educated. You should know how to make an earth bomb, right? Wang Tao suddenly said. What? Ma Xikong's eyes lit up. That cave of theirs, let's quietly climb up to the top of the cave. Then use a clay bomb to collapse the cave and bury all the people inside alive. What do you think? Wang Tao asked. I didn't think you'd come up with that idea. Let's see. Ma Xikong's eyes kept blinking. That's right, I have a way. However, it might take 2 days to get the bomb ready, and it's not guaranteed to be powerful, but it should be no problem to blow up the cave. I'm going to bury all of Yifeng's group alive, and then, the people outside will be at our mercy. Ma Xikong laughed out loud. A little bit of time passed. In a flash, it was dark again, and Yifeng sat at the entrance of the cave, watching Su Jiaying lecturing there. Listen up, everyone, no rest even after dinner. Keep drilling so the big ship can go down to the sea. Do you hear me? This guy is causing a lot of public discontent. But these newcomers don't dare to rebel against Su Jiaying. In their understanding, Su Jiaying and Yi Feng are in the same gang. Yi Feng just let him die there. Anyway, there were still about 2 days to go before the ship's power system was completely done. All that was needed was to push the boat down the big river and start his treehouse good life. In the middle of the night, the native woman woke up. Only very weak. Yi Feng fed her some water and didn't give her food. "What's your name?" Yi Feng asked. The wildness in the female indigenous eyes did not diminish as she glared fiercely at Yi Feng. "It's fine if you don't tell me your name. How many male natives are there in your tribe? How many grudge monkeys are there? Anyway, tell me everything you know." Yi Feng continued to interrogate. The female aborigine still ignored him. Her eyes seemed like they could kill. Looking at Yi Feng was a little chilling. "How about this? If you tell me your name, I'll let you go back to the tribe." Yi Feng decided to go step by step. Sure enough, the wildness in the woman's eyes diminished by one. "Hurley," the woman made a concession. "Hurley, actually I don't want to hurt you or your fellow natives. We just want to protect ourselves. Do you understand?" Yi Feng said sincerely. Hurley nodded. "Can you cut my ropes now?" Yi Feng looked around. Everyone else was asleep. "Of course, but before cutting the rope, I'll make one more small request," Yi Feng said. "Hurley, say," and anger burned in her chest. "Who is the highest chief in your tribe?" Yi Feng asked. "Chief." Hurley got a little impatient, and her water snake-like body began to wriggle. "How many tattoos are on the chief's arm?" Yi Feng gave an inch. "You sly fei. I've already answered 2 of your questions, and you're still asking?" Hurley was furious. "Don't be like this. It's not called asking. It's called chatting. You know?" Yi Feng shamelessly sat next to Hurley, and got another piece of roast meat for her to eat. After eating, Yi Feng continued to ask, "There are at least 10 bars on your chief's arm, right?" "No, Rokudu," Hurley said seriously, not realizing that she had fallen for Yi Feng's trap. "So it's 6 paths. So it must be a warrior, right?" Yi Feng laughed, placing his hand on Hurley's shoulder. "Our chief is the first warrior within our clan." There was a hint of pride on Hurley's face. "No, right. He counts as a warrior? Then who is greater compared to him and the priest?" Yi Feng continued to condescend. He realized that this native woman had a simple mind. Priestesses? They are demonesses. Not to be trusted. Sooner or later, I will have the chief kill all these demonesses and hunt down their heads. Upon hearing about the priests, Hurley looked a little agitated. "Them?" Yi Feng caught the point again. "You mean, those priestesses, there's more than one?" Yi Feng's brows furrowed. "Yes, there are 7 of them in total, and they are usually provided for by our clan, who provide us with spiteful children and promise to make sure we live through the great cataclysm that comes once in 80 years. Hurley's eyes showed panic for the first time as she spoke of the great cataclysm. Yi Feng felt that his brain was in a mess. He needed time to sort out the information. After a moment, he asked, "Hurley, why is your skin wheat-colored? But the priest's skin is white and hydrated? Neither looks like your people." "Yes, they don't belong in the Black Tree River Valley." Hurley's answer was short. Yi Feng stroked his chin. He was now completely messed up because the information was so huge that he didn't even have a clue. "Okay, I see. Are you thirsty now? I'll heat up the bone soup from last night for you?" Yi Feng asked gently. Now he could see that the native woman was quite honest. Apart from being somewhat savage, and not particularly intelligent, not as insidious as people in civilized society. "Anyway, Feng, you said that you would let me go. Please keep your promise." Hurley stared straight at Yi Feng. "Don't worry, I will let you go. But not now." 3 days later, Yi Feng, swear that if I don't let you go, I will kill one of my own people to thank you for your offense." Yi Feng pointed to the sky and swore. "Aha! Fei, unfaithful Fei." Hurley's growl rang out from the cavern. Yi Feng picked a few leaves to plug his ears and continued to hug Ding Tuan Tuan as he slept. The next day came quickly, and the engineering team was off and running again. Under Su Jiaying's violent urging, the deck, the center cabin, and the upper cabin were all built. Then a dozen of them worked together to put up the 15-meter mast. The notches were made in the mast, and Qinglei himself stuck the pulleys in, and tried the silky smoothness with the rope. "It's not bad. You have to put some oil in it often, otherwise it's easy to get stuck." Chang Li Bean laughed. Then, Yi Feng climbed down the rope ladder to the deck and dragged the huge sail up with one hand. Under the guidance of Chang Li Bean, he hung the sail on the crossbar. "Hoist the sails!" Chang Li Bean shouted and began to pull the pulley. The huge canvas slowly opened up. Just then a hot wind blew from the river, and the huge sails ate up the force at once, carrying the whole ship off to one side. "Quickly, put away the sail." Yi Feng was alarmed. Chang Li Bean nodded and directly untied the rope. The giant sail fell at once and folded into a ball. "Brother Feng, let me introduce you to my masterpiece." Chang Li Bean brought Yifeng to the front of the big ship, where there was a very small cabin, about 2 square meters, equivalent to a toilet in a first-tier city. Here, however, is a steering wheel. This, then, is the rudder, by which we control the direction of the ship. Right. Next to it is the secondary rudder for backup. Chang Li Bean laughed. Kind of funny. Yifeng put his hands behind his back and pretended to know what he was doing. The two men left the captain's cabin and made their way back to the mid-cabin. This is the dining room, the usual place to eat, and although it's less than 10 square feet, it's not a big problem for everyone to squeeze in. This is your room. It's 4 square feet, and although it can only fit a bed, we can't be too particular. These are the other people's rooms, just enough room for 2 people to lie down. It can be a bit difficult to turn over at night, and I've made 3 tiers of beds to save space, and with 2 people in each bed, you can sleep 6. Chang Li Bean utilized all the space he could. There are a total of 7 rooms on the deck. Yifeng's is a husband and wife room that sleeps 2, and the others are dormitories where 6 people have to be squeezed into each room. This made Yifeng a little embarrassed. Old Chang, this boat was built by your hard work, or else, this conjugal room should be left to you, Yifeng said sincerely. Chang Li Bean smiled and pointed to the upper cabin. Feng, go check out my room. So the two went to the upper cabin, which was even smaller, with only 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. The big one, more than twice as big as Yifeng's couple's room, not only had a table, chairs, and bookcases, a 2-meter square bed in the middle, and even a separate bathroom. Brother Feng, this is the room for me, the captain, ha ha ha. Chang Li Bean pointed to the largest room, leaf maple. I'm still a little embarrassed in front of my TM. I didn't realize that your old boy lived in more luxury than me. Never mind, we'll switch the rooms over when the boat is launched. Yifeng visited the location of the bilge again, where there were also 2 rooms, but they were occupied by the people on duty, because there's a huge wheel with 6 handrails on the wheelbarrow, and there was a rope under the wheel that connected to a propeller made of wood at the back. As long as you turn this wheel, the propeller at the back will rotate rapidly, and then propel the whole big ship forward. As for the rudder, it is directly attached to the propeller and controls the direction of the propeller. Yifeng took another look at the floor of the bilge, all of which was made of whole pieces of wood spliced together, with the seams coated with chemical engineer's shrink glue. Don't worry, I made the floor of the bilge with 2 layers of wooden planks. It won't break open unless it encounters an impact of several thousand kilograms. Chang Li Bean laughed. Good, old Chang, hard work. I won't treat you poorly in the future. Yifeng thought, well, after the boat is built out, it is necessary to start wandering on the big river. Chang Li Bean, at least must be sealed at the level of Prime Minister. Let him have a sense of superiority. Chang Li Bean looked at Yifeng strangely. I thought we were going back to civilization after the ship was built. And you're treating me well? You're such a loser. How can you not treat me? No one could guess what was in Yifeng's mind. After disembarking, the work continued. It is also necessary to brush the outside of the boat with oil from the stinking tun tree, as it has a strong odor and prevents insects or corrosion by some parasitic animals in the sea. It's faster than expected. I feel that when the tree oil dries up, I can push into the big river. Yifeng laughed. Yeah, it's all because these new friends are selling their work. Chang Li Bean nodded. Snap. Su Jiaying cracked a whip on the back of a strong man, and a bloodstain appeared immediately. With the power given by Yifeng, he was now getting more and more excessive. Shannon, who told you to be lazy? Su Jiaying raised his whip. Captain, I was carrying a 200-pound piece of wood just now, and I'm already tired and my legs are shaking, and I just sat there for less than 2 minutes, and you're smacking me? This Shannon suppressed his anger and his tone trembled. If he hadn't seen that Yifeng had a gun, he would have fought with Su Jiaying. In the end, he didn't dare to resist and went back to work honestly. Su Jiaying heart that pleased he felt, in fact, just here as a captain is also quite good. Usually can also beat people. If he killed Yifeng again, all the women in the cave would be his, and it would be even better than the emperor. The hot sun was beating down on the stinky tun oil, penetrating the grease all the way to the inside of the boards. A whole day passed in a flash, and Yifeng returned to the cave. Native Hurley wasn't cursing now, either, but sat withered on the ground with a somewhat wooden expression. Yifeng still felt a little bit of small guilt in his heart, so he didn't miss her 3 times a day. Feng, come here. Zhang Yan suddenly hooked her hand at Yifeng and pulled her skirt up slightly. Leaf maple. The two went back to the back of the waterhole, and after the great battle, they lay flat on their backs on the rocks. From the fig tree, Anna took it all in. Just now, she had seen the movements of the 2 men through the cracks in the tree branches, and vaguely heard Zhang Yan's coquettish voice. She was a woman and knew that that kind of grunting meant Zhang Yan was enjoying herself. She was also a woman, and a 30-year-old woman. usually good food and drink. This body even reacted. No, how can I think about that stuff? Anna hurriedly turned her head to look elsewhere. At this look, her eyes widened, only to see that on the edge of the big river, an indigenous person was walking along the river with a dozen or so spiteful children. And those spiteful children would sniff something on the ground every few steps, just like hunting dogs. She quietly slid down the tree and quickly ran to where Yifeng and Zhang Yan were. Feng! Ha! Zhang Yan hurriedly blocked her body with her clothes. Yifeng's old face was red, so he just stood up with his bare balls. Anna covered her mouth in shock. I knew it was big, but after seeing a real gun, I didn't realize it was so enticing. For a moment, she kept her legs together. What's going on, Anna? Yifeng asked. Weird monkeys, and a tall native, are at the river about a kilometer away from us? Like they're scouting. Anna stammered. Yifeng's face changed and he quickly ran back to the camp. Everyone listen up, keep quiet and all go back inside the cave, and use the dirt to put the fire out, Yifeng said in a deep voice. When the crowd heard this, they immediately began to move. Within 5 minutes, all the fires outside were made to go out, and everyone retreated back into the cave. Yifeng then lay on his back in the dark part of the cave and aimed his rifle at the position of the big river. Less than 20 minutes later, there was a shaking of the branches in front of them, and a few spiteful children rushed out and began circling the ship. Then it was an indigenous man who stepped forward. He turned around and ran toward the river almost as soon as he first saw the big boat. He can't be allowed to go back and report. Yifeng pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The native was pierced through the body and the whole thing flopped to the ground. Yifeng and Susan rushed out of the cave and killed towards the group of grudge children. This was a one-sided massacre. There were only a dozen or so spiteful children. Yifeng's side fired one shot each and took them all away. Yifeng walked to this native again. He was hit through the back, but he didn't gulp, and was still struggling to crawl towards the river. Sorry about that. Yifeng stepped on his back and slashed at the back of his head. The fire was built again, but Yifeng didn't dare to sleep. After walking back and forth in the cave for a while, he suddenly called everyone to the entrance of the cave. Listen everyone, this boat is ready to launch. Now is the time. Let's push it into the water while it's still dark. Then get on board overnight and get out of this cave. Who knows if the natives will find us in some incredible way? Yifeng said. The people were all startled. Some of them took torches. Others pulled up the fiber ropes and dragged the boat, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds, toward the edge of the big river. 2 large buffalo played a vital role. Even the little licking dog seemed to understand, holding the rope in his mouth to put out a little bit of force. Yifeng of course didn't have to tow the boat, but took his gun and escorted it at the back, because, as soon as Su Jiaying heard that the boat was going to be launched, a pair of eyes began to turn thievishly, obviously ready to make things happen. 5 kilometers behind the cave, Ma Sikong and Wang Tao were advancing cautiously. The woods at night were full of flowerback mosquitoes that bit them both all over, but they didn't care because the earth bomb was already made, and they only needed to detonate it above the cave to bury Yifeng alive. There was a clattering sound from the water in the dark and gloomy underground base. A huge black shadow swam out of it and slowly crawled towards the outside of the cave. It's 2 months old and it's about to eat. On my mark. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Su Jiaying shouted in front of him, taking the opportunity to be lazy. The group of newcomers looked furious, but didn't dare to resist. Humph! At the back of the large ship, Yifeng's mouth quirked. 2 hours later, the big boat was finally pulled inch by inch into the big river with a clatter. Quick! Hook the anchor to the tree, or the big ship will be washed away. Chang Libin shouted. Yifeng's face changed. The current here is still relatively turbulent. Don't let the chicken fly away. So he carried the 200-pound anchor alone and hooked it directly to a large tree. The big boat, with a draft of about 1.5 meters, finally stabilized on the river. Chang Gong, Susan, you take the women to the boat first, and the men come back to the cave with me and bring the bits and pieces to the boat. Yifeng picked up the rifle. As you wish. A group of people followed Yifeng. After arriving at the cave, Yifeng looked at the group of newcomers. You, carry 5th brother to the boat. Don't make any mistakes, or else Susan on the boat will shoot you. Yifeng coldly said. The 2 engineers nodded and carried Long Wu out of the cave. Now, it's just a few bits and pieces. As for the guns, they were of course carried by the women. Brother Feng, let me carry these gourds. Su Jiaying had a vague sense of foreboding and took the initiative to pick up a dozen old gourds. This thing can be used for fresh water. However, Yifeng blocked him with his hand. Captain Su, I've long explained to you that you should treat these newcomers well, but in the past few days, some people have reported to me that not only do you not work, but you also beat the newcomers recklessly. Is there such a thing? Yifeng asked indifferently. Me, Brother Feng, this isn't you. What, you dare talk back? Yifeng patted the rifle. No, 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 don't dare. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Su Jiaying hurriedly conceded. The group of newcomers, on the other hand, glanced at each other and looked at Su Jiaying in sudden realization. I told you, Brother Feng is so nice. Why would he let you run roughshod over us? After all, it's all your own doing? The newcomer called Chen and stood out. And since he was more handsome than Su Jiaying, he was often whipped. The others also stepped forward in unison, gritting their teeth and looking at Su Jiaying. Look after yourselves. From now on, Su Jiaying is no longer the captain. Shannon, you will be the captain. Yifeng sat lazily on a piece of wood and released the latest appointment and dismissal notice. Thanks Feng. Shannon was overjoyed, and with a twist of his head, he turned his icy gaze towards Su Jiaying again. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Beat him up Lao Mu? Shannon said. Immediately, a dozen or so newcomers rushed over and gave an output to the Su family eagle. They have been screwed over by the Su family eagle in the past few days, so all of them are under the black hand. After 10 minutes had passed, Su Dianyi was beaten and unable to move, lying on the ground like a vegetable. His back seems to have been broken. The bones in his right arm have been smashed with a stone. There are several large bags on his head, and one of his eyes has been blinded. That's a miserable word. Yifeng finally stood up and slowly walked over to Su Jiaying, looking at him condescendingly. Su Jiaying, Yi Lian has already told me what you did. Not only did you force her mother, but you also killed her father. The group of people who followed you were even killed by you three scumbags with a trick. And the women were also defiled by all of you. And this is the punishment I'm going to inflict on you. Yifeng coldly said. Humph, Yifeng scumbag, I admit it. Kill or die as you wish. I'll be a good man again after 18 years. Su Jiaying looked at Yifeng with resentment. No, how can I bear to kill you? You're already half dead anyway. Just stay here. Yifeng lightly laughed and let the crowd leave the cave with their belongings, heading towards the location of the big river. Su Jiaying was steady at first, but when the torches slowly disappeared and it was pitch black all around, he could no longer be steady. Yifeng, holy shit nigga, kill me if you have the guts. Kill me now. Yifeng, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Brother Feng, please, don't go. Give a pain. Su Jiaying's voice slowly became smaller until Yifeng could not hear it completely. Right at this moment, he suddenly looked puzzled and turned his gaze toward the location of the cave. Deep in the dark cave, something seemed to be approaching this way. Snake? What a big python. Su Jiaying only has one hand that can move, cannot run, cannot climb, can only make a miserable scream. Yifeng whistled upstream when he reached the river. The triangular post upstream was instantly lifted, and the three Alice girls quickly ran toward the large ship. Come on, get in the boat. Yifeng finished speaking and pulled the two women up. Then the little licking dog and the calf were carried up again. In the end, there were only two big buffalo left. Can this boat eat the weight of a large buffalo? Yifeng asked Chang Li Bin. Chang Li Bin looked at the boat's draft and his face was a bit ugly. I'm afraid, I can't eat. Oi, there's no way out. Yifeng raised his rifle and aimed at the two buffaloes. Eventually, he lowered the rifle again and slapped them twice on the ass. Get a move on, run far away and I hope you cows live long lives. After saying that, Yifeng also climbed up the rope ladder to the deck, reel in the anchor and set sail. Chang Li Bin stood in the captain's cabin. The big ship went downstream toward the sea. Just after driving less than 200 meters, Yifeng suddenly heard a boom, only to see a huge ball of fire rising up to the sky at the location of the cave. There was also a sharp hissing sound from a huge creature in the firelight. Ha! Everyone's mouths were so wide open that they could almost swallow an apple. By the light of the fire, they saw the huge creature, which was clearly a python. The python was more than 10 meters long just in its standing part, and the diameter of its body was at least as thick as a millstone. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao have long been scared to pee. I did not expect that just after releasing a cannon, a white Suzhen was blown up. The size of this python was almost beyond the limits of human cognition. Mom! Run! The two quickly fled deeper into the dense forest, while behind them were the sounds of various small trees being crushed. The python was so angry that the consequences were so severe that it had to swallow the two people who started it. Chang Li Bin, right full rudder, were heading upstream towards the big river. Yifeng suddenly walked to the captain's room. What? Aren't we sailing the boat home? Why are we heading upstream towards the big river? Chang Li Bin had a question mark on his face. We still need to replenish our fresh water and food, right? And the upper reaches of the big river. There might still be survivors from civilized society. Since we are in a position to do so, we can help a little bit. Am I right? Yifeng made a look of great fraternity. Cut. Susan glared at Yifeng and twisted her head into the cabin, and just happened to get into the couple's room where Yifeng was. The others didn't understand Yifeng's virtues and cast reverent gazes. Hey, but, well, to be honest, Chang Libin didn't particularly want to rescue his compatriots. After all, it was hard to protect himself, but Yifeng was the boss, and he had to obey for the time being, or else Yifeng's gun wasn't a vegetarian. The river rushes toward the sea, driving the backwash upward. Chang Libin spread the sails and let the big boat go against the current. Now that everyone couldn't sleep, they all crowded onto the deck to enjoy the scenery around them. The front deck was small, probably only holding 4 or 5 people, but the back deck was huge, perfectly capable of holding everyone on deck to cool off. Ding Tuan Tuan walked over and squeezed her body into Yifeng's arms. She wanted a hug. Yifeng smiled faintly and tenderly took her into his arms. Then the little blonde lowly, Elaine, squeezed in as well. Yifeng simply rubbed his chin against the hair of the 2 little girls, as if he was as kind as a godfather. Those who are sleepy go back to sleep. Chang Gong, trouble you. Arrange the duty matters. Every group of 3 people in the bilge. Keep watch at all times. Once the need for artificial power, go and turn the wheel. Yifeng said to Chang Libin. Oh. Chang Libin nodded and called all the males over to arrange their work. He still had an eye for the important people such as Susan Su-yun, and arranged for mostly males. After all, Susan Su-yun, all of them are the heart of Yifeng's heart, belonging to the first echelon. After another while, the 2 little cuties went to sleep in Yifeng's arms, and Yifeng carried the 2 little babies back to the cabin to rest, and he himself was so excited that he could not sleep, and wandered about the deck for a long time again. That's right, climb to the top of the mast. You might be able to see for kilometers around. When he said he would do it, Yifeng climbed to the 15-meter high mast in a few clicks. The wind here was very strong, and it blew his floppy hair hunting. At this altitude, you can probably see 3 kilometers in a circle. If there was no fog during the day, you could even see 5 kilometers away. By now, dawn had passed, the whole sky turned azure, and in a few moments the sun would be out. Yifeng's eyes slowly narrowed as he blew the river breeze from the top of the mast. Only a large number of disgruntled children appeared in the quagmire littered with crocodiles, along with more than 30 indigenous warriors. These natives, with their bows and arrows and spears, were running downstream with a murderous look. Just then, the leader of the natives stopped and looked at the big boat in the river in shock. Hi, how are you guys? Yifeng waved vigorously at the natives from the mast. No need to think about it. This group of natives are here to take revenge. But it's just a pity. They are already in the middle of the big river. The boat was about 300 meters away from the shore, and the natives couldn't have shot their bows and arrows that far, even if they had incredible arm strength. Could they? The Fae, that's the Fae. The leader of the natives pointed to the big ship. The other natives also reacted. Some threw their spears, some released their arrows, but unfortunately, the one with the strongest arm strength, Sandao Kung, his arrows were only able to shoot out 150 meters. This would definitely be at the level of a divine archer in a civilized society. It's just a shame that it's still over 100 meters away from the big ship. The others came on deck and watched the natives on the shore with interest. Oh ho ho, the Fae are in the middle of the river. These indigenous barbarians were furious, and a few of them jumped directly into the river, moving a dozen meters closer to the position of the big ship before shooting arrows. But approaching this close doesn't help at all. Countless arrows and spears landed in the water without even touching the hair of the big ship. Ha 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 ha, come shoot me. Come on, come shoot me. Shannon screamed and jumped on the deck. Yifeng also slid down to the deck, ready to give the natives back some gifts. Feng, Dev handed Yifeng the rifle. Yifeng Ping raised his rifle and aimed at the shore. Bang! One indigenous person was killed outright. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots killed 2 more natives. The arrogant natives then realized the danger and hurried towards the shore. But Yifeng fired 2 more shots and killed another native. Rifles had a range of 3 to 500 meters. Bows and arrows shot up to 150 meters, and spears, not to mention, threw up to 50 meters. As for the blown needle of the grieving child, 20 meters. Yifeng's rifle was a descending blow to the natives. Native barbarians, listen, don't come after me in the future, and I don't want to come after you, so let's all just live in peace. Yifeng put away his rifle and shouted at the shore. Oh ho ho ho! The native jumped in anger and a wail escaped his lips. At that moment, Susan came over. Yifeng, don't provoke the natives too much. In case they keep tracking the big boat on the shore, we won't even be able to get to shore. Susan reminded. Upon hearing this, the others were startled and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. After all, the water in the big river was full of parasites and they didn't dare to drink it, so every few days, they had to go to the shore to replenish their fresh water. As far as food is concerned, it's okay. The river is the biggest granary in the world with countless fish, lobsters, Don't worry everyone. If the natives have been tracking along the shore, we can absolutely drive to the other side of the big river. Yifeng pointed to the opposite shore tens of kilometers away. Even after arriving at the big ship, Yifeng could still only see a rough outline of the opposite bank, thus showing that the opposite bank was particularly far away. The big boat went upstream. This time no tributaries could stop Yifeng, because the big boat was not affected by the tributaries and could always navigate in the mainstream river. Bring the native woman on deck, Yifeng said. Yes, as captain. Chenin rushed off to escort Hurley onto the deck. Hurley, I promised I'd let you go. I'll pull the big boat up to the shore in front of me and then you go ashore. Yifeng said seriously. What about being a person? You still need to speak some credit. The ferocity in Hurley's eyes slowly faded and she nodded obediently. After the big boat had sailed 5 or 6 kilometers upstream, it encountered 2 tributaries in the middle, which cut off the natives who had been tracking it along the shore. Let the boat dock, Yifeng shouted. Roger, left half rudder, Chang Libin shouted, and the men in the bilge began to spin the roulette wheel. The big boat docked at the shore. Yifeng took out his dagger and directly cut the rope on Hurley's hand. Wow! Susan and Dev aimed their guns at Hurley to prevent her from storming out. Yifeng considered for a moment, took another spear, a German dagger, and handed it to Hurley with both hands. Ms. Hurley, thank you for providing us with useful information. You deserve it. Hearing Yifeng's words, Hurley froze for a moment, but in the end, she took the weapon and jumped off the big ship. When she was about to drill into the woods, she turned back to look deeply at Yifeng. Yifeng was also watching her. Faye, I will always remember you. Hurley finished and disappeared into the curving banyan forest. Yifeng suddenly became a little despondent. It was quite unwilling to let go of a big beauty just like that. What, is it feeling bad that you haven't played it? Susan's voice sounded behind her. Yes. What are you babbling about? I'm a decent guy. Yifeng hurriedly shook his head. Save your breath. Susan plucked out Yifeng and went to the back deck to keep watch. Just then, there was a click from the bilge's position. It's no good. One of the propeller's blades broke off. Someone yelled from the bilge. Yifeng hurriedly rushed to the position of the rear deck and took a look downwards. Sure enough, a wooden lotus leaf floated up, as if it had been snapped off by something. Cheng Libin was also the first to rush behind the large ship. How to get it? Yifeng could only ask Cheng Libin. After all, he was an expert in this area. It's not really a good idea. The lotus leaf was originally supposed to be cast with iron, but we don't have iron, so I used wood instead. But the drawbacks came out. Once we encountered a place with more water plants, the lotus leaf would be easily strangled by the water plants. But I looked at the breaks of that lotus leaf, like it was bitten off by something. It might have been some wolverine fish, giant bony tongue fish, or something like that, and crocodiles can bite and break propellers as well. Cheng Libin said with a sad face, there are only 2 lotus leaves now. Can it still run? Yifeng got anxious. The propeller was the main power of the big boat. Once it was destroyed, they would be stranded in the middle of the river. If they try to swim back to shore, the river is full of all kinds of piranhas, locusts, and parasitic catfish that will take half their lives. It can barely move, but the speed will definitely be very, very slow. Cheng Libin looked at Yifeng with reproachful eyes. Brother Feng, it's not me. We built the boat should main directly into the sea to go home. Now well, the river is full of water plants, all kinds of predators, and my propeller is not used to travel in the river. If it is in the sea, this will not happen. Cheng Libin said. Hey, what's the point of talking about this now? Figure out a way to solve the problem, and it's best to get rid of it once and for all, or else you'll still have to build propellers in the future. Yifeng had a headache. After all, it is too difficult to build a ship on a deserted island without the help of any industrial base, and thanks to top engineers like Cheng Libin, the power of the ship is hard to change. It would be impossible for anyone else to build a boat on a deserted island. As it is, we can only choose a place to go ashore, and then find some iron, build molds to make iron propellers, and the lotus leaves should be made sharper. Even if we encounter water plants, the sharp lotus leaves can cut the water plants, and if there are fish coming over and attacking the propellers, they will be strangled into mush. Cheng Libin said slowly. Then don't we still have to go back to that cave? But there's a huge snake at the mouth of that cave. Suyin covered her mouth. Last night, they all saw the shadow of the giant snake. It was simply the prime python. They couldn't even go back enough to stuff their teeth. By the way, isn't there a warship next to the natives' tribe? Chang Gong, do you think that on the warship, there is a propeller? Yifeng suddenly asked. Of course there are propellers on warships, but other people's propellers are big as hell. I'm afraid that just one propeller is twice as heavy as our ship, so it's simply impossible to install it. Cheng Libin shook his head. It's not right. On the warship, there must be some small boats. Otherwise, so big warships can only be parked in the deep sea. They want to transport the soldiers to the beach. They need small boats. The propellers on the small boats, they can always be the right type with us, right? Yi Feng added. When you put it this way, there is a certain chance of finding a small propeller. But last time we also saw that the tribes of the natives, in a tributary that is 1 kilometer wide, if we sail this boat there, we are likely to be surrounded by the natives. Chang Libin said. This won't work. That won't work. I'll tell you what. I've decided to take a helper with me. Follow me quietly up to the warship, and then enter the interior of the warship to see if there's a propeller for a small boat in there. If there is, we'll move in, and if there isn't, forget about it. Yi Feng made up his mind. Don't you go. It's too dangerous there. Have you forgotten? There are so many spiteful children on the warship. Su Yun pulled Yi Feng's arm. Who's going to go if I don't? I really regret this. I should have known not to let Hurley go in the first place. Ask her if there were any spare propellers on the warship or something. Yi Feng regretted his death. Chang Gong, now please take the boat to the shore. I'll start into the jungle from here. By the way, who wants to go with me? Yi Feng thought, well, the two could take care of each other. I'll go with you. Susan stood up. You can't. You have to stay on the ship and preside over the situation. Yi Feng shook his head and his gaze went back to the others. Among the few people he trusted the most in this, there were Susan, Su Yun, and Ding Tuan Tuan. As for others, it's hard to say. Sometimes human nature is ugly. What if without Susan here to escort him, Chang Libin simply runs away with his big boat? 2 lotus leaves, after all, are also capable of swimming in the sea, just not too fast. Anna, you know how to use a gun, right? Yi Feng looked at Anna. Aha, Will. Anna nodded. Her country, which is more lenient in this regard, knows some combat skills. You're coming with me. Could be. Anna nodded painfully, as if to comfort Anna. Yi Feng added, Anna, we'll go over quietly. The natives are only a few hundred warriors. They can't possibly cover the entire Black Tree River basin. So this time we go to scout the warships. Just think of it as a trip. You don't have to be too nervous. If we really can't get into the warships, we'll return the same way. I see. Anna sighed in relief. Immediately, Chang Libin docked the big boat, and all those who had guns on the deck lifted their firearms and aimed them at the shore, helping Yi Feng and his duo to keep watch. Unfortunately, the riverbank here is very shallow, and the big boat can only stay 10 meters away from the riverbank, because this is the only place where the water is deep enough to eat the weight of the big boat, and any closer to the riverbank, and the big boat will run aground. Yi Feng had no choice but to jump into the water. The water level here flooded up to his chest. Anna, however, was afraid to jump because the water was densely populated with parasitic catfish, and it would be embarrassing to burrow into a certain spot, which was something she could never accept. Anna, you ride on my neck and I'll carry you to shore. Yi Feng waved in the water as he felt so many things arching his pants. But, there's no buts. Don't worry, I won't let you fall in the water. In the end, Anna rode on Yi Feng's neck. A wet and hot sensation surrounded Yi Feng's head and was accompanied by the strong hormonal scent of a woman. But Yi Feng didn't care to enjoy it. Instead, he walked quickly towards the shore, and every few steps, he had to use his dagger to cut through the dense water plants. Where the water plants were, more creatures lurked, and Yi Feng's face swelled red. Yi Feng started to run up in the water, but just after 3 meters, he tripped over the water plants and Anna fell into the water. Anna rolled and rushed to the shore. Yi Feng was the second to go ashore. The two looked at each other and rushed into the woods at the same time. Anna couldn't be bothered to be shy now and just stripped off her dress pants and took off her little underwear. Yi Feng also couldn't wait to take off all of his clothes and began to clean out the locusts and small fish from his lower abdomen. The water source here was too suitable for fish to grow, and many of the creatures Yi Feng didn't recognize. At that moment, Anna was posing in a gesture that made people spit fire, picking at something. No way. Anna was on the verge of crying with impatience. Gollum. Yi Feng swallowed his saliva. These parasitic catfish. Do you want me to help you? Yi Feng walked over with his naked body, condescendingly looking at the blushing Anna. Well, then, please, hurry up. Anna nodded shyly. So, Yi Feng began to help. Damn it. Anna stomped the little thing with one foot. When she just looked up, she saw Yi Feng's lower abdomen and her face turned red. Don't misunderstand Anna. This is a normal reaction. I won't be like that. Yi Feng explained. Anna nods. Like, there's another one, Anna said sharply. Yi Feng was once again busy. This was great. He had admired every inch of Anna. It was beautiful. It was just superb. They have universal military service in that country, so the girls are very hot. Eventually, the two men got dressed in pants. Anna just crouched on the ground, her eyes vacant as she stared at the large ship in the distance. The big boat had swum towards the middle of the river, ready to hover in this position, waiting for Yifeng to return. Can you walk now? Yifeng held one of Anna's arms. Can. Only. Anna wanted to say something. Just now. The parasitic catfish was so abominable. It made her hot now. And she desperately needed a bigger parasitic catfish. Yifeng looked at Anna's reddened skin and seemed to understand something. So he simply squatted behind Anna and wrapped both arms around her waist. Anna didn't resist and obediently leaned her head on Yifeng's chest. The two of them hugged each other like this for a long time before Anna finally couldn't help but twist her head around and meet Yifeng on all fours. Is that all you do is cuddle? Anna asked. Do you want to? Yifeng's eyes widened. Shortly afterward, a banyan tree shook, accompanied by Anna's depressing voice. An hour later, Yifeng was satisfied and dressed. With a moving blush on her face, Anna jumped down from the banyan tree after her. Come on, Anna. Yifeng grabbed Anna's hand. The two clasped fingers and headed downstream toward the tributary. Where they were already upstream of the indigenous tribes, and had to go downstream a few kilometers and then around 3 more tributaries before they could find the indigenous tribes. At the same time, the trees here became more primitive, and the banyan tree grew so thick that it was like a boa constrictor coiled around the sides. Yifeng felt that if there really was a python hiding in the banyan tree, humans would not be able to distinguish it for a while. Look out! Just then, Anna suddenly picked up her rifle. Yifeng was startled and slowly raised his head. Only a yellow and black tiger appeared 10 meters in front of him. Its tiger's head was frighteningly large, like a small water tank, and a pair of shit yellow pupils were looking straight at Yifeng. Yifeng quietly raised his rifle and aimed at the giant tiger. Roar! The tiger fell from the sky and jumped up at least 5 meters. Bang bang! 2 shots rang out, accompanied by a wail from the tiger. As it turns out, even the most powerful animals can't fuck with firearms. The tiger took a few hard steps forward and fell to the ground with a poof. Yifeng walked over again and pressed his rifle against the tiger's head. Bang! When the tiger was completely dead, Yifeng then stroked its fur. If this tiger skin is taken back to civilized society, it will be worth at least $1 million. Yifeng sighed. Come on, don't forget our mission. Anna said. Wait. Yifeng drew out his dagger and sliced off the tiger's whiskers, distributing a few to Anna. What's this for? Anna wondered. The tiger is the king of the jungle. Many animals will flee when they smell its scent. We can avoid a lot of trouble by carrying the tiger's whiskers on our body. Yifeng laughed. Maple, you know so much. Anna took the tiger's whiskers. The two continued to move forward, but they didn't dare to hold hands anymore. Instead, Yifeng walked in front and Anna walked behind. Right at this moment, Yifeng suddenly raised his rifle. After a while, there was a shifting of the trees in front of them and 2 women stepped out. Their faces were pale, their eyes were hollow, and they looked dressed equally as survivors. Yifeng sighed in relief and walked quickly towards the two. Hey, have you guys seen any other survivors? Yifeng asked. The 2 men looked at Yifeng woodenly, and had no surprise or fear on their faces. All they had was wood. Yifeng hurriedly supported one of the women and touched her forehead with his hand. It's so hot, you have a high fever? Yifeng hesitated up, now that he hadn't entered the natives' tribe. Anna, how about this? Bring them back to the ship first? Yifeng asked. Aha! Anna had a good heart and hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Just then, one of the women covered her mouth and coughed violently, in such a way that it looked as if she was going to cough her lungs out. You won't have a high fever that triggered pneumonia, right? Yifeng's brows furrowed. Because pneumonia, more or less, is contagious. The 2 women didn't speak from the beginning to the end, as if they were tools, which made Yifeng alert. You guys can talk? Yifeng asked again. Just then, only a subtle poof was heard. An arrow drilled through the mouth of one of the women. Holy shit! Yifeng hurriedly raised his rifle and aimed ahead. Pust! Another arrow came through and the other woman was shot through the heart. Bang! Yifeng also fired a shot at the front. Maple, don't shoot. It's me, Hurley. The voice fell, only to see Hurley walk out of the woods, a homemade bow and arrow in her hand. Hurley, why did you kill them? Yifeng said angrily, his gun not leaving Hurley. However, Hurley pointed at the woman with the arrow in her chest. See for yourself. Why isn't she dead when she's been shot in the heart? Hurley finished, aiming the arrow at the woman's head again. Yifeng fixed his eyes on the woman, and sure enough, the woman was hit by an arrow in her chest, but she still didn't die, and she didn't scream in pain, and there was no expression of pain on her face. Pust! Hurley shot another arrow through the woman's head. Anna clenched her lips and looked at Hurley with an angry gaze. What's wrong with them? Yifeng asked. Parasitic infectious disease, an emerging infectious disease that is very scary. I coughed and had a high fever some time ago. and was defined by the priests as an infectious disease and kicked me out of the tribe. So even if you let me off the boat, there's no way for me to go back to the tribe, so I can only wander in the forest. Deep hatred flashed in Hurley's eyes as she spoke of the priests. What parasitic infectious disease? Yifeng was shocked in his heart and stayed away from the two corpses. It was a strange disease that appeared 3 months ago, because 3 months ago, exactly 80 years passed since the last catastrophe. Hurley's lips trembled a little as she spoke. What is this thing infected through? Yifeng hurriedly picked a few leaves and rubbed them on his hands for fear of being infected. I don't know. Very strange infectious disease. In the early stage of infection, they will cough, then have a high fever, and finally their whole body will be numb, as if their brain can't control the muscles and expressions on their body, so the only way to kill them directly is to shoot their brain. In addition, those who are infected, they will do some strange behavior. They seem to take the initiative to infect the other people. Those priests have said that these are no longer humans anymore. It's the parasite that controls the brain and then goes to infect more humans, Hurley said seriously. Hiss. Yifeng winced and once again distanced himself from the corpse. Is there a doctor in your tribe? Yifeng asked. Doctor? Hurley apparently heard the word for the first time. That is, the doctor who can cure the disease. Or don't you understand? That is, the one who can cure infectious diseases. Yifeng said. You're talking about witches. Ha, witches are priests now. And they say that the only way to make this infection go away is to resort to sacrifices and contribute more fresh offerings to the gods, Hurley said. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Witchcraft is harmful. Hurley, you're here just in time. Now can you take us by the warship? We have a problem with an important part on our ship, and we need to find these parts on the warship. Yifeng said sincerely. Since I came back for you, I must have been ready to join you. You are the most trustworthy of the Fae I've ever met. Much less trustworthy than we are. But it can't be helped. You're all I've got right now. As Hurley said this, her originally strong tone slowly became softer. This gave Yifeng a desire to protect her. Don't worry. When you get to my ship, you'll eat the same as me, live the same as me, and do the same work as me. Yifeng patted Hurley's shoulder. Okay, I'll show you the way. The water network is intertwined here, so watch your step and don't fall into the swamp, Hurley said and took the initiative to walk towards the front. Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he also followed. While it was unlikely that Hurley would harm him, defense was not an option, and he had to be prepared for both. Luckily, having Hurley in front of them led the way, allowing the duo to walk quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had traveled 5 or 6 kilometers, but at the same time, it was getting dark. It was the end of a tributary where a lot of water ran off the high ground and formed a small stream. Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he suddenly looked at a small tree at the end of the tributary that had 3 white fruits growing on it. He didn't make a sound either. He just rushed over and slashed. 3 fruits fell to the ground. Yifeng picked them up and stuffed them into his mouth, almost eating them clean in 3 tries. This fruit is amazing and almost melts in your mouth. A powerful heat energy began to sweep through his body. Yifeng felt his muscles tighten, and all of his previously unhealed internal injuries were actually healed. It's amazing. You actually dare to eat the ghost fruit? Hurley's eyes widened as she looked at Yifeng in shock. Ghost fruit? Why can't I eat it? Yifeng asked rhetorically. Ghost fruit, strangely poisonous. If you eat it, you'll die. But why didn't you fall down? Hurley looked at Yifeng with even more shock. Leaf maple. Who did you hear say that this fruit can't be eaten? Yifeng asked. He felt that an honest woman like Hurley should have been fooled. It's common sense. The chiefs have said it. The priests have said it. Ghost fruits should never be eaten. Hurley was still shocked as she looked at Yifeng. Oi, what a sin. What chiefs? What priests? They lied to you. Silly girl. Yifeng couldn't help but hug Hurley. Hurley stopped talking, and she suddenly crouched down on the ground, a pair of black and white eyes blinking incessantly. Since she was a child, she had heard that ghost fruits were not to be eaten, but the man in front of her was fine and didn't die even though he ate them. Why? Why did the chief lie to himself? Why did the priest lie to himself again? Yifeng looked at Hurley's conflicted expression and let out a long sigh. Perhaps the rulers didn't want their little people to know some secrets. After all, the ghost fruits were so scarce in number that the upper class didn't have enough to eat, so how could they give them to her? Thinking of this, Yifeng walked back and forth beside the tributary. In the next moment, his whole body shook as a flash of light flashed in his mind. Fruits, rivers, tributaries? It was as if he had grabbed something, but not quite. Yifeng also squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands. 5 minutes later, he suddenly stood up. Ha ha ha, I get it. I get it. Hurley, Anna, I get it. I know the places where these ghost fruits will appear. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pulled the 2 women towards the end of another tributary. This time, they were traveling all night long, and after walking until midnight, Yi Feng finally arrived in front of a tributary. He swept his gaze from side to side, and suddenly a light dawned on him. Sure enough, at the end of this tributary, there was another small tree with 3 white fruits. Yi Feng directly chopped the small tree and took down the white fruits, one for each of the 3 people. Hurley was afraid to eat it at first, holding the fruit to her lips hesitantly. Yi Feng took advantage of her inattention and directly forced himself to help her poke in. After only a moment, Hurley's eyes widened in surprise. It's amazing, this feeling, how it's similar to the sugar beans that the chief rewarded us with. But, it's even more amazing than candy beans, Hurley said in shock. What sugar beans? Yi Feng asked. Every time we do something for the tribe, the chiefs and priests reward us warriors, and I've eaten sugar snap peas 3 times, so I have 3 glory tattoos on my arms. But those 3 sugar snap peas don't have as pure a flavor as this fruit, Hurley said. Isn't this simple? The sugar beans that your chief rewarded you with are actually processed and made from this fruit. You've been fooled by those guys at the top and are still working for them. Yi Feng now hugged Hurley for the second time. He was able to find the growth pattern of the white fruit, all because he often watched some Animal Planet rainforests and other documentaries. This huge river of black trees looks like a tree if you look down from a height of several thousand meters. That main channel is the main pole of the tree, the tributaries are the branches, and the end of the tributary is the equivalent of a tree flower. And what happens to the flower when it fades? Surely it bears fruit. But why did he find the fruit on the coastline? It was because the fruit on the tree ripened and then fell underneath the large tree, which is why he picked up a few on the shoreline. It follows that he will have to speed up, or in a few days, he will have to go to the coastline to find this white fruit. But this kind of secret, just know it yourself. Don't tell anyone else. Yi Feng was thrilled beyond words, suddenly opening the door to a new world. It's something he came up with on his own, and it fits right in with some of the amazing laws of nature. Come on Hurley, let's go to your tribe. Yi Feng laughed. Hurley, however, suddenly stood up at this moment and looked directly into Yi Feng's eyes. Feng, my favorite tribe has deceived me. The chiefs and priests are in collusion and have been tricking me into working for them. But what have they given me? So now, I'm going to tell you the truth. You mustn't go to the location of the worship, where countless traps have been made waiting for you to go to, and they sent to lure you into them, Hurley said with a determined look on her face. Leaf Maple. Anna, why are you doing this? Anna grabbed Hurley by the neck and shook her hard. Hurley didn't resist, either, and kind of broke down as if she wanted Anna to choke herself out. Yi Feng sighed and pulled Anna away. Never mind, since we got away with it, I'm sure Hurley really wants to submit to us. Hurley, welcome to my team. There are no tricks in my team. Everything is fair and square. Just join my team and I will treat you like family and never cheat you, Yi Feng said seriously. Hurley was also a little confused now and could only nod. Since we can't go to the location of the worship, let's go look for some more fruits. I found that my nose is very smart and I'm particularly lucky. I can find this kind of white fruits just by looking around. Yi Feng bragged and refused to tell the duo about the laws of white fruit growth in the slightest. This kind of secret can't be told even by one's own father. Otherwise, it will become a rivalry, and one will even be killed and killed. The white fruit can enhance the strength of human beings. At the same time, there is a strong recovery ability, and even has a certain degree of resistance to toxicity. And the same as the elixir inside the metaphysical novels. Just ask, in the metaphysical novels, one could kill and seize the treasure just for some spirit elixir. If one had mastered the ability to find the spirit elixir, others would surely kill and destroy them as well, and then eat the soul food themselves. After walking to the end of 3 or 4 more tributaries, Yi Feng found 6 white fruits. 6 white fruits. Yi Feng ate 4 of them, one for each of the 2 women. After all, he gets the most credit, so it's only human to eat more. Yi Feng walked to a stone, and suddenly with the force of his arms, he lifted the 1,000-pound stone over his head and threw it fiercely at the front. The boulder was thrown more than 7 meters away. I'm afraid that Xiangyu in ancient times was not as strong as this, right? Yi Feng was surprised and happy, fantasizing about the picture of carrying a big boat and running in the future. Anna's strength is also able to lift 150 to 60 pounds, and her staying power has increased. Not to mention Hurley, who was originally a native and naturally stronger than a man, and could probably lift 300 pounds right now. Feng, how did you find these white fruits? Anna couldn't help but ask. Intuition, Yi Feng said mysteriously. You're too good. This white fruit, can you find a few more for us? Anna asked with a hungry face. No, I found out that this white fruit can't be eaten too much in one day. Otherwise it will burst the body. Now the sky is also almost bright. Let's 3 find a tree to hug together and sleep. After a sleep, then I will take you to find the white fruit, Yi Feng said seriously. Aha! The trio headed in the direction of the river bank when suddenly, a crocodile shook its head and charged. Get out of the way. Anna hastened to remind. However, Yi Feng did not dodge. In the past, when he saw a crocodile, he might have retreated. But now, after he saw it, he actually developed a sense of contempt from his psyche. So he crouched in a horse stance, and when the black caiman came charging at him, he suddenly grabbed its tail. Hey! Yi Feng's arms were so strong that he actually swung the 500 to 600 pound crocodile. This crocodile was obviously scared as well, struggling desperately in Yi Feng's hands. After 3 consecutive whirls, Yi Feng threw that crocodile out more than 10 meters like a lead balloon, and his body hit a big tree heavily. This crocodile's body was directly deformed, and it looked like it couldn't survive. Eat something else before you go to bed. Yi Feng picked up the dagger. Half an hour later, the trio grilled up the crocodile meat. For some reason, after eating the white fruit, my stomach was extra hungry, but my meridians were extra bloated. Yi Feng ate a whole crocodile tail. At least 10 pounds of meat was swallowed into his stomach. Anna and Hurley ate like 6 or 7 pounds combined. Up in a tree resting. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he climbed to the banyan tree in 3 tries, and with one hand, he easily pulled the 2 women up, 10 kilometers downstream to the left. Indigenous tribes. On the riverbank, the priestess was clasping her hands together and mouthing an obscure incantation. After the recitation, she released her hands, and in her hands, she held a speed of black hair. Messenger of God. Why hasn't Hurley lured the people here by now? Has there been an accident? A 4-way bar asked. There has indeed been an accident, and according to the sensory fluctuations coming from Hurley's hair, she, having betrayed her race, has been in the closest of physical contact with those of the Fae. When this priestess finished speaking, the hair in her hand fluttered in the wind. Damn it, Hurley is the only 3-feathered female leader of our tribe, and she's all but betrayed her own race? Those 4 bars were walking back and forth on the riverbank, their eyes red as blood. Ask the messenger of God to show me the way to vengeance. Those 4 bars fell to their knees unwillingly. The priestess nodded and stretched out a green finger, pointing towards the upstream location. Achoo! Yi Feng sneezed and looked. Just now, for the first time, how to say it straight without posing. It's already sunny. Yi Feng simply placed the 2 girls gently on the banyan tree and he jumped down himself. With the crocodile carcass still intact, he cut the crocodile meat into strips and placed them on the fire. Just then, his expression moved and he looked toward the location of the woods. Hurley, Anna, get up, Yi Feng said in a deep voice, picking up his rifle in the process. After only a moment, a figure stepped out of the woods. Yi Feng aimed his rifle at his head and looked at the 4 tattoos on his arm. Where are the others? Let them come out together, Yi Feng coldly said, putting his finger on the trigger. There's no one else. Yi Feng, you took away my dearest love. I'm going to have a man-to-man fight with you. After that 4 bars finished speaking, he suddenly bit his finger and applied blood to the center of his eyebrow. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng pulled the safety and aimed directly at the center of this indigenous barbarian's eyebrow. You're quite knowledgeable. The bullseye is painted for me. Just then, Hurley jumped down from the tree naked and pulled Yi Feng's arm. Don't. This is a fight between Gar men. No weapons, Hurley said anxiously. Those 4 bars saw Hurley naked, and a face swelled red. Hurley, why did you betray your own race, and why did you betray me? Those 4 bars had a dog-licking look on their faces. Hurley didn't say anything but lowered her head in shame, although she knew that the upper echelons of the tribe had been deceiving her. The education she received from her childhood had created a sense of guilt in her heart. At that moment, Anna also brought up her rifle and pulled the safety right off. No! Hurley stepped in front of the 2 men's guns. This is a fight between men. Feng, want me to be your woman? Want me to give all my body and heart to you? Please fight him in a manly way. If you win, all of me will belong to you and stay loyal to you, Hurley said seriously. Yi Feng's finger rubbed on the trigger for half a day before he finally nodded and put the rifle aside. Just ate so many white fruits. It is just right to take this 4 bar to verify, to see how the 4 bar, the strength of the natives in the natives. He also good to use this as an analogy to see the overall strength of the natives. Most of all, Hurley was a very important figure. She knew everything about the tribe, and if she could conquer this woman's mind and body, she would have access to all the information. Anna looked at Yi Feng's movements and could only retreat to the side with her gun. Come on, fight! Yi Feng casually stood there. I'm coming. The 4 bars came straight at him. However, just after exchanging less than 3 moves, Yi Feng easily pressed him to the ground. Yi Feng also did not expect that the 4-barred natives were unbeatable. Whether it was combat skills, strength, or speed, Yi Feng had an absolute advantage. Convinced? Yi Feng coldly asked. Who knows? The 4 bars suddenly roared in anger. The next moment, the dense sound of footsteps resounded in the surrounding woods. A dozen or so tall natives burrowed out, followed by a dense mass of disgruntled children too numerous to count. Aboriginal barbarian. You dare to resort to deception, and call it a contest between real men? Those natives didn't pause for a second and directly rushed towards Yifeng. The angry Yifeng directly used the 4-bar as a humanoid weapon and swung it towards the natives. The two natives in the lead were directly swung backwards. Their chests collapsed. As soon as Yifeng let go of his hand, he threw the 4 bars towards the crowd, while he pulled out 2 pistols in the process. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang bang. Anna shot too. Only Hurley stood by at a loss for words, unable to engage her people for the time being. One by one, the natives and the spiteful children fell to the ground. In the end, Yifeng's bullets were all out, so he simply took out his dagger and fought with the remaining natives. But 3 blow needles were stuck on Yifeng's back. At the same time, the claws of a spiteful child pulled open a wound on Yifeng's thigh, and blood spurted out directly. Ah! Anna screamed in agony and covered her face with her hands. Apparently, she was shot in the face with a blowgun. Anna! Yifeng roared angrily and turned back towards Anna. He wanted to protect his woman. Unfortunately, the other natives rushed over desperately and held Yifeng back. Feng! Feng! Anna kept screaming miserably, drowned by a dozen or so spiteful children. Blood kept spattering out from the center. It was only a moment before Anna's voice disappeared and only the sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh could be heard. Dog barbarians! I'm going to kill all of you. Yifeng's eyes were crimson as he suddenly grabbed an indigenous person and pulled with force. The native was ripped right in half. Hurley gasped for air, and eventually, she raised her bow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. One by one, the tall natives fell. Pust! A blowgun shot hit Hurley, but she had eaten the white fruit and her body was already resistant to the poison. Now, there are only 6 spiteful children and 2 natives left. These 2 guys were fighting to the death and not fleeing. One hugged Yifeng's thighs, one hugged Yifeng's back. Even their mouths were not idle, biting Yifeng's arms. Yifeng pulled out his arm with all his might and slashed with his dagger. The natives in the back covered their necks and backed away 5 or 6 meters, slowly falling to their knees. But Yifeng didn't pause. The dagger stabbed downwards, directly stabbing the natives below. The rest of the spiteful children rushed forward as well. Their claws were as hard as steel, and with a light scratch, they left deep wounds on Yifeng's body. Yifeng forced himself to endure the pain and grabbed a spiteful child and swung it around. 3 spiteful children swept away. Then his body leapt 5 meters in the air and ruthlessly stomped the last 2 spiteful children to death. At this point, the battle was finally over. Yifeng tiredly panted heavily and sat down on his butt. Hurley hurriedly ran over and plucked out the blow needles from Yifeng's body one by one. But Yifeng pushed Hurley away and crawled toward Anna's position. In place, all that was left was a ragged pile of flesh and blood, with all the internal organs gutted and the face a bloody mess. Anna! Yifeng hugged this mass of flesh and blood, and a growl came out of his mouth. Feng, let's go back to the ship. The priest knows nothing. Our position has been exposed. Hurley helped Yifeng up. Yifeng nodded and held Anna's mutilated body and walked to the river, throwing the body into the river. Go home! Yifeng let out a long sigh and stumbled towards the big ship. It was from this moment on that he experienced the malice of this pristine land. After walking for a long time, the duo finally came to the side of that tributary. However, the next moment, Yifeng hurriedly squatted down. It was only at the location of the river bank that more than 40 natives were standing, along with nearly 100 resentful children. As for the big boat, it had sailed to the middle of the river, about 300 meters away from the natives. Coward! Get off the boat and fight us in a match between real men if you dare. Cowardly Fae! Is that all you do? Cower in the middle of the river? Get out of the boat and fight us, or the river god will eat you too. The natives' tactics are still stuck in the Three Kingdoms period, trying to use agitation to trick the people on the boat into getting off. Bang bang! The boat responded with 2 shots, killing one of the natives. But the other natives did not dodge and continued to scream and curse on the riverbank. Yifeng's face turned ugly. He didn't know. What means did the natives use to walk here? If the natives had stayed here, both of them couldn't get on the big ship. He was tempted to ask Chung Libin to steer the boat to other tributaries, but once he exposed his figure, the natives would not hesitate to kill him. The last time he dealt with a mere dozen or so natives, Yifeng lost in Anna and he himself was injured. Now that he was facing so many natives, Yifeng could guarantee that there was no hope of survival at all. On the deck, Susan leveled her rifle with a stony expression. There weren't many bullets left, and she didn't dare waste them freely. However, letting the natives clamor on the riverbank, Yifeng definitely could not get on the boat. Susan, why don't we take the boat to the location of the cave and wait for Yifeng? And, by the way, replenish a little ammunition. At that moment, Satomiko spoke up. In case Yifeng comes back and can't find us, How anxious should he be? Susan shook her head. She slowly understood Yifeng. Summarized in 5 words. Horny and reliable. So she didn't want to leave Yifeng behind. Right. If Yifeng and Anna come back only to realize that the boat is gone, they will definitely freak out in a hurry. Suyun also spoke up. The others also nodded silently. These days, they had finally built a large ship under Yifeng's leadership, and Yifeng had also secured their food, providing them with a relatively peaceful environment to survive. In the past, they had wandered through the woods, starving 9 times in 3 days, and having to watch out for those sneaky predators, and it was miserable. So you guys have another way? Rimiko asked rhetorically. This? Susan hesitated as well. After Yifeng left, Susan became the boss of the ship. After all, she has kung fu, good shooting skills, and people are pretty. Everyone is more obedient to her. Most of all, she was Yifeng's hand-picked second in command. Alright, then let's go downstream and get some guns and ammo first, then return right away and continue to wait for Yifeng here, Susan said. In the jungle, Yifeng looked at the large ship that was gradually moving away. His eyes filled with panic. Hey, Susan, you don't bring that. Don't go. Don't leave me. Right now. Yifeng's heart only had despair. Why don't we run after the big boat? Maybe they just went downstream to wait for you, Hurley said. And rightly so. After saying that, the two of them ran downstream at a fast pace. But just after running a dozen meters or so, a spear shot over from behind. The natives found him. Run! Yifeng pulled Hurley into a run. After running for a kilometer, Yifeng was dumbfounded. Only a tributary about 2 kilometers wide appeared in front of them, blocking the pair's retreat. This? Yifeng looked at the densely packed piranhas in the tributaries and his face turned ugly. Detour. With that said, the two ran quickly toward the end of the tributary. From behind came the sound of a grumbling child squeaking and the howling of the natives. After running for 2 kilometers, Hurley's stamina couldn't keep up, so Yifeng simply carried her on his back and ran. These natives were far too fast to keep up with Yifeng. However, when Yifeng just sat down to rest, these guys always slowly chased after him. Whoever called the natives excellent hunters in the jungle, their skill in tracking their prey was far beyond Yifeng's ability. After 3 consecutive times, Yifeng shot and dried up 2 natives, and at the same time, he ran out of bullets. He originally thought that he could scare off the natives, but it didn't work at all. They kept biting Yifeng's ass. The 2 groups chased and stopped until dark. He didn't know how long it had been, but Yifeng walked to the end of the tributary. Only a small silver-colored tree was blossoming at a speed visible to the naked eye in the high ground, and then bearing pale silver-colored fruits. Gollum! For some reason, as soon as Yifeng saw this fruit, his mouth secreted a large amount of saliva. Don't startle it, the tree seems to be alive. It senses danger and the fruit shrinks back. Yifeng and Hurley hid in the bushes. Aha! Hurley nodded and leaned her body against Yifeng's back. After 10 minutes or so, the silvery fruit slowly grew, soon the size of a fist, with the only regret being that there was only one. Shoo! Yifeng made a silent gesture and drew his dagger. He approached the silver tree step by step, and when he was about 5 meters away from the silver tree, Yifeng suddenly increased his speed. Pust! The silver tree was directly cut in 2. Yifeng picked up the fruit as soon as he could. To his surprise, after the tree was cut down, the fruit was also shrinking rapidly. No good. He made a snap decision and directly stuffed the fruit into his mouth, swallowing it in 3 or 2 bites. A powerful heat energy began to rage inside Yifeng's body, only hurting him to sit on his butt on the ground. Feng! Hurley hurriedly helped Yifeng up. Yifeng, on the other hand, rolled up his sleeves with one hand. Only on his arm, a serpentine mark was slowly taking shape, soon becoming a silver horizontal bar just like the tattoo. In the next moment, Yifeng waved his arm. Unlike the last time after eating the white fruit, Yifeng felt that not only his strength had increased, mental, physical, visual, and all have been greatly improved. It's an amazing feeling. Yifeng looked across the tributary and suddenly became eager to try. You wait here for me. After saying that, Yifeng made an assisted run and jumped directly towards the opposite bank, which was more than 10 meters away. Pust! He jumped more than 10 meters straight up and plunged both legs into the mud on the opposite bank. Ah! Hurley covered her mouth with a look of shock. The Yifeng just now was like a flying man, actually jumping that far. Ha 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 ha. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh as he made a boost on the opposite bank and landed beside Hurley with another poof. Come on, get on my back. Yifeng crouched down. Hurley wasn't very tall, just about 5'5", but she was considered tall among the native women and probably weighed about 80 pounds. Yifeng carried her without any pressure at all. Just then, however, a spear shot from behind and grazed Hurley's skin. Faye, you can't get away. The natives came after him again, and then came the dense blowing needles. Hurley, Hold on to my back. I'm going to jump. With a boost, Yi Feng jumped over with Hurley on his back. Pust. The two jumped into the woods on the opposite bank at the same time. Looking back, a dozen or so natives also rushed to where they had just been, firing arrows or throwing spears at Yi Feng. The grumbling child then contains the blowpipe. Pust. 2 poisonous needles were shot on Yi Feng's arm, but Yi Feng felt no pain at all. After eating the silver fruit, his body's resistance to toxicity was further enhanced. He hurried 20 meters into the woods and hid behind a tree, coldly watching the natives on the other side of the river. Natives on the other side, I have no intention of making enemies with you, and I also hope that you don't push too hard, or else it won't be beneficial to everyone, Yi Feng shouted from behind the tree. The natives, however, would have none of it, and walked anxiously back and forth across the river. Finally, one of the 2 barred natives backed up 5 or 6 meters, and with a boost, he porpoised right into the river. For a moment, a large number of piranhas and crocodiles surrounded them. This native was startled and hurriedly swam towards Yi Feng's side, wanting to quickly get to shore. Unfortunately, the river creatures don't give him a chance. He was still 5 meters from the shore when his whole body convulsed with pain and he could no longer take a step forward. In less than 2 minutes, a crocodile bit into his leg and dragged him to the bottom of the river. A red color accompanied by gusts of bubbles rose from the bottom of the river. The other natives' faces changed, and they all hesitated a bit. Faye, we of the Gar clan are your enemies for all time. Your women, we will toy with them until they die. Your children, we will gut and skin them, and as for you, you will be boiled to a pulp. An indigenous person gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Feng. I still say the same thing. I have no intention of making an enemy of the Gay clan, but if you guys have to get me killed, there's no other way. I'll fight back with all my might, and at that time, it's still not certain who the deer will be. After saying this, Yi Feng didn't stop for a second and continued to run downstream. The water network here was so intertwined that he needed to take a detour every few hundred meters. And if it wasn't for Yi Feng's improved eyesight and the assistance of Hurley, he might have gotten lost. In the primitive forest, Yi Feng carried Hurley on his back and ran at the speed of a cheetah. Along the way they encountered a wild boar, but it was killed by Yi Feng's punch. With his current strength, the boar was the equivalent of a larger cat and posed no threat at all. Most of all, Yi Feng had run out of bullets, and the rifle had turned into a burning stick. Just then, the sound of humans talking came from up ahead. Mr. Ma, what do we do now? The big boat has already been driven into the river by Yi Feng's scumbag. And also, your wife is on board. The weeds parted and Ma Xikong and Wang Tao walked out. The two just looked up and saw Yi Feng and Hurley. Ma Xikong's eyes narrowed, and he directly scattered and fled downstream. Wang Tao froze for 2 seconds before following suit and escaping. Humph. Yi Feng raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Click. Almost forgot. No bullets. Yi Feng didn't care that much and directly pulled Hurley to chase downstream. The two groups chased and fled, and finally ran to the location where the cave was. Yi Feng's extreme vision. The big ship actually stopped at this section of the watershed, but because of the propeller, it had not been able to dock, and was carried by the current towards the downstream. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to go and finish off Wang Tao and Ma Xikong first. Otherwise, these two guys will be a big problem sooner or later. Finally chasing after the location of the cave, Yi Feng looked at the former campsite with a shocked face. The cave had collapsed and the entrance was blocked by countless rocks. As for Ma Xikong and Wang Tao, they had no way to escape, so they could only run towards the messy rocks. Hurley, wait here for me. After saying that, Yi Feng quickly chased towards the pile of rocks. The cavern wasn't completely blocked, and there were some gaps that still allowed access to the underground base. Ma Xikong turned around and saw that Yi Feng was actually chasing after him again with his dagger. After he saw that Yi Feng didn't have a rifle with him, he actually stood on a boulder and clasped his hands to his chest. Yi Feng, you are looking for death. Ma Xikong finished his speech and posed with another karate move. In his mind, he plus Wang Tao, dealing with Yi Feng is still not a handful? Yi Feng sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he made a scared face, lest these two escape again. With his current strength, I'm afraid that 3 Ma Xikongs are no match. Count on you too. I'll run. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he pretended to run back. Mr. Ma, he's scared. He's by no means a match for you. Wang Tao was overjoyed and quickly rushed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng pretended to run 2 or 3 meters before suddenly pulling out his hand back. But right at this moment, a spear flew over from behind and almost shot Yi Feng in the back. Looking back, the group of natives had come after them. Hurley, you run. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly drilled into the stone gap and ran towards the cave. In the position in front of him, Wang Tao and Ma Xikong were also running. They also knew the power of the natives. If they didn't run, they would wait to be made into a roasted sheep. just less than 20 meters into the run. It was pitch black up ahead. Yi Feng's eyes widened as he stared hard at the surroundings. Fei, you can't get away. The group of natives also chased after them into the cave. But the spiteful children stopped and jumped up and down where they were, refusing to enter the cave no matter how much the natives urged them to do so. Chief Mori, the priests have said that there is a snake god inside the ghost cave. Do we really have to go in? One of the natives asked with some trepidation. The foreigner is right in front of us. If we can capture him alive, the priestly elders will surely give us divine beings and grant us great power. If you don't have the guts, stay here. If you have the guts, follow me. When the guy named Mori finished, he suddenly turned his spear upside down and pulled out 2 black stones and rubbed them against each other. A short while later, a torch was lit. The natives hesitated for a moment before finally extending their spears. In just a moment, 12 torches were lit up at the entrance of the cave. Up! Murray pushed the 2 natives forward to clear the way while he cowered in the center. As for the spiteful children, they only dared to make squeaky screams at the entrance of the cave, not daring to chase them inside at all. Yi Feng took in the scene from the depths of the pitch-black cave. He hadn't expected that the group of humongous spiteful children were actually afraid of this cave. And it was obvious that there was something in the cave that they were afraid of. But it's definitely not a python. He's seen the spiteful child split a tiger into pieces with his own eyes. And he's not even afraid of tigers. So how could he be afraid of a python? Grass. The natives' torches were getting closer and closer. And Yi Feng could only continue to run deeper. Finally descending the steps, Yi Feng came to the place where the water had accumulated and suddenly bumped into someone. Ouch! It was the voice of this guy Wang Tao. Yi Feng's dagger slashed directly at the front. Nothing was cut, proving that Wang Tao is hiding. Whatever. Yi Feng groped his way down to the water and took a step towards the distance. Both hands kept groping in front of him for fear of running into something scary. He heard a clattering sound to his left as well. It should be Wang Tao and Ma Xikong who also went into the water. However, Yi Feng couldn't deal with the duo for the time being, and it was the natives who had to be dealt with first. At that moment a dozen torches appeared on the shore, and the natives finally came to the bottom of the steps. One of the men threw his torch directly inward. With the flickering firelight, Yi Feng could probably see the buildings around him for a dozen meters or so, and he once again took a step. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Yi Feng felt that the water was getting shallower and shallower, and he took a step to a dry place, and used his hand to touch against the pitch-black void for a while. It was as if he had grabbed a cold piece of metal. So, Yi Feng pushed hard, and when he didn't push, Yi Feng grabbed another concavity and pulled hard. Squeak! It seemed as if an iron door had been pulled open, while a foul, dusty smell came from within. Ahem! Yi Feng coughed twice and hurriedly covered his mouth. Like a blind man, he couldn't reach out and could only feel his way inside by touching the walls with his hands, and soon felt another cold piece. Yi Feng tapped it with his hand. It didn't look like metal or stone, and it was smooth on top. Glass? So he ran his hand over the whole thing again, and it did look like a piece of glass. Was there glass in World War II? Yi Feng couldn't figure out when glass was invented, so he continued to walk forward, when suddenly there was a clattering sound and something was kicked down by him. With that, a layer of light green flame lit up, illuminating the entire room with a greenish aura. Hiss! Yi Feng sucked in a breath of cool air, only to see that the place where he was an octagonal ground room, with 8 huge glass containers placed regularly near the walls. Some of the containers were cracked and contained a dark gray liquid. As for the unbroken containers, they were covered with dust. After Yi Feng wiped away the dust with his hand, he finally got a good look at what was inside. Inside this glass container was a specimen. Their fangs were exposed, their eyes bulged forward, and their hands grew into the shape of claws. In particular, behind their buttocks, a tail had unexpectedly sprouted, the tip of which was bony and bore a passing resemblance to a spiteful child. It's Germanic research? Yi Feng muttered to himself and forced himself to calm down. Looking towards the next container, the specimen in this one had grown fine black hair on its body, and its figure seemed to have shrunk as if it had been smaller, with a 30% resemblance to Grievous Child. Looking again towards the next full glass container, the specimen in this one had only a little bit of character left in its eyes, but in all aspects of its body, it was no longer any different from a grieving child. What the hell? Are spiteful children bred by Germany? In this research room, only 3 glass containers were well preserved, the others were cracked, and it was unknown whether they had been broken by humans or whether the creatures inside had burrowed themselves out. Thus, Yi Feng walked to the location of the inner door and slowly pushed open the corroded iron door. Just as soon as he went in, Yi Feng felt as if he had stepped on a pile of shit. He lifted his feet to see that on the soles of his feet, there was a large spread of a black and gray sticky substance, like freshly extracted oil or unsettled asphalt. Odorless, but particularly disgusting to look at. Looking inward through the eerie green light, This underground chamber was furnished with 9 stone beds with the dried bodies of various animals bound in corroded chains. There are lions, tigers, humans and spotted hyenas. Due to the sealed nature of the ground chamber, the bodies were not reduced to dry bones, but rather mummified. Yi Feng looked at the carts next to each stone bed, on top of which were various glass containers with some undried liquid inside. This should be some kind of potion that promotes mutation. Thinking of this, Yi Feng picked up the dusty bag next to him, put these potions in it, and slung his backpack over his shoulder again. It might come in handy someday. Just then, the sound of water rang outside, as if a lot of people were coming towards the place. With a shock in his heart, he rushed to hide under a stone bed. The voices outside were becoming clearer. "Chief, there is water in this place. It should be the foreigners coming ashore from here. Get in." Yi Feng lay under the bed and picked up his dagger, waiting for the group of natives to come in. In this hermetically sealed environment, the natives' bows and arrows and spears could not be effective, and might have eaten up the entire group of pursuers. Yi Feng made up his mind. First sneak attack to finish off 2 natives. The remaining 10, he could only rely on himself to fight hard. Footsteps sounded in the outer room, where the natives had entered and were pounding away. Then a clatter was heard. I think the glass container was broken. Ouch! This liquid! It stinks! One of the natives screamed out in misery. Stay away from him. His body, melting? Ah! Help me! Chief Murray, help me! With that, there was no sound from outside. Quickly go! This place is weird. Maybe the snake god is nearby. After one of the natives finished speaking, Yi Feng heard the footsteps of the natives leaving the outer room. He sighed in relief and stood up from under the stone bed. He also felt that it was not a good place to stay for long, but luckily he had some luck. At least he got the potion. Gotta research what the potion does sometime, and if it's prompting mutations, just throw it away. But if it was something that would prompt an increase in strength, he used it secretly himself. Stepping on the black and gray liquid, Yi Feng arrived at the outer room. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Only 12 pairs of eyes were coldly watching themselves. "Faye, it seems that you, here, are not too bright, and my random shouting really drew you out." The aborigine called Mori sneered and surrounded towards Yi Feng. "Fuck you." Yi Feng rushed into the crowd without retreating. The battle lasted for a whole half hour. Yi Feng had suffered a disadvantage in size after all, because all the natives he fought with were 2 meters tall. Luckily, he had gotten stronger, so after exhausting his strength, he finally fucked the last of the natives. No more. Yi Feng sat on his butt on the black and gray liquid, plucked out a spear from his stomach, and took off his top and wrapped it around his waist. As for the broken spear on his back, Yi Feng had no way to remove it for the time being, and could only let it stick in his back, or else once it was dialed down, and he had no way to bandage his back, he might lose too much blood. After resting for 5 minutes, Yi Feng stood up panting and walked toward the outside with difficulty. Although this group of natives had fucked Yi Feng into a serious injury, they had also contributed 2 black stones, and when the 2 stones rubbed against each other, they were able to start a fire, so they should be the legendary flints. Yi Feng held the torch and after walking 50 meters in the water, he finally arrived at the former armory. He took a rifle, a pistol, and 100 rounds of rifle ammunition, and 200 pistol bullets, before heading out of the cavern. There were still a lot of spiteful monkeys at the exit of the cave, and he was now severely injured, so he could only use firearms. Boom! An explosion came from outside the cavern and rocks fell like rain overhead. Yi Feng hurriedly crouched on the ground with his hands holding his head. What the hell? Who's using grenades out there? Yi Feng's eyes rolled and he probably understood. It should be that Wang Tao and Ma Xikong had found hot weapons and were fighting the spiteful children outside. He simply sat down on the shore and waited for the 2 guys to help him kill it. After waiting for about an hour, there was no more sound from the spiteful child outside, proving that the spiteful child had already retreated, or rather, had been fucked to death by Wang Tao and Ma Xikong with their weapons. Well, it's my turn to step up, isn't it? Yi Feng weakly stood up and staggered towards the cave entrance. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw the bodies of spiteful children lying all over the place, and a large crater was left in its place, blown out by a grenade. No good. What if 2 guys are out there keeping watch? Yi Feng's face changed. Thinking of this, Yi Feng took out a grenade and aimed it outside the stone crevice. After the cave was blown down, many stone cracks appeared, and Yi Feng prepared to make a sound. After a quick toss of his grenade, he drilled out toward another rock crevice. Boom! The grenade exploded and a large amount of debris fell. Yi Feng also seized the opportunity to see the sunlight outside again. Sure enough, 2 gunshots came, only to see Wang Tao and Ma Xikong were ambushing outside the cave, firing 2 shots towards the place where the grenade exploded. But when the smoke cleared, there was no hair. Hey! Yifeng finally caught a chance and similarly raised his rifle, being the first to aim at Ma Xikong, because this guy had the best shot. As long as he was taken out, Wang Tao would be unbeatable. Bang! Still too late. Ma Xikong was the first to spot Yifeng, who had drilled out. Just one shot sent Yifeng's rifle flying. Yifeng rolled to pull out his pistol. However, the next moment, a bullet flew past his ear. Ah! The strong wind blew Yifeng's ears buzzing. Run! After using only 0.1 second, Yifeng knew that the shooting skill was definitely not able to fuck with Ma Xikong, so he ran in a zigzag pattern toward the bank of the big river. Bang! A bullet grazed his ass. Yifeng was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that Ma Xikong's marksmanship was so good. So, Yifeng didn't pretend anymore and directly ran out of wind speed. Bang bang! 2 more shots were fired, but they were blocked by the dense woods, allowing Yifeng to retrieve a life. Bang! Another bullet flew against Yifeng's head, combing his hair into a center parting. Yifeng also finally saw the big river, and he didn't care how many locusts and parasitic catfish there were in the big river, and porpoisingly jumped in. Gollum! After going 5 meters deep into the water, Yifeng began to dive. This time he held his breath and dived until he ran out of air, which revealed his head. Bang! Another bullet hit half a meter from his side. Yifeng looked towards the shore 40 meters away. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao had already rushed out of the woods and were aiming their rifles at themselves. Lean north. He gritted his teeth and dove back into the water. This time, he dived and swam for 50 meters before finally surfacing because he ran out of air. Bang! Another shot came. Yifeng felt a pain at the location of his ribs, and the water was immediately dyed red. No good. Yifeng hurriedly covered the location of his ribs, but it was already too late. The densely packed red-bellied piranhas rushed over and hissed at Yifeng. At the same time, a large number of parasitic catfish rushed over, forming a wall of predators around Yifeng. Bang bang! 2 shots came from behind them, fired by Susan on the big boat. Ma Xikong was startled and hurriedly took Wang Tao to hide in the woods. Feng, swim this way. Su Yun yelled from the deck. Brother Yi, swim quickly. There's something behind you. It looks like a crocodile. Tinkerbell was yelling too. Yifeng scared the piss out of him. He hurriedly loosened his wounds and swam towards the big boat as fast as he could. Aha! He felt like something was desperately tearing at the location of the wound, only to have his whole body convulse in pain, barely able to swing his arm. The next moment, Yifeng heard the sound of falling water, only to see Susan swimming towards herself with all her might. Because there was no way for the big boat to dock in the turbulent river, she could only jump off the boat herself to pick up Yifeng. Yifeng felt that the location of his ribs had gone numb. At the same time, his entire left arm was no longer able to move, and he could only rely on one hand to paddle to the front. Yifeng! Susan grabbed Yifeng's arm and began to struggle to plow water towards the front. Just as he reached the bottom of the big ship, a knotted rope fell down and accurately put on Yifeng's neck. The men on the deck didn't care about anything else and started pulling straight up. Ah! Yifeng's neck was put in a noose, and it was pulled up like a hanging. Bang! His body finally landed on the deck. Yifeng covered his neck and panted desperately. Quick! Pull Susan up too! Quick! Yifeng shouted at the first time. So the crowd pulled Susan onto the deck with 7 hands. The first thing Susan did was to remove the clothes from her body and snap out the parasitic catfish from the various holes in her body. Yifeng, let me help you. Rimiko rushed over and helped Yifeng deal with the parasitic catfish on his body. After half an hour, the ants and parasitic catfish on Yifeng and Susan were cleaned up. The 2 men lay flat on the deck, breathing heavily. It was only after a long time that Yifeng braced himself and looked at the several people on the boat with a dull gaze. Which son of a bitch put the rope around my neck? Yifeng asked coldly. Almost hung him just now. I don't know. A group of people hurriedly spread their hands and made an innocent look. Forget it. Actually, I don't blame you guys. Just now, if it wasn't for pulling me onto the deck right after lassoing my neck, I'm afraid that I would have already been gnawed by the piranhas. No matter what, I thank you guys. Yifeng's tone suddenly became gentle. Ah, brother Yi, it was actually me who put a rope around your neck. Tell me, how do you want to thank people? Only after Ting Tuan Tuan saw that there was no danger did he walk over to claim credit. So it's you, little son of a bitch, that I swindled out of it. Yifeng hooped Ting Tuan Tuan with one hand and bit her on her cute fleshy face. As for Susan, she had been helped into the cabin to rest, and she walks with both legs wobbling. Yifeng was shocked in his heart. It's finished. Susan's first time won't be given to the parasitic catfish, right? Ma Xikong and Wang Tao hid in the woods and watched as the large ship raised its sails and headed for the upstream location. Damn it! How did you let this scumbag Yifeng escape again? Wang Tao jumped anxiously. Ma Xikong frowned and was about to angrily rebuke. Suddenly, his face changed, and he quickly turned and brought his gun to bear. aiming into the woods behind him. Is it a man or a beast? Ma Sikong looked into the dense forest, his tone trembling a little, because he felt a strong aura behind the woods, and humans are capable of sensing aura, especially if they are in a high-pressure environment for a long period of time. This sense will be slowly stimulated. Several small trees were parted and a native stepped out. He had his hands behind his back, his face rippling. Ma Sikong noticed that the native was not tall, but his arms swung powerfully, as if he was as nimble as an ape. Most notably, the native actually had 7 tattoos on his arms. Faye, you're not with them? The native pointed his finger at the large ship in the distance. Yes, Ma Sikong gulped. Although he was holding a gun, he could not afford to resist when facing this native. Very well, you can use this divine crossbow in your hand. We can work together a handful of times to snatch that ship, and maybe, using that ship, we can directly escape to the uppermost reaches to escape the once in 80 years natural disaster. After this native finished speaking, the dense forest behind him shook, and at least 20 natives walked out, accompanied by a large number of spiteful children. Ma Sikong and Wang Tao looked at each other and lowered their rifles at the same time. Very well, firearms may be great, but, as the native spoke, he suddenly moved his arm. Only a stone dagger flew over and nailed itself directly to a large tree, barely reaching the handle. Ma Sikong pinched a handful of cold sweat. This guy's flying dagger is so awesome. Fortunately there was no firefight just now. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he could fuck over this native. Sheik, can these 2 foreigners be trusted? What if they deceive us? A native stepped forward with 5 tattoos on his arms. Bok Do, I am the chief. I have my own plans. You step aside. The 7 tattooed native said flatly. No, the Fae are too cunning. Only with their blood can I restore my pride. Bachardo shook his head. This chief slowly turned his head and fixed Bachardo with a sharp gaze. He drew his dagger with a brush and faced Bachardo straight on. Come, apparently, 2 guys are going to duel. Bokdo gulped and couldn't help but take a step back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. The sheik saw that Bokdo had softened, and only then did he slowly withdraw his dagger. Bokdo, take the 2 Fae friends into the tribe. Just like that, Ma Sikong and Wang Tao became the honored guests of the gay tribe and followed them towards the tribe's location. Yifeng was lying flat on his back on the bed in the center cabin, and Rimiko was helping him heal his wounds with herbs. The piranha was so ruthless that it gnawed a hole where the rib cage had been. Does it hurt? Rimiko leaned her body against Yifeng's arm, trying to help him offset the pain with softness. It's a bit itchy. I feel new flesh growing out, Yifeng said indifferently. With his current physique, not to mention the rib meat being gnawed on, even if it was bitten off, it might be able to grow back slowly. Yeah, that's how confident I am. That silver fruit is amazing. The recovery ability is very powerful. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Now that the problem with the propeller can't be solved, the main power of our big ship is all dependent on the sails. Should I, instead, get off the boat and go look for the propeller? Rimiko asked. No, absolutely not. The natives are very difficult to deal with, and their priests seem to be omniscient. They seem to be able to calculate where we are, so we can't fight at all. Yifeng shook his head. I don't know how Hurley is now. She escaped into the jungle, so I guess there is still a chance of survival. But if the natives catch her, she will most likely be tortured to death. Ma Sikong and Wang Tao entered the tribe of natives, and the 2 appeared to be careful, holding their rifles at all times, only to see that the river bank was still pushing and placing a dense number of corpses, and some natives were holding children next to the corpses, smearing the blood from the corpses on the children's eyebrows, and did not know what it represented. Vomit. Wang Tao dry heaved. 2 honored guests, please enter our tribe. The chief pointed toward the front and 2 simple wooden doors were pulled open. Ma Sikong sniffled as he smelled a strong odor of feces and urine and almost threw up as well. Inside the tribe, men, women and children were all over the place, and teams of indigenous warriors were patrolling. Mr. Ma, this aboriginal tribe is so big. I've taken a look. These aboriginal warriors, there are at least 600 to 700 of them, right? Wang Tao whispered. Less talking, more watching. Ma Sikong took a deep breath and followed the chief. He had only one purpose, and that was to snatch Yifeng's big ship, but the big boat is in the middle of the river. Lord Chief, maybe, I can teach you to make a car crossbow. Put a reverse hook on the front of the car crossbow, and tie a rope on the back, so that as long as you shoot at the big ship, you can use the hooking force of the car crossbow to hook the big ship to the shore. And in this way, Yifeng and his women will be captured by us. Ma Sikong suddenly stepped forward. That's what he just came up with. Oh, what's a carriage crossbow? That chief twisted his head around and looked at Ma Sikong strangely. Tell you what, please have all the artisans from the tribe come here and I'll teach them how to make a car crossbow. Ma Sikong smiled slightly. Yes, as long as we can get a large ship. I will have all the artisans in the tribe at your command. The chief nodded. Hurley was running through the jungle, blood dripping from her thighs, shot by Mascot, and behind her, she was tracking a pack of wild wolves that numbered at least 20. Although she had killed a few wolves with her spear, she had also lost a large amount of her stamina. Fong, where are you? Hurley was anxious, uncertain, and helpless. She felt her strength draining away rapidly. If she couldn't get rid of this pack of wild wolves, she could only imagine what would happen to her. Just then, she suddenly looked into the middle of the large river. Boat? Overjoyed, Hurley rushed out of the jungle and waved hard at the center of the river. Fong, I'm here. I'm here. Turn around. Unfortunately, the ship was too far away to hear her call, so she fought to throw the spear in her hand, which only shot 20 meters away before falling helplessly into the water. Fong, come back and save me. Hurley knelt down by the river, tears slowly streaming down her face. There was a rustling in the woods behind them. The pack of coyotes had surrounded them. Faye, really unreliable. Damn Faye. Hurley cursed and closed her eyes in resignation. She heard the growl of a coyote coming up behind her, closing in on her, but she was no longer able to escape, and the massive blood loss made her dizzy, so she could only close her eyes and wait for death. Roar! With a snarl, the head wolf charged towards Hurley. Finally, still dying? It's just a pity that I didn't die on the holy mountain. Hurley was sighing in her heart. Bang! A gunshot came and Hurley jumped in shock, then looked to the center of the river. Only the big ship was approaching, and a few small black dots appeared faintly on the deck. Bang bang! 2 more shots were fired and 2 coyotes were killed. Ah, Fong! Fong saw me. He saw me? A strong desire to survive made Hurley draw her dagger and confront the coyote behind her. Bang bang! 2 more shots were fired and a coyote was killed. Hurley, Hurley, I'm coming for you. It was Yi Feng's voice. It was as if he had telepathy. Just now the big ship had originally sailed upstream, but he was 2,000 meters away, as if he heard someone shouting at him, so he stood on the deck with a great view, and at once saw Hurley kneeling on the shore. After eating the silver fruit, he had excellent eyesight and could see everything within 2 kilometers. Hurley, swim towards the big boat and cover the places on your body that have holes in them. Don't let the parasitic catfish burrow in. Yi Feng shouted from the deck. He was now covered in wounds and didn't dare go into the water. With a clench of her teeth, Hurley dug up a lump of mud on the bank and glued it to the area of her body where there was a hole, and then with a jerk she jumped into the river. There was a ripping pain coming from her thighs, but Hurley didn't care and just flailed her arms. Finally, it was getting closer and closer to the big ship, but the ship seemed a little out of control. Come on, get up here. Yi Feng stretched out the rope and put it around Hurley's waist, and with one hand, he pulled her upwards. The first moment she was on deck, Hurley rushed to clean the ants and parasitic catfish off her thighs. Then she took her clothes off again. Let me help you with that. Yi Feng skillfully helped her pick out the parasitic catfish on her body. Feng. After Hurley's body was cleaned of the creatures, she directly jumped into Yi Feng's arms. In this moment, she was so excited. She wanted to scream. Escaping from death. She had only experienced it twice in her life. The first time, she relied on her own perseverance to overcome the difficulties. And the second time, she relied on Yi Feng. So from this moment on, Yi Feng was her light, her god, and she was going to dedicate her body and mind entirely to Yi Feng. Oh nothing I'll carry you back to rest. That who? Hurry up and prepare herbs for Hurley. And you, go make something to eat. Look at how hungry Hurley is. Yi Feng said. Lena looked at Hurley and finally nodded. She already knew about Anna's death and had just burst into tears. After carrying Hurley back to the cabin, but the woman was dead hooked to Yi Feng's neck, killing her and not letting go. Always strong. It was as if she had found her backbone. What's wrong, Hurley? Yi Feng simply wrapped her in his arms. Feng, I want to tell you a secret. In our tribe, there are 800 warriors. Old people, sick people, women, young children, and even more countless. You don't want to be their enemy. You can't fight them. Hurley said. Ha, 800? Yi Feng's face fell at once. He thought there were only 200 indigenous warriors, but he didn't realize there were so many. Also, the priestesses have a special ability. They can figure out where you are by something on you, and you're all under her surveillance right now. Hurley added. Yi Feng's face sank once again. He didn't expect that. These indigenous barbarians would still be able to do this kind of thing. That wouldn't be good. Is there no distance limit? For example, if I run 10,000 kilometers away, she can figure out my location as well? Yi Feng asked again. He believed that there was a limit to any ability, and if the priestess was really that awesome, wouldn't she be no different from a god? There should be a limit, probably within a few kilometers. Hurley's words made Yi Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Any more secrets? Tell me all of them. Yifeng kissed Hurley on the forehead as a reward. Yes. After 30 days, all the clans will go to the upstream location and perform a sacrifice, after which a beast fighter will arise. The fighter is very powerful, and once a fighter emerges, the fighter will leave the Black Tree River Valley and go to the north side of the Great Mountains to become a servant of the gods. Hurley added. What kind of fighter? How powerful is it? Is it more powerful than your most powerful fighters? Yifeng had a question mark on his face. Yes, the beast fighter is even more powerful than our chief, and one more thing, I lied to you before. In fact, our chief is a 7 dozen tattoo. He can lift a big buffalo with one hand, and with a spear in his hand, he can shoot down the sun in the sky, but the chief's power is still not as strong as a beast fighter, and the beast fighter is too strong, so he will leave the Black Tree River Basin on his own. Hurley stammered her explanation. Yifeng estimated that the natives had the habit of bragging. Shooting down the sun in the sky with a spear? This should be an exaggerated modification technique. But the chief with 7 tattoos was obviously the strongest warrior in the tribe. I see. How did the brawlers come into being? The specific process. Have you participated in it? Yifeng asked again. Having participated, 100 creatures are to be sacrificed, which include pure women, strong warriors, strong tigers, strong buffaloes, jungle elephants, a total of 100 creatures, and then a golden fruit is to be consumed, and after consuming the fruit, the chosen warrior will become a beast fighter. Hurley said. Indigenous people's words are short and largely devoid of modifiers, with some exaggerated grammar used only when describing the powerful. Yifeng stroked his chin and his eyes narrowed. Apparently, the previous sacrifices were all an illusion to fool people, perhaps a means for the chief to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of his internal enemies. Only the golden fruit at the end is the key. That golden fruit. In which place did it appear? Yifeng asked. The golden fruit is in the uppermost reaches, at least 100 kilometers away from here. Moreover, that golden fruit bears fruit every 3 years, so we usually have 3 years before we produce a powerful fighter. If we can't produce a fighter, the priests will be so angry that they'll use 100 strong warriors to go to the Great Swamp to make sacrifices. It's like giving thanks for the god. Hurley said. I see. Yifeng nodded, his eyes looking out of the window while his clever brain raced. Apparently, the northern part of the Black Tree River Basin has some secrets that are known only to the higher-ups in the tribe. Hurley is only a 3-way street, not yet qualified to know these secrets, but it's none of your business, as long as those natives don't come messing with you. Only, that golden fruit. It seems that you can secretly get it to study it. Maybe after eating it you become a Superman? Because after eating the silver fruit, Yifeng felt that his strength had reached 1,000 pounds. Gold was always more advanced than silver, right? After eating it, the strength might reach 2,000 pounds, or even 5,000 pounds. Suddenly, Yifeng thought of the most important thing. Hurley, when you offer sacrifices, does everyone go 100 kilometers upstream? Yifeng asked the most crucial question. Pretty much. The slightly more powerful chieftains, who go upriver, will only keep a dozen or so ordinary warriors in the tribe. The women and the weak, the children and the elderly, are not eligible to participate in the triennial great sacrifice. Hurley said. Okay, I get it. So it's like, in 30 days, the Gahabi's warships will be unguarded. And by the way, the warships? What about those spiteful children? Will they also go to the sacrifice? Yifeng asked again. It will go partly too. The old grudge kids and the weak ones won't. Hurley replied dryly. Yifeng felt that this was an opportunity. When most of the strongest people in the tribe went to participate in the sacrificial ceremony after 30 days, he took the opportunity to rush into the warship, first creating some artificial smoke bombs to smoke out all the resentful children in the warship. They could then drive in and enter the interior of the warship to look for the propeller. Hurley, I'll ask you the most important question again. Inside that warship of yours, is there a propeller? Yifeng asked again. What propeller? Hurley looked confused. Apparently the natives had limited cognition. Yifeng simply took out a piece of charcoal and started scratching on the floor. Luckily I'm a wonderful artist. See, it's this thing I drew. Yifeng pointed to the floor, letting Hurley recognize it clearly. What is this? Hurley looked at the watermelon on the ground. More question marks on her head. A propeller, don't you see it? Yifeng was in a hurry. If there was no propeller on the warship, what the hell? If they made their own propellers, I'm afraid that it would take months or even a year, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to make a regular spiral leaf. At this moment, Rimiko walked in and looked at the watermelon drawn by Yifeng. Feng, you're a terrible painter. Serve the herbs and feed her. I'll do the painting. Satomiko took the charcoal and slowly drew the shape of a propeller on the floor. Yifeng's old face was red. His mouth said resentfully, Mei Zi, I didn't expect your dancing to be above me. You used to specialize in art, right? Nah, I'm pretty much an amateur, Rimiko said. Leaf maple. As the propeller became painted, Hurley's eyes widened. Yes, there's this thing, but it's underwater and it's extra large. It weighs tens of thousands of pounds at least. Are you guys going to move this back? Hurley asked. No, I'm not asking you about the propeller of the warship. I'm asking you, inside the warship, is there a smaller propeller? Yifeng asked with a headache. It does take a lot of work to talk to the natives. I'm not sure. I think there is. I remember when I was very young a warrior went inside the giant ship. He came out and told us that the inside of the giant ship was pregnant with 3 very small ships, identical to the one the giant ship captained. Hurley said. Yifeng was overjoyed. That must be the small boat carried on the warship. Behind the small boat, there must be a small propeller, just enough to match the model of his own boat. Wait, I don't know how big that warship's secondary ship is, but if we can get all 3 of the smaller ships, doesn't that mean we'll have 4 ships on our side? Hurley, you did a great job. Have a good rest. I'm going out for a meeting. Yifeng said gently. Feng, don't leave me yet, please hold me tight. Hurley was suddenly very attached to Yifeng and tightly wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck. Okay. Yifeng hugged Hurley and gently patted her back. Hurley looked brave, but Yifeng probably judged that she should only be 15 or 16 years old. After all, in the world of the natives, 12 or 13-year-old girls could give birth. So their adulthood, and the algorithms of the civilized society were different. The algorithm in civilized societies is adulthood at 18, or even 20, but in the tribes of the indigenous people, adulthood is reached at 12 or 13. Hurley was probably about 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Ting Tuan, still a child who needed to be spoiled by her parents. Finally putting Hurley to sleep, Yifeng lightly went up to the deck. With the propeller broken, the bilge instead didn't need much crew, and everyone had time on deck to catch the river breeze. Shannon even got a bamboo pole and fished leisurely on the deck. When Yifeng first went on the deck, he directly caught a 3 or 4 pound pomfret fish. Feng. Seeing Yifeng walk onto the deck, Shannon hurriedly stood up respectfully. Feng. The few males also stood up and greeted each other in a regular manner. Feng. Yi big brother. Several women also looked at Yifeng honestly. Only Susan, the hardcore, didn't call him, but Yifeng just trusted Susan. Sometimes, right, trust is a very strange thing. Although Susan was unforgiving with her mouth, Yifeng felt that Susan could be trusted and entrusted with important tasks. Shang Li Bean, Shannon and a few other males are also very eye-catching. They probably guessed Yifeng's mind. They should want to take all these women as harem or something. So these days, Chang Li Bean and other males were very disciplined on the deck and didn't engage in ambiguity with the women above. Otherwise, they would probably be thrown off the boat by Yifeng and fed to the fish. Even if they weren't afraid of Yifeng's tactics, they didn't want to grab a woman with Yifeng. After all, Yifeng had given them a secure place to land, a place to eat and drink and a place to live, which was countless times better than their previous days. Ask who wouldn't respect such a leader? Everyone. Don't be so formal. Just relax. The more you guys do this, it makes me uncomfortable instead. Yifeng probably understood the group's mind, fearing that he had abandoned them. And after those few tries, the people on the big ship were basically loyal to him and didn't abandon him last time. Since they were their own people now, Yifeng would naturally make their lives easier and more pleasant. Sit over here, everyone. Let's have a meeting in a consultative manner, not a serious one. So, the crowd blew in the river breeze and began to listen to Yifeng plan their future for them. Everyone understands now, right? 30 days from now, when the indigenous barbarians bring the grudged children upstream to sacrifice, we'll light some dry firewood, cover the dry firewood with some wet branches, and make sure it's upwind, and the thick smoke will envelop the warship, and all the grudged children inside will be smoked out. Then, with all the males rushing inside the warship, putting 3 small boats into the river, and letting the smaller boats go straight downstream, and then having the larger boats waiting downstream of the tributaries, the plan was essentially complete. Yifeng said seriously. Good. If the 3 small boats are still usable, we can ditch this inferior wooden boat. Shannon was thrilled beyond words. However, Chang Li Bean shook his head. The small boat definitely burns fuel. We can only say that we can remove the propeller of the small boat and install it on the big boat, unless you can find fuel, or a substitute for fuel. Otherwise, in the end, you will still have to rely on this inferior wooden boat in order to get home. Ah yes. Chang Gong, I'm sorry. I'm not denying your credit. I'm just saying that if there's a good one, of course we'll use a good one. And I don't mean to disparage this wooden ship. Shannon hurriedly apologized. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Although Shannon is the captain, but the status is naturally inferior to Chang Li Bean. After all, he is a shipbuilding engineer. At that moment, a man stepped out with a bamboo basket in his hand. There's a lot of fish and shrimp in this river. I put some random meat in this bamboo basket and got a lot of fish and shrimp. How about this? Let's have a barbecue on the deck? The man said. It's okay, everyone worked hard the other day, so I'm announcing that from now on, everyone can have fun. And tonight, we'll have the whole barbecue party. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. So, a group of people began to take out bamboo sticks and skewer various kinds of green shrimps and fishes into barbecue skewers, and started the barbecue party on the deck. It was just that the atmosphere of the party was so dull and everyone was so restrained. Let's all let go a little. If we want to play, let's play openly. Let's do it this way. When I used to study, I was the singing champion of the school. Let me sing a song for you. Yi Feng picked up the microphone made of a bamboo tube and started dry howling. The atmosphere was slowly driven up. On the riverbank of the gay nation, a huge wagon was slowly taking shape, and Chief Engineer Ma Sikong was directing the natives to make a huge crossbow for the wagon. Each crossbow bolt of the car crossbow was twice as thick as a spear, and its length was about 4 meters. Instead, the sharp part of the crossbow bolt was made in the shape of a barb. A part of the indigenous craftsmen were building huge bows, divided into a total of 3 bows, large, medium and small, and when the time came, as long as they overlapped, they could form a 3-bowed car crossbow, capable of shooting huge crossbow bolts as far as 1,000 meters, but it's a delicate project, and I'm afraid it can't be built without a certain amount of time. Most of all, the indigenous artisans were too far behind in their thinking, and only after Ma Sikong's mouth was broken did they gain some understanding of modern civilization. But even the tail end of civilization still made these craftsmen respect Ma Sikong very much, and honored him as a great craftsman. Wang Tao started to be lazy when he arrived at the tribe, sleeping for 10 hours a day and spending the rest of the time wandering east and west, peeking at the female natives bathing. Wang Tao, you punk, you can't help at all. I don't even know what you're doing here. If it wasn't for the fact that it's just us 2 civilized people, I would have wanted to get rid of you. Ma Sikong looked at Wang Tao angrily. Mr. Ma, who said I'm a loser? I've overheard quite a few secrets in this week. For example, in 23 days, their tribe will go 100 kilometers upstream to perform a big sacrifice. Can't you see that the natives have captured quite a few animals back recently? There's also that strong young native, and that beautiful female native. The 2 of them are also being controlled, just to be taken for sacrifice. That's a shame. It would have been so much fun to get me before the sacrifice. Wang Tao looked at the man and woman in the cage with some pity. What does sacrifice have to do with you? We are trying to get Yi Feng's ship. You understand? Ma Sikong sighed. Wang Xiong, at least in the business world, is also a number 1 person. Did not expect to give birth to such a waste of a son. No, they are making a big sacrifice once every 3 years this time. All the men, women and children in the tribe will go out. When that time comes, the tribe will be empty. There will only be some women and weaklings left in there, so we can play around. Wang Tao said. Play Nima. A leg kick checked by Masco. Don't be like this, Mr. Ma. It is said that every time there is a great sacrifice, they will choose a chosen son and perform some kind of ceremony. After the ceremony, this chosen son's strength will surpass the chief's, and become a supreme powerhouse, and then travel to the north of the Great Swamp to be a servant of the gods. Wang Tao added. This time, Ma Sikong didn't open his mouth, his eyes narrowed. In the few days he had been in the tribe, he had seen what the chief was capable of. If the chosen one is more powerful than the sheik, doesn't that mean that this is an opportunity for himself? Why wasn't the chosen one himself? Then, on the day of the great sacrifice, let's find a way to follow it there as well and see if we can pick up a leak or something. Mascot nodded. It was a clear day. Yi Feng stood on the deck with a homemade telescope in his hand, observing every move on the shore. It seems that the great sacrifice is true. Those natives are catching animals everywhere. Even if they saw our big ship, they didn't come over to provoke. Yi Feng put down the binoculars. Hurley's injuries had recovered and was tenderly snuggling next to Yi Feng. This drew the ire of several other women. Hey, Hurley, why are you always pestering my big brother Yi? It's not like he's yours alone. Get up off you. Ding Tuan Tuan squeezed into Yi Feng's arms. Then the little blonde lowly, Elaine, squeezed in as well. Although Hurley was about the same age as Ting Tuan Tuan, she had lived in a difficult environment for a long time and was a bit more mature, so she didn't bother with Ting Tuan Tuan Tuan. The chemical engineer was doing manual labor on the deck. It's a bamboo tube with some messy stuff in it, and once it's lit, choking smoke comes out. Yi Feng called this a smoke bomb, and when the time came, he could throw the smoke bomb directly into the warship and smoke out all the spiteful children inside. How many smoke bombs have been made? Laborer Zhou? Yi Feng patted Zhou Qiming's shoulder. There's a chemical element that's hard to obtain, and 20 smoke bombs have been built so far. Zhou Qiming laughed. He was none other than that chemical engineer, who did have 2 brushes, and among the males, was second only to Long Wu and Chang Li Bin. Very good. Keep doing it. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. They had been partying on the deck every day for a week, and the natives were busy with the great sacrifice, so they hadn't had time to mess with them, so it had been a pretty peaceful little life. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Why don't we go to the beach and dry some salt? We've been saving the salt for the past few days, but it's at the bottom now. Sadamiko walked out, a coconut shell in her hand. Yi Feng took a look and there was only a tiny bit of salt left in the shell. That's right. Does everyone want oysters? Yi Feng laughed. Think. The men on deck agreed in unison. Good. I'm tired of eating river food. Let's change our tastes and go eat seafood. So the big ship lowered its sails and began to sail downstream toward its place in the ocean. After Yi Feng ate the silver fruit, his eyesight was dramatically improved. He could even see the sky-high trees on the other side of the river, and occasionally he could see a huge creature appearing on the other side of the big river. It scared him. How big must a creature be that can be seen from tens of kilometers away? I'm afraid it's only a little bigger than an elephant. What the hell is that thing? Never mind. The other side of the river is a long way from here anyway, so I'll leave it for now. The big boat reached the coastline without any problems, and Yi Feng bypassed the cliff and drove directly to the beach when they first came to the deserted island. Pust! Yi Feng stepped on the beach with his bare feet, still pulling Su Yun in his hand. This is where the two first met. Now months later, the two of them thought of Chan Li's family of 3 again. Shannon, please take 3 people to dry the salt. The others start a fire and get more grass ash out. Susan, Su Yun, Ding Tuan Tuan, let's go catch oysters. Yi Feng brought a few women to the shallow sea area, but he saw 5 people sitting here withered. One of the beauties immediately attracted Yi Feng's attention. She was carrying a pair of high heels in her hand, and her clothes were tattered beyond repair, but you could still tell that it was a doctor's white coat. The other short, middle-aged man, who was also dressed in white, was dirty beyond recognition. Several people stood up at the same time after seeing Yi Feng. You're a rescue team? The short middle-aged man looked at Yi Feng excitedly, his wooden eyes slowly coming alive. The others also slowly drew closer to Yi Feng, like a group of zombies acting stiffly. I'm not a rescue team, just like you guys. I'm an ordinary person who fell on a deserted island. Yi Feng said indifferently. There's no more room on the ship. These people, I'm afraid, can't take it. But, you have a boat. The short middle-aged man pointed at Yi Feng's big boat. That's one we built ourselves, and the propeller's broken at present. A couple of you, lend a hand. We're going to catch oysters for dinner. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took a few women to catch a lot of oysters and came back, then returned to the other side of the reef to start sharing the food. I have to say that the oysters in the sea that has not been polluted are just delicious to eat, and Yi Feng continuously ate 20 oysters before he could not eat any more completely. However, those few fallen people also followed, looking at Yi Feng and the others with bated breath. My name is Shi Zhangliang. I'm the head chef of the Regent Hotel. The short middle-aged man extended his hand to Yi Feng. Yi Feng originally didn't want to ignore him, but once he heard that he was the head chef, so it's sure. Hello, my name is Yi Feng. Are you interested in serving as a chef or something on our ship? Yi Feng shook Shi Zhangliang's hand enthusiastically. Yes, as long as you let me on board, I can make delicious meals for you all. By the way, I will also collect some condiments in the rainforest, and I can even use various plants to make wine. As long as I'm around, you guys can taste all of the world's food. Shi Zhangliang said with a proud face. Great big brother Yi, I won't have to eat Rimiko's sashimi anymore. I can change my taste. Ding Tuan Tuan said happily. A few of the other women had smiles on their faces. Very good. Sure. Come to my side. Yi Feng pulled Shi Zhangliang into his side of the fire. The 4 men, however, were dumbfounded. One of the greasy young men approached. Hi, my name is Kai Cohen. I'm sure you've seen me on some variety shows often, and I have a role to play in cheering you guys up with a dance on the boat. With a reserved look on his face, Kai Cohen wiped his hair and undid the straps one more time. So it's you. Holy shit, get lost. Who the hell wants you to cheer up? Yi Feng hurriedly raised his hand. Without cosmetics, this Kai Cohen is a completely pedestrian image, as if not much handsome look well. However, Ting Tuan rushed over and looked at Kai Cohen with a shocked expression. You're Quinn. So handsome. I love that clip of you playing soccer so much. Ting Tuan looked at Kai Cohen with a florid face. Little group, hurry over here. Yi Feng forcibly pulled Ding Tuan away. Kai Cohen was furious, pointing at Yi Feng's nose. Kid, you really have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai. I'm a big star. Big deal. I'll go back and give you a few autographed photos, so it's always okay, right? It's better to keep that picture as a suicide photo. And one more thing, I'm not interested in men. Yifeng sat back down next to the fire. At that moment a woman in her 40s approached. Hello Mr. Yi, I sell insurance. I'm the sales champion of our insurance company. I'm very eloquent. May I get on your boat? I'm sorry, I never have insurance, so please move out of the way, Yifeng said without a good mood. He didn't have a good feeling about insurance salesmen. Then another man who sold financial management classes came over. He was more agitated and also demanded that Yifeng must take him with him, or else he would be seeing death. A clash broke out between the two, and the money management man had his glasses dry shattered by Yifeng's punch. It was then that the woman in the tattered white coat came forward. Yifeng was waiting for her, so a smile appeared on his face. All he wants now is to take in beautiful women, and talented people who are helpful in wilderness survival. As for those so-called financial elites and insurance salesmen in civilized society, he directly passed. What do we need them for? At this time, the female doctor finally walked up to Yifeng. Yifeng also corrected his attitude and encouraged her to speak with his eyes. After all, he had to maintain his decent image and couldn't take the initiative to extend an olive branch with so many women watching beside him. Is your name Yifeng? How can you see death and save people? We are all from a civilized society. We should help each other. But you are so good that you only take in people who are useful to you? The woman righteously condemned Yifeng. Yifeng's smile slowly tightened. Beauty, the boat was built by our own hard work. If you beg me in a low voice, I might let you on board. But if you want to use morality and civilization to kidnap me, I'm sorry, this is a barbaric and deserted island. I only need people who are useful to me. Yifeng coldly said. You will be judged by your conscience when you return to civilized society. We have worked so hard to survive until now. We thought we had waited for a savior. But, you are so indifferent. Put yourself in our position and think about it. If it was you who met a big ship but was rejected, how would you feel? The woman was still condemning Yifeng. Yifeng considered for a moment and suddenly said to Kai Koen and the others, Everyone, there is only one bed left on my boat right now. So right now, out of the 4 of you, only one of you will be able to get on my boat. And just now, this beautiful woman was interceding for you. So do you want to take the initiative to give up this bed to her? Kai Koen and the other 2 looked at each other and hurriedly shook their heads vigorously. Don't. She's a doctor. She knows how to save herself. But I'm a big star. My body is delicate. Please let me on board. Saikuan was the first to sell the female doctor. Then that financial expert also spoke up. Mr. Yi, I know you're a good person. As long as you let me on board, I won't charge you any money when I get back and pass on my lifelong knowledge of financial management to you. Yifeng looked at the female doctor's reaction, and it was wonderful. Apparently, she didn't realize that she was sold in the blink of an eye and that no one else would even remember her favor. However, once I choose you, it means abandoning the other 3, especially this female doctor, who was just now fighting for you guys, Yifeng said in a difficult manner. He was going to show this female doctor the ugliness of human nature. But, I'm a financial expert, earning tens of millions of dollars a year. She's a female doctor, amazingly earning millions a year. How can she compare to me? It's better to let me get on board. I'll send you a generous gift when I get back. The financial expert hurriedly said. Is earning $10 million a year a big deal? If I just go on a variety show, it's a few $100 million a year. Yifeng, as long as you let me on board, I'll give you $100 million when I get back. Next thing you know, the 3 guys are arguing, and no one will back down. After all, there's only one more bed on the big ship, and they're competing fiercely. The female doctor's mouth quirked for a moment and she finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Chuxue. I'm a medical doctor. Can you let me on board? Sure enough, in the face of survival, she finally let go of her reserve. Well, what diseases would you treat? Tell me a little bit. I'll think about it. Yifeng, however, became reserved. I'm involved in both Chinese and Western medicine, and I can treat some of the basics, but if I have to do surgery, I don't have the equipment here. Bai Chushua's attitude was honest and didn't seem like the kind of person who bragged wildly. This was something that Yifeng was satisfied with. He didn't like people who blabbered. Can infectious diseases be cured? Especially some parasitic infectious diseases? Yifeng asked again. That, and I know how to prevent it, but it's hard to cure in general. The female doctor added. That's enough. Welcome to my team. Yifeng shook hands with Bai Chuxue. Her hands were very soft, worthy of being a doctor's hands. Mr. Yi, can you let go of my hand now? Bai Chushue's pretty face blushed. Sorry, I was trying to see if your hand has been operated on. Yifeng loosely let go of Bai Chuxue. At this moment, Shi Zhangliang walked over. Young man, to prove my worth, let me go and gather some spices for you now. for later use in barbecues, stews, casseroles. It's no problem. I'll give you the best gourmet food you've ever tasted. After Shi Zhangliang finished speaking, he walked towards the coconut grove with large strides. Yifeng just waited on the beach. This was a kind of test for Shi Zhangliang. If this guy was a water boy, there was no need for Yifeng to take him in. After an hour, Shi Zhangliang came back, holding a large pile of things in his hands. Star anise, allspice. I have found substitutes for all these things, but I can't find substitutes for garlic and onion. We will dry these spices and grind them into powder, so they can be used as condiments. Don't worry, I've already tasted them. They're harmless to the human body. After Shi Zhangliang finished speaking, he placed the spice next to Yifeng. Yifeng just roughly smelled it and knew that this Shi Zhangliang had some skills. Men, take Shi on board and arrange a bed for him. Immediately, someone took Shi Zhangliang onto the big boat. Bai Chu Shu swallowed, wanting to speak. Tuan, take Dr. Bai on board. Pick a bed for her. If there's no good bed, bring it to my room. Having fallen to a deserted island, let's not talk so much, Yifeng said seriously. Ding Tuan grunted, but still led by Chu Shu towards the ship. At this point, there were 3 guys left on the beach. 3 of you. It's not that I don't want to take you in, it's just that there are no more beds on the ship. Do you understand? Yifeng said with difficulty. It's okay, we'll sleep somewhere else. Like the deck, the bilge, just have a place to squat. Yeah, just let us on board. The 3 men begged bitterly. People's hearts are made of flesh. Yifeng could only nod his head. Okay, but one thing, after arriving on the ship, you guys have to be a little bit eye-catching. Usually hosing down the deck, cleaning up, or when we have a barbecue party, you guys take the initiative to serve as a barbecue chef by yourselves. Don't let me say any of these. Yifeng finally loosened up. What? I'm a big star, and you're asking me to become a cleaner? Kai Kuan became furious. Forget it if you don't want to. You'd better stay on the beach. Yifeng smiled coldly. You're on a deserted island. Who's going to spoil a big star like you? The other 2 guys looked at each other and shook their heads as well. Both of them prided themselves on being upper class and would never do those inferior jobs. Since all 3 of you don't want to come aboard, that's it. Time passed slowly. The men on the boat came up to the beach in groups to rest, and soon it would be dark. Yifeng turned his gaze to the dim jungle, and there was always an ominous feeling in his heart. Alright, the salt is almost tanned, and the seafood is almost caught. All of them get on the boat and rest. Yifeng urged. Don't be like this brother Feng, hanging around on the boat every day. Why don't we have a barbecue party on the beach tonight? Shi's spices have been mixed. We can roast oysters for dinner. A man said. Yes Feng, we don't even want to be on the boat anymore. The boat is too shaky. A bit seasick. Su Yun also said. This? Okay, but 3 people must go to the coconut forest to keep watch in case something leaps out and catches us. Yifeng said. So the group of males started rock paper scissors and the bottom 3 went on sentry duty. Yifeng still wasn't quite at ease, and he had Dev climb another tree to keep a watchful eye on a few hundred meters in a radius. Halfway through the barbecue party, suddenly, Alice hooked her finger at Yifeng. Yifeng had originally refused very much, but what if Alice had something important to do? So he could only follow Alice into the woods. This time inside, Alice hooked Yifeng's neck. Kid, you're completely healed. I think the time is now. Alice kissed directly. Yifeng he also did not resist. After all, these are teammates, and they should make good relations with each other. If he refused Alice himself, he might hurt the dignity of women, and it wouldn't be good to make trouble behind his back then. Kid, you're too strong. Please be gentle, Alice said. She actually had a boyfriend, and now that she hadn't made out with a man in 2 months, she was also a little eager. Don't worry, I have degrees in mind. Yifeng nodded. Then the woods resounded with pleasant sounds. Yifeng couldn't describe the feeling. It was his first time with a foreigner. After a long time. Let's go darling. We've been gone for so long. They'll get suspicious. Alice gave Yifeng a kiss on the cheek. She was very satisfied just now. Never so satisfied. Okay, let's go to the beach. If Susan asks you, just say that you sprained your foot and I'm healing it. Yifeng in on Alice's body and gave her a pat on the back. However, just after walking out of the coconut forest, Yifeng's face fell. He only saw that Kai Kuan was saying something to Susan, and looking at the greasy smile on his face, Yifeng knew it wasn't anything good. Damn, too old to move earth are you kid? Yifeng angrily walked over. Susan beauty, whether it's the figure or the temperament, I'm deeply attracted by you. Please forgive my bluntness, but I'm a person who doesn't like to tell lies. If it's pretty, it's pretty. If it's not, ugly girls won't be able to get my favor. Kai Kuan had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt his throat tighten. In his field of vision, He saw Susan raise her rifle with a wide grimace, so he ran his hand down his throat, and it was a sharp object with a wet top. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Kai Koen's mouth, and then he lost consciousness. Not good, someone's sneaking up on us. Yifeng quickly ran towards the rifle's position, only to see a large number of natives rushing out of the woods. Susan had just killed one when the rifle in her hand was jerked away. The others also brought up their guns with their hands and feet, but they were too close, surrounded by their own men, and in their hesitation they were approached by the natives. Yifeng grabbed a rock and ruthlessly smashed it on the head of a native. Brother Yi, the gun! Ding Tuan Tuan threw his rifle to Yifeng, but the gun was in mid-air when it was skewed by an arrow. Natives and spiteful children emerged from the woods one after another, actually reaching more than 30. Tuan, get on board! Yifeng yelled. On the deck, Cheng Li Bin and a few sailors raised their rifles, but the beach was already a mess, and they were afraid of hurting their own people. Go to hell! Yifeng waved his dagger and the two natives had their throats slit in unison. On the contrary, the others were no match for the natives. Even an expert like Susan could only fight two natives to a draw. Pust! The financial expert was stabbed through the chest by a spear. Sure, Zhangliang dropped the barbecue in his hand and jumped straight into the sea. The others followed suit and all swam towards the ocean. Ah! There was another scream as the insurance salesman had his head smashed in. Without a word, these natives harvested life like machines. Yikes, so dumb. Satomiko was scooped up by a native who was so monkey-minded that he lifted Satomiko's skirt right up and pinned her to the beach. Yifeng clenched his teeth, and the spear in his hand shot out, shooting the native through and through. Satomiko finally stood up, but her eyes were a little disoriented. Run! Yifeng shouted into the distance. Riniko then reacted and stumbled towards the ocean. Just then, Yifeng felt a shock in his back as a spear pierced his back. Aha! The stinging pain almost made Yifeng faint, and he wanted to return to his body to finish off the sneak attacker with his dagger. But the sneak attacker was very cunning. As Yifeng turned to the left, he also turned to the left, always keeping standing behind Yifeng. The sneak attacker gripped the spear tightly with both hands, controlling Yifeng's back. Grass! Yifeng looked at the natives that gradually surrounded him. He could only turn around with force, and the spearhead was broken by his bones. He finally whipped his head around. Just behind him stood a native with 5 tattoos on his arms, and in his hand he was holding a broken spear. Go to hell! Yifeng forcefully endured the pain in his back and pounced over. What he didn't expect was that the 5 bars didn't fight him hard and kept retreating, allowing Yifeng to fall into the circle of natives and spiteful children. Yifeng killed 2 more natives, but his body was stuck with blown needles from the spiteful children. Although there was an antitoxicity, the fact that so many blow needles were stuck in Yifeng's body still affected his fluidity. Pust! Yifeng broke the neck of another native. More than a dozen bodies were now left on the beach, only 5 of which were indigenous. The rest are from civilized society. He looked around. Only Susan and were fighting alongside himself. The 3 natives had Susan pinned down, but instead of killing her outright, they seemed to want to take her alive. Great chief! This woman is strong enough to be taken for sacrifice, one of the natives said, a pair of greasy eyes darting over Susan's breasts and thighs. Live and let live. Bokdo hemmed and hawed, dropping the broken spear in his hand and drawing another stone dagger. Faye, it was only thanks to the priest's guidance that I found you on the beach, and I'm going to bring you back alive today no matter what. Bachardo finished with a wave of his hand and 24 natives surrounded him again. The most detestable thing was those spiteful children. They just kept releasing needles all around, interrupting Yifeng's smooth movements. Just then, the big ship suddenly came charging towards the beach, and soon it was only a dozen meters from the beach. On deck, Cheng Li Bin held his rifle flat. Bang bang bang! The gunshots continued to ring out as the natives fell one by one. Susan was panting with exhaustion, held on by a surge of willpower. She didn't hesitate to rush towards the sea when she heard the gunshot. The men on deck had no more scruples and fired at the natives. Now the natives are living targets. Just a dozen or so shots passed, and more than a dozen natives fell to the ground. Retreat! Bachardo blushed and led the way toward the woods. Stabbed me so bad you want to run? Yifeng gripped his spear and threw it fiercely at the front. Pust! The spear went through Bachardo's back and out his stomach, just pinning him to a tree. Worthy of the 5 bars, he forced himself to endure the pain and pivoted his spear out, continuing to escape deeper into the woods. Yifeng didn't have any nonsense, picked up the torch and the fire and rushed in. These indigenous barbarians, if we don't get them scared once and for all, they'll come back next time, and they'll come back harder than ever. After chasing a dozen meters, Yifeng finally caught Bachido, who was leaning his back against a big tree and stuffing some leaves towards his wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Without saying a word, Yifeng stabbed his spear into his abdomen once again and fixed him on the big tree. In a fit of rage, Bachardo cleaves the spear with a hand slash. Yifeng kneaded his body and pinched his neck with 2 hands, making him unable to move. At this time, dense torches lit up behind them. It was Cheng Libin who was worried that Yifeng was in danger and rushed into the woods with a group of males. Bakdo's eyes became untamed as he saw the momentum was gone. Yifeng, kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise next time, I will come and sneak attack you again. These 5 bars were very proud. Even though they were surrounded, they still looked like they were defying the world. Prepare the rope and tie him up, Yifeng coldly said. In a short while, these 5 bars were bundled into dumplings. Escort him back to the brig. Get some more rope to tie him up tightly, and dedicate 2 men to guarding him. After Yifeng finished speaking, with his left-hand spear and right-hand rifle, he continued to run deeper into the woods. Yifeng, what else are you going to do? Susan shouted from behind. Yifeng didn't have time to answer her, but quickly ran in a direction. After running for a kilometer, Yifeng used the torch to look at the footprints on the ground. The footprint, clearly not that of an indigenous male or a spiteful child, was a very small one. Yifeng then chased along the footprints. Finally, a torch appeared in front of them, and a woman in a hot dress was fleeing toward the location of the big river. She, none other than the priestess of the Gar tribe, trying to run? Yifeng controlled this priestess in his arms with a move of a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. But this priestess was very unfaithful. Her body kept twisting, as smooth as a water snake. If it wasn't for Yifeng's strength, he almost couldn't control her. Don't move again, or this cut will cost you your face. Yifeng pointed the tip of the knife at the priestess's cheek. Sure enough, she was scared out of her wits and her body stopped writhing. Only then did Yifeng lift her up and use a rope to bind her hands. Go! Yifeng kicked her, causing her to stagger forward a step. Hurley had said that the priestess's sensing ability was only a few kilometers, and these natives must have been guided by the priestesses if they could accurately find themselves. So Yifeng instantly judged that there was still a priestess hiding a few kilometers away. As expected, I finally caught a big fish this time. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman. Next, I'm afraid that she'll have to perish. After escorting the priestess back to the beach, everyone was shocked. How did you capture a priestess? How did you know there were priestesses? Susan asked. I'll tell you about that later. Escort her back to the big ship. Yifeng was now exhausted and sat on the beach panting heavily. Luckily, Cheng Libin drove the boat and rushed to the shallow sea area. Otherwise, both he and Susan would have to be accounted for here. Feng, we've lost a lot of people. Xiao Mei walked over. Ever since she was rescued by Yifeng, she didn't seem to have much presence, and usually didn't talk much, frowning all the time. I'll check it out. Yifeng looked at the corpses on the beach. Several males were taken out. Shannon was also injured, and the most heartbreaking was Dev. She had just discharged her gun in a tree and was shot in the abdomen by a spear, and it was estimated that it would take a long time to recuperate from such an injury. Carry Chen and Dev to the boat. Bai Chu Xue, it's your turn to perform. As long as you cure both of them, you will become the first echelon and will be honored by me. Yifeng said seriously. Yes, Bai Chu Xue nodded her head. Saving lives is her instinct. As for Yifeng's words of importance, she didn't care at all. Bury the bodies of these civilized people. No, just throw them into the sea. Water burial? We can't afford to waste our strength. Yifeng sighed and followed onto the big boat. Just now Cheng Libin had washed the big boat onto the beach, and the only 2 lotus blades left on the propeller were broken again. They're going to be very, very slow the rest of the way, even slower than a snail. The large ship slowly left the beach, while Yifeng collapsed on the bed exhausted. I don't know how long he slept, but Yifeng finally woke up. His body had been bandaged, but it wasn't Rimiko who served him, because Rimiko was also injured. Xiao Mei, how are the others doing? Yifeng sat up. His back was still a little sore. The last injury was not only a stabbing injury, but also a tearing injury, so the wound didn't grow back that easily. Dev's wound got infected and is now running a high fever. Bai Chushua has been taking care of her. The others are fine. Their wounds aren't infected. Xiao Mei said woodenly. She used to be a champion salesperson and a good talker, but after arriving on the deserted island, she became the most silent one instead. I'll check it out. Yifeng came to Dev's cabin. This sister's color was very bad. Lying flat on the bed, covered with bearskin, Bai Chushua kept wiping her sweat, and put some herbs on her wounds. Bai, please, you must save her, Yifeng said gruffly. Dev might not have overly interacted with Yifeng, but she was second only to a handful of people in the team. Usually, she was also willing to help out with the night watch, so it could be said that she was second only to Long Wu and Susan in terms of her merits in the team. These aboriginal scumbags. Yifeng's expression gradually became hideous. Men, bring that Bakdo and the priestess up on deck. Within moments, a man and a woman were dragged out onto the deck. The priestess was petite and had a bit of foliage covering her body, but was stripped naked. Bachardo was badly injured, but he held his body hard and looked at everyone on the deck with an angry gaze. Shannon, beat this Bacdo up hard, but don't beat him to death. Yifeng handed the whip to Chinon. I'll kick your ass? Yes. Shannon copied the whip. To Yifeng's disappointment, the whip had no effect on Bacchido at all. He clenched his teeth and just refused to scream. Let's think of something. We have to make this guy soften up. Otherwise it's not going to be easy to dig out useful information from his mouth later. Yifeng pointed at the crowd. Salt in the wound? Bouncing Kiki 10,000 times? Soak him in boiling water and scrub him afterward? Stab him in the ass with a red-hot iron bar? All sorts of vile penal laws came out of the mouths of the people. Bachardo was steady in front of him, but after only a moment he was pale with fear. Yifeng, just kill if you want to. Don't play so many tricks. I'm not afraid of death. Bacdo's lips trembled, afraid that Yifeng would use all the criminal law he had just used. Let me ask you, what is the secret of the northern part of the Black Tree River Basin? Yifeng spoke and put an iron rod in the fire pot to burn. I don't know. Bachardo's pair of eyes were red. You really don't know? Yifeng stared carefully into Bacdo's eyes. I really don't know. Bachardo gasped for air, keeping his eyes on the red-hot iron rod. Without sounding like you're lying, I'll ask you again. How do you select the beast fighters for your triennial sacrifice? What is it that grants the power to the beast fighters? Yifeng asked the key. If he could find the source of the brawler's strength, he could go and intercept it, to gain the favor of the gods and be given power by them. Bachardo was not lying. Although he was a five-feathered warrior, he had not yet entered the true core circle, and only a few elders of the 6 dozen bar level knew the core secrets. Let me ask you again. Inside the warship, are there any small boats? Yifeng suddenly looked puzzled. He couldn't be biased and listen to a word. What if Hurley was lying to him? No. Bacdo's eyes rolled back in his head, obviously lying. Yifeng didn't have any politeness and directly took the red-hot stick and scratched a totem on his body. Aha! There are 3 smaller ships, but we guard don't know how to use those kinds of ships, so they've been left in the big ships. Bacdo softened. Aha! Yifeng's trust in Hurley increased by 1 point. Let me ask you again. Aren't you guys preparing for the great sacrifice? Why are you still able to spare manpower to deal with me? Yifeng asked again. The high priest said that he was afraid that you would go to the tribe and mess up during the great sacrifice, so he had to get rid of all of you before the great sacrifice could take place. It was as if Bacdo had been shattered in his mental defenses, and no longer had the hardness he had just had. The high priestess? Is that her? Yifeng pointed at the priestess kneeling next to him. No, she's just a common priestess. The high priestess knows everything. How could you possibly catch it? Bacdo shook his head. Quickly, is your high priest a man or a woman? How does she look? What's her figure like? Oh no. What special abilities does she have? Yifeng continued to interrogate. Susan, Su Yun, Tinkerbell? Our high priestess is the holy maiden of the tribe. A stunning beauty, usually lives in the deepest part of the tribe, has a great figure, is a true messenger of the gods, can communicate with the gods, and lately she's been extrapolating the types of cataclysms. Bacdo was quite honest and told Yifeng all that he wanted to hear and didn't want to hear. Types of cataclysms? Are there any types of cataclysms? Yifeng asked rhetorically. Of course there was. The great cataclysm of 160 years ago was the solar apocalypse. The whole world was 80 degrees and only a few creatures survived. Bachardo said. Then what did you say about the catastrophe 80 years ago? Yifeng asked again. 80 years ago, it was the plague of the grievous child. The Fae came to our tribe in large ships. They brought the grievous child. The grievous child almost wiped out all living creatures. And finally there appeared messengers of the gods in the tribe, who taught us to tame the grievous child and to control the number of the grievous child's reproduction. And only then did we slowly come out of the disaster. Bacdo said. What about the cataclysm of 240 years ago? What type was it? Yifeng asked again. That, I really don't know anymore. It's too long ago. There are no records of the cataclysm said to have occurred 240 years ago, which made almost all living things extinct. Bacdo said in horror. Yifeng nodded and looked at Susan and the other women. If you have anything you need to ask, come over here and ask him, and I'll go cross-examine the priest. After saying that, Yifeng sat in front of the priestess and stared condescendingly into her eyes. What's your name? Yifeng asked. The priestess bowed her head and said nothing. No? Yifeng glanced at the wound on her arm, which was the masterpiece left behind by him last time he escaped from the Gaith clan. Faye, contribute your great ships and the Gar will not trouble you further. The priestess finally spoke. Her voice was magnetic, as if it could mess with people's minds. Ha ha ha, how dare you still talk tough when you're on the verge of death? Yifeng drew out his dagger, ready to show her something. At this moment, Chenin suddenly walked over. Brother Feng, why don't we do it this way? I'll take her to the bilge and let me torture her. You? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as Chenan's pants were ugly. Yeah Brother Feng, don't worry. I'm very good with women. I'm sure she'll give it all up. Chenin blushed and looked at the priestess with eyes that spewed fire. In fact, he had wanted to get it in the past few days when Yi Feng had fainted. But he was afraid that Yi Feng would blame him when he woke up. So that's why he put forward the conditions now. Chenin, a great man does something and does not do anything. Although it is true that she is an enemy. But I'm afraid that if I use some forceful means against a woman, I can't accept it. Do you understand what I mean? You can just kill her, but you can't pick her nose without her consent. Yi Feng tried to describe it as aptly as possible. Okay. Chenin retreated to the side with a face of shame. His pants still so ugly. Let me ask you, what is your name? Yi Feng interrogated again. My name is Lian Dana. The priestess finally said her name. Okay, Ms. Lu, please tell us the exact steps of the great sacrifice. How exactly does it make people stronger? Yi Feng asked. I'm sorry, my last name isn't Lu. It's Lu Yen. Lu Yen Dana said. Alright Ms. Lu Yen. None of this matters. Tell me how the great sacrifice makes people stronger? As long as you tell me honestly, I promise to let you live. Yi Feng said seriously. Lian Dana hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. In the great sacrifice, in order to become a chosen child, one must receive the blessing of our high priestess, and only those who receive her blessing will have the opportunity to become a beast fighter, and then go to the north of the great swamp to become a servant of the gods. Naya? Yi Feng incited over with a slap, hitting Lu Yen Duo Na on the deck. Don't give me the whole falsehood, just say the core. Yi Feng said angrily. His patience had run out. I'm telling the whole truth. Fei, and if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it, Liana said. Yi Feng picked up the red-hot soldering iron. It seems that dealing with this bitch is not going to work without getting real. However, in the next moment, Lu Yanna suddenly raised her head and met Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng's brain sank as all sorts of miscellaneous sounds rang in his ears, and a large number of natives rushed towards him. No good. Yi Feng shook his head forcefully and opened his eyes again. Calm returned to the surroundings. Stinking bitch, how dare you bewitch me with witchcraft? Yi Feng was furious and directly burned the branding iron. Lo Yenhara let out a miserable scream and directly fainted. Splash her with water to wake her up. I don't believe it. How tough can this woman's mouth be? Yi Feng said coldly. It seems that these priests have some incredible means. This woman can stay on the big ship and slowly torture out the secrets belonging to the priests. Pust. Channon splashed the priestess with seawater to wake her up. I'll ask you one sentence. You answer one sentence. Don't have any sensationalism. Don't use any modifying techniques. Don't have any obvious pulling up and stepping down. Answer me with the most down-to-earth words. Got it? Yi Feng took the branding iron and waved it in front of Lu Yanawana. I see. Liana nodded, her face turning hard. What method did you priests use to know my exact location? Yi Feng asked. The power of God. Grass up. I don't believe I can't pry your mouth open. Yi Feng copied the whip. The priestess was knocked out a few times. She just knew some weird abilities, but her physical fitness was similar to that of an ordinary woman, and she didn't have much force value. If we talk about combat power alone, I'm afraid that even Hurley can't compare. Feng, stop fighting. Look at the way Sister Susan and the others are looking at you. Shannon pulled Yi Feng back. Yi Feng twisted his head to take a look, and sure enough, several women were looking at him with caution in their eyes. Perhaps his own image in their minds is gradually turning into that of a domesticated man. No, Yi Feng, won't take the blame. Shannon, escort her to the bilge and lock her up. Don't let her die. There are still a lot of secrets to be unearthed. Yi Feng said. Thanks for the reward, Brother Feng. Shannon's pants were once again ugly. Wait, take her to my room and tie her to my bed so I can torture her at night whenever I wake up. Yi Feng changed his mind. Shannon had a disappointed look on his face. What? Hurry up. In the end, Shannon escorted Lu Yan Hina to Yi Feng's conjugal room, which drew the dissatisfaction of many women. Don't look at me with this kind of eyes. I'm on official business. If you guys don't trust me, you can also stay in at night to supervise me. Yi Feng spread his hands. Cut. Susan led the way. The others, seeing that there was no more fun to be had, also left the deck. There's another Bokdo on deck. Bokdo, you killed so many of my people and critically injured my most trusted vigilante, so I have to give my family a piece of my mind. After saying that, Yi Feng dragged Bokdo to the position of the shipside. Pust. A knife to the throat. Bokdo's body struggled for a long time and was thrown directly into the sea by Yi Feng. Yi Feng's maneuvering scared the people behind him into trembling. They were both respectful and fearful of Yi Feng, afraid of becoming the next person to have their throats slit. Everyone, don't be afraid. I've always been so cruel when it comes to my enemies. You guys just have to be on the same page with me and I'll treat you well. Yifeng smiled and flung the bloodied dagger. Brush! Everyone left the deck, not daring to meet Yifeng's eyes. Due to the severity of his injuries, Yifeng decided to go to his conjugal room to rest for a while. Although it was said to be a couple's room, it was actually just Yifeng living alone. Although Suyun was Yifeng's nominal girlfriend, in reality, the two had never had a real gun drill. When he returned to the room, he only saw Lian Hera tied up on the bed. Yifeng didn't have the courtesy to lie on his side next to her and closed his eyes. After coming to the deserted island, he was seriously injured several times, and if it wasn't for that magical fruit, I'm afraid he would have hung up a long time ago. I don't know how long I slept, but Yifeng felt wet under his buttocks. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see Liana staring at him, looking like she wanted to say something. You wet the bed? Yifeng touched the cooler with his hand. You Fei, you can't wake up no matter how much you scream. Do you know how long you've been sleeping? Lion Hina nearly collapsed. She had been holding her urine for more than 20 hours, but Yifeng was sleeping like a dead pig, so she had no choice but to solve it herself on the bed. Next time you can't wake me up. You'll just bite my ear and wake me up in pain. It's bad luck to have to change the sheets again. Yifeng got up, threw the cooler and the hay underneath through the window into the ocean, and laid another cowhide on top. Still uncomfortable, Liana kept rubbing her thighs together. She also had an animal skin around the lower half of her body, which was equally wet. Let me help you change the beast's skin. After saying that, Yifeng undid her leather skirt again. I didn't realize you didn't have grass? Yifeng's eyes widened, but he quickly calmed down again. Having just been seriously injured, it was not a good time to do anything else. He had to save his energy to steal that golden fruit. Yifeng, my legs are tied up and it's very uncomfortable. Can you untie the rope on my legs? Lo Yan Na asked. What do you think? Yifeng sneered. But I need to let the sea breeze dry me out. Lian Hina's pretty face blushed for the first time when she said that. It's okay, let me wipe it off for you. After Yifeng finished, he took out another beast skin and helped her wipe it clean. Lo Yan Ha Na, my original words remain the same. As long as you tell me the secret of becoming a strong person, I will definitely let you go home and will never go back on my word. Yifeng laid down on the bed again and looked at Lo Yanha now with 4 eyes. Do you want to hear the truth? Liana seemed to have made up her mind about something. Sure, okay, then I'll tell you. The only person who has mastered the method of the creation of the beast fighters is the High Priestess, because she, and she alone, came from the north of the Great Swamp, and we have been brought to this Black Tree River Valley by her since we can remember, and have no memories at all of the north side of the Great Swamp. Lo Yanhuana looked straight at Yifeng, but it didn't seem like she was lying, because lying requires thinking, and thinking requires blinking. But just now, Lo Yanna didn't even blink her eyes, so it was clear that the chances of her lying were very low. Of course, some of the top agents are capable of lying without blinking, but that takes a long time to be trained. Obviously, the natives wouldn't have had such advanced training. So, the only way to learn all the secrets is to capture your high priest alive? Yifeng asked again. Yes, but it's impossible. The high priestess is omniscient. It's impossible for you to catch her, but she should have a way to catch you. Lion Hina said. A deep fear flashed in her eyes. The high priestess is too terrifying. Perhaps, what I'm saying to you now is in her listening ears. Her ability I can't describe. I'm afraid, even if you let me go back, the high priestess won't let me go. The stubbornness in Lu Yanawana's eyes slowly disappeared, surprisingly becoming a touch helpless. Yifeng considered for a moment and took the initiative to cradle her head in his arms. It's an encouragement to keep telling her secrets. Don't look at this Lu Yan Hera as a priestess. But in fact, she was also definitely not very old. She should only be 1 or 2 years older than Ting Tuan Tuan, and technically speaking, she was still a little girl. With this kind of little girl, it is necessary to give her a reliable sense of security so that she will fall on your side wholeheartedly. Miss Lu Yan, don't worry, if your high priestess wants to deal with you, you can join my team. As you can see, we have guns, or what you call divine crossbows, and a big boat. It's definitely not that easy for your high priestess to deal with me, or else she would have already made her move. Am I right? Yifeng comforted. Lo Yanhara was a bit resistant at first, but after hearing Yifeng's words, she obediently leaned her head on Yifeng's chest. Priestesses are actually bitter people. Once they become priests, they are equivalent to signing a contract with the god. They can't be caustic with a man for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, they will be revolted by the god's power. Now, the strong manly aura of Yifeng's body teased her and flooded her heart. Yifeng, your means, is also something I've never seen before? This kind of divine crossbow. It said that it hasn't appeared for decades, but you're the first one to bring out a divine crossbow. Perhaps you're the savior martial artist. Lu Yan snuggled her head into Yifeng's arms and said softly with her mouth, "What does it mean to be a savior martial artist?" Yifeng gently patted her bare back with one hand, encouraging her to continue. According to the rumor, before every great disaster comes, a savior martial artist will appear. He will become a super strong person with the ability to fight against the great disaster and save all the human beings. According to the high priest's deduction, this savior martial artist may have come from the outside world and not in our world. Lu Yanhara said meekly. She had never experienced this feeling before. Being held in the arms of a strong man, it just feels safe, secure and warm. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. I am that supreme powerhouse. In the future, I will lead all mankind to victory. And most of all, I will lead you to victory. Yifeng smiled faintly and continued to fool around. He was a sensible man. Of course he wouldn't believe that he was the savior martial artist. But now that he needed information on Liana, he would have to impersonate him for a while. Maple, I feel a pain in my eyebrow. Can you scratch it for me? Suddenly, Lian Hina's voice became a little sharper, as if she was suffering. Yeah, no problem. Yifeng lowered his head once and looked at Lu Yanhuana's eyebrows. The next moment, his face changed drastically, only to see Lu Yan's brow bulging with a small bag. And in the small bag, it seemed like something was moving around, which looked particularly oozing. Feng, why haven't you scratched my itch yet? It's too itchy. Please hurry up. If you can't, you untie my rope and I'll scratch myself. Hurry up. Liana's voice became shrill at the end of her sentence. Yifeng stretched out his trembling hand and slowly approached Lu Yanhuana's brow. Ah, you hurry, hurry. Lu Yan's voice was not only sharp, but even became a bit hysterical. Aha! A mournful scream rang out. Bang! Blood splattered Yifeng's head and face. Yifeng stumbled back a few steps and looked at the headless body on the bed in shock. Just now, Lu Yanna's head exploded for no apparent reason. What the hell is going on here? Hoo. Yifeng breathed in sharply, feeling his heart thumping. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and instantly spread throughout his body. A moment ago, he was lying properly in his arms, but at this moment, Lu Yanhuana's fragrance was gone. Sadamiko and Susan rushed in when they heard the commotion, rifles in hand. Yifeng, did you kill her? Susan asked. Yifeng didn't speak, but shook his head with difficulty and looked at the headless body on the bed. In the next moment, a light red worm suddenly appeared in that mass of flesh and blood, and this worm shook its head from side to side and crawled a few steps towards Yifeng's position. Ha! Goosebumps rose all over Sadamiko's body and she stomped hard. The bug was straight up blasted and splattered all over the floor. Get someone to clean this place up. I'm going to go sit on the deck for a while. Yifeng felt his hands and feet trembling and was not in control at all. After arriving at the deck and sitting for a while, Yifeng then felt that his hands and feet were no longer trembling. Obviously, Lu Yanhara was controlled by some kind of compulsion, and just now she told so many secrets, and then her head exploded. Therefore, Yifeng could almost conclude that Lu Yanhina was used to detonate her head with a compulsion. As for the person who set it off, most likely the high priestess in her mouth. Yifeng was not afraid of the sky, the earth, or powerful beasts. However, when faced with this kind of field that he had not been involved in at all, there would really be no way to start. Bai Chushue walked over and touched Yifeng's forehead with her hand. You're not sick, are you? Why are you losing your mind? Bai Chushue asked. Me, I've always been confident. But now, I'm a little less confident. You see, bugs that can control a person's head to explode. What do you think this is? Yifeng stammered. He didn't know how to make it clear to Bai Chushue. Bugs controlling people's bodies to explode? It can't be, can it? I've only heard of some fungi that can control bugs because bugs' bodies have low temperatures and are easily controlled by some fungi. Bai Chushue said seriously. Are you saying that fungi can control bugs? Yifeng seemed to have grabbed something, but didn't fully grasp it. Yeah, so, can fungi control humans? You can't, because the human body is too hot for the fungus to colonize and control it inside. Yifeng nodded and looked at the distant beach again. Chushue, trouble you. In the future, the hygiene of the ship, it's up to you to supervise more. Don't appear any mold, bugs and other stuff. This is very important. Yifeng grabbed Bai Chushue's hand. I know. Bai Chushue pulled her hand out with force and looked at Yifeng vigilantly. She wasn't sure if Yifeng was explaining things or taking advantage of the situation. Rimiko and Susan combined their efforts and threw the headless body into the ocean. As soon as the body hit the ocean, it slowly sank down. The next moment, however, a slender worm burrowed into the seawater and quickly attached itself to the bottom of the ship. But the bottom of the boat was brushed with a layer of stinky toon tree oil, which threw off most of the bugs, and only a few wormed their way up the bottom of the boat with great difficulty. Yi Feng looked at the sky. He realized now that he had slept for nearly 20 hours. From yesterday afternoon until this afternoon. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. Shi Zhangliang is banging on the side of the boat with a stick. Yi Feng walked to the location of the restaurant. Only on the table were various primitive containers. Some made of shells, some made of conch shells, and in the very center was a military helmet. Brother Feng, this time I've made some great dishes for you. I guarantee you'll like them. It's rotten meat in a bamboo tube, where the meat is chopped up, put into a bamboo tube, and various condiments are put on it to make sure that all the flavors of the meat and the condiments are concentrated in it, and that it also absorbs the fresh scent of the bamboo. Shi Zhangliang finished speaking and rattled off the stopper on top of the bamboo tube. Sure enough, a strong smell of meat hit his nose. Yi Feng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, his eyes instantly glaring round. Yummy, it's so delicious. Sure. I didn't realize that you're our treasure. Yi Feng almost bit his tongue off. The head chef himself makes a real difference. The others extended their chopsticks, then simultaneously gave a thumbs up and 5 stars. The second course, boiled water and wild vegetables. Knowing that you eat meat every day and don't have many vitamins in your body, so I got some wild vegetables. As for this boiled water, it's not actually boiled water, but clear water filtered out of fresh fish soup, which has the salty flavor of the fish in it, and you only need to add a couple of grains of saltpeter. You mustn't put too much salt in, or it will cover the flavor of the wild vegetables and the freshness of the fish. Yi Feng hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Good. Yi Feng said 3 times in a row good. Every day big fish and meat. He finally ate a vegetarian dish. The astringency of the wild greens and the freshness of the fish blend together perfectly to create a unique flavor that leaves your mouth watering after eating. This one is steamed pomfret. Shi Zhangliang opened another dish, and he didn't introduce it again, letting everyone experience it for themselves. Yi Feng turned around and saw that the 2 dishes in front of him had already been eaten. Chenin even hugged the shell and drank all the fish soup inside. Yi Feng picked up a piece of tender pomfret meat and put it in his mouth, and it melted in his mouth, full of the flavor of the pomfret itself. That's called a geode. As it turns out, real chefs don't give a damn about how much seasoning they put in. Their role is to stimulate the flavor of the food itself. Apparently, Shi Zhangliang did just that. What Yi Feng had eaten before was all seasoned flavors, but not anymore. He was finally eating the food itself. 4th course, braised turtle. Shi Zhangliang made 8 dishes today, and all of them were eaten. Even the bones were contained in Chen An's mouth, and he has not been able to spit them out. Eventually, he spit it out and gave it to the little licking dog. The little licking dog is now close to 100 pounds in size. With no shortage of food, black bears grow fat incredibly fast. Little lickspittle. Yi Feng summoned the little licking dog over. This fellow immediately shook his head and jumped up and down in front of Yi Feng, showing his curiosity towards his master. When this guy grows up, it will also be a big help. In the future, let it act as the captain of the supply wagon team, and it will be more convenient to help carry a heavy load or something in general. Yi Feng said to the crowd. The little licking dog seemed to be able to understand Yi Feng's words and immediately hid far away behind Ding Tuan Tuan. It is now closest to Tinkerbell, followed by Alice. Everyone's had their fill, so let me make an announcement. Yi Feng saw everyone's relaxed faces and felt that he still needed to give them a reminder, lest he get hit by a dart. You guys should have heard of this thing called compulsion, right? Today, I have personally seen the power of compulsion. Next, Yi Feng told the crowd what happened to Lui Yan Hina. Only scared Ding Tuan Tuan's little face was white, drilled into Yi Feng's arms and refused to come out. The other people's faces didn't look too good either. The originally pleasant atmosphere was ruined by Yi Feng. People shouldn't be too psychologically stressed out or they'll drag themselves down. So I'm going to make an appointment starting today. Yi Feng's expression became serious. The first appointment, by Chu Xue, is the Minister of Health, specializing in overseeing the hygiene of all the dormitories. You guys have to take regular baths under her guidance. Use daggers to fix your hair. The most important thing is to protect against insects and mosquitoes. If anyone doesn't listen, I'll punish him for cleaning the big ship for a week. Yi Feng said seriously. But we don't have any water. The water in the big river is full of parasites. Shannon said. We'll be going to a clean water source regularly, so we'll talk about that later. Yi Feng was embarrassed. After all, the ship's equipment was simple. The fresh water that could be contained was only enough for everyone to drink and wash their faces normally. As for bathing, it was a complete luxury, but the order goes out anyway. Secondly, I'm self-appointed as the captain of the ship. Is everyone okay with that? Yi Feng asked again. Of course I have no problem with that. You are our son, Brother Feng. Yeah, Maple as a captain. Root and branch. I support Big Brother Yi. Yifeng is very popular and almost unanimously approved. Don't be like this. I don't want this meeting to turn into a one-liner. In fact, I'm also very young. There are a lot of shortcomings. I also hope that everyone will give me more advice. Yifeng pretended to be modest. Brother Feng, the more you say this, the more I'm going to support you, Chenin said seriously. Alice and Lena nodded back. They foreigners love to get into this. Starting now, we'll elect another co-captain and everyone will start voting. The crowd began to vote, in which Chang Libin and Susan got the highest votes. But in the end, or Chang Libin more than one vote. After all, people are shipbuilding experts, when the vice captain is also deserved. Susan was dismissive of this. Alright, I officially announced that Chang Libin is the vice captain. But Susan's votes weren't too bad, so I appoint Susan as the executive vice captain, since it's always been one captain and two vice captains since the beginning of time. And then Chenin, you've been performing admirably lately, and your execution skills are good, so I'm making you vice captain of the vigilante team, with all the males on the ship under your command, and, of course, you'll have a supervisor. Yifeng said this and looked at Longwu who was limping. Fifth brother in you newcomers to come to not come before, has been with me to know, he is a veteran of the army, shooting like a god. In the beginning was in order to protect the woman and was disabled in the line of duty, so he will be the captain of the security team, but only a titular, in practice, the affairs, or by Yu Chenin single-handedly, but if there is no understanding of the place, you can go to ask the fifth brother. Yifeng said seriously. He figured that the first thing to do was to set an example out. In the future, when we meet the enemy, we will be able to fight and kill the enemy, instead of hiding behind and being a shrinking violet. Anyway, even if he was injured, Yifeng would raise him and give them extremely high honor. This was a means to increase cohesion. Yifeng didn't understand it before, but since he became the boss, these power things, he slowly figured it out. Brother Yi, what about me? What kind of official do I do? Ding Tuan Tuan looked up at Yifeng. You, well, Yifeng got a headache. Ding Tuan Tuan, I'll make you a cleaner and specialize in scrubbing the deck in the future. Yifeng said seriously. I don't. You're the cleaner. Your whole family is a cleaner. Ding Tuan Tuan hammered Yifeng in anger. A roar of laughter came from the restaurant. Everyone could see that Yifeng liked Ding Tuan Tuan very much, so he deliberately teased her. Alright then, I'll anoint Ding Tuan Tuan as the universe's invincible super cute cleaner-in-chief. Yifeng said seriously. Ding Tuan Tuan didn't realize Yifeng's trap, and as soon as she heard Yifeng praising her for being super cute, her gloom turned to sunshine and she once again jumped into Yifeng's arms. The location of the bilge was by now infiltrated by dozens of slender bugs. After they climbed into the bilge, they unexpectedly all raised their upper bodies and then collectively blew themselves up, turning into a mass of green mist. This mist rose from the bilge and slowly enveloped the entire large ship. Ah! Yifeng hit an exclusion. Suddenly feel a little sleepy yet? Security Lieutenant Chenin, tonight, you arrange for 3 people to keep watch on the deck. Everyone should be sleepy as well. Those who should sleep should go back to sleep. Yifeng said sleepily. The others kept yawning as well, suddenly becoming sleepy. Tinkerbell squinted his eyes and suddenly shouted, Shannon, in my capacity as the universe's invincible super cute commander-in-chief, I order you to clean the deck tonight. After saying that, she jumped headfirst into Yifeng's arms, and a cat-like purring sound rang out from her mouth. Shannon. The little licking dog stood up and kept twitching his nose and making whimpering noises from his mouth as if he was annoyed. This little guy doesn't look like he's had enough to eat yet. Come on, follow me to the kitchen and I'll get you some more food. And when you're old enough, I'll make you captain of the supply train. Yifeng patted its naive head. Chang Libin was also yawning now, but he braced himself and drove the big boat to the lower reaches of the big river, sinking the heavy anchor again and hooking some water plants. With that, the big ship floated to a stop 200 meters from the shore. 3 men on the deck cradled their rifles, their eyes half squinted. Shannon, this kid, he doesn't keep watch himself, letting us 3 brothers keep watch. Damn, sleepy, let's do it this way. The 3 of us will take turns sleeping, and each of us will keep watch for 3 hours and the sky will be bright. When the man finished, he collapsed directly onto the deck, a heavy snort ringing from his mouth. The last vigilante crouched for a moment clutching his rifle, unable to control it any longer, and fell to the deck with a porpoising thud as well. Too sleepy. Just as the last man fell, a pair of green eyes suddenly lit up in the jungle along the shore. Hundreds of spiteful children walked to the shore and directed their spiteful gazes at the large ship 200 meters away. At the same time, heavy voices rang out from behind. Only a huge wagon was pushed out by the natives, and on top of the wagon, a huge 3-bowed car crossbow was mounted. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao sat on the carriage, both hands holding the wheel of the crossbow. When all the natives had stepped out, 2 more fair-skinned priestesses came out of the woods, both of whom turned their icy gazes on the large ship. Then the woods behind them shook again, and a humble sedan chair was lifted. Carrying the palanquin were 8 of the largest grumbling children, and in the sedan chair sat a veiled woman. The woman was tall, around 1.7 meters in height, with a slender figure and a dusty temperament. High priest. The natives were all on their knees and were performing a great worship of the 5 bodies. Those spiteful children jumping up and down saw the woman come out, and likewise bounded upright honestly, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The sedan chair stopped and the woman finally stepped out. Her figure appeared overly slender, and she had an aura of elegance that was indescribable. One look at her, anyway, and she would be unforgettable for the rest of her life. Although he didn't get a full look, just this out-of-the-ordinary aura alone threw off all the women on the big ship by a block, especially her deep eyes, calm and terrifying, added to her aura. Aha! The high priestess nodded at Mascot, as if he had received an order. Ma Sikong aimed his chariots and crossbows directly at the large ship. Pust! The 4-meter-long crossbow bolt shot out with a rope attached to the back. Unfortunately, it fell short of the mark, and the crossbow bolt flew less than 150 meters before it landed helplessly in the water. I'm sorry, High Priest, the calculations were off and your ministry didn't have enough iron. The car crossbow made out of wood never reached the expected range. Ma Sikong faced the High Priest and his tone became stuttering. He had seen as many beautiful women as he could, but even if all those top beauties were tied together, they wouldn't compare to a single hair on this High Priestess body. It is impossible to describe the beauty of the High Priestess. Any man who takes one look at her will willingly be her lickspittle and even die for her. The High Priestess had her hands upside down, and the river wind was blowing the white veil on her body from side to side. At this moment, Ma Sikong and Wang Tao both looked dumbfounded. I don't blame you. This is the limit of your abilities, the High Priestess said flatly, no disappointment or joy on her face, as if everything was expected of her. Ah, thank you, High Priestess, for understanding. The 2 men nodded hurriedly and couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corners of their mouths. Rook, your man, can you swim to the big ship? The High Priestess looked again at one of the men behind her. Rook, the very same chief with 7 tattoos. Although this chief was a godlike existence among the natives, his face was a bit unnatural when he faced this High Priest. The High Priestess has spoken, and I will let them try, even if there is any danger in the river. Rook finished and waved his hand at the front. In a moment, dozens of natives jumped into the river and swam toward the location of the big boat. But after swimming for only a moment, the bodies of these natives convulsed, thrashing around in the river, and even more suppressed screams came out of their mouths. To Ma Sikong's surprise, the group of natives didn't retreat either, but continued to swim towards the big boat. But it was too late, and dozens of natives were all but wiped out, either gnawed into skeletons by piranhas or tortured and sunk to the bottom of the river by other creatures. I'll go myself. Rook finished and took off the leather jacket he was wearing. No, you have a chance to become a Dojinshi with this great sacrifice. You can't take any chances. After the High Priestess's clear and cold voice finished, she suddenly turned her gaze to the densely packed spiteful children, as if they had received some hint. These spiteful children jumped into the big river in unison. Yifeng was sleeping in the couple's room with his arm around Ding Tuan Tuan, but his head was constantly shaking as if he was trapped by a nightmare. He dreamed of Chen Li for a while, Bai Guifan for a while, and Chen Guowo for a while. Finally, Bai Guifan walked towards him and suddenly shouted at him, "Run!" Ah! Yifeng sat up violently. Sweat drenched his body in oil. Tinkerbell was still in a deep sleep, drooling on the pillow. He glanced out the window, the sound of birds chirping from the very far shore. It was already light, but around the big ship, it was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Yifeng realized that the atmosphere was not right. He hurriedly walked to the other bedrooms to observe them and found everyone else dead asleep. Then he pulled up Susan and Rimiko's bedrooms, 2 women who usually got up early, before dawn, but who were now equally dead asleep. Yifeng didn't make a sound. He took off his tattered shoes, barefooted, and quietly walked to the dining room's location, looking outside along the gap of the cabin. Hiss! In the next moment, Yifeng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only to see that on the foredeck, there stood a dense crowd of spiteful children, and on the ground there were 3 clusters of blood and flesh, and a strong smell of blood drifted into the cabin. Yifeng covered his mouth and quietly walked to the last sleeping room at the stern again, looking outside along the gap. The aft deck was equally thick with disgruntled children. Through the gap in the cabin roof, Yifeng looked at the mast again. Even on the mast, there were 5 or 6 spiteful children hanging, but the weird thing was that these things were silent, as if they were a group of assassins poised to strike, and they didn't even make a single sound. Obviously, these spiteful children were under a unified command, and the person who commanded them was not simple enough to keep them so highly coordinated. Yifeng walked to Susan's room and covered her mouth first. before blowing in her ear. Susan's long eyelashes blinked a few times before she finally opened her eyes slowly, but there wasn't much gleam in them. Don't speak up, Yi Feng whispered. Susan nodded before Yi Feng released her mouth. Follow me barefoot. Yi Feng pulled Susan and quietly walked towards the restaurant. In the next moment, Susan also widened her eyes and slowly retreated to the middle of the restaurant, leaning closely with Yi Feng. Go wake up the others. Cover your mouth first and keep quiet, Yi Feng whispered. Susan nodded and gently made her way to the individual bedrooms. Yi Feng, on the other hand, picked up the rifle and opened the barrel containing palm oil, which was fuel that would blaze up when it met fire. This time the number of disgruntled children is so great, and they are all on deck again, that, I fear, fire will have to be used. Apparently, the spiteful children outside were waiting for themselves to pull open the hatch, and they would stab up and just eat everyone inside. Luckily, when Chang Li Bean first built the hatch, he didn't use hard straight wood, but an old pear tree. This tree is particularly hard, with a density almost equal to that of a skull. That's why the claws of spiteful children can't penetrate such hatches, and that's why they wait obediently on the deck. If anyone else had been the first to wake up, as soon as they pulled open the hatch, the spiteful children outside would have swarmed in, and the consequence would have been to be eaten by the spiteful children. The beast's claws were razor sharp, and it could put up the best fight in the cramped confines of the ship. One by one, the others woke up and saw the disgruntled children on the deck through the cracks. Feng, what should we do? Chenin had a horrified look on his face and almost pissed himself. First, the torches are lit, and then, one of them grabs the oil drum. The rest of you, load all the bullets and aim them at the door of the restaurant. In a moment, at my command, Susan goes over and pulls the hatch open. Always remember, the moment you pull the hatch open, everyone fires together. Try to aim for the head and hit it. A spiteful child only loses its combat power instantly if its head is blown off. Hitting the body and legs does little, Yi Feng said in a deep voice, ensuring that his voice did not reach the deck. Aha! The crowd gulped and stood in 3 rows in the dining room. The first platoon got down on the ground and aimed their guns at the door. The second platoon half crouched on the ground, again aiming at the door, and the third platoon just stood there. This kind of formation allows the firepower to be fully applied, and can inflict maximum damage on the spiteful child in the first place. However, Yi Feng still felt that it was not safe. After all, the spiteful child's poisonous needles were not vegetarian. Once they were shot, their formation would be in disarray. Turn the table over and use it as a shield, Yi Feng said. The crowd froze and rushed to do as they were told. Brother Feng, can we survive this time? Chenin stammered and asked. Yi Feng looked back at him. I'm afraid it's difficult if it's according to your kind of mental quality. Chenin. Just then, Long Wu suddenly walked over holding onto the wall with 2 pistols stuck in his waist. Brother Feng, how can I be missing in this situation? You know my marksmanship, Long Wu said. 5th brother, then, you stand back and escort the formation. In case any grudging child rushes into the fire net, you promptly shoot them in the head. Make sure to hit the head. Yi Feng nodded. Watch me. Dragon 5 sat down on a chair. 2 guns pulled out by him and aimed at the door of the restaurant. Yi Feng crouched in the middle of the second row, which was the center of the entire firepower network, so he had to be the one to personally sit down. After standing in position, Yi Feng gave Susan a nod. Susan gritted her teeth and jerked the latch open, both arms tightening slightly. Wow! The 2-meter-wide hatch was pulled open. On the foredeck, the spiteful children were the first to notice the loophole. Squeak! They came rushing toward the hatch like seawater. Shoot! Bang 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 bang! Countless bullets formed a torrent of steel and shot towards the hatch's location. Bang! 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 The first few spiteful children were directly sifted, their bodies either shot through or blown up. But more spiteful children rushed forward, and green blood suddenly flew across the quiet deck. The powerful impact of the bullet shot their tiny bodies backwards. Yi Feng quickly finished the bullets of his pistol. He quickly pressed the bullets in and continued to shoot, in a vain attempt to form a continuous fire. It took less than a minute for the bodies of the disgruntled children to form a mountain on the foredeck, and the strange stench was blown into the dining room by the river breeze. Vomit! Tinkerbell threw up straight away. Bam! Footsteps of disgruntled children were also heard on the roof, presumably from the back deck coming over for support. A spiteful child suddenly leapt up in the air. It was in midair and jumped out in a perfect arc while holding the blowtorch in its mouth. Pust! Ah! Yi Feng heard Alice's miserable screams from behind him, but he couldn't turn back. He could only increase his fire output. Pust! Yi Feng felt a pain in his arm and almost dropped his gun on the ground. A blowgun shot him in the arm. He didn't have time to rattle the needle, but gritted his teeth and kept shooting. The barrel of the pistol quickly became hot, reaching a temperature of at least 90 degrees. At the same time, These temperatures were slowly conducted in the location of the handle. A couple of them could barely hold their guns. Water! Yifeng shouted without looking back. After a while, Ting Tuan came over holding a helmet of cool water and got a little on each man's hand. Pust! Another poisonous needle was shot, and Ting Tuan screamed miserably, directly lying on the ground. Tuan! Yifeng roared angrily and turned his fishy red gaze towards the spiteful children outside. In the corner, Hurley kept releasing arrows, but they were limited in power and didn't work at all unless they hit the spiteful child's head. Longwu hadn't been shooting. His role was to shoot the disgruntled children who rushed into the restaurant, so even if he had bullets, he couldn't use them at will. The river wind whistled, and the green blood of the disgruntled children flowed down the deck into the dining room. The table was studded with blowpins, and Yifeng had killed his eyes. At this point, their bullets had run out, and only Longwu still had some bullets in his twin guns. Finally, the first grudge child stormed into the dining room, its sharp claws leaving a scratch on the table as soon as it entered. Bang! Dragon 5 takes a shot to the head. However, after the spiteful children were no longer suppressed by fire, they rushed into the restaurant one after another. Bang! 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 Longwu's twin guns began to show their power. 14 rounds, only 2 of which went blank, taking out a total of 12 spiteful children. But there were more disgruntled children on the deck crowding in toward it. Put! Ah! Ouch! 2 more screams. Yifeng couldn't think of anything else and rushed into the group of spiteful children while holding his spear. Hurley hesitated and joined the fight, also holding her spear. She had 2 poison needles inserted in her arm and stomach, but she had eaten the white fruit, so she barely endured. Satomiko, take the injured into the dormitory and hold the door shut. After Yifeng shouted, his spear pierced through the 2 spiteful children, but at the same time, a bloody wound appeared on his arm. Satomiko fainted too. It was Chenin who was yelling, Chenin, take them back to the dormitory and close the door. Yifeng had just finished shouting when he felt a coldness on his neck. The spiteful child's claws nearly slit his throat. Grass! Yifeng directly took his top off and took his dagger in both hands and went on a killing spree in the group of spiteful children. Just now their guns had killed at least 60 grudging children, and now there were still about 40 left, but the grudging children were fighting explosively in the small dining room. Yifeng could only retreat while fighting. In contrast, on the other side, Susan had one arm draped over her shoulder and could only use her left hand to melee with the spiteful child. Hurley is fighting well and can still move both arms. Back into the hallway, Yifeng shouted, and the 2 women retreated while fighting and merged with Yifeng. You go right into the dormitory, close the door behind you, and hold it shut with all sorts of things. Yifeng continued to yell as he received another claw on his arm. Yifeng, I won't leave you behind, Hurley said from behind. Susan, pull her in. I have a way to deal with these spiteful children. Hurry up or I won't be able to hold it up. Yifeng roared in agony, utilizing the narrow corridor to keep nearly 40 grudge children at bay. He looked back in his busy schedule to see that Susan had pulled Hurley into the dormitory, followed by the heavy slamming of the door. Bastards, it's my turn to fight you alone. Yifeng rolled and rushed straight into the group of spiteful children, receiving a few more blows on his body, but he also grabbed the barrel of tongue oil and splashed it in front of him. The tongue oil drenched the complaining child's head and face. After Yifeng finished drenching the oil, he rushed out of the restaurant at the first time and tried to close the door of the restaurant as fast as he could, but the doorway was blocked by several corpses. There was no choice but for Yifeng to harden himself against the spiteful child's poisonous needles again and clean up the corpse. Wow! With the hatch finally closed, he pulled out 2 pieces of flint and struck them against each other. A flame sprang up, and Yifeng lit his own clothes and shoved them down the small window above the restaurant. Boom! A large ball of flame came out of the restaurant, followed by rolling smoke. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The disgruntled child let out a mournful scream in the dining room. The door to the dormitory was closed, and all they had to move around was a long hallway plus the not-so-big dining room. In just a moment's time, the smoke smoked the spiteful children inside, making 1 Buddha come out of the world and 2 Buddhas ascend to heaven. Yifeng's entire body was drenched in blood, relying on adrenaline to help support him. Even so, his legs were now trembling and he could barely stand. Just then, a spiteful child's head suddenly protruded from the narrow window. They were so smoked out that they finally found a break and tried to get out of the tiny window. Yifeng strongly supported his body and swung the dagger in his hand. A monkey's head rolled down into the big river. In the dormitory, the same small amount of smoke had seeped through, but the people inside remained dead against the door to keep the spiteful children from rushing in. And so, the focus of the smoke's attack is now the dining room and hallway where the grievous child is. Fortunately, it was a new ship and there was still a certain amount of moisture in the wood. Otherwise, Yifeng's fire attack, although it could finish off all the spiteful children, it would also burn down their big ship. At that moment, the second spiteful child stuck its head out again. Yi Feng did as he had done, and another monkey brain rolled down into the water. But there was so much smoke inside that the spiteful children, even though they knew there was death waiting outside, they still burrowed out toward the narrow window. The window was small enough to allow a disgruntled child to get his head out, but not so easy to get his body out. Put! Yi Feng didn't know how many heads he had cut off, and the green blood had almost turned the window into a sticky cornmeal mush. Squeak! 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 In the dining room, the voices of the disgruntled children grew thin and feeble. There were even some disgruntled children banging on the hatch, trying to break it open. Unfortunately, the hatch was a sliding one, and it was impossible to get it open by banging on it. A complaining child's IQ can't understand how a sliding door opens. After another 10 minutes of waiting, there were no more squeaks of disgruntled children inside, and no banging against the hatch. Yi Feng felt dizzy and everything he looked at turned into heavy shadows. With a clench of his teeth, he stabbed his dagger lightly in his thigh, using the pain to spur himself not to pass out. Half an hour later, Yi Feng pulled open the hatch with a weak face. Inside, there was a sprawl of disgruntled children, their mouths wide open and their eyes tightly closed, as if they were trying to inhale oxygen. Yi Feng's whole body was paralyzed as he mechanically walked to the bucket and extinguished the small fire inside. Cough cough cough. The door of the dormitory was pushed open, and Hurley and Susan rushed out, holding Yi Feng with a hand. Oh my god! Susan looked at the wounds on Yi Feng's body and covered her mouth in shock. At the same time, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. Hurley's way of expressing her love was more direct as she opened her mouth and helped Yi Feng clean the blood from his wound. The other survivors walked out as well, looking at the bodies outside with shocked faces. Take these bodies. Clean. Dry. Yi Feng just said a few words and directly fell into a pool of blood. On the bank of the great river, the High Priestess looked at the large ship 200 meters away with a deep, haunted gaze. High Priestess, if I can't, I'll transfer some more grudge children? Rook said with a forked face. It was obvious that the plan was seamless, and they had made several handfuls of preparations. But, still, the people on the big ship won. The High Priest did not nod or shake his head, as if he were a statue. After a long time, she raised a slender, white palm, and her 5 jade fingers quickly fiddled with it. Could it be? Is it him? The High Priestess uttered 4 words and looked at the large ship with a surprised face. It was the first time her expression had changed since she had appeared until then. High Priestess, how about it? I'm going to transfer another 100 spiteful children. Even if they can kill all the spiteful children on the deck, they must have lost a lot. This is an opportunity. Rook continued. No need. Go back and prepare the great sacrifice. After the High Priestess finished speaking, she lightly lifted her jade legs and sat on the compact sedan chair. In a moment, the natives on the shore disappeared into the jungle one by one, leaving only Ma Sikong and Wang Tao in the same spot, as well as a huge car crossbow. Let's go, mister. Ma, we still need these natives now. Wang Tao pulled Ma Sikong. Hey, Yi Feng, this scumbag has a great life. Ma Sikong let out a long sigh and disappeared into the woods as well. On the shore, all that was left was a huge cart crossbow that no one even cared about anymore. After all, they had tried the range of this thing, and it only shot 150 meters, and although it was powerful, it was really not suitable for implementation in the jungle. However, if mounted on the bow, it would be a major killer, even hunting smaller dinosaurs. Yi Feng had a strange dream. He dreamed that the rainforest had turned into a desolate gobi, and dense worms took over the whole world. After a long time, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to see Bai Chushue was lying on her lap, sucking something for him. Hatsu. Yi Feng shocked himself when he opened his mouth. The voice was hoarse as an old man's. Bai Chushue hurriedly raised her head and helped Yi Feng put his pants back on. You've been shot with so many poison needles in that area that I've sucked the poison out of you, Bai Chushue said, her lips a dark blue. Aha! Yi Feng felt as if he couldn't stalk up. He forced himself to sit up. Through various gaps, he seemed to hear whimpering and crying. Who is crying? Yi Feng asked. Someone died and someone is crying. Bai Chushue's complexion dimmed. Yi Feng was shocked in his heart. Where is Tuan Tuan? Is she okay? In his heart, although Ding Tuan Tuan was useless, Yi Feng really took her as one of his own, because Ding Tuan's loyalty to himself was overflowing and expressed very purely. She has been in a coma for the 6th day, but I helped her stop the toxin in time. Whether or not she can come back to life depends on fate, Bai Chushue said. So, who died? Yi Feng asked again. He wanted to stand up, but his legs didn't listen to him. He should have been lying on the bed for a long time. Alice, I tried to save her, but her aorta was shot by a poison needle, and you see his brow was shot by a poison needle, and, Bai Chushue reported the names of 6 people in a row. You mean, they have? Yi Feng didn't dare to think further. The people who died this time were all important people. Yes, the body has been buried at sea. 3 days ago at sea. Originally wanted to wait for you to wake up. But the body will grow worms and stink. It is easy to trigger the plague. Bai Chushue said carefully. Ah, I feel a pain in my chest. Yi Feng screamed miserably and collapsed on the bed again. This time, he woke up after 5 hours of lethargy. Yi Feng felt able to walk on his own. He used his rifle as a crutch and walked step by step to Ding Tuan Tuan's dorm room. She and Susan Rimiko both lived in dormitory 1. Only Sadamiko and Ting Tuan were lying flat on the bed. Sadamiko's face was blue, and Bai Chushue was wiping her sweat. Ding Tuan Tuan had the same dark green face, and if it wasn't for the faint sound of breathing, Yi Feng would have thought that she was dead. Feng. Bai Chushue called Yi Feng brother for the first time. The battle a week ago was still fresh in our minds. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's desperate attempt to protect everyone, I'm afraid everyone would have died. This was her heartfelt respect for Yi Feng. Feng. Zhang Yan also walked over and held Yi Feng's arm. She also changed her name, changing Feng to Feng. Yi Feng looked at Rimiko's face and was anxious in his heart. Rimiko was mature and steady, thinking deeply about everything, even more reliable than even Susan. And if she died, it would be the team's greatest loss. You guys get out first, Yi Feng said without looking back. He was still too confident, thinking that he could easily separate himself from the natives with his big ships and modern weapons. But I did not expect. The natives actually have so many bizarre means. God did not know the ghosts let the children on board the ship. Sentry has a whole 3 people. Froze without a shot was killed. The 2 women honestly walked out of the dormitory and took the door with them again. Yi Feng squatted next to Rimiko, looking at her dark blue lips, and suddenly had a flash of light in his head. His own body had an antitoxin in it. If feeding his blood to Rimiko, would she get better? Figuring this out, Yi Feng hurriedly stretched out his wrist and pulled out his dagger again. Pust! A white wound appeared on his wrist, but not a single drop of blood came out. What's going on? Yi Feng's face changed greatly. He thought he had some strange disease. There was actually no blood in the wound, but immediately, he reacted. It should be that the battle with the spiteful child 7 days ago had left him without much blood in his body. There's no blood, so other liquids should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Yi Feng licked his mouth and aimed directly at Rimiko's mouth. Long, 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 long. Yi Feng carefully observed Rimiko's face. It worked a bit, and the dark bruise on Sadamiko's face seemed to fade a bit, and her eyelashes seemed to bat a bit. I get it. This works. This works. Saliva works. Yi Feng was overjoyed and walked to Ding Tuan Tuan again. A girlish sweetness entered his mouth, and Yi Feng began to heal Ding Tuanchuan's injuries. Ting Tuan Tuan had been shot in the arm by the poison needle, so her poison was relatively less severe. After only less than 10 minutes, the auburn on Ting Tuan Tuan's face receded, and he actually slowly opened his eyes. Brother Yi. She held out her arms for a hug. Oh, Tuan, brother is here. Yi Feng hurriedly hugged Ding Duan's soft body. At this moment, Bai Chushue and Hurley Zhangyan walked in. We've already seen it. I didn't expect that. Your saliva can actually detoxify the poison. Quick, help the others to detoxify it as well. There are still a lot of sick people. Bai Chushue pulled Yi Feng. Well, prepare some fresh water for me. I don't feel like producing any saliva. Not long after, Yi Feng detoxified the injured people on the ship one by one. Finally, it was the turn of Chenan, who was the least injured. One of Chenan's legs swelled up, but the poison only spread to his knee. Brother Feng, are we 2 big men? Is it appropriate? I heard that Hurley has also eaten white fruits. Why don't we let her do it? Chenan had a face of resistance. What's wrong with that? But I can't produce saliva anymore, so I'll have to use other fluids, Yi Feng said seriously. 10 minutes later, the sound of Chenan's growl came from the dormitory. Take it away. Take it away. I'll die before I drink it. Don't fill me up. Ah huh. Yi Feng walked out of Chenan's dorm room and lifted his pants up. It seems that when the injury is fully healed, I will have to find more white fruit. One more thing. Since the natives were very much going against themselves, there was no way out. They were going to get their revenge. Several of his women had died at the hands of the natives, and this revenge must not go unavenged. However, if the difficulty was too high, or even if he had to pay the price of his life, Yi Feng would have to carefully consider it. If you can't get revenge, you have to get the propeller and set sail for home. Nice. Just back to civilization. He had wanted to live a happy life here in 3 palaces and 6 houses, but the cruel reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The 3 palaces and 6 courts were obviously not going to work, and the high priestess alone could make his life worse than death. Not to mention any other catastrophes that would occur once every 80 years. There might be little hope of going home, but he could take the big ship and try towards the deep sea. It would be best if he could go home. If he couldn't, he would have to pick white fruits here and raise his strength to the peak. When the time comes, by all means, cut down all the natives and leave no one behind. By the way, inside the cavern, there should still be artillery shells. If the artillery shells are transported to the place where the natives are sacrificing people, won't it destroy their living forces? Yi Feng suddenly thought of something. Get well first. Yi Feng returned to the deck, ready to let his body and mind completely relax. The only way to get well fast is to relax. Brother Feng, it's time to eat. You've lost a lot of blood. We shot a wild boar yesterday. Let's get you some pig liver to replenish your blood. Sure, Zhangliang walked over. Thank you, sure. Please take more trouble with our food and drink. And try to make some delicious food so that everyone can recover quickly. Yi Feng said politely. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. You almost died fighting those monsters for us. Sure Zhangliang, also have a conscience and will do my best to contribute to the team. After Sure Zhangliang finished speaking, he put down the pig liver soup and went back to the kitchen to get busy. In the Gach tribe, the natives were in full swing preparing sacrifices, and cages held a captive. Some of them are from civilized societies, some are indigenous, and some are ferocious beasts. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao were shivering as they watched. Mr. Ma, you're not going to sacrifice us too, are you? If it's not possible, let's flash. Wang Tao looked at the busy natives warily. Gulp. Ma Xikong gulped. I think it's possible too. These natives haven't been looking at me quite right lately. Ma Xikong said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just flash. Go to the cave and find some more firearms back. It's best to find a machine gun. With that, the two of us will have capital. Wang Tao urged. Good, let's find a chance to escape directly. Ma Xikong nodded. The big boat was tied to the shore, and Yi Feng took Chenin and Susan off the boat. Feng, this thing looks like a crossbow. Chenin patted the carriage crossbow discarded on the bank. It should be a crossbow. The power of this thing is not small. It should be left on the shore by the natives. Call a few more people down. Move this car crossbow to the ship. Then let the engineers fix it in the bow position, and use it as a ship's gun. Yi Feng made a wise decision. At that moment, a dozen men all got off the ship, and they tied ropes to the carabinieri and pulled them a little toward the deck. It took them all day just to install this crossbow. After loading the car crossbow, Yi Feng tried the power of the car crossbow. It's not bad. It can deal with some large beasts, but it's a bit of a cockamamie against spiteful children. Yi Feng sighed. Since he had seen the number of spiteful children, he felt that he should go to the cave and get a machine gun back. There must have been a machine gun. He just didn't find it. After the fierce battle on the beach and the battle on the deck, there were only about 10 people on Yi Feng's side who could move. There are only 5 males left. Long Wu, Shang Li Bin, Sure Zhangliang, Shannon, and Bao Qifeng. The foreign women, only Lina and Elaine and Rimiko Yukizawa remain, along with the seriously injured Dev. National women, 2 sisters Susan Su Yun, Ding Tuan Tuan, Zhang Yan, Xiao Mei, Bai Chu Xue, and then there's Hurley the native. Yi Feng nimbly turned the carriage crossbow, which could swing 180 degrees, completely shielding the front of the large ship. Also, the ability to move up and down. That's a well-built carriage and crossbow. I didn't realize the natives had this kind of craftsmanship. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. However, Cheng Li Bin stood out. No, I see this process. A little bit of my shadow, when I showed my craft only to Mr. Ma, so I suspect, Ma Xikong and the natives mixed together. This car crossbow is his handiwork. Yi Feng's brows furrowed. The Gahabi alone is hard to deal with, and if we add Ma Xikong to the mix, wouldn't that be adding insult to injury? It wasn't that Ma Xikong was so strong, but, rather, it was possible that Ma Xikong would teach the natives to use firearms and tell them the range of the firearms on his side, so that the natives would be on their guard. Not only the secrets of the guns, but even other secrets on the big ship, the natives would figure out through Ma Xikong. Rest for another day. Leave only 3 men on the ship. All the others go to the caves. Bring all the guns, ammunition and weapons that can be carried to the ship. And if you really can't carry them, find a way to destroy them, and never leave them to the indigenous barbarians, or we're all doomed. Yi Feng said seriously. His body, now, was about half recovered. The others were about 60 or 70% recovered. But time waited for no one. If Ma Xikong lured the natives into the cave, then took all the firearms inside, and finally taught the natives to use them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he had a big ship, he would be equally screwed. The others weren't stupid and probably realized what was going on and nodded heavily. In the primitive jungle, Ma Xikong was running wildly with Wang Tao. chasing after a dense crowd of spiteful children behind him. Mr. Ma, don't run away. We won't hurt you. Native voices came from behind. Don't run away, both of you. We're not going to take you for a sacrifice. Hearing this, the two guys ran even faster. It's a clear no-brainer that the natives can say such things. The day passed quickly. Early in the morning, Yifeng reviewed his team on the deck. They didn't have a single bullet left now, so they didn't carry firearms. They all had spears, bows and arrows and daggers. Chang Gong, you take Elaine on the deck and help take care of Dev and fifth brother, Yifeng said. Aha! Chang Libi nodded and took Elaine's small hand. Everyone else listen. This time when we enter the cave, we'll manhandle a torch, and then empty all the weapons and ammunitions inside, and the ones that are too big, directly destroy them. We can't leave them to the enemy anyway, Yifeng said. Yes, everyone nodded. After the explanation, the big boat stopped at the bank of the river. There's an outcropping here that would allow a large ship to dock. Yifeng was the first to slide down the rope ladder, and caught the people behind him one by one. A dozen or so people formed a long serpentine formation and quickly rushed towards the location of the cave. Finally arriving at the side of the pile of rocks, Yifeng distributed the tung oil torches to all of them, and he picked up 2 pieces of flint with a single impact. A dozen torches were lit. Get in. Yifeng took the lead, and everyone jumped into the cave through the gap. This place is littered with rocks. A cave-in from the last grenade. Ding Tuan Tuan followed closely behind Yifeng, and Susan escorted at the end with her spear. This time, the goal was clear, and all of them didn't speak. And in the dark cave, the only sounds were the torches burning, and the gasps of the crowd. With the memory of the last time, Yifeng smoothly arrived at the steps. There was no more standing water in the steps, revealing the silt inside and some bits and pieces of bone. Some are human, but mostly animal. Go! Yifeng's face was incredibly grave. Having so many animal bones deep underground could only prove one thing. This place hides a powerful predator, which drags some animals here every so often to enjoy them, which is why so many animal bones are left behind. Squeak! Yifeng pushed open a rotten door. Inside, it was a dormitory of sorts, with several wooden beds that had rotted badly, and on one of them, a pile of bones. This row should be full of dorms, so in the future, when you see a door like this, just go around it. Yifeng exited the dormitory and walked towards the opposite side. Squeak! Another door was pushed open, and a foul, fishy odor came over the room. Inside was a large stove and a large, badly rusted iron pot. Sure. Put the big iron pot on your back. You can use it later, Yifeng said. Yes, sure. Zhang Liang grabbed the ears of the iron pot and put a rope around his back, living like a big turtle. Put! Ting Tuan had just let out a laugh when he felt the vibe was off. Yifeng was about to leave, but Bao Qifeng picked up a bunch of smaller little iron boxes. What's the point of taking this? Having a pot is enough. Yifeng frowned. They were mainly moving arms now. Brother Feng, after melting these iron, you can build propellers. It would be too dangerous to steal propellers from warships, Bao Qifeng said. Well, take them with you. Yifeng also helped with the 2 iron boxes. After walking for a while longer, Yifeng finally arrived at the research room he saw last time. Go around. There's nothing of value in the research lab, and the arsenal must be found quickly to do so. As for the former armory, the bullets have all been taken, and what's left are damp and rusty bullets that can't be used at all. Brother Feng, there's a ladder here. It seems that this underground base, there are 2 levels in total. Shannon pointed towards a hole with a torch. Yifeng didn't have any nonsense and rushed downwards with his torch raised. Blah blah blah. Yifeng's torch began to sway and the light dimmed a few points. There's not much oxygen down there, so forget it and keep going down. After that, the crowd went down the steps, where a lot of black and gray sticky substance appeared, exactly like the one in the institute. Meanwhile, the third layer is a bit more unusual in its construction, with a lot of ironwork stuff appearing. Just as we went down, we encountered a 2-meter diameter exhaust fan with the same amount of sticky substance on top of it. What the hell is this? Yifeng looked at this disgusting thing and had an indescribably unpleasant feeling. Bai Chushue stretched out a finger and placed the sticky substance on the end of her nose and sniffed it. It seems to be a substance formed after the corpse was burnt to ashes and then soaked in water, Bai Chushue said. Human corpses? Yifeng's face changed. I don't know. Bodies anyway. Yifeng looked at the slime on the ground and on the walls. If it was really the slime formed from the corpses of animals, how many corpses would there have to be for so much slime to be formed? 10,000? 100,000? Or 1,000,000? Whatever. Go for the arms. Yifeng finally entered the third layer completely. It took a full 2 hours for the group to crawl back to the second basement level with their heads hanging down, because on the third level, it was almost entirely that black goo. either that or some very large machines. And not even a single bullet was found. Search carefully, we'll be rich if we find the armory. A dozen or so torches spread out, covering a radius of more than 20 meters. After only a moment, Chenin hurriedly withdrew from a room. Feng, brother Feng, the guy in here is so big. Come and see for yourself. Chenin's voice trembled a little. Yi Feng hurriedly held up the torch and walked over. In the next moment, he too was shocked and switched to holding the torch with both hands, because inside, it's all shells. In some wooden crates, there were stacks of cannonballs more than a meter long, presumably former naval guns, and in the far corner, in particular, stood a 3-meter-high behemoth. Brother Yi, what is this? An atomic bomb? Ting Tuan Tuan looked at the cannonball in shock. Definitely not anymore. But if this guy really explodes, we're all going to be buried alive. From now on, Chenin is alone with his torch. Don't have too many torches coming into the house. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he handed over his torch to Ding Tuan Tuan, and he borrowed Chenin's torch and began to look at the shells inside. It's full of shells. What's the use? Withdraw. Yi Feng sighed and could only leave the artillery shell warehouse reluctantly. Men love to shoot that cannon, and it does seem a bit sad to see so many shells unavailable. Brother Feng, why don't we move 2 of them to the ship? We can study them if we have nothing to do. Chenin said from behind. Are you nuts? In case it explodes, we'll all have to feed it to the king. Yi Feng reprimanded. Okay, then brother Feng, we can build a smaller ship. Use the big ship to pull the small ship, and then put cannonballs on the small ship, pulling it with a few dozen meters of rope. Even if it explodes, it won't be able to affect the big ship. Chenin said undeterred. That's a good idea. But for now let's find the guns and ammo, and then we'll think about the shells after we've emptied the guns and ammo. So the group started looking again. Wow! A wooden box was smashed open, and Yi Feng peeled away the grass on top, and there was a layer of waterproof oil paper underneath. Hiss! The greaseproof paper was also torn open, and Yi Feng's mouth quirked as he touched the yellow bullet with his hand. Guys, what are you waiting for? Give me this case to carry along. The bullets are almost brand new. Yi Feng's excitement made Kier purple. The box of bullets alone weighed at least 200 kilograms, enough to last a year if brought to a large ship. I'll do it. Chenin grabbed the wooden box with both hands and lifted it with force. No. Shit is earned. This is too heavy, isn't it? Chenin stepped back. Never mind. Let's leave it there for now. I'll carry it out myself later. After Yi Feng finished, he smashed open the other boxes. It's pistol bullets. Lots of them. Ting Tuan shouted from the corner. And just as she finished, a wooden box came crashing down from above, nearly smashing her into mush. Yi Feng looked at the pistol bullets in the case. Since the pistol bullets were relatively small, so the bullets in this case, I'm afraid that there are not 4,000 or 5,000 rounds. Only the top and bottom ones had gotten damp, and only the middle ones worked. Get some military backpacks over here and pick out the bullets that don't have green hair and bring them with you. And the ones that sell poorly, you don't need to bring them with you. They probably won't shoot. Yi Feng ordered. A couple of women went over to pick the bullets right away. Yi Feng raised his torch high and looked to the very top of the warehouse. There was a lot of clutter laid out there, but one thing caught his eye. Machine gun? Yi Feng almost cried. They had entered the underground base for so long and had finally found the rightful owner. So he climbed up high, stepped on a couple of wooden crates, and finally brought this machine gun down. It probably weighed more than 50 pounds, and the barrel was as thick as Yi Feng's arm, but the muzzle was only as thick as his thumb. Is this the famous Maxim heavy machine gun? Yi Feng stroked the gun body. Since it was placed high up, it was not flooded by the water below, and there was a layer of green waterproof paint on the gun body, which kept it from rusting in the cold and cloudy environment. Let's see. Lena came over and examined the various parts of the machine gun. She knew a thing or two about this firearm. The gun, basically, is intact, Lena said happily. Quick, find a bullet that matches this. Lena, can you play with this kind of gun? Yi Feng asked again. Will, okay, everyone hurry up and find bullets. This gun must shoot fast, so you can find more machine gun bullets. For a while, everyone rummaged through the warehouse, and Ting Tuan accidentally made his face look like a kitten. This bullet is so long. It doesn't look like a rifle's. It's not a machine gun, is it? It was Chenin again, who was grasping a few yellow bullets in his hand. Yi Feng hurriedly took it and put it on the side of the machine gun to try the length, but he wasn't sure. After all, he had never seen a Maxim heavy machine gun in reality. It's still up to Lena. She took the bullet and compared it to the side door of the incoming round and nodded instantly. Quickly, drag all these boxes out for me. Throw away all those bullets with green hairs and leave only the useful ones, Yi Feng said in a deep voice. The Maxim heavy machine gun. which is generally only suitable for fixed-point fire, is a machine gun that is fixed in one place to fire, because it was too heavy, but it was not a problem at all for Yifeng. He now had a strength of 1,000 pounds, and could completely charge with a heavy machine gun. Just ask how much damage a moving heavy machine gun will inflict on the enemy. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but heave a few laughs. Outside the cave, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao hurried toward the crevice, with a large group of natives chasing after them, as well as a dense crowd of disgruntled children. The two guys were being chased up and down, and had no choice but to burrow into the cavern to find a gun. As long as they found one, they could get rid of the insidious natives. This group of barbarians' tracking methods were too clever. They would be found no matter where they hid. Elder Ghost Fong. Those two foreigners rushed into the ghost cave. Do we still have to chase after them? A fourth bar asked. A fourth bar, already very high in status among the natives, but he still looked respectful in the face of a 6-bar elder. That's the ghost cave. The high priestess has said that there are giant snakes and countless ghosts in the ghost cave. Elder Ghost Fong hesitated. But these two foreigners are very important to us. The high priestess has said that the foreigner called Ma Xikong, he will bring advanced weapons to the tribe. We absolutely cannot let him escape. The 4 bars said anxiously. Okay, you take 10 men and 30 spiteful children in to track them, and I'll keep watch outside. Ghost Fong said. 4 bars. In the dark cave, Ma Xikong blew a bamboo tube with his mouth. Before long, an open flame lit up above the bamboo tube. It was a fire tube he'd gotten from a tribe of natives, and the thing was filled with charcoal and some flammable willow. Just keep the charcoal inside warm and let the fire come out every time you open it with a gentle blow. Let's go. Make sure to find the firearms, or we'll have to swim home, Ma Xikong said. The two men cautiously made their way down, but just after walking less than 20 meters, they heard dense footsteps coming from outside the cavern, as well as the sound of grumbling children squeaking. It's over. These natives are coming in after us too. The two men quickened their pace. Mr. Ma, we need you at the Ga Ministry. Please don't leave us. In the back, 4 bars saw the fire. I'll believe the hell out of you. Ma Xikong trotted off, the murky wind in the cavern swaying the fire. The two groups chased and fled, and soon arrived at the underground base, which had been completely emptied of stagnant water, and was underneath half a foot of silt. Whatever, get down there. Ma Xikong stepped into the muck, but immediately, his eyes rolled up in surprise. Only 5 or 6 torches appeared in the depths of the base, as well as Yifeng's miscellaneous voice. With this machine gun, we can really get a foothold on the deserted island. But we can't just use the bullets indiscriminately. After all, this thing shoots so fast, 500 rounds a minute. If we're not careful, we'll run out of bullets. After Yifeng finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He thought he saw a small flame where the steps had been, but it was quickly extinguished. Hallucinations? Yifeng shook his head. It seems that the recent injuries were so severe and the loss of blood has caused all the mental problems. No. I have to go back and ask Shirshir to get some more delicious food to replenish and try to get my blood back sooner. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao had already ducked into the corner of the steps, and the fire was blown out by his breath. I just hope I can muddle through this time, or I'll be stuck in the middle of 2 groups. A group of people shouldered their way to the steps at last. Yifeng stepped out of the silt with 1 foot and stepped on the leveled steps. In the next moment, his face stared. For some reason, his sensing ability had gotten stronger since eating the silver fruit. Right now, he felt as if something was secretly watching him. Holy shit. No, it can't be that giant snake we saw last time, can it? Yifeng's hips tightened. Come on, speed up and get out of here. Yifeng was carrying Maxim on his shoulder and a huge bullet box in one hand. Behind him, 4 men were carrying 2 boxes of machine gun ammunition. Panting with exhaustion, Chenin and Shi Zhangliang carried the rifle bullets, equally tired. Further back are the rifle cartridges, which are carried by each person in a backpack. Guns weren't really needed, as there were plenty of rifles and pistols on the big ship, just no bullets. So this time, Yifeng entered the cave and focused on taking the bullets, followed by the machine gun. Cannons aren't very useful in the rainforest unless you run into dinosaurs or something like that. Looking at the gradually distant torches, Ma Xikong let out a long sigh of relief. And suddenly, he touched his neck. Wang Tao, you dripped saliva on my neck? Ma Xikong asked. No. I felt sticky on my neck too and thought it was your running mouth from the shock. Wang Tao was also puzzled. Not good. Enemy attack. Yifeng saw the 10 natives in front of him at a glance. The group was coming deeper into the underground base with torches held high. Clunk. The Maxim was placed on the ground and Lena inserted the bullet chain in the side door at the first opportunity. Those few natives looked at the iron lump in Yifeng's hand with a strange face. So it's Yifeng, brothers, this is an opportunity for us. Now I order you all to bring out all your strength and avenge the death of your fellow clansmen. Those 4 bars lifted their spears and stuck their torches in the ground. The next moment, however, he saw sparks coming out of the iron lump. It was followed by a dull sound. Thump thump thump. The 3 natives who rushed at the front hadn't reacted yet, and their bodies were directly beaten apart. Nice. Straight up cracked. After all, this Maxim bullet is of such a large caliber that it explodes when it hits bone. Not good. This is an even more terrifying divine crossbow. The 4-bar had just spoken when he saw a large crater appear in his chest. Thump thump thump. Yifeng released the trigger and looked at the large pile of broken meat in front of him. The strong odor of blood filled the cavern. This power. It's too strong. Shannon breathed heavily and couldn't help but run his hand over the barrel of the gun. Ouch. The hot barrel burned a few blisters on his hands. Let's not waste time. Let's hurry up and withdraw. After Yifeng finished, he directly took off his pants and peed into the barrel of the gun. However, right at this moment, deep inside the base, the cries of Wang Tao were heard. Ego mama, my legs are weak. Mr. Ma, give me a hand. Just as the voice fell, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao appeared within the range of the firelight. Yifeng sneered and aimed at the 2 guys with his heavy machine gun. It's really not worth the effort. It looks like this was a worthwhile trip, and I actually managed to catch 2 big fish. However, in the next moment, Yifeng's face changed, only to see 2 clusters of lantern-sized green light suddenly appear behind the 2 guys. This green light was swimming this way in the darkness, in the manner of the Ting Tuan Tuan's eyes rolled white and he directly fainted in fear. The huge thing finally swam into range of the fire. Yifeng sucked in a breath of cool air. It was clearly a huge cobra. Its upper body alone, which was raised, was 5 or 6 meters tall, and its body was as thick as a bucket. As for the coiled-up abdomen, it was even thicker than 2 buckets, and Yifeng estimated that it only needed 1 bite to swallow a mouthful of a big fat pig alive, and it wouldn't even burp a bit. Run! Yifeng roared. The others finally recovered from the shock and ran towards the outside of the cavern crying. Yifeng, on the other hand, leveled his heavy machine gun and aimed it at the giant snake's head. Thump 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 thump. Heavy gunfire rang out. The firelight illuminated the stone walls of the cave brightly and darkly, and bullet casings fell to the ground like they were no money, making a crisp clinking sound. After this giant snake ate 5 or 6 bullets, its body curled up into a ball, but the snake's head stayed in a steady state, as if it was ready to eject at any time. Yifeng retreated as he shot, using the firelight from the muzzle of his gun. He approached the exit step by step. Hiss! Blood kept coming out of this giant snake, and its hissing sound resounded throughout the entire cavern. Ma Xikong's eyes narrowed and he suddenly fled in the opposite direction. Wang Tao, however, did not react and continued to run towards Yifeng's side. Thump thump thump. His body was directly blown apart, turning into a roiling mist of blood. Luckily, he brought a Maxim heavy machine gun this time, or Yifeng would have been swallowed in 1 bite. After a few dozen more shots, the giant snake was too beaten to lift its head. It once again let out a hissing sound, and surprisingly turned its head towards the depths of the cave to escape. Nyet! Exhausted, Yifeng placed Mark Chin on the ground and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his arm. Wang Tao's flesh and blood mixed with that of the natives, no longer able to distinguish between civilization and savagery. Brother Feng, it's bad. There are still a lot of disgruntled children at the entrance of the cave. Yifeng turned around and saw that Chenin and the others had run back again. It's alright, it's just a spiteful child, isn't it? You guys carry the bullets and keep up with me. After fighting the giant snake away, Yifeng was full of confidence in Mark Chin. Okay. A group of people carried bullets and hid behind Yifeng. Just after arriving at the entrance of the cave, Yifeng saw the group of spiteful children with green eyes. Heavy gunfire rang out, and these spiteful children might have been able to withstand rifle bullets and pistol bullets. But gun machine bullets are different. They explode when they hit. Whether it hits the torso or the head, the spiteful child will be incapacitated at first. After shooting 90% of the spiteful children, a scene that surprised Yifeng appeared. The spiteful child has escaped? Are they afraid? However, in Yifeng's impression, these spiteful children had always been humongous. In an instant, he understood. The reason why spiteful children are so fearless of death is because, psychologically, they despise you, believing that even if it dies itself, its companions will kill the enemy to death. Hence the spirit of being at home with death. But once they realize that they can't finish off the enemy even with all of their troops, they become fearful. And fear, it spreads. Ha 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 ha. Who says the spiteful children aren't afraid of death? Didn't they escape? Chenin pointed to the outside of the cave. Get out. Yifeng drilled out of the cave with Maxim on his end, almost as soon as he could see the sunlight. Suddenly, the sky dimmed slightly. What the hell? Yifeng squinted his eyes at the sun in the sky. In the next moment, he kicked Chenin back, while he himself hid behind a rock. one could only see densely packed poison needles and arrows falling down like rain. There were 2 poisonous needles that even shot on Yifeng's shoulders. There's a large force of natives out there. After Yifeng shouted, he leaned Maxim against a gap in the stone. Lena inserted the bullet chain into the side door at the first opportunity. In front of the cave, there were more than 30 natives standing, and the leader was none other than Ghost Fong. And behind the natives, there were at least 200 spiteful children. This thing can reproduce so well. You can't kill it enough. But it's different now. Thump 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 thump. Tongues of fire from hell erupted from the muzzle. Indigenous people and disgruntled children are concentrated together and become complete living targets. Each shot almost always takes 2 to 3 lives. The natives were either shot out of their bodies or hit by stray bullets, and fell in a large number in a domino effect. After all, Ghost Fong was at the level of an elder, and he was a quick shooter as he ducked behind a large tree, looking in shock at the tongues of fire coming out of the cavern. Those spiteful children rushed fiercely at first, but in front of modern firearms, fierceness was of no use at all, only to see green blood flying across the grass in front of them. The spiteful children were hit by the bullets from the heavy machine gun in one piece, and a stench instantly rose up to the sky. At this moment, Ghost Fong finally saw the terrifying destructive power of a civilization that spanned thousands of years. Grievous child, retreat. This elder quickly recognized the situation and very simply recalled the grudge child. Although this thing could multiply indefinitely, it was the critical time for the great sacrifice, and he had to keep enough spiteful children, or the great sacrifice might become someone else's graft. The spiteful children had long been frightened, and when they heard the call they retreated back into the woods like a tidal wave. But Yifeng didn't stop there, and rushed out of the darkness with his heavy machine gun. Thump 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 thump. The grove in front of them was directly leveled to the ground in a tragic scene. Whoa whoa whoa! A dozen vultures hovered in the sky, eyeing the hellish scene. Yifeng's face changed, and only then did he stop his fire output. Quick, get the bullets on board. It's no longer safe here. After Yifeng finished speaking, he grabbed a pile of offal and placed it on the red-hot gun barrel. The next moment, a smell of meat came over. There was no water or urine, so he could only use the corpse to cool the barrel of the gun, or else Yifeng wouldn't be able to hold it. In a hurry, the group finally made it back to the big ship. Several heavy boxes of bullets were placed on the deck, only to creak the boards under pressure. Wow, that's a lot of bullets? Chang Li Bean rushed over, stroking the yellow bullet with his hand, his eyes full of surprise. So tired, I didn't expect that a trip down there would take almost a day. Sure, please, make something for us to eat. Everyone is hungry. Yifeng sat paralyzed on the deck. Okay, leave it to me. Sure. Zhangliang hurriedly took a few women to the kitchen. This time when he went down to the base, Yifeng was the most tired. The others were fine, and only put out a little bit of effort when lifting the bullets. Fifth brother, please take care of this Maxim heavy machine gun, and by the way, pick the bullets again as well. We just roughly picked and refined those bullets that obviously can't shoot once more. No problem. Dragon 5 sat down next to the bullet on his crutches. Brother Feng, are we still going to the underground base tomorrow? Bao Qifang asked. What's the point of still going there? That giant snake was only injured by me. It's not dead yet. Yifeng shook his head. But we still have to get more iron back to melt and cast into propellers, Bao Qifang said. Yifeng suddenly got a headache and almost forgot the most important thing. The big boat, now propelled by the propeller of a lotus leaf, was not even as powerful as swimming in the river itself. We're all tired today, so let's relax and think about these headaches tomorrow. Yifeng waved his hand. 2 hours later, the party began on deck. Because Shi Zhangliang had made a lot of delicious food again, it was an ultimate enjoyment in both visual taste and smell. Even Susan, such a high and mighty goddess, was respectful to Shi Zhangliang. Sure. Can you teach me in the future? Susan asked politely. I was nicknamed Lu Yushu in the beginning. You understand, right? Shi Zhangliang yanked up at once. Sure. Can you teach me? I'm so cute. Tinkerbell squeezed through as well. As cute as you are, I still don't teach. To tell you the truth, my secret, even if it's my son I won't pass it on. Shi Zhangliang had a haughty look on his face, and his small size gradually became taller. Yifeng also squeezed in. Sure. You can always teach me, right? I saved your life. Hey, brother Feng, I know that you saved my life. Character-wise there's nothing to say. You can tell me what you want to eat in the future. I'll help you make it any time. But I still don't teach. Shi Zhangliang was oil and salt. He had his own little calculations. He was the only cook on this ship, and if he taught his skills to someone else, he would be used as cannon fodder at any time in the future. Even if you don't teach, let's all have fun. Today, I will sing a song for you about the sea and the sky. Yi Feng picked up the fake microphone made of bamboo. Don't Feng, one of our own. Please can you stop singing? It's so hard to hear. The men on deck desperately covered their ears. I'll sing. Chenin walked to the middle of the deck. I couldn't catch love, so I just watched him slip away. Just after singing 2 lines, Chenin was driven off the stage by the crowd. Chenin, you didn't sing your way into my heart with this song, so I won't turn around for you. Yi Feng turned his back to Chenin. After a few rounds of elimination, Yi Feng realized that only Hurley sang well. After all, the natives usually like to sing cleanly, and there is no soundtrack or anything, which becomes her biggest advantage in the primitive forest. Susan and Suyun sang okay, but it always felt weird without the soundtrack. The deck is hosting the desert island sound, but on the shore of the jungle, a huge black creature dived under the water and slowly swam toward the large ship. I officially announced that the winner of this year's Good Voice is Yi Feng, that is, myself. Everyone applaud. Yi Feng instantly crowned himself a champion. Cut. Tinkerbell raised his middle finger. It's getting late, so everyone go back to their own homes and find their own moms, and I'm sleepy, so I'll be on watch tonight. Yi Feng had just said this when Longwu took the initiative to stand out. Brother Feng, after coming to the big ship, I haven't been able to help much, and now we've been sharply reduced in personnel, so count me in for the night watch. Longwu said. No need, fifth brother. You were injured in the line of duty. This is the treatment you deserve. I'll arrange for others to keep watch. Yi Feng advised. No. The more you take care of me like this, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's better to find me something to do. Please. Longwu looked like he was eager to do something. Since becoming crippled, he had been on edge all day, not afraid of the natives or the various creatures on the desert island. Rather, it's fear, being gradually marginalized by the team. This isn't a civilized society, where the rule of the weak is becoming more and more normalized. Longwu could feel it. If it wasn't for Yi Feng covering him, the others didn't really want to take care of his appearance. Although he had protected Su Yun, Ding Tuan Tuan, Zhang Yan, and Sadamiko before these 4 women a while ago, to him this cripple is still very respectful. But over time, these 4 women are not much to talk to themselves. Usually neat, usually just nodded. Not even a smile. Perhaps, this is a case of no filial son in a long time. Unless one can grow a leg, one will still be marginalized after a long time. Okay, then tonight, who will keep watch with fifth brother? Yi Feng looked at everyone. I'll do it. Chenin stepped forward. Okay, trouble you too. Yi Feng finished speaking and went to his dorm room alone to sleep. You can't think of anything else these days, and recovering your body is the #1 priority. Longwu sat on the deck, keeping his eyes on the shore, but his hands were not idle, constantly picking out bullets and picking out the inferior ones. Chenin walked back and forth on the deck, occasionally turning his Makyu from side to side, aiming at the jungle along the shore. Fifth brother, did you hear paddling? Chenin suddenly said. The sound of paddling? Dragon 5 stood up on his crutches and looked around the deck from side to side. There don't seem to be any natives rowing by, do there? However, he also seemed to have heard a clatter just now, as if something had rushed out of the water. Long Fifth suddenly raised his torch and looked toward the side of the ship. The next moment, his eyes widened, only to see a huge cobra, which was slithering up against the side of the ship. Its body seemed to have suction power, and it could firmly attach itself to the planks. No good. Snakes. Longwu roared angrily and directly raised his pistol. Hiss. The cobra's body made a catapult towards the front, but without the power of attachment, it fell straight into the water. Otherwise, with its mouth, it would be able to swallow Dragon 5 in one bite. What snake? Chenin rushed over with his rifle and looked over the side of the boat at the huge and splash. With a flick of his hand, he threw the torch in his hand into the river. By the brief illumination of the torch in the air, he finally saw the huge shadow in the water. Holy shit! Chenin almost pissed himself. Stump! Heavy footsteps sounded as Yi Feng rushed to the deck with everyone. Feng, brother Feng, it's that snake in the cave. It almost climbed up to the deck just now. Luckily fifth brother was smart. Otherwise both of us would have been swallowed alive. Chenin stammered. Yi Feng looked at the huge splash in the river and threw another torch over. Sure enough, there really was a huge black shadow sliding by in a flash where the water and grass were plentiful. Finished, in a big mess. I didn't expect that cobra to hold a grudge. I beat it badly in the daytime. Is it coming to take revenge at night? Yi Feng's face sank. If he had known, he should have chased the giant snake and kept fighting until he killed it. Well now, right? In addition to the natives and the masquerade, there's another enemy, the enemy serpent. The scariest thing was that this thing could sneak underwater. They didn't have a sonar system on board. They couldn't defend themselves against it. Susan, please follow the night watch too. 3 of you. Keep an eye on the ship's side with torches at all times. Don't let that thing climb up, Yifeng said. Aha! Susan realizes the gravity of the situation and joins the night's watch. During the day it's fine, the human eye can see for kilometers. But at night, again, snakes don't rely on their eyes to hunt their prey. They rely on heat sensors on their tongues to detect their prey, and so are better suited to living underwater, and in pitch-black caves. After the explanation, Yifeng returned to his dorm room, but as a precautionary measure, he closed and unlocked the window of his dorm room as well. What if that big snake comes in through the window? A cobra of that size must be particularly toxic, even if he ate the silver fruit. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to carry a mouthful of its venom. Right at this moment, Yifeng heard footsteps coming from the location of the corridor. Big Brother Yi! Big Brother Yi! It was Tinkerbell's lovely voice, and she was shouting in a suppressed voice. Yifeng immediately pulled open the door, but he saw Ding Tuan Tuan wearing strange clothes. The skirt was pulled up to her thighs, and she seemed to have something smeared on her face, with heavy eyeshadow. Yifeng remembered that Hurley knew some of the indigenous people's makeup styles, and it was probably Ting Tuan Tuan who had learned it from Hurley. What are you doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping, little one? Yifeng asked. Ting Tuan Tuan's little face was red, her head was lowered and she didn't say anything. Her 2 hands were tightly clasped together, looking very squirmy. Say something, Yifeng sighed. Brother Yi, I'm so small, that snake can swallow me in one bite, but if we both hug together, it won't be able to swallow us both in one bite. I'm scared. When Ting Tuan said this, his small face slightly reddened. Don't you just want me to cuddle and sleep? What's with all the excuses? Yifeng looked at little Tuan Tuan with a kind face. In his heart, he had already treated Ding Tuan Tuan as his own sister. Ow! Ding Tuan Tuan couldn't care about being reserved and directly jumped into Yifeng's arms. Well, I'll sleep with you in my arms tonight, and the big snake won't be able to eat you. Yifeng closed the door behind him and hugged Ding Tuan Tuan's back sideways, completely wrapping her petite body into his arms. Needy, like holding a big fat cat. I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng smelled the refreshing virginal scent and entered dreamland. In the water plants, the huge-eyed snake raised its head, and a pair of cold eyes stared at the big ship for a long time. In the end, it dived into the river with a twist of its huge body, heading for the most upstream position. Not only it, tens of kilometers away on the opposite bank, some huge black shadows stopped snoozing or feeding, but instead looked up at the stars in the sky and similarly ran towards the uppermost part of the great river. Both animals, land and water, were rushing towards the most upstream position, as if something was attracting them, puffing and lulling. In a dense forest along the coastline, a huge black shadow stepped out onto the cliffs, and it bodily jumped down the cliffs, spreading its huge wings in the process. Susan sat down on the aft deck, her sharp eyes on the jungle along the shore. Just then, she felt the moonlight grow dim. Susan hurriedly looked up toward the sky. Only a huge black shadow was seen flying towards the upper reaches of the great river, casting a shadow from the sky that almost completely covered the big ship. Is this, like, an airplane? Susan wasn't sure what the thing was, but it did kind of look like an airplane, because only an airplane would be that big. Hey, we're here, we're here. She hurriedly jumped up and waved her torch at the sky. However, the black shadow didn't pause for a second and quickly disappeared into the clouds. Shannon lowered his head with difficulty and looked at Susan, who had a disappointed face. Sister Susan, are you sure that's an airplane? Why do I look like a bird? Shannon said hesitantly. Are you stupid? How can there be a bird that big in this world? Even the pterodactyls of old wouldn't be that big. It must be a rescue plane, Susan said firmly. Generally speaking, it is a law of nature that girls are not born with better eyesight than boys. Yifeng was so tired that Susan's yelling last night didn't wake him up, and he slept until he woke up naturally. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Ting Tuan Tuan staring at himself with wide eyes, and his mouth was still full of words. Donut, you're not up yet, are you? Yifeng wiped his eyes. You're squeezing me so hard, I can't even get up. Let go of me, I have to go to the bathroom, Tinkerbell said. Only then did Yifeng notice that one of his legs was resting on Ting Tuan Tuan's body, crushing her so much that she couldn't move. I'm sorry, just hurry up and don't wet the bed. You're the one wetting the bed. Ting Tuan rushed off to the restroom. There's a restroom at the bow for the girls and one at the stern for the boys. It's a matter of cutting a hole in the deck and letting the excrement flow into the river. And they can't pollute such a big river with this many people anyway. Yifeng went out to use the restroom and then looked at the shore from the deck. A few small birds landed on the mast and chirped. This was the first time a small bird had landed on the boat, making Yifeng a little surprised. At the same time, the bird calls along the shoreline became dense and almost continuous, and for some reason, Yifeng could hear that those bird calls were filled with pleasure. Hi, Good morning, Yi Feng greeted the people on the deck. Do you guys have the feeling that the birds chirping in the woods is so much denser than before? Of course, because the great sacrifice is about to begin, and the slightly stronger raptors and beasts are going over there. Hurley finished, pointing her finger upstream. The great sacrifice. What does it have to do with the beasts moving north? Yi Feng was curious. The others gathered around. The great sacrifice will not only give birth to powerful beast fighters, but also powerful beasts. Because of the golden fruit, not only humans will become stronger if they eat it, but beasts will also become stronger if they eat it, Hurley said seriously. Yi Feng's mind instantly came alive. If the golden fruit would become stronger if you ate it, wouldn't that mean that you also had a chance? His team is also very strong now, with not only a crossbow, but also a Maxim heavy machine gun, and the same opportunity to go upstream and get a piece of the action. Since the golden fruit can make humans stronger, I think we can try it too. We have a big ship. If we can't beat them, we can open it and run away. Besides, we have heavy machine guns. What do you think? Yi Feng looked at the crowd. Brother Feng, I resolutely crowd your wise decision. Chenin was the first to stand out with a face of excitement. Men, who doesn't want to be strong? Brother Feng, golden fruit, can it make my legs grow? The always low-profile Longwu also spoke up, with an almost frantic longing in his eyes. Yi Feng knew that there were times when lies could impress people more than the truth. There is a certain chance of growing out. Yi Feng said slowly. I also firmly support Brother Feng's decision. Longwu raised his hands high, tears in his eyes. I also embrace it. I also embrace it. The group wailed on the deck as if the golden fruit was already in their mouths. After waiting for a long time, Bao Qifeng's cold voice came. The propellers are all broken, and I'm afraid it will be months before we can get the big ship upriver. His words were like a shot of tranquilizer that stopped the crowd's excitement. Alright, it's now. Who's going to go with me to mess with the iron in the underground base? Yi Feng asked. I'll go too. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Everyone wanted to become as strong as Yi Feng. Now is an extraordinary time. Let's do it this way. I'll order 3 people to go with me on the line. Each person carries 100 pounds of iron. 4 people is 400 pounds of iron. It should be enough to cast the propeller, right? Yi Feng said. I have to go because you don't know how to pick iron, and some iron is not suitable for repeated melting. Bao Qifeng said. Alright then, I'll pick the people. Bao Gong, Shannon, Hurley, the 4 of us will go to the underground base and try to get as much iron back as possible. But entering the underground base this time is very dangerous. That big snake might have shrunk back inside again. And that thing is very vindictive. With its size, if it casually bites us, the venom in its body will be able to kill us instantly. There is not even a little bit of cushioning. So it can be said that this trip underground is equivalent to 9 deaths and 1 life. Yi Feng said heavily. Shannon's face changed and he slowly retreated behind the crowd. Bao Qifeng's eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed at Chun Li Bean. Brother Feng, picking out materials. Mr. Chang is more professional than me, so I decided to give this honorable task to Mr. Chang. Bao, what are you babbling about? I don't know anything about raw materials. It's better for you to follow Brother Feng. Laborer Chang, weren't you the one who procured the materials for the engineering department in the past? For that you even took a lot of kickbacks, so it's better for you to go. The 2 guys got into a fight right away. Yi Feng had an immense headache. As the team's hand, he couldn't use coercion. Otherwise the team wouldn't be cohesive. It was best to let them volunteer. Forget it if Bao Gong doesn't want to go. I want someone to voluntarily step forward and go with me to find the raw materials. And once he succeeds, then he will be a credit to our entire team and receive a banner that I will personally make for him. For a team to be automatically effective, they must be given a sense of collective honor and shame. However, the crowd all turned their heads away and pretended not to hear. Forget it, since that's the case, then this trip to the underground will be me, Hurley, and Chenin. Ha, where is Chenin? Yi Feng was halfway through his sentence when he realized that Chenin was nowhere to be found. Brother Feng, I'm in the restroom. I just had a sudden diarrhea. I'm afraid I can't go. Chenin's voice came from the restroom. Yi Feng's face darkened. Hurley, let's both go. And when we do, I'll change the 3 tattoos on my arm to 4 for you. Aha! Hurley nodded heavily. In the end, Yi Feng and Hurley took their weapons and brought ropes and torches with them, and approached the location of the cave. Just after walking to the entrance of the cave, Yi Feng pulled Hurley. Only a large number of beasts appeared here. There are wolves, wild dogs, hyenas, which are mutilating the bodies of the natives. Go, don't startle them. Yi Feng gripped his rifle tightly and took a step towards the pile of rocks. Beasts have food to eat and usually don't actively attack humans, so the 2 made their way through the pile of corpses without incident. Upon reaching the darkened cavern, 2 torches lit up. Yi Feng ran in front, Hurley followed behind, and the only sound in the cavern was the slight panting of the two. With the memories of the previous times, the two made it to the ground without any problems and found a large pile of iron without any problems. Bowman has said that softer iron, with a very low carbon content, proves that it hasn't been smelted much, and that it's the best material. Yi Feng used his dagger to make a cut on a piece of hammer to judge the hardness of the iron. Generally speaking, the harder the iron, the higher the charcoal content, but Yi Feng didn't need iron with high charcoal content, he only needed that kind of soft iron. 2 hours later, Yi Feng was covered with all kinds of hammers, axes, and some engineering instruments he didn't recognize, more than 200 kilograms as a whole. With his physical strength today, 200 kilograms hanging off his body was no problem at all. Hurley had only eaten 1 white fruit, so she only took about 40 pounds of iron. Go! Yi Feng gasped and threw the torch in his hand. The torch fell directly on the dark gray goo. Crackle crackle, only to see the dark gray goo slowly ignite under the torchlight. No good. Quick! Isolate the black and gray goo around us or we'll detonate the entire underground base. Yi Feng scared the piss out of himself and threw the iron on his body, quickly using his hands to flick those sticky things to the side. It was only a fist-sized bit of goo that burned for a long time, and it got hotter and hotter. It took more than half an hour for the fist-sized mass of goo to be burned and completely charred. Is this thing, so resistant to burning? Yi Feng seemed to have caught the point of something. In the next moment, a light of hope erupted in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, Hurley, we are rich. If we find a steamer on the warship, these black and gray substances can be used as fuel. At that time, there is no need for artificial power, only need a person. Regularly put these substances into the furnace, can make the big ship to keep a constant power, and can drive fast, dozens of times faster than the artificial power, and also do not need to waste labor. Do you understand? Yi Feng grabbed Hurley's shoulders and shook her around. Feng, I don't understand. Hurley had a question mark on her face. It's really hard for you to understand. How about this? I'll find some containers and bring a little bit of this black and gray substance back to the ship. It's a pity that the chemical engineer has already sacrificed his life. If he had been there, he would have been able to study the origin of this substance. But it doesn't matter. We can let Bai Chushui do the research. The doctor knows a bit about chemistry as well. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he found a container and filled it with the black and gray substance. Let's go. What a surprise this time. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he led the way to the front with a smile all over his face. Unbeknownst to him, his conversation with Hurley was overheard by a guy in the dark. After walking out of the cave, the two of them returned to the big ship without any danger in the middle of the journey, and the smoothness was somewhat fantastic. After reaching the deck, Yi Feng untied the rope on his shoulder, and a large amount of raw materials fell onto the planks. Snap! Bao Qifang led the applause. The others followed suit. Snapped. The deck resounded with the clash of flesh against flesh. Yi Feng pressed his hands downwards, stopping the crowd from patting their asses. This time into the underground base, we experienced 9 deaths. That big snake kept chasing us and biting us. Fortunately, I used my clever mind and flexible stance to finally get rid of that big snake. So this time, Hurley and I have made a great achievement. From now on, Hurley was promoted to be the chief administrator. As for what to administrate, I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, it's just that there's no need to do anything. You can wander around the ship with your hands behind your back. And the hygiene of the dormitory, instead of being cleaned by her, will be spread out over everyone? Is that okay with everyone? Yi Feng said seriously. No comment. This time it all depends on Big Brother Yi and Sister Hurley. Ting Tuan Tuan was the first to raise his hand in agreement. I don't have a problem with it either. In the future, the hygiene of the girls' dormitory will all be left to me. Nun, I'm in charge of cleaning the women's restroom. Bao Qifang chimed in. Yi Feng was very satisfied with this. Hurley had made a merit. Surely she should get the benefits. Otherwise, who would fight for her life next time? At the same time, he wants to set an example for others. Maple. But we were underground, and we didn't see any big snakes, Hurley said honestly. Leaf Maple. Brush. The crowd turned skeptical eyes on him. Let's not talk about the unhappy things. Hurley should have been scared and lost her memory. And this time when I entered the underground base, I also found a treasure. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he opened the container and pointed to the dark gray sticky substance inside. See, this thing only needs to be a little bit bigger than a fist. It can burn for about half an hour. It can be completely used as a fuel for a big ship. But there is a prerequisite. We must go to the warship to get the vaporizer system, and install all of them on the big ship. Then, we don't need to arrange someone to be on duty in the bilge. We only need one person to keep the big ship strong. Even, It can reach speeds of 100 kilometers an hour. Yi Feng's move to divert attention was really useful, and a group of people hurriedly gathered around, curiously looking at the black and gray sticky substance inside. Brother Feng, 100 kilometers an hour? Our ship can't withstand that kind of tossing and turning. It's not like it's a keel made of iron. If we really drove 100 kilometers an hour, the big ship would just fall apart. Chang Li Bean splashed a pot of cold water. Then how many kilometers an hour can our ship, at the highest, withstand? Yi Feng was a little disappointed. 30 kilometers an hour at most, and you can't mess with it that often, or the ship's service life will drop. Chang Li Bean said, alright, then in the future, it will be controlled at 20 kilometers an hour. Even so, it's more than 10 times faster than before. Yi Feng comforted. Just then, there was a sudden cry for help from the shore. Help! Help! Is there anyone on board? Save us quickly! Yi Feng's eyes narrowed and he raised his rifle. Only on the shore, 6 or 7 ragged men appeared, who, judging from their tattered clothes, should be from civilized society. Yi Feng was about to open his mouth when suddenly, a spear flew out from the woods and pierced through the last woman. The group no longer cared about the dangers of the water, and blah 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 jumped into the river, swimming desperately toward the big boat. Then a single native appeared on the shore, perhaps a dozen or more. Fire! At the word of command, the long guns began to fire. Intense firepower knocked the natives off their feet. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 bodies were left on the shore, and all the others had fled. Yi Feng picked up a rope and threw it at the river, pulling a young woman at the front up. What are you guys waiting for? Pull those people up too. We need men now. Yi Feng shouted to Susan. The crowd then reacted and reached out to the people in the river. Not long after, the group was all dragged up, and they quickly stripped off their clothes and pants, and began to snap out the parasitic catfish from within their body holes in an extremely fragrant process. Thank you for saving us, the young woman said with a weak face. Yi Feng hurriedly took off his top and helped her cover her body. It's fine. We are all people in a civilized society. It's proper to help each other, Yi Feng said with righteousness. Behind her, Bai Chushue's mouth turned up. Humph, that's not what you said when you first met us, and you weren't just being nice because the big ship was almost empty? Did you escape from a tribe of natives? Yi Feng asked. Yes, they are going to take us for sacrifice, and we can't escape unless we do. Only, there were more than 30 men who fled after us, and now, there are only 1, 2, and 3. Now, there are only 6 of us left. The young woman looked deflated. These indigenous barbarians are really damned, actually taking living people to sacrifice. Don't worry, when you get to my ship, I will guarantee your safety. That one who, go prepare water and food for our compatriots. Yi Feng shouted to the back. I'll go. Sure. Zhang Lian rushed into the kitchen. 2 hours later, these 6 people finally ate and drank enough, and 4 of them fell into a deep sleep. But the young woman was still awake. My name is Yang Li. Yang Li held out her hand. My name is Yi Feng, and I'm currently the captain. The 2 men shook hands. After Yang Li ate and drank, her face suddenly glowed, and her temperament was surprisingly not inferior to most of the women on the ship, just a little bit worse than Susan and Rimiko. Ms. Yang, you escaped from the big ship. What is the situation of the tribes of the natives now? Yi Feng asked. Natives? There are many warriors who have already escorted the sacrifices to the upper reaches. There are not many warriors in the tribe now. There are also those spiteful children. Almost all of them left the rotten boat, also followed to the upper reaches. The spiteful children who stayed in the rotten boat are all old and weak. Otherwise, we have no chance to escape, Yan Li said weakly. Oh, Yi Feng stroked his chin and his eyes narrowed. It was an opportunity for him, and the natives were indeed all out for a great sacrifice upriver. Most importantly, with only old and weak spiteful children left on the warship, wouldn't that mean that one could go and get propellers now? It would be nice to get a complete vaporizer system. Those dark gray fuels would come in handy when paired with a steamer. Su Yun, take the girls and arrange their beds so they can get a good night's sleep. Everyone else, go to the deck for the meeting. Yi Feng finished speaking and led the way up to the deck. Blowing on the river breeze, Yi Feng began his speech. Does everyone understand? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There aren't many disgruntled children in the warships, and the natives who are capable of fighting have gone upriver. So let's get a good day's rest today, and first thing in the morning, we'll set sail and head for the natives' tribes. There must still be some vaporizer equipment left in the warship. Even if the equipment is a bit damaged, I believe that it can be used by tinkering with it. Anyway, we have Chang and Bao in the room. Everyone is okay with that, right? No comment. A neat voice rang out. Yi Feng then dozed on the deck for a while, and the time came to dusk. The 6 men woke up one after another, but still looked weak. You guys get well on the ship. We're a harmonious team. so if there's anything you want to do, just say hello, and I'll assign you jobs after you get well. Yi Feng gently consoled the 6 survivors. Cheng Libin was studying the dark gray fuel, and Bao Qifang was on the deck drawing the plans for the propeller. The others were a bit more relaxed, chatting away on deck in pairs about lighter things. Everything is looking up. Yi Feng made up his mind. After getting the steam engine system, he would use iron to reinforce this big ship a little more, and try to run at a speed of 50 kilometers an hour. In the meantime, when you get enough iron, you'll have to surround the ship with barbed wire to keep some things from climbing up in the middle of the night. Yi Feng, since you've built the ship, why don't you just set sail for home? A fat man walked over. He should have regained some of his energy. I have my own plans. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. He felt that this fat man was not a good person. You can tell from the aspect of looks. Full of transverse meat, big belly and big buttocks. Just like the Northeast social big brother often seen in short videos. His voice was also very thick, with a strong Jianghu atmosphere. Honey, this guy doesn't want to take the boat home. What are we going to do? Fatty looked to Yang Li. After half a day, the two are husband and wife. No wonder Yi Feng felt that when he was chatting with Yang Li, this fat man looked at his eyes a bit wrong. Hubby, forget it, it's someone else's ship, let's just listen to the command. Yang Li said. Okay. After Fatty finished speaking, he gave Yi Feng another warning look before he went back to the cabin alone to rest. Yang Li, however, walked over and bowed to Yi Feng. I'm sorry, my husband used to be a social mixer and has a bit of a temper, so bear with me a bit more. Yang Li was quite sensible. It's fine, it's fine. Yi Feng awkwardly returned the salute. The way he looked at Yang Li in the morning was indeed a bit abject, and it was normal for that fatty to have an opinion. In the evening, Yi Feng organized another party on the deck, mainly to let the new arrivals feel the friendly atmosphere of the team, lest their hearts could not be collected. Just as everyone was displaying their talents individually, Yi Feng heard a snap, only to see that fat man slapping Yang Li hard on her face. Yi Feng frowned and eventually endured. That's a family matter, so it's not good for you to intervene. Bitch, is it that you can't walk when you see a handsome man? Let me tell you, you are my man in life and my ghost in death. From now on, you can only have me in your entire life. The fat man pulled Yang Li's hair with one hand and cursed. Zhang Haotian, don't go too far. Couples should be tolerant of each other. Why should Yang Li follow you for the rest of her life? If you treat her badly, she has the right to divorce you. Cheng Libin stepped forward with justice. Don't talk too much, old man. Do you have your eyes on my wife or something? Zhang Haotian, however, pushed Yang Li away and approached Cheng Libin step by step. What are you babbling about? I just came over to persuade a fight when I saw the road. You're a really strange person. Cheng Libin faced this Haotian and his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. After all, the guy was 6'9" and long and fat and oppressive. We are all men. Don't think I don't know what's in your heart, but you can only think about it. Look at you. Half of your body is almost in the ground, right? Still think about that thing between men and women. You don't mind your own shame? With a very jaded look, Zhang Haotian forced Cheng Libin into a corner. Yi Feng was afraid that guy would make a move, so he gave Susan a wink. Susan nodded and stopped in front of Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian, Mr. Cheng is right. You are not allowed to beat your wife in the future. Got it? Su Shan coldly said. In the face of a woman, Zhang Haotian suddenly changed his personality, and his face full of horizontal meat turned into a pleasing one. Big sister, you're right. Ha ha ha. I'll change it in the future, but my wife likes me to beat her. I can't do anything about it. Let's do it, big sister. Let's get to know each other. Right now I don't know what your name is. Zhang Haotian stretched out his salty piggy hand. You don't need to know who I am. After Susan finished speaking, she retreated back next to Yi Feng, who knew that Zhang Haotian chased after him again and hooked up with Susan in front of Yi Feng. Big sister, your boyfriend should not be Yi Feng. I feel out. You two have not done that. We know nothing. And this deserted island. You are a woman. Sometimes we'll always need a man. Maybe I can help you with this favor. Oh, Zhang Haotian said with a cheeky smile. Susan blushed and slowly brought her hand up to the dagger. Yi Feng directly pressed Susan's hand. As a team hand, he now knows the importance of human resources. Zhang Haotian is certainly annoying, but Yi Feng's pattern has long been opened, and it is no longer the kind of small people's thinking in the past. Everyone, for what they're worth. For example, Zhang Haotian, he looks so fat. He should be a good hand at carrying equipment on a warship, even if he couldn't be a porter. With his size, he would be good cannon fodder to help out as a meat shield or something later on. Zhang Haotian saw that Susan didn't pay much attention to him, and he went back to chatting with other women. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. He had almost sentenced this guy to death. But not now. This guy still had value to use. Yang Li cowered in the corner and said nothing, as if she was used to it. Yi Feng sighed and let the party wrap up hastily. Everyone go back to bed. You have work to do tomorrow. After Yi Feng finished, he was the first one to go back to rest, and the vigil was arranged by Susan. After sleeping until midnight, Yi Feng suddenly heard screams coming from the next dormitory. He blanched and thought it was a cobra swimming to the boat, but when he rushed into the one dormitory with his gun, he found that Zhang Haotian had even broken into the dormitory, and had even stripped himself naked, and was lying on Yan Li's bed tightly embracing Yang Li. Zhang Haotian, get out! This is the girls' dormitory. Zhang Yan said angrily. What do I care about the girls' dormitory? My wife sleeps here, so I'm going to sleep here too. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Zhang Haotian looked like a dead pig. Yi Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Zhang Haotian's hair and dragged him out of the bed and out of the dormitory. I'm sorry. Zhang Haotian was furious and pounded his fist towards Yi Feng, but this bit of his power might be strong to ordinary people, but it was nothing in Yi Feng's eyes. He grabbed Zhang Haotian's wrist in an over-the-shoulder slam and directly subdued the big fat pig. Go back to your boys' dormitory honestly, or next time, I'll just throw you overboard. Yi Feng patted his face. If it was not for the fact that he had to move things tomorrow, Yi Feng really wanted to throw him down now. The soldiers are not in the number but in the essence. He did not need to spoil this waste. When Zhang Haotian saw that he really couldn't beat Yi Feng, he turned his eyes and piled up a smile on his face full of horizontal flesh. Yes. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm convinced. I'll listen to you from now on, Zhang Haotian said with a compensatory smile, but a trace of sinister poison flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yi Feng had experienced so many things on the deserted island, and had long since gotten an insight into his little scheme. From now on, go back to your boys' dorm room and remember, no messing around. After dealing with Zhang Haotian, Yi Feng went back to huffing and puffing. The next morning, as soon as Yi Feng opened his eyes, he found Ding Tuan Tuan squeezed into his arms. When did you get in, little one? Yi Feng gripped her fleshy cheeks with his hand and had a kind feeling of compassion in his heart. After all, people were still young, and Yi Feng didn't have that kind of mind. The only ones who could really stir up his primal desires were the more mature beauties like Zhang Yan and Susan. When he reached the deck, Yi Feng asked Shi Zhanglian to prepare breakfast. The three men on watch put back to rest. Yi Feng personally maneuvered the car crossbow and aimed it at the shore. Good morning, Feng. Just then, Zhang Haotian came on deck and even greeted Yi Feng in a friendly manner. Good morning to you too. Yi Feng sneered inwardly. This guy, he was a bit like the former Su Jiaing. Brother Feng, I recently heard about you. It turns out that you have contributed so much to the team. I was wrong in the past. I'm a person who only serves the kind of leadership that is really for the good of everyone. And you're one of them. In the future, if there is any need, despite the utterance of the word, I'll go to the soup and the fire. Zhang Haotian patted his chest with a righteous look. Yi Feng swept him away. Well, I really need your help with some things in the future. So relax. After saying that, Yi Feng gave Chang Li Bean another greeting. Chang Li Bean nodded and came to a left half rudder. The big boat headed at turtle speed toward the tributary where the natives were. Although it was only a few dozen kilometers from here to the tribes of the natives, I'm afraid that it would take a whole day to get there with the current speed of the big ship. This strengthened Yi Feng's determination to find the propeller. Shannon, Zhang Haotian, Hurley, you and I will stay on deck duty. The rest of you go back to rest and refresh yourselves. In a while, there's a tough battle to be fought, Yi Feng ordered. Susan nodded and led the girls back to their dorm rooms. Chang Li Bean went on to drive the boat. Those males, however, said that they could be on duty with Yi Feng. No, all of them go back. Yi Feng eyed the front and said without looking back. By noon, Yi Feng's big boat entered the first tributary. This tributary is nearly 10 kilometers wide, and the further up the river you go, the narrower it gets. Chang Gong, put away the sails, so as not to attract attention. Yi Feng said. Wow, the huge sails were let down and folded. After another 2 hours of walking, the big boat turned into a second tributary. This one even narrower, probably only a little over 5 kilometers. Hurley, if you turn into another tributary, it should be your gay tribe, right? Yi Feng asked. This was his second visit to a tribe of natives, so he didn't quite remember the route. Yes, 5 kilometers further on, turning into the second small tributary, is our tribe of the Gar. Hurley nodded. Yi Feng felt a little strange. Reasonably speaking, such a large Black Tree River basin could at least support several 100 million indigenous people, right? There couldn't be just one Gach tribe either, but as it happened, he'd only ever encountered natives of the Gach tribe. A cursory look at the size of the horde showed that it held something like 5,000 people at most. Hurley, the Black Tree River basin is rich in products. There are so many different kinds of fish and meat. Why, only so many people? Yi Feng asked Hurley behind him. This According to the rumor, a long time ago, there were many tribes living in the Black Tree River Valley. But, one catastrophe after another, the population was drastically reduced, and according to the high priest, it was the gods who were controlling the population of our Black Tree River Valley. Hurley said. Humph. Yifeng smiled disdainfully. Those priests were good at fooling people. Hurley had been brainwashed badly. Squeak. Changli being a right half rudder. The boat finally turned into the last tributary. The river is about 2 kilometers wide here, and the further upstream you go, the narrower it gets. A variety of tall trees cover almost all of the sky over the river. At the same time, in the narrow channel of the river lives a great number of creatures. Locusts, piranhas, crocodiles, water snakes of all kinds, the list goes on and on. Feng, we can't go any further. There's too much water plants in this river. It's easy to entangle the propeller. Changli Bean shouted from the captain's room. Okay, go wake them all up and get ready to work, Yifeng said. Within moments, everyone was on deck. Yifeng, on the other hand, opened the warehouse next to the deck and carried out all kinds of firearms. Starting now, you will be issued weapons. This is a hard battle that will determine how we live for the next 10 years. If we don't get a propeller, we will be Jedi in the Black Tree River Basin. If we could get a propeller and steamer system, we would enjoy life in the Black Tree River Basin. So I want everyone to work together and put personal grudges aside. Speaking here, Yifeng glanced at Zheng Haotian. Aha! There were no neat replies this time, and everyone nodded deeply. Guns and ammo were finally handed out, with only a few people, such as Susan, getting rifles. Everyone else, mostly handguns, because pistols can fire in bursts. They are instead better suited for melee combat than rifles. The reason Susan was holding the rifle was because, in a moment, she was going to act as a sniper. Depart. 2 boxes of machine gun cartridges were hoisted to the shore on a rope. Yifeng was the first to land on the field with his Maxim heavy machine gun. The first moment he was ashore, he aimed his gun at the jungle to avoid something leaping out. The sound of poofing kept coming from behind him. Yifeng turned around and saw that more than a dozen people had jumped off the boat, each with a grave expression and determined eyes. Departure. Form a single serpentine formation and try to keep your footing as light as possible. After Yifeng finished speaking, he led the way towards the front, with Susan still escorting behind him. After walking upstream for about 2 kilometers, Yifeng stopped and told everyone to lie down on the ground and look at the tribe of natives. Sure enough, the tribe wasn't as lively as it used to be, and there were only a dozen or so indigenous warriors patrolling the riverbank. The rest were mostly old and weak women and children. On the tattered warship, the spiteful children were squeaking and screaming, but it was obvious that their screams, much weaker than the last time, didn't sound like those made by a strong spiteful child. Listen up, everyone. Next, light the homemade smoke grenades and throw them accurately onto the warship to smoke out the only remaining disgruntled children inside first. Susan, you climb up this fig tree and act as a sniper. Hurley, Tinkerbell, you two stay here and man this Maxim heavy machine gun. Remember, you fire only when the natives are coming toward the warships, and bullets are precious, so save them. And then Yangli, you and this young lady take the pistols, guard the machine guns, and don't let the enemy outflank you in a roundabout way from the rear. After the explanation, Yifeng took out the smoke bomb hanging on his waist. The others picked up their smoke grenades at the same time. In the next moment, a dozen or so black smoking bamboo tubes landed on the huge warship. There were some smoke bombs that were thrown right through the windows of the warship. It was only a matter of moments before the squeaky screams of disgruntled children came from the warship. Since in the smoke bomb, some spicy powder was added, the power was quite amazing. The spiteful children couldn't even hold out for 10 seconds before they fled the warship en masse. The natives on the riverbank also noticed the anomaly and approached the position of the warship. Elder Ghost Fong, did the spiteful child set the giant ship on fire? A native leader asked. It should be. These beasts, without the priests controlling them in the tribe, their behavior is getting more and more dishonest. Forget it, that giant ship is not very useful anyway. Just burn it, Ghost Fong said indifferently. Ever since he had escaped from Yifeng's hands in death last time, he had become cautious, and now in the tribe, he was the only six-feathered elder left, while the other elders carried their offerings upriver. I guess I've gone a few dozen kilometers by now. It is now, all who are men, come with me to the warship. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took the lead and ran towards the location of the warship. The others gave a shout and followed suit. No good, it's the Fae coming. The natives discovered Yifeng at the first time, followed by all kinds of spears and arrows flying up into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Susan didn't hesitate to fire from the trees, killing several bow-wielding native warriors. There are enemies in the trees too. Charge with me. A chief rushed forward with 5 or 6 native warriors. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, they hadn't even walked into the woods before Susan named them one by one, and didn't even fire the Maxim heavy machine guns down there. Grievous child. The native chief's face changed and he gave a direct order. Although the only ones left on the warships were old, weak, and disgruntled children, they had some fighting ability. In an instant, hundreds of spiteful children ran towards the woods like a tidal wave, clattering. "Help me hold up Bouncing Lotus," Lena said to Tinkerbell. "Aha!" Dintuan held the bullet chain with both hands. Thump thump thump. Heavy gunfire rang out, and a small patch of woods directly in front of them was leveled to the ground. The first few spiteful children didn't react and their bodies all exploded. Yang Li and the other female also raised their pistols. "Don't shoot. You too. And watch your flanks so you don't get outflanked by spiteful children." Lena's voice came through the heavy gunfire. Yang Li nodded and aimed the pistol at the sides again. There were so many spiteful children that Susan took accurate point-blank shots at the ones in the distance, but the ones that rushed into the woods were left to heavy machine gun fire. For a while, green blood flew through the woods, and the bodies of spiteful children hung everywhere. Tingtuan almost threw up, but she knew that the situation was dangerous now and she had to hold it in. The power of the heavy machine guns finally suppressed the charge of the spiteful children. Ghost Fong had long since ducked behind a boulder and looked at the tongues of fire in the woods with a shocked expression. On this side, Yi Feng and 7 or 8 other men also got into the warship. Looking at it from the outside, it didn't feel like the warship was that big, but after arriving inside, the warship was surprisingly huge. It was lined with a lot of hay, so it should have been a nest laid here by a spiteful child. A strange odor permeated the entire interior of the warship. The warship is divided into a total of 7 floors, more than 80 meters long and more than 30 meters wide. Inside, various rooms were neatly arranged, and then there were 8 anti-aircraft batteries, most of whose barrels were so corroded that they could no longer be used. Never mind those things, let's go down the rotating staircase to the bilge and focus on finding the propellers and then the vaporizer system. Yi Feng shouted. A group of people immediately walked toward the bottom of the warship, and after continuously walking through 5 or 6 steps, they finally arrived at the location of the bilge. "Feng, brother Feng, this vaporizer system is too big, isn't it? Our ship simply can't install such a large vaporizer system." Bao Qifan looked at the 4 behemoths in the bilge and his face paled a little. "Can you simplify it?" Yi Feng asked. "Simplified, and can't be installed. These 4 vaporizer systems, any one of the parts, I'm afraid, is equivalent to the weight of our big ship. It's useless to simplify it anymore." Bao Qifang's face was very ugly. "Then look for a small boat and remove the propeller from it. Let's just rely on artificial power." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he began to grope around in the dimly lit bilge. After looking around, they were disappointed. Not a single small boat, much less a smaller propeller. "Brother Feng, it's a wasted trip. I think it's better for us to go back and honestly make our own propellers," Bao Qifang said. Yi Feng listened to the gunshots coming from the shore, and didn't know how long Susan and the girls could help themselves resist. The next moment, he suddenly squatted down and touched the bottom of the warship with his hand. "There's no water in this bottom. It's dry," Yi Feng shouted. "So what?" Bao Qifang was a bit speechless. "What time is it?" Brother Feng is still concerned about these things. "Don't you understand? The fact that the bilge didn't take in water proves that the bilge of this warship is intact, and we may, perhaps, be able to get the warship downstream," Yi Feng said. The crowd's whole body shook as they hurriedly felt the floor of the bilge with their hands. "Right. This bilge isn't taking on water. We can totally get the warship downstream." Bao Qifang also reacted. "Ha ha ha, with such a big boat, we can flip around on the deck later and even have a marathon or something." Chenin also shouted excitedly. "Warships can be much more luxurious and sturdy than their big ships. I just took a look at it. And the reason why this warship is anchored in this river and hasn't been swept downstream by the water is because some vines have grown onto the warship and tied it down. Now, let's go to the deck, take out our daggers, and cut all the vines on it. The warship will naturally go downstream when it is impacted by the current. Then, we will prepare ropes and tie it to the most downstream position. Then slowly clean the whole warship, and repair some of the steamers that can be repaired. I'm afraid that it won't take more than a year for the warship to go sideways in the Black Tree River." Yi Feng said. "Go on. Get on the deck. Charge, brothers." The group rushed to the deck as if they had been beaten. Wailing, Yi Feng took out his dagger and ruthlessly cut towards the 100-year-old vine.